Family, I've never seen anything this explosive in my life. Dozens of pirates pointing guns at me. And the next second, Whitebeard descend from the sky, and all the pirates kneel. It all started when I crossed over. I ate a devil fruit and bound to a system, resurrecting Whitebeard. To revive Ace, I plan to go beat up the Celestial Dragons. Let me tell you, I've never witnessed such an explosive scene in my life. Just a second ago, dozens of pirates were pointing their guns at my head, and the next second, a giant man as tall as a two-story building, with that iconic crescent-shaped white beard, laughs and descend from the sky. At that moment, all those small fry pirates thud and kneel, scared and scrambling away. The scene was unbelievable. This story has to start from when I just woke up. Who understands family? I opened my eyes and found myself lying on a broken beach, surrounded by a circle of crooked pirates, drooling and looking at me like I was some rare treasure. I was completely stunned. Wasn't I at home watching One Piece? Why was I experiencing it in such an immersive way? What's even more ridiculous is that I had a sticky, powdery fruit in my hand covered with strange circles that I couldn't shake off no matter how hard I tried. Don't let him run. He's got a devil fruit. The group behind me yelled as they chased me. Holy crap, a devil fruit. I really crossed over. At that moment, I only had one thought. Run? I had to run. I ran while hitting my head, trying to see if I was dreaming, but my hand felt soft and squishy. Looking closer, it was all hitting that broken fruit. I panicked and shouted into the air, System Dad, Golden-fingered Grandpa, a newbie gift pack would be nice. But what happened? No response. Instead, those pirates thought I was chanting some spell for help, and the leader, a guy named Wu Di, directly ordered, surround him from both sides, give him a sandwich. I was dumbfounded. You guys can even play with 2025 memes? Just as I saw the front blocked and dozens of guns pointing at me, my legs went soft, and I directly surrendered, hugging my head with both hands. Big brother, don't shoot. Let's talk this out. I had a mournful face, cursing the system 1,000 times in my heart. That pirate leader Wu Di was panting, looking impatient. He'll give you 3 seconds to throw the fruit over. Let me tell you, I was in a situation where jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear my name. Big brother, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. It's just that this thing is stuck to my hand. 3. System, if you don't come out, your host is going to be turned into a sieve. 2. This is bad. I looked at the fruit in my hand, made up my mind, and thought, better to die than to be beaten to a pulp by these guys. I closed my eyes and took a big bite. Yuck. The taste was simply epically disgusting. I forced myself to swallow it despite the nausea. Damn, you're playing me. That Wu Di saw me eat the fruit and instantly went mad, shooting a few bullets at my head. But a miracle happened. A golden shield suddenly appeared around me, and the bullets hit it with a clanging sound, all falling to the ground. Everyone present was stunned. At that moment, a heavenly voice finally rang in my head. System loading. Binding successful. Welcome to use the resurrection fruit, which can resurrect characters who have died in the pirate world. Whoa, my dear system, you finally come. Due to the host's first crossover, 3 characters are provided for resurrection. Roxy, Zebek, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Blackarm Zefa. I was stunned. Wow. Starting with 3 god-tier characters. Rox, Whitebeard, Zefa, each one capable of shaking the seas. The system's cold voice came again, saying I had to complete a task to go home. I thought this was a trap and casually asked, what happens if I fail? Guess what it said? Task failure. The host will die. Wow. This isn't crossing over, this is participating in the Squid Game of 2025. I hurriedly asked the most crucial question. System, when resurrected, will they be at their peak or old age? This was extremely important. Old Whitebeard was almost worn out by illness during the Marineford War. The resurrected character's power will be at its peak, but will retain all memories from before death. Wow. Peak condition. Let me tell you, is there even a choice? Rox? Not familiar. What if he has antisocial personality disorder? Zefa? Too righteous, he might turn me in for being a pirate. It has to be our loyal old dad. I choose Edward Newgate. Ding. Resurrecting character. Progress 1. What the hell? There's even a loading bar? I looked at the group of pirates outside the shield, knowing I had to buy time. Just as the shield disappeared, those pirates rushed forward with a roar. I stood there, pointed my finger at them, and said, it'll give you a piece of advice. Get lost now and consider this matter as if it never happened. The pirates were stunned for a moment, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Haha, this kid is scared silly, right? I silently counted the progress bar. 70. 99. Just as they charged at me, a dazzling golden light descended from the sky. Gulalala. As that bold and familiar laughter rang out, I was so excited my legs started to tremble. He's here. The world's strongest man has arrived. As the light faded, a giant figure, as massive as a mountain, appeared before everyone. Golden hair, that iconic crescent-shaped white beard, bulging muscles all over, just standing there radiated an unparalleled sense of oppression. The pirates who had just been so arrogant thud all knelt, their pants soaked with fear. One guy tremblingly pointed at him. Whitebeard. He's not dead. Whitebeard scratched his head, looking confused as if he had just woken up. Where is this? I hurriedly shouted to him. Whitebeard, it's me who resurrected you. First, help me get rid of this group of flies. Old Dad looked down at me, who was not even as tall as his knee, still half believing, but turned around and said to the pirates, "Count to 3. If you don't leave, you'll lie here forever." 3. As soon as he finished speaking, those pirates scrambled away faster than rabbits. Once everyone had fled, I explained everything to Whitebeard, except for the crossover part. After hearing it all, he was shocked, but when he learned it was 2 years after the Marineford War and Akainu had become fleet admiral, he fell silent, his expression darkening as he murmured. Ace suddenly, he looked at me excitedly. "Kid, you said you can resurrect others? Can you resurrect Ace? As long as you can bring him back, he'll give you anything you want." I was about to nod when the system task came. Task: within 1 week, reach a bounty of 1 billion berries. Reward: opportunity to resurrect anyone. I could only helplessly tell Whitebeard. Reviving Ace requires a condition. My bounty must first reach 1 billion. 1 billion? Whitebeard scoffed, laughing, "Goo-la-la-la. I thought it was some big condition. Just 1 billion. He patted his chest and asked me, "Kid, what's your bounty right now?" I weakly replied, "I should have none yet." Whitebeard almost choked on his own saliva, but for Ace's sake, he endured and asked, "So what do you suggest we do?" At that moment, a bold smile appeared on my face. "Whitebeard, I have an idea. Let's go beat up the Celestial Dragons." Dad was stunned at the time, re-examining me with a look that seemed to say, "You really dare to think like that, huh?" I chuckled and laid out the plan. "You go fight, and I'll be the captain. Well, just say that all of this was under my command. By then, my bounty will just keep rising, right?" After hearing this, Whitebeard was silent for a moment before bursting into thunderous laughter. "Gururara, you little brat, you really know how to calculate. All right, they'll let you be captain for a few days. If you can really revive Ace, what's wrong with letting you be captain for life?" I could hardly believe my ears. To be Whitebeard's captain forever. So we borrowed the ship from those pirates and headed straight for the Sabeti archipelago. The newly revived Dad was so hungry his stomach was growling, and the ship was so poor that it didn't even have a piece of meat. I watched as Dad walked to the edge of the ship, picked up the supreme blade, Kongyun Xie, and swung it at the sea. Whoosh! A terrifying slash broke through the air. With a loud bang, a massive wave erupted in the sea, and a sea king even bigger than the ship was sliced up by him. This left those pirates completely dumbfounded. Everyone on the ship was frozen like they were paralyzed, their eyes wide open, staring at that 100-meter-long sea king floating on the water like a piece of tofu. Let me tell you, their captain Wu Di was at least a big shot with a bounty of 100 million usually. Fighting such a huge creature would take a long time, right? But what about Whitebeard? He just casually dealt with it in one slice. The difference was like that between an amateur and a world champion. Whitebeard sheathed his big sword, without looking back, and simply said, "Gurura, I want to eat meat in 1 hour." After that, he walked straight into the captain's cabin. Goodness, Wu Di didn't dare to say a word of dissent. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly ordered his men, "Quick, quick, quick, get moving. Roast meat. In 1 hour. Otherwise, we'll end up like that fish." An hour later, the aroma of roasted meat filled the entire deck. Whitebeard was drinking the liquor scavenged from the ship, while tearing into the meat with great gusto. But the problem was, apart from me, no one else on the deck dared to come to the table. Those pirates were all huddled in the corners like quails, watching with longing eyes. "Whitebeard." As Z looked up, he exclaimed, "Oh, why aren't you eating?" Wu Di, taken aback, quickly waved his hands. No, Lord Whitebeard, we are not hungry. You eat first, please." Who could understand the pressure of dining with a formidable figure like him, who had a bounty of 50 billion? He felt that merely escaping the wrath of Whitebeard was a blessing from his ancestors. However, Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "Come here, eat." Those 2 words made Wu Di's legs tremble, yet he dared not disobey. Resolutely, he summoned all his subordinates, likely thinking, if we are to perish, let us perish together. Thus, I found myself amidst the most oppressive lunch in history. Everyone held their breath, taking tiny bites of meat, fearing that the sound of their chewing might disturb the mood of this esteemed gentleman. The atmosphere was suffocating. Once Whitebeard had his fill and ambled back to his captain's quarters for a nap, none of them dared to exhale. Why? Because I was still there. In their eyes, I was the most terrifying presence. After all, I was the one who had resurrected this grand boss. If I were offended, I could easily summon the likes of Roger or the Golden Lion, and this small, shabby ship would become the legendary Hades. Once I finished my meal and departed, the pirates finally exhaled, as if they had emerged from underwater, gasping for air. How terrifying! It was my first time dining with Whitebeard. Of course, who among them could claim otherwise? Boss, do you think he can resurrect Roger too? The moment this question was posed, the room fell into a hush. Wu Di turned pale, truly vexed. He had thought he had stumbled upon a divine fruit that would lead to wealth, yet here he was, entangled with two formidable ancestral spirits, each more daunting than the last. It was as if one were sitting on a ship only to have a pot fall from the sky. Anxiously, the pirate ship, as if equipped with rockets, sped to the Sabeti archipelago by noon the next day. Upon arrival, Wu Di shuttled us off the ship like we were harbingers of misfortune, then dashed away without a backward glance. I gazed at the bubble-laden island, my mind already racing with plans. With 6.5 days left on the mission countdown, time was of the essence. My plan was simple: create a significant disturbance here, preferably by confronting the Celestial Dragons, and then let the Navy arrive. I would announce to the world via a live transmission that I had indeed resurrected Whitebeard. Wouldn't my bounty soar to unimaginable heights? Of course, the plan required meticulous execution. Whitebeard's iconic crescent mustache was too conspicuous, so I had him cover it with a scarf. With this disguise, he resembled an ordinary giant, exuding a low-key elegance. We had scarcely strolled through the streets when the crowd parted like the Red Sea, revealing the approaching figure. Exchanging glances with Whitebeard, we understood the main event had arrived. We blended into the throng, and I whispered to Whitebeard, "Father, I'll provoke him first, and when I signal, you can step in with your strength." Whitebeard chuckled heartily. I don't think I've ever struck a celestial dragon. I'm quite curious about the sensation. I grinned. You'll find out soon enough. Just then, a peculiar figure riding a mechanical bear approached, sporting a bubble atop his head, inverted V-shaped eyebrows, and a thick, sausage-like mouth. His appearance was truly outrageous. Without waiting for him to come closer, I dashed forward and collided with him. His face contorted with rage. He pointed at me and screeched, "Trash! How dare you bump into me? You shall perish." With that, he drew a golden pistol. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, I shouted, "Father!" Bang! The bullet was fired but missed me, deflected by a massive Naginata that had appeared before me. Whitebeard's towering figure materialized, shielding me with an imposing aura. He chuckled deeply. "Gulalala, kid, you really know how to stir up trouble." By mere coincidence or fate, his scarf slipped down, unveiling his iconic, moon-like white mustache to everyone present. "How could this be?" a sharp-eyed pirate exclaimed. "That must be Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. What a joke. Hadn't he died 2 years ago? Stop looking. Run." In an instant, the bustling street was vacated, people fleeing faster than rabbits. Yet the Celestial Dragon, whom I shall refer to as the embodiment of recklessness, failed to recognize Whitebeard. He scrutinized Whitebeard and then pointed at him, saying, "Hey, big guy, if you agree to be my new steed, I'll overlook your interference." I thought to applaud him. This guy truly knew how to court disaster. I wasted no words and turned to Whitebeard. "Father, send him flying." Whitebeard grinned widely, sure. He plunged his sword into the ground and strode toward the Celestial Dragon. The dragon, terrified, shouted, "You useless fools! Attack!" His bodyguards, though trembling, dared not disobey and charged forward. "Gulalala, with this bunch of kids?" Whitebeard didn't even glance at them, disregarding the use of hockey, and with a single punch, sent the soldiers flying like bowling pins. The Celestial Dragon finally comprehended fear, shrieking in a blustering tone, "I warn you, I am a noble Celestial Dragon. If you dare touch me, the Navy Admiral will come and capture you." Whitebeard laughed even harder. "Gulalala, even Sengoku and Garpun T dare speak to me like that. Were you?" Without further ado, he unleashed a simple yet powerful right hook, striking the Celestial Dragon squarely in the face. Boom! The bubble helmet shattered, and the man soared through the air, accompanied by a mouthful of blood, disappearing into the horizon. Mission accomplished. I smiled. What's next? Whitebeard chuckled. We wait. Indeed, we awaited the Navy to bring us the spotlight. If all went as planned, it would be that lazy fellow, the Shining Man. At Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, Akainu was fuming when the urgent telephone snail suddenly rang incessantly. He snatched it up. Hello? What is it? Upon seeing the caller ID, his heart sank. The Celestial Dragon hotline? What trouble had these fools stirred up now? From the other end came a panicked voice, and Akainu's face darkened as he leapt to his feet. Roaring into the snail, what? The Celestial Dragon was attacked at Sabati Archipelago. The office door swung open, and Kizaru sauntered in, teacup in hand. Leisurely clicking his tongue, Akainu slammed the phone down, bellowing, "These fools really know how to stir up trouble." Kizaru set down his cup, lazily remarking, "I'll handle it." "Poliusolino, hurry up. If you're late, those old geezers will start chattering." Akainu rubbed his temples, feeling his blood pressure soar. Kizaru said nothing more, transforming into light and vanishing. Meanwhile, I was busy instructing Whitebeard to borrow a ship from a hapless pirate crew, preparing to make our escape. Before long, a cannonball plummeted from the sky, followed swiftly by a radiant figure appearing before us. It was Admiral Kizaru. The pirate captain from whom we borrowed the ship remained unfazed. What was there to fear? After all, we had Whitebeard with us. As Kizaru landed, his expression froze, his gaze fixed on Whitebeard. "Oh, Whitebeard, you're terrifying. Weren't you supposed to be dead 2 years ago? And you look younger." He was likely regretting ever facing an opponent in peak condition like Whitebeard. "Gulalala, I didn't expect it to be you, shining kid." Whitebeard responded cheerfully. Upon observing Huang Yuan engrossed in conversation with Whitebeard, completely disregarding my presence, I felt a surge of annoyance. "Hey, Huang Yuan, have you forgotten about me? I'm a main character." Only then did Huang Yuan cast a fleeting glance in my direction, asking, "Who are you?" I puffed out my chest and, summoning all my strength, proclaimed, "I am the wielder of the resurrection fruit. I have brought Whitebeard back to life." My declaration sent the entire venue into a frenzy. The onlookers, hidden in the shadows, erupted in disbelief. "Resurrection ability? Is that true? Are you blind? Whitebeard is right there," they exclaimed. "Does that mean he could resurrect Roger too?" At that moment, Huang Yuan's sidekick Jean Tamaru arrived, exclaiming, "Old man, who said something so foolish?" Upon seeing Whitebeard, he was instantly petrified. The naval soldiers behind him, all survivors of the Paramount War, were immediately reminded of their fear upon seeing Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. Huang Yuan's expression turned unusually grave. "TSK, the resurrection fruit? That's truly terrifying." He raised his finger, and a laser shot towards me at blinding speed, leaving me no time to react. Bang! As the smoke cleared, Whitebeard stood resolutely in front of me and scathed. He said solemnly, "Shining brat, you cannot ambush our captain." These words plunged the entire venue into silence. Huang Yuan's worldview shattered before him, his eyes nearly bulging out. "Whitebeard, are you calling this brat captain?" Whitebeard shielded me as we walked toward the ship, casually stating, "Gulalala, shining brat. If there's nothing else, my captain and I must continue our adventures and cannot play with you." Jean Tamaru, watching us leave, grew anxious. "Old man, aren't you going to chase them?" Huang Yuan shot him a glare. "Do you want to witness me injure myself? Do you think I could take on him at his peak?" Jean Tamaru fell silent. Huang Yuan smirked and said, "Just report back truthfully, saying this kid resurrected Whitebeard." On the ship, I felt somewhat disgruntled. "Old man, why didn't you let them broadcast my feat? What a splendid opportunity to show off." Whitebeard glanced at me, imparting meaningfully, "Do you think the Navy would broadcast my resurrection? They will only suppress the news, as it would instigate worldwide panic." Upon reflection, I realized he was right. Regardless, my goal had been achieved, and now I awaited my bounty notice. At the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in Akainu's office was tense. Huang Yuan played the recorded footage, plunging the entire conference room into silence. Sengoku was the first to spring up, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Carp dropped the sunbae from his mouth onto the floor with a thud. Vice Admiral Tsuru knitted her brows, while Green Bull and Fujitora wore grave expressions. When Whitebeard declared, "Our captain," incredulous expressions spread across everyone's faces. "Is this really Whitebeard?" Sengoku pondered. "What exactly is this resurrection fruit?" Carp muttered, Once the footage concluded, Akainu gritted his teeth, declaring, "No matter what, we cannot allow him to continue developing." Vice Admiral Kizaru calmly proposed, "Suppress the news. Then, place a high bounty on this pirate named Long Zaitian. Let the pirates of the world serve as cannon fodder while we investigate his background." Everyone agreed. 2 days later, we drifted aimlessly at sea, as I had forgotten to purchase a record pointer. A courier seagull flew by, dropping a stack of newspapers. My excitement surged as I picked one up, immediately spotting my bounty notice. Long Zaitian, bounty 1099 900 000 berries. What the heck? I was momentarily stunned. I had truly reached a bounty of nearly 1 billion for taking down a celestial dragon. I hurriedly showed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Yet, he merely glanced at it and nonchalantly replied, "Oh, once you're done celebrating, remember to cook." With that, he turned over and fell asleep. My newfound excitement was doused instantly, and I resigned myself to dragging that enormous sea king meat. Meanwhile, the world erupted over this bounty notice. In Wano, Katakuri saw the newspaper and quietly hid it, daring not to show it to the furious Big Mom. On Onigashima, Jack and Queen exclaimed upon seeing the paper, "What is this? A newcomer with a higher bounty than me?" Kaido snatched the paper from them, tearing it apart in anger, roaring, "Are the Navy blind? I took down a straw hat kid worth 15 billion with a single blow. Why does this brat deserve such a bounty?" On the red-haired pirate's ship, Shanks gasped upon seeing the paper. What background does this kid have? On Blackbeard's island, he let out his signature laughter, an interesting little brat. "Let me see just how formidable you are." On the ship, I exerted great effort to finally cook the meat to a perfect medium. Whitebeard took a piece, but halfway through, he suddenly paused, his gaze turning serious as he stared out at the sea. "What is wrong? Is it not tasty?" I inquired. He slowly spoke. "Earlier, you said that once your bounty reached 1 billion, you could resurrect Ace. Now you have." I was taken aback. "All right, I almost forgot this crucial matter." I immediately set down the meat, excitedly exclaiming, "Coming right up? Just wait." Taking a deep breath, I shouted in my mind, "System, help me resurrect Ace." As soon as I finished my sentence, a chime echoed in my head. Resurrection successful. What? That was instantaneous? I was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, "Wait, system, explain this to me. Why did it take so long to resurrect Whitebeard?" Yet Ace's resurrection was as swift as 5G, to which it replied with 4 words, unable to answer. "Fine, you win." Once again, a familiar beam of light descended from the heavens. This time I was composed, having learned from experience. However, Whitebeard, unaware, thought a battle had commenced and instinctively grasped his great sword, filled with vigilance. I quickly intervened. "Old man, don't be alarmed, it's family. Your son, Ace." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard immediately relaxed his grip, his eyes fixated on the beam with a tremor in his voice. "Really? Is it my son?" I chuckled. "Just look and you'll see." As the light dissipated, a figure we knew all too well emerged, wearing an orange cowboy hat, a red bead necklace around his neck, and with the ASC tattoo on his arm. Whitebeard's eyes instantly welled with tears, a formidable emperor of the sea, yet he approached like a trembling father. Ace, upon opening his eyes and seeing Whitebeard, was equally stunned, stuttering, "D-Dad?" In the next moment, tears streamed down his face. Only those who understand can appreciate the emotional scene of this father and son embracing in heartfelt sorrow. Even I, an outsider, felt on the verge of breaking down. Yet, the warm atmosphere lasted barely 3 seconds before another chime rang in my head. This troublesome system, giving no prior warning, nearly sent me away. New task: establish a nation in Wano. Reward: Conqueror's Haki. Time limit: 3 weeks. After reading this, I wore a bewildered expression reminiscent of an elderly person on the subway, staring at a phone. What is this? Establishing a nation in Wano? ISNT my opponent, the so-called strongest being in land, sea, and air, Kaido? Does the system wish for me to court death? However, then I reconsidered. According to the current timeline, Luffy and his conspicuous crew must also be in Wano, and that old hag Big Mom would likely be there as well. Calculating this, if I brought Whitebeard and Ace, 2 trump cards, it might not be impossible to confront them. Just as I was pondering this, Ace finally noticed me, pointing and asking Whitebeard, "Dad, who is this?" Whitebeard solemnly introduced, "Ace, this is my captain, Long Zaitian. He is also the benefactor who resurrected both of us." I hastily waved my hand and took the opportunity to recount the significant events of the past 2 years, such as the aftermath of the Ding Shigenjun and the growth of Luffy, providing a brief lesson to the two of them. Upon hearing this, Ace, without hesitation, bowed deeply at 90 degrees and exclaimed, "Brother Long, from now on, you shall be my captain." I quickly helped him up, thinking that this matter was settled. Seizing the moment, I added, "By the way, I have something I'd like to ask for your assistance with." As Whitebeard handed Ace some meat, he urged, "Speak up. Accompany me to Wano country and help them open their borders." Wano country? A flicker of nostalgia passed through Whitebeard's eyes. The hometown of Kazuki Oden. I quickly added, "Yes." Moreover, Luffy and the others should be in Wano right now, perhaps engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido. Sure enough, upon hearing Luffy's name, Ace's eyes lit up as he raised his head in excitement. "You mean Luffy is there? And he's fighting Kaido?" Although I had already informed him that Luffy was now one of the four emperors, in Ace's heart, Luffy remained the foolish younger brother who needed his protection. He immediately grew anxious, jumping up and shouting, "Dad, let us hurry to Wano country." Whitebeard chuckled heartily, pointing at me. "Then we must listen to our captain." Ace then realized, feeling slightly embarrassed as he looked at me, for he had just been revived and was still unaccustomed to calling others captain. "Brother Long, let us set off quickly." I nodded, then hesitated, feeling awkward. "Well, it seems we don't have a record pointer for Wano country." Ace was taken aback. "What about the map?" "I have the map, but I can't read it." Eventually, it was Ace who stepped forward, saying that he had been near Wano country when he was with the Spade Pirates and was familiar with the area. "All right then, the position of helmsman is yours." Thus, our little rickety ship set sail toward Wano country. While waiting on the ship, I revealed a shocking piece of news to Ace. "By the way, I forgot to tell you, your sworn brother Sabo is not only alive and well, but he has also consumed your Marimara no Mi and is now the second in command of the Revolutionary Army." I tell you, the expression on Ace's face was one of shock, followed by him grasping my arms tightly and shaking me vigorously as if he might shake my brains loose. Once Whitebeard restrained him and confirmed the news was true, he collapsed onto the deck, crying uncontrollably. Once he had cried enough, I patted his shoulder. "All right, your two younger brothers are now more impressive than ever. If you don't work harder as their older brother, they might just laugh at you when you meet again." Ace wiped his tears and smiled. "You're right." At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly appeared on the horizon. I was dumbfounded. What on earth was that? A moving mountain? Ace pointed and shouted, "Dad, look at that." Whitebeard squinted at it and laughed. "Grrrr, that must be Zou Island, the place Odin always mentioned to me. Truly magnificent. Incredibly lucky. To think we might find it here." I instantly made a decision. "Change course. We will head to Zou Island first." Ace, still a bit confused, asked, "Captain, aren't we in a hurry to go to Wano country?" In my mind, I was calculating. Why rush? Luffy was fighting Kaido, and that battle could take years. We had all the time in the world. Moreover, I remembered that Zou Island was home to the legendary shipbuilding material, Atom Wood. Our little rickety ship was long overdue for an upgrade. Sure enough, the system chimed, detected high-quality shipbuilding materials nearby. Initiating quest. Collect materials. Reward. Shipbuilding speed increased tenfold. What a splendid reward. I was worried about the slow shipbuilding process, but now it felt like we were about to soar. My excitement was barely contained. Ace curiously inquired, "Captain, what is making you smile?" I quickly composed myself. "Oh, it's nothing." This was something I couldn't casually disclose. "Wait a minute." I suddenly realized and turned back to Ace. "What did you just call me?" Ace replied nonchalantly, "Captain." I swiftly turned away, fearing my overly gleeful expression might frighten him. My goodness. With Whitebeard as the vice captain and Ace as the helmsman, the configuration of my pirate crew was simply beyond extraordinary. At this moment, Ace asked again, "By the way, Captain, what about Marco and the others?" I sighed and recounted how the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were scattered by Blackbeard after the Dingshang Janjun, and that Marco was currently in Wano country. Mentioning Blackbeard, Ace's anger surged, his fists cracking ominously. Whitebeard patted his shoulder. Ace, leave the rest to your father to handle. He then turned to me. By the way, kid, what is the name of your pirate crew? The Revive Pirates. I replied. This name was enforced by the system, but it sufficed, being straightforward. Whitebeard chuckled. Gurura, that name suits you quite well. Then I shall be the vice captain. Ace chimed in. Then I will be the combatant and helmsman. At that moment, as they officially joined the crew, the system chimed twice, indicating that I had gained 2 chances to draw rewards. I looked at the prize wheel, which was divided into 6 sections: hockey, weapons, fruits, ships, potions, and manuals. I inquired about the potions, which could even heal severed limbs, and immediately thought of Shanks. The manuals were impressive as well, allowing one to inherit the martial arts of ancient masters. I had a draw. Rubbing my hands together, I shouted at the wheel. Draw. The pointer spun rapidly, and I called out, stop. Guess what happened? The wretched system defaulted to using all chances at once, and I lost both opportunities in one go. The pointer landed squarely on the weapons section. The next moment, the system announced, congratulations, host has obtained Great Blade Injetsu and Great Blade Konquin. What the heck? 2 Great Blades right off the bat? So generous? But upon closer inspection, I couldn't help but curse. What a ripoff. They turn out to be 2 Western-style swords. Fencing swords? Did I have anyone on this ship who could wield such things? This was pure electronic nonsense. The only one capable of using a fencing sword was Bista, and he was still unaccounted for. As I wallowed in disappointment, Whitebeard suddenly squinted. Oh, Captain, it seems someone arrived at Zo Island before us. Ace added. I sensed it too. There's a ship ahead. Well, I was the only one caught off guard. We steered our ship closer, and upon seeing the flag of the opposing vessel, I was left dumbfounded. The beast pirates. How could they be here? This was not in the script. With no time to ponder, we decided to disembark. But then another problem arose. How to ascend this towering elephant? Whitebeard calmly suggested, let us just climb up. I pointed at my less than imposing physique. You're monsters. I'm not. In the end, I found myself clinging like a koala to Whitebeard, who effortlessly hoisted me up. My friends, does anyone understand the agony of acrophobia? Once on the back of the elephant, I sensed something was amiss. The entire island was in ruins, eerily silent, devoid of any living creatures. Whitebeard utilized his observation hockey and pointed southwest. There are people over there. The 3 of us stealthily approached, and before we could get close, we heard voices shouting, Damn those mink tribe. You deserve to hide the remnants of Whitebeard. I craned my neck to see a Spinosaurus and a Brachiosaurus rampaging around. Were those not the siblings Page 1 and Ultai from the Flying Six? They were standing over an injured mink. Ultai exclaimed, Little Page, stop dawdling and bring that fencing sword Bista. We'll return to report to Kaido-sama. Perhaps we'll even gain the chance to challenge the big names. Bista? I had just been thinking about him. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a subordinate dragged a bloodied figure toward them. It was Bista, the 5th Division commander of Whitebeard. I turned around, and Ace and Whitebeard's faces had darkened ominously, their murderous intent palpable. I quickly restrained both of them. Don't get agitated. The adversaries possess toxic gas bombs. We must act swiftly and decisively. I will draw their attention, while you 2 seize the opportunity to eliminate them instantly. The duo nodded through clenched teeth. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out from behind the tree and called out to the siblings, Hey. Upon turning, Paijuan and Runny saw me, a mere minor character, and Runty, exuding impatience, retorted, Who is this brat? Scram and don't waste our time. I steeled myself and launched into mockery. Is it true that members of the 100 Beast pirate crew are so cowardly? Do they flee at the sight of me? The moment those words left my lips, the effect was immediate. Paijuan's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on me with a look reminiscent of death. Brat, do you even realize what you just said? Before he finished, his body began to contort, muscles swelling like balloons, transforming him into a towering, 3-meter-tall beast resembling a spiked dinosaur. The overwhelming pressure nearly brought me to my knees. He advanced toward me, looking down with a menacing glare, his voice dripping with malice. Brat, say those words again if you dare. My goodness, I merely intended to provoke some animosity. Was it necessary to escalate, to such extremes. With a gulp, I felt my legs trembling, my mind racing, fervently pleading, "Whitebeard, Ace, if you don't act soon, your captain will become a dinosaur-esque snack." Just as the colossal dinosaur opened its gaping maw, preparing to deliver a crushing blow, my mind raced with desperation. I instantly invoked my ultimate technique, feigned amnesia. Huh? What did I say? Who am I? Where am I? My performance, I must say, was worthy of an award. Yet, to my surprise, Runty, the female, was entirely unfazed. Instead, laughing and instructing her brother, "Shao Pei, don't waste time on a fool. Just bite off his head." Good heavens! This lady knew precisely how to induce a heart-stopping moment. Just when I thought my life was about to end, two figures shot forth from the underbrush. Before I could discern who they were, a devastating shockwave brushed past my scalp. Whitebeard, gripping his massive blade, executed a sky-splitting slash without granting any time to react. The blade's energy surged toward the male dinosaur like a cruise missile. Meanwhile, Ace was equally formidable, his arms enveloped in a dark, gleaming haki. He delivered a thunderous punch that struck the female dinosaur squarely on the forehead. It was astonishingly swift. The woman couldn't even transform in time. Her eyes rolled back as she collapsed. Was this not a quintessential case of dimensional warfare? After Whitebeard completed his slash, he did not even glance at the aftermath, but swiftly turned to deliver another strike aimed at Runny. Such confidence! What does it mean to possess the confidence of the world's strongest? As anticipated, Paijuan, the brother, suffered a grievous wound to his back, blood gushing like a fountain, and he fell without uttering a sound. His sister attempted to assist him, only to succumb to Ace's punch, staggering and collapsing beside him. In just a second, two flying siblings were dispatched in an instant. My legs gave way, and I plopped down onto the ground. Who understands the near brush I had with the afterlife? At that moment, the bound Bista, still dazed, opened his eyes, and upon seeing Whitebeard and Ace, was utterly bewildered. "Old man? Ace, am I in heaven?" The family had finally reunited. Ace approached to free him, bemusedly saying, "Buddy, wake up. What nonsense are you spouting?" Whitebeard swiftly dispatched the remaining minions and patted Bista. "You fool, what nonsense are you talking?" Only then did Bista come to his senses, witnessing Whitebeard binding the siblings like rice dumplings. Tears welled up in his eyes as he murmured, "Old man, Ace, I miss you," before drifting back into unconsciousness. Bista was gravely injured. We needed to find a doctor promptly. Carrying him, we stumbled upon a village in the forest. However, as soon as we emerged, a group of furry animal people brandishing guns leapt out. Members of the 100 Beast Pirates. How dare they return? Return Bista to us. I quickly rushed to the forefront. Stop. Misunderstanding. We're on the same side. We are the Resurrection Pirates, allies of Kazuki Odin. The winged captain of the Eagle tribe regarded us with skepticism. How can you prove it? I turned and exchanged glances. Old man, show the evidence. Whitebeard tossed the bound Runny and Paijuan forward. The fur-clad tribe grew even angrier upon seeing them. It's them. They used toxic gas bombs against us. Yet, some remained unconvinced, fearing we were performing a ruse. At that tense moment, Bista, awakening on Ace's back, mustered his strength to shout, "Biba, they are good people." Thus, the crisis was averted. Entering the village, the Eagle captain named Biba explained that Bista had been pursued by Kaido's men and sought refuge here. Upon hearing this, an opportunity presented itself. I pondered briefly before suggesting, "Bro, could you lend us a hand? Our ship is damaged, and we wish to travel to Wano country. Could you help us build a vessel?" Biba's eyes widened at the mention of Wano. "What do you plan to do in Wano?" I stood tall, declaring, "To expel Kaido and establish a new nation in Wano." This proclamation struck like a bombshell. All the fur-clad people raised their heads, eyes alight with hope. Biba, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "Really? I will make arrangements immediately. Using our finest materials, the Atom Tree." He called upon a large bear named Charles, instructing him to assist. However, the bear was skeptical, muttering, "Just a few of you?" With no other recourse, I resorted to the ultimate persuasion. I discreetly pointed to Whitebeard, that's Whitebeard. He is the first captain of our leaders, Cat Viper and Dogstorm. Boom! The atmosphere erupted. The Bear Charles and Biba gaped in astonishment. Whitebeard's imposing stature and aura transformed Charles into an immediate admirer. I sighed inwardly, realizing that had I known the weight of my father's name, I wouldn't have had to say so much. I accompanied Charles to chop down trees, primarily to fulfill a system task. The bear effortlessly sent a tree soaring into the clouds. This was the legendary Atom Tree. Upon completing the task, the system rewarded me with a tenfold increase in shipbuilding speed. Delightful. That evening, the fur-clad tribe held a grand feast for us. Bista had regained consciousness, lively as ever. He approached me to greet, and I noticed, "Hey, where are your 2 Western swords?" He looked crestfallen. "Don't mention it. They were damaged during the fight with Blackbeard's crew." A grin spread across my face. The opportunity had presented itself. I teasingly remarked, "What a coincidence. I just happen to have 2 Western swords." Interested? Vista's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? Show me." I stroked my chin, grinning mischievously. "I can, but I have a request." "What is it?" he replied, even using honorifics. I cleared my throat. "Join my ship as my crew member." I felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might refuse. To my surprise, he didn't hesitate, replying simply, "Sure. You revived the old man and Ace. For that, serving you is worth it." From behind my back, actually the system storage, I produced 2 swords, one named Flame Eagle and the other Ice Fish. Their design and luster had Bista drooling. I tossed one casually, and he hurriedly caught it. The moment the sword was in his grasp, his entire demeanor shifted. I led him to a secluded spot. "Now, give it a try." He inhaled deeply and swung at the forest. The spectacle was astounding. Whoosh! A wave of sword energy shot forth, slicing through a row of over 100 trees. Each cut as smooth as a mirror. I stood dumbfounded, swallowing hard. Thankfully, I was standing far back. The power of this sword was unmatched, practically impossible to control. The commotion drew everyone over, thinking a brawl had erupted again. Whitebeard and Ace rushed in, weapons drawn. Bista, feeling somewhat embarrassed, raised his sword and apologized, having inadvertently tested his new weapon. When Whitebeard came over to inspect the situation, he chuckled at how swiftly I had managed to lure his son aboard. Ace suggested, "Bista, your cooking skills are quite commendable. Why not take on the role of our chef?" Just as I was about to assert that I too was a chef, Whitebeard decisively declared, "All right, you shall be the one." He then cast a meaningful glance at me. I understood. He was implying that my culinary skills were lacking. Family. What about my pride? Thus, the famed swordsman Bista, with a bounty of 890 million, became our ship's cook. I gleefully accepted the system's reward of a lottery opportunity, deciding to draw tomorrow. As the night deepened, everyone succumbed to a drunken stupor. Meanwhile, the 2 unfortunate souls, Runty and Pejuan, tied to a tree, started plotting their escape. "Sister, they're all asleep. Let's make a run for it," exclaimed Runty. "How infuriating. That little brat is attempting a sneak attack. I must not let him escape." Pejuan struggled fiercely against his bonds, yet the ropes remained steadfast. "Little Pei, are you foolish? Just transform and bite through the ropes." "I can't, sister," she replied, her face pale with fear. "If I transform, the noise will be immense. Have you forgotten Whitebeard's earlier strike? If he comes back, I might not survive." She was clearly traumatized by the event. Runty, equally distressed, lamented that her injuries were worse, leaving her utterly drained. But guess what? She pulled a small knife from her boot. Impressive, this sister had some tricks up her sleeve. After a flurry of chaotic movements, they finally managed to sever the ropes. However, as they stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing down at the abyss below, their legs turned to jelly. Without hesitation, Runty leaped onto Pejuan's back, who protested, "Hey, what are you doing?" In a moment of instability, they both tumbled down like dumplings. Had I witnessed this scene, I surely would have exclaimed in shock. With no other option, they transformed mid-air, one into a swollen dragon, the other into a spine dragon, producing a thunderous crash as they splashed into the sea, successfully escaping. Early the next morning, a piercing scream echoed through the forest as the fur tribe erupted in chaos. "Oh no. The 2 captives have escaped." Long Zaitian and the others were roused from their slumber and rushed over to find only 2 severed ropes remaining. The guard Bibber was pale with guilt, lamenting that he had drunk too much and passed out. Long Zaitian, ever composed, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's all right. Our next destination is Wano, and we will inevitably encounter them again." With their escape, it was time to focus on the task at hand. Long Zaitian decisively commanded, "Let us construct a ship. We are bound for Wano." Bibber, displaying true camaraderie, rallied the entire tribe, and thousands of them mobilized to assist in shipbuilding, a spectacle that left Long Zaitian astounded. On the way to the shipyard, Long Zaitian secretly confided in me that his wretched system was offering another lottery. He silently wished for a draw, and before him, a grand spinning wheel began to turn. Without hesitation, he called for it to stop. Ding! To his astonishment, he received the hurricane fruit, a paramecia-type fruit. Its abilities range from giving haircuts to tearing an entire island apart. Fortune had finally favored him. However, his next move was groundbreaking. He chose not to consume it himself. Instead, he resolved to give the fruit to Ace. His reasoning? If I consume it, I will merely be a weakling. It is better to empower my brother, for he can protect me. He approached Ace and handed over the fruit, which resembled a green tornado. Ace was taken aback. "Captain, you possess such a treasure?" Whitebeard joined them, urging Ace, "Eat it, my son. We are headed for a tough battle in Wano, and any additional survival skills will be invaluable." After some contemplation, Ace took a bite, his expression akin to someone tasting something foul, nearly gagging. Yet, upon swallowing, he exclaimed in surprise, feeling a surge of power. He threw a punch towards an empty space, and suddenly, a small tornado erupted, swirling leaves and debris into the air, leaving us all in awe. He had just consumed the fruit. If he mastered its powers, what could he achieve? Meanwhile, the fur tribe was invigorated, working at an astounding pace to construct the ship. They were all puzzled. Why do we have so much energy today? Shouldn't we be slacking off at this hour? Long Zaitian, with clarity in his mind, realized it was undoubtedly a buff from his system. As for Ace, he tirelessly practiced his newfound abilities, exhausting himself to the brink. Long Zaitian, unable to restrain himself, brought him a cup of water and casually remarked, "Ace, keep training. Brother Luffy will likely clash with Kaido tomorrow." Ace erupted in fury at this news, swallowing a half-eaten piece of meat and bellowing, "My foolish brother could never defeat Kaido." He then resumed his furious whirlwind training. As a result, within a mere day, a brand new pirate ship was completed. Named the Stretch, its flag featured a skull with a heart behind it, adorably quaint. Long Zaitian attempted to sneak a look at the historical records, but was politely rebuffed by Bibber, who insisted they wait for their leader's return. Long Zaitian did not push the matter, as there was no urgency. After bidding farewell to the fur tribe, the most thrilling part awaited. They rolled the ship off the back of the Elephant Lord. I must say, the sensation was akin to jumping from Skypiea. Long Zaitian's face turned ashen, collapsing onto the deck. Only through Ace's relentless creation of hurricanes at the ship's stern did they manage to prevent the vessel from smashing into splinters. Once the ship finally touched the ocean's surface, Long Zaitian was utterly spent. Ace was equally fatigued but dared not rest. To reach Wano as soon as possible, he worked tirelessly, propelling the ship forward like a human engine. When we finally beheld Wano's iconic waterfall, Ace's face paled significantly. There were 3 ways to ascend the island: request Kaido to open the gate, seek a koi to pull the ship, or utilize the third method we now possessed. Long Zaitian looked at Ace with a tinge of sympathy, but there was no choice left. Ace took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength, pressed his hands into the water, and roared, "Water tornado." In the next moment, I felt the entire ship being propelled upwards with immense force. A colossal water tornado lifted our Stretch high into the sky, racing towards the top of the waterfall. Just as we were about to cheer, Ace suddenly collapsed, fainting on the spot. This was disastrous. Without Ace's control over the wind, the ship spiraled out of control mid-air, tilting dangerously. Vista lost his footing and was hurled out, while Whitebeard lunged to catch him, inadvertently following suit. As they fell, Whitebeard shouted back to the ship captain, "You all go ahead and provide support. We shall catch up." Only Long Zaitian remained aboard, clutching the unconscious Ace in one arm while desperately gripping the mast with the other, staring down at impending doom. Frantically shaking Ace, he shouted, "Ace, wake up! The ship is going to crash." Perhaps hearing the urgency, Ace miraculously opened his eyes. Upon seeing the dire situation, he instantly regained clarity, summoning his last ounce of strength to shout, "Hurricane!" The ship trembled violently and miraculously regained balance, crashing solidly onto the ground of Onigashima. As Ace regained his composure, he inquired, "Where are Dad and Bista?" Long Zaitian pointed towards the castle above, where two colossal forces clashed violently, purple-black lightning rending the sky. His legs trembled in fear, his voice shaky. "They fell down. We were sent here first. This is the battle of the Four Emperors?" Just the sheer aura was suffocating him. Doubts plagued his mind. Can I truly be of assistance here? Wouldn't I just be cannon fodder? Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed. Detected that the host has participated in an Imperial-level battle. Armed Color Mastery task triggered. Please defeat 100 challengers to receive beginner armed color hockey. Long Zaitian was anxious at that moment. Who was participating? I never said so. ISNT, this purely courting death? Yet the system paid him no heed. It seemed to favor a companionable demise, did it? At this juncture, AC also spotted the diminutive figure atop the roof, and, upon closer inspection, realized it was Luffy. He greeted Long Zaitian and summoned a whirlwind to transport himself upwards. Left alone below, Long Zaitian felt numb. He glanced at the mission, defeat 100 minions of the 100 Beast pirate crew, and he didn't even have a weapon. While he pondered this, a thunderous rumble erupted beneath his feet, and to his astonishment, the entire Onigashima island began to ascend. It was Kaido's flame clouds. There was no time to hesitate. Long Zaitian understood that he could only rely on himself now. He randomly picked up a machete from the ground and charged into the banquet hall, which had transformed into a chaotic brawl. He was utterly anxious, searching among the crowd for seemingly frail targets. However, before he could make a move, a gust of malicious wind swept from behind. Someone was launching a surprise attack. Long Zaitian instinctively turned to create distance, only to find a pirate of similar height lunging at him with a knife. I tell you, his mind went blank, and cinematic scenes of heroic counterattacks flashed before him. But when faced with reality, his limbs felt weak and unresponsive. The pirate, seeing him as a mere child, sneered and charged. "Haha, scared silly, huh? Time to die." However, just as the blade was about to graze him, the fear in Long Zaitian's eyes dissipated, replaced by a chilling resolve. He didn't know where his courage came from, but his body moved instinctively. With an odd sidestep, he dodged the thrust while simultaneously swinging the machete with all his strength. The blade effortlessly sliced through the pirate's neck, and blood gushed forth. The pirate's face was one of disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how this seemingly harmless little sheep could have turned the tables on him. With a look of resignation, he slowly collapsed. Long Zaitian crouched on the ground, gasping for breath, staring at his hand in shock. Although this was not the original world, taking a life with his own hands left him bewildered. Yet, he snapped back to reality within half a second, inhaling deeply as his expression hardened. There was no time for dawdling. To survive, he had to grow stronger. He roared, brandishing the machete, and began actively searching for his next target among the crowd. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Task progress 1100. With the experience of his first kill, Long Zaitian's mindset transformed rapidly, shifting from initial excitement and unease to a cold, numb calmness. He realized that his past gaming practice in maneuvering and footwork was proving useful at this moment. I tell you, the effect was immediate. As soon as I employed the footwork I had gleaned from the game, the nearby samurai uncles stared in awe. They looked at me as if I were a monster, shouting, "Little brother, impressive. After we deal with Kaido, let me buy you a drink. Need a partner? I can introduce you to my daughter. Family who understands." To me, this was merely muscle memory. Yet in their eyes, I had transformed into a master swordsman, and I was left utterly bewildered. However, while I was engaged in minor skirmishes, the real battle was taking place on the second floor. I tell you, Zoro was facing off against the first of the three disasters, a bird-like creature named Jin. The combined bounties of these two were approaching 2 billion. It was astonishing. Jin had a sharp tongue, taunting Zoro right from the start. "Oh, Conqueror's Haki? What a pity to waste it on you." The implication was clear. This fine asset was beyond his grasp, so let him handle it. Zoro could hardly tolerate this insult and immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, three-sword style, Oji, Rokudo, no Suji. Enveloped in haki, he charged forward, and the ominous energy emanating from his sword sent chills down my spine from afar. But guess what happened? With a resounding clang, Jin, as if playing with a child, leisurely drew his sword at the last moment and effortlessly parried Zoro's blade. I was left dumbfounded, and Zoro's expression resembled that of a subway commuter absorbed in his phone. He realized that despite pouring all his strength into the attack, he couldn't penetrate Jin's defense. Power, defense, speed. Jin was simply a hexagonal warrior with no weaknesses. Jin's arrogance flared again as he looked down at Zoro and casually asked, "Are you done playing?" Then, with a swift stroke, he vanished. Zoro, with his observation haki nearly maxed, found himself slashed open across his chest, blood spurting forth. Zoro felt disheartened. This opponent was tougher than Mihawk. Mihawk was pure offense. While this guy was both tough and offensive with added mobility, how was he supposed to fight? On the other side, Sanji was also facing difficulties. His demon wind foot unleashed a barrage of attacks on the hefty queen, producing sparks and lightning effects galore. But what was the result? Queen, with his tough skin and robust physique, stood unscathed, brushing off the dust while deriding Sanji. "Vinsmoke's little brat, is this a massage you're giving me?" Then, the hefty pirate produced two mechanical arms, pursuing Sanji while shouting, "Track Queen! Chase Queen!" It was as if he were cheating while attacking Sanji. Sanji was equally frustrated. His proud leg techniques were as ineffective against those mechanical arms as kicking steel plates. He couldn't break through. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, I was astounded. Luffy had already engaged Kaido. In his fourth gear, Luffy took a thunder Bawa head-on from Kaido. Though he did not suffer the instant defeat he had in the past, it was still far from pleasant. At this moment, Big Mom, watching from the sidelines, became displeased. "Kaido, what's wrong? You can't even handle a little brat." With that, she seized Napoleon and unleashed an Elbaf spear towards Luffy. The scene was like the sky collapsing. The heavens darkened. Luffy barely managed to evade, propelled backward by the sword's aura, drenched in cold sweat. Big Mom continued to stoke the flames. "Look, he doesn't dare to take my attack. He directly withstood your assault." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Kaido's face turned green, his temper flaring uncontrollably. Old hag, watch this. Now truly enraged, his muscles bulged as he unleashed a more powerful Thunder Bagua. Luffy had just dodged Big Mom's attack. His energy was nearly depleted, and with Kaido charging at him, he began to contemplate whether his path as Pirate King was nearing its end. Just then, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him, "Luffy." Luffy froze, instinctively lowering his defensive fist, searching around. "Ace? It can't be. Ace is already." But Kaido cared not for this distraction. His Kanabo, imbued with the force of wind and thunder, came crashing down. "Little brat, still dare to be distracted? I tell you," just as Kaido's Kanabo was less than a meter from Luffy's forehead, there was a thunderous boom. A man wearing an orange cowboy hat descended from the sky, conjuring a whirlwind that whisked Luffy away. Kaido's strike smashed into the ground, causing the entire Onigashima island to tremble thrice. And when he looked up, the boy was gone. Kaido was momentarily stunned. Where did he go? As the dust settled, everyone beheld two figures in the sky. Luffy turned and, upon seeing that face, could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Ace." He leaped forward and hugged him tightly like a koala. Family, who understands? This was his brother, returned from the dead. How could he not weep? Yamato, beside them, was also crying uncontrollably. Kaido and Big Mom recognized him as well, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Roger's son. The old grievances and new animosities from God Valley surged forth, and their gazes were filled with a desire to devour Ace whole. Ace patted Luffy on the shoulder, comforted Yamato briefly, and explained that the captain had sent him. Then, he turned to instruct Momonosuke, "Get down there and assist. My old man and Bista are still below." "Hurry up." Tazasu was utterly stunned, still attempting to evade responsibility, but Luffy and Yamato issued him a stern ultimatum. "The fate of Wano depends on you." Reluctantly, the young man gritted his teeth and transformed into a dragon, soaring downwards. At the harbor below, Whitebeard and the swordsman Bista were perplexed about how to ascend the island when they spotted a pink dragon spiraling in the sky. Calling out, "Whitebeard! Bista!" Initially mistaking it for an enemy, the two prepared for battle, only to discover it was Tazasu, sent by Ace. Upon hearing that he was the son of the deceased Kazuki Oden, Whitebeard's concerns eased. Tazasu carried them aloft into the sky. While en route, the wall of Onigashima suddenly exploded, and Zoro was violently hurled from within. Bista's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, he was a formidable warrior, understanding his son's prowess. Whitebeard immediately commanded, "Bista, descend and assist that green-haired fellow. He faces Jin, Kaido's most powerful subordinate. I can handle things up here alone." Tazasu was taken aback. Were they not facing two emperors? Yet, Whitebeard laughed heartily, declaring, "Gururara, when I was making a name for myself, that brat Kaido was still interning on a ship. Above, Ace and Luffy had already engaged the two emperors in combat. Ace had just acquired his new Devil Fruit ability and was still unpracticed. One swift gust from Kaido's thunderous attack dispersed his winds, forcing him to dodge and stall for time. Meanwhile, Luffy appeared to be a target of Big Mom's nonchalant approach, as she fought while enticing him. "Straw Hat Kid, you've grown stronger. How about joining us? Choose any of my daughters. A marriage alliance could be advantageous." Upon hearing this, Luffy was momentarily taken aback, as if genuinely contemplating her proposal. However, in the next moment, he abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide as saucers, and bellowed at Big Mom, "You're so noisy." I was astonished. Who could comprehend such audacity? Even Kaido was taken aback, realizing that while this kid was bold, he had never encountered anyone so brazen as to insult Big Mom directly. Yamato's eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly thinking, "This is the man I have chosen." Ace smiled with pride, recognizing his brother's fearless spirit. However, Big Mom was incensed, her countenance darkening ominously, exuding an aura so terrifying it was suffocating. Without a word, she wielded Prometheus in her left hand and Napoleon in her right, enveloping her sword in flames and unleashing the Emperor's sword toward Luffy's forehead. Luffy, undaunted, retracted his fist, channeling all his conqueror's haki into a single blow. The Gum Gum King Kong gun, which he thrust forward. A thunderous crash ensued. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, with Onigashima shaking as if it were a springboard. The inhabitants within the castle were left in shock, gazing upward as debris rained down from the ceiling. Jin, sensing the commotion below, was stunned. That Brat can actually hold his own against Big Mom? Zoro, nearby, beamed with pride, stating, "Hey, our captain is impressive, isn't he?" Jin scoffed, about to issue a threat to dispose of Zoro and assist, but before he could finish, a figure appeared silently behind Zoro. Apologies, but he would not perish just yet. Zoro jumped, turning to find a formidable figure wielding two Western swords. The man smiled at Zoro. "Don't be alarmed. Pop sent me to assist you." Recognizing the distinctive flower sword, Zoro exclaimed, "You're Bista?" Bista, surprised, responded, "Oh, you know me?" To which Zoro replied, "Who doesn't he know of your swordsmanship?" Just as Zoro exhaled in relief, Jin lunged forward with a cold blade. Bista, quick as lightning, danced with his dual swords, elegantly deflecting the sword energy with a rose waltz. Jin was left dumbfounded, contemplating how this individual possessed such superior technique, exceeding his expectations. Zoro observed closely, realizing that this wasn't simply brute force. Bista was skillfully neutralizing the power with finesse and experience. Thus, Jin found himself ensnared by two elite swordsmen. Meanwhile, Sanji was embroiled in fierce combat. Upon noticing the upheaval above, Queen abandoned his playful demeanor, ready to engage seriously. With a series of audible clicks, he extended four mechanical arms resembling spider legs, each tipped with sharp claws that glinted menacingly. The speed was astonishing, to the extent that Sanji's observation Haki struggled to keep up, forcing him to rely on Moonwalk to evade, narrowly escaping several strikes that left him in a cold sweat. This was no mere jest. A single touch could prove fatal. Elsewhere, Jinbei faced off against a formidable foe known as Fuzufu, a saber-toothed tiger who unleashed devastating attacks that even harmed his own subordinates. Yet, Jinbei, a master of fishman karate, refused to engage in frivolity. He baited Fuzufu with taunts. And when the beast charged, Jinbei executed a perfect judo throw, bringing him crashing down to the ground. Following up with a powerful technique, he pierced Fuzufu's chest, achieving a swift knockout. Meanwhile, General Frankie was embroiled in a fierce exchange with the Triceratops, Sanji. This dinosaur was a character, often misfiring during charges, which led to a comedic yet powerful encounter. After readjusting, the creature unleashed tremendous force, nearly overwhelming General Frankie. Gritting his teeth, Frankie endured for 3 seconds until his skill cooldown expired, firing a cannon blast directly into the Triceratops's face, sending it flying. Astonishingly, the beast, toughened by its hide, retaliated, damaging the General's ship. Frankie quickly exited his robot, targeting the creature's weak point with a laser blast, finally securing victory. On the other front, Robin and Brooke had just joined forces to defeat the Spider-Woman, Black Maria, when CP0 descended from the sky. They had come specifically for Robin. Without hesitation, the duo fled, encountering Drake and Apu, who were embroiled in their own struggle. Upon seeing CP0, Apu turned pale and bolted, prompting a bewildered Drake to follow suit. Suddenly, the enemy of my enemy became an unlikely ally as they banded together against CP0, employing a strategy of extreme evasion. Amidst the chaos below, the battle took a dramatic turn. Ace, still inexperienced with his newly acquired powers, found himself immobilized by Kaido's lightning. Transforming into his dragon form, Kaido began to gather energy, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic blast. "Join your father in hell," Kaido roared. Despair enveloped Ace as he closed his eyes, bracing for what seemed like his second demise. In that moment, Luffy dashed in front of his brother, resolutely shielding him with his back. "Luffy, get out of the way," Ace shouted in desperation. Ignoring his brother's plea, Luffy began to charge his own power, seemingly intent on absorbing the blow. Big Mom, witnessing this, chuckled gleefully. "Ah, such touching brotherly love. Allow me to facilitate your end." She raised Napoleon, preparing to join Kaido in a combined assault, the Elbaf gun, unleashing a dual Emperor-level force that threatened to shatter the very fabric of existence. Just as the brothers faced imminent obliteration, a familiar, thunderous laughter echoed through the skies. Gururara. A figure descended atop the pink dragon transformed by Tazu. Golden hair, glistening, and muscular frame imposing, wielding the blade, Shirogane. It was none other than the legendary Whitebeard, who, with eyes blazing with fury, unleashed his conqueror's haki upon his sword, radiating a blood-red glow. The world's strongest man was enraged. He targeted the combined attack of the two emperors, muscles rippling as he swung his sword with ferocity. Employes destruction. The slash was beyond description, appearing as though it would cleave the heavens asunder. Kaido and Big Mom were utterly terrified, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly redirected their combined assault, originally aimed at Luffy and his crew, to defend against Whitebeard's devastating strike. 3 cataclysmic forces collided in the air, momentarily rendering the world blanketed in white, with an eerie silence enveloping their ears. The terrifying shockwave erupted like a nuclear explosion, clearing the clouds above Wano entirely. The roof of Onigashima was violently torn away, and the citizens of Flower City looked up to witness an island suspended in the sky, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. As the smoke dissipated, Kaido beheld a familiar yet fearsome silhouette. The massive visage of the dragon lost all color, trembling as if confronted by a ghost, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. "Edward Newgate, how can you possibly still be alive?" Big Mom's expression darkened, her voice dripping with disdain as she gritted her teeth. "It's been a long time, Newgate. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's signature laughter echoed across the roof of Onigashima. He leapt down from the dragon form of Momonosuke, landing with the agility of a man in his 20s. He pointed an accusatory finger at Kaido, taunting, "Kaido, after all these years, you still can't measure up. You need to team up with Big Mom just to face me? How embarrassing." At this, Kaido's face darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he were about to be incinerated. I would wager that his non-existent tail was being crushed underfoot. The clouds, freshly dispersed, began to gather again, mirroring Kaido's turbulent emotions. Big Mom's pupils dilated in shock as she pointed at Whitebeard, her voice trembling. "Newgate, how have you become younger?" Those who understood the situation knew that this was not the frail old man from the Marineford War. This golden-haired, muscular figure was undoubtedly Whitebeard in his prime. A chilling realization coursed through Big Mom as a wave of dread surged from her feet to the crown of her head. Whitebeard had returned, restored to his peak power. For the two of them, this was akin to facing the gates of hell. After all, during the battle at God Valley, despite the defeat of the Rocks Pirates, it was widely recognized that this man, known as Whitebeard, was the most formidable force, standing alone against countless legendary figures. Kaido's complexion turned a sickly shade of green as he stubbornly retorted, "Old hag, you must be mistaken." Yet, deep down, he was filled with trepidation. Whitebeard flashed a grin, revealing a hint of menace, and stated, "Kaido, Big Mom, it's been a while. Is it really appropriate for you two to bully my son right in front of me?" The murderous intent was palpable, even through the screen. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. They understood Whitebeard all too well. He was a fierce protector of his family, and to threaten his kin was to invoke his wrath, leaving no room for negotiation, only a relentless fight. Momonosuke watched in awe, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Wow, this uncle is so fierce. He might actually help us defeat Kaido." Whitebeard turned to Ace, his gaze softening. "Ace, are you all right, my son?" Ace patted his chest, beaming with gratitude. "Don't worry, old man. I'm not going to die. It's you who comes through for us in times like this. Gurura, as long as you're fine, just wait. Father will avenge you," Whitebeard declared, sending an intense glare towards Kaido. At that moment, Kaido's composure shattered completely. Though they were both emperors, their strengths were not on the same level. He couldn't forget that no matter how he transformed or what form he took, he could never best the man before him. And now, this was the pinnacle version of Whitebeard. To confront him would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Whitebeard then turned his attention to Luffy. "Straw Hat, it's been a while. After 2 years apart, you've become one of the emperors. The speed at which you've grown is truly remarkable." Luffy plopped down on the ground, exhausted and panting. "Thank you, Uncle Whitebeard, for saving us." "Don't mention it," Whitebeard replied with a hearty laugh. "It is a father's duty to protect his sons." He then issued a command. "Ace, keep an eye on your brother and Momonosuke." With that, he unleashed a wave of dense, ink-like Busashoko haki, radiating a formidable presence. He pointed at Kaido. "Kaido, are you ready to be skinned alive?" Kaido and Big Mom exchanged a knowing glance. Big Mom immediately began negotiating. "Kaido, I'll assist you, but once this is over, you must hand over that gin to me. Old hag, let us discuss this after the battle." Kaido's mind was far too consumed with the impending confrontation to entertain her demands. The bravado they once displayed had vanished, leaving only a sense of foreboding. Whitebeard chuckled at their hushed conversation. "Gurura, do you two genuinely believe that merely teaming up will allow you to defeat me? Your expressions remind me of watching 2 elementary school children." In his eyes, it wouldn't matter if they were 2 emperors. He could easily overturn the seas themselves. "Newgate, you are too arrogant," Big Mom exclaimed, hastily channeling Prometheus and Hera into Napoleon, the sword crackling with immense power. Yet even she harbored doubts. As for Kaido, he opened his dragon jaws to gather energy, a blistering sphere of heat forming that threatened to ignite the very air. Ace, recognizing the impending disaster, quickly gathered Luffy and the others to retreat, understanding that when deities clashed, mere mortals would be left in ruins. Dragon's Wrath Flame Soul Kill. Kaido unleashed his ultimate attack. Cursed Soul Contract, thousands of underworld slashes. Big Mom retaliated fiercely, her sword adorned with swirling souls. Cursing under her breath, if Kaido didn't T-deliver Jin afterward, she'd D-take him down as well. In a stunning display, the strongest attacks of the two emperors merged into a more terrifying shockwave, annihilating everything in their path. But what ensued next was astonishing. Whitebeard stood firm, not even lifting an eyelid. His Tsongyun Xie was enveloped in pitch-black haki, crackling with red lightning, an embodiment of Haoshiku. He casually swung his blade, calling out, "Emperor's divine might." A devastating slash erupted, colliding with the combined shockwave. In that moment, the world fell silent. All that could be heard was a resonating hum, followed swiftly by an earth-shattering explosion. The sky was torn open, and Onigashima trembled violently. Weaker pirates fell unconscious, foaming at the mouth. As the dust settled, Whitebeard remained steadfast, while the ground beneath him had turned to powder. On the other hand, Big Mom had collapsed on Kaido's dragon head, both panting heavily and trembling. Kaido's eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. How could this happen? They were two emperors. Yet they had achieved nothing more than a stalemate against a man who had lost the Gura no Mi. Where would he save face as the strongest creature? Big Mom was even more furious. After expending so many precious souls, they had achieved nothing. She vented her frustration on Kaido. "You drunken fool. I told you to drink less. Look at how weak you become." Kaido, already on edge, erupted at her words. "Old hag, you should take a look at yourself. Have you eaten too many sweets and lost your strength?" It was amusing. Just moments ago, they were allies against a common foe, and now their fragile camaraderie had shattered, leading to mutual insults. Whitebeard seized the opportunity to undermine their morale, acknowledging his own fatigue. Understanding that a prolonged clash would yield no advantage, he deliberately proclaimed, "Gurura, Kaido, I'm giving you a chance. Leave Wano now, and I 1T kill you." To Kaido, this was the utmost insult. He roared defiantly, "I refuse to believe that I, the strongest creature, cannot defeat you, the world's strongest man." With that, he transformed into his hybrid form, brandishing a spiked kanabo, and charged forward. Big Mom, however, remained composed, her mind racing with thoughts. She came to capture Luffy, not to engage in a reckless battle with Whitebeard. Even if she emerged victorious, both she and Kaido would be left severely weakened, making them susceptible to being picked off by the Marines or other pirates. This endeavor would prove too costly. Strategically, she opted for a position of calculated observation, refusing to indulge Kaido's madness. Realizing this, Big Mom promptly stepped onto the thundercloud and soared away. Kaido, taken aback, exclaimed, "Old hag, what do you mean?" Whitebeard's mouth nearly stretched to his ears, relishing the turn of events. Big Mom coldly inquired, "Kaido, are you truly prepared to fight?" Her question sobered Kaido, making him ponder what would become of his aspirations to become the Pirate King if he engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Whitebeard. In that moment, the three of them remained suspended in the air. Meanwhile, the battle below had escalated to a fever pitch. Zoro and the Whitebeard pirates Bista were besieging Jin in a 2-on-1 confrontation. Jin's mask shattered, revealing a remarkably handsome face, characterized by white hair and tan skin, adorned with a peculiar symbol over his left eye. He was being pummeled by the duo, blood spewing from his mouth, and it seemed he was on the brink of collapse. Just as Zoro and Bista thought victory was assured, Jin recalled his origins. It turned out he belonged to the legendary Lunaria tribe, relentlessly hunted by the world government since childhood until Kaido rescued him from a laboratory. As the memory faded, Jin transformed into his pterodactyl form, engaging Zoro in close combat. However, Bista was no pushover. Seizing an opportunity, he executed a series of rapid slashes, severing one of Jin's wings with a decisive stroke. The excruciating pain elicited a scream from Jin. Cornered, he unleashed a desperate attack, channeling all his strength into a fiery assault known as the Royal Fire Dragon. Zoro and Bista remained vigilant, combining their efforts to counteract his move. Their colliding sword energies swiftly overwhelmed Jin's attack, sending him crashing into the wall. As Zoro approached to deliver the finishing blow, his cursed sword Enma began to rebel, nearly causing him to lose control. In the midst of this struggle, Jin muttered from within the wall, "Sacred flame, color hockey." In the blink of an eye, a ghostly blue flame enveloped Jin, visibly healing all of his wounds, including the gaping hole created by the earlier assault, except for the severed wing. He instantaneously rejuvenated. Both Zoro and Bista stood in stunned disbelief. What just happened? Isn't that Captain Marco's ability? Jin, equally astonished, revealed a chilling smile. So this is the Sacred Flame color hockey? Truly wondrous. The battle can continue. On another front, a time traveler named Long Zaitian was scavenging for heads on the edge of the battlefield. He was about to complete a system task to acquire the armament hockey when suddenly a notification popped up. New task. Locate the ancient ruins of the Lunaria tribe. Reward. Divine Flame color hockey. Long Zaitian was dumbfounded. Was there such a variant of hockey? Wasn't this akin to having an infinite healing superpower? As he pondered whether Jin belonged to this tribe, a wooden board fell from above. In a flash, a blue-yellow flame streaked past, and Marco kicked the board away, saving him from certain doom. Recognizing Marco, Long Zaitian quickly urged him, "Luffy and the others need your help up there. Hurry." Marco, without hesitation, took flight. Meanwhile, Queen was relentlessly pursuing Sanji with his mechanical spider arms, forcing Sanji into a frantic escape. At that moment, Sanji, eyeing those troublesome spider limbs, suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Instead of fleeing, he executed a reverse dash, landing gracefully atop Queen's massive brontosaurus head, casually producing a cigarette to light up. Queen was left aghast, yelling, "Hey, what are you doing, you little brat?" Ignoring him, Sanji leisurely exhaled smoke. The next moment, the four mechanical spider arms redirected their aim, locking on a Sanji's position on Queen's head. Upon noticing the glinting weapons flying towards him, Queen's eyes nearly bulged out, his sunglasses shattered, and his cigar fell from his mouth. He screamed like a slaughtered pig and fled in terror. The tables had turned. Sanji relaxed atop Queen's head while the latter desperately sought escape. As he fled, he cried out, "If you're going to die, don't drag me down with you." Little did he know, the self-tracking program he had set up lacked a cancel button, leading him into a self-imposed trap. Sanji taunted him from above. "Come on, fat dragon, run faster. You need to lose some weight." Queen was left speechless with rage. As the mechanical arms closed in, Sanji executed a stylish leap, narrowly dodging the attack. The arms, unable to halt in time, crashed mercilessly into Queen's own forehead. His scream was heart-wrenching. As the smoke cleared, Queen staggered to his feet, his braids gone, his face a mask of fury. Seizing the moment, Sanji, nearly exhausted, unleashed one final blow, Demon God Wind Leg. His leg, enveloped in roaring flames, struck Queen's face with relentless ferocity. Hundreds of blows rained down. Queen's face was reduced to charred remains, and with a final cry, he collapsed. Eyes rolled back. In this battle, Sanji achieved a Pyrrhic victory, utterly depleting his energy and losing consciousness. Elsewhere, the battleground shifted again. The 5th level collapsed, sending the Akainu of 9 tumbling to the 4th level. Having just endured a stern lecture from Kaido, they were all injured. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi had drawn the drought-causing Jack away to protect the others. Jack, known as the King of the Sea, had previously faced defeat at the hands of this cat-dog duo on Zou Island, and seeing them now caused his wounds to throb anew. However, he remained defiant. "It's you two again. Do you think I'll lose like last time?" Without further ado, they engaged in combat. Jack's massive size hampered his speed. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, agile in their movements, attacked in perfect synchrony, one thrusting a sword toward his heart while the other employed electrified claws against his face. Yet, Jack, being one of the calamities, managed to block their attacks, using brute force to push them back. Noticing Nekomamushi's injury, Jack immediately targeted his vulnerable spots. Nekomamushi, resolute, recognized his precarious condition and abandoned defense, preparing to exchange wounds with Jack, determined to inflict damage even at the cost of his own life to alleviate some pressure on Inuarashi. Just as the situation grew dire, Inuarashi dashed in, sword drawn, and with a clang, blocked Jack's lethal strike. Nekomamushi felt a surge of gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. Inuarashi shouted, "Don't cry. The battle isn't over yet." Jack found himself in a dire predicament. His attack thwarted, he took a claw to the abdomen from Nekomamushi, causing his expression to contort in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving dozens of wounds, all bloodied. Jack, frustrated, struck at thin air. Now filled with fear, Jack was bewildered. What had these two experienced to become so formidable? As their struggle continued, an even more outrageous event unfolded. Suddenly, a massive hole appeared in the ceiling, and when Inuarashi and Nekomamushi looked up, they were astounded. Who did they see? Whitebeard, the living embodiment of Whitebeard, standing off against Kaido. They were utterly shocked. Hadn't the Battle of Marineford been broadcast live? How was he alive? In the chaos, Jack had vanished, later revealed to have been trapped beneath the fallen debris. As he crawled out, witnessing the celestial clash above, he fled downwards, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Simultaneously, at Marine headquarters, Akainu's transponder snail rang, and on the other end were the Gorosei, reprimanding him. "Sakazuki, have you lost your mind? Dispatching 20 warships to feed fish in Hahaha?" Akainu, known for his fiery temperament, retorted sharply. "Had it not been for your dissolution of the Shichibukai, where would I find a manpower? Should I send all 3 admirals over instead?" The opposing party, devoid of reason, resorted to leveraging their official positions. "Do not forget who granted you the title of admiral. Do as I say now. All non-essential vessels are to set sail for Hahaha." With that, the call ended abruptly. Akainu was so furious, he felt as if he might erupt into magma. Meanwhile, Kizaru remained leisurely, offering sardonic remarks. Taking a moment to compose himself, Akainu instructed his subordinates, "Send all non-essential ships to Hahaha, but if there are pressing matters, they need not go." A clever play of outward compliance while subtly defying the elders. Shifting focus, our protagonist Long Zaitian was engrossed in a frenzied battle to level up. He had accepted a quest to eliminate 100 standby foes, and with swift precision, he dispatched the final target. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. Reward, basic armament hockey." A warm surge coursed through his body as he extended his arm, and with a thought, his fist transformed into a deep, obsidian hue. Wow, it truly worked. Though it was limited to his fist, it was certainly better than nothing. At that moment, another notification sounded. Naval warships detected 100 nautical miles away. Long Zaitian's heart raced. The Navy was attempting to ambush him. He needed to hurry and consult Whitebeard for a strategy. Just as he was about to ascend, he spotted Chopper, who was busy tending to injuries, and called the little reindeer along. Meanwhile, Marco the Phoenix was soaring at full speed towards the top floor. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he encountered the severely injured Akainu, pausing to use his regenerative flames to heal them. Suddenly, Viper exclaimed, "We just saw Whitebeard. He's up there fighting Kaido." Marco was momentarily stunned, gripping Viper's hand in disbelief. "What did you say?" He thought he must have misheard. Wasn't their father already gone? Kinemon quickly clarified. "You heard correctly. Whitebeard is alive. Right up there." "Really? Father is still alive?" Tears streamed down Marco's face as he transformed into his phoenix form, bursting through the ceiling at breakneck speed, soaring into the sky. Upon reaching the heights, he beheld Kaido and Big Mom, and following their gazes, he spotted a tall, imposing figure he recognized all too well, standing there. Marco could no longer hold back his tears. This was the person he had dreamt of for countless nights. He floated closer, his voice trembling. "Father, is it really you?" Whitebeard turned, opening his arms in a warm embrace, his signature laughter echoing. "Gora, Marco, as captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division, how can you shed tears?" The tender moment was short-lived, however, as Whitebeard suddenly inquired, "Have you seen Ace?" Marco was taken aback. "Ace?" Before he could finish, Ace appeared. He had ensured that Yamato and the others were safe and returned, worried for their father. Ace, Marco, overwhelmed with emotion, leaped into Ace's arms. 2 lost family members were miraculously alive before him. He sobbed uncontrollably. How did you come back? Just then, Big Mom's ship arrived, and Perispero used his candy powers to bring the entire vessel to the peak of Onigashima. Now, on the rooftop, Luffy, Whitebeard, Ace, and Marco stood against Kaido, Big Mom, and their subordinates, the tension palpable. Big Mom broke the silence. Newgate, do you intend to just stall? Whitebeard shook his head. I will wait for our captain to arrive before proceeding. This statement left the crowd in shock. Kaido, Big Mom, and even Marco were dumbfounded. Father, where do we find a new captain? Whitebeard replied nonchalantly. Ace and I, we are the resurrected captains. The revelation was overwhelming, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Could the dead truly be revived? What kind of divine captain was this? Amidst the astonishment, a voice emerged. Ah, I didn't expect everyone to be here. Our protagonist, Long Zaitian, climbed up, panting heavily. All eyes turned to this seemingly ordinary young man. Marco recognized him as the unfortunate kid who had nearly been struck by a falling plank earlier. He quickly shouted, Kid, what are you doing here? Get down. This is not a place for you. Everyone sensed with their haki that Long Zaitian bore no aura of a strong fighter. He seemed utterly unremarkable, causing them to disregard him. However, in a surprising turn, Whitebeard and Ace approached him, bowing respectfully. Gururara, Captain, you have arrived. We have waited for you for so long. Captain, are you all right? At that moment, the air felt frozen. Kaido and Big Mom's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Marco's eyes were about to pop out. Who were Whitebeard and Ace to address this boy as captain? Everyone's initial reaction was disbelief. Kaido was furious. Edward Newgate, have you lost your mind? Calling this kid captain? In his mind, Whitebeard's captain could only be Rocks. This was a grave insult to Captain Rocks. Yet Whitebeard shielded Long Zaitian, calmly stating, Rocks was my former captain. My current captain is Long Zaitian. Good. One ungrateful wretch. Kaido's rage surged, and his conqueror's haki erupted, aiming to crush Long Zaitian. Whitebeard stood firm, unleashing his own conqueror's haki to counter. After the clash of haki, Long Zaitian stepped out from behind Whitebeard, addressing Kaido and Big Mom. Excuse me, could you both refrain for a moment? I wish to speak. The arena fell silent. Everyone believed this boy had lost his mind. Kaido's face darkened, his murderous intent palpable. You little brat, do you think just because Whitebeard is protecting you, you can speak to me like that? Yet Long Zaitian met his gaze unwaveringly. Even without Whitebeard's protection, I would still dare to speak to you in this manner. Of course, he did not dare to express his thoughts of resurrecting Roger one day, believing Kaido unworthy even to carry his shoes, but he had other trump cards. Clearing his throat, he invited, Kaido-san, if you do not wish for the world government to learn of Jun's identity, then you should come and listen to what I have to say. Big Mom, you should join as well. The matters discussed will surely pique your interest. Upon hearing Jun's identity, Kaido's expression shifted dramatically. He hesitated, glancing at Big Mom, who nodded in agreement. Consequently, two mountainous figures descended from the sky, transforming into human form. Who could comprehend the scene? Just moments ago, the Titans of Chaos were persuaded by a mere boy's words, now encircling each other on the ground to convene. This tableau was too beautiful for me to witness. Long Zaitian beckoned Luffy to join them, then stood up, cleared his throat, and addressed Kaido and Big Mom. The purpose of my presence here is to establish Hiziguo as a nation. Thus, I hope Kaido-san, you could depart from Hiziguo. As soon as the words left his lips, Kaido could no longer contain himself, brandishing his kanabo to strike Long Zaitian's head. Clang! At the critical moment, Whitebeard intervened, his sword cutting off the blow. Kaido, fuming, exclaimed, Edward Newgate, are you deliberately obstructing me? Whitebeard stood resolute. I will not allow you to harm our captain. Kaido retracted his kanabo, roaring, You brat, who do you think you are? You think I will just leave because you ask? Long Zaitian adjusted his ear, still ringing from the shock, and smiled slightly, throwing out a heavy bombshell. Kaido-san, understand this is unfair. However, leaving voluntarily is far better than being captured by the Navy, isn't it? As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions of all the figures at the Four Emperors level shifted dramatically. I must tell you, Kaido's aged visage could hardly maintain its composure, and he directly questioned the young man about his meaning. Luffy, still scratching his head, exclaimed, "Huh? The Navy? I truly am astounded. This reflex arc could circle the earth." Meanwhile, our protagonist, Long Zaitian, remained unfazed, akin to a prophet, calmly stating that the Navy was less than 100 nautical miles away. Whether one believed it or not, it was merely a matter of 2 or 3 hours. Big Mom, equally bewildered, immediately dispatched her son, Defu, who possessed the searing fruit, to scout ahead. Just as Defu departed, Kaido activated his mocking mode once more, grinning at Long Zaitian. "Kid, what does it matter if the Navy arrives? I am a Four Emperor." To which Long Zaitian countered with a bombshell. "Your subordinate, Jean, has had his mask knocked off by Zoro, and his identity is about to be exposed. Moreover, CP0 is right here on Onigashima, invited by your esteemed ally, Kaido the Snake." Goodness. The moment those words left his mouth, the mockery on Kaido's face instantly froze, and he erupted with rage. How could CP0 be here? Long Zaitian continued to escalate the situation, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. "Oh, Kaido the Snake is negotiating arms deals with them. By the way, that old man is not dead. He is lurking below, waiting for us to exhaust each other, and then boom, he will detonate the bombs on the entire island." Claiming Wano for himself once again. Damn it. Kaido's rage caused veins to bulge on his forehead. At this moment, Big Mom also grasped the gravity of the situation. Her gaze sharp as a knife directed at Long Zaitian. "Kid, how do you know so much?" And guess what happened next? Long Zaitian boldly retorted, "What business is it of yours?" My goodness. In that instant, the air seemed to solidify, and Big Mom's children were left pale with fright. Those with the heat fruit and milk fruit could hardly bear the thought of being obliterated by their mother's indiscriminate wrath. The expression on Big Mom's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Yet she dared not strike, for Whitebeard stood like a sentinel. But to refrain from action would tarnish the dignity of a Four Emperor. Just as she wrestled with her indecision, Long Zaitian dropped another nuclear bomb. "Kaido, take your people and leave Wano, and I will resurrect Roxy Zebek for you." The moment the name Rox was uttered, the room fell silent. Even Luffy tilted his head in confusion, asking, "Who is that?" Big Mom, who was poised to attack, froze, her anger transforming into shock and a hint of reverence. Her voice trembled. "Can you truly resurrect Captain Rox?" Kaido's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, his gaze fixated intensely on Long Zaitian. Whitebeard, sensing the urgency, discreetly tugged at Long Zaitian, cautioning him that Rox was no ordinary foe, and resurrecting him could lead to dire consequences. However, Long Zaitian was undeterred. He had no intention of genuinely resurrecting him at that moment. He intended merely to weave a grand illusion, striking a bargain without any cost. He patted Whitebeard's shoulder, reassuring him. Then he turned to Kaido, radiating confidence. "Indeed, as long as you depart from Wano, I will resurrect Rox. What do you say?" Kaido and Big Mom exchanged glances, their minds racing with calculations. What was Wano in the grand scheme of things? If they could resurrect the once dominant Captain Rox, still in his prime, not only would they surpass the Four Emperors, but the entire world would be theirs. Roger was dead, and Garp was aging. Who could stand in their way? At last, Big Mom subtly nodded at Kaido. Yet, Kaido, ever the schemer, remained skeptical. "Kid, why should I trust you? What if you don't resurrect him and later deny it?" His thoughts were grand. Once Rox returned, they could unite to eliminate Whitebeard and claim dominion over the seas. However, Long Zaitian was not easily swayed. He coldly laughed. "If that is how you wish to negotiate, then there is nothing more to discuss. My resurrection ability can only be used once. If missed, it is gone. Perhaps I should resurrect Roger instead." With that, he turned and strode away with unparalleled swagger. Wait. Unsurprisingly, Kaido faltered. The mere mention of Roger's name sent him into a panic. If Roger were resurrected, his position as a Four Emperor would be untenable. He sighed. "Resigned, Fine. I will leave, but you better keep your word." Thus this deal was struck. Luffy, in a frenzy, felt his arms darkening, itching to charge at Kaido for a final showdown. Just then, Defu, returned from scouting, breathless, shouted, "Mom, it's bad. The Navy is really here." 2 or 3 dozen warships are heading our way. Goodness, this stirred a hornet's nest. Big Mom was the first to react, realizing the urgency of returning home. If their territory was compromised, the losses would be immense. She shouted to her children, "We're heading back to Tato land." Leaping aboard the Queen Mother's ship, she fled without a backward glance. Kaido, too, seized the opportunity to disengage, not wanting to tangle with Luffy. Before departing, Long Zaitian managed to stop him, requesting a phone snail for Morgan's, intending to broadcast the founding of Wano to the world. Kaido casually tossed him the phone snail and transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring off to gather with Jean and the others. At that moment, the rooftop was left eerily quiet. Luffy realized that a battle was no longer feasible, and with the Navy approaching, Zoro and Sanji still missing, he could only curse and descend to find his companions. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew was in disarray, frantically searching for one another, until they finally regrouped and discovered the incapacitated red scabbards lying on the ground. The CP0 agents, lurking in the shadows, were dumbfounded. They had intended to swoop in after the fighting, but now their plans lay in ruins. Their leader, furious, smashed a table in frustration. "Retreat, and eliminate Kaido the Snake while you're at it." On the rooftop, Long Zaitian wasted no time. He turned to Marco, smiling. "Little Marco, would you be interested in joining my crew? I am in need of ship's doctor." Marco glanced at Whitebeard, who nodded approvingly. "He is not only my benefactor, but also my new captain." With Whitebeard's endorsement, Marco nodded earnestly. "All right, you are my new captain from now on." Remarkably, they had gained another formidable ally. Meanwhile, below, Jean was embroiled in a fierce battle with Zoro and Bista. I must say, Jean was quite the enigma, seemingly on the brink of death, yet he magically healed in an instant, fully revitalized, leaving Zoro and Bista in despair. At that moment, Kaido's enormous dragon head descended from above, directly into the heart of the battlefield. "Jean, we are leaving." Jean was taken aback, but complied with his captain's orders, hastily covering his face with a piece of cloth. Kaido did not even glance at Zoro and the others, commanding, "Find Queen and Jack, and let us depart from Wano." Zoro and Bista, bewildered, struggled to comprehend the situation as they rushed upstairs, colliding with Luffy descending. Luffy quickly recounted the events, and they finally understood. Long Zaitian joined them, specifically inquiring about Bista's account of Jin's miraculous recovery. Upon hearing it, Marco exclaimed, "Isn't that my ability?" As they conversed, Brook located Sanji, and Chopper was busy tending to his injuries. Kid and Law, sensing the shifting tides, had already utilized Law's room to make their escape. Meanwhile, Yamato and Momonosuke discovered Kaido's armory, filled to the brim with explosives. Ace arrived just in time, astonished. If those detonated, Onigashima would be obliterated. He instructed Yamato to take Momonosuke and leave while he stayed behind to handle the volatile situation. Before departing, Yamato turned back and shouted at Ace, "Can I join your crew? I want to embark on adventures with you." Ace replied, "Ask the captain, that is Long Zaitian." As they led Momonosuke upstairs, they fortuitously encountered Long Zaitian descending. Without a moment's hesitation, she executed a perfect 90-degree bow, her demeanor exuding sincerity. "Greetings. Might I inquire if you're Ace's captain? I implore you, allow me to board your vessel." It struck me, observing this young lady, that my ship was in dire need of an enchanting presence, and here she was. Tears, unbidden, streamed down my cheeks. "Luffy, oh Luffy, I owe you an apology. Had I not rescued Ace, this last would certainly have joined your crew." "Very well, come aboard," I decisively proclaimed, my resolution unwavering. Although she is Kaido's offspring, her character is impeccable, brimming with righteousness, a stark contrast to her father. With my agreement established, what could the others aboard possibly say? While there was a lingering psychological shadow cast by Kaido, who could resist the allure of such beauty? Upon hearing my consent, Day exclaimed with joy, embracing me in a bear hug that nearly left me breathless. Truth be told, the sensation was rather delightful, just as I felt the world closing in around me. A system notification chimed in my mind. "New crew member detected. Congratulations, host. You have gained a lottery opportunity. 2 lottery chances detected. Would you like to use them?" I silently mused, no way. This place, Ghost Island, is rife with chaos. I cannot risk diminishing my luck for drawing cards. I must save them. Then, Day's attribute panel materialized before my eyes. A cursory glance revealed her to be a user of the Inu no Mi, a mythical Zoan type. With an array of impressive skills that could scarcely fit on a single page, fully possessing the 3 types of hockey. I turned my gaze to my own abilities, which were as bare as a freshly washed face. The envy I felt was beyond words. At that moment, Luffy and the others arrived. Momonosuke looked at Luffy like a scorned spouse. Luffy, has Kaido been defeated? Luffy pointed at me and candidly replied no, but he fled. It was this guy behind you who drove him off. What? Momonosuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to look at me. The Straw Hat crew erupted in excitement, bombarding me with questions. You are the one with the resurrection fruit ability? Can you revive Dr. Hililik? And mine, I raised my hand and shouted, stop. Everyone please just hold on. I explained that my resurrection ability had a cooldown period and was currently unavailable. Upon hearing this, many from the Straw Hat crew appeared crestfallen. Zoro, undeterred, pressed, how long is the cooldown? After pondering for a moment, I fabricated a response linked to my bounty, perhaps around 6 months. Luffy, ever cheerful, replied, all right, let's meet in 6 months. I quickly waved my hands in refusal. I'm not like him, living freely. I am bound to a system akin to clocking in at work, with daily tasks assigned to me, each with time constraints. If I am in the midst of a perilous task in 6 months, I cannot leave you hanging. A man must keep his word. But that does not extend to my agreement with Kaido. Resurrecting rocks? That would be foolish, a matter that jeopardizes my life. Credibility be damned. Luffy did not press further. I then handed Momonosuke the transponder snail I had taken from Kaido, instructing him to contact the News King Morgans, asking him to announce the opening of Wano Country from the highest point in Flower Capital. Wano Country is opening. Upon uttering this, Momonosuke and the Akainu 9 could no longer contain themselves, bursting into tears and embracing one another. After waiting 20 long years, Odin's dream was finally within reach. Meanwhile, on the waters outside Wano, a warship was manned by a muscular old man, crunching on senbei. Beside him stood an elderly gentleman wearing frog-eyed spectacles, his anxiety evident as he tugged at his beard. Kapu, you're still eating? We're almost at Wano. Indeed, these 2 titans were Kapu and Sengoku. Kapu, unfazed, cheerfully replied, Sengoku, why the excitement? I heard my grandson is currently engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido. Let them play for a while. Once they tire, we shall reap the rewards. Sengoku rubbed his temples in frustration. If it weren't for your precious grandson causing a ruckus here, will we even need to come? Haha. My grandson dares to challenge an emperor so swiftly. Kapu beamed with pride. Sengoku, exasperated, countered, and you find this amusing? We have 25 ships, all under the command of rear admirals. If we encounter Kaido head-on, how shall we fight? Kapu waved dismissively. It's just Kaido. Surely you can handle him alone? Besides, once Luffy has sufficiently worn him down, we will strike. What could be safer? Looking at this carefree individual, Sengoku could only sigh in resignation. Returning to Flower Capital, Momonosuke and the others stood at the highest point in the city. Ace used wind to stabilize them, and the scene was utterly magnificent. Momonosuke took a deep breath. Gripping the transponder snail I had provided, I dialed Morgan's. A languid yet irritable voice came through. Hello? Who is this, disturbing my slumber at this hour? Greetings. I am Long Zaitian. Long Zaitian? Do you know who I am? Morgan's was about to explode when suddenly realization struck him. Wait, did you say you're Long Zaitian? The one with the resurrection fruit ability? Indeed. My goodness. The newsworthy individual himself. I was just about to interview you. Morgan's tone shifted to one of alertness. As he noticed, wait, is this not Kaido's transponder snail? I wasted no time and got straight to the point. I have reached an agreement with Kaido. He has left Wano. Now, the general of Wano is Momonosuke, and he is about to announce the opening of Wano Country. I hope you can assist in publicizing this. A profound silence enveloped the line. After several seconds, Morgan's voice trembled. Kaido has left Wano. Wano is opening. The news was explosive, leaving him in a state of shock. The opening of Wano. This was a land the entire world had been watching, the birthplace of Seastone. Once this news broke, the entire world would be upended. Is what you say truly the case? I, disinterested in further explanations, activated the visual mode of the transponder snail, directing it towards Momonosuke. He boldly proclaimed to the citizens of the city, "I am Momonosuke, and from this moment forth, I shall serve as the general of Wano country." The citizens below were momentarily stunned, some nervously reminding him to be cautious of Kaido's followers. However, Momonosuke stood tall, his voice resonating throughout the nation. "Kaido and his subordinates have been driven out by my comrades and countless warriors of Wano. I hereby declare the opening of Wano country." For a brief moment, silence reigned, followed by an eruption of cheers and tears that echoed like a tsunami. Morgans on the other end of the line was equally ecstatic, shouting, "It has truly opened. Kaido has really left." He hung up, and the news agency lit up with activity, all employees working tirelessly through the night, knowing they had a headline that would captivate the world. At that instant, another notification chimed in my mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the Wano country opening task. Reward, Conqueror's Haki." I was overwhelmed with excitement, a surge of powerful warmth coursing through me, distinctly different from my previous awakening of armament Haki. This power was imbued with the weight of a ruler's presence. I felt an ancient strength within me threatening to overflow, yearning for an isolated space to unleash it and witness its effects. Yet with the populace below, I had no choice but to suppress this impulse. No matter, the Navy would soon arrive, and I would have the perfect opportunity to test my newly acquired Conqueror's Haki. On the following morning, Luffy and his companions had quietly slipped away. Momonosuke and Kinemon were directing the samurai, desperately moving supplies onto our ship, food, drink, essentials, and several hundred renowned swords, filling my cabin to the brim. I tell you, my eyes were nearly squinting with joy. What a fortune we had saved. Just as we were reveling in our camaraderie, Aizu rushed over in a panic. "It's bad news. The Marines are coming." Upon hearing this, I realized that we could no longer afford to linger. The mission was accomplished, the rewards secured, and it was time to make our escape. I exchanged farewells with Momonosuke and the others, and Ace immediately set sail. Amidst the reluctant gazes of our companions, we dashed toward the only exit from Wano, an enormous waterfall. "Hold on tight, we're going down," Ace shouted. As we leaped off the waterfall, we beheld a dense armada of warships surrounding the entire sea area. Sengoku's keen eyes quickly spotted the massive figure aboard our vessel, Edward Newgate. The old man, Whitebeard, also recognized them and let out his iconic laughter. "Grrrra, the Marines really are going all out." However, Carp's gaze was fixed intently on the individual at the helm of the ship. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Ace." Ace, too, noticed him, and his eyes instantly reddened. Aware that this was not the time for reminiscing, he swiftly manipulated the winds to force the ship to turn, preparing to break through at a vulnerable point. Sengoku, in a state of urgency, shouted at Carp, "Carp, what you dawdling for? Get moving." Snapping back to reality, Carp wordlessly leaped onto another ship, commanding his subordinates to pursue us. The newly boarded Yamato, unaware of the situation, excitedly jumped out, flexing her muscles. "Captain, let me take care of him." I quickly pulled her aside and whispered, "That's Ace's grandfather, and also Luffy's biological grandfather." Yamato was instantly taken aback. We fled as Carp relentlessly pursued us. Once his ship was at a considerable distance from the others, I instructed Ace to halt the vessel. "Ace, go deal with the ships behind us." I didn't mean for him to engage in combat. Rather, I wanted him to confront Carp and address certain matters face to face. Ace hesitated for a moment, but nodded, riding the winds to land gently on Carp's warship. The grandfather and grandson stood on opposite sides of the deck, gazing at each other from afar. Carp's throat was parched as he looked at the living Ace, memories of the harrowing scenes from the war flashing before his eyes. The so-called hero of the Marines could not help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. Ace's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. "Ace," Carp's voice was hoarse, "please come home with me." He understood the impossibility of this request, yet he still asked. If Ace were to agree, he would risk his own life to protect him. Ace's heart ached. He had already found his answer, but did not know how to refuse. He did not wish to see his grandfather, who had worried for him so deeply, shed tears any longer. Silence. A prolonged silence. "I'm sorry," Ace shouted with all his might, uttering those 3 words. Carp's tears, unable to be restrained, slid down the wrinkles of his face. Lowering his head in that moment, he was no longer the hero of the Marines, but merely a lonely old man who had failed to protect his grandson. "Ace, I will give you another chance," Carp insisted, asking once more. This time, Ace remained silent. He merely demonstrated his choice through his actions. A gust of wind lifted him, and he turned, flying back to our ship. Carp watched helplessly as his figure grew more distant, wanting to reach out but grasping at nothing. Upon returning to the ship, Ace, suppressing his tears, turned his back to Carp and walked towards the helm. "Carp, they are leaving," a nearby soldier quietly reminded him. Carp abruptly lifted his head, the confusion and sorrow in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a steely resolve. He commanded in a deep voice, "Bring all the cannonballs up." I tell you, the moment he issued that command, his subordinates sprang into action, swiftly bringing rows of cannonballs onto the deck. I watched closely from the ship, and Whitebeard's observation hockey had already warned us that Carp was up to something. I thought to myself, what on earth is this old man planning? Suddenly, a memory struck me like a thunderbolt. The moment he bid farewell to Luffy in Water City. Good heavens, he would dare send us off with cannonballs, would he? Beside me, Marco and Bista instantly grew vigilant. And then guess what? Yamato, still blissfully unaware, exclaimed, "But Captain said they wouldn't attack us." Who understands family? The flag was raised, and it was a textbook case of jinxing oneself. No sooner had she spoken than I saw Carp grab a cannonball, weighing it in his hands. At that moment, my heart sank. The next second, he swung his arm with a shout of "Fist of the Earth," and the cannonball shot toward us like a bullet. The distance of several hundred meters felt like it vanished in an instant. Just in the nick of time, Bista proved to be reliable, unleashing a sharp blade of air that cleaved through the cannonball, exploding it mid-air. Bista was exhilarated, claiming that he had not had enough fun sparring with Jin, and was finally ready to stretch his legs. Marco fluttered his wings and flew to the stern, eager to assist. Soon after, Whitebeard chuckled, "Gurura, I'll go meet an old friend." I was dumbfounded. I was no longer worried about us, but rather about Carp. With these 3 formidable beings at the stern, could Carp withstand it? Yamato was startled and angrily rushed over to punch me. "Captain, you lied. You said we wouldn't fight." I could only comfort her while urging Ace to set sail for Zo Island. Just as I was trying to calm her down, a series of explosive sounds erupted from behind. I rushed to the stern and gasped in shock. Carp had transformed into a relentless cannonball launcher, his hands moving so swiftly they left afterimages, launching one barrage after another, a technique he called Fist of the Meteor Shower. In the past, while watching the anime, I laughed at Luffy, thinking there was nothing to fear. Now, experiencing it firsthand, I realized this was no send-off. It was a funeral. Cannonballs rained down as if they had a mind of their own. Fortunately, Marco transformed into his phoenix form, executing a phoenix punch that obliterated the barrage of cannonballs. Just as Marco landed and exhaled in relief, Bista suddenly shouted, "Watch out." We turned to see Carp flying towards our ship with a rapid moonwalk, an iron fist wrapped in hockey barreling toward my face. My mind went blank, and I wondered what grudge we shared that he would come for me first. Just as I braced for the blow, a naginata clanged in front of me. It was Whitebeard. The old man chuckled, "Gurura, Carp, this is our captain. We cannot allow you to harm him. It has been a while since we last sparred. Shall we have a go?" Without wasting words, Carp's other fist met Whitebeard's naginata. The clash of their hockey erupted in a burst of black lightning. What was the outcome? In just 2 moves, Whitebeard sent Carp tumbling back to his own ship like a kite with its string cut. The old man himself could hardly contain his laughter, muttering, "This old man is putting on quite the show." In an instant, we understood that Carp was merely performing for his subordinates, letting us off the hook. Carp slumped back in his chair, scratching his head and calling out, "Oh no, I can't do it anymore. I'm too old to fight, call it off. Tell Sengoku that Whitebeard and the others are too powerful. Such acting prowess deserve an award." His subordinates, well aware turned the ship around without hesitation. Once that old thespian carp departed, our ship finally fell into a peaceful quiet. Suddenly, I remembered that I still had 2 lottery chances left. With nothing else to do, it was the perfect time to take a shot. I silently recited in my mind, "System, draw lots." Let me tell you, in times like this, one must believe in the metaphysical. A single draw can yield miracles. I resolved to take a chance. Before me appeared a virtual roulette, displaying the usual suspects: might, weapons, fruits, pirate ships, potions, and secret manuals. Honestly, what I least desired at this moment was the fruit. Our ship already had enough power users, and figures like Baihuzi and Bista, masters of physical combat, had no need for it. What I yearned for the most was the secret manual. I was utterly powerless and desperately in need of an enhancement. I fervently chanted "secret manual" in my heart, and then shouted, "Stop!" After all, it was all predestined. Whether it stopped early or late made no difference. And guess what happened? The pointer came to a steady halt on the secret manual. Incredible. I nearly took off from the cabin in sheer exhilaration. The luck was overwhelming. Upon checking the name, Complete Manual of Swordsman Training, I almost mistook it for the latest trendy electronic wellness product of 2025. Skeptically, I opened it and discovered that the manual was divided into chapters, each needing to be unlocked sequentially. The first chapter contained but one line: Sword Chi. Swing a sword 1,000 times to unlock the next chapter. That was it. I was ready to battle the system for 300 rounds. This was utterly absurd. The system coldly explained that as long as I completed the task, I would automatically learn the skill. Upon hearing this, I thought, hey, this is quite the good fortune. I quickly grabbed a sword and gave a vigorous swing. And indeed, a prompt appeared in my mind. Sword Chi 11,000. Excellent. It was effective. I transformed into a dedicated practitioner, training throughout the night, completing 500 swings, my arms nearly feeling disconnected from my body. The next morning, Marco came to summon me for breakfast. Upon entering the mess hall, I saw everyone gathered, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. Bista, donning an apron, emerged with a pot of soup, cheerfully announcing, "Here comes the chicken soup." I nearly spat out my drink. My friend, what a performance. However, the soup was indeed delightful. After taking a sip, I felt utterly rejuvenated. Bista's culinary skills were extraordinary. After the meal, I returned to the deck to continue my sword training. Bista, noticing my earnest practice, kindly offered to teach me a few sword techniques, which I politely declined. I mean, this was a product of the system. It had to be of superior quality. Seeing my obstinacy, Bista grew insistent and demonstrated a flashy sword technique nearby, mesmerizing me. Yet, I did not pause my movements, as if my hands had developed muscle memory. Just as I was deeply engrossed, a chime echoed in my mind. 1,000 swings completed. I hurriedly tossed aside the sword and rushed back to my room to check. Lo and behold, I received 2 skills. One was called Sword Chi Shield, akin to Yasuo's Wind Wall. Those who understand, understand. The other was Sword Chi of the 8 Seas, featuring 4 distinct effects, almost reminiscent of a video game. Just as I was reveling in my triumph, I noticed the next stage task, Shadow of the Sword, requiring 10,000 swings. My spirits plummeted. This would take ages to complete. Never mind that for now. I was eager to test my new skills. I dashed to the ship's edge, faced the sea, and with a flourish shouted, "Sword Chi of the 8 Seas." Bista looked at me as if I were a fool, solemnly advising that without years of talent, one could never hope to cultivate Sword Chi. Just as his words faded, I swiftly struck with the sword, and indeed, a faint sword light emerged. The light pierced the sea, creating a splash nearly a meter high. I found the power rather lacking. Yet Bista stood there utterly petrified. He rushed over, shaking my shoulders vigorously. "Captain, did you really just start training yesterday?" The look in his eyes was akin to gazing at an extraterrestrial, repeatedly murmuring about a prodigy. Indeed a prodigy. Marco approached, suspecting Bista had lost his mind, checking his forehead and eyes, wondering if he was gravely ill. Bista, uninterested in explaining, likely overwhelmed by the shock, quietly retreated to practice further. At that moment, an albatross flew overhead, and with a thud, a stack of newspapers landed on the deck. Yamato excitedly shouted, "Captain, come look at the newspaper." We all rushed over, and, as I opened it, a flurry of bounty notices spilled out. That brat Luffy had his bounty soar to over 2 billion, truly worthy of being one of the 5 emperors. Ace, gazing at his brother's bounty notice, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then came mine, resurrected pirate Captain Long Tian, with a bounty of 745 billion. Not too shabby, considering I had been coasting through Wano. It seemed Morgans had spread word of my dissuasion of Kaido. The most astonishing was Old Man Whitebeard, with a staggering bounty of 3 billion. He remained unfazed, clutching his bottle, declaring that bounties were but fleeting clouds. Marco and Bista also boasted bounties in the billions. Finally, Yamato discovered her bounty notice, excitedly counting the zeros, resulting in 100 million. Folks who can understand. The young lady was instantly devastated, stomping her feet on the deck in frustration. Why? I quickly comforted her, explaining that since she had never left Onigashima, the Navy was unaware of her strength. This 100 million was granted due to her father being Kaido. Ace chimed in, suggesting that to raise her bounty, she needed to engage in more noteworthy exploits. Upon hearing this, Yamato finally grasped our reasoning, realizing the validity of our words. Just as I thought the matter was settled, Ace approached me, inquiring, "Captain, after we finish printing the historical text at Zo, where shall we head next?" I was about to say I had no idea, ever since wrapping up the Wano incident. My system seemed to have crashed, remaining utterly unresponsive. Just then, as if summoned, a prompt chimed. A new task had arrived. I hurriedly opened it, and my complexion turned pale. The task was to defeat Blackbeard and kick him off the throne of the 4 emperors. The time limit, 6 months. The reward was the position pointer to the 4th piece of the red historical text. Folks, can you comprehend? The difficulty leaped from the novice village straight to the final boss's door. It was utterly terrifying. My mind raced. That cunning Blackbeard wielded the Yami Yami no Mi, which specialized in countering devil fruit users. Our ship housed powerful allies like Ace and Marco, who would be particularly vulnerable. To confront him, one needed to be a physical powerhouse, relying on brute strength. Yet if I tallied our crew, it seemed only I, Old Man, and Bista focused on physical output. Yamato? She was still a developing rookie, needing to level up. Moreover, with just 6 of us against Blackbeard's vast cadre of subordinates, it would be akin to delivering ourselves as sacrifices. No way. We needed reinforcements. I pondered, my bounty nearing 2 billion. Surely I could resurrect a formidable character. I secretly inquired of the system. "Hey, when I reach 2 billion, can I resurrect Roger?" Guess how the system responded? Returning to host. Roger is a key character in the plot and can only be resurrected upon reaching a certain completion level. Goodness, it even had a limited pool. I remained cautious and asked who else was unresurrectable, as I did not wish to accumulate wealth for nothing. The system promptly listed several names. Nico Alvia, Kazuki Odin, Princess Kiku Joy Boy. Upon hearing those names, I discerned their significance. These individuals were all pivotal figures aware of the truth of history. This system was truly profound. After thinking for a long while, without any leads, I decided to lay my cards on the table with everyone. Taking a deep breath, I addressed the crew. "Brothers, our next target is Hakinosu Island, to confront Blackbeard." I tell you, the moment those words left my mouth, the temperature aboard the ship plunged to freezing point. Whitebeard, Ace, Marco, and Bista emanated an aura of killing intent that sent shivers down Yamato's spine. The old man's gaze felt like 2 daggers, fixed intently on me. "Kid, are you serious?" This was his greatest humiliation. Family had been slain, and his powers taken. I met his gaze resolutely and declared, "I am serious." Truth be told, even if I were not part of the Whitebeard pirates, the thought of Blackbeard's heinous deeds stirred a desire within me to scatter his ashes to the winds. This matter must be settled. As we set our objectives, this newspaper had already stirred up tumultuous waves across the globe. Hakinosu, the lair of the Blackbeard pirates. Lafitte rushed into the room, his face as pale as a ghost, exclaiming, "Captain, there is bad news." Blackbeard, leisurely swirling his drink and stroking his 3-braided beard, cheerfully inquired, "What is it?" "Whitebeard has resurrected." With a resounding crash, Blackbeard's cup slipped from his grasp, shattering into pieces. His eyes bulged like saucers as he snatched the newspaper, his hands trembling as he frantically searched. Upon seeing the photograph of the golden-haired, crescent-mustached figure with a bounty of 5.3 billion berries, he collapsed in shock, chattering his teeth and stammering, "WWW Whitebeard." His crew stood in stunned silence, never before witnessing their captain so utterly terrified. Blackbeard, in a frenzy, dashed to the window, repeatedly confirming the news against the sunlight before tearing the newspaper to shreds and bellowing from the windowsill. "Impossible. Impossible. You were dead long ago. It must be a mistake by the Marines." The scene was utterly chaotic, and it was ultimately Hiru who summoned Poison Q, administering a calming injection to bring him back to composure. Once settled, Blackbeard's cunning mind began to churn. He realized that if red-haired Shanks learned of Whitebeard's resurrection, the two would undoubtedly join forces against him. In the event of a combined assault from two emperors, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, he decisively made a reckless decision. His face darkened with malice. "Contact Kazan. Everyone, we are heading to Hakano-su. We will confront red-haired Shanks before he learns of this news, catching him off guard." Simultaneously, the red-haired pirates also caught wind of the newspaper's revelations. Shanks, initially delighted by Luffy's bounty soaring to half of his own, was abruptly sobered by Beckman, who presented him with the bounty notices for Ace and Whitebeard. His smile instantly vanished. The entire crew was left dumbfounded, with La Carew gravely stating, "Captain, we personally buried Whitebeard and Ace. Everyone can testify to that." Shanks was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? To make matters worse, Sabo, recuperating on the island of Kuro, was shown the newspaper by Keela. Just as he celebrated Luffy's triumph, he flipped the page to behold Ace's bounty notice. In that moment, the strings of his mind snapped, flooding him with memories of childhood and Ace's demise, causing him to roll on the bed, clutching his head in agony. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Akainu, the workaholic, felt that the atmosphere was still lacking intensity and decided to break convention by summoning all 5 admirals to work overtime. As for myself, I had already commenced grueling training aboard the ship. After retrieving the historical text from Zoe, I spent the past few days tirelessly repeating the same sword technique on the deck. Yamato, perplexed, approached me, asking, "Captain, can you really improve by repeating one motion?" I shot her a glance, replying, "Well, you know, as the saying goes, constant dripping wears away the stone. Mastering a single technique to perfection can render one invincible." To validate my theory, I proposed a sparring session with her. To my surprise, she was exuberant. Upon engaging, I quickly realized her strength was formidable. When she swung her kanabo, my sword energy shield nearly faltered, forcing me back. Just as she shattered my shield, I prepared to unleash my new technique. The sword energy 8 trigrams, when suddenly, cries for help echoed from the sea. We rushed to the bow of the ship and saw several individuals clinging to splintered wood. Adrift in the ocean, Ace pulled them aboard, and they sobbed, explaining how their ship had been cleaved by Dracul Mihawk. Immediately, I sensed foul play. Mihawk, a cold and technical master, would hardly bother to attack these insignificant vessels. Indeed, these ruffians were attempting a cunning ambush. While I was interrogating them, one of the men stealthily crept behind me, drawing a dagger to stab me in the side. Alas, having watched over 1,000 episodes of One Piece, could I not see through such a ploy? I countered with a hardened armament haki, my fist blacker than steel, and with a clang, I deflected his dagger. The man stood there, dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Armament haki." I scoffed. "I was just looking for a reason to throw you overboard, and you've delivered it right to me. Ace, show them out." After dealing with the ruffians, I returned to my cabin, dejected. Who could understand my frustration? I had intended to use my Conqueror's haki to stun them at the moment they attacked, but guess what? When the crucial moment arrived, my Conqueror's haki clocked out like a worker at the end of shift, refusing to respond to my command. This power resided within me, yet I could not summon it. I realized then that this system was nothing more than a troublesome dog. It bestowed the reward of Conqueror's haki, but offered no guidance on its application. With no other option, I locked myself in my room, fervently practicing my sword techniques. Finally, with a triumphant chime, I completed 10,000 sword swings. Exhausted, I collapsed onto my bed and eagerly checked my new skill. To my astonishment, the skill bore a lengthy name: Sword Shadow Lantern Firewood 100 Demons Wandering Alone, which sounded especially impressive. The effect was to charge, gathering all the souls within a 100-mile radius onto the sword. The longer the charge, the more souls amassed, resulting in increased damage upon release. Each soul transformed into a blade of energy, an expansive area of effect skill. However, the charging time was somewhat inconvenient. In a duel, who would give you time to unleash such a grand technique? Then, I attempted to imbue my sword with armament haki, hoping to create a black blade. As I began to channel the haki from my arm to the hilt, the power within me surged forth like a burst dam. Just as I managed to darken half the blade, darkness enveloped my vision, and I collapsed onto my bed, gasping for air. As I neared the brink of sleep, a faint voice whispered in my ear, "Go to Hakanosu." Startled, I sat upright. There was no one in the room. Was it merely my imagination? Just as I closed my eyes again, the voice returned. I could no longer sit still, rushing out of my room. To my astonishment, I found a colossal sea king that had appeared beside our ship, its head larger than our vessel. Old Dad stood on the deck, approaching me as he said. This giant suddenly emerged. I initially considered attacking, but upon realizing it bore no hostility, I refrained. At that moment, the mysterious voice echoed in my ear for the third time. I must tell you, upon hearing that voice, I was jolted awake. Glancing up, I found a gigantic sea king fixated on me with its eyes. My heart raced. I tentatively murmured, "Big brother, is that you?" To my astonishment, it indeed responded, "Hurry to Hakanosu, or we'll be too late." I wished to extract more information, but it turned, diving back into the depths of the sea without a trace, exuding an air of aloofness. Marco and the others stood in disbelief, questioning how that creature could come and go at will. I had no time to explain, turning to Ace and asking, "Hakanosu, is it far from here?" Ace replied, "Not far. We can reach it in a day." I smacked my thigh, exclaiming, "All right, change course. Full speed ahead. Destination Hakanosu." As we hastened our journey to Hakanosu, the scene that unfolded was nothing short of catastrophic. The entire island appeared as though it had been bombarded, with signs of battle everywhere, and the acrid scent of blood stung my senses. Upon landing, we sensed something amiss. The eerie silence was unnerving. I immediately instructed Marco to transform into his phoenix form and conduct aerial reconnaissance. Before long, he returned, his face ashen, reporting that the island resembled a hell's cape, strewn with corpses. It was a massacre of unprecedented proportions. A heavy sensation weighed upon my heart. Had I truly arrived too late? What could the Sea King have possibly summoned me here for? Now that I was here, I felt compelled to explore. We ventured onto the island, and the sight that met our eyes was 100-fold more horrific than what Mark had depicted. Severed limbs lay scattered everywhere, and I assure you, the stench was more overwhelming than that of 10 bustling seafood markets combined. Mark examined a corpse and noted that the person had died merely 7 or 8 hours prior. I immediately commanded everyone to disperse and search for any survivors. Amidst the ruins, Old Dad, known as Baihuzi, suddenly shouted, "Captain, there is someone alive here." We all rushed over, only to discover that Old Dad had inadvertently stepped on the individual. Just as I was about to inquire about the situation, Old Dad, with a weary expression, explained, "I pulled him from the rubble, and he promptly bit me." Remarkably, this young lad still had considerable strength. I crouched down to take a closer look. He was a dirt-streaked child, his eyes glinting with a wolf-like hatred. When I asked for his name, he retorted defiantly, "Why should I tell a bunch of pirates?" It seemed we were perceived as villains. I found myself both amused and exasperated, instructing AC to fetch some food from the ship while Mark tended to his wounds. After all, he was the only survivor, and we needed to clarify the situation. The child, likely famished, devoured the food ravenously, gradually lowering his guard. He recounted how earlier that morning, Blackbeard Tiki and his gang had launched a sudden attack on the village, committing arson and massacre with no mercy. He had been at a friend's house, witnessing the horror unfold before his eyes. It was only when the red-haired pirates arrived that Blackbeard's crew had retreated. Upon hearing the name Tiki, Amase by Huzi, AC, and Mark's eyes instantly reddened with fury, their murderous intent palpable, as if they longed to rip Blackbeard apart at that very moment. Yet, the child had no knowledge of their whereabouts. He furiously questioned us why the red-haired crew did not send anyone back to check, lamenting that many lives could have been saved had they returned sooner. His words rendered us all silent, as we had no answers. The boy introduced himself as Maginin, and he silently crawled back to the ruins, dragging out the bodies of his parents. As we, the adult men, observed this scene, our hearts were heavy with sorrow, and we quietly assisted him in burying his loved ones. By the time everything was concluded, dusk was approaching. Maginin wiped his tears and coldly inquired, "Are you all going to fight Blackbeard?" I was taken aback. This kid was quite perceptive, just as I was contemplating how to persuade him to join our ship. He broached the topic himself. I nodded in affirmation. Thus, our crew gained a new member. Upon returning to the ship, we held a modest welcome for Maginin. However, the child spoke little, likely still engulfed in grief. After dinner, I summoned him to the deck to inquire about his skills. He succinctly responded, "Guns." AC, intrigued, asked, "What kind of guns?" "Sniper." Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. A sharpshooter. We were in dire need of such a position on our ship. I hastily instructed Baisida to retrieve a fine sniper rifle we had acquired in Juan Ziguo, which was strikingly beautiful. When Maginin laid eyes on the weapon, his entire demeanor transformed. He took the rifle, deftly maneuvering it before exclaiming, "Good sniper." I asked him to demonstrate his skills. With the rifle in hand, he swiftly spun his body, and in an instant, he fired a shot. We were all left in a state of bewilderment. What was that? Had he missed? Or had it been an accidental discharge? A term flashed through my mind. Flick shot? Goodness, what a technique. Yet, when I looked up at the sky, there was nothing to be seen. The atmosphere became rather awkward. Just as I prepared to ease the tension, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, followed by a thud as a seagull fell from the sky, landing directly in front of me. The entire crew was in shock. Baisida leaned in to examine it and gasped. Its heart was shot through. Bai Huzi erupted with his signature laughter. "Galala. Captain, you've truly struck gold." Mark regarded me with admiration. "Captain, so you brought us to Baran Island for this purpose?" I, with a touch of shamelessness, acknowledged, yes. After all, the Sea King cannot speak. "So I shall claim this credit." I inquired where Maginin had learned such marksmanship, and he replied that his father had taught him, his voice laced with emotion. I quickly offered my apologies. He performed another demonstration, this time even more impressive, executing a mid-air 360-degree spin while firing blind, and moments later, another seagull fell in response. They cheered excitedly, clapping fervently. Just as I was marveling at my good fortune, the system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host! A new crew member has joined, granting you a chance to draw a reward." Along with the previous accumulation, I now had 2 chances. In this tumultuous era, strengthening oneself was imperative. I had a draw. The familiar spinning wheel appeared, and I silently urged it to stop. To my astonishment, the pointer split into 2, one indicating a fruit and the other a potion. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a natural-type devil fruit." Upon hearing natural type, I was elated and hurried to inspect the contents of my consciousness warehouse. However, upon seeing the name, I was left utterly dumbfounded. The sound fruit. My smile froze. My friends, this was Enel's fruit. Devil fruits are singular. Possessing one implies that Enel has perished. But hadn't he gone to the moon? Who could have killed him? This perplexity sent my CPU into overdrive, leaving me utterly confounded. The other draw yielded a potion labeled Universal Cure, promising to heal all injuries, even restoring severed limbs, albeit not to peak condition and usable only once. A valuable treasure. Nonetheless, the following morning, I held the sound fruit, pondering who aboard the ship, by Huzi, Baisida, or Maginin, might desire it. To my surprise, Bai Huzi expressed disinterest in reliving the experience of eating excrement. Baisida preferred wielding a sword, and Maginin simply stated, no. All 3 rejected it. I was utterly at a loss. AC and Day, eyeing the fruit greedily, incessantly lamented why I hadn't revealed it sooner. With a sigh, I reluctantly returned the divine fruit to my pocket. Very well, we would continue with our original plan, seeking out Yen. After several days of sailing, we finally arrived at Kelly Island. I must say, this island bore an eerie atmosphere, shrouded in violet mist with visibility severely limited. AC attempted to disperse the fog with a hurricane, but it merely cleared momentarily before coalescing anew, proving futile. Cautiously advancing, Magellan suddenly fired a shot into the mist without warning. Something's out there, he stated coldly. Instantly, we all assumed a defensive stance. Through the haze, a shadowy group of black baboons emerged, some clad in armor, others wielding massive swords, resembling an army. I recognized them immediately. These were the human imitators raised by Yen. It seemed we had inadvertently stumbled into their territory. Our actions were akin to stalking a perverse voyeur. Just as I finished explaining to the crew that as long as they did not initiate an attack, we would be fine, they casually remarked. But Magellan just shot at one. Before I could finish, the baboons parted, revealing a few of their kin pushing out a cannon. I drew my sword, realizing there was no escaping a confrontation today. Just then, all the baboons fell silent, collectively gazing behind us. A footstep echoed from afar, and a figure clad in a black trench coat, bearing a colossal black sword, emerged slowly from the mist. Goodness, it was none other than the world's greatest swordsman. Inyemaya, Baisida's face flushed with excitement, while I seized the opportunity to frantically practice my swordsmanship, striving to enhance my skill level. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You know, Eagle Eye did not pay any attention to my anomalous behavior. His hawk-like, keen gaze swept over all of us, and he coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" He, with utmost seriousness, replied, "The captain sent us." At that moment, the perennial iceberg expression on Eagle Eye's face cracked. He scrutinized me from head to toe, his gaze akin to that of someone observing an extra who had wandered into the wrong scene, filled with disdain that seemed to say, "Who are you, buddy?" He then turned to Whitebeard and Bista, launching into them. "Whitebeard, Bista, have you both lost your minds? Allowing such a being to be captain?" In his eyes, lacking strength was an original sin. Unfortunately, my two crew members were truly my greatest detractors. Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. "Eagle Eye, I advise you not to underestimate our captain. Otherwise, you shall regret it." Bista also stepped forward to bolster my reputation. "Indeed, Eagle Eye, believe it or not, our captain will surpass you within a year." Those who understand know my face turned pale with terror. A year is indeed a possibility. But isn't this just pushing me to my doom? Just as I was about to shout for them to stop, Eagle Eye's frigid voice echoed. "Oh, so formidable. Then I wish to spar with him. It's over, I am doomed." His interest was piqued, curious about the individual that could inspire such praise from Whitebeard and Bista. I was utterly bewildered. I had only learned 3 techniques in my system. To spar with the world's greatest swordsman? This was not a spar. It was a high-level slaughter. And I was the prey. Despairing, I turned around to seek help, only to find that Whitebeard and the others had retreated 10 meters away, clearing a vast space for my impending demise. Bista was still fanning the flames. "Captain, I believe in you. You can handle a few moves. I trust you, my foot." Trembling, I turned to Eagle Eye. "Eagle Eye, can we negotiate?" Eagle Eye was taken aback, likely the first time someone dared to make a request of him. With his arms crossed, he wore an expression that seemed to challenge my ingenuity. "What is it?" My mind raced. Devising a proposal. Isn't it a bit dull to just trade blows? How about we add some stakes? After all, I will be taking hits. I might as well gain something from it. So, he appeared surprisingly patient. "To be honest, I've only trained with a sword for a month. If I can withstand 3 of your moves without dying, would you answer one question truthfully?" Upon stating my audacious demand, I felt my own boldness was outrageous. Yet, Eagle Eye did not outright refuse. Instead, he turned to Bista. "Has he truly only trained for a month?" Bista nodded, and to my astonishment, Eagle Eye agreed. He must have thought, a novice after a month, I can easily dispatch with a single blow. No need for 3. But he remained cautious. "Let us make this clear." "What will you ask?" I employed a provoking tactic. "What? Are you afraid you can't finish me off in 3 moves?" Inside, I was a bundle of nerves. Were it not for the Haoshiku and Busashoka haki bestowed by my system, along with the universal medicine that could revive me, I would never dare to gamble like this. I simply want to verify the rumor from the forum that Eagle Eye and Imusama were related. I had to seize this opportunity. Interesting, Eagle Eye sneered, his gaze sharp as a blade, sending shivers down my spine. In the next instant, without offering me a moment to react, he launched himself forward, delivering a strike from a distance. Here we go. I quickly drew my sword, unleashing my technique, Sword Chi, 8 directions, to meet his assault, but deep down, I knew my power was far from sufficient. Thus, I immediately conjured a shield of Sword Chi in front of me. As expected, Eagle Eye's Sword Chi was devastating, instantly shredding through my attack and obliterating my shield. In the blink of an eye, I could only cover my arms with Busashoku and cross them before my chest. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and I felt as though I had been struck by a truck, my insides nearly dislodged. Gritting my teeth, I lower my body, feeling that deadly sword chi graze my scalp as it flew past with a roar. My body trembled. That sensation of impending death was all too real. Yet, I was exhilarated. I had truly withstood a strike from the world's greatest swordsman. 2 moves remaining. Eagle Eye 2 let out an O in surprise. He likely did not expect that I, a novice after a month, could not only wield Sword Chi, but also respond with such swiftness, understanding layer defenses, and ultimately withstanding with Busashoku. The way he looked at me shifted from disdain to intrigue. For the next strike, I would take it seriously. He slowly assumed his stance. I dare not lose focus, my eyes locked onto him. I watched as he swung his black blade, Yuru, from below to above, unleashing a diagonal strike far fiercer than the last, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, hurtling towards me. Marco, from behind, grew anxious, old man. Will you not make a move? This attack was at least 3 times stronger than the previous one. Ace was also on edge. Only Bista remained calm. Don't worry. The captain is not that weak. Here we go. I felt every drop of blood in my body ignite. I gripped my sword tightly, the Busashoku enveloping the entire weapon. Just as that terrifying Sword Chi was about to strike me, my vision darkened, and I saw an image of myself being cleaved in 2, blood splattered, consciousness fading. Had I died? Boom! A terrifying and overwhelming aura erupted from within me, instantly pulling my awareness back. I had not perished. Was that a premonition of the future? Is this Kinbunchaku haki? I had awakened Kinbunchaku at the brink of death. Simultaneously, another dormant power within me was also awakened. Haoshiku. The dark blade was suddenly enveloped in a faint red glow, crackling with black lightning. Haoshiku entwined. Everyone was left speechless. Marco shouted at Bista. So you knew the captain would awaken Haoshiku. You had me worried for nothing. Bista, equally bewildered, replied, I had no idea. At that moment, I was entirely oblivious to the transformation occurring within me, only feeling that my sword had become sharper than ever. With all my might, I unleashed the awakened strike against Eagle Eye's Sword Chi. The 2 forces collided in midair, releasing astonishing black currents. I actually withstood it. Gritting my teeth, I poured everything into my attack, and after several seconds, with a resounding boom, I finally shattered Eagle Eye's second strike. I stood unsteadily, drenched in sweat, nearly on the verge of collapse. I had endured, but much of my strength had dissipated. Eagle Eye had one final move left. If he unleashed his full power, I would surely be done for. Yet, Eagle Eye did not rush to unleash his third strike. Instead, he charged toward me with his blade. Wait, he wants to engage in close combat. Only a fool would fight you in melee. I took off running, but I knew it was futile. Resolutely, I turned to face him, unleashing Sword Chi, 8 directions. Eagle Eye's reaction was even swifter than mine. He met my attack with a single strike, effortlessly dispersing my assault, then directed his blade toward my neck. I once again enveloped myself in Haoshiku, crossing my arms to withstand the blow. Yet reality was harsh. My strength felt like that of an ant before him, swiftly suppressed, the blade inching closer to my throat. A miracle did not occur. The cold blade ultimately rested against my neck. However, he withdrew his blade. You are quite strong, he remarked, turning his back to me, delivering a mere compliment. I was stunned. My crew rushed to my side, Marco punching my chest. Why didn't you mention you awakened Haushika earlier? He directly embraced me in her unfamiliar yet substantial bosom, nearly suffocating me. I finally broke free, gasping, no, it was Eagle Eye who held back. I cannot fathom why he chose to relent in the end. Follow me. Eagle Eye glanced at me, leading us into his grand fortress. He poured me a glass of red wine and, getting straight to the point, asked, "What do you wish to know?" I fixed my gaze upon his eyes. Articulating each word, "I wish to understand your origins." With a snap, the goblet in his hand was crushed, and a murderous aura surged forth. Whitebeard was the first to shield me. Yet, I waved my hand, signaling him not to be alarmed. I firmly believe that Ingyin is not a man of falsehood. With a cold chuckle, Ingyin finally spoke. "You are the first to dare to ask me this. My name is Kilakelmi Hua Ku, and my father's name is Kyalakelkilas Shum." Shum! My mind buzzed, and my worldview crumbled. Although I had long suspected, hearing it confirmed was utterly shocking. Could it be that your father is, Celestial Dragon? He calmly acknowledged this, stating that he was a formidable swordsman. After the battle at the Valley of God, he brought me here, but he then set sail again and never returned. Never returned? I was anxious. What is the relationship between your father and him? Him? Ingyin pondered, shook his head, and replied, "Who is he?" He did not appear to be lying. Good heavens. The astonishing revelation I risked my life for turned out to be a damn squib. This feeling was akin to a classic tragicomedy. I thought I had unearthed treasure, only to realize I was the jester. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, I hastily changed the subject. By the way, do you know that the red-haired Shanks has gone to hunt Blackbeard? Shanks is pursuing Blackbeard? Ingyin was indeed unaware, and he abruptly stood up. Where? I'm not sure, but it should not be far from here. As soon as I finished speaking, without a moment's hesitation, Ingyin boarded his coffin-like small boat and departed, presumably to seek out the red-haired. Since we were already here, we decided to explore the island. As we wandered, we unexpectedly arrived at a cemetery adorned with hundreds of crosses. Curiously, I approached one tombstone, which bore an inscription, "May the kingdom of Zizikire never fall." Upon reading this, I couldn't help but laugh. Never fall? Look at the state of it. The grass on the graves was taller than any person. Just as I was reflecting on this, Magnum suddenly called out to me, "Captain, look over there." Following his gesture, I was astonished to see a mound of earth with a corner of a metal box protruding. My DNA kicked into high gear. Could it be? Is the universe once again serving me a feast? I rushed over and swiftly unearthed the small iron box. He and the others gathered around, eagerly asking, "Captain, could it be another devil fruit?" I rolled my eyes internally, thinking, foolish child, do you truly believe that the Rayleigh fruit can be found lying about? Yet I replied, let us hope so. With a swift motion, I struck the lock, and with a clang, it opened. To my surprise, there was no fruit inside, just a tattered old diary. I picked it up and glanced at the cover, which rendered me speechless. The diary of the king of Zizikire Kingdom. Good heavens! Was this not penned by the very unfortunate king mentioned on the tombstone? I quickly flipped it open and discovered that this fellow truly had a tragic tale. He recounted how their kingdom had joined the world government 200 years prior, which was initially a cause for celebration. However, due to its remote location and dire poverty, they eventually could not even pay the heavenly tribute. The king, left with no choice, journeyed to Marineford to negotiate with the elders, hoping for a payment plan. Yet, they dismissed him outright, refusing to even acknowledge his existence. As the kingdom faced imminent bankruptcy, the world government dispatched CP0 to collect the debts. The king found himself with nothing left, ultimately being taken to Marineford by CP0. However, upon arrival, rather than meeting the elders, he encountered a mysterious scientist. This scientist told him that if he accompanied him to a certain place, the heavenly tribute for his kingdom would be entirely waived. Who among us understands? This is nothing short of a typical script for a one-day trip to northern Myanmar. Returning with riches. No sane person would believe such a tale. Yet, the king, for the sake of his country, had no choice but to gamble. In the diary's conclusion, he left behind a single location, Afrenaires. Upon reading this, we all fell silent. A king went to such lengths for his people, yet his kingdom was lost. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. I turned to my companions, noticing the fire in their eyes. Very well, it is settled. Our next destination is Afrenaires. We must uncover what the king experienced back then. Without further ado, we returned to the shore, only to be greeted by a scene that sent my blood pressure soaring. On our ship stood a group of unfamiliar ruffians. "Watch out!" shouted Whitebeard. An arrow was shot at me from the ship. I casually deflected it with my sword. The force akin to a mirage. A sharp voice emerged from the ship. "Oh, you have some skills. Kid, hand over everything valuable." I couldn't help but chuckle. It was 2025, yet there were still those who ventured out without reading the news. I retorted, "What if I refused to comply?" A beady-eyed fellow, accompanied by several lackeys, leapt from the ship, mockingly pointing at us. "A foolish brute, a dimwit, and a girl. This bunch looks weak. Attack!" I shook my head in resignation, preparing to test my newly acquired conqueror's haki, when suddenly another figure appeared at the bow of the ship, wearing a captain's hat and possessing a familiar voice. Shichienkoin. "What is happening?" The little leader named Shichienkoin immediately turned around to take credit. "Boss, the ship's owner has returned. Watch me deal with him in no time." However, upon seeing our identities, his boss, Wu Di, turned pale, his legs trembling as if he might fall off the ship at any moment. Yet, his lackey continued to boast. "Ha! Even in dire straits, you dare to boast. Do you know how formidable our captain is? Just saying it would scare you to death." Our captain escaped right under the nose of the yellow monkey. I nearly lost my composure, thinking to myself, "My friend, do you have a misunderstanding about what it means to escape?" That time at Sabaody, the yellow monkey was directly confronting us and had no time to deal with your insignificant crew. Wu Di could no longer contain himself. He stomped down the deck and delivered a thorough beating to his conspicuous lackey, scolding, "You fool! Do you know who they are?" Then with a thud, he knelt before us, shaking like a leaf. "Lord Long Zaitian, Lord Whitebeard, he just set sail and knows nothing." Upon hearing the name Whitebeard, the newly arrived pirates turned weak at the knees, their weapons clattering to the ground as they all knelt, begging for mercy. I waved my hand, too lazy to hold a grudge, and directly asked Wu Di, "Do you know of Afrenaires Island?" Upon hearing the name, Wu Di's expression darkened further, trembling as he replied, "My lord, when we passed by that island, it was 100 times more eerie than here. We dared not approach." My heart sank. It seemed this matter was not simple. I issued a direct order. "Very well, take us there." Wu Di's expression was one of utter despair, yet he had no choice but to comply. Under his guidance, several hours later, we finally reached the outskirts of Afrenaires Island. I must say, the scene was truly eerie. The entire island was shrouded in an ominous blue mist. My Kinbunchiko haki attempted to penetrate it, only to find itself akin to a phone signal lost in a basement, instantaneously disconnected, unable to perceive anything. We sent Wu Di and his crew away, and, trying to disperse the mist, Ace used his wind fist. However, just as he cleared a path, the mist re-emerged from the ground, restoring itself in an instant. Clearly, someone was deliberately preventing outsiders from entering. "Fine, the more you resist, the more I will insist on entering." We donned gas masks and stepped onto the island. The outer edges were composed of ordinary rocks and plants, but as we ventured further, the sights became increasingly astonishing. A colossal black, cylindrical fortress rose from the ground, covered in a myriad of cameras and transparent tubes, radiating an overwhelming sense of advanced technology. While we were examining this structure, Magnum suddenly raised his gun and pointed at a nearby mound of earth, shouting, "Be careful." We were all taken aback. Even Whitebeard's Kinbunchika haki had detected nothing. As we were beginning to doubt our senses, a grotesque, skinless arm, entirely composed of blood-red muscle, abruptly emerged from the mound of earth. To our astonishment, a second arm followed, and then a blood-soaked head. Its hollow eyes stared vacantly as it crawled forth from the ground. We attempted to perceive it using Kinbunchiku haki, but to our dismay, we sensed nothing at all. In the realm of overwhelming might, that location appeared to be merely an empty pile of soil. Whitebeard, with a swift stroke from afar, cleaved it in twain. But guess what? The two halves, like magnets, snapped back together, perfectly restored. Han Kinbista charged forward. enveloping his blade with Busashoka haki, and struck once more, only to witness the same miraculous regeneration. This abomination seemed to be the failed product of cybernetic immortality, possessing both physical immunity and self-healing capabilities. How were we to combat such a monstrosity? I decisively called for us to seek clues within a nearby building. We kicked open the rusted door, and a foul stench of blood, decay, and chemicals assaulted our senses, nearly overwhelming me. The hall was littered with darkened bloodstains and fragmented corpses, resembling a veritable hell on earth. Fortunately, we discovered numerous red first aid kits hanging on the wall. Upon opening one, we found oxygen masks and tanks manufactured by Beijiapank, boasting a remarkable 24-hour standby. It was nothing short of a lifesaver. Equipped with our new gear, we began to explore the first floor. It resembled a vast research facility, yet most rooms required key cards for entry, and the doors were sturdily locked. We made our way to the innermost dining hall, which was clearly a disaster zone, strewn with corpses and documents in utter disarray. Amidst the chaos, I stumbled upon a purple card inscribed with the words, Office Number 1. It seemed someone had intentionally left it for us. Hankin Bista, understanding the implication, leapt up and swiftly dismantled the cameras that had been following us overhead. With the card in hand, we retraced our steps to locate the office. After swiping the card repeatedly, the door remained unresponsive. Magnum, with keen eyes, pointed across the corridor and exclaimed, "Captain, there's another one over there." We hurried to the opposite side, and this time, with a beep, the door swung open. Inside the office, chaos reigned like a junkyard, with reports scattered across the floor. I picked one up, and my scalp prickled with dread. The document revealed that the facility, known as Delta Base, had been operational for a century, and within a mere 50 years had subjected hundreds of thousands of individuals to experimentation. Hundreds of thousands of lives. My hands trembled with rage. Just then, I noticed another card beneath a pile of reports, clearly marked, Office Number 2. I must tell you, this second office was nothing but a facade. We rummaged through it thoroughly, only to uncover nothing but scraps of paper filled with nonsensical diagrams and reports, written in an ostentatious style that left me questioning whether these scientists had ever attended a coherent communication class. The most absurd part was, after sifting through it all, we could not even find the name of a responsible party. This laboratory emanated an air of mystery, as if it had sprung forth from the very cracks of the earth. With no other choice, we returned, dejected, to Office No. 1, meticulously searching the nooks and crannies we had previously overlooked. Just as despair began to creep in, serendipitously, I felt something in the corner. A card. An elevator card. To my delight, this floor was symmetrical, and we had only explored the right side. The left side remained untouched. I promptly led the group to the left, only to discover it was the boys' dormitory, an exact replica of the girls' dormitory on the right. For a fleeting moment, I entertained the notion of delving into the girls' dormitory for further investigation, but my formidable willpower forbade such an act. Having found no clues, we resigned ourselves to taking the elevator down. However, as soon as Marco, and I stepped inside, the elevator doors slammed shut with a loud clang. Whitebeard and the others were locked outside, leaving the three of us inside, staring blankly at one another, bewildered. I tell you, I pressed that emergency stop button so fervently it might have sparked. Yet it was utterly futile. The elevator refused to respond, slowly beginning its ascent. I wondered if this button was manufactured by some notoriously unreliable company. He went pale, questioning whether the elevator would continue its upward trajectory indefinitely. I attempted to reassure her, while my forehead was already brimming with Busashoka haki, prepared to break through at any moment. I told her to remain calm. It was clear someone was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. I glanced upward, and indeed, a hidden camera lay in the corner. He reacted swiftly, without a second thought, swinging her spike bat and smashing it to pieces. Unbeknownst to us, while we were trapped in the elevator, a sinister figure, a doctor with a bird-like nose, sat in the control room, watching us as one would observe a circus performance, his laughter chilling to the bone. With a chime, the elevator halted on the second floor. This level appeared to be the top, as the buttons indicated only 2 floors above ground, while 4 lay below. I was keenly aware that the true secrets must reside below. The atmosphere on the second floor was palpable, so quiet one could hear their own heartbeat. The lights flickered ominously, casting shadows that suggested lurking dangers. Marco brandished his ethereal blue phoenix flames to illuminate our path, rendering the scene reminiscent of a haunted house adventure in 2025. Suddenly, we heard a faint sound of breathing. A shiver coursed through me, and I drew my blade, while he readied her spiked bat, both of us instinctively shielding Marco. As we approached, we found a person lying on the ground, not a zombie. I utilized Kinbunchika Haki and sensed a pulse. Cautiously, I poked his face with my toe, and he remained unresponsive. Alive, warm. We hastily equipped him with a gas mask. Before long, the fellow stirred awake. Upon opening his eyes, he fixed his gaze onto he, his pupils practically glued to her, as if captivated. I patted his head, inquiring about his identity. He readily introduced himself as Liu Yin, a pirate who had recently arrived on the island and fainted upon reaching this spot. I sighed, yet another outsider. However, the next thing he did left me astounded. He gazed at he, grinning, and inquired if our ship needed more crew. I thought to myself, surely you must have some skills? He proudly proclaimed he possessed all 3 types of haki and was a devil fruit user. The absurdity continued. He then asked if he could touch he's face. My frustration reached its peak. I had never even touched my own crew. Yet, despite my irritation, I begrudgingly agreed, eager to see what he could conjure. You want to believe what happened next. His hand began to glow, and he's face transformed, becoming even more exquisite and beautiful. I was completely taken aback. What was this? A beauty berry? A photo-editing fruit? I directly asked him, brother, does this ability have any combat utility? To my astonishment, he proudly replied that it did. It could beautify others while simultaneously enhancing one's combat prowess. What a unique ability, seemingly tailored for a harem protagonist. With no other option, I decided to let him accompany us for better or worse. We would see what he was made of. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and the others found themselves obstructed by an immense iron door. Henkint bista hex et fatis, leaving not a scratch, and Whitebeard suspected even he could not breach it, so they opted to return to the first floor to await us. On our end, accompanied by the new addition, Liu Yin, we discovered an unlocked office on the second floor. Marco, ever observant, unearthed a purple card from a cabinet, inscribed with the words, Control Room. Excellent. Once we entered the control room, the events that transpired on this island would be laid bare. In a frenzy, we rushed to the control room door, and that fellow Liu Yin, eager to impress he, seized the card to unlock the door. I pondered that it might be wise to send him ahead to scout the path. After all, one could never know if the door would open to danger. To my astonishment, with a sound, the door swung open, and an ear-splitting roar erupted from within. My word, it was teeming with zombies. My immediate instinct was to retreat, but then a sudden realization struck me. My system had activated. It prompted me to employ my swordsman skills against these creatures, promising a doubling of experience points. Each sword energy would yield an increase of 100 points, and each sword shadow would grant 500. How fortuitous! It was as if they were delivering experience points directly to me. Before I could make a move, that reckless fellow, Sulfur Yin, charged in without a second thought, his fists covered in haki, sending zombie heads flying in all directions. He turned back, exclaiming with pride, Captain, how's that? Am I impressive or what? No sooner had he spoken than a headless zombie staggered back to its feet behind him. Watch out, I shouted, swiftly unleashing a sword energy that cleaved the ambushing zombie in two. I forgot to mention that I had entered with my sword drawn. These creatures were not invincible. The system chimed, and I received 100 points of sword perception. Delightful. With such a bounty of experience points, it was the perfect opportunity to test my new skill. I instructed Sulfur Yin to take cover, then gripped my sword with both hands and took a deep breath. Sword shadow, blue lantern, firewood, 100 demons roam alone. I tell you, the scene was nothing short of spectacular, as hundreds of spectral sword shadows surged forth like cannonballs, obliterating the horde of zombies in the fan-shaped area before me. Sulfur Yin watched in wide-eyed astonishment. The fun truly began thereafter. I sent Marco and Yamato to the surveillance room in search of clues while Sulfur Yin and I stood guard at the entrance, continuously unleashing sword energy. My experience points sword, an exhilarating sensation. Sulfur Yin seized the opportunity to hone his combat techniques. We relentlessly ground ourselves until our stamina was entirely depleted, ultimately causing me to black out. When I regained consciousness, I discovered that Marco had hoisted me up. Just as we prepared to leave, the elevator doors opened once more, transporting us back to the first floor. Upon exiting, we were met by the grave expressions of Whitebeard and the others. Ace summoned me over, and Whitebeard handed me a report he had unearthed from a corner of Office 1. As I glanced at it, my eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. It clearly stated, Subject, Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard. My mind reeled in disbelief. Hadn't this research facility been abandoned for 50 years? Blackbeard was only 40. The timelines simply did not align. The depths of this place were unfathomable, deeper than the Mariana Trench. As we compared notes, Marco had also retrieved a complete map of the research facility from the surveillance room, though the footage had long since been destroyed. Sulfur Yin finally grasped the situation, realizing that Yamato was Kaido's daughter, and that we were all formidable figures from the Marineford War, leaving him too intimidated to speak much. The situation was evident. We had searched the first and second floors, and all secrets must surely lie hidden in the underground experimental areas. Just as we were deliberating, the elevator doors opened again, almost inviting us to descend. Very well, let us proceed. This time, we were all on high alert, prepared for combat the moment the doors opened. However, as the elevator doors parted, we were left dumbfounded. The underground level was not only eerily illuminated in a sinister green light, but there wasn't a single zombie in sight, and the foul stench had vanished. The air was clean enough to breathe freely. Everyone removed their masks, and Ace and the others seized the opportunity to tease Yamato about her sudden beauty. I thought to myself, they were remarkably carefree. Following the map, we arrive at a robust iron door marked holding chamber. Sulfur Yin, ever eager, rushed to open it, and Whitebeard admired his enthusiasm, likening him to a younger Ace. He approached the door and pushed with all his might. Creak, creak. I must say, the iron door seemed almost fused with the frame, and Sulfur Yin had to exert every ounce of strength to wrench it open. The moment the door swung wide, an overpowering stench of decayed corpses assaulted me. Inside, there were no zombies, only the emaciated bones of those who had starved to death. The sight was nothing short of harrowing. I led the group in a thorough search of this floor, but not a shadow of a ghost could be found. Just as I feared our efforts would be in vain, Ace shouted from a corner, Captain, there's a staircase here. To my surprise, a hidden passage led down beside the boiler room. Let us go, we must investigate. We hurried down to the second underground level. As soon as we emerged, I was taken aback by a deafening roar. I had expected this level to mirror the tranquility of the one above, but what awaited us? Not only were there zombies, but an entire horde, and the variety had evolved. Marco pointed at a dark creature and exclaimed, What manner of beast is this? I can tell you, this creature resembled a faded version of Venom, its body covered in bloodied muscles, yet unmistakably female in form. Its hair clung to its scalp like seaweed, and a long tongue flicked menacingly before me. My system panel chimed, revealing Zombie number 002, Shadow Demon. Attack method, long-range tongue thrust. I intended to warn everyone to be cautious, but despite our utter silence, the horde of shadow demons all turned their heads in unison. Discovered. In the next instant, one of them launched its tongue directly at my face from several meters away. It struck the ground with a force that created a crater. Captain, Flower Sword Vista stepped in front of me, insisting, You all go search for information. I will handle them. Ace and Yamato also readied themselves for battle. I countered, No need for that. There are still 2 floors below to explore. Conserve your energy. These minions are mine. Sword Shadow, Blue Lantern, Firewood. 100 demons roam alone. After 5 seconds of charging, I brought my sword down, and the foremost zombie's head was sent flying like tofu. Let us move, no time to waste. I charged ahead, leading the way down. The zombies surged forth like a tidal wave, yet I found myself amused. It seemed the creature behind us was truly desperate. Upon reaching the third underground level, I kicked open a door, only to exclaim in disbelief. The zombies here had undergone yet another transformation. Some wielded sharp blades as arms. Known as butchers, others bore festering green pustules on their backs, called poison bearers. Clearly not a good omen. To make matters worse, Ace rushed up from below to inform me. Captain, the door on that level 1T open. Now we were cornered, with formidable foes ahead and our escape route blocked. I contemplated the necessity of pressing on. Fortune favors the bold. I ordered everyone, put on your masks, pair up, find clues, and retreat immediately. Meanwhile, back at Marineford, the 5 elders received a mysterious phone call. A voice distorted by a voice changer taunted, the secrets of Ifuner's island will soon be uncovered. With that, the line went dead. I tell you, the faces of those 5 old men turned ashen, panic overtaking them. Impossible. He was supposed to be dead on the moon. Quickly, eliminate everyone on the island. They issued a direct order to activate the demon-slaying command, explicitly requesting 2 admirals to be dispatched. This situation must be monumental to frighten them so. Akainu, receiving the command, was furious enough to grind his teeth, yet he was forced to comply, knowing that higher ranks wielded greater power. You want me to send 2 admirals to some forsaken island? Do they think they grow on trees? But he had no choice but to notify Kizaru and Green Bull. Meanwhile, these 2 were the epitome of lethargy in the workplace of 2025. Green Bull lounged in the sun, while Kizaru sprawled on the sofa, neither moving an inch, both waiting for the other to make the first move. This was the essence of standstill, a masterclass in apathy. Returning to my side, I kicked open an office door, instructing Magnum to keep watch while I rifled through the drawers. Guess what? In one drawer, I uncovered a neatly stacked file. Upon opening it, I was utterly flabbergasted. The information contained within was explosively sensational, surpassing even the most scandalous revelations of the year. It turns out that this laboratory was established a century ago by the world government, overseen by Vegapunk and his close companion, Kali's. Initially intended for the study of artificial organisms, Kali's inadvertently created a zombie virus. Believing it to be remarkable, he sought to report it, only to be reprimanded by Vegapunk, who warned that such a discovery would spell doom for the world. Kali's feigned compliance while secretly continuing his research, ultimately getting caught by CP0. Upon his return, he appeared as a changed man, zealously advancing his studies, yet deliberately hindering progress at critical moments. Eventually, he was taken away to the moon and never returned. Frustrated, the world government dispatched CP0 to annihilate the entire laboratory. I collapsed onto the sofa, overwhelmed by the shocking revelations. Yet this unearthed new mysteries. Who left behind this document? Who currently controls this place? And who has reignited experiments involving Blackbeard from childhood? Contemplating these questions was not my priority. Clutching the document tightly, I realized that if this information were to leak, the world government would be in chaos. I called for everyone to gather at the stairs and began clearing a path with a swift strike of my sword. After much effort, we managed to regroup, each of us looking as if we had just emerged from the mud, eager to escape. However, I declared, "No, you may return to the ship first. I plan to practice my skills upstairs for a while longer." My companions understood my obsession with leveling up in games to crush the boss. Upon hearing this, Bista, Suyin, and Magnum insisted on staying. Very well, let us all stay and toil together. Whitebeard, Yamato, and Marco took the documents back to the ship, while the rest of us remained in this underground level, engaged with the relentless zombies. A day later, at the Marine headquarters, in Akainu's office, he inquired, "Where are Kizaru and Green Bull?" Vice Admiral Squirrel trembled in response. "Admiral Kizaru has yet to depart." Akainu slammed his fist on the table. "What about Green Bull?" Another punch. "What are those 2 fools up to?" It was evident Akainu was nearly seething with rage. He grabbed 2 transponder snails and roared, "If you don't arrive at Avernaris within a day, forget your year-end bonuses and salaries." He raised the stakes for the other if you fail to arrive. Fujitora can't forget his bonuses as well. Such a ruthless maneuver. Back to my perspective, after a day and night of intense training, the results were remarkable. I could cleave through these zombies with ease, akin to slicing vegetables, heads rolling with grace. Ace was equally exhilarated, unleashing a whirlwind that turned a corridor of zombies into a pulp. Yet, the most astonishing display came from Suyin. With a roar, he charged into the horde, his fists crackling with red and black lightning. I was dumbfounded. Was he truly the main character? With no system or cheat, he comprehended the hockey in a single day? Such innate talent. Just as I was absorbing this marvel, a notification chimed in my mind. My sword mastery had reached its peak. I hurried to the stairwell to check my new skills. To my surprise, there were two. The first, named Sword Mastery, endless obliteration of falling stars, sounded explosive. Its description was outrageous. 1 strike could silence the heavens. 2 strikes could shatter bones and extinguish 7 kings. 3 strikes could sacrifice oneself for 4 emperors. I laughed aloud. Was this not invincible? But upon looking closer, I saw the usage requirement. Charge for 1 minute. I nearly choked on my own incredulity. A minute? By then, the opportunity would be lost. This was clearly a stealth attack skill. The second skill, Sword Mastery, Flying Feathers, 99 strikes, sounded ordinary but could be executed instantly, delivering up to 99 consecutive strikes. Very well, better than nothing. Having regained some stamina, I returned to the corridor and called out to Ace. Ace, I need a favor. Ace, lost in his whirlwind, turned around with a smile. What's up, Captain? I requested, could you control these zombies for a moment? I just learned a skill that requires charging. No problem. Ace, being the life of the party, waved his hand, creating a small whirlwind that restrained the zombies and plopped down, exclaiming, Captain, show me what you've got. At this, everyone turned, as if attending a concert. Our captain, with an air of majesty, nodded and, sword in hand, closed his eyes, channeling an aura that transformed the atmosphere. He then recited a long, melodramatic name, Sword Mastery, endless obliteration of falling stars. I felt a jolt. Surely, such an elaborate name indicated immense power. In the next instant, a red glow emanated from his black sword, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. Strangely, even without activating his hockey, the black and red lightning seemed to have a mind of its own, wrapping around the blade. Our captain was momentarily taken aback, yet with the arrow drawn. There was no turning back. The spectacle was breathtaking. His muscles rippled, and an energy storm swirled at the sword's tip, growing ever larger. Within seconds, we seasoned sailors felt our hearts race. My only thought was, no way, he can't be planning to cleave the entire laboratory in two. Magnum's usually stoic face turned pale, while Ace held his breath. Vista, the renowned swordsman, trembled, muttering, Captain, how can you do this without a cheat? 30 seconds passed. We were all nearly kneeling, drenched in sweat. The oppressive aura was unlike anything I'd felt, not even when facing the 4 emperors. 50 seconds. My legs felt foreign, and I saw our captain gritting his teeth, his face pale, as if his own sword was draining him. Later, he told us he vowed never to use this skill casually. It was too burdensome. 59. 60. Time's up. A furious roar erupted from our captain as he swung the sword. In that instant, the world fell silent, followed by a blinding red light that swept across the battlefield like a laser. My eyes nearly blinded. Any zombie caught in that beam, no matter how formidable, was instantly sliced in two, the cuts so smooth they could serve as mirrors. The entire corridor of zombies fell in unison. Not only the zombies, but we too, weakened, collapsed. I touched my throat, relieved to find it intact. This strike could make even an emperor rethink their choices. However, the price of theatrics left our captain exhausted, sitting on the ground, laughing foolishly and unable to speak. Cien, overly excited, scrambled up and shouted, Captain, that skill was incredible. They suddenly realized, Captain, so your late-night training was for this. Our captain wished to explain, but lacked the strength, merely gasping for breath. Vista looked at him, his gaze transformed, and declared, Captain, from this day forth, you are my target to surpass. He then charged into the remaining zombies for extra practice. Presumably, he felt that my hawk was no longer a sufficient rival. Just as we finished our intense session, on the sea, the Marines were also mobilizing. Kizaru and Green Bull, 2 admirals, approached us with several warships. Green Bull, puzzled, remarked, Borsellino, how could you arrive so quickly? Kizaru, unusually serious, inquired, do you know what transpired on this island? It dawned on us that they too were acting on orders from Akainu, who had commanded the annihilation of all nearby ships. Yet neither of them knew the precise reason. In our vicinity, the captain, having just caught his breath, surprisingly stood up, trembling, and declared, I have one more trick up my sleeve. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up. We were all nearly terrified. Magnum hastily advised, Captain, your condition is worse than that of Bista. You're looking quite pale. Surely, you do not intend to attempt this again. Rest assured, the captain reassured us. This maneuver does not require any build-up. With that, he raised his sword and proclaimed, Sword technique, flying strike, 99 consecutive slashes. Whoosh! 2 arcs of sword energy shot forth at an astonishing speed, twisting and darting erratically through the air. Ace, leaning against the wall, barely avoided one that zipped past his scalp, causing him to shout in alarm, Captain, you're scaring us to death. The captain, embarrassed, apologized. My apologies. I did not anticipate the drift. Bista, utterly flabbergasted, circled around the captain, akin to witnessing an extraterrestrial. Have you consumed some sort of enhancement fruit? Your progress is astonishing. Just then, the telephone bug on the floor began to ring. Ace answered, and on the other end was Yamato's urgent voice. Captain, trouble is brewing. The Navy is heading this way. We all froze in shock. The Navy? What business do they have here? The captain slapped his forehead, exclaiming, of course. Our movements must have been exposed. Whitebeard took the phone, his voice steady. Gura, my sons, they have dispatched an admiral. We must leave at once. An admiral? Upon hearing this, the previously sluggish captain instantly regained his vigor. Without hesitation, Ace lifted the weakened captain onto his back and dashed for the exit. The newcomer, Sulfur, was particularly enthusiastic. Haha, if we take them down, will there be a bounty on our heads? We sprinted back to the ship. Ace swiftly utilized his hurricane abilities, whisking us onto the deck of the stretcher. Sulfur, wide-eyed like a child in a wonderland, exclaimed, Wow, your ship is so cool. Ace, your fruit is amazing. The captain had just changed into a clean outfit and urged us to set sail quickly. No fighting, just go. He was utterly exhausted and lacked the strength to engage an admiral. Unfortunately, it was too late. Oh, Magnum on the lookout tower had just shouted the distance of 4 nautical miles when, in the blink of an eye, a golden beam shot from the Navy warship. The speed was incredible. Magnum's sniper scope could barely keep up. Incoming attack. Before the words left his mouth, the golden light coalesced on our deck into the form of Kizaru. With his hands in his pockets, he scanned the area, and upon seeing Whitebeard, Ace, and Marco, he appeared utterly taken aback, as if to say, what an all-star lineup. Whitebeard remained composed, greeting him with a smile. Gura, Kizaru, long time no see. Bista, disregarding the pleasantries, charged forward with his sword drawn, launching a flurry of slashes aimed directly at Kizaru's face. A sneak attack. However, it was futile. The moment the sword tip brushed against Kizaru's clothing, he transformed into a flurry of light and vanished to the side. Whitebeard restrained Bista, chuckling, allow me. Kizaru paid them no mind and lazily sat down, remarking, Yo-ho-ho, Whitebeard, your son has quite the temper. Clearly, he was stalling for time. After some idle chatter, he suddenly focused intently on Whitebeard, demanding, what have you discovered on the island? Here it came, the crux of the matter. Whitebeard remained silent, though his grip on his sword tightened. At that moment, our captain descended from the stairs, having finished his bath and eavesdropping. Kizaru, upon seeing the captain, appeared amused. Oh, you've changed quite a bit. He approached to gauge the captain's strength, only to be intercepted by Whitebeard's sword. Kizaru clicked his tongue and unleashed the Yata no Kagami, the light rebounding in midair, instantly appearing behind the captain. It was the world government that sent Akainu to summon you, wasn't it? The captain replied coldly, without turning around. Kizaru halted, his golden leg suspended in midair. He was somewhat surprised, oh? How did you know? Not only do I know, but I am also aware he intends for you to eliminate everyone on this island, the captain said with a slight smile, his eyes gleaming. This psychological battle was firmly in his grasp. Kizaru chuckled, realizing that today's encounter would not end well. He slowly lifted his leg. What a pity. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Just then, freshly bathed Sulfur dashed out, seeing Kizaru about to strike. Without hesitation, he leaped in front of the captain, glaring at Kizaru. Watch out. Kizaru showed no signs of stopping. His lightspeed leg descended with catastrophic force. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. As the smoke cleared, we were left in awe. Sulfur, that newcomer, had managed to withstand Kizaru's lightspeed kick with his pitch-black fist enveloped in Conqueror's Haki. The ever-present lecherous grin on Kizaru's face cracked for the first time. He looked at Sulfur in surprise. Not bad. That Conqueror's Haki has some substance. Subsequently, Kizaru transformed into light and zipped back to the bow of the ship. He understood that none aboard were easy targets. Where did this dragon in the sky summon such divine allies from? Let me tell you, among these divine allies, there was one who was rather slow on the uptake. Sulfur, that naive newcomer, after a moment's realization, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. Family, did you know? I just faced off against Admiral Kizaru." He was still reveling in the encounter, noting how Kizaru looked exactly as rumored. "Brother, your confidence is astonishing. Had Kizaru been serious, you would already be a twinkling star in the sky." Kizaru, the seasoned veteran, wore a dark expression at the bow. He had come to understand that none aboard were to be trifled with. Since he refused to yield, do not blame me for being ruthless. He dropped a chilling remark, then let them all sink and shot into the sky. What a predicament. Long Zaitian cherished his ship dearly and immediately bellowed. Marco, young Master Marco, ever reliable, smiled slightly. "Leave it to me, Captain." As soon as he spoke, he transformed into the form of the phoenix, soaring into the heavens, cloaked in deep blue flames. In the sky, Kizaru began to prepare his grand attack. Crossing his arms, he chanted, "Yada no Kagami." The spectacle was breathtaking, with lights filling the sky like fireflies at a celebration. In the blink of an eye, these fireflies morphed into lethal light projectiles. Like a Gatling gun, they rained down, illuminating the entire sky. This was undoubtedly a display of someone whose salary was well-deserved, with no lack of effort. But was young Master Marco to be trifled with? He unfurled his wings before the ship, the blue flames forming a massive circular shield. Boom! The golden light and blue fire collided. The explosion powerful enough to shake the entire island. The meager fog on the island was immediately dispersed by the blast. Just as the standoff continued, Kizaru suddenly zipped to the side. I was puzzled, wondering if he was afraid. Yet the next moment, a bullet whizzed through the very spot where he had just been. It was Magnum, our sharpshooter, who had taken the shot. Unfortunately, Kizaru was too adept at dodging, effortlessly evading the bullet. Kizaru, visibly irritated, scoffed at us for our penchant for sneak attacks. I thought, "Brother, are you seriously discussing martial ethics while fighting pirates?" Marco shot back from above. "What fairness with a Navy man? How ridiculous!" Kizaru's mind raced with calculations. He realized that capturing us all in one fell swoop was unlikely, and a direct confrontation would yield no benefits for him either. However, returning empty-handed would surely provoke Akainu's wrath. After much contemplation, he devised a nefarious plan to summon reinforcements. He intended to summon Ryakuju to hold Whitebeard in place while he seized our captain, Long Zaitian. As long as he had the captain in hand, will we not be compelled to surrender? The sound of the abacus was audible even aboard our ship. With his thought, he said nothing, his expression unchanged as he swiftly returned to the nearby warship. When Mater saw him fleeing, he was utterly bewildered and rushed back to the deck, exclaiming, "Huh? Why did Huang Yuan run away?" Then, the conspicuous Sulfurian emerged, brandishing his oversized fists and roaring, "He must have been scared off by me. Captain, wasn't he that impressive?" I nearly cried. This guy doesn't even realize he just brushed past the gates of death. Long Zaitian, equally bemused, could only go along with him. "Impressive, impressive. You are the most impressive." At that moment, Ace pointed ahead, and I looked to see that the dark mouths of 5 warships were all aimed squarely at us. Now, this was the real deal. Long Zaitian glanced at Whitebeard, who chuckled heartily, cracked his neck, and the meaning was clear. It had been too long since he last fought. His hands were itching for action. The crew was fired up, each one readying themselves for battle. Seeing the morale was high, Long Zaitian brandished his sword, pointing it at the enemy. All right, prepare for combat. He immediately began assigning roles. Ace, Mar, Bista, Sulfurian, Yamato, each of you shall take charge of one ship. Magnum, you handle long-range sniping. Whitebeard and I will guard the ship. All right, we roared in unison. Without delay, Ace utilized his hurricane abilities, sending the four of them over to the enemy warship with the swiftness of delivering a package. The battle commenced in an instant. On Ace's side, he faced a Marine Vice Admiral named Bastille. The fellow wore a horn mask and wielded a massive saw-like sword. As soon as Ace landed on the deck, Bastille charged at him with a furious yell. Ace was no longer the reckless fire user of the past. He was now the windman. With a cold smirk, he declared, "You think you can kill me? Let's see if you have the capability." His arm was instantly enveloped in haki, and with a clang, he firmly blocked the saw blade. Bastille's face turned crimson as he exerted all his strength, yet the blade wouldn't budge a millimeter. Realizing brute force was futile, he attempted a horizontal slash. But Ace was quicker, seizing his weapon with both hands. Bastille was left in shock, desperately trying to retract his sword. Ace shouted, "Don't underestimate me, just because I lack the Mera no Mi." He noted that the Vice Admiral had not even unleashed his full power. With a fierce toss, he flung the sword and its wielder aside, then charged forward, aiming to smash his mask. Bastille, realizing the danger, quickly used Jeppo to create distance, then called for reinforcements. Everyone attacked together. Capture Ace alive. He was convinced that over 50 men could overpower one. The Marines swiftly surrounded Ace. Unfazed, Ace conjured a whirlwind with his right hand. "Capture me? What a daydream. Go." With Bastille's command, the Marines charged forward with a roar. Ace unleashed a wind roar. The powerful whirlwind sent the soldiers tumbling about as if intoxicated, several of them getting blown overboard. The deck of the warship was pierced through 2 layers. Ace laughed heartily. "Your ship is too fragile." Bastille, infuriated, bellowed. Everyone attacked together. The soldiers steadied themselves, their blades infused with haki. A dark wave of slashes surged towards Ace. He knew he couldn't withstand it. To do so would be to exhaust himself. Protecting his head with both hands, he growled, "Hurricane howl." Let me tell you, the scene was utterly extravagant. The air aboard the entire ship began to spiral violently, with chips and debris swirling into the sky. The Marines struggled against the wind, desperately clinging to the ship's railing. Bastille drove his saw sword into the deck, but was still pushed back by the gale. This was the power of nature, no, the power of Ace. Bastille was internally panicking. When did Ace become this formidable? In the blink of an eye, the ship's 50 or so Marines dwindled to less than 10, the rest blown into the sea to feed the fish. Seizing a moment when the winds calmed slightly, Bastille unleashed a sword energy aimed at Ace. Ace dodged to the side, countering with a wind fist. A fist formed from a whirlwind shot forward like a cannonball. Bastille attempted to withstand it with his massive saw sword, but with a crack, the darkened blade was shattered into pieces. Bastille was left dumbfounded, and so were the remaining Marines. With their weapons destroyed, what could they possibly do? He was knocked to the ground by the residual wind force. In that instant, every Marine's confidence evaporated. The few who remained helped Bastille up, while others jumped overboard towards Huang Yuan, shouting, "It's a demon! Run!" Ace soared into the air, striking the ship's keel with a punch, causing the entire warship to creak ominously before it spectacularly disintegrated before our eyes. On the other side, Vista the Flower Sword faced off against Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, a creature adept at using hair as a weapon in his 8-sword style. They were old rivals, and upon meeting, they exchanged fierce words. The younger Marines on Ghost Spider's side, unaware of the danger, eagerly stepped forward to challenge Vista, believing that after so many years apart, he must have weakened. Ghost Spider relished the spectacle, mocking Vista. "Seems your reputation has diminished." Vista merely chuckled, sighing. "Who gave you such confidence?" He was well aware that without the captain's 2 divine weapons, he would have been in quite the predicament today. But now, it was the perfect opportunity to test his new techniques on these younglings. One Marine charged forward with a loud shout, eager to claim Vista's head as a trophy. The scene that followed was akin to a grand spectacle of slapping faces. Bista sighed and remarked, "Ah," then swiftly vanished from sight. The flower sword struck. It was so fast. The Marine didn't even have time to react before his throat was sliced. His eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth moved, but no words escaped before he collapsed. The atmosphere fell silent. Ghost Spider's expression shifted from arrogance to seriousness. "Bista, how is it that your strength has not diminished, but has instead increased?" Bista smiled. "If you can grow stronger, why can't I? Let me see just how strong you have become." Ghost Spider roared, his 8 blades darting at Bista like spider legs, clashing and creating sparks. Bista even began to leave after images. The more Ghost Spider fought, the more alarmed he became. It wasn't that Bista had grown stronger, but rather his sword had changed. "What kind of sword is this?" Ghost Spider shouted. Bista ignored him, seizing an opening to unleash his ultimate move. "Candlelight Sun, Ice Heart Lotus." To my astonishment, the fiery eagle and icy whale, 2 divine beast spirits, materialized behind him. The aura they exuded was so overwhelming that the Marine's legs turned to jelly. Had they not braced themselves with their swords, they would have fallen to their knees. Ghost Spider felt as if 2 great mountains were pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. With a thunderous roar, the 2 sword energies pounced forth like wild beasts. Ghost Spider desperately defended with iron blocks, but it was futile. The immense sword energy obliterated him along with his ship into nothingness. Ghost Spider was sent flying through the air, spewing blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Bista gazed at the twin swords in his hands, a look of satisfaction on his face. Meanwhile, Mater faced an even easier opponent, matching up against Vice Admiral Stoloberry. Little Marco was disinterested in engaging in a fight. He focused on dismantling the enemy ship, no matter how Stoloberry struck with his hockey-infused dual swords. They merely slashed through Marco's blue flame wings as if cutting through water, restoring instantly. The entire time, Marco was solely engaged in one task, repeatedly executing the Phoenix stamp on the warship, each strike creating a massive hole. Stoloberry was driven to the brink of madness. Yet he was utterly powerless against Marco. In the end, the Marines aboard had no choice but to leap into the sea with tears in their eyes, helplessly watching their ship sink beneath Marco's effortless assault. On the other hand, Yamato was also engaged in a fierce battle, facing off against the Zoan-type Dalmesia in his spotted dog form. The latter attempted to persuade her to surrender, but Yamato ignored him completely, launching into a thunderous 8 trigrams. A single strike sent 3 Marines flying, blood spewing forth. Upon witnessing this, Dalmesia realized negotiations were futile and braced himself for confrontation. The 2 clashed weapons, and black lightning crackled violently, the shockwave fracturing the deck beneath them. Even more astonishing, Magellan was showcasing his marksmanship aboard our ship. Any Marine attempting to ambush Dea would find a bullet precisely aimed at them, striking with impeccable accuracy. Dalmesia gritted his teeth in frustration, but he was ensnared by Dea, unable to extricate himself. In the end, Dea unleashed a long-range strike, forcing Dalmesia to leap into the sea with his subordinates to save them. What followed was Dea's spectacular ship demolition performance, as he unleashed a barrage of blows, puncturing the ship's hull. Then came our newcomer, Liu, who faced off against Vice Admiral Daoboman. This fellow was genuinely bewildered. Upon their encounter, he even exchanged pleasantries, chatting amiably. Daoboman was taken aback, inquiring of his subordinates who this individual was, only to receive the reply that they were unsure, likely not even a pirate. Upon hearing this, Liu erupted in anger, leaping up to shout, "Who are you calling not a pirate? I'm a pirate." Daoboman was flabbergasted, pondering how a pirate would so eagerly seek to prove his identity. Nevertheless, he decided to engage, drawing his sword and thrusting it forward. Liu, equally astonished, protested, "Hey, we were just having a good chat. Why the sudden hostility?" He hastily employed his haki to block the attack. As they exchanged blows, Daoboman began to lecture him like a father. Why choose this path? Why become a pirate? This struck a nerve with Liu. As the words echoed those of his own father, he retaliated with a fierce punch, exclaiming, "I will be a pirate if I choose. Who are you to reprimand me?" They continued to trade blows, fists meeting swords in a fierce struggle. Deo Bowman grew increasingly alarmed. This young man, seemingly in his early 20s, possessed an extraordinary strength. Could he be a devil fruit user? He quickly ordered his subordinates to procure Heilushi, doubting the source of Liu Yin's strength, suspecting he had ingested some fruit. Unbeknownst to him, his assumption was correct. Upon hearing the mention of Heilushi, my DNA stirred. It was my greatest nemesis. Being shackled by such a substance would render me powerless, leaving me unable to fight. Instinctively, I began to retreat. Upon observing my reaction, Deo Bowman felt a surge of confidence, bellowing, "Everyone, block him. Once the Heilushi arrives, he will be as helpless as a lamb." His shout invigorated the Marines, who surged forward, encircling me until my space was reduced to that of a phone booth. "You foul pirate, your demise is imminent. Surrender." They jeered incessantly. At that critical moment, I suddenly heard the familiar booming voice of Captain Long Zaitian, Liu Yin. "Hio Bawang Chuan." I froze in disbelief. "He-ho Bangguan?" I repeated the name twice, thinking it sounded so cliché it could have come from a rural village. However, it was the captain's idea, and I had to embrace it, lest I disappoint his intentions. Even the venerable Baihuzi shot a glance at our captain, his expression seemingly critiquing his lack of creativity in naming. Our captain, quite indignant, puffed out his cheeks. "What? Is it not impressive? Not formidable?" The surrounding Marines overheard and instantly erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves. "He-ho Bangguan? You gotta be kidding me. Which bumpkin thought of that? It can't be your captain, right?" At that moment, the veins on my forehead bulged with fury. They could mock me, but how dare they deride the name my captain had bestowed upon me? This was his heartfelt gesture. Their laughter pierced my heart like daggers, igniting my rage. I shouted, "Silence!" and swiftly dashed towards the loudest Marine, my fist enveloped in black and red hockey, delivering a powerful blow to his face. With a resounding thud, his visage contorted, and he crashed through the ship's railing, plunging into the sea. Yet this act did little to quell my anger. Instead, it intensified. I unleashed my hockey, the terrifying pressure enveloping the entire warship. Those Marines who had mocked me, weakened in spirit, began to foam at the mouth and collapsed in droves. Deo Bowman's face turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. He never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable young pirate possessed the hockey of a conqueror. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Could this truly be a mere rookie pirate? Still unsatisfied, I glared at the fallen Marines, bellowing as I slammed my fists onto the deck. With a thunderous roar, the sturdy battleship's deck crumpled before me like paper, creating a gaping hole. "You scoundrel! Seize him!" Deo Bowman, finally snapping out his daze, rushed towards me with a shriek. But he was too late. My fury had taken over, and I began to rain blows upon the ship's keel. With a sharp crack, the entire vessel's structure splintered, and the ship began to sink rapidly, dragging me down into the depths of the sea. Chaos erupted among the Marines aboard, cries of despair drowning out their training as they forgot everything they had learned. I see. Magellan, witnessing the turmoil, urgently called out for IC. Having dispatched his opponent, IC was leisurely relaxing upon hearing I had fallen into the sea. He chuckled. "This guy is truly something else." Just as he spoke, a whirlwind swept in, lifting me from the water as I sputtered out sea water, returning me to our ship. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I apologized, sorry to have worried you all. Yet, the crew exchanged knowing glances and laughed. "What are you apologizing for? You single-handedly sank a warship. That's incredibly impressive." Long Zaitian, observing that we had concluded our business, promptly commanded, "Brothers, retreat for now. We shall converse later." However, just as we prepared to set sail, a flash of golden light appeared as Huang Yun landed on a nearby warship, accompanied by a lethargic figure. Huang Yun frowned. Addressing the man, "Guess who I just spotted?" The individual was none other than Admiral Lun Yo, who, having just awakened, groggily inquired, "Who?" Huang Yun replied gravely, "The revived pirate crew." Lun Yo contemplated for a moment, his expression reflecting that he had heard the name somewhere. Huang Yuan, exasperated, clarified, "The one that Whitebeard joined." Lunyo suddenly recalled, exclaiming, "Oh, the crew that beat up the Celestial Dragons, led by Long Zaitian." Their eyes met, and in unison they shouted, "This is bad." They swiftly took to the air, using the moonwalk technique. By the time they arrived, we had already dismantled all 5 warships blocking our path. The sea littered with debris and fallen marines. Huang Yuan surveyed the scene coldly, remarking, "Oh dear, I was away for just a brief moment. And they've already dismantled the ships." Lunyo, ever the instigator, added, "Now, this is entertaining. Let us see how you explain this to the marshal." We soon recognized these formidable figures aboard our ship. They, incredulous, exclaimed, "So now we have 2 admirals blocking our way?" Baihuzi rose to his feet, grinning broadly, "Gulalala. These 2 fellows are beyond your capabilities, young ones." Realizing that we were about to clash, Huang Yuan clasped his hands, summoning his signature technique, the 8-Shaku Jewel, unleashing a torrent of light projectiles that rained down upon us. Without hesitation, Meg transformed into a phoenix, soaring to meet the onslaught. On the other side, Lunyo exhibited even greater flair. With green light emanating from his hands, countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring our ship and tethering it to the island's edge. He then slid down the vines and landed on our vessel. "Gulalala, you amusing little pests." Baihuzi approached with his great blade, ready to deliver a fierce blow as soon as Lunyo touched down. However, Lunyo executed a graceful somersault in mid-air, landing from another direction. Grinning, "Baihuzi, are you welcoming me?" Baihuzi strode forward with purpose. "Welcoming is not the word. I kindly ask you to remove this bothersome vegetation." As he spoke, the great sword swung forth. Lunyo did not flinch. His right hand transformed into a vine shield, bracing for the blow. With a resounding crash, Lunyo managed to block it. It was evident that he struggled immensely. As Hua Jian and Baisida realized that the ship was ensnared, urgency surged through them, and they leaped onto the vines, launching a furious assault. To their astonishment, the Vine's primary strength lay in its abstract defense. Baisida's sword met it as if striking diamond, leaving only a faint white mark. Just as we found ourselves in a stalemate with the 2 admirals, Long Zaitian suddenly discerned that Huang Yuan and Lunyo were not exerting their full strength. They were merely stalling for time. They awaited news from the navy stationed on the island. However, none anticipated the sudden upheaval that would ensue. At the heart of the island, the research facility erupted without warning, a deafening explosion shaking the air. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended skyward, the terrifying sound of the blast piercing our eardrums. Following this, a cataclysmic shock wave swept through like a tidal wave. Long Zaitian, quick-witted, seized he and the others, as our entire vessel was nearly lifted by the force of the gust. The massive vines that Lunyo employed to ensnare our ship were obliterated by the explosion. This was our chance. "Set sail," Long Zaitian shouted with fervor. Seizing the moment of Lunyo's bewilderment, Baihu struck with a powerful punch infused with Conqueror's Haki, landing a solid blow to Lunyo's abdomen, causing him to spit blood. Our ship, propelled by the shockwave, began to break free from the coastline. "Focus fire on Lunyo," Long Zaitian bellowed once more. In an instant, I see ensnare the injured Lunyo in a whirlwind, and all of our attacks were unleashed simultaneously. Long Zaitian's sword energy, Baisida's sword techniques, Mar's phoenix imprint, and He's arrows. Countless assaults rained down upon him. Lunyo, utterly dazed, barely realized what was happening before being captured by IC, left to watch the onslaught unfold. Though he desperately shielded himself with vines, he could not withstand the concentrated firepower of our group. The vine shield shattered instantly, sending him hurtling backwards. Had it not been for his fruit's resilient vitality, he might have met his demise. Terrified, Lunyo fled to the sky using moonwalk, while Huang Yuan, seeing his pitiful state, sighed and chose not to pursue, instead transforming into a beam of light to rescue others. We had truly escaped from the clutches of 2 admirals. Everyone aboard sighed in relief, scarcely able to believe it. As we tended to our wounds, we discussed the recent explosion with lingering fear. Long Zaitian patted my shoulder and formally extended his hand. "Welcome aboard, Liu Yen." Looking into his sincere eyes, I felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Though I had long considered myself part of the crew, being welcomed so formally by the captain moved me deeply. Once everyone settled, Long Zaitian discreetly opened his system panel to review my information. To our astonishment, he discovered that my fruit was called the Mei fruit. Haha, no wonder I had been so reluctant to disclose it. Even more absurdly, my position was listed as a harem developer. Long Zaitian burst into laughter, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Navy. Akainu fumed in his office, infuriated by the failure of both Huang Yuan and Lunyu, coupled with the destruction of the research facility and the heavy casualties among the Navy. What troubled him even more was the apparent existence of a monumental secret hidden within the research facility, linked to the world government. In Akainu's office, two new faces appeared, candidates for admirals secretly trained by the Navy. One named Song Yang and the other, Tao Tu. Tao Du, a mature woman, jokingly referred to Song Yang by his real name, Zion, only to be met with a frosty glare from him. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the storm, beneath the palace of Marineford, the five elders knelt beneath a colossal throne, trembling. The enigmatic figure upon the throne, Imu, glanced at the bounty notice for the resurrected pirate crew and coldly inquired, "Is this the surprise you have bestowed upon me?" The five elders were so terrified that they held their breath. Imu icily remarked, "Those research facilities associated with him know how to be dealt with, do they not?" The five elders scrambled to escape the hall, each one still shaken. They understood that this time they were in deep trouble. However, more pressing than the resurrection of the pirate crew was another matter. The land of Wano had been established, and the Kazuki clan, capable of deciphering the true history, had resurfaced. The secret of the blank 100 years could be unveiled at any moment. Currently, under the control of that brat, Tao Zi, how could they ensure his compliance? This was indeed a paramount concern. The five elders fell into silence once more, until one finally suggested, "Kaido has recently been sending his subordinates to Wano frequently, indicating he has some intentions. Should we not assist Kaido in seizing Wano? Your suggestion is perilous. Collaborating with a band of bloodthirsty maniacs could lead to disastrous consequences." Before he could finish, another interrupted. "If we wait until the Kazuki clan deciphers the stone tablet, the fate of Wano will become irrelevant." This remark caused an older elder to ponder deeply, finally speaking, "Let them handle this matter cleanly, especially regarding Tozo, to avoid further complications." The five elders dispatched CP0 to engage in detailed discussions with Kaido about Wano that very night. After all, Tozo of Wano had close ties with many individuals, including the Straw Hat crew and the resurrected pirate crew. Should Wano seek their assistance, the world government's actions would become significantly more challenging. Moreover, there were other eyes watching them. Thus, to prevent any lingering issues, Tozo must die. On an uncharted island, Kaido sat atop the corpse of a colossal beast, drowning his sorrows in bitter liquor. Glug, glug. Beside him were Jean and Queen, both ancient Zoan users with formidable defenses. It wasn't long before their injuries were completely healed. "Kaido, my lord, how much longer must we remain here?" Queen inquired cautiously, sensing Kaido's foul mood. The plan to resurrect rocks that Kaido had previously discussed with Long Zaitian had yet to materialize, naturally stirring discontent within him. "How should I know? I've already sent Jack to find that brat Long Zaitian." After answering Kuain's question, Kaido resumed his solitude with the bottle. "My lord Kaido, what if Long Zaitian is deceiving us?" Jean bluntly broached the topic. All signs suggested Long Zaitian had no intention of resurrecting rocks, merely spinning dreams. Bang! Upon hearing this, Kaido slammed the liquor jug to the ground with fury, his breath laced with alcohol and rage as he roared through the forest. "That brat dares to deceive me." Kaido's wrath sent shockwaves through the surrounding wildlife, causing them to cower in fear. His crew hastily fled to the island's edge, terrified of being crushed by the drunken Kaido's wrath. This marked the 8th time he had gone berserk this month. They had spent the majority of the month on this island, with their sustenance reliant on raiding passing ships. Little did the surrounding vessels realize that a Yonko lurked on this unassuming island. Jean remained expressionless, unfazed by Kaido's outburst. Now that Jack has lost track of Long Zaitian and Wano has bolstered its defenses. If we do not act soon, although Keen feared Kaido's ire, he still concurred. Jean is right. We must rely on ourselves. Kaido glared at his two trusted subordinates. Deep in thought, he was not oblivious to their schemes. It had been days without any news. Yet his emotional attachment to Rock's urged him to remain patient. For who knows, tomorrow might bring Rock's resurrection. The formidable presence of Lux has indelibly etched itself into Kaido's heart. Had it not been for that traitor John, their pirate crew would have undoubtedly withstood the onslaught of Roger and Garp. If Lux were to be resurrected, the entire world of pirates could achieve unification within a year. The might of Lux is such that even the celestial dragon, Imu, would tremble in fear. However, hope seems dim at present. Just as Kaido pondered speaking, Jack arrived with several enigmatic figures. Boss Kaido, CP0 is looking for you. Jack led Rob Lucci and others before Kaido. The world government? Come and claim my head? Kaido narrowed his eyes, emanating an aura of danger as he interrogated the individuals before him. The world government's interest in him could hardly bode well. Kaido, I have a letter for you. You'll understand upon reading it. Rob Lucci revealed an envelope bestowed upon him by the Gorosei. Hey, how do you address yourself? Does calling you Boss Kaido suffice? Queen immediately stepped forward to reprimand Rob Lucci, seeking to assert his authority before the world government. Whoosh! The giraffe Zoan user, Kaku, swiftly kicked the rotund Queen aside. Our boss is speaking. Do not interrupt. Kaku glared coldly at Queen. Queen, nursing his pain, attempted to retort, but was interrupted by Jin. This is the territory of the Beast Pirates. Your behavior seems inappropriate. Jin had already placed his hand on his sword, glaring menacingly at the others. CP0 had dispatched 7 individuals this time, clearly indicating the gravity of the matter. Apologies, but this is of great importance to us, and we prefer not to be disturbed by irrelevant parties. Stussy emerged from behind Rachel, wearing a smile to alleviate the tension in the air. Queen was instantly captivated by her beauty, falling silent as he stared. What a beauty! Kaido disregarded Queen and shifted his gaze to the envelope in Rob Lucci's hand. Very well. I hope this envelope proves beneficial. After a moment of contemplation, Kaido resolved to examine its contents. Since they were not here to take his life, they were likely seeking a collaboration. However, upon reading the contents of the envelope, Kaido was overtaken with excitement. He trembled, not from fear, but exhilaration. What could possibly instill fear in Kaido? Is this real? Are those old geezers serious? Jin, Queen, and Jack noticed Kaido's unusual demeanor, all curious about the letter's contents that brought such joy to their leader. Rob Lucci nodded subtly. Good. With the affirmation he received, Kaido transformed into a massive dragon, breathing fire into the sky. What is wrong with Boss Kaido? Has he had too much to drink? Run. Beware of being mistakenly harmed by Boss Kaido. The crew on the beach gazed skyward, perplexed by Kaido's sudden outburst. Soon, the entire Beast Pirates crew received the news. A night raid on Wano was planned. In the depths of Wano, at Kujuro, Kiku, Reizu, Ashura Doji, Komatsu, Inuyarashi, and the Snake Venom received an urgent telegram from Flower Capital. On the other end were Kinemon and Denjiro. Hurry to Kujiro. Kaido has returned. How is that possible? Didn't we already fortify our defenses? Unclear. It seems a group of white-masked individuals breached them. The 6 in Kujiro could hardly fathom that Kaido would return once more. What about Lord Momonosuke? He is under Yasui's protection. Just as they discussed the battle situation, Kaido appeared before them, holding a small child dressed in pink. Is this the Momonosuke you spoke of? The boy, his head shaved with only a top knot remaining, was firmly grasped in Kaido's hand, revealing only his head. Lord Momonosuke, Kinemon Guspit, dropping Zadindin Mushi in Adam. Ha! This time I shall not grant you another opportunity. Kaido recalled the contents of the envelope, opting for no further words as he swiftly eradicated the last of the Kazuki clan. No, as Kinemon and Denjiro lifted their feet, Kaido's overwhelming conqueror's haki ensnared his palm. Kaido's murderous intent surged as he crushed the one who threatened his ambitions. Due to Kaido's astounding grip, coupled with Momonosuke's lack of mastery over haki, the boy's body was instantly reduced to a gruesome mess, blood gushing from all sides as his head succumbed to the pressure. Even the likes of Law could not save him now. Lord Momonosuke. Kinemon let out a heart-wrenching scream, rushing forward in a desperate attempt to rescue Momonosuke. However, upon confirming the boy's death, Kaido callously discarded him to the ground, following up with a vicious kick. Boom! The sheer force shattered the wooden floorboards. With the demise of Kazuki Momonosuke, Kaido's task was complete. He merely awaited CP0 to deal with the remnants of the Red Scabbards. Hahaha! Wano, I have returned. Due to the suddenness of the events and the world government's manipulation from behind, the fall of Wano would remain unknown to the outside world for the time being. By the time they realized what had transpired, Kaido would have reasserted his dominion over Wano, and the fate of the Red Scabbards would remain uncertain. 2 days later, a flock of albatrosses soared overhead, dropping a stack of newspapers onto the strake. Yamato excitedly shouted, "Everyone come, quickly! New newspapers have arrived." Given the ever-changing situation at sea, staying informed of global developments was crucial to avoid being out of the loop. Magnum surveyed the area once more, confirming safety before descending. Unlike others, he was particularly concerned about Blackbeard's movements. Here it comes, here it comes. Long in the Sky emerged from his room, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. After sparring with an admiral, he realized his own power was woefully inadequate, his attacks posing no threat to the Logia-type Green Bull. Now, his only path forward lay in relentless effort. Presently, he had no leads on a new haki, and his revival fruit did little to enhance his combat prowess. Remaining mostly in cooldown, the sole hope for bolstering his strength lay in the secret techniques he had drawn. He had already mastered 3 parts, leaving 4 remaining, with the 4th sword intent requiring 1,000,000 strikes. This seemed far too lengthy, and achieving completion in the near future appeared bleak. Thus, the only way to augment the crew's strength further would be to recruit formidable allies. This time, he should be able to earn a bounty of 2 billion, especially since he had uncovered the world government's secrets. With that, he could potentially resurrect a fallen character, which would be exceedingly advantageous. Currently, aside from the powerful Roger, all other characters could be brought back to life. At present, the individual he yearns to resurrect the most is Guanyu Yudian, for he has aided him in fulfilling his aspiration to establish a nation. Coupled with Yudian's formidable prowess, it is highly likely that they would embark on adventures together once more. He eagerly anticipates Yudian's expression upon learning of the nation's establishment. Next in line is Zefa, who is now privy to the hidden truths of the world government. They could deliberate on the prospect of overthrowing this world, and with his newfound strength, he is no longer apprehensive of Zefa's actions. Other members gradually emerge from their quarters, gathering together in a circle. Upon perusing the newspaper, the first page reveals a bounty notice for the resurrection of the pirate crew, which elicits no surprise from the group. After all, they had just clashed with the Navy. It would be peculiar if they were not featured in the news. Yamato excitedly obscures the numbers, urging everyone to guess the captain's bounty. Long Zaitian speculates, estimating it to be around 2 billion. He hesitates to suggest a higher amount, fearing he may be proven wrong. Whitebeard chuckles heartily, proclaiming that the captain's bounty will surely be the highest, especially since he has attracted the attention of 2 admirals. With his extensive experience regarding bounties, he understands that the more the world government knows, the greater the bounty. Ace voices his disagreement, exclaiming that it should be he who has garnered the most. Given his assistance in subduing Kizaru and controlling Green Bull, he believes his contributions should merit a higher reward. Bista, the sword-wielding warrior, contests Ace's claim, asserting that if not for the captain's earlier exertion, he would have been more formidable. Had the admirals witnessed the captain's true power, his bounty would undoubtedly surpass Ace's. Ace bursts into laughter, remarking that it seems they share the same sentiment regarding his contributions. Sulfurian, indifferent to the others' bounties, urges Yamato to reveal his own so he can boast about it. Magnum expresses his disinterest in the bounty and refrains from guessing. Marco, gently nudges Yamato's hand forward, signaling that it is time to unveil the captain's bounty. The group collectively fixates on the bounty notice, murmuring as they count the zeros. 1 0, 2 zeros. They finally pause at the last digit, revealing an astonishing total of 9 zeros, indicating the captain's bounty is a whole number in the billions. Yamato is ecstatic, exclaiming that the captain's guess was correct. It truly amounts to 2 billion. Whitebeard shakes his head, asserting that if the world government were rational, it should be 3 billion. Ace gasps in disbelief, questioning if Whitebeard is jesting, as such a document would be worth that much. Aside from Long Zaitian, the others are unaware of the contents of the document underground, including Whitebeard, who holds no interest in knowing. Whitebeard is aware that the more people who learn of it, the more uncontrollable the situation becomes. Long Zaitian is momentarily taken aback, but soon reflects on the document's contents, coming to terms with its true value. With a sudden flourish, Yamato raises her hand, causing everyone's heads to instinctively lean forward. The foremost number boldly displays a 3. Except for Whitebeard, the others gasp in astonishment. "Hiss," they exclaim, "Captain, you truly have a bounty of 3 billion. Yamato's pupils widen as she picks up Long Zaitian's bounty notice, while the others join in the count. Marco and Ace are utterly astonished. The captain has increased his bounty by over 1 billion. "Captain, you are truly remarkable. 3 billion. Sulfurian opens his mouth in disbelief, realizing the captain's exceptional prowess. He has little concept of bounties, only knowing that the highest, Pirate King Roger, commanded a bounty of 5,648 billion berries. The captain is already halfway there, and he is still so young. The group shakes Long Zaitian in excitement. Long Zaitian, however, is momentarily dazed, despite his slight anticipation. The reality feels surreal. After a long pause, he finally mutters, "A standard operation." Although elated, he maintains an air of composure. Magnum picks up the bounty notices lying on the ground, revealing a smile, feeling no regret for his initial choice. This captain truly holds great promise for vengeance. Long Zaitian's bounty reads 3,000,000,000,000. When Akainu first laid eyes on this bounty notice, he was equally dumbfounded. He hurriedly called the Gorosei to confirm its authenticity before proceeding with the announcement. He was perplexed as to why Long Zaitian's brief visit to the Evernight realm warranted such a staggering amount. Did he discover something significant? After this news spreads across the world, it is likely that the pursuit of Long Zaitian will become even more relentless. The second bounty notice belongs to Whitebeard, which garners little interest from the group, as it feels unattainable. Edward Newgate, 500,000,000,000. He is now merely 64. 8 million berries away from surpassing Pirate King Roger, making the possibility of doing so quite high. Garara, I wonder how Roger would react if he were still alive to see this bounty. After examining the notice, Whitebeard turns back to resume his drinking, finding greater pleasure in alcohol than in bounties. After all, as long as he follows the captain into battle, his own bounty will inevitably rise again. To him, it is merely a collection of numbers. No one would dare challenge him. Sulfurian, embarking on his maiden voyage, feels a pang of envy, wishing he could be valued at even half of Whitebeard's bounty. This ship is filled with extraordinary individuals, and as a newcomer, he feels somewhat out of place. Ace, Bista, and Marco exchange compliments as they continue to glance down the list. The third bounty belongs to Ace, amounting to 1,000,000,000,000, marking his entry into the realm of 10-digit bounties. Ace, however, is somewhat dissatisfied, questioning if the Navy is unable to afford berries, as his bounty seems rather meager. Having witnessed the captain's bounty, Ace is filled with hope for his own. Yet, at this moment, he is overcome with disappointment, feeling that his own accomplishments should have warranted more recognition. Yamato stands beside him, offering encouragement. Ace, don't be disheartened. Your bounty will rise in the future. Bista and Marco join in to console him. Indeed, Ace, you are still young, and your bounty will surely surpass ours in time. Hearing this, Ace conceals his disappointment, convincing himself that they are right. He believes that once he faces an admiral-level opponent alone, there is no way his bounty will remain so low. Sulfurian is at a loss for words, pondering if the value of berries has depreciated so dramatically as all the bounties exceed 1 billion. The next bounty belongs to Bista, amounting to 1,400,000,000, a rise of 400 million. However, he too is not particularly interested in the bounty. Sulfurian observes his comrades, each boasting bounties in the billions, and he cannot help but fantasize about whether he could also reach such heights. After all, he believes his strength is quite formidable. Yamato picks up the next bounty notice for Marco, who readily allows her to showcase it, as it is not a significant amount to anticipate. Yamato pouts, glancing at the bounty before expressing jealousy. Is this what you call a little? Marco responds, 1,500,000,000, just 100 million more than Bista. However, Marco is also indifferent to the bounty, having outgrown the need to boast. Marco chuckles. It's not bad, considering I don't seek trouble. Bista heads to the kitchen to fetch a plate of pineapples for Marco to enjoy. The next bounty is Yamato's own, and her spirits rise once more. Captain, guess how much my bounty is? Here, as a hint. Last time it was only 100 million berries. Yamato encourages everyone to take a guess. Aisu pondered, Dato, you have never fought against an admiral, so the increase in your bounty should not be substantial, perhaps around 200 million. Upon hearing Ace's assessment, Dato was displeased. Who says that? Although I have not fought an admiral, I have battled against vice-admirals, so surely my bounty should be at least half of yours. Ace raised an eyebrow. How about a friendly spar later? Dato looked up. Sure. The loser will acknowledge the other as the captain. Agreed. Upon Ace's consent, Dato revealed a mischievous grin, envisioning herself as formidable as Odin, commanding the Akazaya 9. Perhaps it shall be named the Dato 9. Luyan contemplated. It can't possibly be 1 billion. Dato shook her head. Not likely. She expressed her modesty, stating that an increase of 400 million would suffice, estimating her bounty to be around 500 million. Marco stroked his chin, calculating. It shouldn't be too shabby. After all, you are the daughter of the Yonko Kaido, and the Navy must give you some face. Dato smiled upon hearing this. Marco is the best. She then cast a disdainful glance at Ace. Ace chuckled. Let us unveil it and see. Dato nodded and slowly raised her palm, revealing a long string of zeros. Dato's bounty, 700,000,000. Wow. The deck nearly trembled under Dato's shout. Dato screamed in disbelief at the number on the bounty notice, double-checking the photograph and name, before bursting into cheers. Captain Ace, look. I have reached 700 million. Long Zaitian observed Dato, celebrating as if she had aced an exam. Not bad. Not bad. Next time, give the Navy a bit more of a surprise, aiming for 1 billion. Dato stood confidently. All right. Ace, however, felt a headache coming on. Does the Navy not recognize my prowess? How can they only increase my bounty by 400 million? Ace's desire for a one-on-one battle with an admiral intensified. Simultaneously, he worried about his duel with Dato. If he, with 1 billion bounty, could not defeat her with 700 million, he would be ridiculed by Dato until the next bounty was announced. The next one was Magnum, who glanced over 300,000,000. This was exceptionally high for a newly emerged pirate, likely due to Kizaru recognizing his talent and reporting it upward. After all, with slightly better equipment, perhaps a long-range electromagnetic pulse sniper rifle, he could take down Kizaru in one shot. The final car belonged to the new member Duja, accompanied by Luyan. He poked his hands back and forth nervously. For him, this was akin to an examination. Whether he could boast to his family depended entirely on the bounty amount. Luyan murmured in a mysterious tongue, seemingly praying. Dato smiled gently. Shall I reveal it? Luyan's sweat trickled down as he nodded in affirmation. Long Zaitian grasped Luyan's arm, reassuring him. The long string of zeros set Liu Yin's heart racing, and he momentarily forgot to breathe, as if his heart had ceased to beat. Upon seeing the bounty, Liu Yin began counting. 500, it's 500 million. Overjoyed, Liu Yin leaped up, embracing Long Zaitian. Captain, I have 500 million. His face lit up with joy as he waved his bounty notice before Long Zaitian. Long Zaitian did not expect such exuberance from the boy, who was even more excited than Dato, nearly choking him in the embrace. He worked to calm Liu Yin's emotions, fearing that his heart might race too fast and stop functioning. Don't get too carried away. You are a crew member of the future Pirate King. Is this little bounty enough to get you so excited? Upon hearing the captain's words, Liu Yin felt as if he had been doused with cold water. Sorry, this is my first bounty, so I'm a bit overwhelmed. He reflected on the bounties of the other crew members, realizing he was merely second to last, thus diminishing his earlier excitement. Though still thrilled compared to the notable figures, his bounty felt rather inadequate. Long Zaitian patted his shoulder. In the future, we will take you to countries with more women. Work hard to elevate your strength to that of an admiral. The captain recognized Liu Yin's fruit was remarkably powerful, and with the right application, achieving admiral-level strength in a day was not a mere dream. Liu Yin looked bewildered. As everyone had reviewed their bounties, they turned to the newspaper. Dato unconsciously read aloud, "World shock. Yesterday, the Blackbeard and red-haired pirates clashed at sea, and in the end, red-haired was defeated." Huh. Upon hearing what Dato read, Whitebeard abruptly turned around and strode over. Magnum was equally astonished, unable to believe that the red-haired pirates could be defeated by Blackbeard. Whitebeard picked up the newspaper, scrutinizing it. He too found it hard to believe that red-haired would lose to Blackbeard. "Whitebeard, did you find anything unusual?" Long Zaitian was also very concerned about the current situation. Blackbeard's actions had exceeded his expectations and were utterly unfathomable. No, the news agency only released a headline, and no other information was provided. Long Zaitian pondered. Could it be that the news agency crafted this headline to attract attention? Whitebeard shook his head. Unlikely. From what I know, they tend to exaggerate, but they wouldn't fabricate something like this. If red-haired hadn't lost, Morgans would have written this to incite conflict with the red-haired pirates. Given their audacity, they wouldn't dare to do so. Ace relinquished the helm, turning to glance at the news regarding Blackbeard. He had always harbored resentment towards Blackbeard. Were it not for him, the members of the Whitebeard pirates would not be wandering the seas. He glared at the newspaper, and Dato patted his shoulder, urging him to remain composed. "Dato, he is..." Ace took a few breaths before introducing her. Dato smiled. "I know, I watched the live broadcast of the Marineford War. Let us defeat Blackbeard together." Ace gazed into Dato's earnest eyes and then looked at his father. "All right, we will defeat Blackbeard together." Long Zaitian joined in, shouting, "Together, we shall vanquish Blackbeard." The others echoed in agreement. Even the usually reticent Magnum shouted. Dato glanced around, wondering if there were any other news. She scanned the paper and found that the rest pertained to a few supernovae. Nothing else of interest remained. With little else to occupy them, everyone returned to their quarters to attend to their own matters. Long Zaitian also returned to his room and opened the system. At that moment, the system notified him that he had acquired 2 resurrection slots. Resigned, Long Zaitian opened the door and called everyone back together. "I can resurrect 2 individuals. Do you have any thoughts?" Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly ecstatic. Dato was the first to exclaim, "Kazuki Odin, Kazuki Odin." Ace pondered for a moment, perhaps little Ors and Sachi. Whitebeard remained silent, as the number of people he wished to resurrect was far too many, and 2 slots would not suffice. He decided to let the others choose first. Marco and Vista shared similar thoughts to Ace. Liu Yin had no one he wished to resurrect, as his family was all present. Magnum wished to resurrect his parents, but, considering the captain's impending challenge against Blackbeard, deferred his opportunity. After contemplating for a while, Long Zaitian sought to discuss with everyone. "Next, we shall challenge Blackbeard, and of course Kaido as well. Therefore, we require powerful allies. I propose we first resurrect Kazuki Odin. What are your thoughts?" Whitebeard's eyes flickered, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Kogetsu Odin is precisely one of the individuals that Whitebeard yearned to resurrect. Upon hearing this, Marco and Bista exchanged smiles, yet simultaneously kept a discreet watch on Ace's demeanor. Ace's expression momentarily faltered, and he lowered his head with a hint of melancholy. He shared no profound connection with Kogetsu Odin, leaving him uncertain of how to express himself. In truth, had it been possible, he would have preferred to revive his mother. He had heard from Garp that she was an incredibly remarkable person, and Ace yearned to meet her. As for his father, Roger, he harbored no desire to reunite. Yamato, brimming with excitement, embraced Ace, nearly resembling a devoted fan of Kogetsu Oden. Magnum and Sulphur smiled knowingly. Long Zaitian observed the lack of objections from the group and thus commenced the resurrection. System, revive Kogetsu Oden. Ding. Kogetsu Oden has been resurrected. Please retrieve him. Long Zaitian was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, that was quick." He had never anticipated such efficiency from the system. Subsequently, a radiant light enveloped the ship. Marco stood up alertly, asking, "Is Kizaru here again?" Long Zaitian hurriedly clarified, "No, it's Kogetsu Oden. He is in the process of being revived." He certainly did not wish for Kogetsu Oden to be met with hostility upon his arrival. The crew's eyes were fixed expectantly on the column of light, which gradually faded to reveal a tall man before them. Yamato's expression of admiration was utterly unrestrained. A uniquely styled man, resembling a disc adorned with a massive rope. A blade at his waist and bare legs emerged. Kogetsu Oden had returned to life. He slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, inquiring, "Where is this?" Yamato, too overwhelmed with excitement to articulate a response, while Marco and Bista shed tears of joy, rejoicing at the return of their former comrade. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. "Garara, Oden, you have returned." Upon hearing the voice, Kogetsu Oden turned, exclaiming, "Captain, what are you doing here?" He was astonished, for had he not perished? How could he still see his former captain? "Hahaha, I am no longer your captain. Let's allow him to explain," Whitebeard remarked, yielding the floor to Long Zaitian. Clearing his throat, Long Zaitian began, "Kogetsu Oden, allow me to introduce myself. I am a user of the revival fruit, capable of bringing the deceased back to life, albeit with certain conditions." Kogetsu Oden nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. "So I am still alive?" Long Zaitian affirmed. Kogetsu Oden then asked, "What is the current state of Wano?" It was evident that he held a deep concern for Wano, as his second question pertained to it. Long Zaitian recounted the events that transpired in Wano, and with each revelation, Kogetsu Oden grew increasingly incredulous, culminating in an exclamation of disbelief. "Wano has been established as a nation." Long Zaitian nodded once more. "And Kaido? He has temporarily departed from Wano." Kogetsu Oden nodded, ultimately inquiring, "What about Momonosuke and Hiyori?" Long Zaitian mused, "I am uncertain. Perhaps I could take you back to Wano when time permits?" Kogetsu Oden readily agreed. "Certainly." Long Zaitian continued, "Kogetsu Oden, I have a request, and I wonder if you might acquiesce?" Kogetsu Oden assented. "You have resurrected me. I am open to any requests." Long Zaitian proceeded directly, "I hope you will join my crew as we seek out Raftel." Kogetsu Oden appeared astonished. "Raftel? I could disclose its location." Long Zaitian declined. "No, I prefer the thrill of adventure. If you simply provide me with the coordinates, what meaning would there be in becoming the Pirate King?" Kogetsu Oden was taken aback, unable to fathom how this young man could utter such words. Few could resist such temptation. He suddenly found himself intrigued by the youth, perceiving remnants of Roger within him. "Very well. Since you have aided in realizing my dream of establishing Wano, I shall join your crew." Kogetsu Oden readily consented, reassured that his son, along with the Red Scabbards, would ensure Wano's safety. Long Zaitian was elated, having not anticipated Kogetsu Oden's swift agreement. He had prepared to employ more persuasive rhetoric to convince him to join the crew. "Lord Oden," Yamato gazed at Kogetsu Oden with adoration. Her first close encounter with her idol causing her to feel a touch bashful. Kogetsu Oden, perplexed, queried, "Is this young lady addressing me?" As he did not recognize Yamato, he was somewhat confused. Long Zaitian, noticing Yamato's hesitance, took the opportunity to introduce her to Kogetsu Oden. "This is Yamato, the daughter of Kaido. However, her personality is entirely different from her father's, and she is your #1 fan." After a moment's thought, Long Zaitian added, "She has also contributed significantly to the establishment of Wano." Kogetsu Oden nodded, surprised to discover that even after his death, he had garnered a small admirer. He extended his hand in greeting. "I am Kogetsu Oden. It is a pleasure to meet you." Yamato, elated, reached out her hand, her face flushed. Typically sunny and cheerful, She displayed a shy demeanor in the presence of Kogetsu Odin. As their hands clasped, Yamato felt as if she could leap into the sky with joy. Marco, witnessing the scene, could not help but interject, "Odin, have you forgotten about us?" Marco and Bista felt a twinge of disappointment, having expected Kogetsu Odin to embrace them first upon his return. "Oh, Marco and Bista, is it?" Kogetsu Odin finally recognized the two, understanding that it was natural not to recognize them after such a long absence. The reason he could identify Whitebeard was due to his youthful appearance. Having previously clashed with Kogetsu Odin, "I cannot believe you have all grown so much. Captain, how is it that you have not aged?" Kogetsu Odin then realized that Whitebeard retained his youthful form, while Marco and Bista had matured significantly. Whitebeard briefly explained that he had been killed by his son, Blackbeard, and that the current captain, Zaitian, had resurrected him. Kogetsu Odin was taken aback. "You mean Marshal D. Teach is the one who caused your demise?" He could scarcely believe that a former crewmate would betray their captain, especially one of his own crew. Whitebeard, however, appeared unfazed, reassuring Kogetsu Odin not to be too angered, as the purpose of his resurrection was to strategize against Blackbeard. He also introduced his new second-in-command, Ace, leading to a harmonious atmosphere as the former and current second-in-commands met. "Hello, I am Ace. Greetings, I am Kogetsu Odin. I know, my father often speaks of you, as does Yamato." Captain Zaitian, seeing that Whitebeard had made sufficient introductions, proceeded to introduce his new crew members. "This is Sulfur, and he is Magnum." Kogetsu Odin shook hands with each of them, acknowledging them as future comrades. Thus, the crew shared stories of events that transpired after his demise. At that moment, the system chimed in. "Ding! A new crew member has been detected. Congratulations, host. You have earned a lottery opportunity. The host now possesses 2 chances to draw. Would you like to use them?" Zaitian decisively shook his head, deciding to wait until he could resurrect another person before utilizing the lottery all at once. "Hey, where's my Yinma?" At this moment, Guanyue Odin realized that his Yinma was missing, leaving only the Tianyu Yuuzhan. Zaitian contemplated for a moment before introducing him to Sauron. After hearing the tale, Guanyue Odin patted his head in disbelief that Yinma had been sent away by Hiyori. Well, since he had assisted Wano country significantly, it was worth it to let it go. Guanyue Odin was quite open-minded. Anyone who had contributed to the founding of Wano country deserved some form of reward, especially since he had returned the Ryoma sword. Zaitian was curious about what kind of person Ryoma was. However, Guanyue Odin didn't know much, only that he was the mightiest warrior in Wano and the most formidable swordsman, having once fought evenly with Karasu. Upon hearing this name, Zaitian paused. Karasu? Why did that name sound so familiar? But he couldn't recall it for the moment, so he dismissed the thought. Yamato suddenly interjected, "Captain, you still have one more chance to resurrect someone. Who do you want to bring back?" Prompted by Yamato, the others remembered that the captain indeed had one resurrection opportunity left. Guanyue Odin chimed in, Captain, can you revive Guanyue Toki?" Zaitian inquired, "Toki?" Guanyue Odin affirmed. "Yes." Zaitian shook his head. "Sorry, Odin, but I cannot resurrect Toki at this moment, as I have someone more important to bring back." Guanyue Odin felt a bit disappointed, but did not express anger. He understood Zaitian's reasoning. After all, such a precious opportunity for resurrection could not be frivolously granted. Marco, with curiosity written on his face, asked, "Captain, who are you planning to resurrect next?" Bista also leaned in. "Captain, do you already have someone in mind?" Zaitian nodded. The others gathered around, eager to know whom Zaitian intended to revive. Zaitian hesitated to disclose it, worried that his crew might disapprove. However, seeing the trust in their eyes, he decided to be forthright. Zaitian spoke softly, "Zefa." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's expression changed drastically, and Guanyue Odin was taken aback as well. Both understood the significance of that name. Whitebeard's demeanor turned grave. "Captain, are you serious?" Zaitian nodded. "Captain, Zefa is not as easy to deal with as Odin. He might strike before you even get a word out." Whitebeard urged him multiple times, hoping Zaitian would reconsider. After all, He had interacted with Zefa enough to know Zefa's temperament. Long Zaitian smiled slightly. Rest assured, Whitebeard, I know what I'm doing. Ace and Yamato curiously asked, Captain, who is Zefa? Bista, eager to answer, interjected, Zefa was a former Marine admiral from the same era as Carp during the Marines' War. Later, he was said to have been injured and retired from the front lines. Eventually, he left the Marines and formed an organization called the Inyo Marines. The Marines. Several crew members looked at Long Zaitian in shock. Captain, are you serious? If this Marine admiral is revived, he might overturn our ship. Long Zaitian felt a bit speechless. With Whitebeard on board, Zefa's capabilities wouldn't be able to capsize the ship. At most, he could dismantle the mast. Besides, there were also figures of vice admiral caliber aboard. Nevertheless, to alleviate their concerns, Long Zaitian patiently explained, Zefa has already withdrawn from the Marines, so from a positional standpoint, he is neither a Marine nor a pirate, but rather falls somewhere in between. Moreover, Zefa possesses formidable martial arts skills, which would greatly aid us in defeating Blackbeard. Additionally, I have the power to resurrect him along with his deceased wife and children. I firmly believe Zefa would be moved. Long Zaitian was filled with confidence. Even though his fruit ability lacked offensive power, it could win hearts. As long as the other party had someone they wished to resurrect, the possibilities were endless. Ace furrowed his brow, his lips tightly pressed, clearly finding it somewhat unrealistic to accept having a Marine admiral on board. The crew, aside from Whitebeard, were largely unfamiliar with Zefa, leaving them anxious about his intentions. Marco pondered for a long time. Captain, it's your decision. After all, you are the captain. He personally did not wish for Zefa to be resurrected, as the identity issue was hard to accept. The thought of a former enemy now aboard the same ship could be unsettling. The others complied with Long Zaitian's decision. Recognizing him as the captain and a capable wielder of power, whatever he said held weight. Seeing the faith his crew placed in him, Long Zaitian felt a pang of guilt. He knew they had significant reservations about Zefa, yet he still wished to revive him. First and foremost was Zefa's immense strength. During his prime, having him as a crew member would undoubtedly make him the second or third strongest on the ship. Secondly, Zefa was known for his integrity and kindness. After all, throughout his time as a Marine, he had never killed a single pirate. With these 2 points alone, Long Zaitian was thoroughly enamored. All right, I shall proceed with the resurrection. Everyone, please step back a bit. Long Zaitian was still apprehensive that Zefa might attack immediately upon awakening. The crew complied, shifting away while adopting combat stances. Better safe than sorry. System, revive Zefa. Long Zaitian silently commanded in his mind. Ding! Zefa has been revived. Please check. Both resurrection opportunities have been used up. Now that the 2 opportunities were gone, Long Zaitian felt no remorse, but rather immense joy. If Zefa could join his crew, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his pirate crew could stand at the pinnacle of the Four Emperors. A familiar beam of light descended from the heavens, slowly spreading across the deck. All eyes narrowed in anticipation. A few seconds later, a broad figure materialized before them, and Long Zaitian couldn't help but swallow hard. The dangerous aura emanating from Zefa was unexpectedly terrifying at his peak. The sensation of aura was the first thing one felt. The stronger the power, the quicker it was sensed. Soon, the striking purple hair came into view, complemented by a muscular chest and explosive muscles that stretched his purple attire tightly. However, he no longer wore the marine coat. As the beam of light dissipated, Zefa did not open his eyes, and everyone held their breath in anticipation, bracing for the worst. Zefa slightly opened his eyes, unaccustomed to the sunlight hitting him directly without the shield of sunglasses. Long Zaitian observed Zefa as if he had just awakened, refraining from interrupting. Finally, Zefa adjusted to the brightness and began surveying his surroundings, landing his gaze on the flag atop the mast. Pirates. Zefa quickly realized he was on a pirate ship and immediately engulfed himself in haki, assuming a combat stance. The other crew members, witnessing Zefa's use of haki, also tensed up. Long Zaitian, wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict, smiled and said, Zefa, I am the captain of this ship. Please allow me 5 minutes to explain the current situation. After that, you may do as you wish. How does that sound? After some contemplation, he added, I assure you that no one aboard will harm you, so please do not worry. Zefa glanced at the young man, surprised at how youthful the captain appeared, surely not yet 20. Zefa did not immediately believe him, for he was all too familiar with the nature of pirates. Albeit the Straw Hat Boy was an exception. As Zefa surveyed his surroundings, his expression grew increasingly peculiar, as if he were witnessing an extraordinary sight. Whitebeard, Ace, and 2 members of the Whitebeard pirates. Zefa exclaimed in astonishment. You are not already. Long Zaitian interjected. Zefa, relax, it will only take 5 minutes. Gradually approaching, he was aware that Zefa's mind was undoubtedly racing with questions, and it was highly unlikely that he would resort to violence against him. Zefa hesitated as he watched Long Zaitian draw near. Although his opponent displayed no malice, an ingrained aversion compelled him to strike, and his fist instinctively lunged toward Long Zaitian. Whoa! Long Zaitian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and utilized his haki to defend himself. He realized that there was no time to draw his sword and unleash his skills at this distance. A powerful collision reverberated between their fists, causing Long Zaitian's face to swiftly pale. Zefa had been formidable in his youth. After enduring for several seconds, Long Zaitian found himself unable to sustain the pressure and retreated hastily, prompting the other crew members to charge forward. Dare to harm the captain. By the time Zefa reacted, his fist had already been unleashed and could not be retracted. Accepting the mistake, he braced himself for a fierce battle. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop! Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, realizing it was Long Zaitian who had shouted. Having just absorbed Zefa's punch, his breath was somewhat unsteady. Indeed, the renowned Black Arm was as formidable as his reputation suggested. Yet, the greater the strength of his opponent, the more exhilarated he felt. Such a powerful figure joining his ranks would render him invincible. Captain. Ace wished to avenge the captain, but was halted by Long Zaitian. It's all right. He may still be adapting after his revival. Besides, I'm fine now, so everyone, please do not worry. Long Zaitian smiled and gradually approached Zefa once more. Zefa, I promised that no one aboard would harm you, and as you can see, I have upheld my word. Zefa began to calm down, realizing that, indeed, at Long Zaitian's command, the other crew members had ceased their attacks. It seemed that Long Zaitian, like Straw Hat Luffy, was an unusual pirate. Zefa's haki gradually dissipated, revealing his muscular brown arm. Observing this, Long Zaitian instructed his crew to lower their weapons, allowing for a proper conversation. Let me introduce myself. Zefa, I am Long Zaitian, a user of the resurrection fruit. You have been revived by me, and you are currently at the peak of your strength. Long Zaitian succinctly explained. However, this revelation stirred a tempest within Zefa. He could hardly believe it as he gazed at his right hand, which should have been a shattered iron arm, now absent without a trace. This is... Zefa incredulously lifted his right hand for a closer inspection. This is truly my right arm, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as the arm that had been severed by pirates had returned. The familiar sensation coursed through him, and he felt the vigorous heartbeat of a powerful heart within him, as if he had indeed regained his youth. Kid, did you truly bring me back to life? Zefa composed himself and began to inquire of Long Zaitian. It seemed he had never encountered this young man before. Why had he revived him? And what of Whitebeard and Ace by his side? Were they also revived by him? Of course. Long Zaitian proudly raised his chin, brimming with confidence. But can you resurrect my wife and son? Zefa asked anxiously, having placed significant expectations on Long Zaitian, fearful of a denial. I'm afraid my ability does not allow for the indiscriminate resurrection of others. There are conditions. Long Zaitian expressed his own frustration. Is that so? Zefa lowered his head in disappointment, lost in thought. Recognizing the opportunity to invite Zefa aboard, Long Zaitian declared, Zefa, I wish to invite you to join my crew. I would like to know your thoughts on this. The expressions of the crew varied widely. McGinnon felt a sense of anticipation, for the captain had indicated that Zefa's inclusion would significantly enhance their chances of defeating Blackbeard. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were apprehensive about Zefa joining, concerned about the inherent risks. Whitebeard harbored no strong opinions about Zefa, deferring to the captain's judgment. Yamato and Liu Yin hoped for Zefa's inclusion, sensing an inexplicable familiarity within him, as if he were more kin than foe. Zefa did not reject the proposal outright. Instead, he inquired, "Do you know who I am?" Long Zaitian nodded, "I do." Zefa found it somewhat amusing. "You know who I am, yet you dare to invite me aboard?" Long Zaitian affirmed, "I have something to show you. I believe after you see it, you will reconsider your views on the world government, and perhaps even the Navy." He understood that Zefa's reluctance stemmed from ideological differences. He handed Zefa the documents from Afinari's island, confident that upon reading them, Zefa would regret his time in the Navy. Zefa's curiosity piqued. He asked, "What is this?" Long Zaitian chuckled, "The secrets of Afinari's island." Zefa furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Isn't that the abandoned island of the world government?" Ace attempted to interject, "Captain, you worked hard to obtain those documents. What if he—" Long Zaitian waved him off. "I trust he will not act against us." His confidence was unwavering. He believed that once Zefa perused the documents, he would question everything he had known. In truth, not only Zefa, but even Carp or Sengoku would find themselves grappling with existential doubts upon seeing them. They had always believed the Navy existed to uphold peace. Yet, it was the world government that proved to be the greatest disruptor of peace. As Zefa flipped through the pages, his expression grew darker with each revelation. Just as Long Zaitian had anticipated, upon reaching the final document, Zefa inhaled deeply, as if he were about to be consumed by anger. "Is this true?" Zefa questioned Long Zaitian. Disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom the world government committing such acts. However, he also found it difficult to believe that Long Zaitian would fabricate such things, for there was no hint of deceit in his tone. Long Zaitian smiled. "What do you think? The justice you have always upheld is revealed in this manner. Join our pirate crew, and together we shall unveil the vile face of the world government." Long Zaitian enticed. Zefa found himself ensnared in uncertainty, questioning whom he should trust now. He began to doubt whether his previous choice to serve in the Navy had indeed been the correct one. Noticing Zefa's hesitation, Long Zaitian intensified his appeal. "If you are willing to join our pirate crew, I promise that if I can resurrect others in the future, your wife and son will be the first." For now, they would deal with the future when it came. Long Zaitian was confident that, through prolonged interaction, Zefa would eventually integrate into their ranks. As expected, upon hearing this, Zefa became even more uncertain. Zefa stated, "If I join your pirate crew, I shall not engage in actions that harm civilians." Long Zaitian chuckled. "Rest assured, Zefa. Every member aboard this ship shares your sentiment." Everyone nodded in agreement, vowing to Zefa, "If we encounter the Marines, I will refrain from intervening." Zefa reflected, slowly articulating his thoughts. He could hardly bring himself to confront his former disciples, save for that wretched Huang Yuan. The mere memory of Huang Yuan attacking him before his demise ignited a fury within him. It was as if Huang Yuan was determined to bring about his own downfall. Concurrently, Zefa pondered the well-being of his students, Ai-In and Bin Zi, wondering how they fared. And what of Qing Ji? Long Zaitian nodded again. For his primary intention in resurrecting Zefa was to contend with Blackbeard and Kaido. Zefa, do not hesitate to voice any further requests, Long Zaitian generously offered. It appeared that Zefa was leaning towards joining the crew, and with a little more persuasion, he would surely come aboard. After contemplating, Zefa realized his desires were not particularly grand. Nothing more, Zefa sighed, never anticipating that he would one day join a pirate crew. He was curious about how his old colleagues would react upon seeing him. Long Zaitian was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Welcome to the crew, Zefa." Magnum, Liu Yin, and Yamato approached, introducing themselves to Zefa, who responded with a warm smile. Whitebeard also stepped forward to shake Zefa's hand. They had both heard of one another, but had never fought, leaving a hint of regret. "Guhu, welcome aboard, Zefa," Whitebeard exclaimed, elated to add another formidable warrior to the crew. Zefa politely shook his hand, saying, "I never expected to encounter you here, Edward Newgate." He felt a sense of joy, accompanied by a long-lost warmth. Bista, Ace, Marco, and Kazuki Odin also greeted Zefa, acknowledging the new addition to their captain's crew. The bounty for the resurrected pirate crew spread across the globe, making pirates everywhere aware of the emergence of a dark horse. Charlotte Owen hurried into the Great Hall, observing Big Mom indulging in sweets, and slowed his pace. Charlotte Katakuri, who had been dozing against the wall, suddenly jolted awake, his brain firing on all cylinders as he fixed his gaze on Owen. "What do you have there, Owen?" Katakuri inquired, sensing something amiss regarding the newspaper in Owen's hand. Owen quickly halted, panting, "Brother, it's the latest newspaper." He handed the newspaper along with a bounty notice to Katakuri. Nearby, Charlotte Daifuku, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer. Many siblings noticed Katakuri's unusual demeanor and approached him. When they learned it concerned the resurrected pirate crew, their interest deepened. They had witnessed the commanding presence of the crew's captain in Wano country, standing unyielding before two emperors, adeptly negotiating terms. While they were unsure why Whitebeard would serve under him, it likely had something to do with his devil fruit abilities. "This is..." Katakuri gasped as he opened the newspaper, his expression darkening upon seeing the bounty notice. The others, noticing his reaction, grew increasingly curious about what had caused such a swift change in his demeanor. When their eyes fell upon Long Zaitian's bounty, they all gaped in disbelief. 30 billion. Charlotte Cracker's face was one of shock. This bounty exceeded his own by more than threefold. He could hardly fathom that this young upstart had such a high bounty. Not just him, but all of his siblings shared this incredulity. Charlotte Brule was particularly incensed, exclaiming, "What right does this guy have to be worth 30 billion? I doubt he could even defeat brother Katakuri." The others nodded in agreement, rallying in defense of their brother Katakuri, convinced that this immature brat was not worth such a sum. Katakuri, having weathered many storms, merely expressed astonishment before regaining his composure. Although he had never faced Long Zaitian in battle, the presence of Whitebeard and Marco and his crew suggested that he was no ordinary foe. Furthermore, the world government would not casually issue such a hefty bounty. There must be a significant secret surrounding him. "Brother, should we show this to Mama?" Owen cautiously asked Katakuri, concerned that Big Mom might erupt in rage upon seeing the bounty notice, potentially causing collateral damage to himself. Katakuri pondered briefly before nodding. "I will show it to Mama. We must be cautious of Long Zaitian." With Long Zaitian's bounty now at 30 billion, he sensed that if they did not take him seriously soon, their pirate crew would surely face dire consequences. Long Zaitian's bounty had now solidified his place among the emperors. Suddenly, Owen recalled something and urged, "Brother, you should also check the news inside." Katakuri paused, having focused solely on the bounty notice, neglecting the news in the newspaper. Since Owen mentioned it, there must be some significant event reported. Katakuri glanced over and was left speechless, his steps faltering as disbelief washed over him. He quickly grabbed the newspaper and rushed towards Big Mom, for he had seen the news of red-haired Shank's defeat at the hands of Blackbeard. The seas had become increasingly tumultuous. "Mama, I have very important news to report," Katakuri announced respectfully as he stood before Big Mom. "Oh, what is it, Katakuri?" Big Mom's grip on her cake faltered as she looked down. She knew Katakuri's character. He seldom disturbed her without cause. "Mama, please look at this newspaper and these bounty notices," Katakuri urged, presenting the newspaper to Big Mom before standing by, awaiting her reaction. Big Mom's demeanor shifted as she sensed an air of unease. Upon opening the newspaper and seeing the bounty notice, her eyes widened in shock, as if they could consume a person whole. The smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a look of rage. What audacity for a mere child to be worth 30 billion. She seethed. Could this child have resurrected rocks? But if he did, why didn't he, that old drunkard, inform me? Big Mom's initial reaction was to assume that Long Zaitian had resurrected rocks, which justified the high bounty from the world government. However, upon further reflection, she recognized numerous contradictions. Big Mom knew rocks well. If Long Zaitian had indeed brought him back to life, then he himself would likely be dead too. There was no way he could still have a bounty. Moreover, it was Whitebeard who had fled first. If Rocks were revived, it was likely that all members of the resurrected pirate crew, save for Whitebeard, would have perished. Big Mom was fully aware of Rock's ruthlessness. So if he had not resurrected Rocks, then what warranted such a high bounty for this young upstart? Big Mom turned the pages one after another, having read through the entire roster of the Resurrection Pirates. With a lingering uncertainty, she glanced at the newspaper. What? Shanks was actually defeated by Marshal D. Teach. Big Mom's expression mirrored that of Katakuri. Her immediate reaction was to question him. Is this news reliable? Katakuri responded, Mother, I've already dispatched someone to investigate, but given Morgan's character, they would not dare publish it if it weren't true. After contemplating, Big Mom decided to make a call for confirmation. Ring. Ring. Morgan's promptly answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Due to the recent release of the newspaper, numerous powerful figures were inquiring about the veracity of the news. He was currently too busy to discern who was calling. Big Mom coldly inquired, Morgan's, is the matter regarding Shanks true? Upon hearing her voice, Morgan's felt a chill run down his spine. Madam Big Mom, it is true. Marshal D. Teach has even agreed to our interview, and our reporters will return shortly. Big Mom's pupils widened in shock. How is that possible? How could that brat Shanks lose to Blackbeard? Clearly, she was incredulous about Morgan's words. Morgan's flustered, stammered. It's true. Madam Big Mom, if it were false, I wouldn't dare publish it. After all, this would offend the Four Emperors, and I don't want to die. After hanging up, Big Mom fell into deep contemplation. The current situation allowed no room for her to remain idle in Wano. With Shanks' defeat, Whitebeard's revival, and the growing power of Dragon and Straw Hat Luffy, if the Big Mom Pirates did not take action soon, they would surely be consumed by this era. In this tumultuous time, if one does not grow stronger, they will undoubtedly be outpaced by those who follow. The Navy's actions were becoming increasingly frequent, and battles with the Seven Warlords had commenced. Perhaps the Big Mom Pirates could seize the opportunity to absorb some fresh blood. Big Mom had always been astute in grasping the state of affairs. However, the most pressing question remained, was Rocks truly resurrected, and why had Kaido, that old drunkard, not called her yet? Without hesitation, Big Mom called Kaido, who seemed preoccupied. After a brief wait, he finally answered, Old drunkard, has Captain Rocks been resurrected? Big Mom directly interrogated Kaido. Upon hearing the mention of Rock's revival, Kaido instantly became furious. Old hag, don't bring up Rock's resurrection. That brat played us for fools. I almost want to kill him. Big Mom, puzzled, responded, so that brat has not resurrected Rocks? She was equally enraged, as she too had been deceived by that brat, having believed Dragon's words and let them go in the first place. Hey, old drunkard, did you see the latest newspaper? Big Mom decided to set aside the issue of Rock's resurrection, as the matter of Shanks was evidently far more significant. Who knows what this madman's next move would be? Would he attack her? She certainly had no time for such concerns. Kaido was currently busy controlling Wano. Even though Momonosuke had died, the 9 red scabbards were fiercely resisting, continually thwarting his plans and slowing his progress. Oh, what are you busy with? Big Mom suddenly shifted her tone, growing curious about Kaido's affairs. Hadn't he left Wano? What could possibly be so important? Old hag, I don't mind telling you. Wano has returned to my control, haha. Kaido laughed heartily into the transponder snail, clearly in high spirits. He had not anticipated CP0's efficiency to be so swift. Big Mom was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded, Old drunkard, what did you say? You reclaimed Wano? She had considered the possibility of Kaido regaining Wano, but given his current military strength, it seemed improbable. Otherwise, once I re-establish Wano, I'll invite you over for drinks. Originally, Big Mom had intended to join the feast herself, but unexpected disturbances from a horde of unruly pirates had interrupted her plans. Thus, as compensation, she deemed it necessary to extend a fresh invitation to Big Mom. Fine. However, I still suggest you take a look at the latest newspaper. After some contemplation, Big Mom agreed and hung up the phone. In her current predicament, the only alliance she could trust was the Beast Pirates. Kaido wished to inquire about the newspaper's contents and why she kept mentioning it, but before he could, Big Mom abruptly ended the call, leaving him furious, howling at the sky. Just then, Jack, Queen, and Jin rushed in, holding the newspaper. "Boss Kaido, something big has happened," Queen exclaimed, wildly shaking the latest edition. They had just reviewed its contents and were utterly astonished. Even Jin's expression had turned grim. Kaido, puzzled, took the newspaper and asked, "Aren't you all pursuing the remnants of the Red Scabbards? Why are you all here?" Jin replied, "Boss Kaido, the information in this newspaper is too important. We decided to report it to you first." Queen and Jack nodded obediently beside him. "Oh, what could be so significant that it has you all in a tizzy like that old hag?" Kaido scoffed as he opened the newspaper, and upon seeing the face on the first bounty notice, his entire countenance flushed crimson with fury. "Dragon in the sky." Kaido gritted his teeth, glaring at the image before him. As he shifted his gaze downward, he was left dumbfounded. 30 billion! Kaido was momentarily stunned, then immediately erupted in rage, tearing the paper to shreds. How could that little brat be worth so much? A coward hiding behind Whitebeard's back. How dare he have a bounty nearly equal to theirs? Was that old hag's insistence on him reading the newspaper solely for this? Kaido began to doubt. The matter concerning Dragon in the Sky could not possibly warrant a phone call. "Boss Kaido, we have confirmed the authenticity of this bounty with Morgans. They stated it was all issued by the Navy, and the news about Shanks is also true," Queen quickly explained, thinking Kaido had seen the newspaper's contents. "Shanks?" Kaido questioned, puzzled, as he continued to peruse the pages. Upon encountering the news of Shanks being defeated by Blackbeard, he fell into silence. No one could fathom what thoughts were swirling in Kaido's mind at that moment. "Boss Kaido," Queen ventured softly. Gradually, Kaido comprehended the implication of that previous phone call. Big Mom's insistence on him reading the newspaper carried significant weight. If Shanks' defeat by Blackbeard was indeed true, it would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of repercussions. After all, this matter was intricately linked to the Celestial Dragons. Simultaneously, Shanks' downfall would bestow a myriad of advantages upon Blackbeard. All islands under the red-haired pirates would fall under his dominion. Following this battle, Blackbeard's reputation would likely ascend to that of the foremost among the Four Emperors, with countless pirates flocking to his banner. The scales of the world would tilt in his favor. His ambitions were growing ever larger as he began to challenge Shanks. Kaido unconsciously reminisced about the days aboard Rock's ship. The events that transpired in the Valley of Gods were not as the world government portrayed them. It was not merely Roger and Carp who triumphed over the Rock's pirates. Numerous other incidents unfolded during that time. "Kaido, what should we do next?" Jack interjected, abruptly interrupting Kaido's reverie. "You all focus on managing Wano. I must seek out Lin, Kaido declared, comprehending Big Mom's intentions. In this current era of piracy, alliances are essential, lest one be gradually devoured by Blackbeard. The fact that the Blackbeard pirates could eliminate the red-haired pirates indicates their formidable strength. However, it seems improbable that Blackbeard alone could vanquish the red-haired pirates. There must be further assistance involved. On the island of Wormiu, a man with golden hair and a ship's helm atop his head sat in the Grand Hall, lost in thought. Sigh. Ever since he was defeated by Monkey D., Luffy, and his crew, the Golden Lion Shiki had descended into a state of self-doubt. Though he suspected that his adversaries possessed some form of advantage, he also recognized that his own abilities had indeed waned. The primary reason lay in the helm atop his head, which consistently hindered his potential. Any exertion beyond a certain limit would trigger excruciating headaches. Now, despite possessing considerable prowess, he found himself unable to unleash it fully, leading to a deep sense of frustration. The once mighty captains of pirate crews had dwindled, and seeing Shiki's decline, many quietly departed. Shiki did not protest, understanding that dealing with such rabble would require energy he could ill afford. Only Indigo and Scarlito remained by his side. Yet the numerous concoctions he had painstakingly developed were all destroyed by Luffy's crew, leaving him to restart his research from scratch. At present, Shiki's subordinates were outnumbered by the very island he floated upon, prompting a bitter smile from him. The once great trio of legendary pirates had seen one perish on the execution platform and another meet their demise in Marineford, leaving only him behind, uncertain of his ultimate fate. Suddenly, a gorilla clad in a pink shirt approached, clutching a newspaper. "Scarlito, Is there something of significance? Shiki glanced at him before resuming his contemplation of the sky. He had long since abandoned his former ambitions and was at a loss regarding his next course of action. Goo goo. Scarlito rushed to Shiki's side, offering the newspaper. Due to their aerial existence, the delivery of newspapers was haphazard. They were distributed at random, contingent upon chance encounters. Oh, a newspaper? I wonder what has transpired at sea. Shiki mused, flipping open the paper in a manner reminiscent of an elderly gentleman lounging in a recliner. Dragon Zaitian? The name of the captain of the resurrection pirates caught his eye, and seeing his youth, Shiki reminisced about his days with rocks. I never imagined such a young individual would become a captain. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Shiki lamented the relentless passage of time. As his gaze shifted downward, he was suddenly confronted with a shocking revelation, causing him to sit up straight in alarm. 30 billion. His pupils dilated as he gripped the newspaper tightly. Who is this little wretch? How could he be worth such a sum? Shiki scratched his head, ruminating for an extended period, but failing to recall who this individual could be. It can't be. Such a powerful figure, and I have no recollection. He began to feel increasingly despondent about his own future and turned to the next page. Wait, this person bears a striking resemblance to Whitebeard? Shiki chuckled at the familiar visage, exclaiming, "Ah, one grows nostalgic with age. How could there still be a bounty for someone who has perished in Marineford?" However, as he glanced at the name, he could no longer remain seated. Edward Newgate. Shiki's eyes darted to the bounty. 5.5 billion berries. His mind felt as if struck by lightning, his body stiffening as he muttered, "He didn't die in Marineford, did he? Could the Navy have made a mistake?" Clutching his head, Shiki's thoughts spiraled into chaos. I was merely floating in the air for a few months. How could so much turmoil have transpired below? Was this perhaps a Navy conspiracy? A ploy to lure out the remnants of Whitebeard's crew? Such a scheme would indeed align with the Navy's character. Shiki sneered, then flipped back through the pages. Ace. He was taken aback. If Whitebeard was a bait for the Navy, what role did Ace play? Did the Navy truly believe that those remnants were fools? Both had perished in the war on the summit, and now they were being used as bait. The more he read, the more bewildered he became, until he noticed the name of the pirate crew. The Resurrection Pirates. Resurrection Pirates? Could it be that this captain has resurrected them? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Shiki's eyes as a sly smile crept across his face. He had conceived a plan. He would seek out this captain named Dragon Zaitian. He discarded the remaining pages of the newspaper and rushed back to his ship. On Raijin Island, a tall and robust man uprooted a fruit tree and sat down to gnaw at its fruit. He possessed golden hair, donned headphones and white gloves, and wore military attire. His face adorned with a fierce countenance. What a pathetic world, devoid of any true strongholds, he scoffed. This man was Douglas Barrett, the successor known as the Demon, a former member of the Roger Pirates. He had not been captured by the pursuing Navy. Instead, he had been rescued by a peculiar doctor with a bird-like beak. After depositing Barrett on this island, the doctor departed without uttering a word. Having been defeated by Luffy's crew, Barrett began to question his purpose. The island was abundant in resources, ensuring he would not starve anytime soon. Yet, he found himself devoid of any goals, merely drifting through life in a haze. Just as he prepared to enjoy another fruit, a bundle of newspapers fell from the sky, landing squarely on his head. Barrett paid it no mind, continuing to eat. Coincidentally, the bounties within the newspapers fluttered into view around him. Douglas Barrett cast a glance and was instantly captivated. There, he beheld the bounty of Edward Newgate, 5.5 billion. A long-dormant thrill surged within him, and he could not suppress a smile. The blood of a battle maniac boiled within him, prompting Barrett to kick the fruit tree aside. The world's strongest man. Ha. Barrett laughed maniacally on the island, his conqueror's haki radiating outward, instilling terror across the landscape. The island's creatures either fled in panic or collapsed in unconsciousness. He sensed that Whitebeard was on the verge of surpassing Roger, and thus, he had found a new goal. With a few strides, Douglas Barrett leaped onto a nearby pirate ship. After seizing a new pirate ship, they unceremoniously cast all those aboard into the sea and began their quest to trace the whereabouts of the resurrected pirate crew. Days later, The lookout shouted, "Captain, there's an island ahead that appears to be quite lively." Marco, with nothing to occupy his time, sat at the bow, peering through a telescope. "Oh, let me take a look." Day, upon hearing this, eagerly dashed over. Kujitsu Odin, Whitebeard, and Zefa, having spent several days together, had forged a deep camaraderie. The three sat on a small bench, sharing drinks and reminiscing about days gone by. "Hahaha, back in the day, my focus was entirely on the Golden Lion. Otherwise, you and Roger would have been vanquished long ago," Zefa boasted, fueled by alcohol. After all, no one knew the truth. Embellishing the tale would go unnoticed. "You were chasing the Golden Lion? That old geezer was flying in the sky," Whitebeard retorted, unfazed, directly revealing the truth. "What's wrong? Is the Navy incapable of dealing with aerial foes?" Zefa took a hearty swig and began to recount. "The world government specifically prepared a flying ship for me to capture the Golden Lion." Zefa tilted his head back, visibly proud. In those days, he was the most popular among Garp and Sengoku, with suitors aplenty lining the shores of the Shambody archipelago. Of course, his comparatively lighter workload contributed to this. Garp was often in pursuit of Roger, while Sengoku managed various naval affairs. "Is that so? It seems the world government held you in high regard." Whitebeard laughed heartily, his skepticism evident. "Hey, after disembarking, did you ever think of me?" Kujitsu Odin asked, taking a sip of his drink, his face slightly flushed. Whitebeard's expression soured immediately as he turned away with arrogance, declaring, "No. Hahaha, he lying." Zefa instantly discerned the falsehood, erupting into laughter as he slapped the deck. Whitebeard feigned anger after being exposed. Meanwhile, Luyin was engrossed in maintaining his sniper rifle, accidentally adjusting a dial, which provoked Magnum to leap up and strike him. Long Zaitian, diligently practicing his swordsmanship, only emerged from his quarters upon hearing Ace call for him. "Ace, what's the matter?" Long Zaitian inquired, puzzled. "Captain, we've discovered an island with numerous pirate ships anchored nearby. It seems quite lively. Should we go and take a look?" Ace was interrupted by Day, who eagerly responded before he could speak. Ace could only smile and point in the direction. "Oh." Long Zaitian accepted the sniper scope handed to him by Marco and gazed out. Indeed, there was an island not far away, surrounded by pirate ships. The island appeared to bear a welcoming sign in English, stirring Long Zaitian's interest. "All right, let us go and investigate," Long Zaitian proclaimed, prompting Day to leap for joy while Marco returned to relay the news to the crew. However, to avoid alerting the Navy, Long Zaitian decided they should maintain a low profile, suggesting everyone alter their appearances to avoid recognition. The crew agreed, as their notoriety was considerable. If exposed, the Navy might very well intervene. The crew was not fond of constant conflict and could hardly endure such turmoil. Ace expertly docked the ship at the harbor, and everyone disembarked, eager to escape the dullness aboard. They concealed their distinguishing features. Zefa donned sunglasses and a wig, while Whitebeard habitually covered his beard with a scarf. Kujitsu Odin and Day also wore sunglasses. "Greetings, my friend. May I inquire about the name of this island?" Marco adeptly engaged with a pirate at the port. The pirate hesitated, sizing up Long Zaitian and his crew before scoffing. "Bro, no way. Where are you folks from? You don't even know about Jellyfish Paradise?" The pirate, sporting vibrant, multicolored hair and gleaming golden earrings, had a slight hip-hop flair. "Oh, so this is Jellyfish Paradise," Marco exclaimed, surprised, clearly having heard of the place, though Long Zaitian had not. "Jellyfish Paradise?" Long Zaitian glanced at his crew. Zefa stepped forward to explain. As the name suggests, this island is a paradise built around jellyfish, classified as a neutral zone. Neither the Navy nor pirates may engage in combat here, or they will be unceremoniously tossed into the sea by the jellyfish. However, designated areas exist for fighting if one wishes to do so. "Oh, I see." Long Zaitian comprehended immediately. Had he known earlier, they would not have needed to disguise themselves. "Wow, it looks incredibly fun inside. Let's hurry in," Day exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Liu Yin's eyes widened as he curiously surveyed the surroundings. Whitebeard chuckled, "Grrrr. I always wanted to bring my children here, but I never had the chance until today." Zefa reflected, The jellyfish here move quite swiftly. It truly takes luck. Jellyfish Paradise resembled an amusement park, filled with food, weapons, clothing, and various amenities, akin to a small city. Captain, there are many people inside. We must be cautious not to get separated, Zefa cautioned. Long Zaitian nodded, noticing the throngs of pirates crowding at the entrance. However, while waiting in line, they soon realized their funds were woefully insufficient. Currently, Zefa managed the finances, but upon counting the berries aboard, he discovered they had less than 1,000 berries. This revelation left Zefa utterly dumbfounded. Their ship was crewed by pirates accustomed to millions of berries, yet they had less than 1,000 in cash. After begrudgingly paying the entrance fee, little remained to sustain further expenses. They gazed longingly at a toy store, casting a pitiful look at Long Zaitian and Zefa. It was clear she wished to purchase a toy, but lacking funds, she had to forego the desire. Long Zaitian pondered. This situation was untenable. Having come this far, they should indulge themselves rather than refrain from purchasing anything. Zefa, is there any way to earn money on this island? Long Zaitian inquired, curiosity piqued, as the others awaited the answer. After all, they were accustomed to shopping, and being broke was not an option. Indeed, in the center of Jellyfish Paradise, there is a duel arena where participants can earn substantial berries if they win. At this revelation, all eyes sparkled with excitement. Although they were not particularly inclined to fight, the prospect of earning money made it worthwhile. The other pirates in the arena had yet to grasp the caliber of opponents they were about to face. Captain, there's so many people here, Day exclaimed, perched on Zefa's shoulder, curiously surveying the surroundings. Various races surrounded them, including giants and fishmen, along with some rare species, all masked and unidentifiable. Zefa, what are the rules of this duel arena? Long Zaitian, new to this place, sought to understand the regulations to avoid being thrown into the sea for a violation. I'm not entirely certain about this matter, as I have never been here myself. Zefa only possesses a general understanding and is not well acquainted with the specific regulations of the island. At this moment, a pirate crew queuing nearby curiously scrutinizes Long Zaitian and his companions. One of the pirates boisterously exclaimed, "Brothers, is this your first visit here?" Long Zaitian nodded, not denying it. The pirate, seemingly unaware of their identities, looked down upon them, saying, "I would advise you to queue at the entrance over there. It is more suited for your kind." In his eyes, Long Zaitian's group appeared to be a newly established pirate crew lacking any real strength. If they were to participate in the duel, they would undoubtedly suffer a humiliating defeat. "Why, isn't there an audience area beside us?" Long Zaitian questioned, puzzled. "We are here to partake in the duel. You all." The pirate beside him sized up the group and scoffed derisively. "Brother, you are only worth a few 100 million, and you dare to enter the dueling arena. And you, do not think that your height and stature make you invincible. Strength is the key." The pirate, known as Waku, cast a glance at Baihu Z and educated him. Waku was the captain of the Super Bull pirate crew, with a bounty reaching 100 million. Pirates of Waku's caliber could be considered mid-tier in the dueling arena, hence his arrogance was somewhat understandable. Long Zaitian hesitated, contemplating whether to speak the truth. Suddenly, he interjected, "Our captain has a bounty of 3. Before he could finish, Long Zaitian leapt up to cover his mouth. With a glance, Long Zaitian signaled to his crew, who promptly understood and fell silent. 3 of what? Waku and his crew members were intrigued. 30 million berries. Long Zaitian scratched his head, feigning shyness. Young lad, impressive indeed. At such a young age, you have already amassed 30 million berries. Waku was taken aback, not expecting this young man to be worth so much. When he was of similar age, his bounty barely reached 10 million. This young man's abilities were commendable, alas. In the dueling arena, such strength was still insufficient. It was indeed a pity, as most pirates participating in duels had bounties starting at 50 million, making it a challenging endeavor for him. Young man, it would be wise for you to hone your skills before returning. This place is not meant for you yet. Long Zaitian, perplexed, inquired, "Brother, is there a bounty restriction for the dueling arena?" Waku chuckled, explaining of course there are no such rules. Anyone can participate as long as they register. However, if your bounty is too low, you are likely to be defeated in the first round. Keep in mind, most pirates here have bounties exceeding 50 million, and many have gained some notoriety at sea. Should you lose in the dueling arena, you will be required to leave behind an amount equivalent to your bounty divided by 13. Long Zaitian was startled. What if one cannot afford the payment after losing? Waka looked at Long Zaitian as if he were foolish. Then you will be sold to the Marines. He scrutinized Long Zaitian for a moment before advising. Young man, while you still stand at this threshold, it would be prudent to leave quickly. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to depart later. Waku himself was uncertain why he felt compelled to warn Long Zaitian. Perhaps he found him likable. Long Zaitian smiled. No worries, I can handle it. If we win, what rewards await us? Seeing that Long Zaitian showed no signs of retreat, Waku reluctantly replied, for less than 80 consecutive victories. The reward is in berries. However, achieving 80 consecutive victories grants you a treasure map. A treasure map. The members of the Resurrection pirate crew leaned forward, intrigued. They had never seen a treasure map and were filled with curiosity. What quality is it? Baihu Z also inquired. The big guy knows about the quality of treasure maps. It seems you are not entirely a novice, Waku remarked, noting the queue ahead was still considerable, and began to elaborate to Long Zaitian's group. Treasure maps are generally classified into 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. Bronze maps are typically left behind by captains with bounties below 1 billion, silver maps by those below 5 billion, while gold maps are said to be left by legendary pirates whose bounties exceed 50 billion. The treasure map left by Roger belongs to the gold tier, while the one awarded here is of silver quality. As Waku spoke, he began to drool with envy. A silver treasure map was the dream of every pirate, while a gold map was the stuff of legends. Wow, Captain, let us go for the silver treasure map. Guan Yu Tian was visibly excited, always thrilled by the prospect of unknown adventures. Baihu Z chuckled, seemingly eager to seize it as well. The other members were also itching to get started, eager to achieve consecutive victories. You're all just dreaming, Waku's first mate, Miku, ruthlessly mocked. 80 consecutive victories are impossible. The highest record is only 30 consecutive victories. Long Zaitian, puzzled, asked, why is the highest only 30 victories? Is it that difficult to achieve consecutive wins? Waku stepped forward to explain. First, you cannot directly participate upon entry. You must earn 100 points first. Newcomers can earn 10 points upon first entry, and defeating an opponent grants an additional 10 points. Once you accumulate 100 points, you can enter the duel. However, to expedite the selection of a victor, 100 participants are placed on a stage. As soon as one reaches 100 points, they can leave the stage and participate in the duel. Long Zaitian and his companions grasped the rule and nodded in understanding. This isn't too difficult. He smiled at AIC, who also nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. Miku, noticing this, came over and mocked them again. TSH, a bunch of inexperienced pirates. With so many people, if you lack the ability, you won't even know how you perished. I advise you not to enter. The other members of the Super Bull pirate crew joined in the laughter. Exactly. If it weren't for our good fortune, with 6 crew members paired together and working in tandem, we would never have made it to the finals. Otherwise, we will be bankrupt by now. The folks in there truly show no mercy. Little lady, you best stay away. Long Zaitian and his group remained unfazed by such levels of combat. If they couldn't manage, they could always return home to farm. By the way, is the highest reward merely for 80 consecutive victories? Long Zaitian inquired, curious as to why so many would participate if that were the case. You, young man, are quite ambitious. Waku chuckled. Of course, there's more than that. Beyond 80 consecutive victories, there are 2 additional rewards. However, you need not dwell on those. I will simply mention them briefly. Upon reaching 90 consecutive victories, you can obtain a devil fruit, rumored to be the nervous fruit. This fruit is incredibly powerful. It can invigorate allies, enhance all attributes, control opponents to induce negativity, and provide immunity to mental manipulation, countering La Fate. Upon achieving 100 consecutive victories, you will be awarded the Supreme Great Blade. As Waku continued, his voice grew softer, as if he did not want others to hear. The Supreme Great Blade. Long Zaitian and the others exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom what Waku just revealed. Shoo, keep your voices down. I acquired this information at great cost. Most people only know of the reward for 90 consecutive victories and are unaware of the one for 100. Waku urged Long Zaitian and his companions to lower their voices. Yet fortunately, the surrounding crowd was engaged in a lively discussion. Thus, their whispers were effectively obscured. Long Zaitian nodded vigorously while covering his mouth, then leaned closer to asking, "Brother, is this news reliable?" The others shared his concern. Although some were not swordsmen, acquiring such a prize for their collection would still be quite remarkable. "Well, believe it or not," Waku replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He had confided his secret to this fellow, who was now questioning his sincerity. If it weren't for the boy's naive demeanor, Waku wouldn't have shared it all. "I believe you," Long Zaitian said, unable to stifle a laugh upon seeing Waku's distressed expression. Was it possible that even 100 pirates could be so endearing? However, the grand reward of the unparalleled blade was indeed a challenging prospect to accept. This was one of the 12 finest swords. Should he manage to obtain it, his strength would undoubtedly be vastly enhanced. "Captain, why did you disclose such crucial information to them?" Mike expressed some frustration. "What use is it to these fellows? They might not even qualify for the finals." The other crew members chimed in, acknowledging that while they were all in line together, they would soon be separated upon entering the duel arena. Mike was concerned that Long Zaitian and his group might reveal the secret of their 100 consecutive victories. After all, there were fewer than 100 people on this island who were aware of it. If the islanders learned of the reward for 100 victories, it was likely that everyone would rush to the duel arena to participate, significantly diminishing their chances of maintaining their winning streak. What if a miracle occurs? Waku mused, glancing at Long Zaitian, who exhibited remarkable potential. Perhaps it was indeed feasible. "Huh, I did not expect you to possess such insight." Long Zaitian laughed heartily, holding a favorable impression of the captain. Before long, everyone had entered, and the groups had dispersed. "What does the captain say?" Marco asked excitedly, eagerly awaiting the captain's word. They were all set to enter the arena together, which would significantly enhance their chances of victory. Long Zaitian made suggestions, but his teammates did not heed them, as they were directly pushed into the arena by those behind them. The entire crew of the Resurrection Pirates had entered the arena, each tasked with defeating 9 opponents. A bell atop the arena began a 1-minute countdown, indicating that they could not engage until the signal was given. Everyone remained vigilant, observing one another cautiously. Beside Long Zaitian stood a man with shifty eyes, gazing at him intently. "Kid, I advise you to surrender right away. It will spare you some pain," Harry sneered, seemingly confident in his victory over Long Zaitian. "Oh, are you quite formidable?" Long Zaitian feigned fear, trembling in mock terror. "Since you inquired so sincerely, I shall graciously inform you. I am Harry, captain of the Magic Pirates. My bounty is 80 million berries." Before Long Zaitian could respond, other nearby pirates turned to look. "Damn, to encounter Harry here. It seems our hopes for the finals are dashed. Everyone, stay clear of him." Many crew members warned their teammates, indicating that Harry was indeed a formidable presence among them. Long Zaitian couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of his bounty compared to Harry's. This scene caught Harry's attention, and he assumed Long Zaitian was mocking him, raising his iron sword. "Are you laughing at me, kid?" Long Zaitian nodded. "Well, my bounty is higher than yours, so don't strike me later," he kindly advised, as all his crew members took to the arena, perfectly numbering 10. If all went as expected, the final victor of this duel would undoubtedly be one of their own. Should Harry choose to attack him, he might find himself receiving a sound thrashing from his own crew. "Huh, you think your bounty exceeds Harry's? I don't believe it. Are you afraid? Hence your claim?" The surrounding pirates laughed, ridiculing Long Zaitian's apparent arrogance. In this arena, only strength mattered. All bravado was irrelevant. Harry laughed along. "Fine. If you claim your bounty surpasses mine, let us see who prevails." Long Zaitian scratched his head, pondering why this fellow was so obstinate. Perhaps he should simply dispatch him swiftly to avoid further embarrassment from his own crew. Not only was Long Zaitian facing this predicament, but Whitebeard was also surrounded by a throng of adversaries. Their initial thought was to eliminate Whitebeard, as his imposing stature suggested he would be difficult to contend with if left unchecked. He appeared rather unassuming, keeping his eyes closed since entering the arena, seemingly still waking from slumber. However, all crew members complied with their captain's orders, suppressing their haki, fearing that they might inadvertently frighten off potential opponents, which would certainly lead to awkwardness. After all, to achieve 100 consecutive victories, they would need at least 100 opponents. If they scared them all away, how could they maintain their streak? 3. Finally, the bell above initiated a 3-second countdown. 2. Some pirates had already aimed their weapons at their intended targets. Harry was among them, his sword trained on Long Zaitian's head. He planned to deliver a spectacular strike just as the signal sounded. 1. Battle begins. Whoosh! Harry surged forward, reaching Long Zaitian in less than a second. A flash of silver appeared as his iron sword lunged toward Long Zaitian's face. You claim your bounty surpasses mine? Let us see you try. The surrounding pirates stood still, anticipating Long Zaitian's defeat. They intended to strike as soon as Harry vanquished him. Long Zaitian sighed, then drew his sword with remarkable speed to block the attack. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out as Harry's sword was halted by Long Zaitian's defense. What? Harry's mind raced with disbelief. He exerted pressure, but his sword did not advance an inch, as though it had met an unyielding mountain. The pirates who had expected to witness Long Zaitian's swift demise were left in stunned silence. They could not comprehend Harry's apparent hesitance, as if he were merely holding his sword without any intent to strike. Is Harry humiliating this pirate? They speculated. Certainly, given Harry's prowess, dispatching such a minor opponent should be effortless. Perhaps he aimed to teach him a lesson about their disparities. Yet, unbeknownst to the surrounding pirates, Harry's expression had shifted to one of fear. Seeing that Long Zaitian had not counterattacked, he regained his composure, thinking it must have been mere luck, and resolved not to grant him any chance in the next move. With that, Harry swiftly retracted his sword and lunged again at Long Zaitian's body. Let us see how you defend against this. This time, he applied the BeatCelestial haki onto his iron sword, and he was confident that this little brat could not withstand his assault. With such a small fry, he probably didn't even know what BeatCelestial haki was. What? It's actually BeatCelestial haki? When did Harry learn that? How infuriating. I never expected him to have mastered BeatCelestial haki. It seems he can confidently enter the duel now. No, everyone, let us attack together later. Otherwise, no one will be able to defeat Harry. Long Zaitian was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that a pirate with an 80 million berries bounty would possess BeatCelestial haki. However, his mastery of it was still rather rudimentary, merely enough to intimidate ordinary pirates. Against a formidable opponent, he likely wouldn't even need haki to defeat him. Kid, kneel before me. The pitch-black iron sword emanated a chilling aura, and Harry's eyes brimmed with derision, as if he could already envision Long Zaitian begging for mercy. Kneel? Long Zaitian raised an eyebrow, revealing a cold smirk. When Harry met Long Zaitian's gaze, his soul quivered unexpectedly. Immediately, a chill ran down his spine, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Before he could react, Long Zaitian made his move. Sword chi, 8 directions. Long Zaitian exerted precise control over his strength, unleashing the sword chi. If he hadn't restrained his power, it might have incited chaos. Given how close Harry was to Long Zaitian, he had no time or space to evade and was sent flying by the forceful impact. As Harry floated in the air, Long Zaitian slowly spoke. The phrase kneel should not be uttered lightly. The last person who said it was a celestial dragon. As for what happens next at this moment, the surrounding pirates were awestruck, their mouths agape, as if they could fit 2 eggs inside. They had envisioned countless scenarios where Long Zaitian was overwhelmed by Harry, but never had they imagined that Harry would be obliterated by a single strike from Long Zaitian. Long Zaitian's attack had not utilized any haki, so they could not sense any aura. Coupled with their inferior strength, they could not perceive the sword intent, leaving them entirely unaware of the true potency of Long Zaitian's strike. They could only surmise the terror of Long Zaitian based on the distance Harry was launched. He defeated Harry, valued at 80 million berries, in a single move. How could this be? I must be dreaming. Someone pinch me. Ah, you bastard. I meant for you to pinch me, not kill me. The one who spoke had engaged in a scuffle with the other pirates. Could this kid be Henry? Henry. That indeed seemed plausible, as he was rumored to be a swordsman in his 20s with a bounty of 5 billion berries, nearly double that of Harry. So it was entirely reasonable for him to obliterate him. Long Zaitian surveyed the surrounding pirates, who had forgotten that they were in an arena and were discussing amongst themselves. He glanced around and nodded. I am indeed Henry. Long Zaitian intended to leverage the name Henry to compel others to surrender immediately. What? I can't believe he is really Henry. The pirates around him gasped in shock and began to retreat. A bounty of 150 million berries in the arena was already a significant spectacle. As Harry rose from the ground, he realized whom he had just faced. His complexion turned pale, and his trembling arm struggled to support him. Captain, don't be afraid. There are so many of us. Beside Harry stood a short, stout man. His first mate, Beaufort, with a bounty of 70 million berries. He glared at Long Zaitian. Even if the opponent is strong, he is just one person, and we are 7. Beaufort rallied the crew, and like Long Zaitian, the crew was pushed onto the arena. Brothers, avenge the captain. The opponent is only worth 150 million berries, while we have so many pirates worth millions. Why should we fear him? Brothers, defeat him, and the captain will treat us to drinks tonight. The formidable presence of the magic pirate crew drew the attention of many pirates. Poor Henry, facing 7 pirates. He would likely be at a loss. It's over, it's over. I should stay away from them to avoid being targeted by their crew. Fight, fight. The more ferociously, the better. Let's aim to take down 2 of them in retaliation. Many pirates were eagerly anticipating the moment of mutual destruction, waiting to swoop in for the kill. Henry, you should surrender quickly. As long as you do, we want to kill you. Harry was well aware of the intentions of those around him. He also understood that Henry was not a benign adversary. If they were to engage in battle, they might lose 1 or 2 crew members. Thus, the best strategy was to compel the opponent to surrender, allowing them to emerge victorious without a fight. Annoying. Long Zaitian rolled his eyes and swiftly brought down his sword, releasing 3 streams of sword chi aimed directly at Harry's magic pirate crew. The terrifying sword chi sent all the surrounding pirates flying. Harry and his crew were taken aback by Long Zaitian's decisiveness. Consequently, all crew members drew their weapons to counter Long Zaitian's sword chi. Of course, there were many skilled swordsmen in the arena. Upon witnessing Long Zaitian's sword chi, their faces turned pale with shock. Some of them had, to some extent, brushed against the threshold of sword chi and understood the terror of Long Zaitian's strike. What kind of monster is this? How'd I end up facing such a being? What is there to fight about? Mama, save me. Many pirates began to flee from the area surrounding Long Zaitian, which had turned into a domain of slaughter. Initially, the members of the magic pirate crew had dismissed Long Zaitian's sword chi. Due to their insufficient strength, they could not sense the terror of this sword chi. However, when their swords clashed against Long Zaitian's sword chi, they realized how foolish their thoughts had been. Upon contact with the sword chi, their swords shattered instantaneously. Following that, their skin, despite their defensive skills, was sliced open like tofu by the relentless sword chi. In an instant, where the 3 streams of sword chi passed, blood gushed forth like a fountain. The horrifying spectacle left all the pirates present in shock. They had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. This guy truly only has a bounty of 150 million berries. If you told them he had 5 billion, they would believe it. After the sword chi passed, the arena fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of swallowing. One by one, the pirates on the field gulped nervously. They truly had the worst luck to encounter Long Zaitian. Whitebeard also noticed Long Zaitian displaying his might. Garara, the captain, is indeed low-key. Ace was dumbfounded. When they entered the arena, everyone had agreed not to use haki, not to employ devil fruit abilities, nor to draw too much attention. But how long had it been since they entered, and the captain was already causing such a commotion? Ace decided to drop the pretense and unleashed his fists, taking down one after another. Zefa glanced around and swiftly took down the 9 nearest enemies. Many targeted McGuinness, perceiving him as weak and frail. However, They failed to notice the twin guns concealed within McGuinan's sleeves. Just as the enemies launched their surprise attack, he quickly drew his guns. Bang! 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 A barrage of bullets erupted, catching several pirates off guard and knocking them to the ground. They never expected that the seemingly frail man before them would possess such formidable strength. To avoid being discovered, McGuinan had left his sniper rifle on the ship and armed himself with 2 pistols for self-defense. He is indeed well-versed in various firearms, for his father is a renowned sniper. From a young age, he has been immersed in this environment, naturally becoming proficient in all sorts of weaponry. When he brandishes his dual pistols, the surrounding pirates quickly scatter in all directions, bewildered by the prowess of these 2 young lads. Could it be that they have been enhanced by some form of hormone? Seeing his companions betray their promises one after another, Liu Yan decided to let loose himself. He immediately delivered a powerful punch to a nearby pirate, leaving the latter bloodied and dazed. To his astonishment, Liu Yan realized that without using haki, he could not take down a pirate with a single blow. Frustrated, he thought, I am still too weak. With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches until the pirate lay unconscious, eyes rolled back. The members of the Mofa pirates were rendered unconscious by Long Zaitian's 3 slashes. It was only then the surrounding pirates recognized that this young boy was not someone they could provoke. They turned their attention to other pirates, only to discover that many monsters roamed the arena, each capable of taking down a small pirate with a single blow. Some pirates were even taken down before they realized they had entered into combat. Initially, the audience had little interest in the competitors on the points arena, as their strength seemed rather lacking, offering little entertainment. However, they soon realized that the contestants appeared excessively formidable. Scenes frequently unfolded where multiple pirates surrounded one, only to be countered by that lone pirate. Among them was a girl draped in a headscarf, exhibiting an extraordinary ferocity. Every pirate who dared approach her found themselves forcefully pressed against the ground. The suited man and a fellow sporting a yellow pineapple hairstyle also displayed their prowess on the stage. The situation was swiftly dominated by their 10-member team. The Super Cow Pirates took note of this phenomenon, with crew members tugging their Captain Walker's attention to Long Zaitian and his companions. Captain, aren't they the ones we just spoke of? Other members glanced over, their expressions a mix of surprise. Wow, these fellows are surprisingly formidable. Indeed, I never imagined they could take on 3 at once. Captain, your insight is remarkable. You discern that this youth possesses extraordinary potential. The crew members continuously praised their captain's keen perception, even leaving Walker momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such vigor from this group. They had even managed to defeat their opponents without employing haki, or perhaps they simply had not yet learned it. In any case, they dispatched a pirate in mere moments. Mick also felt a twinge of jealousy, but stubbornly remarked, "These fellows possess only a modicum of strength, and the other pirates are simply too weak. Thus they appear so formidable." To dispel any suspicion of envy among his teammates, he hastily added, "If they were to encounter us, they would undoubtedly surrender in fear." The other members chuckled, but refrained from further comment. Walker, too, harbored doubts. Could it truly be that their opponents were simply too weak? Soon, only the 10 members of the Resurrection Pirates remained. Their earlier performance had garnered the attention of the entire arena, and everyone was cheering for them. However, they had utilized false names and fictitious pirate crew titles. "Captain, you are being deceitful. We agreed not to be too ostentatious. Yet look at you." Yamato pouted angrily, visibly displeased. Liu Yan also wore a frown, recalling their agreement to maintain a low profile, only to find their captain basking in the spotlight. "Captain, you are quite inconsiderate." Whitebeard chuckled. Faced with the crew's accusations, Long Zaitian could only feel helpless. "I didn't intend to be so flashy, but that fellow insisted on confronting me. I had no choice. I mentioned that my bounty was higher than his, yet he refused to believe me." Ace interjected urgently, "Captain, do not attempt to evade responsibility." Long Zaitian felt like crying, but resignedly led his crew back to the waiting room. In the waiting area, other pirates instinctively distanced themselves from Long Zaitian and his crew, having witnessed their prowess on the arena. They likely never imagined that such formidable individuals belonged to a single pirate crew. At that moment, a A well-dressed figure resembling an administrator approached, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. "Greetings, gentlemen. Here are your rewards for your victory." He distributed 1,000 berries to each member of Long Zaitian's crew, along with a duel arena card. If you wish to participate in the duel arena competition, you may register in the competition area, where opponents will be assigned at random. The rewards and regulations are posted on the adjacent wall for your perusal. With that, the administrator departed. "Captain, let's go take a look next door." Yamato eagerly tugged at Long Zaitian's arm, leading him away. "Very well," Long Zaitian acknowledged, recognizing that lingering any longer might be inappropriate given the fearful glances directed their way. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a high-level powerhouse challenging a novice village. Upon entering the waiting room of the duel arena, they were instantly met with countless gazes fixated upon them. He surveyed the room, noting a diverse array of individuals. However, the first to capture his attention was a young woman dressed in pink knee-high boots and a figure-hugging skirt. Boldly perched atop the back of a sofa with one foot on the seat and the other leg elegantly crossed. His eyes widened, but fearing his crew would notice his lapse in composure, Long Zaitian forced his gaze elsewhere. He reasoned that he could admire her when the time came for her to participate in the duel, justifying his interest as a means of observing his opponent's weaknesses. On the windowsill, a masked figure clad in black was peering at them through two small openings. Long Zaitian mused that he was fortunate the weather was pleasant. Otherwise, a strong gust of wind might send the figure tumbling down. Just then, a man in knight's armor approached, wielding a knight's gun that emanated a chilling aura. "Here they come again," murmured several individuals in the room. Liu Yin, suspecting ill intentions from the newcomer, prepared to confront him. Noticing this, Long Zaitian quickly intervened, aware that fighting in the waiting room would lead to disqualification. The knight approached Long Zaitian, refraining from thrusting his lance as anticipated. Instead, he lowered his right hand to his chest and introduced himself. "I am Angus, captain of the Night Pirates. Your performance was exceptional. I look forward to our match." Long Zaitian's lips twitched. Was this a declaration of war? However, considering the many eyes upon them, he could not afford to be impolite. He extended his hand in greeting. "Greetings. I am Huzaidi, captain of the Destruction Pirates." Their exchange quickly spread among the crowd. This Angus continued to introduce himself, revealing his combative nature. "This young man appears quite youthful. May his skills not mirror his age. Gaga, the sin of beasts, a pack of wild beasts. His skin looks quite tender. I wonder how his blood tastes." Listening to their remarks, Long Zaitian felt overwhelmed. What kind of monsters were these? To avoid drawing attention, he led his teammates to a corner. "Marco, you should relish this setting. Why not gather some intel?" Long Zaitian was aware of Marco's adeptness in socializing. Thus, he decided to send him on an errand. "Sure," Marco replied with a smile. "Captain, I want to go too, Daiha exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued, as it was her first encounter with such a variety of costumes. "Of course, you may explore freely," Long Zaitian encouraged, dismissing the team members so he could focus on the captivating lady. With a bit of time before his next match, he found it far more enjoyable to indulge in the beauty around him. After a while, Daiha became accustomed to the scene, and the crew treated her as one of their own. "Great!" Daiha eagerly pulled Ace and Kazuki Odin to join her fun, while Magnum remained by Long Zaitian's side. Whitebeard and Zefa observed the duels below, and Liu Yin began conversing with a young woman. Vista leaned against the wall, resting his eyes. Liu Yin noticed a girl adorned in luxurious attire and approached her. "Greetings, my lady. Do you believe I can make you more beautiful?" With a gentlemanly smile, he presented the etiquette of his homeland. Do you take me for a child?" The affluent lady glanced at Liu Yin, dismissing him as yet another suitor seeking to flirt, and felt a surge of disdain. No, esteemed lady, I speak sincerely," he insisted. Asf, captivated by Liu Yin's gem-like eyes, found herself momentarily entranced. Regaining her composure, her cheeks flushed, she pursed her lips, maintaining her poise. After a few seconds, she hesitantly inquired, "Are you truly serious? What if you deceive me?" Liu Yin responded with confidence. "If I mislead you, I shall offer you my heart, for while my words may deceive, my heart shall remain true." His earnestness deepened Asf's blush, and she instinctively slapped her cheeks to regain her calm. After all, she was a princess of the OSI Empire and could not be swayed by mere flattery. Just as Osp turned to reprimand the audacious man for attempting to charm her, Liu Yin stepped forward, cornering her against the wall, blocking her escape. As she prepared to express her indignation, Liu Yin placed a finger gently on her lips. "My lady, beauty waits for no one. Please remain still. I shall begin." His soothing voice disarmed Osp, and she found herself without retort. Before she could react, Liu Yin began to chant a spell, his hands emanating a soft pink glow. He delicately caressed Osp's face, his gaze profound and serene. In that moment, Osp relinquished her resistance, staring at Liu Yin in awe, her previously rebellious hands falling limply to her sides. This was her first encounter with such an unreasonable man. Although she was eager for the outcome, she instinctively wore a facade of anger, glaring at him as if to say, "If you dare ruin my face, I shall not spare you." As Liu Yin's hands glided across her visage, warmth enveloped her, akin to basking in sunlight. Deep within Osp, a tender part of her seemed to awaken, igniting an insatiable yearning. Moments later, Liu Yin withdrew his hands to admire his handiwork. "Splendid, very beautiful," he remarked with a faint smile, clearly pleased with his abilities. Osp, finally realizing that the transformation had concluded, found it unbelievable that she could become beautiful in such a brief time. This man must be fabricating tales. She began to press him. "You claim to have made me beautiful. What proof do you have?" Liu Yin chuckled softly, guiding her arm to a nearby mirror. "Behold!" Osp gasped as she scrutinized the reflection. Aside from her attire, her face had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her already delicate features appeared even more supple, and the long locks that once concealed her charm had vanished. "Are you a magician?" Osp questioned incredulously, caressing her face, for in her homeland, only magicians could perform such feats. "My lady, I am no magician. Magicians can only create temporary illusions, while my work is everlasting," Liu Yin replied with heartfelt sincerity. Osp's defenses crumbled before him, leaving her at his mercy, increasingly intrigued by him as she felt herself sinking deeper into fascination. "What is your name?" she asked, her gaze lowered, too shy to meet his eyes. "My lady, your cheeks are quite flushed. Have I caused this?" Liu Yin teased lightly with a smile. "It is merely warm in here," Osp retorted, turning away in a huff and pretending to fan herself. "Ah, very well then. I am named Lang Tianlu. May I inquire your name?" Liu Yin recalled the captain's advice to remain discreet. "Osp," she replied softly, poking her fingers together. "Lady Osp, if you have no further matters, I shall take my leave," Liu Yin said, feeling the pull of his next endeavor to beautify another. Osp, as if awakening from a dream, hastily grasped the corner of Liu Yin's garment. "My lady?" he questioned, surprised. "What will you be busy with?" "Perhaps I can assist," Osp offered, realizing her breach of decorum and quickly clearing her throat. She then adopted her earlier haughty demeanor. "Nothing of significance. I am merely wandering," Liu Yin replied with a gentle smile, cautious not to divulge his intentions. He gently released her hand before departing with grace. Osp stood rooted in place, her expression a mix of confusion as she gazed after Liu Yin's retreating figure. "Lady? Lady?" An elderly man approached, holding a cup of coffee, bringing her back to reality. "Huh?" Osp suddenly became aware of her steward's return, her cheeks flushing once more as if a secret had been uncovered. "Who was that gentleman?" the steward inquired, handing Osp the coffee while observing Liu Yin's silhouette. "Just a fellow attempting to flirt," Osp murmured, cautiously sipping her coffee, afraid her steward might discern her newfound interest. I see. Should I intervene?" The steward began, but was cut off. "No," Osp exclaimed, lifting her head abruptly, then sagging her shoulders. "No need. I can manage myself." "Very well, then," the steward replied thoughtfully, having cared for her since birth, and recognizing the nuances of the situation. Years ago, despite the old king's objections, she had insisted on forming her own pirate crew to explore the world. The queen, though doting, had sent the steward to ensure her safety. Years have passed, and while Osp remained as formidable as ever, the steward had carved out a reputation at sea, even having been approached by Shanks, whom he declined. The steward, known as Nidhogg, was also famously titled the Black Dragon Apostle, with a bounty of 1.5 billion. Daiha approached a swaying white sofa with curiosity and plopped down. "Hey, come here. This sofa moves and is warm," she exclaimed, bouncing on the elastic surface, much like the body of an animal. "Daiha, get up, that is not a sofa," Ace warned, his expression shifting dramatically. "Huh?" Just as Daiha was caught off guard, the sofa beneath her began to shift. She quickly stood up and turned to see the sofa rising, glaring at her in surprise. It turns out that this is not a sofa, but rather Alvin, a Zoan fruit user, transformed into the shape of a white wolf, soundly asleep until he suddenly sensed a weight upon him. "Little girl." Alvin was about to express his anger when Ace and Kazuki Odin rushed over. "I'm so sorry. It was not my friend's intention. Please do not be upset." Ace quickly apologized, fearing a potential altercation. Yamato also recognized his mistake and immediately offered an apology, effectively stifling Alvin's ire. With both parties having apologized, Alvin pondered that insisting on further grievances might lead to his ridicule. If he were to retaliate, he could risk disqualification. Thus, with a disdainful huff, he sought a spot nearby to resume his slumber. Were they not in the waiting room, Alvin's temperament might have rendered apologies ineffective. Bloodshed would have been inevitable. As the others departed, Yamato hung his head, resembling a remorseful child. Kazuki Odin and Ace approached to console him, saying, "Yamato, it's all right. Don't take it to heart. Everyone makes mistakes." Yamato embraced Ace before darting off to play, seemingly forgetting the incident entirely. Everyone recalled the captain's words to remain low-key and avoid trouble. Whitebeard and Zefa idly observed the match below, expressing their boredom. "Is there really not a drop of alcohol sold in this dreadful place? How dull." Zefa chuckled. "Let us just consider it a chance to relax. I wonder what caliber the current pirates possess." Whitebeard dismissed it with indifference. "There are merely a handful of familiar faces. The rest are insignificant." Zefa, intrigued, inquired, "What do you think our captain is capable of?" Whitebeard fell silent for a moment before responding. "He may very well fulfill Roger's dream." "Oh." Zefa raised an eyebrow. "To uncover the lost century?" Whitebeard stretched lazily. "Not just that. He could restore the world to its former state." Zefa spoke softly. "When shall we inform the captain about the events of God Valley? I am quite curious about what transpired back then, even though Garp mentioned it. I have a sense he concealed certain details." Whitebeard scratched his head. "We shall discuss it when we leave this island, as it is not a matter of glory." Tora, Zaitachi, and Carnegie proceed to the duel arena. Latecomers will be deemed as forfeiting. The announcement echoed in the waiting room, prompting the crew to glance at their captain before returning to their respective tasks. Long Zaitian and Carnegie exited together. The latter had a square face adorned with a ring of black beard, carrying an iron plate whose purpose remained a mystery. They arrived at a grassy expanse, the designated duel arena, which was even larger than the venue for 100 participants. No referees were present. The match would conclude upon one conceding or losing consciousness. The victor would advance to the next round, while the defeated would lose their card, needing to re-emerge from the pool of 100. Of course, a higher ranking meant that losing a match would drop one a tier without the need to start new. Even before the duel commenced, onlookers speculated fervently. Who do you think will win? It must be Carnegie. He has already won 5 matches consecutively. I have decided to bet on his victory. Perhaps tonight, S. Villa will be by the sea. I think that young man performed admirably in the preliminaries. He might just create a miracle. Him? He is probably not even as heavy as Carnegie's iron plate. Zefa observed their discussions and recalled the betting aspect, rushing to wager his last 100 berries. "Sir, whom do you bet on?" "Tora, Zaitachi." Very well." The announcer was taken aback, but noted it nonetheless. For fewer than 10 had wagered on Tora Zaitachi, while the rest of the thousands placed their bets on Carnegie. The duel begins. As the horn sounded, Carnegie swung the iron plate towards Long Zaitian. The audience scarcely had time to react as the iron plate plummeted with meteoric speed. Boom! Dust erupted, and when it settled, a deep crater marred the ground. The spectators erupted in excitement, convinced that this youth could not possibly evade such a swift assault, celebrating their successful bets. Even the announcer smiled, for he too had wagered on Carnegie. I told you, how could Tora Zaitachi beat Carnegie's match? With that loud crash, he must have been reduced to pulp. Many spectators reveled in schadenfreude, questioning how someone who performed so superbly in the preliminaries could find himself in such a predicament. Zefa's companion patted him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Brother, your 100 berries are gone already." His tone dripped with mockery, the flesh on his face quivering with laughter. Zefa remained unperturbed, quietly awaiting the moment they would be proven wrong. Such an attack could easily be evaded with a modicum of Kinbunchika hockey. As the smoke cleared, the crowd gazed into the crater, but after a long moment, not a single figure was visible. Confusion spread among them. Could it be that this individual had been obliterated? Carnegie was taken aback that his attack had failed to find its mark. How could this be? Countless had succumbed to his initial strike. How could this fellow have evaded it? Was it sheer luck? Long Zaitian refrained from countering, instead brushing off the dirt from his shoulders. "Brother, let us discuss this civilly. There's no need for violence right from the start," Long Zaitian said with a furrowed brow, suppressing the urge to eliminate his opponent in one swift blow. He patiently reasoned with Carnegie, wary that an overwhelming display of strength might deter future bets on his opponent. Earlier, as he descended, Zefa had advised him to keep a low profile so that he could place his bets. Long Zaitian realized this was indeed prudent, so he deliberately engaged Carnegie in conversation to delay the action, allowing others to perceive him as merely slightly stronger than Carnegie. "How could you possibly evade my last attack?" Carnegie asked incredulously, roaring at Long Zaitian. "Did you attack just now?" "Oh, I merely twisted my ankle," Long Zaitian replied with a casual excuse, then lunged at Carnegie with his sword. He intentionally slowed his pace, allowing others to perceive him as a novice. This fellow must have simply been fortunate enough to avoid Carnegie's strike, they speculated. Indeed, that must be it. Otherwise, how could someone with such sluggish speed possibly defeat Carnegie? The duel was far from over. Perhaps Carnegie had merely allowed this youth to survive. "Go, Carnegie! Crush this brat!" The man who had previously mocked Zefa now wore an expression of renewed arrogance. When Carnegie had failed to hit Long Zaitian, the man had nearly suffered a heart attack, fearing his entire fortune was at stake, but thankfully it had only been a feint. After hearing Long Zaitian's explanation, Carnegie regained his confidence. Luck was not a constant companion. He retrieved another iron plate from his person, a backup he had reserved, having never needed a second plate as he had always emerged victorious with the first. "What? Is this guy collecting scrap metal?" Long Zaitian was taken aback, yet his steps did not falter. To prevent losing control and eliminating his opponent, he gripped his sword by the hilt with one finger, while the other forested. Clang! The weapons clashed, generating a tremendous shockwave. Carnegie felt a weight in his heart. Although this youth's attacks appeared feeble, how could he possess such strength? Long Zaitian was stunned. Had he allowed his restraint to manifest in such a way? How could his opponent appear so strained? "It is utterly impractical for me to emulate Soren, wielding a sword between my teeth to engage in combat. I wonder if my hockey could extend to my teeth." Observing the fierce exchange between the two combatants on the field, the audience is left dumbfounded. They had anticipated a swift conclusion, yet none materialized, leaving them in disbelief. Is Long Zaitian truly that formidable? What is Carnegie up to? Is he deliberately holding back? It seems plausible. Perhaps he finds it tedious to vanquish his opponent so swiftly and wishes to toy with him instead. I hope Carnegie does not falter, for if he does, I shall have to deal with him. This young man appears to possess some strength, yet he pales in comparison to Carnegie. Yamato and the others stand by the glass, watching their captain's performance. Will we have to learn from our captain as well? This opponent seems exceedingly weak. I could easily dispatch him with a mere display of hockey. I suggest we seize all the rewards for ourselves. Given our current prowess, we need not fear retaliation from these pirates. However, that would be unwise. Reputation is paramount. A pirate without a reputation cannot hope to thrive in the future. Yet, what importance does reputation hold when one has already chosen the path of piracy? Long Zaitian ponders, noting that 6 or 7 minutes have elapsed. It is nearly time to conclude this battle. "You little rascal, don't you dare hide." Carnegie gasped for breath. "Very well, then I shall not hide. A smirk graces Long Zaitian's lips as he charges at Carnegie. You insufferable brat, perish. Carnegie hurls 2 reclaimed iron plates at Long Zaitian. This time, I'll see where you hide. Long Zaitian merely glances at them, then spins mid-air, his sword grazing the 2 iron plates as he glides past. The impact of the plates sends a spray of earth soaring behind him. At that moment, the audience collectively holds its breath, fervently praying that Carnegie can withstand this onslaught. Long Zaitian closes in on Carnegie, delivering a decisive strike. Carnegie stares in disbelief at the sword poised at his throat, mere millimeters away from drawing blood. Surrender. You have lost. Long Zaitian declares coldly. No, it cannot be. Carnegie retorts defiantly, his eyes wide with shock. The previously vibrant atmosphere in the arena turns icy, as all present struggle to comprehend the unfolding scene. If you refuse to speak, then you shall die. The sword presses firmly, gradually piercing Carnegie's skin. I concede. Carnegie exclaims hastily. In the face of life and death, victory means nothing. The crowd erupts in astonishment and excitement. What? Carnegie has lost. This cannot be. I placed all my bets on you. You must rise. Damn it. I report foul play. This is a conspiracy. What is this kid's background? Even Carnegie could not contend with him. My ship may need to be mortgaged. Many spectators vocally express their grievances, demanding an investigation into potential foul play. However, in truth, there is no conspiracy. This arena permits all means necessary to achieve victory. As long as one secures victory, even sentiments may be discarded. Yet, should the foul play be egregious, the most one might face is a beating from others. Tiger on the ground wins. The announcement drowns out all discontent, leaving the audience to vent their frustrations upon Carnegie. Upon his return, he is pelted with rotten eggs and confronted by irate spectators. How much did Tiger on the ground pay you to throw this match? I placed all my money on you, and now it's gone. My wife has left me. You owe me. You scoundrel. Be more cautious when you set sail in the future. Carnegie exits the arena in a daze, not only bewildered by the crowd, but also beginning to question if he had indeed been bribed. Why had he failed to react when the opponent attacked? Had he been lost in thought? It was not as if he had underestimated the opponent's speed. The distance between him and Tiger on the ground was at least 30 meters when the iron plate struck. Yet the next moment, Tiger on the ground was upon him. He had never displayed such prowess before. Could it be that he had concealed his true strength? As Carnegie watches Tiger on the ground stride confidently, he feels an overwhelming frustration. He is only marginally stronger than myself. If we meet again, I am certain I will prevail. Well done, Captain, Yamato exclaims, embracing him in celebration. Captain, you truly are modest. You displayed incredible speed at the last moment. If anyone were observant, your abilities would have been revealed. Ace interjects with a smirk. The captain scratches his head innocently. There was no choice. Had I drawn it out further, Carnegie would have discerned my capabilities, which will be detrimental to my future wagers. Everyone, you must remain discreet for a while longer. Just now, I wagered 100 berries and won several 100,000. Zefa exclaims excitedly as he returns with a bag of coins. Excellent. Let us ensure this place goes bankrupt today. Sulfur grins mischievously, returning to his business. Marco, how have your intelligence-gathering efforts fared? Long Zaitian inquires, sipping a glass of juice as he leans against the wall, reveling in the discussion surrounding him. Indeed, upon my return, I have become something of a celebrity, with many pirates casting glances my way. It seems that everyone of note is now aware of my identity. Marco begins detailing his discoveries, first indicating a captivating girl with striking boots. Her name is Alana, a navigator from the Wulong pirate crew, armed with a long whip that is both fireproof and corrosion-resistant. Once ensnared, her victims suffocate. Her bounty stands at 200 million. A chill runs down Long Zaitian's spine. This beauty is certainly not to be trifled with. I shall wait for her turn to observe her further. The one who greeted us earlier is Angus, captain of the Knight's pirate crew. His armor is exceptionally sturdy, laced with obsidian that is slightly inferior to hockey. His bounty is 300 million, and most of his crew are knights. Long Zaitian nods, then gestures toward the man resembling a kidnapper, inquiring, and him? Marco promptly responds, his name is Boros. captain of the cosmic dark matter pirate crew. I did not ascertain his bounty. Long Zaitian muses, what genius conceived such a name? Regardless, Marco adeptly answers all inquiries posed, suggesting he shall be solely responsible for gathering intelligence in the future. Please summon Xiaoha and Alvin to the duel arena. Tardiness will result in a loss. Is it already time for Yamato? Long Zaitian is taken aback, while Ace and Kazuki Odin appear astonished, having just encountered some discord. Yamato embraces everyone fondly, reluctant to part. Captain, everyone, I must take my leave. Her words seem to echo a sense of impending farewell. Long Zaitian cautions, be gentle, and remember, refrain from using the iron rod technique. Once you unleash your thunderous 8 trigrams, the entire audience will recognize you. Yamato beams sweetly. Fear not. You all should hurry and wager on me. Upon entering the arena, Alvin is taken aback, his eyes reddening. Little girl, fate truly has a way of bringing enemies together. Yamato stands her ground. If you revert to your cushion form, I might consider holding back. Alvin immediately transforms into his werewolf form, towering 3 times his original height, exuding an intimidating presence. Duel commence. As the announcement echoes, the werewolf Alvin refrains from immediate attack, instead cautiously circling around, assessing his opponent. His beastly instincts are keen, and he senses that this young girl is not to be underestimated. Following Long Zaitian's orders, Yamato strategically delays the confrontation. There was no proactive attack. However, Erwin dared not launch a hasty offensive as he remained uncertain of his opponent's attack patterns, necessitating further observation. Erwin had already achieved 3 consecutive victories and did not wish to suffer defeat due to carelessness. Consequently, the audience watched the werewolf's movements for several minutes, growing increasingly impatient. What is Erwin doing? Surely, he hasn't resorted to accepting bribes. After all, it's merely a little girl. What could he possibly fear? Erwin is merely testing his opponent. Perhaps a single flaw will bring an end to this. So let us not be hasty. Victory is inevitable. Brother, who did you place your bet on? A man beside Zefa, feeling disgruntled after witnessing Zefa's recent windfall, inquired. That little girl, Zefa replied with a smile. Oh dear, you should prepare for the possibility of losing everything. Erwin is quite formidable. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes nearly popped from their sockets. A profound silence enveloped the arena as, at that moment, the werewolf Erwin lay on the ground, eyes rolled back. What has transpired? The man could no longer remain seated and leaped up to investigate. He had just mortgaged his pirate ship to wager on Erwin's victory. A minute ago, Erwin had ceased his observation and charged toward Day. Yet, Day deftly evaded him, seemingly by mere coincidence. Erwin, not dwelling on it, swung his sharp claws, and Day narrowly escaped once more. Quite agile, Erwin muttered. As Day prepared to counter, he was elated. 8 minutes are up. It's my turn. Day leapt from his position and, with a backward motion, struck Erwin's head with his own. Thus unfolded the subsequent scene, where the werewolf Erwin fell unconscious. This spectacle left everyone dumbfounded. After several seconds of silence, someone finally shouted, "It's a dark horse. Another dark horse." Soon, the other spectators regained their senses and began to curse Erwin for lacking martial ethics, claiming he had succumbed to a little girl for the sake of money, to be knocked out by a girl, no less, while in human wolf form. If this were to spread, the Langi pirate crew would surely face ruin. Captain, how did I perform? They eagerly sought praise upon returning. The crowd remained silent. Long Zaitian held his head in his hands. Didn't I ask you to be a bit more discreet? How did you manage to take him out in one move? Dave puffed his cheeks, indignant. I let that fellow have 3 chances. Moreover, when I struck my head down, I didn't exert much force. He then muttered softly. Who knew his head would be so fragile? Long Zaitian waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Those spectators probably won't notice anything amiss. The loudspeaker blared once again. Please, Lang Tianlu and Majinbai, proceed to the duel arena. Tardiness will result in a forfeit. The crew members were momentarily stunned, not expecting their teammates to clash. Captain, what should we do? Luyan inquired. Do we need to go all out? Majinin said casually. Long Zaitian pondered for a moment, then grinned mischievously. No, according to our plan, you two should prolong the match, allowing Maginin to win in the end. Luyan protested. On what basis? Long Zaitian explained. It's evident that you are the stronger fighter. If we let you win, how can we place our bets? Thus, Maginin must win, allowing us to multiply our earnings. As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously transformed into the shape of berries. The rationale was sound. Yet the thought of conceding to Maginin left Luyan feeling uneasy. After all, he possessed the power of three-color hockey, while his opponent wielded only one color. All right then, Luyan contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. After all, the entire team was in dire financial straits if they did not win some money. How could they embark on their next adventure? Just as Luyan and Maginin approached the duel arena, a striking figure rushed over. Lang Tian Liu, I will place all my bets on your victory. Oswide exclaimed, her face flushed. Whether from shyness or having rushed over too quickly, she was slightly out of breath. The crew members were taken aback. Where did this girl come from? The tone and glimmer in her eyes clearly indicated a prior encounter with Luyan. Luyan turned back to see his teammates glaring at him, hastily clarifying, Don't misunderstand, I just met her. Zefa whispered a few words in Long Zaitian's ear, after which Long Zaitian began a conversation with Luyan. What do you feel for her? I feel nothing, Captain, as you well know. If she places all her bets on you, she will likely lose everything. Long Zaitian observed Luyan's expression, noting his inner conflict. Then, Captain, I suggest you advise her to bet on Maginin instead. Huh? Oh, thank you, Captain. Seizing the fleeting moment, Luyan hurriedly spoke to Oswide earnestly. The latter looked surprised as she glanced at Long Zaitian and the others. This young man, as fruitability, is quite impressive, Zefa remarked with admiration. Indeed, it is rather enviable. The duel soon commenced. The betting outcomes unfolded precisely as Long Zaitian had anticipated. Nearly all spectators wagered on Luyan's victory. With Maginin unarmed and Luyan wielding two knives, although the opponent lacked skill, the knives served to mislead the audience. The man who had previously mocked Zefa fell silent, having faced 2 consecutive losses. Yet upon witnessing the combat, his excitement resurfaced. This unarmed lad is bound to lose. Not necessarily. I believe this young man is quite formidable. Zefa replied with a smile, opting not to elaborate. How could an unarmed fighter possibly overcome one with weapons? That's it. I'll place one last bet. The man, undeterred by past failures, insisted on betting on Luyan's victory. Zefa sighed, realizing he had effectively bet his own fortune as well. Minutes later, how could this happen? How could this happen? The man lay despondently on the ground, realizing he had lost everything. Zefa felt a pang of regret. He should have heeded the wisdom of the elders. Outside the arena, spectators were at a loss for words, many exiting as they no longer had funds to continue wagering. This single match considerably bolstered the liquidity of the Revival pirate crew. Captain, shall we continue betting? Zefa inquired of Long Zaitian. Long Zaitian reflected for a moment. No. Let us proceed to consecutive victories. We have already wasted enough time for profit. Let us collect our rewards and enjoy this island. Hooray! Day exclaimed joyfully. The subsequent matches astounded all spectators. The bounty of 200 million on Alana was obliterated by Zefa's single punch, while the 300 million bounty on Angus fell to Kogitsu Yuta's blade. Boros was knocked unconscious by a single slap from Whitebeard. The formerly undefeated champions now faced crushing defeats, resulting in waves of audience turnover. The strength of the Revival pirate crew was overwhelmingly potent, as any opponent they faced was swiftly dispatched. In the waiting area, observers began to realize the profound depths of Long Zaitian and his crew's abilities, recognizing they operated on an entirely different level. Speculation arose regarding which of the 4 emperors they served. The previously dismissive Beaufort was rendered speechless, while Harry was drenched in cold sweat. During their earlier conversation, they had failed to perceive the formidable prowess of their opponents. How was it that now each one appeared so terrifying? Their ship, Long Zaitian, appeared harmless. Yet with a swift stroke of the blade, opponents fell one by one. Even the armor of the night pirates could not withstand his sword. Soon, the winning streak of the Water Jelly Paradise was shattered, as every member had achieved 40 consecutive victories. Many newcomers, upon seeing that their adversaries belonged to the resurrection pirates, were so frightened that they surrendered before the duel commenced. Consequently, the battlefield was predominantly filled with captured members of the resurrection pirates. From dawn till dusk, nearly everyone had reached 80 victories, leaving the manager bewildered. He had not anticipated such a multitude of 80-win records, yet the treasure map was singular, and he was uncertain to whom it should be awarded. In the past 30 years, the highest record stood at merely 30 victories. How could so many emerge victorious today? He pondered in confusion. The manager approached Long Zaitian and others, inquiring about the distribution of rewards. To his surprise, they all pointed to Long Zaitian. Realizing that there was no need for further concealment, Long Zaitian introduced himself as their captain. The manager was momentarily stunned, discovering that all this time, they were merely one pirate crew. What immense power this must entail. The subsequent matches became effortless. High-level matches were arranged, and members simply surrendered. Congratulations to HostRevives for achieving 90 victories and obtaining the godly fruit. Congratulations to HostRevives for reaching 100 victories and acquiring the Supreme Blade. Due to the extraordinary value of the Supreme Blade and the Devil Fruit, the manager concealed them within the core of the water jelly. Long Zaitian followed the manager into a secret chamber. At that moment, news of Long Zaitian's 100 victories spread throughout the island. Who is HostRevives? I have never heard of such a pirate. It must be one of the secret teams of the Four Emperors. Otherwise, how could someone achieve 100 consecutive victories? Indeed, several exceptionally powerful opponents fell to him in a single stroke. Those who witnessed Long Zaitian's prowess were utterly captivated by his swordsmanship. His strength could rival that of the Seven Warlords, although it was unfortunate that the Seven Warlords were now being hunted mercilessly by the Navy. It is said that the mightiest Hawkeye fled in disgrace. The world government truly boasts without a hint of modesty. Within the secret chamber, the manager entered a room, gently unlocking the door. Upon entering, Long Zaitian immediately sensed the passage of time. As the door opened, dust billowed outward, prompting him to cover his nose. How long had it been since this place was cleaned? After a moment, Long Zaitian slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. On the wooden table at the front lay two boxes. One was unmistakably for the Supreme Blade, while the other resembled a gift box, likely containing the Devil Fruit. Excuse me, do you truly go by HostRevives? The manager suddenly turned, his expression grave as he regarded Long Zaitian. What do you mean? A sense of unease gripped Long Zaitian. Could he have seen through his identity? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to know who the last owner of this sword was. It has remained here for far too long, the manager replied, seemingly reluctant to part with it. Yet he suppressed his emotions and handed it to Long Zaitian. Before even opening the box, Long Zaitian could feel the sword's aura, an undeniably domineering presence. This was indeed the essence possessed solely by the Supreme Blade. I am Long Zaitian, captain of the resurrection pirate ship. As Long Zaitian introduced himself, he opened the box. Ah, I see. The manager was somewhat taken aback. He was not unfamiliar with this name, but found it curious how Long Zaitian knew that achieving 100 victories would grant him the Supreme Blade. Wow! Long Zaitian exclaimed as he opened the box, a blinding golden light erupting forth. What a magnificent sword! Long Zaitian lifted the treasured blade from the box. Its design was reminiscent of a Tang sword, measuring 80 centimeters in length, with a hilt crafted from ancient wood. When held, it conveyed an exquisitely delicate touch, exceedingly comfortable. The blade itself appeared rather ordinary, indistinguishable from an array of common swords. This was precisely what made it terrifying. It could catch opponents off guard. Only when feeling the energy within the sword would one comprehend its true menace. For wielding it felt akin to commanding 1,000 iron cavalry. With a single strike, it could cleave through mountains and rivers, shaking the heavens and the earth. After quietly savoring the experience, Long Zaitian returned the sword to its sheath. The blade seemed to yield without resistance, willingly aligning itself with Long Zaitian. This is the Devil Fruit. The manager handed the other box to Long Zaitian. Thank you. Long Zaitian accepted it with both hands, having gleaned some understanding of the fruit's abilities from the manager's words. Upon consuming it, The user could augment or diminish their own and their adversary states based on their strength, making it a truly divine auxiliary fruit. By the way, Long Zaitian narrowed his eyes, turning to the manager. Why do you possess the supreme blade and this devil fruit? Who are you? The manager smiled lightly. Would you like to know? Of course. Very well. Then do carry my secret forward. The manager removed his mask and discarded his cloak. Long Zaitian's pupils constricted in shock at the sight before him. His face bore blue wavy tattoos, and his eyes shimmered like gemstones. Huh, is my appearance frightening? After a moment of self-deprecation, he introduced himself. I am Assam, the last descendant of the Celestian tribe. Celestian tribe? Long Zaitian admitted he had never heard of it. Fortunately, you are a pirate. Had you been with the world government or the navy, I would never have spoken with you. Assam appeared to harbor strong sentiments against the world government. We are one of the ancient three tribes. The other two families, perhaps you have never heard of them, are the Bulo Dea tribe. Long Zaitian contemplated, indeed unfamiliar with them, and the Lunaria tribe. Long Zaitian shook his head, then suddenly froze in realization. Lunaria tribe? He exclaimed. Oh, you know of them? Assam stepped forward, surprised. Yes, I know of one. Long Zaitian nodded, recognizing that the Lunaria tribe was the family of Jean. Oh, I thought they had all been exterminated by the world government. Assam chuckled, appearing somewhat relieved. What truly transpired in the past? Long Zaitian was highly agitated, feeling that Assam must possess knowledge of the past events. You were the first to inquire about this. Originally, our three great tribes wielded three elements: water, fire, and grass, governing the sky, earth, and ocean. Due to the immense power we possessed and our favorable relations with the Kingdom of D, we became prime targets for Satan. Satan? Long Zaitian inquired. That was the name of the world government back then, Assam continued. At that time, we possessed a unique form of hockey, exclusive to our three tribes, and the world government sought to acquire this formidable hockey to create an immortal army. The divine flame hockey? Long Zaitian responded. You know of this. Assam's face was filled with astonishment. Such knowledge was impossible for outsiders to possess. I heard it by chance. It is said to heal wounds swiftly. Indeed, the world government aimed to obtain our abilities to launch a devastating strike against the Kingdom of D. However, such overwhelming power is not easily attained. They subjected thousands of their kin to experiments, yet none bore fruit. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, they ceased their experiments on us, allowing us the opportunity to escape and live in obscurity. Assam Mu recounted the tale of his family with an expressionless demeanor. This unparalleled blade was a gift from a dying man I treated, and as for this fruit, it was a chance encounter. Long Zaitian blinked. Your luck is quite extraordinary. Can good fortune restore a family? Assam will bonderet invardly. Rest assured, I shall assist you in reviving your lineage. Do not forget who I am. Is that truly so? Indeed, but I have a question for you. Are you familiar with the ancient ruins of the Lunaria tribe? Why do you inquire about that? Assam Mu's pupils widened and tension gripped him. He could not help but suspect that Long Zaitian might be an undercover agent for the world government, given their exceptional ability to conceal themselves. Ah, so you are aware, Long Zaitian chuckled. Who exactly are you? Assam Mu's face turned pale, surely. He could not be so unfortunate as to seek a powerful ally only to attract his own mortal enemy. I was merely trying to scare you. Long Zaitian grinned. I seek to learn the divine, flame, color hockey. You wish to learn? Assam Mu exclaimed in shock. Do not dream. Only individuals from the three great races can master it. Long Zaitian replied nonchalantly. You need not worry about that. Simply tell me its location, and I will undoubtedly master it, for this is a task assigned by the system. With a mind full of questions, Long Zaitian departed the hidden chamber, leaving Assam Mu in a daze. Captain, did you acquire it? The crew awaited eagerly, for this unparalleled blade was a rare treasure, with only 12 existing in the world. I have procured them all. Long Zaitian smiled. Hooray! What shall we do next? He exclaimed. Now that we have wealth, can we enjoy a leisurely outing? Long Zaitian nodded, though his mind was not on revelry. Captain, has something happened? Zefa keenly observed Long Zaitian's unusual demeanor. Zefa, by who? Accompany me back to the ship. The rest of you may continue to enjoy yourselves. Oh, by who, too? Sensed something amiss with the captain, but he still instructed Ace, be sure to bring back plenty of wine. Rest assured. Ace waved and dashed away. As night fell, Long Zaitian returned to the Styrich with 3 precious treasures. Finally free from pretense, he shed his garments and placed the treasures directly on the deck, confident that no fool would dare to snatch them away. Captain, what troubles you? You seem so serious, Zefa inquired. I wish to learn about the events surrounding the Valley of the Gods from 38 years ago. Long Zaitian spoke softly. Previously, he had refrained from asking, as he felt his strength was insufficient to broach such matters, but now he felt ready. What a coincidence! We were just discussing the Valley of the Gods after this incident. Zefa smiled softly. So you truly wish to know? Yes. Very well then. By who began to recall. In the year 1480 of the Sea Circle calendar, 42 years prior, Captain, where shall our next destination be? A golden-haired man, wielding twin blades, exuding a lion-like bravado, stood atop a treasure chest, glancing back at the man atop the mast. Mary Geos, the man gazed into the distance. Captain, are we truly going to war with the Celestial Dragons so soon? Edward Newgate inquired, astonished, while transporting the spoils. Ha, Newgate, are you afraid? Shiki laughed uproariously. His disdain for this first made evident. Although he had boarded the ship first, he relinquished his position to Roxd Zebek, whom he deemed slightly stronger than himself. Thus, Shiki often took jabs at Edward Newgate. Shiki, you need not join us to marry Geos. I fear you would be slain by the Celestial Dragons, gulalala. Edward Newgate retorted. Ha. Laughter erupted aboard the ship. In the eyes of pirates, the Celestial Dragons were nothing but a bunch of weaklings. Anyone who fell to them would be ridiculed by pirates for a lifetime. You scoundrel, what did you say? Shiki kicked over a treasure chest filled with coins, pointing an accusing finger at Edward Newgate. I said you were weak. Edward Newgate retaliated, tossing down a chest and assuming a combat stance with his weapon, Song Yun Chia. Captain, look, they are at it again, Charlotte Linlin complained, noting that if the two fools fought, the treasure chests aboard the ship would end up in the sea before they were finished loading. Ha, Sister Lin, if those two don't fight for a day, it would TB them. Kaido, only 19, yet possessing immense strength, placed a chest aboard Charlotte Linlin's ship. Hey, Shiki, don't give me the treasure chests. That's wasteful. John, swaying with a bottle of wine, bent down to collect coins from beneath Shiki's feet, revealing his greedy nature with a grin. That is mine. Shiki snatched his swords back and picked up a treasure chest, then attempted to seize the coins from John's hands. Hey, what do you mean yours? It was clearly dropped on the ground. Whoever picks it up first keeps it. Have you forgotten what the captain said? John swiftly withdrew his hand and shot a glance at Roxd Zebek. You bastard! Shiki shouted in exasperation. This was his hard-earned loot. Shiki, calm down. I found a box of gems in the kitchen. Silver Axe began, but Shiki had already dashed off, abandoning the treasure chest. Silver Axe, could you not tell me quietly? John exclaimed, following Shiki into the kitchen. So easy to deceive, Silver Axe thought as he snatched Shiki's treasure chest and fled, while the tale of the gems was entirely fabricated. Seeing that this bothersome fellow had left, Edward Newgate quietly moved all the barrels of wine from the storeroom back to his pirate ship. He feared that if they were left on Rock's ship, Shiki or John would drink it all before he could enjoy it. This pirate ship, captured by chance at sea, was likely the unfortunate captain's worst nightmare. Just as he prepared to restock supplies, he was used as mere decoration. Captain, we captured someone. King, clad in golden armor, carried a bleeding pirate. Hogdi. Zebek glanced over, extending his right hand to pull the opposing captain into the darkness, contemplating that one day, when needed, he would release him as cannon fodder. After a while, the kitchen echoed with Shiki and John's roars. Silver Axe. The night was deep, and the autumn winds howled. The members of the Rocks Pirates feasted heartily on deck, a customary celebration following the completion of a successful venture. Heulalala. Siki is truly foolish. He was easily duped. Edward Newgate raised his drink, unabashedly mocking Shiki. You bastard Newgate and Silver Axe. You will pay for this. Shiki glared at Edward Newgate with resentment, but the latter paid him no mind, leaving him to stew in his anger. It was a banquet, the only designated ceasefire established by Roxty Zebek, where any act of violence would be met with severe punishment. Shiki had previously incurred this wrath and was confined to the small black room as a consequence. It is said that it was merely a lesson, yet no one would believe it. For in the end, Shurji emerged, wailing like a ghost, and the crew, hearing that mournful cry, were filled with dread. No one knew what he had endured, but it was undoubtedly not the benign education described by the captain. Just as the banquet was drawing to a close, a spectral figure suddenly appeared on the deck. Enemy attack. In a drunken stupor, Shurji drew his sword and prepared for battle. The other captains reacted immediately, swiftly entering combat mode. "Who are you?" Edward Newgate inquired with a serious expression, for this intruder had managed to appear without a sound, suggesting formidable strength. The apparition remained silent, slowly solidifying. "Stop your theatrics," Kaido exclaimed, his cheeks flushed, and his vision blurred with 2 or 3 afterimages. He swung his kanabo towards the figure. "Kaido, wait for the captain to speak," Charlotte Linlin coldly intervened, for she had not sensed this individual's presence. If Kaido attacked, he would undoubtedly suffer great losses, and she did not wish for this monstrous being to come to harm. But Kaido hesitated, slowly coming to his senses. Yet, as a member of Rox, his pride was not so easily quelled. "Kaido, this individual is not simple," John remarked, unusually serious as he shielded Kaido. In times of combat and chaos, it was always the captain who led the charge. As the figure began to take form, it revealed a man donning a black magical hat and a dark cloak, holding a letter, who spoke slowly. "Roxty, Jibek, this is for you." Before the man could finish, 3 dark scythes flew from his arm. Whoosh! Under the cover of night, Roxty, Jibek's attack melded with the environment. The man casually tossed a die, murmuring, "Eternal life." Crack! His body, like liquid, was pierced by the flying blades, yet reverted to its original shape. "What is this?" Wang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh, this is intriguing." Hogdi. Jibek was somewhat astonished that his attack had not harmed the man. "Captain, let me handle this." Silver Axe roared, approaching with his weapon. "Silver Axe, stand down, Roxty." Jibek waved his hand. "Now, speak of your purpose in coming here." "This is a letter entrusted to me by someone," the man replied coldly, as if he were a robot. "What is your name?" "Roxty." Jibek's eyes flickered. He was intrigued by this man's strength. How wonderful it would be to have such a powerful ally. Few could withstand that previous attack. "Demon." The man placed the letter on the deck, introduced himself, and departed. Silence enveloped the deck, and after a long pause, someone finally spoke. "Damn, he managed to escape." Kaido's eyes widened, astonished that someone could arrive and leave at will. This was the territory of Rox. Such audacity was a blatant disrespect to the captain. "Captain, he can't have gone far. Let me pursue him." Wang Ji volunteered. I'll go too." Shurji shouted angrily, refusing to allow anyone to trample on the captain's authority. Silence. The banquet continues. Hogdi. Jibek picked up the letter from the ground and returned to his quarters to examine it. "Newgate, what do you think of this fellow?" Iron Axe inquired, perplexed that he had failed to sense the man's presence. "I cannot say for certain, but at the very least, we can conclude that he harbors no ill intent towards us. Perhaps he genuinely came to deliver a message." Edward Newgate quickly dismissed the matter, for the individual saw it was Roxty, Jibek, and thus it had no bearing on him. It was the first time he had witnessed the captain display such cordiality toward a stranger. Iron Axe felt a twinge of jealousy, resolving that when the opportunity arose, he must engage this man in combat. Suddenly, a startled cry erupted from Roxty, Jibek's room, prompting the crew to rush to the door without hesitation. "Captain, are you all right?" Shurji anxiously knocked on the door. Cough, cough, I'm fine." Hogdi. Jibek opened the door and commanded the helmsman to turn the ship around and head at full speed towards God Valley. "Captain, are we going to God Valley?" "That is the territory of the Celestial Dragons. There will surely be numerous Marines," Shurji reminded. "There is something I seek there." Roxty. Jibek's eyes glinted with fervor. The timing of this letter's delivery was indeed impeccable. Whitebeard, what could Rox want so desperately that he would make such a drastic turn? Long Zaitian questioned. I do not know. He did not brief any of us officers at the time, and he has since acted independently. None of us are privy to his intentions. Whitebeard was equally perplexed. Captain, we will reach God Valley in half a day. Shurji soared into the air to report. Very well, once we land, eliminate everyone who isn't one of us. Rox D. Jibek revealed a sinister smile. Good. The surrounding pirate ships erupted with astonishing combat fervor. For their adversaries were not mere pirates, but the lofty celestial dragons and the marines they had long opposed. This was the most exhilarating moment for pirates, as they had always held back to avoid trouble with the marines. But today, they could finally unleash their pent-up frustrations. Each division captain returned to their respective ships to rally their crews for the final mobilization. Edward Newgate harbored an ominous premonition and discreetly summoned his crew. If anything happens at God Valley, you are free to leave. I will not hold it against you. Just ensure the other captains do not find out. The crew members were momentarily taken aback, then broke into hearty laughter. Captain, this is not your style. Rest assured, we will not flee even in death. Edward Newgate, feeling uneasy, insisted. Listen to me. I sense that something may go awry. If any of us captains encounter misfortune, remember to prioritize your survival. If you escape, do not forget to send some funds back to my hometown each year. The crew looked at their captain with grave expressions, knowing that trouble was afoot, for he never spoke of death before a battle. As long as the captain was present, they were assured of survival. But today was different. It was not just Edward Newgate who felt an ominous premonition. The other captains sensed it as well. Shurji wore a solemn expression. Charlotte Linlin advised Long Mian Bao to be cautious. John unusually refrained from drinking before battle, and Kaido was stretching his limbs. The atmosphere aboard the ship was unexpectedly oppressive. Apart from the captains, the others dared not utter a word. At the lookout tower on God Valley. Look, what is that? Let me see. Two Marines discovered a large fleet of ships approaching in the distance. If they were warships or vessels belonging to the Celestial Dragons, there should have been prior notification. Yet today, there was none. Could they be pirates? But this was God Valley, the territory of the Celestial Dragons. Which pirate would dare to be so reckless? The Marines immediately grabbed their binoculars, and upon seeing the pirate flag with the letters LKS, they trembled and fell to the ground. Another comrade, noticing the situation, rushed to help. What did you see? Luo Kissy. The Marine exclaimed in shock, completely disregarding his image as he scrambled to his feet. Rox, another Marine, equally incredulous, snatched the binoculars to take a look, and upon realizing the truth, his face turned ashen. In this world, there was not a soul who did not recognize the Rox pirates. Merely uttering the name Rox was enough to terrify a child into silence. He was the most ruthless, fearsome, and tyrannical pirate in existence. Even 38 years ago, his bounty had once surpassed that of the later Roger. Had he not fallen early, it is likely that there would not have been a pirate king, for he would have unified the world. All valiant heroes trembled at the mere mention of his name. Yet, future generations pondered, how could his bounty remain so exorbitant despite his failure to claim the title of Pirate King? Name, Luo Kusidi. Yibeke Haki. Conquistadores Haki. Armament Haki. Observation Haki Weapon. Sia Mo Jiju. Supreme Great Blade. Skills. Dark Chain of Restraint. 2 chains of darkness rise beneath the target's feet, immobilizing them while instilling a sense of fear. Luo Kusi can control 4 individuals. Demon Slaughter. A wide area scythe attack targeting enemies up to 1 kilometer away. Night Barrier. Absorbs nearby objects to use as shields. Calamity Transformation. Transforms the state of a single target into a negative condition. Shadow Dance. Increases speed by 100. Luo Kusi can maintain this for 10 minutes. Phantom Soldiers. Creates 28 clones, with each additional clone. His power diminishes by 10, and the damage he receives increases by 10, while his other attributes remain unchanged. His Devil Fruit abilities have been developed to an extraordinary extent. Fortunately, the Marine soldier, trained and alert, quickly sounded the alarm and activated the emergency Den Den Mushi. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, what is it? Admiral Sengoku, it's bad. The Marines have spotted the Luo Kusi pirate crew approaching at an alarming speed. The Marine soldier trembled as he reported the situation. Calm down, speak slowly. Admiral Sengoku glanced at the Den Mushi, immediately realizing the gravity of the situation. It was the Den Mushi from God Valley. Could it be that something had occurred at God Valley? That would be catastrophic, as it was the territory of the Celestial Dragons. The Luo Kusi pirate crew was nearing God Valley, with a dozen pirate ships in sight. The Marine soldier pinched his own thigh in fear, reporting the situation with quaking voice. All right, I understand. Sengoku quickly regained his composure, knowing that panicking would yield no results. He issued commands to prepare the Marines on God Valley Island for battle and await reinforcements. Understood. The Marine hung up and relayed Sengoku's orders to the station Marines on the island. Instantly, the Marines mobilized, setting up heavy firepower. After hanging up, Sengoku wasted no time and swiftly called his old friend. Kapu, the Luo Kusi pirate crew has appeared at God Valley. You must head there immediately. Understood. Tsuruheim and I will be there shortly. Kapu was taken aback by the seriousness of the situation and turned to his aide. Tsuruheim, Luo Kusi is coming. Yes, I heard it clearly. Sengoku's voice came through the Den Mushi. Tsuruheim immediately contacted the Navy headquarters to call for reinforcements. The Luo Kusi pirate crew was not something that could be eradicated by just a few warships. The expressions of Tsuruheim and Kapu became solemn. They had faced the Luo Kusi pirate crew multiple times before, and each encounter had ended unfavorably. Their adversaries' devil fruit abilities were simply outrageous, allowing for long-range attacks, as well as short-distance teleportation. Kapu took out a snack, chewing irritably. Tsuruheim, this mission may end in failure. Yes. Zefa is currently on another mission and likely won't arrive in time. Sengoku and Sora must remain at the rear and cannot leave. It will only be the two of us and other vice admirals. Tsuruheim analyzed the situation and suggested, at that time, you and the other vice admirals will hold off the main force of the Luo Kusi pirate crew while we first evacuate the Celestial Dragons and the civilians. What if those scoundrels refuse to leave? Kapu retorted with irritation. If they refuse, it will be their death. They will have to bear the consequences. Tsuruheim replied coldly. This battle would likely result in significant losses for the Navy. But why was Luo Kusi appearing here? Hadn't the informants indicated they were avoiding God Valley? Sengoku contacted Sora again, who was negotiating with the Gorosei. After a moment, Sora returned the call. Sengoku, we must drive away the Luo Kusi pirate crew at all costs. Drive them away? Sengoku was taken aback and immediately adopted a serious expression. General Sora? Why not evacuate the Celestial Dragons instead? Evacuate? I never said not to evacuate. First, evacuate the Celestial Dragons and civilians, and then drive the Luo Kusi pirate crew away. Sengoku was perplexed. Why? Why must we drive away the Luo Kusi pirate crew? Our current forces cannot accomplish that. Safeguarding the lives of everyone would already be a considerable achievement. You don't need to know that. Just understand that there are very important things on the island that cannot fall into the hands of Luo Kusi's crew. Sora offered no further explanation before hanging up. Damn it! Sengoku slammed his palm on the table, reluctantly relaying the news to Kapu. Upon hearing the order to drive away Luo Kusi, Kapu immediately erupted in fury. Drive away the Luo Kusi pirate crew? You make it sound so simple. Let Sora come and see how to do it. One Luo Kusi was already a formidable challenge, let alone the likes of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, who possessed comparable strength. It would be a miracle if they did not fall to their blades. I understand, but I am powerless in this situation. I have already summoned all the available naval forces from around the world. You must hold on, and I will think of other solutions. Sengoku hung up and contacted Sora again, requesting reinforcements. Sengoku was in quite a difficult position. Tsuruheim sighed. I truly do not understand what the Gorosei are thinking. Kapu muttered. Mariewa, why would the Luo Kusi pirate crew head to God Valley? Could it be for some specific item? Impossible. The individuals who knew about that item are dead on the moon. Now is not the time to discuss that item. Let's think about how to drive away Luo Kusi. The Gorosei fell into silence. Send CP0. Otherwise, with the current naval forces, It is unrealistic to drive away the Luo Kusi pirate crew. Are you joking? What if CP0 suffers casualties? It's a miracle to have one available in a year. Let the Navy handle it. Even if they cannot drive them away, they must try. Now is not the time to consider such matters. Lives can be replaced with training. But what if that item falls in a Luo Kusi's hands? Send CP0 immediately. The other four nodded, although reluctant. They deemed it more appropriate for CP0 to make the sacrifice compared to the Navy. If he were still here, he certainly would not stand idly by. Not only would he not stand idly by, but if he took action, even Luo Kusi would not dare to confront him directly. Has there been no word from St. Claude? None. Why'd he leave? Did Lordum say something? Do not concern yourself with this. We are not in a position to discuss it. The Gorosei fell into silence once more, as both individuals were their superiors. Employees do not speak about their bosses. On board the Luo Kusi ship, Captain, we should arrive at God Valley in about 10 minutes. The island's marines are already preparing. All right, when we arrive, those who kill the most celestial dragons will be promoted to captain. Luo Kusi D. Jibei said nonchalantly. The captains stood at attention, their gazes fixed upon the captain. Is that true? Shiki exclaimed eagerly. Shiki, rest assured, with me around, there is no way you'll be first. Edward Newgate poured cold water on Shiki's enthusiasm. Newgate, just you wait. Once I become captain, I will demand that you bow to me. Shiki roared. Being the first captain of the Luo Kusi pirate crew was a coveted position among pirates, a status of immense respect within the pirate world, second to none, yet superior to thousands. Not only would one enjoy wealth and luxury, but they would also receive guidance from Captain Luo Kusi himself. The prowess of Captain Locks requires no further elaboration. Even the formidable Edward Newgate and Shiki combined could not contend with him, thus underscoring the depth of his strength. I believe I would excel as the first captain, not only possessing striking good looks, but also an intellect that surpasses yours. Charlotte Linlin is equally intrigued. She aspires to create a world of harmonious coexistence, which necessitates wielding considerable power. I too feel that Linlin would be a suitable choice for the first captain. Kaido hurriedly lauded her. The two had privately reached an agreement. Should Kaido assist Charlotte Linlin in becoming the first captain, she would bestow upon him the devil fruit she possesses. Kaido has long desired to become a power wielder, as this would render him even more formidable. Captain Locks himself is a power wielder, and thus has become the most powerful pirate. Charlotte Linlin, I did not expect you to also aspire to the position of first captain, but alas, that title shall belong to me, Silver Axe. Silver Axe, wielding an axe imbued with the power of thunder, spoke slowly. I will be the first captain. I will not yield. King Ji brandished his colossal sword, glaring at Silver Axe. Had it not been for that interruption by Carp last time, you would have been left searching for your teeth. Laughter erupted from Silver Axe's armor. Ha! Cease your bickering. Allow John to take the helm. I am currently the captain of 4 pirate ships, commanding the most subordinates among you. John asserted himself, knowing that securing this title would propel his future pirate ventures. TCH, what use is having many subordinates if they are but a rabble? I could dispatch them all with a single blow. Kaido retorted with sarcasm. Enough. I declare that whoever has slain the most celestial dragons shall be the first captain. Lox D. Jibek interjected coldly, sensing the escalating dispute would lead to endless quarrels if left unchecked. The captains, though unwilling to yield to one another, dared not continue their arguments in front of Lox. Thus, they returned to their respective ships, preparing for the impending battle. Listen up. Should I become the first captain, you will have the freedom to do as you please. Should anyone harass you, simply inform me. Shiki rallied the spirits of his crew while accelerating the ship's speed. Shiki, you are resorting to trickery. Edward Newgate suddenly realized that his ship was gradually ascending into the sky, and he immediately sensed something was amiss. Again, with the underhanded tactics. Haha, I shall also make my move. Shiki laughed heartily as he soared above God Valley. The Lox pirates have arrived, ready for combat. Below, the Navy received orders, and a row of cannons swiftly targeted Shiki. Fire! The soldiers immediately complied. A cacophony of thunderous roars erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs fell like stars from the heavens, tracing elegant arcs through the air before plummeting directly onto Shiki's ship. Captain, the pirates displayed panic, as it was their first encounter with such a barrage of projectiles in the sky. Watch me. Shiki waved his hand to the left, and the colossal pirate ship shifted accordingly, causing countless cannonballs to miss their mark and explode in the air. However, the pirates aboard the ship staggered unsteadily. Hahaha, brace yourselves. Everyone. With a swift motion, Shiki pressed down, and the pirate ship instantly lost its buoyancy, plunging toward the navy below. The hearts of the pirates nearly ceased from fright. This was more thrilling than a roller coaster. Run! The navy below realized the dire situation and quickly retreated. Yet the descent was far too rapid. Many soldiers failed to react in time and were crushed beneath. Boom! With a resounding crash, Shiki made a spectacular entrance. Alas! What a pity, but no matter. As long as I secure the position of first captain, I need not fear the loss of a ship. Shiki gazed at the wreckage of the nearly shattered vessel with a hint of regret. Captain, could you perhaps inform us in advance before the next descent? Ugh. Many pirates crawled out, covered in filth, clearly suffering from severe discomfort. You lot. Shiki cast a disdainful glance at them. Haha. That fool Shiki has yet to slay a celestial dragon, yet he has already put his own crew through the ringer. Edward Newgate could not suppress his laughter at the sight. Brothers, accelerate. Edward Newgate exclaimed joyfully, as Shiki had drawn the Navy's attention, thereby aiding their approach. The other captains, witnessing that Shiki had already reached God Valley, grew anxious. Shiki surveyed his surroundings, noting that many soldiers were aiming their guns at him. Yet, from their trembling legs, it was evident that they were still quite frightened. Stand aside. My target is the Celestial Dragons. Do not impede me. Shiki brandished his swords, warning the Navy. The Navy's Vice Admiral appeared conflicted, yet grit his teeth and replied, Shiki, do not be foolish. If you wish to kill the Celestial Dragons, you must first go through us. Just moments ago, Sengoku had instructed them to hold their ground. Carp was on his way. It seems you prefer to drink punishment rather than the wine of respect. Shiki brandished his twin swords, his expression darkening, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying aura akin to a mountain swept over the surrounding Navy soldiers. Countless soldiers suddenly felt an invisible force compelling them to kneel. The mentally fragile soldiers even began to froth at the mouth, their eyes rolling back. This was their first direct encounter with a true powerhouse, leaving them with no room for resistance. Their usual training was utterly insufficient. This is Conqueror's Haki. The Vice Admiral's expression shifted dramatically. Although he had heard of Shiki's reputation, he never imagined the reality would be even more terrifying. With the forces on the island, it was utterly impossible to withstand. Delay? That would require strength to accomplish. In the span of a mere moment, hundreds of Navy soldiers collapsed. The Vice Admiral gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, veins bulging from his temples. The opponent had merely unleashed Conqueror's Haki and had yet to strike. Oh, so you can withstand my Conqueror's Haki. Impressive. Shiki was somewhat taken aback, noticing that only this one Vice Admiral remained standing among the surrounding soldiers. An unexpected turn of events, as he had assumed he could incapacitate them all. I will not allow you to pass. The Vice Admiral bellowed, charging at Shiki. You seek death. Shiki gripped his swords and then unleashed two blades of golden energy. Slash wave. Swish. The deadly sword light pierced through the Vice Admiral's body, leaving a crimson stain on his pristine white coat. The Vice Admiral's eyes filled with terror, and he could no longer utter a word. The intense pain caused him to immediately lose consciousness. He collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from his body. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing this scene, stared wide-eyed, mouths agape in disbelief, unable to comprehend that their superior had perished so easily. It was but a single move. The soldiers' eyes bulged with rage, gritting their teeth as they glared at the murderer of their mentor. TCH, you think you can stop me with this? Shiki scoffed derisively, having anticipated that the Vice Admiral would possess some skill, yet he had not expected him to be incapable of withstanding even a single strike. With their mentor's death mocked by the enemy, the soldiers could no longer contain themselves. For our mentor, we shall seek vengeance. Kill Shiki, protect the Celestial Dragons. Charge! Countless soldiers, fueled by anger and determined to fulfill their superiors' orders, rushed forward, willing to sacrifice their lives. Thus, the Navy soldiers unleashed a furious barrage of gunfire at Shiki, some even engaging in close combat with swords. However, the reality is exceedingly harsh. Before Shurji's subordinate even made an appearance, the Marine soldiers before them were already severed in half. The terrifying sword energy ravaged the nearby structures, transforming the land by the shore into a blood-red paradise. Gulalala, Shurji, I didn't expect you to be so swift. Edward Newgate descended from the heavens, brandishing Kanji-yunki, and approached Shurji. If it weren't for this group of Marines getting in the way, I would have already finished off the Tenryubito on the island. Shurji, uninterested in idle chatter with Edward Newgate, prioritized the elimination of the Tenryubito. Ha. Shurji, thank you for clearing out the riffraff for us. Silver Axe and others also arrived on the island. Damn it, we wasted too much time. Shurji barked orders to his subordinates to keep up with him. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Just as the Rocks pirates were preparing to unleash a massacre, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, accompanied by a barrage of cannonballs flying in. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs exploded on the shore, creating a curtain of smoke. Some pirates were killed before they could react. Subsequently, a figure utilized the moonwalk to arrive on the island. Kakapu. Many pirates recognized him and scurried behind their captain like frightened mice. Gulalala Carp, it's been a while. Whitebeard laughed heartily, surprised that the opponent would show up here. Carp, are you going to stop me too? Shurji was thoroughly annoyed as Carp's cannonballs blocked his path. If you want to pass, you must go through me first. Carp said nothing further, leaping in front of Shurji and delivering a pitch-black iron fist. Damn! Shurji shouted, crossing his swords to defend against the attack. Bang! The clash of their powers sent sand flying, the terrifying shockwave pushing the pirates back relentlessly. After a brief exchange, Shurji was forced back several steps, but he successfully blocked Carp's strike. Carp's expression was grim. Shurji's strength was approaching his own. Iron Fist Carp, indeed, lives up to his name. Shurji wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing his previous attack had not harmed Carp, whose haki was extraordinarily powerful. I told you, I will not let you pass. Carp glared at the captain of the Rocks pirates, each one of them a formidable opponent. Carp, do you think you can hold us off alone? Charlotte Linlin scoffed. She did not believe that a single Carp could stop so many from the Rocks. However, she did not wish to engage with Carp, as defeating him would not be simple, even with their considerable strength. Charlotte Linlin was concerned that while she battled Carp, other captains might take the opportunity to slay the Tenryubito and seize the position of captain. If that happened, she would suffer a tremendous loss, not gaining the position and also sustaining injuries. No one wanted to fight Carp. Their goal was solely the Tenryubito. They sought to avoid confrontation with Carp if possible. Want to get a try? Carp showed no signs of fear, as if he were facing not the world's strongest pirate crew, but merely a fledgling pirate. Carp, we are not in the mood to dally with you. You can fight whoever you like. Silver Axe disregarded Carp, rushing past him to join Shurji. You shall not escape. Carp bellowed, swinging his iron fist towards Silver Axe's head. The other captains, intrigued, stood by to observe, waiting for Silver Axe to wear Carp down before they moved to slay the Tenryubito. None wished to expend their energy on Carp. Each harbored their own ulterior motives. You bastards! Silver Axe leaped, dodging Carp's iron fist, but Carp's assault did not relent, forcing him to laboriously defend with his axe. When he saw the expressions of the other captains, he realized he had been set up. They wanted to watch him and Carp exhaust each other, only to reap the benefits afterward. Black and blue currents crackled in the air, each punch and swing of the axe producing explosive sounds. The ground beneath them cracked, and the air was thick with the scent of death. Who? Carp, I have no desire to fight you. Silver Axe dared not use his full strength, fearing he would lack the energy to deal with the Tenryubito afterward. Enough nonsense. Carp, seemingly addicted to the fight, charged at Silver Axe once more. Fool, get lost. Seeing that no one else was coming to help, Silver Axe immediately ran toward the others. You think I will let you use me to tire out Carp? Dream on. Silver Axe understood their little scheme. What do you mean, Silver Axe? John nearly slipped away, only to see Silver Axe leading Carp toward them. Carp is all yours. Silver Axe pivoted sharply and positioned himself behind several captains. Captain, let me handle this. Lin, you go first. At this moment, Kaido, the embodiment of stubbornness, stepped forward, gathering energy to swing his iron rod at Carp. Thunderbawa. Boom, boom, boom. Charlotte Lin attempted to stop this reckless individual, but Carp's fist was already upon them, leaving no time to intervene. Thus, Charlotte Lin could only watch as Kaido collided with Carp. Kaido! Charlotte Lin shouted amidst the smoke, wondering if he understood who he was facing. This was the 40-year-old Iron Fist Carp. His strength had already reached the level of an admiral. Kaido was merely 19 years old, still in his youth, charging in, and in turn was more ferocious than their captain. Indeed, a deafening sound erupted as a horned man was sent flying out of the smoke at an incredible speed, his eyes vacant, seemingly questioning his existence. Kaido. Charlotte Lin hurriedly rushed over. If this fellow were to die, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss. Talents like Kaido were becoming increasingly rare. The other captains stood poised, realizing that the current Carp could not be thwarted by just one or two individuals. Who is this kid? His skin is quite tough. Carp slowly emerged from the smoke, rubbing his fist, the sound of his bones cracking, echoing. Gulalala, how about we all join forces? If we drag this out, the other Marines might arrive, and that would be troublesome. Whitebeard proposed, recognizing the need for collaboration, as solo battles were excessively perilous. All right, I agree. To everyone's surprise, Shurji was the first to consent. It was known that they were bitter rivals, akin to two opposing magnets, never meant to coexist. Fine. I hope you all honor your word and do not slack off. Silver Axe also raised his axe, joining the fray. John, we all agree. Do you see? Wangji shot a glance at the escaping John. Ha. All right, since everyone agrees, I have no objections. John dare not oppose, fearing a collective backlash. Damn, Carp, just you wait. Charlotte Lin glanced at Kaido, relieved to find he was merely unconscious and not gravely harmed. Observing that Carp bore no marks, Charlotte Lin surmised that Carp must have evaded Kaido's Thunderbagwa, striking him on the head instead. Oh, no one-on-one anymore? Carp squinted at the crowd, realizing the situation had become complicated. Every second counted. Carp, do not think we are unaware of your tactics to buy time. Prepare to face your demise. Shurji initiated the assault, soaring high into the air, unleashing a multitude of sword energies in a sweeping arc. Countless sword energies cascaded down like rain. Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. Swish. The speed surpassed the limits of the naked eye, indicating that Shurji was dead serious. Come on. Carp shed his upper garment, rolled up his sleeves, and the terrifying haki instantly enveloped his entire body, instilling a sense of soul-stirring dread. He did not evade. Instead, he charged directly towards Shurji's attack, as if facing not a blade of sword energy, but a gentle rainfall. Death Iron Fist. A powerful surge of fist energy erupted, and the ominous black iron fist clashed with numerous blades. Boom! The onslaught of the Lion's Thousand Cuts was unexpectedly halted. Shurji was taken aback, realizing that Carp's strength had indeed progressed. This is not over yet. Carp swiftly soared towards Shurji, utilizing the moonwalk technique he usually neglected, revealing a speed that none had anticipated. The lion's formidable wings coiled, without a moment's hesitation. Shurji raised both hands as the air around him instantly coalesced into the visage of a lion's head. Fancy tricks. Carp scoffed at the sight of 5 lions materializing beside Shurji, recalling how he had easily shattered for last time. Could these 5 truly withstand him? Do not underestimate me. Shurji, incensed by the disdain, shouted Buzz. Under his command, the 5 majestic lions spun towards Carp. Death Iron Fist. Carp remained unfazed, swinging his dark arm once more. Boom! 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 The collision rang out louder than before, likely audible to everyone in the Valley of the Gods, as the ground beneath them shattered like a spider's web. Waves of force surged outward, pushing the sea back. The clash did not last long. Both Shurji and Carp staggered back a few paces. God, let us see if you dare to underestimate me again. Shurji grimaced, realizing that Carp's prowess matched his own, and continued fighting would surely exhaust him. Just as Carp was about to retort, a figure leapt high into the air. "Take this blade." Edward Newgate descended with his Tsongyun cut, the blade shimmering crimson as a daunting aura silenced the onlooking pirates. This was truly a divine battle. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying force pressed Carp into the ground. Yet, as the dust settled, both figures emerged. Carp crossed his arms in an X formation, fending off Edward Newgate's assault. "Oh, this is interesting." Edward Newgate laughed heartily, enjoying the challenge. Such a formidable opponent deserved to be a pirate. "Carp, would you be interested in joining us?" "Get lost." Carp was momentarily taken aback, then furiously retorted. "Who would recruit in the midst of battle? With your strength, if you joined Rocks, you'd undoubtedly be the top captain." Edward Newgate persisted. "Enough chatter." Carp, unable to tolerate Newgate's incessant talking, intensified his attacks. Although he managed to suppress Whitebeard, the tide soon turned, and he found himself on the defensive. Where was Sengoku's support? Why had it not arrived yet? Carp glanced around, but this moment of distraction allowed his opponent to seize the opportunity and strike him away. "Hahaha, Newgate. You've worked hard." Wang Ji strolled leisurely towards them. "You chose to arrive just when I was almost finished." Edward Newgate turned, plunging Tsongyun cut into the ground. Visibly irked, they had been the heat of battle, only to be interrupted by this fellow. "If I hadn't come, you would have surely lost." Wang Ji chuckled coldly. "Don't pretend you were using your full strength." "Well, that's better than being a spectator." Edward Newgate shot back. He was no fool. Carp's mission was to thwart them, while his own was to eliminate the Celestial Dragons, so he must conserve some energy for that purpose. "Is that so?" Wang Ji raised his longsword. Carp, however, was unharmed by Wang Ji's sneak attack, as his haki had been fully engaged from the onset. He was prepared for such treachery. Wang Ji charged towards Carp, shouting, "Silver Axe." "What do you want me to say?" The Silver Axe had long been poised for an attack, slipping behind Carp for a surprise strike. "Drive the sea." Wang Ji gripped his long sword firmly, ripples forming behind the blade, as though he were slicing through liquid air. Thunder slash. Silver Axe leapt high, his eyes fixed on Carp's back, executing a fierce and domineering strike. Electricity crackled like a serpent coiling around the axe. They attacked in tandem, cornering Carp and leaving him no room to evade. If he could not dodge, then he would retaliate. Super Alloy Iron Fist. Carp's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, revealing no trace of hesitation. As his black iron fist crackled with electricity, the murderous intent from both sides surged forth, each aiming to overpower the other. "D!" shouted Silver Axe and Wang Ji in unison. "Let us see." Carp roared with fury, his aura exuding an intensity that rivaled the Conqueror's haki. Boom! 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 The resounding thunder spread swiftly. The devastation within 100 miles had left countless beings in despair, and the pirates were hurled into the sea by the shockwave. The earth beneath them was reduced to dust, and structures turned to ruins. The smoke lingered longer this time, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. No one knew who had emerged victorious. They could only wait silently for the dust to settle. "Captain, are they all right?" A pirate, sheltered behind Edward Newgate, cautiously peered through the haze. This battle was ferocious. If he were to step in, he would likely be defeated in a single blow. "Rest assured, they are not so weak." Edward Newgate smiled, having already sensed the situation through his observation haki. As the smoke gradually dispersed with the wind, Carp stood with trembling fists raised before him, sweat and veins betraying his unwavering resolve. After this, if he did not take a long break, he would surely raise the Navy base. Wang Ji and Silver Axe were also not faring well, although their arms were shielded by armor. The tremors of their weapons revealed they were still exerting tremendous effort. The battle was far from over, 2 against 1, and yet there was no discernible advantage. Carp's strength had once again astonished several captains. "Carp, you're about to reach your limit, aren't you?" Silver Axe's voice rang out, sensing Carp's arms gradually lowering. "Ha! Is the famed Carp finally on the verge of defeat?" Wang Ji mocked, having noticed the same. If they could vanquish Carp, the glory would be beyond measure. Enough for them to boast for ages. Kapu now found himself devoid of the strength to refute, gritting his teeth in determination. What in the world were his teammates doing? Just as Wang Ji and Yin Fu believed victory was within their grasp, two cannonballs suddenly exploded behind them. This unexpected turn of events ignited an astonishing surge of power within Kapu, who forcefully pushed both men away and swiftly retreated. Damn, who fired that cannon? Wang Ji, incensed at the escape of his opponent, cursed vehemently. He suspected it was someone from another captain-esque crew. Exactly. Yin Fu echoed, equally frustrated. They were so close to defeating Kapu. Even the other captains were startled by the cannon fire, glancing towards the sea, perplexed as to who had ordered the bombardment. There stood Consultant He at the bow of the ship, surveying the situation. Why was she here? Yin Fu was taken aback, not expecting Consultant He to arrive. Seizing the opportunity while he distracted a few onlookers, Kapu promptly retreated to the deck to rest. These adversaries were proving exceedingly troublesome, he thought, furrowing his brow and gasping for breath. Kapu, you're being reckless, he chastised him. She had intended to wear him down from a distance, but Kapu had charged indirectly, returning now with numerous injuries. Ha! Little He, your timing is impeccable. Kapu laughed heartily, disregarding her irritation. If you continue this recklessness, I will have Sengoku dock your sunbae. He retorted angrily. Did he not realize how close he had come to being terrified? Wang Ji and Yin Fu had dared to attack together. If anything went awry, how could she explain it to Sengoku and Zefa? Thus, she glared at Kapu, her expression darkening. Little He, don't look at me like that. I'm fine, Kapu assured, making a point to stretch his body to alleviate her worries. Had the previous attack not been interrupted, he might have lost an arm. Those two were indeed formidable. Fortunately, Rox was not present. Otherwise, in the midst of so many people, how would he have survived? He scolded Kapu, but then, realizing his outburst, redirected the conversation. What's the situation on the island? Oh, the captain of the Rox pirates has just landed, and the Celestial Dragons and the citizens are currently unharmed. Kapu reported succinctly before soaring towards the island. They still need me. I must take my leave. With that, he flew off without a backward glance. He stomped her foot and ordered fire support for Kapu. Currently, only Kapu could confront the captain of the Rox crew. If they did not intervene, the Celestial Dragons would surely be in grave danger. Should the mission fail, the world government would undoubtedly hold Sengoku and he responsible. Damn, why is Kapu back again? Just as Shiki was about to take flight to the castle to slay the Celestial Dragons, he spotted Kapu approaching. Yin Fu, Wing Tzi, you were just having a great time. Why not continue? Edward Newgate suggested with a smile. Wang Ji and Yin Fu glared at Edward Newgate. If you want to go ahead. I have no time to waste on him. The position of first captain can only be mine. The captains, in a tacit understanding, dispersed, making it difficult for Kapu to block them. Indeed, upon seeing the scattered figures, Kapu panicked, unsure of whom to pursue. Since he could not decide, he would target the strongest. Super Alloy Iron Fist. Kapu leaped towards Jean Sure, who was momentarily stunned. Why did Kapu choose him among so many captains? Was he summoned by Edward Newgate to stop him? The only explanation Shiki could fathom was that. Otherwise, there was no reason for Kapu to impede him. As a fruit user and a swordsman with the ability to fly, why choose such a troublesome opponent? Regardless, he resolved to defend himself first. As Shiki contemplated, he swung his twin swords in midair. 7 slashes, akin to precision-guided strikes, aimed fiercely at Kapu's fist. However, Kapu's fist was like granite, impervious to damage. As the fist neared his face, Shiki had no choice but to land swiftly and glide along the ground in search of the Celestial Dragons. Kapu paused, realizing he was not as agile in the air as Shiki. But having chosen to block him, he could not give up, so he pursued Shiki closely. As Yin Fu and Wang Ji advanced towards the central noble castle, a dazzling sword beam suddenly sliced through the air before them. In the next moment, a deep chasm appeared. Sorry, the way ahead is blocked. Silbaz Rayleigh stood nearby, smiling at the two. Rayleigh, what are you doing here? Wang Ji exclaimed in surprise, recalling the renowned swordsman. Oh, it's an honor to be recognized by you. Silbaz Rayleigh laughed heartily, unfazed by the prospect of facing two opponents. If you wish to spar, I'm afraid today is not suitable. Wang Ji ignored him and pressed forward, only to be intercepted by Silbaz Rayleigh's sword. What is the meaning of your Roger Pirate's presence? Or rather, what do you intend? Yin Fu demanded, his expression grim. It was evident to the dullest observer that Rayleigh was acting on their captain's orders. You should ask him, Silbaz Rayleigh replied, glancing into the distance. Wang Ji and Yin Fu turned to see Edward Newgate engaged in conversation with Gold Roger, seemingly without any intention of fighting. Are your Roger pirates truly set on opposing our Ox pirates? Wang Ji glared menacingly at Silbaz Rayleigh, unwilling to entangle themselves with these individuals and eager to eliminate the Celestial Dragons swiftly. I've said it's our Captain's will. Silbaz Rayleigh remained unfazed, calmly raising his iron sword, ready for battle. Very well. Wang Ji suddenly dashed to Silbaz Rayleigh's left, executing a rapid slash aimed at his side. Oh, are you coming at me directly? Silbaz Rayleigh smiled faintly, his sword suddenly turning jet black. In an exceedingly peculiar manner, he deflected the attack. Bang! The clash of swords echoed, the world's top swordsmen colliding, unsure of the sparks that would fly. Yin Fu, come help. Wang Ji exerted all his might. Yet his sword could not advance an inch further. Ha! Enjoy yourself. Yin Fu was no altruist. He relished the thought of other captains being restrained, allowing him to complete the task alone and claim the position of first captain. Just as Yin Fu joyfully took a step across the chasm, he suddenly felt a chill at his back and swiftly turned to block with his axe. This was a skill honed over many years. Bang! Yin Fu was pushed back 2 steps by a strike. The attacker was none other than Silbaz Rayleigh, who coldly stated, I want to say it twice. The way ahead is blocked. You. Yin Fu was taken aback, staring resentfully at Silbaz Rayleigh. How could this man, who was supposed to be engaged with Wang Ji, find the opportunity to deal with him as well? All right, if you enjoy fighting, so be it. Yin Fu exchanged a glance with Wang Ji, who immediately understood. This was not the time for rivalry. If they did not swiftly eliminate their current foes, the position of first captain might be snatched away by others. Oh, I heard the Rocks pirates are not very united. It seems that was a falsehood, Silbaz Rayleigh jested, undeterred by the pressure emanating from the two. For those like you, there is no escape should you unite. Wang Ji did not anticipate that, despite being locked in a deadlock with his opponent, the latter could still muster the energy to intercept the silver axe. The prowess in Kinbunchaku and Busashoka Haki exhibited by both was truly commendable. I find myself rather eager, remarked Silbaz Rayleigh, adjusting his round-framed glasses and raising his sword in salute. Seeking death. If one attack proved ineffective, then he would unleash 10, 100. He was resolute in believing that Rayleigh could not possibly be more formidable than Carp. Wang Ji released a stream of yellow sword energy and advanced toward Rayleigh, who, recognizing the movement, employed the dual-sided sandwich technique he had previously used against Carp. Seizing the moment when Rayleigh was preoccupied, he leaped and prepared to deliver a powerful slash. Hey! Rayleigh remained composed, releasing a dazzling wave of sword energy, and without turning back, he pivoted to deflect the silver axe's strike. Bang! Silbaz Rayleigh successfully blocked the attack, leaving Wang Ji momentarily astonished. The strength of this opponent's Kinbunchaku was extraordinary. The two masters, engaging simultaneously, navigated the encounter with remarkable ease, indicating that the world government would need to reassess Rayleigh's bounty. Ambushes were certainly not the way to go. Silbaz Rayleigh calmly sheathed his sword, continuing to counter Wang Ji's assault. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Ji's hands left mere afterimages in the air as countless intricate sword techniques aimed at Silbaz Rayleigh. Remaining calm, Rayleigh occasionally struck at the silver axe behind him. After several minutes of testing, fine scratches appeared on the armor of both Wang Ji and the silver axe, unnoticed by either. Quite impressive, Silbaz Rayleigh remarked, stretching his neck. The earlier skirmish was manageable for him. After all, neither party had exerted their full strength, but he knew that should the opponent unleash their true power, his defenses would crumble. His captain truly had a penchant for meddling. Not only did he insist on joining the fray, but he also insisted on aiding the Navy. Silbaz Rayleigh could only silently criticize his captain in his thoughts. He had previously advised Captain not to interfere unnecessarily, as their pirate crew was not adequately prepared to face rocks. If rocks became enraged, resisting would be a formidable challenge given their current capabilities. Yet, the carefree captain disregarded this, determined to assist an old friend. It was evident to all that Gold. Roger wished to prevent Roxd. Jibek from continuing his rampage. For should this persist, the seas would lose their freedom. The ambitions of the two captains were worlds apart, which is why he chose to intervene. Excuse me, miss, but ahead lies the territory of the Celestial Dragons. Spark Jabba leaned elegantly against a tree, his two axes resting at his side. And you are? Charlotte Linlin halted her advance. Spark Jabba, he replied, twirling his antennae. Are you from the Roger Pirates? Charlotte Linlin paused, an overwhelming aura radiating from her. Oh, I did not expect you to know of our humble pirate crew. Spark Jabba expressed surprise. Their crew consisted of merely 5 members, and it was improbable that a prominent pirate crew like Rox would be aware of them. Of course, your captain and first mate are quite renowned. As for you, I am afraid I do not recognize you. Charlotte Linlin had no time for conversation. Completing her mission took precedence. The crimson aura continued to expand outward, relentlessly impacting Spark Jabba's body. Confident in her conqueror's haki, she believed this relatively unknown character would succumb within moments. Oh, conqueror's haki? How intriguing. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, gleamed with fervor. Although Spark Jabba lacked conqueror's haki, he could project BeatCelestial haki outward to counter it. The two opposing energies clashed fiercely, intertwining in a battle of pure willpower, black and red energies colliding. A powerful force swept across the land, rendering the surrounding pirates unconscious at that moment. The two at the epicenter of the confrontation were oblivious to their surroundings. Charlotte Linlin was astounded. This individual's BeatCelestial haki was on par with her own conqueror's haki, showing no signs of faltering. This newfound strength reshaped her understanding of BeatCelestial haki. Boom! Amidst the dust and smoke, both remained rooted in place, having made no movement. Following the collision, only the tree beside Spark Jabba stood unharmed. The surrounding landscape had transformed entirely. The grass had either been pulverized by the force of their will or blown away entirely. Both combatants had beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. The earlier clash of wills was merely an appetizer. How did you achieve such mastery of BeatCelestial haki? Charlotte Linlin inquired, her eyes wide with incredulity as she scrutinized Spark Jabba. His mastery surpassed even that of Wang Ji, the Silver Axe. Join us, and I shall reveal the secret. Spark Jabba replied, shaking his hair as the earlier clash nearly tore his garments apart. With your BeatCelestial, do you really think you can stop me? Charlotte Linlin retorted coldly, recognizing the tenacity of her adversary. Shall we find out? Spark Jabba lifted his axes, though he was reluctant to engage a woman in combat, believing that striking a lady did not align with his principles. Nevertheless, he found himself compelled to act. Begone. Charlotte Linlin's expression darkened, revealing a fierce countenance that starkly contrasted her previous demeanor. Miss, such language is unbecoming. Spark Jabba met her sword with his axes, and beneath her feminine exterior lay the strength of a formidable warrior. Bang! Spark Jabba staggered back while Charlotte Linlin only retreated a single step. He conceded that he had underestimated her. He had not anticipated that such slender, delicate arms could unleash the power of a beast. To reclaim his reputation as the third strongest in the Roger Pirates, Spark Jabba resolved to take the fight seriously, dark, inky BeatCelestial haki enveloping his arm and weapon. The air around him warped and twisted. The dragon roars through the mountains. Cake slash. The battle between the two continued to escalate, producing a breathtaking spectacle filled with countless flashes of blades and axes. The clamor of weapons clashing and the roars of the fighters filled the air. Gulalala, are you attempting to stop me? Edward Newgate observed that the other captains had been impeded and inquired. Newgate, if you kill the Celestial Dragons, chaos will ensue, Gold. Roger replied with a smile. That is not my concern. Edward Newgate gripped his sword, Song Yun Chia, and declared, "If you impede my quest to become the first captain, I shall not spare you. Then let us fight." Gold Roger responded, drawing gaze. Swish! Smoke billowed from beneath Gold Roger's feet as he propelled himself toward Edward Newgate with lightning speed. Edward Newgate, not daring to underestimate him, forcefully stomped the ground, his arm muscles tightening swiftly. Boom! The conqueror's haki of both warriors entwined around their weapons, colliding from a distance, the violent shockwaves fracturing the very ground of the island. The terrifying impact divided the sky above. Whether pirate or marine, all fell unconscious beneath the overwhelming aura of their haki, leaving only a few vice admirals struggling to endure the terror of the abyss beneath their feet. Gulalala, delightful. Once more, Edward Newgate stepped back slightly, readying himself for another ferocious assault on Gold Roger. Very well, Gold Roger responded eagerly, prepared to engage once more. As both parties re-engaged, a multitude of flying blades appeared, targeting Gold Roger. The shadows, akin to a swarm of bats, were swiftly intercepted by Roger using Ace. Edward Newgate halted in his tracks. What is this? Edward Newgate instantly recognized this as the captain's skill. Could it be that Zefa has arrived? Newgate, I leave this to you. Suddenly, Zefa emerged before Edward Newgate. Captain. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zefa transformed into a shadow, hurtling towards the central castle. Do not think you can escape. Just as Gold Roger attempted to intervene, he was once again obstructed by the onslaught of shadows, forcing him to pause. Consequently, Edward Newgate resumed his containment of Gold Roger. Since the captain had spoken, the task must be accomplished. Their fierce battle resumed, wreaking havoc upon the island's surface. Zefa encountered marine soldiers along the way, ruthlessly eliminating them without hesitation, entering the central region as if it were an uninhabited realm. At the heart of the area stood an enormous, opulent castle, surrounded by numerous residences of the Celestial Dragons. The guards of the Celestial Dragons appeared before him like blank sheets of paper, swiftly severed in an instant. The remaining Celestial Dragons, witnessing his presence, were immediately struck with terror, collapsing to the ground, yet their inherently arrogant nature resisted submission. Who are you? I command you to leave, or I shall have the Navy slay you. The trembling Celestial Dragon threatened. They were aware of Rock's name, yet the shadow before them revealed no identity, leaving them unable to recognize him. Oh, is that so? Zefa replied with a sinister grin, standing tall before the Celestial Dragon, looking down upon him like a deity. The legendary noble found himself in a state of disarray, devoid of any semblance of dignity. The chilling aura exuded by Zefa was palpable. I am a Celestial Dragon. The Celestial Dragon, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt the need to introduce himself, as he believed that after such introductions, even a most formidable pirate would kneel and plead for mercy. He was convinced this instance would be no different. Unbeknownst to him, this tactic only worked on ordinary pirates. While Zefa was a top-tier pirate, one so formidable that even the Navy could not restrain him when he unleashed his fury. Ha! Very well. He continued past the Celestial Dragon without a second thought. As he distanced himself, the pressure emanating from Zefa gradually dissipated. Just as the Celestial Dragon thought the ordeal had ended, a piercing blade sliced through the air, severing the Celestial Dragon's head. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the headpiece broke, the head itself crashing heavily to the ground. The other Celestial Dragons were swiftly consumed by the darkness beneath their feet. Zefa leisurely approached the central castle, admiring its grandeur, remarking, I wonder how many have perished in the creation of this door. More than those I just dispatched, perhaps. The 5-meter-tall, gold-trimmed mahogany door boasted imposing designs. It was unfortunate that the user was a Celestial Dragon, rendering it utterly mismatched. Gently pushing open the grand entrance, he was greeted by an interior of unparalleled luxury, every corner shimmering with golden brilliance. Even Zefa, who possessed immeasurable wealth, could not help but be moved by the opulence. Towering crystal chandeliers, exceedingly plush carpets crafted from unknown rare creatures, and a myriad of red wines from countless vintages beckoned him. Unable to resist, he began to gather the treasures using the darkness. However, he did not forget his original purpose. By caressing the floor, a black hole materialized, allowing Roxy Zebek to gradually pass through it and descend underground. The scene below was far from the splendor above. The cold, dreary environment was illuminated only by a few unquenchable candles. Below lay a spiral staircase leading to the abyss, devoid of handrails. There was no trace of human presence here, prompting Roxy Zebek to leisurely ponder whether he might one day reside here after conquering the world. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. In the pitch-black surroundings, only the echoing sound of footsteps resonated clearly. As his foot fell, dust rose from the ground. It seemed the owner of this structure seldom visited. The deeper he descended, the quieter it became, until even the sounds of battle above faded away. Finally, after an indeterminate time navigating the dark staircase, he arrived at a door unlike any above. Merely 3 meters tall and constructed of ordinary iron, exceedingly heavy. Presumably, this door concealed the objective of his journey. That night, Roxy Zebek opened an envelope. Dear Mr. Zebek, allow me to introduce a product known as the Karu virus, or more affectionately, the E-virus. Its function may pique your interest. Any creature that inhales this gas will transform into your most docile pet. Simply activate it, and the world shall belong solely to you. All sea kings, the world government, and pirates will bow before you. It lies beneath the central castle in God Valley. Wishing you success. Signed, Catalyze. Generally speaking, few would believe such claims. Yet Roxy Zebek did, for he desperately sought the power to dominate the entire world. He was not so arrogant as to challenge the world single-handedly. Although his pirate crew was thriving, Marines had already infiltrated, and he knew all too well that human hearts are the most unreliable. Only power is eternal. Once he obtained this artifact, regardless of who stood before him, they would comply. Roxy Zebek had indeed heard rumors regarding the world government's development of such a substance, but it had been concealed too deeply for him to find. He never anticipated it would come to him so conveniently. To pass up this opportunity would be sheer folly. What puzzled him was the other party's extensive knowledge of the E-virus and their motivation to assist him. Did they not fear being controlled? Hobdi Zebek shook his head, dismissing the thought. He would consider it after he ascended to world supremacy. Pushing open the rusted iron door, Roxy Zebek stepped inside. He could not believe that such a powerful virus would lack a trap. The internal space was immense, roughly the size of a football field, with scan items scattered about. Save for an hourglass-like apparatus housing a vial of purple liquid. This was the E-virus. How fortuitous! Roxy Zebek chuckled as he approached the virus, astonished by the ease of his acquisition. There had been no traps along the way. Gazing at the virus was akin to reuniting with a long-lost comrade. Unable to decipher the device, he opted for the simplest method, shattering the protective glass and carefully retrieving the vial. He had no desire for this precious item to break here. He intended to ascend to the highest point and release the virus, allowing the air to spread it across the globe. Thus, a world of his own design would soon emerge. Just as Roxy Zebek reveled in his visions, a figure suddenly materialized beside the iron door. Put it down. Due to the dim lighting, Roxy Zebek initially failed to perceive the figure's presence, which took him by surprise. Before he could react, the figure swiftly swung a sword. Boom! The fierce sword aura shattered all the devices beside Luo Kisidi, Jaibike. The terrifying speed left Luo Kisidi, Jaibike in shock. This sword intent is likely beyond that of Shurji. Who is this person? Such a formidable individual. Yet I have never encountered him before. Could he be the one who lured me here? Or perhaps his accomplice? Without time to ponder further, Luo Kisidi, Jaibike responded in his own manner. Molijesha, the dark blade of Luo Kisidi, Jaibike melded seamlessly with the environment, unleashing a torrent of attacks toward the mysterious figure. Bang! 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 As Luo Kisidi, Jaibike dodged, the firelight illuminated the opponent's appearance. He wore a black top hat adorned with white fur, and his piercing yellow eyes seemed to penetrate the soul. Every movement of his exuded nobility, elegance, and power. Luokcd. Jaibike muttered to himself, realizing he was in trouble. The opponent's skills surpassed his understanding. Hundreds of blades that had slipped into darkness were all dispersed by him. Luokcd. Jaibike did not receive the answers he sought, but instead a slicing strike. Whoosh! A silvery sword light surged towards Luokcd. Jaibike with blinding speed. This sword energy was not something an ordinary person could wield, nor could it be produced with mere years of training. Due to the peculiar nature of the Enin fruit, Luokcd. Jaibike was unable to elementalize and evade, leaving him with no choice but to use his skills. Anya Pingzhong. His palm transformed into a black hole, drawing all items in the room towards it to form a protective barrier. Unfortunately, the limited number of items in the room resulted in a rather small shield. However, based on Luokcd. Jaibike's observation, it should be sufficient to withstand the opponent's attack. Boom! 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 The collision of terrifying forces created vibrations that caused the room to shake. It must be noted that this was hundreds of meters underground. Such ordinary attacks should not provoke such a reaction. Although Luokcd. Jaibike managed to block the opponent's slicing blow, his protective barrier shattered. How could this be? Luokcd. Jaibike's heart trembled. No one had ever breached this defense before. Not even Newgate or Shurji had succeeded. Yet, this individual before him had cleaved it with a single strike. How could he possibly accept this? Luokcd. Jaibike grew increasingly suspicious that this was a trap. What formidable being guards the virus? How could he escape? Kaya Lakir Kelisang. The opponent, dragging his sword, slowly approached, his gaze carrying an icy demeanor. This is my name. Remember it well. As Kaya Lakir Kelisang finished speaking, he took another step forward and then swung his sword 3 times. 3 sword energies flew toward Luokcd. Jaibike from different angles. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying sound resonated like a swarm of bees, impossible to shake off. Luokcd. Jaibike had no time to think and directly activated his escape skill. Yuan Quanwu. He transformed into a shadow, racing against the sword energy. This move could double his speed, but it was time limited. In the dim interior, Luokcd. Jaibike was actually fleeing. If his crew or captain were to witness this, their jaws would undoubtedly drop in disbelief. The notorious Luokcd. Jaibike was being forced to retreat by a swordsman. If the Gorosei were present, they would surely be astonished, but they would be surprised by the one wielding the sword. For Kaya Lakir Kelisang was a direct subordinate of the Gorosei and also the brother of him. He was a swordsman who had lived for centuries. His swordsmanship reaching the pinnacle of sword soul advancement, possessing the strength to slice through islands. Kaya Lakir Kelisang regarded Luokcd. Jaibike with a smile, having not encountered such an intriguing adversary in quite some time. It was a pity that his fruit ability was countered by his own, or else the battle would surely be exhilarating. Kaya Lakir Kelisang could no longer recall the last person he had defeated. To block the 3 sword energies, Luokcd. Jaibike exerted himself to the utmost. Molu Jiesha. Countless dark blades shot forth. Anya Pingzhong. The powdered remnants of items reformed into a shield. Luokcd. Jaibike estimated he had never been in such a predicament before. Fortunately, after several minutes of effort, he finally neutralized the opponent's sword energy. However, he felt exceedingly vexed. His attacks were effortlessly countered by the opponent, while he had to expend immense effort to dismantle theirs. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Who is this individual? And why have I never heard of his name? Kelisang? Could he be a celestial dragon? But how could a celestial dragon possess such prowess? Moreover, that sword in his hand, it resembled a slaughtering blade. Luokcd. Jaibike could feel the wails of countless souls emanating from it. It was not merely a trick of the light. The blade was dark as night, evoking an extraordinarily eerie sensation. Put it down, Kaya Lakir Kelisang stated coldly. His expression remained largely unchanged, still fixated like an eagle. What? Luokcd. Jaibike feigned ignorance, preparing to retreat at any moment. He did not believe that he could slip into darkness without this individual finding him. The virus left behind seemed to reveal Luo Kisidi, Jaibike, prompting Kyalakir Kelising to lift his black blade once more. Luo Kisidi, Jaibike began to feel anxious. It appeared the opponent had not yet unleashed his full strength. But now, it seemed he was ready to go all out, and he wondered what the power would be like. He also began to contemplate whether this venture was worthwhile. If he could withdraw safely, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. But if it cost him his life, it would be a tremendous loss. 3. Kyalakir Kelising started counting down. Luo Kisidi, Jaibike had shed his earlier arrogance, becoming cautious and hesitant to move. 2. Kyalakir Kelising seemed to harbor some concern and did not act immediately. Luo Kisidi, Jaibike nervously swallowed. Whoosh! Luo Kisidi, Jaibike made up his mind and directly dove into the ceiling. Boom! Simultaneously, Kyalakir Kelising raised his hand, unleashing a sharp sword energy. It cleaved through the entire ceiling. Luo Kisidi, Jaibike, escaping through the darkness, did not anticipate such ferocity. This sword energy split the castle beneath him in two. It must be noted that the distance from underground to surface was at least 100 meters. Luo Kisidi, Jaibike had barely run a few meters before being struck by this sword energy, followed by a surge of blood. This moment became etched in Luo Kisidi, Jaibike's memory. As if he felt the call of death, his entire body drenched. The virus, previously concealed in darkness, was also cleaved open, spilling forth. This left Luo Kisidi, Jaibike utterly astonished. Not only was he grievously injured, but he also lost sight of his objective. It was as if he had come here for naught. Though it wasn't he entirely without gain, as he now bore a new scar on his back. Kyalakir Kelising approached, picking up the virus from the ground. Lobdi, Jaibike initially believed that his adversary would seize the opportunity to eliminate him. However, to his astonishment, the opponent merely glanced away and strode towards the exit. This left Loxd, Jaibike in a state of utter disarray. Did he truly believe that his injuries rendered him devoid of any threat? If Loxd, Jaibike were to surrender in such a manner, he would cease to be Loxd, Jaibike. Gritting his teeth, he rose from the ground. Taking advantage of Chowlake Laysai Sheng's momentary distraction, Loxd, Jaibike transformed into darkness, targeting the adversary's pocket. Yet, before he could initiate his action, Chowlake Laysai Sheng swiftly unleashed a strike. What the hell? Is he cheating? Loxd, Jaibike was utterly bewildered. He had merely entertained the thought. Yet how did the opponent discern his intentions? Could it be that the adversary possessed such formidable observation hockey? After delivering the blow, Chowlake Laysai Sheng paid him no mind, evidently allowing Loxd, Jaibike to fend for himself. After all, this slash was unlike the previous ones, imbued with traces of conqueror's hockey. Indeed, the earlier strikes wielded by Chowlake Laysai Sheng were mere ordinary slashes, devoid of any armament hockey. However, the reason the black blade, Yi, is black is due to its prolonged use of armament hockey. The blade has absorbed it, thus requiring no conscious release of hockey, as the sword itself can manifest it. This explains why the blade is entwined with so many restless souls. Given Loxd, Jaibike's prior injuries, he could not evade this lethal strike. Boom, boom, boom. It is likely that the inhabitants of the island remain unaware that the once mighty Loxd, Jaibike has thus perished. The entire island was cleaved asunder by Chowlake Laysai Sheng. The island began to submerge, leaving the combatants still engaged in battle in a state of utter confusion. Karp and Shiki halted their confrontation, the tremors of the ground leaving them incredulous that the island was sinking. Karp ceased his entanglement with Shiki and rushed towards the harbor to escort the Celestial Dragons to safety. If the island were to sink, the Celestial Dragons would be in grave peril. Should too many perish, Sengoku and Kong would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Shiki, equally perplexed, lost interest in pursuing the Celestial Dragons and sought out his captain for clarification. Sensing that something had befallen Loxd, Jaibike, he anxiously soared through the air in search of answers. GOLD, Roger and Edward Newgate also ceased their battle, continuing would lead to mutual destruction. Newgate, Is this the doing of Lox? GOLD. Roger pondered, perplexed by how Lox could have cleaved the island. It was not the captain's doing. Edward Newgate immediately refuted, understanding the captain's capabilities and reasoning that he had no motive to destroy the island. If the celestial dragons were targeted by the captain, it would undermine the commander's authority. Let us cease hostilities for now. GOLD, Roger proposed. Agreed. Edward Newgate readily concurred, instructing his men to withdraw. Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido approached with urgency. What do you mean? The captain has not ordered a retreat, so why are you running? Charlotte Linlin exclaimed, fuming. Newgate, have you betrayed us? Kaido questioned in kind, both treating Captain Lox's commands as sacrosanct. As long as the captain did not issue a withdrawal order, they would remain. What madness is this? Can you not see the island is sinking? Do you wish for our crew to perish alongside it? Edward Newgate responded, while commanding his subordinates to retreat. You coward! Kaido shouted, dashing towards the direction of Lox D. Jaibike. He did not know where Captain Lox was, but he was determined to find him and await his orders. Wang Ji and Silver Axe, witnessing the chaos, rushed towards Edward Newgate, while Silbaz Riley and Spark Jabba made their way to GOLD. Roger. Captain, what shall we do next? Silbaz Riley inquired. Assist the celestial dragons and the populace in their evacuation. Then we shall depart. GOLD. Roger replied, casting a glance towards the harbor, where many civilians remained. Why must we aid the celestial dragons? Spark Jabba expressed his discontent, noting their lack of friendliness towards pirates. Do not question, just hurry. Goldie. Roger sensed the island's descent accelerating. Very well, the two consented. Newgate, what is the situation? Why can I no longer sense the captain's presence? Wang Ji asked Edward Newgate. I too wish to know, but there is no time for speculation. The primary objective is to ensure the safety of our men. We cannot simply wait for the captain to emerge while we await our doom. Edward Newgate was determined that his crew would not perish alongside him in this calamity. Who could have harmed our captain? Silver Axe pondered, as the captain had always been an invincible figure in their hearts. Edward Newgate refused to waste further words. He had yet to find his family and could not die here. While he cherished the Lox pirate crew, he felt no love in this moment. Each member harbored ambitions of usurping others, a reality he found intolerable. If given the chance to captain one day, his first decree would be to prohibit internecine strife among his crew. I believe Newgate speaks wisely. If the captain truly perishes, shall we also share his fate? John remarked unexpectedly, causing Wang Ji and Silver Axe to fall into contemplative silence. Indeed, if Lox D. Jaibike were no longer among them, what purpose would their captaincy serve? At that moment, Shiki descended from the skies, urgently exclaiming, I cannot locate the captain. I used my observation haki, but sensed nothing. Edward Newgate, along with his crew, made a decisive exit, as Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John urged Shiki to join them in fleeing the impending disaster. Shiki's abilities could provide them with the means to evade this crisis. Yet, Shiki hesitated, for he was the most seasoned member of the Lox pirate crew. Abandoning the crew was inconceivable, yet succumbing alongside Lox was equally unthinkable, as he too harbored ambitions of becoming a man like Lox. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido searched frantically for Lox, having scoured the central area without success. Unbeknownst to them, the entrance had been buried beneath debris. On the other side of the island, Chalik Lacey Shung departed the only home they had known with his son, carrying with him the virus. Daddy, where are we going? Chalik Mihik innocently inquired, having only recently moved from Mary Geos. Why must they relocate again? To a deserted place. Chalik Lacey Shung gently ruffled his son's hair, smiling with resignation. He had not anticipated that anyone would uncover the truth about the virus. Could it be that the five elders had leaked the information? That seemed unlikely. Who else could it be? The one who created this has already perished. In the distance, aboard a ship, CP0 quietly observed the unfolding events. Captain, shall we not intervene? Let the Navy handle it. The island is on the verge of sinking. But if the celestial dragons perish, will we not face consequences? If everyone there dies, how will they know? Captain, do you mean to say we will simply abandon them? Edward Newgate's crew struggled to fathom their retreat. Why refrain from withdrawing? Shall we wait for our brothers to die alongside us? Edward Newgate shot him an incredulous glance. What if the captain holds us accountable? A crew member quivered. Edward Newgate paused momentarily, his gaze resolute. If the captain lays blame, I shall bear it alone. I cannot gamble your lives against the captain's orders. If Roxd. Jibek is still alive and learns that he allowed his crew to retreat without permission, he must accept all consequences. The crew expressed their heartfelt gratitude, gazing at the other captains. Only Edward Newgate remained to cover their retreat. The others were either searching for the captain or acting independently. Let us discuss matters once we are clear of this place. Edward Newgate commanded from the front. Meanwhile, Carp was methodically arranging the evacuation of the Celestial Dragons. Regrettably, the nearby naval vessels were limited to 4. However, there were hundreds of Celestial Dragons on the island, not to mention the common folk. The Celestial Dragons were exceedingly particular, refusing to share space with the commoners. Ultimately, Advisor Crane had no choice but to allocate 2 warships exclusively for the Celestial Dragons. They had not anticipated such a scenario. Within less than an hour, the island began to sink, and reinforcements were still en route. What is the situation on the island? Advisor Crane inquired, furrowing his brow. Unclear. It is likely the work of rocks. Carp replied, his forehead creased in concern. The recent battle had taken its toll on him. What spell had rocks cast upon Shiki, compelling him to target the Celestial Dragons? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the ship. My child is lost. A richly adorned woman attempted to leap from the vessel, but was intercepted by a marine. Miss, you cannot go down. The island is sinking. The marine looked helplessly at Crane. Seeing this, Advisor Crane hastily approached to inquire. Shao he, what is amiss? Carp also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. She claimed she left her child behind at home. Just over a year old, Crane lamented. However, there was no time to assist her. Carp's expression darkened. The central area of the island had begun to flood, and no one could guarantee how long it would remain above water. Searching for the child now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Advisor Crane understood this predicament, yet the woman's status as a celestial dragon rendered outright refusal inappropriate. My child is also missing. Another elderly woman approached, fearing reproach from the Navy and having kept silent until now. What? Carp was taken aback. There was no time for hesitation now. After asking for a few distinguishing features, he sprinted toward the central area. Observing this, GOLD, Roger noted Carp's distress and approached. What has transpired? 2 children are missing. Carp had initially intended to ignore GOLD, Roger, but recalling their prior assistance, he divulged the situation. Oh, Goldie. Roger swiftly gathered his crew to assist in the search. Roger, you need not. Carp felt a twinge of embarrassment, fearing the Celestial Dragons would blame the Navy if they discovered the children had been sourced by pirates. Haha, no worries, strength lies in numbers. Goldie. Roger displayed no modesty. Captain, are you asking us to search for the Celestial Dragons' children? Spack Jabba frowned in discontent. Hurry and search. Do you not know what kind of man the captain is? Silver's Rayleigh remarked before rising to assist. With a sigh, Spack Jabba reluctantly followed suit. Thank you. Carp expressed his gratitude promptly. However, reality proved harsh. The seawater quickly advanced. Advisor Crane sternly called Carp back. But the children. Carp's head hung low. He had searched many houses, but found nothing. Let's depart. If we do not leave now, the sinking island will create a powerful whirlpool, and you will not be able to escape. Crane seized Carp's arm. Ultimately, for the greater good, Carp left the harbor with tears in his eyes. Spack Jabba, witnessing the warship's departure, bellowed, Captain, Carp and the others have left. We must go as well. Let the children be. It will be too late if we wait any longer. GOLD. Roger remained silent, eyes closed, absorbing the surroundings while others hesitated to damage the structures for fear of harming the children. Suddenly, Silver's Rayleigh spotted a small figure and dashed over. A baby with red hair lay crying in a crystal cradle, seemingly lamenting the absence of its parents. Found it. Silver's Rayleigh scooped the child up and rushed to the rooftop. GOLD. Roger exhaled in relief and commanded, All right, you all go ahead. I will take care of this child. Just as Spak Jabba attempted to intervene, the captain vanished from sight. In the end, Spak Jabba had no choice but to obey the captain's directive and return to the Golden Jackson. At that moment, one level of the structure was already submerged in seawater. Shiki, realizing the dire situation, hurried to a higher ground and touched the castle, causing the ground to float. Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John quickly jumped onto it. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido found themselves at a loss. It appeared that Roxy Jibek was unlikely to survive. Here, Charlotte Linlin tossed a blue devil fruit to Kaido. "What is this, Lin?" Kaido inquired, puzzled. "Kaido, the seawater has reached this point. If the captain were still alive, we would surely sense his presence. Now that he is gone, the Rocks Pirates will cease to exist. We must part ways." Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief at hearing such words from Charlotte Linlin. "Let it be," Charlotte Linlin uttered without further ado, directly infusing her soul into the clouds above. Kaido stood there, watching her depart. He glanced at the fruit in hand, feeling the seawater gradually engulfing his knees. Finally, he resolved to consume it. Minutes later, the entire island sank beneath the waves, and the Golden Jackson, fearing being caught in the whirlpool, could only remain on the periphery. "Will the captain be all right?" murmured a novice of the Roger Pirates. Spak Jabba shouted in anger. "What nonsense! How could the captain possibly die here?" As a few were about to swim over to investigate, GOLD, Roger emerged cradling a baby. "Em exhausted. How did this child end up in the stairwell?" GOLD, Roger removed his drenched coat. Upon hearing Whitebeard recount the entire tale, Long Zaitian finally grasped the events of that fateful day. The details beneath the castle were unknown to Whitebeard, hence the protagonist remained unaware. What was Rox truly seeking to the extent of sacrificing his life? Long Zaitian found it incomprehensible. Then why does the world claim that Karp defeated the Rox Pirates? Zefa queried. Perhaps this incident is a disgrace for the Navy or the world government. Their territory was invaded by pirates, and if this information were to spread, it would severely undermine the world government's authority. Thus, they attributed all the credit to Karp. As for why Karp would claim to have defeated Rox alongside Roger, it is likely because with only 2 pirate crews on the island. If it was not Roger's men who defeated Rox, who else could it be? Long Zaitian analyzed, though numerous questions lingered in his mind. Should there be any inconsistencies? Please remind the author. I shall rectify them. Indeed, I believe the captain is correct. Whitebeard nodded, having come to the same conclusion. To the outside world, the death of Rox remains shrouded in mystery. "Captain, what are you discussing?" At this moment, Day and his companions had just returned from shopping, with Yuqian bounding up, arms laden with bags. "What did you buy?" Long Zaitian asked, momentarily taken aback by the towering bags. "Just some daily necessities," Day replied with a faint smile, then began to pull out an array of peculiar headgear, including a polar fleece hat and a vampire costume. Long Zaitian was rendered speechless. What on earth were these items? Zefa glanced into the backpack and inquired, "You didn't spend all the money I gave you, did you?" "Oh." Day nodded with a grin. "I spent it all." Zefa chuckled ruefully. "I gave you 1 million berries, you know." Seeing Zefa's expression, Day hastily apologized. "I'm sorry. This is my first time shopping. I was always locked in my room before." "It's fine. Money is meant to be spent," Long Zaitian reassured him with a smile. "Captain, at this rate, our funds will inevitably run out again." Zefa sighed, realizing how challenging it was to manage the ship's finances. "Ha, brother, let the young ones be," Yuqian chimed in. "After all, we just won a considerable amount in the duel, didn't we?" "Zefa, how much money do we have now?" Long Zaitian asked curiously, recalling that Zefa had handled the money exchange earlier. "This amount," Zefa replied, holding up 5 fingers. 5 million? Yuqian guessed. "Incorrect." Zefa shook his head. 50 million? Ace speculated. "Not even close." Zefa exclaimed, "We earned 500 million just for the 70 consecutive victories. How could it be so little? 5 billion? Long Zaitian finally guessed correctly, and Zefa felt a wave of relief wash over him. So much. The other crew members were astonished, as they had previously only considered rewards for victories above 80 wins, and had not even looked at those below. Long Zaitian was particularly dumbfounded. He had never seen so much money in his life. "Zefa, what do you plan to do with such a sum?" Long Zaitian whispered. "Of course, We'll save it for when we need it, Zefa replied, noticing the captain's mischievous demeanor and quickly stepping back. You don't mean he, Zefa? Don't you think our ship looks rather shabby? Perhaps it's time for a renovation? Long Zaitian winked at Zefa and then raised his eyebrows, hinting to the other crew members. They understood immediately and gathered around. Zefa, I've noticed that our food supplies seem to be running low. I saw some northern sea delicacy, crystal shrimp, going for 10,000 berries per pound. Bista chimed in, poking his fingers together. Zefa, I think my sleep hasn't been great lately. We should buy a luxurious golden fleece bed. It shouldn't be too expensive, Luyan added, stretching his neck and producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. Sea prism stone sniper bullets, 500,000 berries each, Magnum stated, standing still and awaiting Zefa's response. Zefa was momentarily stunned. He realized he had fallen for the captain's ploy and regretted not claiming the 50 million instead. Amidst the crew's raucous enthusiasm, Zefa begrudgingly made his way to the storage room, carrying boxes of gold coins, cautioning them not to spend recklessly. However, the crew paid little heed and ran off with boxes of coins. For the next half hour, crew members continually transported items onto the ship. Is this Mr. Udzaidi? The luxurious imported furniture you ordered, featuring South Sea classical postmodern gold and silver foil, has arrived for your inspection. Is this Mr. Udzaidi? Also, the authentic golden silk Namu wooden bedroom set has arrived for your inspection. Zefa could only watch in disbelief as a series of strongmen carried expensive items into the captain's quarters. Captain, how much have you spent? Zefa swallowed hard and pulled Long Zaitian aside. Not much. Here's the receipt, Long Zaitian said, directing the movers while handing Zefa the slip of paper. As Zefa glanced at the lengthy list, an ominous feeling washed over him. Upon opening it, he nearly suffered a cardiac arrest. South Sea classical postmodern gold and silver foil luxury imported furniture, 10,000 berries. Authentic golden silk Nama wooden bedroom set, 9,000 berries. The same style slippers as the Yonko Luffy, 100,000 berries. Soon, other crew members returned with numerous movers, bustling for 2 hours before everyone finally gathered. Zefa, gazing at the mountain of bills on the ground, angrily ordered Ace to set sail, fearing that the others might disembark to buy more items. Every corner of the stretcher ship now reeked of opulence. The carpets beneath their feet began at 100,000 berries. Zefa summoned everyone to the meeting room for a stern reprimand. Most of the purchases made by Whitebeard and Koizumi Yutien were food and beverages, so his scolding was relatively mild. Meanwhile, several members of the news agency brandished cameras and microphones, interviewing Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Mr. Teach, how did you defeat Shanks? May we have an interview? Ha. Of course, I defeated him with my sheer strength. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach raised his arm, excitedly recounting the scene. At that moment, I shattered the red-haired pirate ship with a single punch using my Gura no Mi, and then another punch left several of them gravely injured. Listening to Blackbeard boast, the interviewers from the Seagull were skeptical. If red-haired Shanks were that weak, how could he possibly be one the Yonko? However, knowing they were on his turf, they dared not question him and merely recorded everything to present to Morgans later. Rainy Shiryu, puffing on a cigar, grew weary of his captain's boasting and made his way toward the cell holding the red-haired pirates. In the dim cell, chains swayed in the breeze, the dampness making it unbearable. Ha! I never expected the infamous red-haired pirates to be in such dire straits. Rainy Shiryu sat on a wooden chair outside the cage, casually tossing his thunderstorm around. Before him were unevenly sized cages. They were cautious not to confine all red-haired members in one cage for fear of their escape. Inside the cell, Shanks lay on the ground, hair plastered to his scalp, utterly drained, yet his eyes remained fixed on Rainy Shiryu. What exactly did Marshal D. Teach throw? Shanks pondered aloud. Rainy Shiryu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha. Sorry, that was something the captain found on his own. We're not sure what it is either. Is that so? Shanks studied Rainy Shiryu, sensing no deceit, and chose not to press further, closing his eyes to recuperate. Yet the lost power within him was unbearable, prompting Shanks to reflect on his previous battle with Blackbeard. On that fateful day at sea, the two sides had fought evenly until, as they approached Blackbeard's ship, Marshal D. Teach suddenly threw a bottle into the air. Initially assuming it was some sort of bomb, they had Jesus Burgess blow it up, only to be engulfed by a cloud of smoke that quickly enveloped them. Realizing the danger, Shanks attempted to disperse the smoke with his Conqueror's Haki. However, it was too late. Marshal D. Teach had already utilized his Nomi ability to send the smoke toward them, and by the time Shanks unleashed his Haki, it was too late. Everyone on board had inhaled the smoke. The Blackbeard pirates, seeing this, began to distance themselves from the cloud. It was then that Shanks grasped the true source of Marshal D. Teach's audacity to challenge him. He had assumed it was a type of sedative, hence instructing his crew to hold their breath. Unexpectedly, it was a contact type. When the smoke touched the body, it absorbed strength like a parasite. "Grandma, you sneak attacked!" Someone from the red-haired pirates shouted. "Ha ha ha! Shanks, you have been defeated." Marshal D. Teach observed the scene from a distance, a sinister grin proclaiming his victory. "Teach, the battle is not over." Red-haired Shanks, in disbelief, swung his sword, Griffin. However, no sword energy manifested, and Shanks stared at his hand in astonishment. His muscles gradually withered, and the strength to wield the sword faded away. Thus, all members of the red-haired pirates collapsed, utterly drained, only to be taken back by Blackbeard and his crew. "Shiryu, the captain is looking for you." A tall man with curly hair and round glasses entered. "All right." Shiryu of the Rain glanced over and laughed heartily before leaving. The man wiped the spot where Shiryu had sat, his expression grave as he looked toward the prisoners. "Kazan, have you really joined them?" Red-haired Shanks suddenly opened his eyes, using all his strength to look at Kazan. The other members of the red-haired crew turned to gaze as well. Kazan did not respond. The dim space and his sunglasses obscured his eyes. "I only follow the justice in my heart," Kazan finally uttered after a long silence. Upon hearing this, Shanks and the other crew members exhaled deeply, as if relieved by his answer. After that, silence enveloped the room, and Kazan's thoughts remained a mystery. "Captain, are you looking for me?" Shiryu of the Rain noticed that Sea Dog was missing, likely having just completed an interview. Shiryu, seat. Marshal Teach sat atop the sofa, the highest position among all. "Captain, please speak quickly. My blade craves blood." Shiryu of the Rain stood, caressing his sword instead of sitting. "Ha. Then I'll speak." Marshal D. Teach, unfazed by Shiryu's demeanor, continued to laugh. Now, only Kaido, Big Mom, Monkey D., Luffy, and Edward Newgate remain among the Four Emperors. When he mentioned Whitebeard, his tone intensified. Kaido and Big Mom are likely to form an alliance, so we cannot move against them for now. What do you think about the remaining two? Marshal D. Teach's purpose in speaking was to discuss the next target among the Four Emperors. "Aren't we calling Kazan to discuss this?" Lafitte took a sip of red wine. "No need. Let him be." Marshal D. Teach waved his hand. "We'll call Kazan only when we need his assistance." "Captain, are we certain we can engage the Straw Hat crew in battle?" Abelo Pizarro asked softly. "What does the Straw Hat crew have to fear? They merely stirred up trouble in Wano. What is there to be afraid of?" Katarina Devon scoffed. "I've long desired the heads of Nami and Robin." Abelo Pizarro reminded. "I am not referring to that. I mean the background of Captain Monkey D. Luffy." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in thought about Monkey D. Luffy's background. Grandfather, the Marine hero Monkey D. Garp. Father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Adoptive brother, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Mentor, Silver's Rayleigh. Not to mention the Empress Boa Hancock, the recently resurrected ace, and the friends encountered along the way. Marshal D. Teach felt a chill run down his spine. Should he provoke one, he might end up facing an entire horde. The members of the Blackbeard pirates shook their heads in unison, decisively choosing the currently weakest resurrected pirate crew. Aside from the somewhat formidable Whitebeard, the other members appeared lackluster. Marshal D. Teach glanced at the bounty for the resurrected pirates, noting that only Edward Newgate, Marco, and Vista pose a challenge, while others like Ace, Yamato, Long Magellan, and Sabo seemed unremarkable. However, if he were to discover that Kazuki, Odin, and Zef had been resurrected and joined the resurrected pirate crew, he would likely have a different perspective. All right, our next target will be the resurrected pirate crew. Marshal D. Teach's eyes gleamed with malice, as if he had already secured his prey. Edward Newgate, prepare to die once more. Ha ha ha. The crew was startled by his madness. They had just concluded one confrontation with a Yonko and were now preparing to challenge another. Captain, do you still have the smoke used against the red-hair pirates? Jozu raised his wine glass, inquiring with curiosity, while others perked their ears, having witnessed the smoke's potency. Ha ha. I cannot disclose that information. Marshal D. Teach deflected with laughter, for there was only one such substance. If the absence of it were revealed, he could only imagine the multitude of troubles that would ensue. Days later, aboard the stretched ship, a bustling noise filled the air. Captain, what do you think of this outfit? Yamato emerged in a new style, eagerly awaiting Long's appraisal. Not bad, but it's a bit too revealing. The weather's warming up, be careful of heat stroke. Long glanced over, but seeing nothing that piqued his interest, he shook his head. Oh, Captain, shall I try another? Yamato looked at his reflection and seemed unsatisfied. Ace, dressed in beach shorts and sporting sunglasses while enjoying a drink, chimed in, the captain is right. We are about to enter the tropical climate zone. Wearing something so heavy is unwise. Kazuki, Odin, Whitebeard, and Zef were engaged in their usual drinking and boasting. Vista was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Marco was scouting the surroundings, and Magellan had begun practicing with a dagger, ready to defend against close encounters. Captain Long, as usual, wielded his sword. The author has lost count of how many times. Vista, how much longer? Ace's stomach began to rumble. Don't rush. Didn't you just eat 4 hours ago? Vista's head popped out from the kitchen. Oh, but your cooking is delicious. Ace patted his belly. Since Vista began using premium ingredients, the crew's appetites had grown considerably. Of course, Vista replied proudly, having recently acquired a new set of golden cookware. Suddenly, a flock of seagulls flew in, catching Yamato's attention. Captain, is there another newspaper? Indeed. Long also heard the commotion and stepped out. Haven't we been quite obedient lately? Could it be that other pirates are causing a ruckus? Marco queried, puzzled, yet still flew up to retrieve a newspaper. The others became intrigued and gathered around. As mealtime was still a while away, could it be my brother causing trouble again? Ace suddenly thought of something and scrambled up from his deck chair. It's possible. Whitebeard chuckled. However, when Yamato opened the newspaper, everyone froze in shock. A hulking figure, dense with hair, adorned with signature jewels, a man capable of inciting fury across the entire ship, appeared before them. Marshal de Teach. Whitebeard's smile vanished instantly, his expression darkened, and the other members seethed with rage. Long had not anticipated the bounty on Blackbeard. Could it be that the previous challenge against the red-haired pirates had yielded results? After a brief moment of anger, everyone managed to restrain themselves. Marshal D. Teach, a bounty of 3,700,000,000. Long Zaitian and his crew were utterly astonished. What was going on? How had he suddenly risen from 247,600,000 berries to 3,700,000,000? Had he truly defeated the Shanks pirates? Unable to contain his curiosity, Long Zaitian seized the newspaper and began to search through it. Upon glimpsing snippets of news regarding Blackbeard and red-haired Shanks, he was left in bewilderment. The crew sensed something was amiss and hurried over. When everyone finally comprehended the situation, disbelief permeated the air. It was not only they who found it hard to believe. Even the other emperors of the sea would be incredulous. The red-haired pirates had indeed been bested by the Blackbeard pirates, accompanied by images of the red-haired crew imprisoned. Salt! An unparalleled shock. How had the Blackbeard pirates, who had only recently emerged, managed to dethrone 2 emperors in succession? 2 years prior, the Whitebeard pirates had been obliterated by him, and now, 2 years later, the red-haired pirates had fallen under their control. Rather than anger, the crew was engulfed in confusion. How had Blackbeard achieved this? With only a handful of crew members on board, could it be that Kazan had lent assistance? Yet, that did not seem plausible. The strength of the red-haired pirates was renowned for being unfathomable. Even if they were outmatched, escape seemed impossible. There must be something peculiar at play. After perusing the newspaper, the crew's emotions were rather complex. As they continued reading, they came across the name Yuji Shilio. This individual was somewhat unfamiliar to them. They knew little aside from him being an evil swordsman. Yuji Shilio, Zefa suddenly exclaimed. Zefa, do you know him? Long Zaitian inquired with curiosity. Yuji Shilio is the chief warden of the deep-sea prison Impel Down. Aside from that, he possesses the ability to become invisible. Beyond this, Long Zaitian was uninformed. He is notoriously cruel and murderous. I have encountered him a few times and sensed a heavy aura of malice. When he draws his sword, his murderous intent can directly corrode the souls of those nearby. Based on Zefa's description, the others gradually began to understand him. Yuji Shilio's bounty, 2,000,000,000. It seems the world government still regards him with caution. One wonders if he truly possesses such formidable strength. Suddenly, Kazuki Odin's eyes sparkled with extraordinary excitement. Gizasu. This fellow seemed relatively weak, prompting Long Zaitian to glance over. Gizasu bounty, 500,000,000 berries. The next individual was the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, Lafitte. Lafitte, 1,600,000,000. This bounty took Long Zaitian by surprise, as his demonstrations of strength had been few and far between. Yet he commanded such a high bounty. When the next name was announced, Magellan's eyes widened in astonishment. This person was the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, and the very reason Long Zaitian had invited Magellan aboard. Von Aucher, 1,400,000,000. It is exceedingly rare for a sniper to possess such a high bounty, which speaks volumes of his immense power. Poison question 1,000,000,000. Marco picked up his bounty notice and began to read. Catarina Devon, 1,400,000,000. Yamato narrowed her eyes. This individual's smile was far from friendly. San Juan Wolf, 1,200,000,000. Baxjote, 1,100,000,000. Abelo Pizarro, 1,300,000,000. Finally, Long Zaitian laid eyes on this bounty notice. Kazan 3,200,000,000. Everyone was already familiar with this former Marine admiral, having watched the live broadcast of the Marineford War. However, the mere thought of facing him brought an undeniable discomfort. Long Zaitian harbored a fondness for Kazan. After all, aside from Garp, only Fujitora and Kuzan represented a sense of justice to him. Smoker's continuous defeats were merely a prelude to the day of battle. None could predict who would confront him. Zefa gazed at Kuzan's photograph with an expression of calm, seemingly unfazed. Moonlight Moria, 800,000,000. Whoever is available will handle it. After reviewing the bounties of the Blackbeard pirates, the crew fell into contemplation. While bounties are not the definitive measure of strength, they can reflect a portion of one's combat capability. The current bounties of the Blackbeard crew surpassed those of their own, leaving everyone feeling somewhat uneasy. It appears that Marshal D. Teach has ceased to conceal his true power, Long Zaitian mused. At present, their most significant threat lay in the form of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Kazan, and Yuji Shilio. Kazan's stance remained uncertain, but it would be prudent to account for him, just in case. Dinner is ready. Everyone come eat. Vista called from the kitchen door, snapping everyone back to reality. Let us go. We shall dine first and then discuss our strategies, Long Zaitian suggested, patting his comrades on the shoulder to encourage them to relax. Several responded softly. Captain, what has happened? Vista inquired, noticing the crew's lackluster demeanor. Take a look, Long Zaitian said, handing over the newspaper and bounty notice. Vista accepted it with confusion. What new development has occurred? Blackbeard. Vista's pupils dilated in disbelief. Yes, let us eat first and discuss later, Long Zaitian replied with a grave expression. This Blackbeard was proving to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. At the dining table, laughter and conversation faded as everyone pondered the impending fierce battle. Consequently, the meal was consumed at an unusually rapid pace. After finishing, Long Zaitian suddenly recalled that he still had 3 lottery chances. Therefore, he returned to his room to draw lots. A great battle was looming. If he didn't draw now, when would he? With the addition of Liu Yin, Odin, and Zefa, he had 3 chances. System? Here. Draw ding. The system detected that the host had 3 lottery chances. Would he like to use them? Single draw. Long Zaitian cautiously opted for a single draw, fearful of a disastrous 3 consecutive draws. The familiar wheel began to spin. Stop. The pointer gradually came to a halt, landing on weapons. Another weapon? Congratulations, host. You have obtained the weapon Jinlin, Supreme Great Blade. Long Zaitian initially felt disappointment, but his expression shifted when he beheld the Supreme Great Blade. He had unexpectedly struck fortune, acquiring one of the 12 mightiest blades. Long Zaitian took a glance and stored it away, as he already possessed the Ini and Giji and did not engage in dual wielding. Thus, he decided to give the blade to Kazuki Odin. Continue with the single draw. The virtual roulette spun once more, ultimately landing on hockey. Could it be the rare Conqueror's hockey? Long Zaitian's heart raced, fervently repeating a silent prayer. Congratulations, host, you have obtained hockey, armament hockey. Long Zaitian. In an instant, his blood surged, nearly causing him to spit blood. How could it be armament hockey? Long Zaitian stared blankly at the liquid in his hand, realizing that consuming it would grant him armament hockey. Yet, who aboard the ship needed it? After all, who was not already proficient in armament hockey? Suddenly, Long Zaitian recalled that Magellan seemed to lack mastery in armament hockey. Could this be intended for him? He resolved to inquire about his opinion later. Only one final opportunity for the lottery remains, and I fervently hope to receive a powerful weapon, such as the legendary Ming Wong battleship. Yet, Long Zaitian is aware that this option does not exist. Lottery. The pointer, under Long Zaitian's gaze, halted at the potion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the potion, T-Virus Serum. Long Zaitian was taken aback. What on earth is this? He recalled the documents he had examined previously in AI Funal AC. Could this be the serum to combat that virus? Furrowing his brow, Long Zaitian pondered whether the world government had indeed developed it. Otherwise, how could such an item be drawn? Surely, it cannot be intended for Blackbeard. Blackbeard. A sudden realization struck Long Zaitian as he remembered Blackbeard's name appearing on the experimental list. A cold sweat trickled down his back. Could Blackbeard be the vessel for the virus? This revelation seemed to clarify why the red-haired pirates had succumbed to Blackbeard. Long Zaitian held the thumb-sized glass orb containing a deep green liquid. Is this meager amount sufficient to defeat Blackbeard? He felt incredulous and resolved to observe further when he encountered Blackbeard. He carefully stored the 3 items he had acquired and took a golden lin with him. Captain, what are you doing? We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Yamato sat bored on the ship's railing. The others also awaited the captain's arrival to strategize. Odin, here, SA sword for you. Long Zaitian smiled as he tossed the golden lin over. Oh, Kazuki Odin's interest peaked upon hearing of a new sword. During their previous duel, he felt something was amiss while wielding only the Amatsukami. This sword, as soon as Kazuki Odin touched it, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by sheer astonishment. This sword is extraordinary. Whitebeard and Zefa approached, having sensed its uniqueness. Odin, give it a try and see how it feels, Long Zaitian encouraged, hoping Odin would appreciate it. Otherwise, it would gather dust in the warehouse. Captain, is this truly for me? Kazuki Odin, though yet to swing it, was visibly excited. He could already sense the sword's formidable nature. Well, have I ever deceived you? Long Zaitian laughed heartily. Had he not possessed the supreme great knife, this sword would likely belong to him. Excellent. Without further ado, Kazuki Odin drew the golden lin. In that instant, a Qilin shimmered behind him, exuding an air of mysterious intimidation. What is this? Vista was filled with trepidation as the 2 western swords at his waist quivered slightly, sensing imminent danger. Draw and slash. This was the most fundamental and straightforward technique. A blinding golden light surged towards the sea, as if carving a path through the waters, which began to ripple along the edges, revealing a chasm for several moments. Fish several meters below the surface were sliced in two, laid bare for all to see. Odin, you are incredible! Yamato cheered enthusiastically. This undoubtedly belongs to the realm of the supreme great knife. Whitebeard was astonished, questioning how the captain had procured such a weapon without his knowledge. Another goal to surpass. Bista felt a surge of motivation within. Captain, is this sword truly mine? Kazuki Odin inquired, concerned that the captain might be jesting. After all, if he possessed such a remarkable sword, he would never part with it. Yes, it is indeed for you, Long Zaitian responded, observing the sword's aura as Odin unleashed a wave of splashing water, feeling quite satisfied. With this, their chances against the Blackbeard pirates had increased. The resurrected crew members gathered on the deck, deliberating strategies against the Blackbeard crew. Let's discuss our tactics moving forward. Who will face Rayleigh Shiryu? Long Zaitian surveyed the group, noticing an unusual consensus among them. Kazuki Odin, sensing the collective call, stood up. Captain, leave that wicked swordsman to me. Kazuki Odin declared with unwavering confidence, feeling a long-lost surge of passion. I too believe that Rayleigh Shiryu is best suited for you. Long Zaitian nodded, realizing that should Bista engage, it might result in a stalemate, or worse. Long Zaitian aimed to utterly vanquish the Blackbeard crew, as allowing them to regroup would pose a future threat. Odin, Rayleigh Shiryu is exceedingly formidable. You must not underestimate him. Zefa cautioned, well aware of Rayleigh Shiryu's capabilities. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Kazuki Odin assured, patting the two treasured swords at his side. Without the golden Lin, Odin had been somewhat anxious. After all, he was accustomed to dual wielding, and suddenly being without one sword left uncertainty. While sufficient for ordinary pirates, facing someone like Rayleigh Shiryu introduced too many unknowns. Odin, should you emerge victorious, I will let you decide what to include in the Odin. Bista wished him well. Previously, when Odin prepared Odin, Bista always objected, believing those ingredients were better suited for barbecuing. However, Odin insisted that Odin reign supreme. Yet, Bista, being the captain's designated cook, compelled Odin to heed his words. Next came Kuzan, though his involvement remained uncertain. Long Zaitian had yet to finish speaking when Zefa stood up and said, Captain, allow me to handle Kuzan. He is my student. Though Zefa spoke with a calm demeanor, an undeniable authority lingered in his tone. Garara, Zefa, your esteemed student faced me during the Marineford War. Whitebeard chuckled, playfully revealing Zefa's past. Away with you. As if you have never faced him, Zefa retorted, hastily handing Whitebeard a drink to silence him. Among the crew, none were better suited to confront Kuzan than Zefa. However, it remained to be seen what might transpire between the teacher and student. Captain, let me take on Van Augur. Magellan suddenly spoke up, surprising everyone. He was the quietest member aboard, often communicating solely with Zefa. Thus, his sudden outburst caught them off guard, but they quickly understood. The Blackbeard pirates had slaughtered everyone on his island, including his parents, so his reaction was entirely understandable. Coupled with the fact that both he and Van Augur were snipers, it was clear he was the most suitable match. However, Van Augur had consistently evaded crises, so pitting the young Magellan against him would present considerable challenges. Yet, the determination in his eyes suggested that denying him this opportunity would result in lifelong resentment towards Long Zaitian. All right, it's yours. Good luck. Long Zaitian chuckled softly, knowing his crew had yet to showcase their true capabilities. The outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. Go, Magellan. Yamato offered a supportive hug. Defeat him. Sulphur Flame extended a fist. Indeed, Magellan nodded solemnly, mirroring the gesture. He had boarded the ship to eliminate threats on behalf of the captain and seek vengeance for himself. Poison Q, who shall face you? Long Zaitian raised his bounty notice and inquired, Crew members, what do you see? The sailors exchanged glances, and upon seeing the image and bounty, they felt the opponent appeared weak, sensing that attacking him would be somewhat of a bullying act. Long Zaitian, aware of their thoughts, did not underestimate Q, for he was indeed the ship's doctor aboard Blackbeard's vessel. Given Blackbeard's nature, he would never recruit someone devoid of combat capability. After all, if the doctor perished, the entire crew would be at risk. I shall take this task, announced Huajin Bista as he stood up. Whitebeard frowned, and before he could voice his thoughts, Ace interjected. Captain, let this one be. Look at the photo. He appears quite frail, unlikely to affect the situation. So let's claim this bounty. The others, though silent, shared Ace's perspective. What could a sickly ship doctor accomplish? Very well, Long Zaitian contemplated, deciding to address this matter last. Wait a moment, Marco interjected, rising to draw everyone's attention. Captain, I believe Duke Q is not so simple. I have a strong feeling he could become a vital core for Blackbeard, Marco stated earnestly. Long Zaitian paused, considering Marco's words. All right, I entrust this to you. However, resolve it swiftly and then assist in other areas. Understood. Marco did not feel elated at facing Duke Q. Rather, he regarded him as an enigma. Perhaps this was Blackbeard's contrasting strategy. Those who appeared stronger were often weaker, and vice versa. Next was Katarina Devon. Who will take this one? Captain, I will. Yamato exclaimed excitedly. Do you know her? Long Zaitian, curious about Yamato's enthusiasm, inquired. Not at all, but I detest her. Yamato replied bluntly. Well, she is a mythical Zoan type, Inu no Mi, in the form of a nine-tailed fox, possessing the ability to transform into others, including their clothing and height. Long Zaitian elaborated. Oh, just like me, both are mythical Zoan, Inu no Mi. Yamato expressed surprise, realizing the instinctive aversion. Leave it to me, she vowed confidently. Yamato, once you enter Hive Island, do not trust anyone, Ace cautioned once more. I'm not that foolish, Yamato retorted defiantly. Just as Long Zaitian was about to continue his introductions, an old acquaintance suddenly appeared. Long Zaitian, big brother, shouted Wu Di from a nearby pirate crew via a din mushy. Captain, it's them. Yamato recognized them immediately. Long Zaitian was equally astonished, pondering the smallness of the sea. How had he encountered Wu Di again? He had met him upon arriving in this world, again after leaving Mihawk S. And now here he was once more. Captain, are they enemies? Kazuki Odin rose, eager to test his new blade. No, merely an old acquaintance. Allow them to approach. Long Zaitian replied with a calm smile. Marco flew over to their ship, exchanged a few words, and soon their vessel drew near. However, Long Zaitian keenly observed that their pirate ship seemed to have been tampered with. I have a question. Who oversees Blackbeard? The captain or Whitebeard? I tend to lean towards the captain. I plan to have Barrett come aboard soon. Otherwise, there are too many officers in the Blackbeard crew and not enough to distribute. Speak, what brings you here? Long Zaitian asked, a hint of irritation in his tone. Had it not been for the absence of GPS in this world, he might have suspected they had placed a tracker on his ship. The pirate world was vast. Why did he keep running into Wu Di? Long Zaitian-sama. Upon meeting, Wu Di rushed towards him, tears streaming down his face. The crew exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about the situation. Long Zaitian, equally perplexed, wished to understand what was occurring. Do not cry. What is the matter? He said, softening his tone and patting Wu Di's shoulder. To some extent, Wu Di was the first individual he had encountered in this world. Captain, stop crying. The crew is still waiting for you to save them. One of Wu Di's subordinates hurriedly approached. Upon hearing this, Wu Di quickly wiped his tears away. Long Zaitian, do you know Diamond Jaws? Indeed, Jaws, Ace, Marco, and the others were momentarily taken aback before crowding closer. What did you say? You have seen Jaws? Marco exclaimed excitedly, shaking Wu Di's shoulder. It is good that you know him. There is a man who calls himself Barrett, and he said that if you wish to see him, you must come find him. If he does not see you within a week, he will kill Jaws and our crew, Wu Di replied, trembling. Barrett? Could it be Douglas Barrett? Long Zaitian pondered, suddenly asking. Yes, that is the name. Wu Di exclaimed, growing animated. This scoundrel indiscriminately destroys vessels. Asking if anyone knows Long Zaitian. Wu Di recounted, tears streaming down his face once more. Ah, Douglas Barrett is searching for me? Long Zaitian was taken aback. He did not recall provoking Douglas Barrett. Furthermore, had not Douglas Barrett been surrounded by the Navy in the film? How had he escaped? What Jaws now? Whitebeard approached. Ah, Whitebeard. Woody's expression shifted dramatically. He always felt fear in Whitebeard's presence. Youngster, I'm asking you a question, Whitebeard said with a stern expression, deeply concerned for his son's safety. Knowing well of Douglas Barrett. If they delayed, who knew what that madman might do? Oh, Jaws seems to be unconscious, but alive, Woody replied, cautious not to speak carelessly in front of Whitebeard, fearing a slap would send him flying. Jaws is fine then. Bista sighed in relief. Indeed, Long Zaitian's lips curled into an unexpected smile. Previously, he had worried about the overwhelming number of Blackbeard's crew, fearing they would lack a numerical advantage. Little did he know that within such a short time, he had obtained a lead on Diamond Jaws. If he could rescue Diamond Jaws, he would undoubtedly join his crew, greatly enhancing their confidence against Blackbeard's pirate crew. It seemed Woody still had some utility. We will discuss this later. First, take us to Douglas Barrett. Long Zaitian grasped Woody's collar, leading him before Ace. This is our helmsman. Do not worry about your ship for now. Just take us there. All right. Woody quickly agreed, gesturing ahead, and soon Ace was heading in the direction Woody indicated. Woody, how did you encounter Douglas Barrett? Long Zaitian asked, intrigued. The other members, through Zefa and Whitebeard, had learned about this individual. We did not know where he emerged from. We were sailing just fine when suddenly a person appeared in the sky, directly stomping a hole in our deck, Woody recounted, still shaken. Before we could react, he asked if I knew Long Zaitian. We feared he was your enemy, so we said we did not know. Subsequently, this madman wreaked havoc on our ship. The crew attempted to intervene, but their efforts were utterly futile. In desperation, they could only declare their acquaintance, lest the vessel be destroyed. Woody, in the midst of his account, paused to glance at Long Zaitian, apprehensive of incurring his wrath. Continue, Long Zaitian commanded, his expression inscrutable. He coerced us to navigate the ship to an island inhabited by numerous controlled pirates. Then, he instructed me to accompany the helmsman to seek you, threatening that if we could not find you within a week, his crew would meet a grim fate. Woody's hands hung limply at his sides, haunted by the terrifying assault of Douglas Barrett, which loomed over him like a persistent nightmare. How long do you estimate it will take to reach Barrett's Island? Long Zaitian inquired. One day, Woody responded immediately. Allow me to pose another question. Lord Long Zaitian, please proceed. I will speak without reservation on all that I know. Woody pledged, thumping his chest earnestly. I wish to know how you managed to locate us. Long Zaitian articulated his lingering curiosity. This, Woody momentarily faltered, glancing at his subordinate. Captain, allow me, stepped forward one of Woody's crew members. Introducing himself. I am Bao Zai, a user of the position fruit. Position fruit? The crew members exchanged astonished glances, having never encountered such a fruit. My ability allows me to locate anything I've touched simply by closing my eyes and focusing. The closer the object, the quicker I can find it. If it is further away, it may take considerable time. The crew collectively gasped at Bao Zai's revelation. Such a power was indeed formidable. If he could touch all the Navy warships, he would possess knowledge of their movements. To exaggerate, if he were to touch every person in the world, he could locate anyone at will. This talent was indispensable to the Four Emperors, as their members often remained in their strongholds. To defeat them, one must separate and dismantle them individually. Thus, knowing their positions became crucial. If one could ascertain the right distance, they could overwhelm the vice-captains and then collectively confront the Four Emperors. Should any reinforcements or troublemakers approach, they could anticipate and retreat in advance. In that moment, the crew's gaze towards Bao Zai shifted dramatically. What do you intend to do? Bao Zai's hair stood on end, retreating step by step. He glared at the individuals before him, who regarded him like ravenous wolves. Lord Long Zaitian, what do you seek from us? Woody sensed the tension and positioned himself protectively in front of Bao Zai. He believed Long Zaitian and his associates intended harm towards Bao Zai, and now, his pirate crew consisted solely of himself and Bao Zai. As captain, if he could not safeguard his last crew member, what honor remained for him as a pirate? After spending considerable time together, bonds had formed. Woody had recently endured the abduction of his crew members, rendering him particularly sensitive to Long Zaitian's actions. I did not realize you possessed such nobility. Wu Di's gesture elevated his stature in Long Zaitian's eyes significantly. In this era, few captains would risk their lives to protect their crew. Most would simply seek replacements, confident in their wealth to recruit anew. Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions towards Bao Zai, Long Zaitian assured, standing firm with a calm smile. Is that truly the case? Wu Di's eyes brimmed with skepticism. I, Long Zaitian, swear that no one aboard will harm Bao Zai. Is that satisfactory? Long Zaitian raised his hand in a solemn vow. Bao Zai's abilities were undeniably formidable. He must be invited aboard. That is a relief. Wu Di exhaled, genuinely worried for his crew's safety. Captain, Bao Zai said, embracing Wu Di's waist, sharing a moment of mutual reliance. Bao Zai, they wept together in a heartfelt embrace, a scene too emotional for the crew to bear. Bao Zai, Long Zaitian interjected. Bao Zai raised his head at the sound. Would you be interested in joining our resurrection pirate crew? Long Zaitian smiled gently. The crew exchanged knowing glances, each understanding his significance. Wu Di's lips moved, poised to refuse, but the gazes of his crew silenced him. Bao Zai stood. His thoughts momentarily derailed. He had gleaned information about the resurrection pirate crew from newspapers. Its members boasted bounties in the hundreds of millions, some exceeding $1 billion. His own bounty was a mere 60 million berries, less than half of the lowest bounty aboard their ship. His initial reaction was one of elation, as being invited by such a powerful pirate crew was an honor. Yet, amid his joy, he recalled Wu Di's recent act of protection. He lowered his head, softly but resolutely declining Long Zaitian's invitation. I apologize, Lord Long Zaitian, but I wish to embark on adventures alongside my captain. Upon hearing this, Wu Di's eyes moistened once more. Do not hastily decline. Once we have rescued all your crew, you may respond to us then, Long Zaitian remarked confidently, having learned much from his years of anime watching and verbal sparring. Very well, Bao Zai lowered his head, likely contemplating Long Zaitian's offer. Long Zaitian glanced at the time. Dinner was approaching, prompting him to urge Bista to hasten to the kitchen. Bista, prepare a sumptuous meal today, Long Zaitian said with a mischievous grin. Oh, Bista paused, then comprehended Long Zaitian's intent. Long Zaitian stepped outside. Marco, Suiyan, please show these two around the ship, Long Zaitian said with a faint smile. No need, we already. Wu Di began to refuse, only to realize that uttering such words might lead to dire consequences. Fine, he ultimately acquiesced. Thus, the two men gazed at their captain, filled with envy. Wu Di was taken aback. Previously preoccupied with matters to discuss with Long Zaitian, he had not observed his surroundings. Now, as they toured the ship, he was astounded by the opulence that surrounded him. The lavish decorations and gold embellishments were commonplace on this vessel. Lord Long Zaitian, from where did you acquire such a magnificent pirate ship? Wu Di cautiously touched the surfaces, fearful of damaging anything and incurring an exorbitant debt. Bao Zai was equally dazzled, transitioning from initial shock to a state of numbness. Acquired? This was all purchased, Long Zaitian chuckled, bemused. Aside from initially robbing your ship, we have not plundered anything else. What? Purchased? Wu Di was unsettled. Could pirates truly afford such extravagant items? This completely subverted his understanding of pirates. Long Zaitian, I comprehend now. Wu Di pondered something. What do you understand? Long Zaitian inquired with curiosity. Did you rob a great deal of money and then purchase it? Wu Di confidently responded. Zefa, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward to assist Long Zaitian with an explanation. This was won by us previously at the Jellyfish Paradise duel arena. Jellyfish Paradise? Wu Di suddenly felt a flicker of recognition at the mention of that name and thought deeply. Oh, that's the one. Yes, it is precisely what you were thinking. How did you accomplish that? Wu Di's face was filled with envy. And then he glanced at the members of the Resurrection Pirates, sighing. Indeed, they are renowned pirates. If they could not achieve this, they would have no face to show themselves. Thus, with his head drooping, Wu Di followed the two as they toured the area. Captain, when can we do this too? Bao Zai couldn't help but whisper in Wu Di's ear. Oui. Wu Di glanced around, self-deprecatingly speaking. We probably cannot even afford their cheapest items. Oh, Baozai ceased speaking, fearing the captain would feel inferior. Dinner is served. Vista bellowed, and the crew rushed toward the dining hall. Captain, Baozai patted his stomach. Their ship's cook had been kidnapped by Barrett, so they had hardly eaten anything throughout the journey. Alas, Wu Di patted Baozai's shoulder. After all, the two of them were not members of this ship. If they were to enter later and had no food of their own, it would be quite embarrassing. What are you standing around for? Go inside. Long Zaitian gently nudged Wu Di. Huh? Before Wu Di could react, he was already taken into the dining hall by Long Zaitian. Sit wherever you like, take whatever you fancy. After Long Zaitian finished speaking, he sat beside Ace. The dining custom was to separate the dishes into small plates, allowing everyone to take what they liked directly in front of them. Wu Di and Baozai walked to the food station in a daze, gazing at the colorful and exquisite dishes, swallowing involuntarily. This. Wu Di was utterly dumbfounded. The cost of this meal was likely greater than the weekly expenses of his own crew. Moreover, the presentation was unlike anything he had ever seen, and the aroma alone was tantalizing. Take whatever you desire. Please do not hold back. If it's not enough, I'll prepare more. That over there is wine. Feel free to help yourselves. Bista chuckled. Whoa, Baozai cried while eating. It was not because he was bullied, but rather because the food was simply too delicious. It was his first time tasting such exquisite cuisine. Both the ingredients and the culinary skills were extraordinary, unparalleled in the world. Gulping, Wu Di raised a bottle of 1982 red wine and blew directly into the bottle. It was divine. Their voracious eating drew the attention of everyone around them. Sulphur Flame leaned against Ace and murmured, "Do these gentlemen not eat regularly?" He found their manner of eating perplexing. Could it be a characteristic of their pirate crew? They certainly appear to be quite hungry. Ace chuckled, simultaneously taking a bite of the meat beside him. We cannot let them outdo us at the dinner table. A peculiar competition ensued. Thus, Ace and Sulphur Flame began their own eating contest. After dinner, everyone reclined on their chairs, savoring the delightful meal. Captain, their food is astonishingly delicious. Baozai licked his lips, having cleared the sauce beside him. Wu Di appeared lost in thought, observing the blissful expression on Baozai's face. Feeling a slight pang in his heart, perhaps it would be best to let him stay here, for that would be the most responsible choice. After dinner, Long Zaitian set aside the matter of confronting Blackbeard and prioritized devising a strategy to rescue Jaws and their crew. Captain, how about we create a diversion? Marco proposed first. This method is worth considering. Long Zaitian nodded. It is not impossible to defeat someone like Douglas Barrett, especially with so many crew members, although it would be somewhat time-consuming. After all, dealing with someone whose power rivals that of the Four Emperors cannot be concluded in less than 4 or 5 days. If we attempt to negotiate with him to release the hostages, that is utterly futile. A war fanatic like him would not simply let go of his bait because of a few words. Therefore, the best approach is to send one person to attract Barrett's attention while the others rescue the hostages. Who is willing to draw Barrett's attention? Long Zaitian scanned the room, asking, I will. Whitebeard stood up without hesitation. After all, this man had just assaulted his son, and he was determined to reclaim his honor. By Xiaojia, I will accompany you. Kazuki Odin also stood up. No need, I will handle it alone. Whitebeard pondered for a moment and resolutely declined. He did not want Kazuki Odin to get hurt, especially since they would still have to confront Blackbeard afterward. Let me go. I wish to witness how formidable he truly is. Kazuki Odin looked at Long Zaitian with pleading eyes, knowing that Long Zaitian was the one to ultimately give the orders. Long Zaitian deliberated and ultimately decided to let the two go together. Newgate, you will draw fire on the island first, and Odin, you will observe from the shadows. If Newgate encounters any trouble, you can step in. Just make sure neither of you gets injured, as we will need you both for the confrontation with Blackbeard. Long Zaitian meticulously instructed every detail, fearing he might overlook something. Captain, you can rest assured. I will handle it. Kazuki Odin confidently assured the captain. Just you? Whitebeard cast a dismissive glance at Kazuki Odin, unsure of his current strength since he had left. Oh, do you want to fight by Xiaojia? Kazuki Odin's fighting spirit surged. After leaving the Whitebeard pirates, he had grown considerably stronger. Gururara, I fear you will feel inferior if you lose. Whitebeard was equally unwilling to back down. When Odin left, he was not at his peak, and he could still send Odin flying back then, just as the two were about to clash on the ship. Long Zaitian quickly stepped in between them. Hold on. If you want to fight, it must wait until after we deal with Blackbeard. Fine. Only then did the two sit back down. Wu Di and Bao Zai, you two can sleep in that guest room. We shall all act together at dawn. Yes. The next day, before dawn, Ace called everyone up. Everyone, we have arrived at the island where Barrett is located. This announcement startled everyone out of their rooms. What the heck, that was so fast. Woody expressed these billets. It took him an entire day to speed from the island to find Long Zaitian and the others. And now, surely, it hadn't even been 12 hours. How could the speed be so extraordinary? All right then, shall we have breakfast first or rescue the hostages? Long Zaitian rubbed his eyes. Let us have breakfast first. Yamato and Ace rubbed their bellies, which were growling again. Rescue the hostages. Although Bao Zai and Wu Di also wished to eat first, the thought of their crewmates shivering in the cold wind instantly dampened their appetites. Other crew members indicated they were flexible. Long Zaitian contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to rescue the individuals first, reasoning that it would not take too long. Thus, the stretched ship anchored by the shore. Disembarking, everyone stealthily traversed the beach. At that moment, Douglas Barrett gazed intently at the sea, having been deprived of sleep for an entire day and night. Yet even in such a state, he was filled with exhilaration at the thought of soon engaging in combat with the revived pirate crew, his blood surging with fervor. However, the pirates under his control fared less favorably, shivering in the cold morning air of the beach. They found themselves pressed awkwardly against the sand, unable to voice their discomfort. Hoping fervently that Wu Di and Bao Zai would locate Long Zaitian and his companions. Suddenly, Douglas Barrett's ears perked up, sensing an overwhelming force within him surge towards the bushes. Who is it? He inquired, bending his legs before launching himself like a colossal cannonball towards the source. Boom! The sand was displaced, leaving a substantial crater on the beach, the thunderous sound awakening all the pirates. What was happening? Was Barrett attacking passing pirate ships again? Uncertain, they turned their gaze towards the commotion. Had rescuers arrived? The pirates, weary of their sun-baked existence on the beach, looked towards that direction with hope, longing for liberation from this dreadful place. Even if it were the Marines, anything would be better than their current plight. Diamond Jaws awoke, pondering which unfortunate soul had caught Barrett's attention this time, and how things were faring for his father and Ace. Gulalala, you found me, Whitebeard exclaimed, standing not far from the deep crater, greeting Douglas Barrett with a smile. Is my son unharmed? Whitebeard inquired, his gaze sweeping across the beach. Oh, are you referring to that fellow who can transform into diamond? Douglas Barrett twisted his neck, dismissing the concern, as that individual was quite resilient and unlikely to perish soon. That's good. If he were to die, you would be in dire straits. Whitebeard chuckled lightly, yet his aura suddenly intensified. Is it just you? Douglas Barrett raised an eyebrow, questioning skeptically. To deal with you, I alone suffice, Whitebeard asserted confidently, focusing on diverting Barrett's attention. Oh, is that so? Douglas Barrett ceased his banter, his right hand darkening instantly as he prepared for combat. Whitebeard employed the Tokyu no Kiri to block while gauging his opponent's strength. Bang! The sharp sound reverberated, sending shockwaves across the beach and stirring up clouds of sand. Look over there, that guy is actually fighting Barrett. The pirates did not cower in fear from the shockwave. Rather, they leaped with excitement. The fiercer the battle, the stronger the newcomer must be, heightening their hopes for salvation. Almost all the pirates turned their attention towards the clash, while Diamond Jaws scoffed derisively. No matter how formidable the opponent, he was still Douglas Barrett, apart from the four emperors or admirals of the Marines. Few could stand against him. Jaws had faced Barrett before and knew well the extent of his terrifying power. That guy was rather tall and muscular. Perhaps he could indeed defeat Barrett. Wait, golden hair. This fellow bears an uncanny resemblance to the Four Emperor Whitebeard. The Four Emperor Whitebeard? Are you jesting? Did he not perish in the Summit War 2 years ago? Brother, have you not read the papers? He has returned. His bounty has soared to 5 billion. Is that true? If it is indeed him, we are saved. The pirates suddenly rose, cheering for Whitebeard. Father, Diamond Jaws gasped, turning to look. Old father. Upon recognizing the distant, golden-haired figure, tears streamed down Jaws' face. He had embarked on a perilous journey, seeking the resurrected father, never anticipating encountering such a madman along the way. Now he had finally found him. Jaws was overwhelmed with joy, as if all his pain had vanished in an instant. Father, he called softly, then gathered his strength to shout, Go for it. Hearing the familiar voice, Whitebeard turned his gaze. Gulalala! Whitebeard laughed amidst his battle with Douglas Barrett. Upon confirming Jaws' safety, he grew serious. He did not wish to lose before his son. Still dare to be distracted? Douglas Barrett's expression shifted as he hastened his punches in anger. Whitebeard matched Barrett's speed, increasing his own tempo while continuously employing Tokyo no Kiri for defense. Their combat resembled a meticulously rehearsed performance, each exchanging blows with neither side gaining the upper hand. However, their expressions revealed that Whitebeard remained composed while Barrett seemed increasingly irate. Meanwhile, Long Zaitian and his companions had stealthily maneuvered to the opposite side of the island. Captain, we have spotted them. He excitedly relayed to Long Zaitian. Indeed, Magunan and Ma Erku, you two remain here on guard. If anything arises, call out. Long Zaitian observed the distant battle, his palms unwittingly growing clammy. The intensity of the fight was overwhelming. This was without the opponents using their powers. If they unleashed their abilities, the combat would likely extend for quite some time. Understood. Captain, Magunan swiftly readied his weapon, aiming towards Barrett's direction. Ma Erku transformed into his phoenix form, poised for rescue. As Long Zaitian and his team stealthily approached, several pirates noticed them. Initially eager to shout, they fell silent upon realizing that these individuals were there to save them. What in the world is this? Long Zaitian approached a pirate, observing his hands shackled by purple handcuffs, bewilderment etched on his face. Captain, their hands are all bound by these things, several others reported. It is Barrett's fruit ability. He has transformed the entire island into his body and is exerting control over it, a pirate explained hastily. What? Long Zaitian exclaimed in shock. Wasn't he currently battling Whitebeard? How could he also maintain control here? As Long Zaitian cast another glance at Douglas Barrett, the latter met his gaze, a smug grin gradually spreading across his face. Captain, this is bad. We have been exposed since we landed on the island. Ace exclaimed urgently. Quickly, you must join Whitebeard to defeat him, or these handcuffs will remain unbroken. The pirates pleaded, bowing in desperation. Having encountered a glimmer of hope, they were unwilling to relinquish it so easily. Long Zaitian, what is the situation? Wu Di sprinted from the rear, previously hesitant to emerge due to the presence of Barrett. After waiting for an extended period and observing that Long Zaitian and his companions remained still, his anxiety grew unbearable, prompting him to rush forward. Captain, what shall we do now? Bister exclaimed, his impatience palpable. He had just checked Jaws' condition and discovered the severity of his injuries, necessitating immediate treatment. Captain, elder brother. A chorus of anxious shouts surrounded Long Zaitian, their voices echoing in his ears. With a grave expression, Long Zaitian inhaled deeply and roared. All hands, prepare to confront Douglas Barrett. If it comes to blows, then let it be. Captain, I have awaited those words for so long. Kogitsu Odin suddenly emerged from an unknown location, launching two swift strikes at Douglas Barrett. Notoriu, Shimi Daikishin. The scarlet blades unleashed a formidable surge of energy, slicing the air as they charged toward their foe. Come on, let's do this together. Douglas Barrett transformed into a dark iron figure, showing no inclination to evade, his legs creating deep imprints in the sand as he soared skyward toward Kogitsu Odin. Boom! 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 The moment Barrett's fist collided with Odin's sword aura, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted, enveloping both combatants. Long Zaitian gathered his strength for a full minute, preparing his ultimate technique, Jianjuwu Jianmin Yeyun Xinggue Yuan. As he charged his attack, the others surged forward. Magnum loaded his Hailu stone bullets, ready to counter Barrett's might. The sea breeze dispersed the white mist, revealing that Douglas Barrett had broken through Kogetsu Odin's sword energy. His fists now poised to strike the twin blades. The clash produced a spine-chilling sound. I told you it wouldn't work, did I not? Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a massive figure appeared beside them. Whitebeard entered the fray, his words directed either at Kogetsu Odin or Douglas Barrett. Upon hearing him, both men felt their tempers flare, veins bulging on their foreheads, provoked by Whitebeard's taunt. Emperor's destruction, though the mockery was evident. The power behind it was undeniable. Whitebeard, without any support in the air, stepped forward, gripping the end of his Yonko-S blade, and swung fiercely at Barrett. Douglas Barrett gritted his teeth, facing two powerful adversaries, the pressure mounting as he reluctantly abandoned his standoff with Kogetsu Odin. He quickly redirected the force of their clash, propelling himself backward to escape the battlefield. Buzz. Whitebeard's strike sent ripples through the air, distorting the atmosphere around him. Clearly, if Barrett had attempted to endure that blow, he would have sustained significant damage. Boom! Barrett returned to his previous position as Kogetsu Odin and Whitebeard landed firmly. Whoosh! At that moment, a purple-haired man, gliding through the air, approached Douglas Barrett at great speed. Yet another formidable combatant had appeared. Though Barrett's fighting spirit remained high, beads of sweat formed on his brow, clearly overwhelmed by the number of opponents. One formidable foe is exhilarating, two sharpen the will, but three is merely a beating. However, it appeared that the three did not intend to join forces, a fortunate turn of events for him. Iron-breaking wind punch, demon form. Douglas Barrett merged his ominous energy with his haki, significantly enhancing both his strength and speed, and unleashed his fist. The powerful shockwave sent leaves swirling across the island. Indeed, Douglas Barrett was worthy of his reputation. Zefa's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as his battle instincts surged to life. "Who are you?" Douglas Barrett exclaimed, thrilled at the sight of yet another strong opponent. "Zefa. Oh, Black Arm. Bang, bang, bang." As time passed, Zefa's attacks gradually fell under the relentless pressure of Douglas Barrett, his speed diminishing significantly. "Is that all you can do?" Barrett taunted, a smirk on his face. "Oh." Zefa's gaze shifted to something behind Barrett. "What?" Realizing the impending danger, Barrett turned just in time to see three blades poised to strike. Kogetsu Odin's Notoryu, Togenjuken, Emperor's Divine Might. Seizing the opportunity while Zefa successfully diverted Barrett's attention, Kogetsu Odin and Whitebeard unleashed a furious assault. A sneak attack. Douglas Barrett swiftly withdrew a hand to defend against the onslaught from behind. Bang! The powerful shockwave sent pirates flying from the beach, and had they not been restrained, they would have soared away. Did we defeat Barrett? The pirates, filled with excitement, scrambled to their feet. Not yet, otherwise these handcuffs would have vanished. Surely, with so many illustrious figures present, it was improbable. Disappointment washed over their faces. Cough, cough. I never expected you to resort to a sneak attack. Douglas Barrett rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. This is bad. He abruptly glanced toward Long Zaitian, who had been charging his power for 55 seconds, ready to unleash his attack. Medium bullet form. Douglas Barrett plunged his hands into the earth, his abilities expanding like a tide. He aimed to merge his body with the ground to form a formidable protective shell against the impending onslaught. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bullet shot forth like lightning toward Douglas Barrett, who was in the midst of his fusion, oblivious to the danger. The tide of his armed color abruptly vanished, revealing Barrett clutching his right arm, glaring at Magnum. Damn it! High loose stone. Douglas Barrett, like a raging lion, yearned to eliminate him. Take this. Due to Magnum's slight delay, Long Zaitian's technique was fully charged. The overwhelming aura compelled Douglas Barrett to take heed. This figure emanated a terrifying pressure, with blood-red currents enveloping the blade. As Long Zaitian wielded Enian Guaji, explosive energy surged forth without warning. Surrounding pirates inexplicably collapsed to the ground. Boom! The 5-meter-high sword energy shattered the earth. Douglas Barrett could only brace himself with his armed color. Nevertheless, given that this was a technique charged for an entire minute, how could it be so easily thwarted? Even the Four Emperors would hesitate to face it head-on. Moreover, Barrett had already expended considerable strength fighting off several opponents. The outcome was evident. Douglas Barrett was driven back several meters, his face a mask of astonishment. "How is this kid so powerful?" Diamond Jaws murmured. "Is this the new captain of Dad's ship?" Long Zaitian gasped for breath, observing the bloodied Douglas Barrett with a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. At this rate, it would not take long to defeat Douglas Barrett. With Magnum's Hylustone bullets neutralizing the abilities of their adversary, he was no match for their combined strength. Galasu Chibalit, in a state of frenzy, directly removed the handcuffs from all the pirates on the island. Due to the vast expanse of this island, he was constantly expending energy. Now, having lifted the restraints, he could wholeheartedly engage in battle. "Wonderful. We have been rescued. Quick, flee. Are you all right?" Wu Di excitedly embraced his subordinates. His crew, equally exhilarated, had feared that their captain might abandon them. "Captain, let us depart." "Wait a moment. Wait for what? If we delay, Balit might come after us. Let Long Zaitian finish his battle." Wu Di resolutely informed his crew. "If it were not for you, I would not have been able to save you." "Very well." The crew reluctantly remained in place, enviously watching other pirates dash towards the forest, likely to construct pirate ships. After all, their vessels had all been destroyed by Balit. If they swam out to sea, they might be devoured by the underwater sea kings. At present, with Long Zaitian delaying Balit, shipbuilding was indeed the optimal choice. "Balit, are you certain you wish to continue fighting?" Long Zaitian had already rallied his crew, surrounding Balit. At this moment, Balit was panting heavily, clearly out of breath. "This fellow truly has thick skin," Ace observed, leaning on his knees, surveying the forest ravaged by his hurricane. He was indeed a formidable adversary. Huajian Bizi glanced at his twin swords, realizing that had he wielded his previous swords, they would have shattered long ago. That man is even more resilient than a minotaur. That he was in a state of frustration, his palms reddened from the impact of the spiked club. If anyone were to express anger on this scene, it would likely be those pirates. After all the effort in constructing their pirate ship, it was now demolished by mere shockwaves. Yet, they dared not voice their indignation. Without their arrival, they would not even know how long they would endure in this wretched place. "Why is no one fighting?" Douglas Balit still wore a smile. Though weary, he was jubilant. "Oh," Long Zaitian pondered aloud. "If that is the case, you can fight alone. We shall take our leave." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for all members of the revived pirates to retreat. Everyone was left in shock. What was happening? Even Douglas Balit wore a puzzled expression. However, the crew understood the situation and promptly exited the battlefield. "Why are you running?" Douglas Balit pursued Whitebeard and the others, confused as to why they were leaving. Were they afraid? Or did they simply look down upon him, not even wishing to fight? Such a notion was a humiliation for him. This was a battlefield. Did they intend to be cowards? Whitebeard rolled his eyes. "This is not a battlefield. Besides, what does winning change? It won't yield any spoils, and I'd only be left with injuries. Now that everyone is rescued, there is no need for further skirmishes." As the others continued to flee, Douglas Balit's fury ignited, and he contemplated utilizing his devil fruit abilities. However, he cautiously glanced in the direction of Magnum. Noting that the young lad had not forgotten to aim at him while escaping, he refrained from acting recklessly. "Kazuki Odin, are you also going to be a coward?" Upon realizing he could not provoke Whitebeard, Douglas Balit redirected his ire towards Kazuki Odin. "Oof. Do you think I'm a mere child?" Kazuki Odin retorted, raising his middle finger. "You." At this moment, Douglas Balit's composure shattered. After finally encountering some worthy opponents, they fled after just a few exchanges. He felt as though he were suspended in mid-air, eager to continue the fight. Yet they ignored him. Although Douglas Balit had accelerated to his utmost, he could not catch up to them, likely due to his injuries. "Damn, these fellows." Douglas Balit glanced towards the direction of their escape and spotted a pirate ship anchored not far away. That must be their ship, if he could destroy it. Would they not have to continue battling him? With that thought in mind, Douglas Balit quickened his pace. "Balit, do you desire to fight?" Long Zaitian discerned Douglas Balit's intent and called out to him. Just as he was about to destroy the stretchy, he halted his fist. Long Zaitian and his group ambled towards Balit. "Do you wish to defeat everyone to prove yourself as the strongest in the world?" Long Zaitian gazed intently into his eyes. Indeed, Douglas Balit crossed his arms, perplexed by the unfolding events. Then we shall all surrender, and you can proclaim that you have defeated us. Long Zaitian spread his arms and sighed. That will not do. I must defeat you through sheer strength. Douglas Balit suddenly grew anxious. He was a warrior. A victory must be earned honorably. Such a hollow triumph was not worth having. Then strike us, and we shall not retaliate. That should suffice, correct? Long Zaitian replied with a calm smile. Captain, he immediately panicked, realizing that if they did not fight back, they would surely be killed. No, we must engage earnestly. If I win, I will let you go, Douglas Balit asserted, positioning himself in front of the others. Long Zaitian, undeterred by danger, approached his side. We are soon to engage in battle with the Blackbeard pirates, so we cannot fight you now. If you are not in a hurry, you may board our ship, and after we finish with Blackbeard, we shall fight. Long Zaitian paused at that point. You may fight for as long as you wish. The rest of the crew was alarmed by their captain's proposition. Was he inviting Douglas Balit aboard? If such a dangerous individual were to join them, what chaos might ensue? Ace, Marco, and the others immediately objected. Captain, is this really wise? Before they could finish, Douglas Balit delivered a shocking declaration. Fine, I hope you keep your word. With that, Douglas Balit, his expression grim, leaped onto the ship, leaving everyone wondering what he was thinking at that moment. Captain, do you truly intend to let such a perilous figure aboard? Ace questioned, shaking Long Zaitian. Captain, are you not worried he will dismantle my ship? Luyan echoed, fear evident on his face, having already recognized the man's formidable strength from their earlier confrontation. Enough. I have made up my mind regarding this matter. Long Zaitian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unperturbed. If Douglas Balit proved beneficial, he might even assist in vanquishing Blackbeard. However, the risks were nearly equal to the potential rewards. Long Zaitian, just as Long Zaitian and his crew were preparing to board, shouts emerged from the forest. Turning around, Long Zaitian saw Wu Di and the others. They hurried over, getting straight to the point. Long Zaitian, are you truly allowing Balit to board your ship? What of it? It's nothing. Wu Di began to say something, but hesitated as the others were listening. Long Zaitian, I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Wu Di declared, patting his own chest. Very well. Although aware that they could not offer substantial aid, he responded with a smile. Baozai, have you truly no interest in joining our ship? Long Zaitian inquired, glancing at Baozai, who bowed his head in reply, fearing to displease him. No, I still wish to embark on adventures with the captain. No worries. You're always welcome to join our ship whenever you wish. Thus, Long Zaitian and his companions welcomed the new crew aboard. What future adventures awaited them remained uncertain. Captain, be cautious. Just as Long Zaitian stepped onto the ship, Douglas Barrett's fist surged toward him, slicing through the air like the scythe of death. Long Zaitian exhibited a moment of surprise before his countenance settled into tranquility, hands clasped behind his back. Mastering the art of nonchalance, he awaited the inevitable impact. Meanwhile, the surrounding crew members, unable to reach the captain in time due to their distance from Barrett, closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought of their captain being marred. After a fleeting few seconds, the absence of sound prompted several to cautiously open their eyes, revealing Barrett's fist mere inches from Long Zaitian's face. Had he not retreated, it would have been evident that Barrett had intentionally held back. Though Long Zaitian maintained an impassive facade, he felt the sweat trickling down his back. Fortunately, his handsome visage remained intact. Otherwise, as the Pirate King, he would find it exceedingly difficult to seek a companion. Impressive. Douglas Barrett snorted in fury, eager to test whether his opponent would strike back. If he did, it would justify Barrett's desire to continue the brawl instead of remaining on this wretched ship. However, his opponent proved to be unwilling to retaliate, rendering any victory hollow. Sneak attacks were the tactics of the weak. True strength commanded respect. Following Barrett's departure, the other crew members approached with concern. Captain, are you truly going to allow this dangerous individual aboard? You should expel him, or your handsome face will eventually be at risk. Indeed, Captain, your face is the most handsome in Blue Star, a rarity born once in a billion years. Losing it would be a tremendous loss for China. No one is watching, so allow the author a moment of self-admiration. Long Zaitian touched his own handsome face, acknowledging the validity of their words. Nevertheless, he yearned to take a gamble. Winning would elevate him to Pirate King, while losing would cast him as a mountain bandit. Let us proceed as we must. We have a fierce battle ahead, so everyone must be well rested. With everyone in peak condition, the author could fill 100 chapters just battling Blackbeard. Marco, please attend to Josu's injuries. As for Barrett, I will inquire about his thoughts on the Black Troop. Thank you all for your hard work today. Rest early. With that, Long Zaitian patted Josu's shoulder, indicating that they would converse once he had healed. Thank you. Josu contemplated before uttering those two words. Clearly, convincing him to accept another as captain was no simple task. Long Zaitian approached Barrett's room, which Barrett had chosen at random. Father, Diamond Josu, finding himself alone with his former companions on the deck, could no longer maintain his composure. Father, Marco, Ace Bista. Marco and Bista embraced Josu, and the three wept together. Once proud commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, now scattered to the winds, some even lost to time. Thus, encountering one another was a rare and precious occurrence. Josu, why are you weeping like this? Whitebeard chuckled, joining the embrace. Indeed, you are still the captain of the 3rd Division. Ace patted Josu's sturdy shoulder. All right, I shall not weep. Josu wiped his tears, restoring his usual stoic demeanor. Bista, have you acquired a new sword? After the weeping subsided, Josu smiled once more, sensing the strength his brothers had gained. Yes, this was a gift from our captain, Bista exclaimed, displaying his new weapon with enthusiasm. Captain, father, do you truly consider that fellow your captain? Josu's expression soured. He revered strength above all as a pirate. Gulalala. What is it, Josu? Do you believe Long Zaitian unworthy of the title? Whitebeard inquired, fully aware of his son's sentiments. No, I merely feel you would be more suitable as captain. Josu quietly expressed his thoughts. Josu, I must responsibly inform you that our captain's prowess has advanced remarkably. Before long, he may surpass even father. Bista spoke with sincerity. That is impossible, Josu retorted, for in his eyes, Whitebeard was the strongest man in the world. Even Roger paled in comparison. Bista is not mistaken. I can feel the captain's rapid advancement. It is only a matter of time before he surpasses me. There is no hiding that. Whitebeard gazed towards Barrett's room. This, Josu struggled to comprehend, yet he trusted his father's judgment. Had it not been for the strike he witnessed Long Zaitian deliver to Douglas Barrett, he might have doubted the lad's capabilities entirely. Josu, focus on healing. Once you recover, we shall seek out Teach to settle the score. Marco declared resolutely. Agreed. I shall ensure Teach pays dearly. Josu vowed fiercely. Boy, what brings you here? Do you wish to challenge me? Douglas Barrett lay on the bed, casting a glance at Long Zaitian by the door. No, I shall not engage you until we have defeated Blackbeard. Long Zaitian replied with a smile. Then what is your purpose for entering? Barrett removed his ear coverings, turning his back to Long Zaitian. I wish to inquire if you have any interest in joining us to confront Blackbeard. Long Zaitian asked nervously, bracing himself for rejection. Barrett offered no reply, leaving Long Zaitian uncertain if he had drifted asleep. With no response, Long Zaitian felt compelled to remain, standing idly as he awaited Barrett's words. Those scoundrels are hardly worth my efforts. Barrett sneered dismissively. Long Zaitian pondered, recognizing that Barrett was indeed entitled to such a statement. His mastery of hockey could effortlessly engulf the Black Troop. Very well, I comprehend your choice, yet I have a request. Speak. Long Zaitian turned his back to Barrett, opening the door to the room. Rescue Shanks and his crew. Rescue those defeated fools? Barrett scoffed mockingly. Defeated fools? Long Zaitian chuckled lightly. Trust me, you could never defeat their entire crew. Without waiting for Barrett's response, Long Zaitian firmly closed the door. Ah, defeat me? Ha! Barrett's maniacal laughter echoed across the deck. Captain, are you all right? Upon hearing the sound, Dave poked his head out and inquired. Long Zaitian shook his head, reassuringly stating, Do not worry, I am unscathed. He produced 2 vials from his grasp, a serum and a panacea. Perhaps these 2 concoctions were intended to counter Blackbeard and his crew. Long Zaitian returned them to his pocket. As dinner time approached, this time, without Long Zaitian's prompting, Bista proactively prepared several additional dishes. As the saying goes, to retain crew members, one must first capture their appetites. Considering that Douglas Barrett had yet to indulge in any culinary delights, it was possible that Bista's meal would lead to his surrender. Dinner is served. We're coming. Everyone took their seats in turn, with the new member Jaws sitting beside Marco. Hey, Bista, when did you become the chef? Jaws was astonished to discover that the ship's cook was his good brother, who had never been seen cooking before. Do not mention it. If you had tasted the captain's cooking, you would understand. Whitebeard began, but stopped mid-sentence, feeling a fierce gaze upon him. Long Zaitian was aggressively gnawing on a piece of meat, firmly fixated on Whitebeard. What about you? Jaws inquired, savoring his friend's culinary skills. Nothing, just eat. Whitebeard feared that Long Zaitian might, in a fit of anger, reclaim the position of ship's cook. Amidst the laughter and chatter, Long Zaitian noticed Barrett's absence. Is Barrett not here? He asked, and instantly, all conversation ceased. Captain, he should still be in his room. Bista pointed toward the adjacent chamber. All right, Bista, bring me a large piece of meat. They stood up. Captain, do you wish to? Fear not. All is well, just eat. Long Zaitian chuckled as he accepted the sizable chunk of meat from Bista. Knock, knock, knock. Long Zaitian opened the door to find Barrett lying motionless in the same position he had left him. This is dinner, if it is insufficient. The kitchen is right next door, just ask Bista. Having said that, he did not wait for Barrett's response and left once more. After a while, Douglas Barrett turned his body and glanced toward the door, only to find no one there. He walked quietly, leaving no sound on the floor. Picking up the plate of meat, he thought of Long Zaitian's face and without hesitation, devoured it. This meat is quite delicious. What did he say, Captain? Bista asked curiously. I do not know. He left as soon as I set it down. Perhaps you should inquire? Long Zaitian replied with a smile. Forget it. I dare not. Bista had already imagined himself being dragged by Barrett by his ankles, swung around repeatedly. Ha ha ha. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, Douglas Barrett entered. In an instant, the entire dining area fell silent, with only the three heavy drinkers continuing their indulgence. Talp, talp, talp. Barrett wore a serious expression, as if others owed him meat. He approached the serving table and leisurely stated, Bring me some meat. The others looked at him in shock, surprised that he had truly come. Long Zaitian chuckled in the corner, realizing this tactic was quite effective. It seemed he would need to procure more meat in the future. However, the current expenses were substantial, likely beyond the means of an ordinary pirate crew. Just buying meat alone could cost 400,000 to 500,000 berries a day. Well then, Bista seemed unprepared for this scenario and hurriedly retrieved a large piece of meat from the pot. Should I cut it? No need, just give it to me. All right. Thus, Douglas Barrett left with a plate of meat. However, upon passing a liquor cabinet, he paused. Barrett, feel free to take some wine. Long Zaitian observed his intent. As Barrett's gaze remained fixed, Barrett nodded, employing his devil fruit ability to merge the liquor cabinet onto his back as he exited. Damn it. I still wanted a drink. Whitebeard exclaimed, immediately slamming his hand on the table. Barrett, put down the wine. Zefa joined in. One can lose a fight, but one cannot be without wine. Douglas Barrett cast a glance behind him as he continued to push the door open. How infuriating! Whitebeard, in anger, crushed the wine bottle in his hand and grabbed the nearby Tsongyun Chia, ready to engage in a brawl. Calm down. There is still another liquor cabinet nearby. Do not be so petty, Whitebeard, Long Zaitian soothed. White Zaiji, we could simply raid Blackbeard's place. They must have plenty of wine. Kazuki Odin's face flushed slightly as he added, Fine. Under the persuasion of so many, Whitebeard relented. In the backyard of Marineford, Blackbeard had grown increasingly audacious, seemingly intent on confronting the resurrected Whitebeard. He appeared to be following in the footsteps of Rox. If this continued, chaos would inevitably ensue. Should intervention be pursued, or allow the pirates to handle it themselves? Perhaps it would be best to let Sakazuki deal with it. Sakazuki? I believe it is wiser to let CP0 handle it. I concur. It is preferable for CP0 to intervene, recalling how Sakazuki managed the situation with Ifernalis. As everyone recalled the moment they were scolded by Lord M, they instantly felt enraged. The current strength of the Navy was wholly inadequate to uphold peace upon the seas. Must that be employed? Do not use it. Do not resort to it until the very last moment. After all, it is only a half-finished product, and we are unaware of the side effects. Alas, it is truly unfortunate. If that individual had not betrayed us, do you regret sending him to the moon? I do not regret it. After all, that individual would not serve the government, so keeping him would be of no use. Mother, are we waiting for Kaido here? Charlotte Katakuri leaned against the wall. Of course. This shows our sincerity. Big Mom felt a tinge of displeasure, recalling her tumultuous journey to Kaido's Onigashima, which was fraught with challenges. From being kicked off a waterfall by King to being provoked by Queen, and finally arriving only to be disrupted by the Straw Hats. How is the security preparation around? No one is to disturb us. Big Mom glared at Perispero. Rest assured, Mother, I have prepared everything. Perispero answered nervously, praying internally that no one would cause further trouble. That is good. Big Mom nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, a colossal blue dragon was swiftly traversing the sea, creating waves to assert its presence. Mother, he has arrived. Soon. The two great sovereigns confronted each other. Linlin, your island is still smaller than my Onigashima. Kaido transformed into his human form and approached. Well, this is merely a crossroads. I am merely waiting for you here. Big Mom laughed heartily. After a meal, everyone gathered on the deck to continue discussing matters regarding Blackbeard. Jaws, would you like to join my crew? Long Zaitian inquired with a gentle smile. Although he already knew the outcome in his heart, he still hoped for a response. After all, only when the other party spoke would his system be informed. All right. Chaozi readily agreed without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring another crew member and receiving a reward of 1 lottery chance. I will not use it. Welcome aboard, Chaozi. Long Zaitian opened his arms and embraced Chaozi. From now on, we shall be comrades in arms. Marco cheered excitedly from the side. You must not lag behind. Vista laughed heartily as he patted Chaozi on the back. Rest assured, I will not be outdone by you. Now, let us continue our discussion regarding Blackbeard. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere on the deck grew serious. Long Zaitian first informed Chaozi of their previous positions. There are still 6 individuals remaining. Jizhasabagisi, Lafitte, Saint Juan Wolf, Bacchus Choate, Abelo Pizarro, and Moonlight Moria. After speaking, everyone glanced around. They had 6 individuals still unaccounted for. Long Zaitian, Whitebeard, Ace, Sulphur Flame, Bista, and the new member Chaozi, while Barrett would most likely not participate. However, they needed to designate one person to confront Blackbeard, so theoretically, they were short 1 member. Who will face Lafitte? I will, Captain. Chaozi stood up, eager to prove himself, as he had just boarded the ship and intended to showcase his strength. Chaozi, let me handle it. Bista also rose. This fellow likes to use hypnosis techniques. I believe I am more suited for this. I can harden myself, making it impossible for him to attack. Chaozi retorted defiantly. Trust me, Captain. I am undoubtedly a better fit than Chaozi. Bista insisted, piquing the curiosity of the crew as to why he was so adamant about confronting Lafitte. There is no particular reason. It is purely coincidental. Long Zaitian chuckled and acquiesced. He had seen Bista practicing fiercely with his sword in the dead of night, presumably preparing for this battle. Chaozi exhaled in frustration and plopped down. Abelo Pizarro, I will. No, let me. I was the first. Surprisingly, Ace and Sulphur Flame both set their sights on him simultaneously. You two should play rock, paper, scissors. Observing the ongoing dispute, Long Zaitian finally devised a relatively fair method. Very well. It shall be Ace. Yay! Ace exclaimed, raising his arms in triumph. Darn it, then I will go next. Sulphur Flame was anxious. The remaining opponents had relatively low bounties. If he were to win, it would not be a glorious feat to boast about upon returning home. If his father discovered he had remained inconspicuous for 6 months, he would surely be the laughingstock of his nation. Then Bacchus Choate is yours? He is a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Agreed, I shall take him. Sulphur Flame accepted the image of the person, noting his drunken appearance. It should be manageable. Jizhasabagisi, Saint Juan Wolf, and Moonlight Moria, Chaozi. You must choose one of the 3. Chaozi contemplated and chose Moonlight Moria. Now only Long Zaitian and Whitebeard remained without opponents. Newgate, Long Zaitian looked towards Whitebeard, and everyone else followed suit. Machal de Teach. Whitebeard stated calmly. What a coincidence. I too wish to confront him. Long Zaitian smiled faintly. Captain, let me handle him. I wish to end this myself. Whitebeard remained composed, yet an aura of intensity began to emanate from him. Newgate, I know you are eager to eliminate him, but I believe you will ultimately hesitate. Why would I hesitate? If I could, he would not have survived the war on the summit. Whitebeard, as your captain, I command you. Saint Juan Wolf is entrusted to you. Whitebeard, Saint Juan Wolf of Hive Island sneezed. If necessary, you may also deal with Jizhasabajisi. Saint Juan Wolf beside him also sneezed. Whitebeard, Jizhasabajisi rubbed his nose. Has the weather truly turned cold? Observing the dim expression on Whitebeard's face, Long Zaitian approached him. I will defeat Blackbeard and leave you a breath to finish him off. If you are unable to do so, I shall take matters into my own hands. Whitebeard slowly raised his head, meeting Long Zaitian's resolute gaze. Finally, he revealed a gentle smile. Very well. Thus, the Blackbeard pirates have been thoroughly accounted for in their plans. Sabo, what did the captain say? Keela followed behind anxiously. He had just been summoned by the captain for a conversation, and she suspected he had been assigned a mission. The captain is truly something. Sabo's body has yet to recover. Oh, it is nothing. Sabo turned his head slightly, smirking. He did not intend to deceive Keela. But if he revealed the matter, she would undoubtedly be extremely worried. Captain Long had just ordered him to lead the Revolutionary Army to Hive Island immediately. The specifics of the mission would be conveyed by the undercover agent there. Sabo quickly realized that a fierce battle awaited him. After all, he would be facing one of the Four Emperors Blackbeard. Moreover, he was the very one responsible for the death of his sworn brother. This grudge must be avenged, no matter the cost. However, he was acutely aware of his physical condition. His injuries had not yet healed. If he did not rest adequately, the forthcoming challenges would be arduous. Yet, if he waited until he fully recovered, Blackbeard would undoubtedly have already orchestrated many more schemes. His recent defeat of the red-haired pirates had shocked the entire world. If he did not act swiftly, unforeseen events would surely arise. Sabo, stop lying. Keela's tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Why do you always keep things from me? Keela was both angry and heartbroken. Sabo immediately became flustered, as he could not bear to see a girl cry. Please, don't cry. Sabo looked towards the distant Haku, his eyes pleading for help. However, Haku glanced over and turned away without a moment's hesitation. Sabo scanned the surroundings, discovering that everyone was either turning away from him or pretending to be occupied elsewhere. Keela, shall I tell you the truth? Finally, in resignation, Sabo had no choice but to rely on himself. All right, but you must promise not to deceive me again. Keela's expression shifted in an instant, her eyes curving into crescent moons. If it were not for the tear stains still lingering on her face, Sabo might have doubted his own perception. The captain has instructed me to visit Hive Island, where a contact will inform me of the mission. Sabo whispered into Keela's ear. What? You were to go? Keela's anxiety peaked, her voice involuntarily rising, but Sabo quickly covered her mouth with his hand. This mission is one I must undertake. Sabo gazed resolutely at Keela, hoping she could understand his determination. Keela forced a smile. I understand. It is because of Ace, isn't it? Keela's eyes reddened once more, though this time it was genuine sorrow. She knew what Sabo was about to face. Moreover, one could sense that Sabo would not shy away, as if his heart were pierced by a needle, and he could barely hold on to Sabo's hand. It felt as though, in the next moment, the other party would release him and depart. Kula kept her head lowered, making it difficult for Sabo to discern her expression. However, from the trembling of her body, it was evident that she was distressed. Was she worried about herself? A wave of warmth flowed into Sabo's heart. He gently pressed his lips together and firmly embraced Kula. As the warmth of Sabo enveloped her, Kula's sobs gradually diminished. Please don't cry, all right? Sabo tenderly stroked Kula's head, reminiscent of how she comforted him when he was injured. After a while, Kula's crying ceased. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, raising her head abruptly and colliding her nose forcefully against Sabo's. Sabo winced in pain. instantly releasing his grip and clutching his nose. Kula, wanting to say something, rushed forward in concern upon seeing Sabo's pain. "Are you all right, Sabo?" "I didn't mean to." Her face was filled with remorse, as she had not anticipated Sabo's proximity. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, akin to a freshly bloomed lotus. It's fine. Sabo touched his slightly sore nose, having not expected Kula to look up. "Sabo, is your nose all right?" "It's fine. That's good." A sudden silence enveloped the two. After a long pause, Kula slowly spoke. "Sabo, may I accompany you?" Like a forsaken pup seeking its master, a blend of fear and stubbornness radiated from her, as if to declare, "Even if you do not take me, I shall go regardless. I must consult the captain first." Sabo's heart was resolutely opposed, yet he could not bear to refuse, thus invoking the captain to dissuade her. He understood the perilous nature of their journey and wished for Kula to remain unentangled. If he were to meet an unfortunate demise, at least Kula and the captain would still be alive, keeping hope alive for the overthrow of the Tenryubito. "Oh." Kula drooped her head, knowing without inquiry that the captain would surely disapprove. "The captain has agreed. Haku sudenu interjected, startling Sato." "Really?" Kula's immediate reaction was one of elation at the captain's supposed consent. "Of course." Haku exclaimed joyously. "I just mentioned it to the captain," and without a moment's hesitation. He agreed. How could this be? Did the captain not comprehend the dangers involved? Sabo gritted his teeth. "Well, I truly appreciate it." He was frustrated that Haku had not come to his aid earlier when he sought help, and now appeared just as he was about to refuse Kula. Haku, thinking Sabo was expressing gratitude, whispered conspiratorially, "Brother, no need to mention it," while raising an eyebrow, indicating his comprehension. Sabo's temper flared. Did this fellow truly grasp his meaning? Yet Kula was now dancing with excitement, likely oblivious to anything Sabo might say, were it not for his understanding of the people within the Revolutionary Army. Sabo might have doubted Haku's sincerity. What on earth was the captain thinking? Sabo murmured, "Sabo, we are to act together from here on." Kiskivi Koloantai embraced Sado, fulfilling her wish to stand by his side. "Captain, I see an island with a skeletal structure." Magwan shook his bell, and the crew seemed to turn their gazes toward him. A massive rock skeleton castle loomed on the island, standing as the most prominent structure for miles around, undeniably eye-catching. Magwan continued to monitor the situation while the others prepared to infiltrate. Long Zaitian pondered various strategies for landing on the island, but ultimately discarded each one. Approaching the island could provoke suspicion from the enemy. In such a scenario, they would likely face not only the officers, but also a horde of minor adversaries and cannon fire, which could deplete their resources and jeopardize future endeavors. Thus, discretion was paramount. If possible, they would prefer to blend in unnoticed, catching the adversaries off guard. Long Zaitian instructed everyone to wait, as they might soon encounter a pirate ship under Blackbeard's command, making infiltration a simple task. Half an hour later, his expectations were met as a pirate ship soon appeared behind them. "Marco, take Zefa and deal with them. The captain will remain, and the rest." Long Zaitian made a gesture across his throat. Marco and Zefa nodded in agreement. After Marco departed, Kogitsu Mitsuki wore a peculiar expression. "Captain, why can't I go?" Long Zaitian glanced at his sword sheath. "I fear you might accidentally dismantle the ship, and then we would have to wait." "How could that be?" Kogitsu Mitsuki feigned indignation, though there was indeed a thrill within him, a desire to cleave the ship and test the limits of his new blade. Nevertheless, he managed to hold back. "By the way, has everyone refrained from drinking?" Long Zaitian surveyed the surroundings, especially focusing on Whitebeard and Kogitsu Mitsuki. "No, Captain. That's good." Long Zaitian was concerned that they might drink and cause complications. "Captain, I have something I wish to discuss with you," Kogitsu Mitsuki stammered. While drinking was off the table, everything else was open for discussion. Long Zaitian gazed into the distance, attentively listening to the unfolding battle. "I wish to visit Wano after this battle." Kogitsu Mitsuki expressed his desire. Although news of Wano's founding had already made it to the papers, time had elapsed, and he could not help but ponder, wishing to see how Momonosuke managed Wano and the former Akazaya 9. Due to the world government's involvement, news of Wano's subsequent downfall had not yet surfaced. leaving Kogetsu Mitsuki and the others unaware. Long Zaitian contemplated for a moment and decisively agreed, for after dealing with Blackbeard, there would essentially be little left to confront. Very well, we shall accompany you to Wano. Long Zaitian was also curious about how Wano had developed over time, and he could procure a few resources while there. After all, sea prism stone bullets were exceedingly costly. Perhaps Kinemon and the others could spare them some. Captain, Marco and Zefa approached in their pirate ship. Long Zaitian reached the door of Douglas Bullet's cabin and knocked several times. We are preparing to confront Blackbeard. After a brief pause, with no response from within, Long Zaitian turned and followed everyone aboard the opposing pirate ship. If Sabo were to perish, would you all kill me? The resurrection pirates were positioned at the 7 o'clock location of Hive Island, precisely at the island's port. Hive Island boasted 2 ports, one at 7 o'clock and the other at 2 o'clock, lying almost in opposite directions. Long Zaitian worried that the St. Regius would attract the attention of other pirates if docked there. Thus, he instructed Ace to steer the ship to a concealed corner. After all, there were numerous precious items aboard, and one could not be certain that even the Navy would not be tempted upon sight. Of course, this was but one reason. Another concern was that if a skirmish ensued, the resulting destruction could obliterate all vessels within 100 miles, given the Battle of the Yonko. However, Long Zaitian likely had no way of knowing that they were not the only ones heading there. Many others were also making their way to this location. Long Zaitian assigned a task to Douglas Barrett, yet the timing of its execution remained uncertain. Moreover, it was unclear whether Barrett would be able to locate Hive Island. After completing these arrangements, Long Zaitian, along with the crew, boarded the pirate ship. The crew disguised themselves once more and, ensuring they could not be recognized, set sail toward the harbor. They managed to extract a wealth of information from the former captain along the way. Row faster, you lot. A man donned in a red and white jester hat, adorned with a white skull painted on his forehead and a red nose, frantically directed his subordinates. Hurry up. None of you wish to return to Impel Down, do you? Then put in all your effort. The jester, Buggy, occasionally glanced back, as if a ferocious beast were in pursuit. A sensuous and graceful woman displayed a worried expression, exclaiming, "Damn it, how did I end up encountering that old man?" Yalata observed her crew, all diligently rowing, yet their speed remained insufficient to outpace the pursuing warship, prompting thoughts of writing a farewell letter. Why is it that every time I'm with you, we encounter such misfortune? Yalata vented her frustration at the captain. What are you standing there for? Come and help row. Buggy, seemingly having produced a paddle from thin air, thrust it into Yalata's embrace and commanded her to assist. Why don't you go? She retorted. As the captain. Why should I? Captains are exempt from rowing, of course. As their argument escalated, Mr. 3 raised a wall of candles between them, interjecting, "Stop arguing. Can't you see the pursuers are closing in?" Upon hearing this, both turned to gaze behind them, spotting the dog-headed warship merely a kilometer away. Instantly, they abandoned their quarrel and began to row in unison. If the pursuer had merely been an ordinary vice admiral, they might have offered some resistance. But behind them was the Navy hero, Carp. Resistance seemed futile. They had never anticipated that after escaping one vice admiral, they would be pursued by another, far more relentless. The initial encounter was marked by a barrage of cannon fire that obliterated their ship's propulsion system. Thus, the buggy pirates had no choice but to revert to the most primitive method of propulsion, manual rowing. However, they achieved a remarkable feat. They moved faster by hand than their previous automated means. All crew members exerted themselves to the utmost, furiously rowing. Even a lion, Leaky, contributed, indicating the dire stakes they faced. "Captain, there's an island ahead," exclaimed the beast tamer Machi, pointing. Without a moment's hesitation, Buggy shouted, "Everyone, put in more effort. Let's head for that island to take refuge." Although they understood that safety on the island was not guaranteed, it was preferable to being exhausted at sea and captured by Carp. The buggy pirates were currently at the 11 o'clock position of Hive Island. Upon hearing the captain's orders, the crew endured the soreness in their arms and continued to row vigorously. "Vice Admiral Carp, that pirate ship ahead seems to be possessed," one sailor remarked after calculating the distance between the two vessels, addressing Carp, who lay in a reclined position. "What is the matter?" Carp asked languidly, donning an eye patch. He had previously incapacitated the ship's propulsion system, so it was surprising they were still in pursuit. The sailor sheepishly replied, "That pirate ship is rowing manually. We may need to pursue for a while longer." What? Carp, having served for many years, found this revelation astonishing. He removed his eye patch and rose to assess the situation. Upon observing the distance between the two vessels, he paused in disbelief. Carp questioned the sailor. "Have they been rowing manually since I fell asleep?" "Indeed, they have been rowing for 2 hours," the sailor admitted, his head bowed in shame. "Truly, they are formidable." Being one of the 7 warlords, Carp murmured, before waving his hand, "Continue the pursuit. Let us see how long they can endure." However, Carp suddenly glanced elsewhere, a look of shock crossing his face. "Where are we now?" he inquired urgently. "I'm not sure. We've been chasing the ship ahead." The sailor scratched his head and then turned to follow Carp's gaze, his expression paling. "What is that?" "Kap Sigid. Ah? It's been a long time since I visited this place." He then settled back into his reclined position, saying, "Cease pursuit. That S-Hive island ahead. The territory of Blackbeard." "But," the sailor hesitated, but upon witnessing Carp's serious demeanor, he swallowed his words. Carp was reluctant to provoke Blackbeard, as he was the sole vice admiral aboard, with the rest of the crew being inexperienced and lacking combat capability. A reckless pursuit could incite Blackbeard's crew's wrath and spark a conflict. Carp closed his eyes and resumed wearing his eye patch, unwittingly conjuring Ace's smiling visage in his mind. He then turned around and resumed the chase. Just as the warship adjusted its course, Carp's voice rang out. No one knew if Carp was speaking in his sleep. "Vice Admiral Carp," the sailor attempted to caution him, but seeing Carp's resolute expression and the eye patch cast aside onto the recliner, it seemed as though he would personally plunge into the sea if they did not pursue. Thus, the sailor reluctantly commanded the ship to turn around and continue the chase. The buggy pirates initially sighed in relief upon seeing Carp change course, believing they had escaped. They all set down their paddles, but before they could celebrate, Carp redirected the ship again. Buggy and the others were left bewildered, hastily grabbing their paddles once more to flee. "Captain, look at that island!" Kabaji exclaimed, suddenly recognizing it. "Isn't that the territory of Blackbeard featured in the newspaper before? Surely, they could not be that unfortunate." Buggy quickly flipped through the newspaper from a few days prior, comparing it meticulously before tremblingly confirming, "It truly is Blackbeard's domain." As the words left his lips, the entire crew fell into a daze. With the 4 emperors ahead and the navy behind, what were they to do? They had boasted about throwing a party at Blackbeard's place, but now it seemed they were truly headed there. "Captain Buggy, what shall we do?" The crew turned to Buggy, for he alone could guide them to a miraculous escape. After all, he had once shouted at Whitebeard, threatened Shanks, and broadcasted the Marineford War live. Buggy's red nose quivered slightly, and after a moment of steely resolve, he declared, "Let us go to the island." If forced to choose between Blackbeard and Carp, he would undoubtedly opt for Blackbeard. After all, they were both pirates. Perhaps they could collaborate against Carp. Once on the island, there might still be a glimmer of hope for freedom, whereas being captured by Carp would mean a lifetime of imprisonment. The thought alone filled Buggy with dread. "The captain is mighty," his subordinates shouted, fervently rowing. In their eyes, Buggy was on a quest to confront the 4 Emperors Blackbeard. "The great Buggy is indeed extraordinary. Vice Admiral Carp, they are making their way toward the island." A sailor urgently reported. "I understand. Continue the pursuit." Carp's expression darkened, as if he had staked his very life on this confrontation. "Vice Admiral Carp, are we truly?" The sailor gazed at the increasingly imminent island, his face pale. "This is the rhythm of preparing for battle with the 4 Emperors Blackbeard. New recruits. Once I set foot on the island, you are to leave immediately and pay no heed to my presence." Rear Admiral Kapu addressed the sailors. "Rear Admiral Kapu, what are you planning to do?" The sailors were visibly alarmed. Kapu did not respond, but continued, "When the time comes, remember to relay a message to Advisor He and Sengoku. Just say I." Before Kapu could finish, a voice interrupted him. "Kapu, what are you intending to do?" The voice emanated from a din-din mushi held by a sailor. It turned out that when Kapu mentioned turning back, everyone sensed something was amiss and hastily contacted Sengoku. Although this action was somewhat overstepping authority, they could not afford to be concerned about that at the moment. You bunch of brats. Kapu was taken aback and feigned anger, saying, "Who allowed you to make that call?" Before Kapu could finish reprimanding, the voice on the other end unleashed a torrent of curses. "Come on, you old fool. What are you planning? You intend to confront Blackbeard, huh?" The Den Mushi reflected Sengoku's uncontainable fury. "I am not." Kapu was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what excuse to offer. "Kapu, I warn you, if you dare to do anything foolish, I will not spare you." Sengoku's voice softened considerably. He understood Kapu. The more he scolded him, the more it might provoke his emotions. At this moment, a few gentle words could persuade him. "Sengoku." Kapu took the Den Mushi from the sailor and paused for a moment before speaking slowly. "Sengoku, when Ace perished, I did not intervene. Now that he has been resurrected, he will undoubtedly seek out Blackbeard. I do not wish to endure such pain again. Do you understand?" Kapu's expression was devoid of emotion, his spirits seemingly lost. On the other end, Sengoku fell silent. However, the sound of his breathing indicated he was still present. After a long while, Sengoku gently said, "Kapu, return for now. We shall discuss this together. I will also summon little He. There must be a way." Kapu shook his head. "This is my affair. I do not wish for the Navy to be embroiled in it. I merely intend to approach Blackbeard in the capacity of Ace's grandfather. Of course, if that fails, I may have to resort to reasoning with my fists." Sengoku became anxious, exclaiming in anger, "Kapu, you better come back alive. Otherwise, I..." Sengoku's word were left unfinished as Kapu abruptly pressed the Den Mushi off. Simultaneously, he cast a serious glance at the surrounding sailors. "Once I land on the island, the rest of you must leave immediately. Disobedience will be dealt with according to military law." The sailors now understood that Kapu was resolute, and even Sengoku could not deter him. "Bururu." The Den Mushi rang again, but under Kapu's warning gaze, the sailor hesitated to answer. "Today's matter is my decision alone. It has nothing to do with you all. If the higher-ups inquire, just place the blame on me." Kapu stretched his muscles, preparing for the impending battle. There was still half an hour until High Violent. At Naval Headquarters, after being abruptly disconnected, Sengoku was infuriated and rushed to Marshal Sakazuki, recounting the situation regarding Kapu. "Oh, let him go." Sakazuki replied coldly, while puffing on a cigar. "Sakazuki, what do you mean by that?" Sengoku glared at Sakazuki, who appeared utterly unconcerned, and slammed his hand on the table. "Isn't it a good thing that Rear Admiral Kapu is willing to confront pirates?" Sakazuki exhaled a puff of smoke. "Are you mad? Are they just ordinary pirates? What can be done? Haven't you already tried to stop him? Did it work?" Sakazuki sneered. "With Rear Admiral Kapu's strength, even if he cannot obliterate the entire Blackbeard pirates, he can at least take down a few pirates. Isn't that beneficial for our Navy?" Sengoku's eyes widened in fury as he retorted, "Sakazuki, where do you place the lives of the Navy?" Sakazuki, somewhat irritated by Sengoku's reprimand, snapped back, "Sengoku, understand your current position. I am the Marshal. The Navy exists to eradicate pirates. As long as we can eliminate them, sacrificing lives is not unusual, is it? As long as we can defeat pirates, fallen sailors will be honored, and their families will take pride in them." Sengoku disagreed with Sakazuki's perspective. "You are trading the lives of the Navy for the sake of pirates. If you continue down this path, the Navy will inevitably perish." Sakazuki scoffed. "If the sailors were strong enough, they would not die." Sengoku was rendered speechless by Sakazuki's words. This was a clear manifestation of a warmonger, willing to pay any price to eradicate pirates. He did not even regard the lives of his comrades, all in pursuit of a goal. This was the very reason Sengoku had not chosen Akainu initially. If such a person were to become marshal, the Navy would eventually be wiped out by pirates. The Navy is limited in number, whereas the pirates are not. A one-for-one exchange would surely result in the Navy's defeat. However, he could do nothing at present. Kapu would not heed his advice, and the marshal was unwilling to dispatch reinforcements. He could only seek out advisor He for solution. For the first time, Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness, a sensation he had never experienced even during the Marineford War. At the 12 o'clock position of High Violent, an ordinary pirate ship lingered on the sea. Boss, how much longer do we need to stay here? A tall, muscular man with a shaved head peered through a telescope at the island. This man was Daz Bonus, a user of the superhuman type, quick/fruit. What? Are you getting impatient? A hoarse yet familiar voice emanated from the chair. The domineering demeanor of a slicked-back hairstyle and a distinctive golden hook identified him as the first warlord to fall, Crocodile. Still reading the news as usual. Boss, are you certain that Whitebeard and the others will come here? Mr. One inquired skeptically. After all, the red-haired pirates have been defeated by the Blackbeard pirates. So Whitebeard and his crew would likely not engage with them in the near future. However, what they might not realize is, or rather, all forces at sea remain unaware of the fact that Zefa and Kazuki Odin have been resurrected. Crocodile calmly replied, "You underestimate Whitebeard. That man will not easily forgive those who harm his family." Crocodile pondered for a moment before adding, "Even those who betray their family are no exception." Mr. One, listening to the tongue-twisting dialogue, felt somewhat confused. Nevertheless, he knew that trusting the boss was always the right choice. They had been in this area for 3 to 4 days, during which time they had sunk countless pirate ships. Suddenly, Mr. One thought of a question. "Boss, what if Whitebeard and the others do not pass through here?" Crocodile lightly coughed. "That suggestion is quite good. Do not mention it again." Crocodile had previously assumed this was the only port since he saw many pirate ships coming and going. However, after Mr. One's reminder, he suddenly realized he had not fully surveyed the entire island. What if this island has 2 ports? Wouldn't they be waiting in vain here? Sakovar promptly roused one of the captured crew members, threatening him with a sand blade. How many ports does Hive Island possess? The bewildered pirate, driven by the instinct for survival, hastily replied, 2. There are 2 ports. Mr. Yi, Shakalokudar, I have waited in vain. Shakalokudar coughed lightly and delivered a punch that rendered the pirate unconscious. He surmised that Baihuja and his crew might come to confront Fuhujuk today, so he deliberately left one port open for their safe entry. When the inevitable clash occurred, they could seize the opportunity to ambush and defeat Baihuja. Thus, he proposed heading to the other port. Shaka was determined not to lose face before his subordinates, feigning calmness. He had already concocted a rationale. If Baihuja and his crew were absent from the other port, it would merely indicate their arrival in the coming days. He refused to believe that Baihuja would truly spare Heihuja. Mr. One stared in awe. "Boss, you're truly wise." At the 2 o'clock position of Hive Island, Chalakar Mihoku arrived aboard a coffin ship. Upon receiving the news of Hongfa Shinkaku defeat at the hands of Iwutu, he was momentarily stunned. The usually composed Chalakar Mihoku experienced rare emotional turmoil, unable to regain his tranquility. Hongfa Shankus had been his rival for many years and his only friend, even without engaging in swordplay over recent years. He could not fathom how Eihujer could have triumphed over Shankursu, especially with Shankursu and his crew united. Chalakar found himself questioning the authenticity of the news. Was it a ruse by the world government to gauge reactions? Regardless of its veracity, he felt compelled to witness Shankaku defeat with his own eyes. However, he was quite perturbed by the persistent warship trailing him, despite having previously warned them with his sword. It had proven futile. He had never encountered the rear admiral before, but the man's strength left a lasting impression on him. A user of the ability to transform one's body into rock. Intriguing, Chalakar Mihoku amused. Days prior, he had reached his limit and had struck backward with his sword, expecting to cleave the pursuing warship in 2, a scene he had envisioned numerous times. To his surprise, a massive stone wall suddenly appeared before the vessel. Although his sword energy sliced through the wall, its presence diminished the impact significantly, allowing the rear admiral to block the blow with his arm clad in haki. This was indeed unexpected for Chalakar Mihoku. The adversary, with silver hair and ice-cold eyes radiating an aura of chill, appeared robust yet unremarkable. Yet this individual instilled a sense of danger in Chalakar Mihoku. Having previously ventured into the range of the enemy's cannon fire, he noted that the other party refrained from firing and deliberately created distance. They maintained a consistent gap without retreating further. Confounded by the warship's intentions, he resolved that since they posed no immediate threat, he need not take action. If they enjoyed following, so be it. When he reached Hive Island, the warship could serve as a decoy, drawing fire away from him. Chaka's purpose for visiting Hive Island was unequivocal: to meet the fallen Shang Kursu and then depart. Should Shang Kursu truly have been defeated by there would be nothing more to say. He had no intention of aiding Shang Kursu or confronting Ava in these waters. Only the strong held sway. Yet deep within, Chalakad Mihokura refused to believe Shang Kursu could fall so easily. Otherwise, he would feel that his earlier life had been in vain. Shang Kursu, do not disappoint me. Tangyang Zhongjiang, we are approaching Heihuzu's territory. Should we proceed? A soldier reported promptly. Do not engage. Maintain our distance, Tang Yang replied coldly, gazing ahead at the small vessel. Bihokura is certainly a formidable opponent, but that only adds to the intrigue, he mused as he licked his lips. Since Chalakar Mihokura's destination was Hive Island, it was likely related to Shang Kursu. He speculated that Chalakar Mihokura aimed to rescue Shang Kursu, given their profound bond. However, whether Dahujuk would permit this remained uncertain. Thus, a fierce battle was anticipated, and he planned to seize the opportunity to join the fray. As for his own safety, he had previously been concerned about such matters before obtaining the but now he felt no such trepidation. Tang Yang possessed the ability to burrow into the earth, allowing for strategic maneuvers. While he might be at a disadvantage at sea, on land, he possessed strength rivaling that of the Yonko. Oh, what about the soldiers on board? Perhaps they should serve as fodder. If they perish, no one will know of our actions here. When I emerge victorious, all credit will belong to me, ensuring my rise in the Navy. He thought, dreaming of a future where he would attain renown equal to that of a naval hero, paving his way to usurp the position of Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. At that moment, the soldiers aboard the warship remained blissfully unaware that they had become pawns in this scheme. Maintain distance, Tang Yang commanded coldly to the soldiers. Yes, they replied in unison. Meanwhile, at the 2 to 3 o'clock position of Hive Island, over 1,000 nautical miles away, aboard the Wanli Yingonghao, the crew had only just received the news of Shang Kursu defeat at the hands of Ahuzur due to certain circumstances. A solemn silence enveloped them. They had just learned from their captain, Lu Fei, Hongfa Shang Kursu was his guiding figure. The straw hat that Lu Fei always wore was a gift from Shang Kursu. Shang Kursu had promised to reunite with Lu Fei once he had grown stronger. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, Shang Kursu had fallen to Upon first hearing the news, Lu Fei was consumed by a surge of rage, nearly losing his composure. Fortunately, with the support of his crewmates, he gradually regained his calm. They were now deliberating their next steps. Lu Fei, are we truly going to confront Heihuzi? Chaoba asked anxiously. They had just reviewed the bounties of the entire Hoju crew, and they were significantly outmatched. Lu Fei did not respond, but nodded firmly. If Ahujur could defeat Shang Kursu, then his intentions were likely far more sinister than merely imprisoning him. However, our current strength. Bu Lukura expressed his concerns. Lu Fei, this battle is crucial. You must think carefully. Narmeri emphasized repeatedly, knowing that a loss would lead to dire consequences. After all, Lu Fei's brother had been handed over to the Navy by What transpired afterward is well known to all. This is my affair. Please refrain from following me. Luffy lowered the brim of his hat and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Usopp immediately leaped up in anger. Luffy, what are you saying? We are comrades. We have faced countless situations together. Haven't we overcome them all? Sanji also expressed his discontent. It was you who invited me aboard initially. How can you abandon us now? Zoro, with an air of excitement, remarked, That swordsman from Shiryu seems quite formidable. I am truly looking forward to it. The blade Enma in his hand seemed to resonate with Zoro, imparting its strength to him. Ladies and gentlemen, Luffy had a premonition that his actions might jeopardize the lives of all his friends aboard. Yet, he could not quell the turmoil within himself at the thought of not rescuing Shanks. Jinbe chuckled. I left Big Mom's crew to join you. You cannot abandon me now. Very well. Let us together vanquish the Blackbeard pirates. Luffy gazed at his companions, feeling invigorated. Nami glanced at the nautical chart. We will likely need 3 more days to reach our destination. The game pirates are situated at 6 o'clock from Hive Island. It appears quite a number of guests have arrived. Demon is currently conversing with the Den Den Mushi. If any members of the Rocks Pirates were to see him, they would undoubtedly recognize him as the one who once delivered a message aboard the Rocks ship and even defended against Rocks' attack. Do not let them perish so easily. My subjects still require testing. You are truly bothersome, an experiment that has been ongoing for 50 years without fruition. Demon retorted impatiently, swiftly distancing the Den Den Mushi from his ear. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. If it weren't for my rescue, you would have perished long ago. A roar erupted from the Den Den Mushi, so loud that everyone aboard halted their activities. Once the individual on the other end grew weary of shouting, Demon brought the Den Den Mushi back to his ear. You nearly exhausted me with your tirade. The voice on the other end gasped for breath. Let us agree on this. I will provide you with the test results. After that, should any issues arise, do not seek me out again. I have no time for that. The voice paused for a few seconds. Agreed. Then it is settled. Do not go back on your word. With a click, after ending the call, Demon stretched, having awaited this moment for several days. He finally saw the main characters approaching. It appears conducting experiments in front of so many witnesses is indeed a challenge. Demon scratched his head, pondering why he could not have met his end sooner. Had he done so, he would not now be coerced into daily testing. The final guest has arrived. Sabo, we are nearing Hive Island. Look over there. Kira pointed towards the skull-shaped island. Yes, Kira, I'll reiterate. Sabo attempted to remind her once more, only to be unceremoniously interrupted. I know, once we land, I will follow your lead. No wandering off, no causing trouble. Kira pouted, having repeated this admonition countless times since their departure. My ears are nearly calloused from hearing it. Very well, I'm glad you understand. Sabo continued observing through his telescope. His brows furrowed, as if signaling that something significant was about to unfold. Whether it would be a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. However, the likelihood leaned towards misfortune as they were heading to Hive Island, a place where good fortune was hardly expected. Where's the informant now? Sabo inquired once more about Haku's status. He is currently at the watchtower on the western side of Hive Island. Haku responded. Is the informant reliable? Sabo unconsciously expressed doubt. Fear not. This is not our first endeavor. Haku could see that Sabo was exceedingly tense, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Would you like some cold water to calm your nerves? Haku retrieved a bottle from a nearby cabinet. All right then. Sabo accepted it and drank eagerly. This time is unlike our previous journeys to Dressrosa or Mariewa. The danger is at an all-time high. Where's the informant now? Just after finishing his drink, Sabo asked again. Haku was growing weary of answering. He also took a bottle of cold water for himself, feeling fatigued from their conversation. Sabo, what troubles you? You've never been this anxious before. Kira inquired with concern. I am unsure. My heart is inexplicably racing. Sabo placed a hand on his chest. Kira placed her hand over his. Thump, thump, thump. Kira's expression changed. Sabo, why is your heart racing so fast? This is beyond mere anxiety. It's about to explode. Let the battle commence. Baji, how many pirate crews allied with us yesterday? Marshal D. Teach lounged with his legs crossed, swirling a glass of red wine, exuding an air of relaxed confidence. Captain, 20 pirate crews pledged allegiance to us yesterday, 7 of which are quite capable. I have permitted their immediate integration, leaving the remainder for your discretion. Giza's Baji stood respectfully at his side, reporting the situation. Excellent. Let them all join. Those weaker crews can serve as the vanguard. Marshal de Teach looked artillerie, satisfied. After defeating Red-Haired, I sensed that numerous pirate crews would join us, so I preemptively constructed an additional new port. Oh, how astute the captain, huh? Giza's Baji took a moment to comprehend what Teach meant by the vanguard. By the way, what has Kazan been up to lately? Marshal D. Teach suddenly recalled him. Giza's Baji glanced around and then leaned closer to Teach's ear. Kazan has been frequently venturing underground. He is likely in discussions with Shanks. Captain, should we not? Do not stir up trouble. We cannot afford to provoke Kazan. Marshal D. Teach interrupted sharply, his expression darkening. Understood. You may leave. Inform the brothers to heighten their vigilance. I have a foreboding sense of unease. Marshal D. Teach drained his glass of wine. After Baji departed, Marshal D. Teach reclined on the sofa, rubbing his temples. So bothersome. Although to outsiders he appeared as a formidable Yonko, with the largest number of pirate crews under his command, he was acutely aware that many of those crews were infiltrated by other factions. Furthermore, even those closest to him harbored thoughts of rebellion. There was no need to mention Kazan. Teach had always remained cautious around him. Shiryu of the Rain was also a precarious factor. Having recently taken a violence against his own subordinates, should he eliminate them all, Teach might very well be next. Bacchus Choate appeared perpetually intoxicated. Yet, Teach remained oblivious to his true thoughts. He could not believe that Bacchus had come aboard merely to indulge in drink. As for Abelo Pizarro, he incessantly spoke of usurping the captaincy. No one could discern whether he spoke truthfully. However, based on Teach's past experiences, it was highly probable that he would strike when Teach was at his weakest. The final individual is Yueguang Molia, who was coerced into joining through force. However, he is the weakest among the five, rendering it unnecessary to expend energy on him. It seems imperative to bring down another of the four emperors to solidify one's own strength. Marshal de Teach Sigid, acknowledging that his ambition to dominate the entire world necessitates a considerable journey ahead. Captain, we are nearing our destination. Ace cautiously steered the pirate ship, gradually approaching the port. The harbor of Fengshao Island was already crowded with pirate ships, revealing the unexpected number of individuals seeking to ally with Blackbeard. Fortunately, they arrived today. Had they waited a year or two to confront Blackbeard, the outcome would have been uncertain. Upon disembarking, everyone should maintain a low profile. We shall commence our actions once we locate our respective adversaries. Understood. On the lookout tower in the southwest, Fan Aoka was observing through a sniper rifle. What brings you here? He inquired of the man behind him. Nothing much. The captain has recently prohibited me from indulging in slaughter, Shirlu complained while puffing on a cigar. My hands have been itching for action. It's merely a matter of dispatching a few more individuals. Fan Aoka continued to survey the area with his sniper rifle, and without turning his head, he remarked, "You have already taken down 2 pirate crews yesterday. If this continues, we shall have few left for you to slay. You know well how my blade craves blood. Is it the blade, or you? Is there a difference?" "There is." Fan Aoka suddenly aimed his rifle at a pirate crew. "Is there something amiss?" Shirlu keenly observed that Fan Aoka's expression had shifted. "Which pirate crew is that?" "The flying aircraft pirate crew. Merely an insignificant band of pirates," Fan Aoka replied. Shirlu glanced at their flag and dismissed it with disdain. "Are you certain?" Fan Aoka scrutinized the child aboard their ship. Could there be something unusual? Shirlu took another look. The crew of 10 could almost be described as exceedingly incompetent. Is it merely an illusion, or is that child deliberately watching me? Fan Aoka disengaged the safety and prepared for a potential shot. The boy he referred to was indeed Magnum. "Oh, can he truly observe you from such a distance? Intriguing. Should I go and test this?" Shirlu grasped the underlying implications of his words. "If they perish, do not place the blame on me. I am merely speculating." Fan Aoka ceased observing Magnum and redirected his attention to other pirate crews. Long Zaitian quietly asked, "Magnum, what are you watching?" "Captain, I have identified my target." Magnum replied fiercely, "Hold on. Let us formulate a plan once we are all ashore." Agreed. Magnum began to observe discreetly, wary of being recognized and jeopardizing the team's strategy. "Hello. Which pirate crew do you belong to?" "The flying aircraft pirate crew." "Do you possess any proof?" "None." "Very well. Please queue to the right." Following the instructions, Long Zaitian moved to the side. "Captain, something feels off." "What do you mean?" "We lack proof. How can we gain entry?" "It appears Blackbeard requires substantial fodder, allowing all manner of individuals to enter." Long Zaitian's insight illuminated the peculiar behavior of the crew. "That makes sense," Ace nodded. "However, this could work to our advantage. More people facilitate our actions. Once we defeat the officers, we can blend into the crowd and escape." At that moment, Shirlu activated his invisibility fruit, stealthily approaching Long Zaitian and his companions. If they were indeed members of the flying aircraft pirate crew, they could not evade his blade. Shirlu slowly drew his sword, aided by his fruit's power, rendering it invisible. Long Zaitian and his crew furrowed their brows, sensing an ominous presence nearby. However, at Long Zaitian's signal, they feigned ignorance. Could Fan Aoka have made an error? Shirlu gripped Raijin, inching closer. Captain, what should we do? Kazuki Odin suppressed the urge to draw his sword, recognizing the clear intent of their adversary. Curse it! Have they recognized us? Long Zaitian remained uncertain whether Shirlu was testing them or attempting an assassination, thus opting for the most cautious approach. Odin, you shall engage first. The rest disperse and seek your targets. Understood. Shirlu detected no abnormalities, stealthily positioning himself behind Long Zaitian. Noticing their expressions remained unchanged, he began to doubt Fan Aoka's judgment. Oh well, I'll just let him take the fall later. Shirlio's gaze gradually reddened, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips, as if the Grim Reaper were brandishing his scythe. Long Zaitian and his crew felt a chilling aura from behind, silently counting down, ready to spring forth like bullets to pursue their targets. Kazuki Odin's hand slowly inched toward his sword. Exhale. Inhale. Their breathing synchronized remarkably. Shirlio's arm bent, and in an effort to remain concealed, he refrained from utilizing his haki. Kazuki Odin closed his eyes, employing his observation haki to anticipate Shirlio's movements. Shirlio's eyes glinted with a cold light, and his arm swung swiftly. Clang! No familiar spray of blood erupted. Instead, the jarring sound of metal clashing echoed sharply across the tranquil island. Run! Long Zaitian roared, and the crew's speed matched the urgency of his voice. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 10 crew members remained in place. This sudden turn of events startled Shirlu. It's over. Fan Aoka was indeed correct. There's certainly a problem. Before he could report the situation, the recoil from Raijin in his hand struck him. What is this? Kazuki Odin in that instant drew Kinemon to block the attack. A confident smile graced his face. This supreme sword was truly effective. It surpassed even Enma. Enma, chatter, crack. Shirlu, unwilling to be outdone, increased his strength. His formidable muscles were well concealed beneath his garments. Indeed, he was the legendary malevolent swordsman, possessing considerable skill. Kazuki Odin's face lit up with long-lost excitement. It had been ages since he faced such a formidable swordsman. He ceased to conceal himself and drew another blade, a mono habakiri, with a sudden surge of power. He shattered the deadlock between them. Kazuki Odin swiftly retreated a few steps, adopting a stance. The might of his opponent filled him with unparalleled elation. Shirlu expelled the cigar from his mouth, revealing his form. Invisibility requires substantial energy. Short durations are manageable, but prolonged use is best avoided. Thus, it was unnecessary at present. At least Shirlu believed the opponent before him was merely a nuisance, not yet warranting the use of his fruit's abilities. Moreover, he had sensed that the flamboyantly dressed man could draw his sword and intercept his attack in an instant. This indicates the prowess of one's abilities, perhaps rendering them utterly untraceable in the eyes of their adversaries. Who are you? Shirlio inquired with a hint of curiosity. He recognized all renowned swordsmen in the world. Yet this individual, wielding dual blades, left him with no recollection. However, that white blade appeared somewhat familiar, though he suspected he would struggle to recall its significance in the immediate future. Let us speak after you have bested me, you nefarious swordsman. The immense mushroom atop Kogitsu Odin's head would surely draw immediate recognition if it were not for its lack of embellishment. Thus, the crew meticulously attended to this detail, transforming his originally flat hair into a cylindrical shape with the assistance of Ace's whirlwind. Consequently, even if Momonosuke were to appear, he might not be easily recognized. Ah no, I meant the deceased Momonosuke. Defeating you? Shirlio erupted into a chilling laugh, perhaps the most humorous remark he had encountered since his release from prison. At present, he had yet to encounter anyone he could not kill. The aura of the thunderstorm in his hand seemed to affirm its master's words, its deathly presence wafting through the surrounding crowd like a gentle breeze. The pirates around them turned their gazes, for the commotion they stirred was far too conspicuous to go unnoticed. Who is that with the cylindrical hairstyle, daring to fight on Hive Island? truly oblivious to their own mortality. Did that fellow not understand that dueling was prohibited on Hive Island? Yet it appeared not to be a private duel. That individual across from him seemed to be Rayleigh. Goodness, this lad is as good as dead for daring to confront a cadre of the Blackbeard pirates. Is there nothing that can be tolerated? Must one resort to violence, clearly courting death? This group of pirates had heard whispers of Shirley's peculiarities and felt a twinge of sympathy for Kogitsu Oden, who was rumored to slay numerous pirates daily to quench the thirst of his beloved sword. If there was anyone these passers-by pirates feared most, it was Rayleigh. After all, while others could converse amiably, he was an exception, for one could never predict when he might draw his blade. Due to the rapid escape of Long Zaitian and his associates, the spectators failed to notice them, mistakenly believing Kogitsu Oden had drawn his sword against Shirley in honor of his fallen comrade. Fanaoka also took note of the situation. Just as he intended to draw his weapon, his kin Bunchika Haki alerted him to an imminent threat, compelling him to crouch down. The next moment, a bullet whizzed past the very spot where he had been standing. Fanaoka's eyes widened in realization that an enemy had invaded. Recalling the recent events, he suddenly thought of that child. Could it be him? To test his judgment, he quietly removed his hat, placing it atop a wooden stick, and slowly raised it. Bang! The bullet had been fired from the 6 o'clock position. With his vast experience, Fanaoka quickly discerned the enemy's location. He hurled his hat aside and leaped in another direction. If the sniper's position were revealed, remaining stationary would make him an easy target. Ultimately, Magunang was still inexperienced. He focused solely on the hat's direction, thus missing the opportunity to eliminate Fanaoka. Although he felt a pang of regret, he quickly adjusted his mindset. He did not wish his emotions to jeopardize the team's operations. As long as he could restrain the shooter, the other members would have no further concerns. Yamato and Ace sprinted toward the western side of the island. That direction seems to lead to Sabo. Whitebeard and Zefa ran eastward. The remaining members all ventured into the central castle, aiming directly for the heart of the matter. With Kogitsu Oden capturing the attention of numerous pirates, the actions of the other members remained concealed. Meanwhile, Shirley and Fanaoka were preoccupied with each other, thus unable to promptly report back to their captain. "Prepare to deliver your last words," Shirley declared, charging toward Kogitsu Oden, seemingly unwilling to grant him the opportunity to respond. "Previously, when I suggested eliminating Sabo, you all wished to confront me. That infuriated me, prompting a rewrite. Let the three brothers venture forth together." A ruse. Kogitsu Oden remained silent as his arms transformed into an inky black, twisting at a 180-degree angle to gather momentum. Knight's Embrace. Shirley launched an attack devoid of extravagance. A simple yet perilous vertical slash. The blade's trajectory was accompanied by an intangible, dark aura. The technique was straightforward, yet executed with blinding speed. As Shirley raised the thunderstorm, the two stood approximately 7 to 8 meters apart. A second later, Shirley had closed the distance, the thunderstorm mere centimeters from Kogitsu Oden's head. A smirk began to form at the corner of his mouth. This strike was not something one could easily parry with mere steel. The surrounding pirates were momentarily stunned, marveling at how swiftly Shirley had traversed the distance. The immediate reaction from all pirates was to assume this fellow was doomed. Shirley's intent to kill loomed like an impending winter, instilling fear in all who bore witness. "Slaughter is an exquisite feast," Shirley remarked nonchalantly, as if rehearsing this moment had become second nature. He would be the centerpiece of this grand banquet. The murderous energy of the thunderstorm intensified. "I refuse." Kogitsu Oden's eyes widened, radiating a fierce crimson glow, a tempest of unparalleled ferocity enveloping his sword. The clash of the golden Lin and Tian Yu's feathered slash reached an electrifying crescendo. The momentum of both blades rivaled that of the thunderstorm. The realm's fierce tiger slays the divine. A frenzied power erupted from within Kogitsu Oden, intertwining with the pressure of his sword, manifesting as a blood-red rampaging tiger. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. Kogitsu Oden's furious tiger seemed on the brink of confinement, thrashing wildly. Upon witnessing the fierce tiger, Shirley's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. This was no ordinary swordsman. To unleash such formidable might at such a close range, and within a fleeting moment, this was a figure he could not possibly overlook. Furthermore, he possessed Haushika Haki. Who could he be? Intrigued, Shilio realized he must first withstand this assault. The two forces collided explosively between them. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding air was thrown into disarray by their onslaught. The fierce tiger confronted the malevolent spirit. One light, one dark, creating a stark contrast. The ground beneath their feet was instantaneously shattered by the chaotic blade energy. This shockwave pushed back the surrounding pirates, some even needing to drive their weapons into the ground to stabilize themselves. Who was that fellow with the cylindrical hairstyle? How could he possibly contend with Rain Shilio? This is utterly terrifying. Alas, he must meet his end. After all, this is Blackbeard's territory. This group of pirates engaged in whispered discussions amidst the swaying winds, seizing every opportunity to speculate. Fanaoka, as a professional sniper, could not resist glancing toward Shilio. An ominous premonition suddenly welled within him. Could they be members of the resurrected pirate crew? After all, they were familiar with most other factions, yet the resurrected pirate crew remained an unpredictable variable. No one could guarantee what kind of monstrosities they might bring back to life. Just as Fanaoka was lost in thought, a resounding gunfire echoed from the massive boulder behind him. This is bad. He attempted to pierce through the rock. Fanaoka hastily dropped to the ground, realizing that his presence had been detected by the adversary. He crawled backwards inch by inch. A deafening gunshot echoed through the air, and suddenly, a bullet hole manifested in the rock beside him. Cursed be this ammunition. Its power is astonishing. Fanaoka's pupils dilated. This was solid rock measuring 30 centimeters thick. It had been pierced through with just 2 shots. He glanced back swiftly, relieved to find ample rocks behind him providing cover, allowing him to engage in a tactical standoff with his opponent. Meanwhile, Momonosuke was not particularly pleased. Although he had firmly locked onto Fanaoka, the fact that his foe still drew breath posed an unpredictable variable. Both sides were unaware of the other's ammunition count. Typically, a sniper would not carry an excessive supply of bullets, rendering each one exceedingly precious. Momonosuke had already fired 4 shots, and he knew he must exercise caution henceforth, refraining from shooting recklessly. The chaos stirred by Gun had also disheveled his hair, yet his position on a small hill provided him some security for the time being. While observing, Gun suddenly recalled the hockey potion the captain had given him. One hand remained steady on the sniper rifle-esque scope while the other fished the vial from his pocket, placing it in his mouth. Should an ambush occur, he would crush it immediately, granting him hockey for self-defense. If no danger presented itself, he would return it to the captain. He was reluctant to owe too many favors to Lung Zaitan. Momonosuke had resolved that once Lung Zaitan dealt with the Heihuzu Zaitan, he would quietly depart. After all, his purpose for boarding was to eliminate Fihuta. Once the task was complete, he saw no reason to linger. Dakaesu also heard the tremendous noise behind them. Yet they were too preoccupied to ponder deeply. Suddenly, Gu halted, the sounds of conflict ahead urging him to tread cautiously. How could there already be a skirmish in their absence? Could it be yet another group harboring a grudge against the Eihuzik? 10 minutes prior, the Bajan and Sabo's revolutionary army had simultaneously arrived, their ships obscured by a reef, thus preventing them from spotting one another. Baji and his crew were the first to disembark, dashing ashore in haste. Meanwhile, the lookout tower to the west had been vacated by the revolutionary army's informant, who remained oblivious to their presence. This informant mistakenly assumed Baji and his crew were dispatched by the revolutionary army, utilizing a pirate vessel as a guise. Hence did not raise the alarm and continued to await Zefa's arrival. As Sabo and his comrades landed and encountered the informant, they immediately inquired about their mission. It turned out the revolutionary army's objective was to resify Shinkurtho. He could not die yet. Despite the overwhelming challenge, Sabo and his companions steeled themselves for action. Upon landing, Baji's crew inadvertently stumbled upon Katolina Daipong and Abalo Pisalo. The two officers immediately recognized the notorious Baji, mistakenly believing he had come to ally with them, and approached to greet him. However, Baji misinterpreted their intentions, thinking they were there to apprehend him. and thus changed direction to flee, heading straight towards the Revolutionary Army. This unexpected flight left the two officers momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their wits and realized that Baji's crew had come to cause trouble. They commanded their men to pursue furiously. Meanwhile, Sabo and his comrades heard the commotion caused by Baji and turned to investigate. "Why is your friend attracting attention?" the informant asked, frowning. "He is not my friend," Sabo replied emphatically. "Do you know him?" he inquired of those behind him. Everyone shook their heads, indicating unfamiliarity. The informant was left bewildered, exclaiming, "Is he not part of the Revolutionary Army?" Sabo responded sternly, "We're the only Revolutionary Army here. The captain assigned me sole responsibility for this mission, so there cannot be any other revolutionary soldiers present." "Happy New Year," one of Baji's subordinates queried, confused. "Why are we running? Aren't we here to take down the Thuong?" Hahaha. Previously, Baji had concocted this rationale to save face before his subordinates. A chill ran down his spine as he glanced back at the Voodoo officers, exclaiming in panic, "This is a tactic you wouldn't understand." His subordinates gazed at him with wide eyes, marveling. Indeed, Baji Dajong is always thinking differently. Undoubtedly, Baji's strategy was to lure the two officers to a secluded area to deal with them before delving deeper to ultimately eradicate the Zaitan. It was essential. Had Baji Dajong not been disinterested in the position of his own, he would have ascended to that rank long ago. Feigning calm, Baji remarked, "It seems my followers truly understand me." As he observed his subordinates idolizing him, the expressions of Wuchi and Kabani shifted dramatically. "Hey, there's a limit to boasting." Yarlitar approached Baji, rolling her eyes, and whispered, "What do we do now?" Baji scanned his surroundings, suddenly catching sight of Sabo and his group, which sparked an idea. "Let's seek out the Revolutionary Alliance." "What?" Yarlitar's face reflected utter confusion as she looked at Baji. She hesitated, pondering, how could the Revolutionary Army be here? Meanwhile, the revolutionary soldiers, now donned in their disguises, noticed Baji and his crew approaching and assumed they had been compromised. Thus, they removed their disguises, preparing to confront the impending threat. Their attire was unsuitable for combat, and being exposed would hinder their movements. In truth, had the Revolutionary Army all crouched down, Baji would not have discerned them from his vantage point. The informant had assured the Revolutionary Army of their safety, claiming the nearby sentinels had all been dispatched, causing them to lower their guard. The notion that Baji might dash in their direction had not crossed anyone's mind. Fire! Sabo intended to eliminate Baji and his crew with a single punch, but upon witnessing their peculiar behavior, he halted his assault. Baji waved his hands in the air, seemingly indicating he had no intention of fighting. Kurala leaned forward, saying, "Sabo, that appears to be the Chiwuhai. Baji, what is he doing here?" Sabo ceased his attack, but instructed his companions to remain armed, just in case. "Do not engage. Let's talk." Baji, panting, approached Sabo while maintaining a safe distance. Intrigued, Sabo inquired, "Talk about what?" "I have two officers from the Ihujuk Haji Khan behind me. Let us join forces to defeat them." Baji added in a hushed tone, "Do not expose me in front of my subordinates." His crew, who had just finished rowing, could not keep pace with Baji's escape. In an instant, Sabo understood Baji's implication. "You lure the enemy here?" This revelation caused Baji's face to flush unexpectedly. Although Sabo initially intended to refuse, he realized the two officers had already spotted him. Declining now would be futile. It was better to join forces to defeat them before seeking out Baji later for retribution. His unexpected presence had significantly disrupted the Revolutionary Army's rescue mission, forcing them into a confrontation. Baji had assumed the Revolutionary Army would refuse his proposal, but to his surprise, Sabo readily acquiesced. At this critical juncture, anyone willing to confront the Ihujuk Hajitan was a friend. Yet, he wondered whether their altercation would attract the attention of other Kavuju officers. Boom! Just then, a tremendous roar erupted from the southern region of Fengchao Island. This was the commotion instigated by Guangyue, Odin, and Shiryu. Sabo swiftly inquired of all present, "What is that? Could there be other forces confronting Blackbeard?" Both the informant and Buggy shook their heads, they were not so reckless. They too were curious as to who dared to engage in such an ostentatious battle here. However, they had little time for contemplation, as Katarina Devon and Abelo Pizarro had already closed in on them. What an unexpected gain. Her pale, terrifying skin, coupled with her quivering red lips, could evoke an unsettling sensation even in broad daylight. Abelo Pizarro's eyes gleamed with delight. Sabo, ha, if I capture you all and hand you over to the world government, I am sure to become captain. The sheer size of the two instilled considerable pressure on everyone present. Sabo quietly asked, which one will you deal with? Buggy glanced at the duo and decisively chose the woman, the one on the left. She looks weaker. Sabo nonchalantly nodded, all right. Abelo Pizarro, having noticed the commotion to the south, then asked, was that roar caused by you? Sabo offered a faint smile, guess. Fine, then perish. Abelo Pizarro wasted no time, removing his gloves to reveal 3 barrel guns and a cannon, aiming at Sabo before launching an attack. Da-da-da. Countless sparks erupted from the gun's muzzle, the power akin to that of a machine gun. Sabo took a deep breath, his fist igniting into flames, gathering power for a devastating strike. Fire fist. The blazing inferno coalesced into the shape of a fist, distorting the surrounding air at the moment of release. Boom, boom, boom. This punch devoured all of Abelo Pizarro's bullets, sending him tumbling in a desperate attempt to evade. Yet his subordinates were not so fortunate, falling prey to the raging flames. His men were engulfed in the fiery onslaught, shrieking in agony. Meanwhile, Buggy and Katarina Devon had also commenced their battle. Buggy, if you hand over that girl, I might spare your lives. What do you say? Katarina Devon mocked, pointing at the alluring Eureka beside Buggy. The beauty of the girl incited a twinge of jealousy within her. Not only was she slender, but her complexion was also remarkably smooth. She touched her own heavily applied makeup, her displeasure growing more evident. She intended to place the head of this woman in her most prized collection. Eureka gazed curiously at Buggy, having often heard his subordinates claim that anyone who bullied them could directly report to the great Buggy, who would invariably seek vengeance alongside his crew. Eureka had always considered this a joke, for when pursued by the Navy, it was these subordinates who held the rear while the captain typically fled first. Thus, she speculated that Buggy would likely abandon her, as their relationship was merely one of convenience, and there was no need for him to risk the lives of his crew for her sake. For split cannon, Buggy lowered his head, feigning contemplation, yet his hand swiftly brandished a dagger towards his opponent. Simultaneously, he roared, "This is my subordinate, and no one else is allowed to touch her." Although his words sounded peculiar, they resonated differently in Eureka's ears. She pressed her lips tightly together, silently grasping a spike club and sprinting towards Katarina Devon. Twisting her body like a corkscrew, she charged with a powerful swing. My head is not for you to claim. It was unclear whether this was a retort to Buggy or Katarina Devon, but it was laden with resentment. Is this your answer? Katarina Devon's expression darkened, and her blade was drawn with lightning speed. Happy New Year! Clang! Katarina Devon, with an exceptionally adept posture, managed to deflect both of their attacks. Rumored to be a user of a devil fruit, it was astonishing to witness her swordsmanship. She successfully utilized her physical advantages to parry their strikes. Buggy's fist momentarily paused. Then, unwilling to relent, he jabbed twice more. Swish, swish. Yet, all were thwarted by Katarina Devon's sword guard. Her weapon bore a resemblance to Shanksword. Katarina Devon forcefully repelled the two back, then raised her head, taunting, "Is that all you can do?" The earlier test had bolstered her confidence. Her previously unrefined swordsmanship had easily countered their assaults, leading her to ponder how she could manipulate them with her utmost skill in disguise. With an air of superiority, Katarina Devon leaped high, executing a flawless twist in midair before landing among Buggy's crew. In an instant, her massive figure vanished, successfully blending into the crowd. Buggy hastily pushed through his crew, only to realize that Katarina Devon had already infiltrated. It's over. Suddenly sensing something amiss, Buggy spun around. Behind him stood an ordinary pirate, yet the knife in his hand was aimed directly at Buggy. Donji. Unprepared, Buggy was instantly grazed by a silver flash. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Eureka lunged forward, colliding with Buggy. Katarina Devon's blade missed Buggy, but left a deep gash on Eureka's waist. Were it not for the slippery fruit's ability, that strike could have severed her waist in half. Katarina Devon raised her hand, puzzled, clutching the bloodied knife. What had just happened? She had clearly struck, only to suddenly lose her strength, as if hitting an extremely smooth rock wall, rendering her unable to exert force. As Buggy was knocked down, his mind was in a daze. It was only when he felt the warmth of blood flowing that he came to his senses. Someone had saved him. He trembled as he raised his hand, gazing at the blood-stained glove, his expression darkening. Creak, creak. His teeth ground together, expressing his owner's wrath. Buggy's body trembled slightly. It was not fear, nor was it trepidation. It was pure, unadulterated fury. As captain, the most intolerable thing was for his crew to be harmed on his behalf. Sabo was also drawn to the commotion. They wouldn't be incapable, would they? Yet before Sabo could react, Abelo Pizarro unleashed another barrage. Sabo furrowed his brow, elementalizing to dodge the bullets while pondering. Why did the opponent persist in using gunfire? Was that all he could do? If he were limited to such abilities, it was impossible for Blackbeard to have chosen him as an officer. Perhaps there were other powers yet to be revealed? With questions lingering, Sabo opted for close combat to gauge the situation. He did not wish to squander too much time here. If Blackbeard took notice of the unfolding events, matters would become exceedingly troublesome. Haku, assist dungi. Before Sabo could finish his sentence, Buggy raised his blood-red glove, his crimson eyes slowly opening. No need, I can handle this. Seeing Buggy's determination to resolve the matter himself, Sabo assigned Haku to deal with the remaining pirates. Fire Fist. Sabo swung his fist once more, the searing flames bearing the power to incinerate all, hurtling towards Abelo Pizarro. At the moment when the flames were about to engulf Abelo Pizarro, a slow smile crept upon the corners of his lips. The roar of fire enveloped him entirely, the searing heat deterring the surrounding pirates. Captain! Captain! Members of the Black Organization cried out anxiously. Is it over? Sabo was incredulous. Could it be that such a formidable officer of the Blackbeard pirates was vanquished so easily? He had heard tales of Abelo Pizarro being one of the most fearsome criminals in the world. How could he seem so weak now? Was it mere pretense? As Sabo suspected, Abelo Pizarro was not so easily vanquished. From the raging flames, a beast with 4 limbs slowly emerged. What is this? The members of the Revolutionary Army were left stunned at this sight. Excellent. You've enraged the captain. You're all doomed. The crew of the Black Organization cheered, sensing victory in the air. A massive blue bull emerged from the fire, its fur ablaze, yet maintaining an air of calm. With a flick of its tail, the flames were extinguished. Powerful limbs left deep impressions on the ground, its size rivaling that of an elephant. The 2 enormous horns atop its head were terrifying, sharp and exuding a sense of death. These horns were larger than ivory. If struck by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Abelo Pizarro began to stomp his hind legs, signaling a charge. Sabo urgently commanded the Revolutionary Army to disperse, yet his warning came too late. The colossal beast charged forth like a speeding train, leaving no time for thought. Sabo transformed into an elemental form, narrowly evading disaster. However, the revolutionary soldiers behind him were not so fortunate. They were flung through the air. Chaos erupted among the crowd. Countless members of the Revolutionary Army soared into the sky, blood spewing from their mouths, tracing beautiful arcs through the air. When they fell, they lay motionless on the ground, clearly devoid of life. This moment of sacrifice forced them to confront the reality of the monster before them, the terrifying explosive power, lightning-fast speed, and precision of its strikes. Scatter! Scatter! Sabo shouted hoarsely. He needed to act swiftly to stop this rampaging bull, lest the Revolutionary Army be annihilated. Yet, Abelo Pizarro seemed to revel in the thrill of the charge, resuming his stomping on the ground. Get out of the way! As Sabo's voice rang out, the beast charged once more. A sense of dread filled Sabo's heart. Clara, this was bad. They had not all dispersed. This was it. Abalora Pizarro's target was Clara. If she were struck, the outcome would be unthinkable. Would he make it in time? Flame Dragon Claw. Flame Dragon King. Sabo's palm transformed into a dragon's claw. Flames swirling around it. Launched at the highest speed, a massive fire dragon soared into the air, heading towards Abalora Pizarro. It had to reach her. Sabo fixed his gaze on the fire dragon, but its speed paled in comparison to the bull's explosive charge. Clara. Sabo's eyes widened in despair. A wave of powerlessness washed over him. Clara's mind was blank. The situation had unfolded too quickly for her to comprehend. By the time her focus returned, the blue bull was already before her. Was this the end? Hurricane Guardian Wings. Just as the bull's horn was about to make contact with Clara, a whirlwind erupted beneath her, lifting her high into the air. Clara felt her body enveloped by the tempest and slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, she covered her mouth in shock, for she had seen a familiar face. Ace. It could not be mistaken. It was Portgas Ace. Since the bounty featuring Ace's name had surfaced, Sabo had hung it by his bedside, seeing it every time he returned. Clara remembered each of Sabo's friends vividly. Tears began to flow down Clara's cheeks as she felt joy for Sabo. The brothers were finally reuniting. The whirlwind also interrupted Abalora Pizarro's assault. He turned to see a handsome youth standing on a nearby hill, raising his right hand as if commanding the wind. A smile graced his face, and due to his excitement, his legs trembled. Sabo was truly alive. Ace felt a warmth in the corners of his eyes, tears spilling forth uncontrollably. More than 10 years had passed. They were finally reunited. After witnessing Clara's rescue, Sabo's heart finally settled. He glanced southward, wishing to express his gratitude to Clara's savior. However, when a familiar figure came into view, Sabo's mind was struck like lightning, rendering him numb. A wave of intense heat surged from his heart, coursing through his body. His lips twitching, his pupils dilated gradually, and his nose inexplicably tinged with bitterness. The ace before him was the very person Sabo had planned to seek out after completing his mission. Yet, he never expected that Ace would also be on this island. Was this fate? Ace still bore the confident and proud smile of his youth. Sabo's legs moved uncontrollably forward, then broke into a run. The surrounding pirates and Revolutionary Army members turned to witness the scene, momentarily becoming spectators. Buggy was also drawn in by the whirlwind, and upon recognizing the newcomer, he trembled with shock. He had known Ace's identity since the war on the top. Now, seeing Ace again stirred a myriad of emotions within him. Buggy could not help but exclaim, "Is this the son of Captain Roger?" His fists clenched tightly. He had not intended to engage in battle with the Black Organization. However, he had no choice but to fight now, as he could surmise Ace's purpose for being here was to seek vengeance against Blackbeard. The failure to save Roger's son during the war on the top left Buggy with a profound sense of guilt. After all, the Roger pirates had been his first family, and Roger had cared for him like his own child. Following Roger's death, Buggy felt aimless and lost. Now that Ace was alive, if he were to perish here, Buggy could hardly fathom how he would face his former captain. Thus, in this battle, Buggy chose to participate, even if it meant wagering his life to protect Roger's son. As Sabo sprinted forward, he sent the pirates along his path flying. Ace gazed at Sabo, placing Clara safely aside, then spread his arms as if to embrace. Today, after more than a decade, the two embraced once more, each believing the other was lost. They lived for each other's dreams. Sabo's tears could no longer be contained, pouring down like a burst dam onto Ace's shoulder. Ace's eyes also brimmed with tears, though he fought to hold back, not allowing them to fall. Yet his eyes were red-rimmed. He found himself momentarily at a loss, gazing at Sabo, who was weeping uncontrollably against his chest. Ace could only embrace Sabo with both arms, offering solace in his own manner. "Sabo, it's been a long time." Sabo softly responded, understanding that this was not a moment for sentimentality. Yet, he feared that if he loosened his grip, Ace would vanish once more, like a fleeting illusion. Yamato stood nearby, gazing in bewilderment. He had heard Ace mention a dear brother named Sabo, who had passed away at a young age. Could this be the very man before him? "Sabo, let's fight together." "All right, then Ace, I shall confront that fellow." Yamato transformed into his beast form, relying on his keen sense of smell to pinpoint the location of Katarina Devon. Be careful, Ace urged, and together with Sabo, they charged towards Abelo Pizarro. Oh, finished chatting? Then let us set forth. Abelo Pizarro transformed into his bull form, unfazed by the heat of Sabo's flames, which felt to him like a mere sauna. Roar of the wind. Flame Dragon Claw. Flame Dragon King. The two struck simultaneously, their fists colliding with Abelo Pizarro's iron head, erupting clouds of white smoke. Ace and Sabo stood still, uncertain of the situation within, wary of advancing recklessly. Is that all you have? Abelo Pizarro flicked his tail, dispersing the smoke to reveal his unscathed fur. Sabo's expression darkened. Had such an attack failed to harm him? Ace, however, wore a relaxed smile, jesting. Sabo, your mastery of the Marimera Nomi isn't quite up to par. Sabo pouted in response. I haven't team mastered it for long. Can you create pillars of fire? No problem. Follow my lead. Sabo and Ace recalibrated their focus, with Sabo conjuring a ring of flames around Abelo Pizarro. Ace raised his arm, and a gentle breeze swelled the fire circle. Abelo Pizarro regarded it with disdain, unwilling to exit the fiery encirclement, contemplating that he could simply wait until they exhausted their energy before making his move. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and suddenly unleashed their combined might. Sabo poured all his strength into raising the fire pillar several meters high. Abelo Pizarro sensed something amiss and attempted to break free from the fire's embrace. But it was too late. Ace raised both hands high, and a tempest of wind surged forth, causing the clouds above to swirl rapidly. In an instant, the fire pillar soared from several meters to an astonishing 40 to 50 meters. The drastic turn of events was unimaginable. The terrifying fire pillar expanded relentlessly, fueled by the wind. The surrounding Blackbeard pirates were mercilessly consumed by the inferno. Some were unable to even utter a scream before transforming into mere clouds of black smoke. The unbearable heat melted the very air, forcing the Revolutionary Army and others to retreat towards the sea for safety. Witnessing their comrades disperse, Ace and Sabo intensified their efforts, amplifying the destructive flames further. The fire pillar now towered higher than the island's castle, visible from nearly every corner of the isle. The scorching flames scorched the earth, and Abelo Pizarro dared not underestimate the situation any longer. He attempted to charge away. However, the violent cyclone nullified his assault, rebounding him back. He found himself ensnared by the fire pillar. Not only did the rising temperature instill a long-forgotten sense of panic, but he also realized that if this continued, he would be incinerated alive. After all, the flames had no upper limit. Just like their childhood dreams, there were no boundaries. Whitebeard and Zefa hastened eastward and serendipitously encountered St. J.P. Wolf by the seaside, who was leisurely soaking in the water, gazing across the waves. I'll handle this. You deal with Kazan. Whitebeard shed his disguise, recognizing that now that Kazuki Oden had stirred trouble, there was no need for concealment. Having already set foot on the island, it was time for a direct confrontation. Would the world's strongest man fear them? St. J.M.P. Wolf noticed the commotion to his left and slowly turned, his expression blank and his gaze vacant. Upon seeing Whitebeard approaching with a blade, his eyes flickered. St. J.M.P. Wolf rose from the water's edge. In the water, his devil fruit abilities were ineffective. Thank you for your efforts, Zefa remarked, glancing at St. J.M.P. Wolf before hastily departing. The sheer size of St. J.M.P. Wolf was staggering, nearly 200 meters tall. Whitebeard gripped his blade, resolutely. Without further ado, he leaped into the air. Given such a colossal figure, the key to victory lay in destabilizing him, making the subsequent strike straightforward. All that was required was to strike at his head. Seeing the diminutive figure leap, St. J.M.P. Wolf assumed it was a playful invitation and gleefully spread his arms, swaying like a child. Whitebeard hesitated, then abandoned the assault, retracting his armament. What was the meaning of this? It appeared that the giant had no intention of fighting. Believing Whitebeard had not grasped his intent, St. J.M.P. Wolf swayed his arms more vigorously, attempting to entice Whitebeard to mimic his actions. Observing the surrounding pirates, captivated by Kazuki Odin's voice, Whitebeard noted the absence of foes and thus imitated St. J. P. Wolf's movements, swaying his arms. This gesture delighted St. J. M. P. Wolf, who thought he had found a kindred spirit. Consequently, they began a whimsical dance on the beach. Each performance by St. J. M. P. Wolf was mirrored by Whitebeard, akin to a kindergarten teacher leading exercises. Zefa continued his advance, but suddenly halted, gazing at Kazan, who sat on a rock, lost in thought. Observing Kazan in his civilian attire, Zefa's mind wandered back through their shared history. In his 20s, Akiji was blissfully unaware of danger, often accompanying seasoned soldiers on various missions. Though they failed to apprehend any pirates for years, he found joy in the endeavor, seemingly tireless. Even in the presence of armed foes, he extended compassion, trying to persuade them to surrender. This flaw had drawn Zefa's criticism countless times, yet it remained unchanged. It was only after the O'Hara incident that he was forced to freeze his former comrade, Bartholomew Kuma. After that fateful night, he matured significantly. Zefa later learned from Dragon about the O'Hara incident and came to understand the gravity of the situation. Kazan, clad in a dark green coat, conversed with a penguin in the sea. "Do you like it here, Mr. Camel?" Kazan inquired softly, seeking to gauge his pet's feelings. The penguin, disturbed from slumber, splashed water in retaliation. Kazan chuckled, gently exhaling, freezing the splashes on the water's surface. At that moment, the camel noticed Zefa not far away, staring blankly at the purple-haired man. "What are you looking at, Mr. Camel?" Kazan laughed, observing the creature's bemusement. Every time it encountered something unusual, it would freeze in astonishment. Curiosity piqued, Kazan turned back to see Zefa waving enthusiastically at him. Gulp! Kazan swallowed hard, steadying himself against the rock as he rose. The master and disciple gazed at each other from a distance of several hundred meters. Both adorned in sunglasses, neither could discern the other's eyes. Suddenly, the calm exchange between them was shattered by the resounding blast of cannon fire. Pirates rushed about in a frenzy, shouting for a gathering at the northeast port, alerting all to an incoming enemy. Some, confused, questioned whether the threat came from the southwest. The sight of the Marines and the warlord, Dracul Mihawk, at the northeast port sent shockwaves through the ranks. What? Mihawk has arrived? The legendary swordsman, known as the world's strongest? Yes, indeed, it is he. But what is his purpose? When asked, the responses were met with bewilderment. The alarm was raised by Jija Subbages and Lafitte. What is happening? Lafitte inquired, seizing a flustered pirate for answers. The Marines and Mihawk have appeared at the northeast port, the pirate reported. Both men froze momentarily before sprinting toward the port. Kazan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry to the port. And you, with the purple hair, stop standing there foolishly. Go desist. Jija Subbages barked. He did not recognize the slightly altered Zefa, and thus failed to identify him. Observing the two depart, Kazan glanced at Zefa, who maintained a tranquil smile, then resolutely followed his comrades. Zefa merely smiled and quietly trailed behind. As long as he could distract Kazan, his mission would be deemed successful. The rest would be left to Long Zaitian and his crew. A colossal explosion halted both Kazan and Zefa in their tracks. Zefa scratched his head, noting how the young man always seemed to create such commotion. Jija Subbages and Lafitte's expressions darkened, yet they did not waver in their course toward the port, reassured by the presence of Katarina Devon and Abelo Pizarro. Meanwhile, a cacophony erupted in the eastern and southern directions of the Hive Island, prompting a frown from Marshal D. Teach at the castle's pinnacle. What are they up to? He activated a Din Mushi to inquire about the situation at the port, but after several attempts, no one answered, signaling something was amiss. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the west. A towering inferno shattered all windows on the eastern side, unleashing a wave of oppressive heat that was unsettling. Marshal D. Teach's face turned pale as he hastily overturned a wine bottle, collapsing in shock. This familiar flame belonged to none other than Sabo of the Revolutionary Army. Could it be that the Revolutionary Army is launching an assault on Hive Island? Machaldi. Teach was not prepared for a confrontation with them. As he attempted to peek out, a voice called out, "Blackbeard, hello." He swiftly turned to see Long Zaitian, simply dressed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Long Zaitian, the most handsome author in the world. An epiphany struck him, and he roared, "Have you allied with the Revolutionary Army?" Long Zaitian paused, innocently asking, "Revolutionary Army?" Upon seeing the flames behind Marshal D. Teach, he immediately comprehended the situation. So the Revolutionary Army is here as well. This simplifies matters significantly. It seems Ace was heading in that direction. I wonder if they have crossed paths. I intend to expedite the Blackbeard arc. I shall not torment you any longer. How did you manage to arrive here? Marshal D. Teach's eyes widened in confusion. Is no one downstairs? The absence of his subordinates, Poison Q, Barksjote, Moonlight Moria, Lafitte, and Jija Subbages was alarming. It was inconceivable. Surely Marshal D. Teach was aware of their capabilities. Even if defeated, there should have been some commotion. They're not wooden puppets. They would not simply flee. Long Zaitian leaned against the wall, unhurried. Knowing the Revolutionary Army had also arrived, he felt no urgency. With so many allies against Blackbeard, victory was assured. The other battles would surely bear fruit soon. Waiting a little longer would not be a burden. When the time comes, they could collectively overwhelm Blackbeard, and that would be immensely satisfying. Regarding them, Long Zaitian tilted his head, feigning contemplation. They were intercepted by my men, allowing me to ascend. After a brief pause, he added, "However, they will soon falter." "Ha, you are far too naive. Their strength is not to be underestimated." Machaldi. Teach laughed maniacally, believing his subordinates had genuinely been bested. Long Zaitian twisted his neck, standing tall, his eyes narrowing as he thundered. How can the subordinates of the king lose to the Four Emperors? The reverberations of his voice echoed within the chamber, causing Marshal D. Teach to falter, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably as his right fist smashed the air. A fissure rapidly spread through the atmosphere, expanding toward Long Zaitian at an alarming pace. "I am the Pirate King," Marshal D. Teach bellowed, furious at anyone daring to claim kingship before him, especially one younger and more promising. He needed to crush this budding talent with utmost brutality before it could flourish. Long Zaitian posed a grave threat, even more so than Luffy. Machaldi. Teach reevaluated the man before him. Is this all he can do? Long Zaitian had previously gleaned knowledge of the powers of the Gura no Mi from Whitebeard. The Gura no Mi was a wide-ranging attack fruit, characterized by its prolonged charge time, vast area, and immense damage. Yet short charging resulted in reduced damage and range. Thus, the method to counter it was straightforward. Target the source of power and strike with precision. He drew his sword, Imi and Giji, aiming it directly at his adversary. Red currents enveloped the blade, its tip gleaming ominously as his aura mirrored a deflating pressure cooker, subtly embodying the essence of death. The sword surged forth with a piercing energy. Long Zaitian lightly thrust his blade, unleashing a streak of red light like a flash of lightning. The luminous wave collided with the red point, instantly shattering the white airwave into countless fragments. Long Zaitian's red point continued its relentless flight. Marshal D. Teach, caught off guard, swung his arm vigorously, managing to deflect Long Zaitian's assault after 3 desperate attempts. Wasn't he a devil fruit user? How could his swordsmanship be so formidable? The Navy's newspapers had never mentioned Long Zaitian's exceptional sword skills, leading Marshal D. Teach to assume his sword was merely a tool for self-defense. Seeing the intensity of his own attacks, Long Zaitian sighed in relief. His swordsmanship proved effective against his foe. Yet, this revelation raised further questions. How could Shanks have been defeated by Blackbeard? It seemed implausible that Blackbeard could best Shanks. Did someone assist Blackbeard? Or is there some secret weapon at play? Long Zaitian resolved to tread carefully. He had no desire to suffer losses against Blackbeard. Since our captain has moved forward, let us commence as well, Marco remarked calmly, a smile gracing his face. Jozu, Vista, and Sulphur nodded in agreement. Before them stood Poison Q, Barksjote, and Moonlight Moria. With Lafitte and Jija Subbages assessing the situation at the port, the odds now stood at 4 against 3. Xiaozi, you should take a rest for a while. Just watch my performance. Vista smiled faintly. All right, if you cannot manage, just call for me. Xiaozi agreed to Bista's words, as it would not be honorable if it got out that it was 4 against 3. Regardless, Xiaozi had faith in his teammate's victory. The immortal bird, Marco? Dooku looked at him with a sickly expression, revealing a strange smile. That's me. Marco sensed the opponent's aura, which was exceedingly weak, almost as if a mere breath could extinguish it. Excellent. All I need is the blood of an immortal bird to complete my potion. I beg you to spare a bit. Dooku retrieved a knife and a bowl from a bag on the horse. Marco grimaced in disgust. No. Refusing, are we? Dooku pondered quietly for a moment before decisively pulling out a vial of potion from his backpack. To obtain the blood of the immortal bird, I must part with a vial of frenzy potion. Saying this, Dooku poured the frenzy potion into the horse's mouth. Marco was taken aback, wondering what was happening. Zhuang Zhuang. Go subdue him, cough cough. After drinking, Zhuang Zhuang's eyes changed from black to green, and his physique expanded significantly. Marco, seeing this, swiftly transformed into his beast-human form. So that was why the opponent felt so dangerous. Zhuang Zhuang's muscles compressed, forming a mass of small hills, and his teeth sharpened, resembling an entirely different creature. Marco, Xiaozi called out, wanting to step in. He felt he was more suited to deal with Zhuang Zhuang. It's all right, I'll handle it. Marco declined. You guard the door to prevent any ambush. Fine. Bang, bang, bang. Zhuang Zhuang stomped the ground, shattering the stones beneath his feet. Marco dared not slacken his vigilance. The power behind those hooves was immense, and a slight misstep could lead to injury. Bacchus Choate, however, remained oblivious to the situation, drunkenly swaying in place. Liu Yin watched vacantly, waiting for the opponent to make the first move. Yet the opponent was preoccupied with drinking, having only tentatively tested the waters when Long Zaitian passed by. Forget it. If he won T attack, then I shall. Tiger step. Liu Yin mimicked a tiger running through the forest, turning left and right to guard against Bacchus Choate's ambush. However, he was overly cautious. Bacchus Choate had not even noticed him. When Liu Yin approached, Bacchus Choate continued to drink, seemingly blind to his presence. Tiger fist. Liu Yin felt a surge of joy. This opponent did not appear so formidable after all. He swung his right fist swiftly, cutting through the air. Thud! Yet an unexpected event occurred. Liu Yin's fist struck Bacchus Choate's hefty beer belly, causing no damage whatsoever. Bacchus Choate's belly rippled like waves. Bacchus Choate glanced down at Liu Yin, then chose to ignore him. Feeling belittled, Liu Yin's expression darkened. How could this hulking fool look down on him? Was he truly incapable of defeating this drunkard? No. He had to overcome him to prove himself. Liu Yin, indignant, swung his fists once more. The Sea Overlord fist. His fists relentlessly pounded against Bacchus Choate's body. Yet it felt as if he were striking a non-Newtonian fluid. After several minutes, Liu Yin was the first to grow exhausted, panting heavily, while Bacchus Choate remained unfazed, simply continuing to drink. Liu Yin stepped back in disbelief, staring at his hands. Was he truly inferior to a mere drunkard? Why did it feel as though he was striking cotton? Little did he know, Bacchus Choate was not an ordinary pirate, but one of the most ferocious pirates of the past 30 years. At just 8 years old, he had the power to devastate a town. He had inadvertently consumed the sake fruit, which caused him to wreak havoc in a drunken frenzy. It was only when he sobered up that he recalled his drunken exploits. Thus began his life on the run, with the world government placing a bounty on his head. The constant pressure of evasion compelled him to rely on alcohol for relief. However, under the effects of the sake fruit, even potent liquor felt as light as water. He could drink for days without inebriation. Once he did become intoxicated, he felt a surge in his strength. On one fateful occasion, he inadvertently destroyed a naval vessel sent to capture him. Since then, he had ceased trying to remain sober, continually drinking to maintain his drunken state. In this condition, all his attributes were significantly enhanced. He could go days without food, but could not endure a few hours without drink. Once deprived of alcohol, he would descend into madness. Liu Yin observed his opponent, who was lost in his drinking. Perhaps shattering the flask in his hand would suffice? Just as he contemplated this, a rumbling fire erupted from the west, shattering all the glass in the castle. This commotion, everyone turned their gaze to the west, where a pillar of flame soared into the sky, leaving all astonished. Liu Yin quickly refocused. He needed to defeat the enemy before him. How to conquer such a resilient opponent? Armament hockey. Liu Yin suddenly recalled Whitebeard's guidance. Whitebeard and Kazuki Odin had once instructed Liu Yin on the advanced application of armament hockey. They had explained that by concentrating the power of armament hockey into a single point and striking the opponent's body, one could inflict tremendous damage. Liu Yin had practiced before, but had never mastered it, as he struggled to maintain the necessary force. Yet now, he had no choice but to employ it. Dao Lin Lin Stai. Liu Yin closed his eyes, feeling the flow of armament hockey, then unleashed his strength, condensing it into his fist. He slowly pressed it against Bacchus Chote's belly. Burp! Bacchus Chote belched, feeling a sudden chill on his belly, and looked down again. Bacchus Chote's eyes widened, and his belly was suddenly covered in a layer of dark armor. Bang! A clash of forces erupted, creating a powerful cyclone. This is promising. Liu Yin smiled, seeing Bacchus Chote employ armament hockey. Now you realize my strength, don't you? Liu Yin pressed the attack, channeling all his power into Bacchus Chote's body. Ugh! Unexpectedly, Bacchus Chote suddenly vomited a puddle of alcohol. Liu Yin's attack had irritated Bacchus Chote's stomach, resulting in this scene. Liu Yin, focused on his assault, failed to notice the situation above him. Consequently, his body was thoroughly doused in liquor. The pungent aroma caused Liu Yin to hastily retreat, retching. Bacchus Chote furrowed his brow. This fellow had disrupted his drinking, which greatly displeased him. He intended to knock Liu Yin unconscious and return to his drink. Moonlight Moria observed the battle between the two, unimpressed. So weak, Bista, are you truly going to fight me? Huajian Bizita unsheathed his dual swords and, without uttering a single word, launched a close-range assault. Xiang Yu Bing Fen Xin Lian. Yu Guang Mo Li was taken aback by Bizita's sudden aggression and hastily countered with Ing Jiao Chong. A dark spike appeared along the trajectory of Bizita's attack. However, such a feeble attempt at defense was utterly insufficient to halt Bizita's momentum, which cleaved through the obstacle with his sword aura. Yu Guang Mo Li, struck by fear, immediately resorted to Ing Wu Zhe. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power of the sword aura. Based on his understanding, he was certain he could not withstand it. He swiftly exchanged his shadow with his physical form, having previously concealed his shadow in a corner for the sake of a potential escape. He never anticipated that a former captain under Whitebeard would possess such strength, finding himself at a disadvantage within mere moments of engagement. Boom! Bizita was taken aback by the unexpected escape maneuver, resulting in his attack crashing against the wall, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. However, Yu Guang Mo Li could not have foreseen that the location he chose to conceal his shadow was near Jiao Zi's post. Upon noticing Yu Guang Mo Li suddenly beside him, Jiao Zi's instinctive reaction was to strike, transforming his shoulder into diamond and charging forward. Poof! Yu Guang Mo Li, having just employed Ing Wu Zhe, found himself unable to evade and was violently struck, spewing blood from the impact. Jiao Zi, how dare you interfere with my opponent? Bizita glared at Jiao Zi, angered by the sight of his adversary being overwhelmed. He felt reduced to a mere pawn. How could I know he was so weak? He fled before the fight even began. Bizita lamented, yearning for a thrilling battle to showcase his recent training, only to see Yu Guang Mo Li escape within seconds of their clash. Yu Guang Montag Li was equally disheartened, berating himself for choosing such a location to hide his shadow. Yet, before he could ponder further, Hua Jian Bizita was upon him once more. Dual blades at the ready. In a state of panic, Yu Guang Mo Li leapt through the window to the east without a backward glance. Hua Jian Bizita was left dumbfounded, exchanging glances with the members of the Black organization present in the room before they collectively leapt out to pursue. They could not allow any members of the Black organization to escape and thus afford the enemy a moment's respite. Jiaolaka Ermi Huaku demolished the defenses atop the watchtower. Puzzled as to why the navy behind him did not engage but rather focused their attention on him. Glancing back at the approaching warship, he estimated it would reach the shore in a few minutes. Thus, he brazenly docked at the harbor, at which point all the turrets aimed at the naval vessel. Due to the precarious positioning of Eagle Eye's ship among other pirate vessels in the harbor, any misfire would incur substantial costs. Naturally, he could opt not to pay, given his affiliation with Blackbeard, yet such a decision might incite discontent among his subordinates. Lafitte flew to the harbor, coincidentally spotting Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku disembarking and hurriedly approached to obstruct him. "What brings you here, Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku?" Lafitte inquired from a distance. He did not believe the swordsman was merely there for idle exploration. "I came to see Shanks." Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku replied coolly, his tone suggesting he was not there to negotiate, but rather to demand. Lafitte glanced at the nearby warship and then at the accompanying Kazan, steeling himself as he questioned, "How do you explain the warship behind you?" The vessel bore capable personnel, having yet to be destroyed by the turrets. Lafitte did not accept the excuse of ignorance. "We came here ourselves," Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku stated plainly, his demeanor cold and detached, as if he bore no responsibility. Lafitte struggled to suppress his anger. "Then why didn't you eliminate them before coming?" Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku responded with a perplexed expression. "Why should I eliminate them?" Lafitte was at a loss for words. "You brought the Navy to a pirate base. Are you not aware of the trouble you cause?" However, he dared not reprimand Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku, fully aware of the latter's formidable prowess. Letting him off the hook seemed a slight against the dignity of the Blackbeard pirates. "I will just take a glance at Shanks and depart," Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku declared, making his intentions clear. Should he be obstructed further, he would not hesitate to resort to violence. "This requires consultation with the captain," Lafitte began, but before he could finish, the brash Giza's Beges burst forth, pointing an accusatory finger at Eagle Eye. "You scoundrel! You lured the Navy here." Lafitte was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had yet to ascertain Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku's temperament. Should conflict arise, it would be detrimental. He immediately positioned himself in front of Giza's Beges. "Beges, allow me to handle this." Turning torstai yo lawandai kiskiviko emiho kiskiviko. Hedonne da akotliatori smell. Emiho kiskiviko. Please disregard these. He act stortlessly. Giza's Beges, unsatisfied, shoved Lafitte aside. He could not comprehend why they should regard the expression of an outsider in their territory. What if he is Eagle Eye? Our captain is still one of the Four Emperors. Why should we fear a mere swordsman? If Marshal D. Teach were aware of the current predicament, he would likely berate Giza's Beges for his foolishness. With the Blackbeard crew under siege, reducing their foes was a priority, yet Beges provocatively challenged a passerby. Initially, Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku had no intention of engaging with the members of the Black Organization, as his purpose was not to incite conflict. However, Beges' words incited his ire. Not only had he obstructed his path, but he had also dared to provoke him. In an instant, Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku unsheathed his black blade, knight, emanating an aura of lethal intent, as though death awaited the next moment. Lafitte, sensing the impending doom, urgently grasped the reckless Beges. Yet, Giza's Beges, in his reckless bravado, was oblivious to the formidable threat posed by Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku, launching himself forward with the intent to land a punch. Unbeknownst to him, this reckless gambit could cost him his life. Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku wielded his black blade, but suddenly sensing something amiss, he abandoned his offensive and chose to evade. In doing so, he inadvertently emboldened Giza's Beges, who mistakenly believed Eagle Eye had conceded. "Eagle Eye, are you afraid?" Giza's Beges taunted, but before he could finish, the ground where Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku had stood abruptly froze. All eyes turned towards Kazan, who had evidently intervened to thwart Jiao La Ku'er Mihua Ku's attack. Had it not been for Kazan, Beges might have met his end. However, Giza's Beges seemed ungrateful, turning to shout, "Kazan, do not interrupt my battle." Lafitte seethed with anger, realizing this fool could bring about their demise. He gestured urgently to Kazan, urging him to calm down. Kazan, understanding the unspoken command, declared, "Ice Age." A surge of chilling air rapidly emanated from beneath Giza's Beges' feet. Before Jizhasabages could react, he was encased in ice, transforming him into a mere ice sculpture, though his eyes still retained the ability to move, indicating that life was not entirely extinguished within him. It was apparent that the frozen Hahaha was filled with fury. "Can I leave now?" Jorakelmihawk expressed his displeasure, having been delayed for far too long. Lafitte glanced at the warship approaching the shore, clenched his teeth, and said, "Fine, you said it was just a look. I hope you do not breach the agreement." The true adversary at present was not the Eagle Eye, but rather the warship that was soon to dock. Surely, there was someone of great significance aboard the vessel, for otherwise they would not have remained unvanquished until now. Jorakelmihawk offered no response and departed calmly. Once he had left, Kazan finally unsealed Hahaha. "Lafitte, what do you mean? Are you not going to do anything about the insolence of Eagle Eye?" Hahaha's first words upon emerging were complaints directed at Lafitte for his interference. "Enough. The Navy is our primary enemy. Eagle Eye can deal with him after." Lafitte, observing the nearing warship, wore a solemn expression and took to the air, eager to discern the identity of this formidable presence. "Boss, it seems there is a battle on the island." Mr. One squinted into the distance, where cannon fire erupted. A battle has commenced?" Crocodile's eyes sparkled, and a smile crept across his face. "Excellent. Such commotion must be the Whitebeard crew. Hurry, increase speed," Crocodile commanded, for he had missed the opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard last time and could not afford to let this chance slip by. "Yes, Mr. One hastened the pace of their pirate ship. As columns of fire ascended into the sky, Crocodile momentarily froze in place. "Boss, what is that? Could it be that the Revolutionary Army Sabo has also arrived?" Crocodile's brow furrowed, realizing the Revolutionary Army's presence posed complications for his plans. Given their arrival, he decided it was time to confront their second-in-command, Sabo, with whom he had yet to exchange words. Crocodile's destination was the port, where he caught sight of a navy in the distance. "Boss, there are Navy troops over there." Mr. One pointed northeast. "What? The Navy?" Crocodile's expression shifted drastically as he turned to look. Upon seeing the blue and white seagull flag, he was rendered speechless. He had merely come to slay Whitebeard, yet so many unrelated individuals had appeared. What was the Navy doing here? Were they seeking trouble? Crocodile was left with countless questions. With both the Revolutionary Army and the Navy present, could this be Blackbeard's scheme? Crocodile pondered deeply, recognizing that Blackbeard's thought processes were not easily comprehensible. He had never expected Blackbeard to take action against the red-haired pirates, and yet he had succeeded. The arrival of the Revolutionary Army and the Navy on the island was potentially not mere fortune, but rather part of Blackbeard's plan. However, it seemed improbable that the Navy would collaborate with pirates, unless Crocodile's eyes gleamed. Could it be that Blackbeard intended to hand the red-haired crew over to the Navy? Upon further reflection, this possibility did hold some merit, considering the world government was hardly benevolent. Boom! 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 Yet, as the cannon fire erupted from both sides, Crocodile realized that he had overanalyzed. When had cooperating parties ever fired upon one another? Observing through his telescope, he noted that only one warship had arrived, leaving him bewildered. What was the Navy up to, sending just a single vessel to Hive Island? Or had the Navy truly allied with the Revolutionary Army? Crocodile's thoughts became muddled as he struggled to grasp their intent. "Boss, should we find a concealed spot to approach the island?" Mr. One suggested, noting that if they approached the port, they would easily become targets for both factions. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution until their purpose was clarified. Crocodile acquiesced to his suggestion. After all, their goal was neither to confront Blackbeard nor the Navy, but rather to claim Whitebeard's head. Amidst the chaos on the island, the pirates stationed in the lookout tower were primarily concentrated around the two ports, leaving the rest of the area virtually unguarded. Consequently, Crocodile and Mr. One managed to disembark without difficulty. Crocodile quickly assessed the situation. The Navy occupied the east, while the Revolutionary Army held the west. Yet, before he could contemplate further, another incident occurred. "Boss, look over there." Mr. One's eyes widened in horror as he spotted something terrifying. "What is it?" Crocodile stood frozen, as a warship bearing the insignia of the Navy's Carp gradually came into view. "Isn't that the ship of Admiral Carp?" Crocodile exclaimed in disbelief. How did he come to be here? Is the Navy truly preparing to take action against Blackbeard? His frustration mounted, as he had eagerly awaited Whitebeard's arrival, only to be interrupted by a series of unforeseen complications. Crocodile was unwilling to concede defeat. He did not wish to retreat so easily. Yet, what choice did he have? With Carp on the scene, failing to leave could result in imprisonment. Boss. What? Crocodile resolved that even if he were to be captured by the Navy today, he would first claim Whitebeard's head. Perhaps imprisonment would yield a chance for escape later. But if he let this opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard slip away, he might not see another chance for ages. In truth, the greater the number of participants, the more advantageous it was for those lurking in the shadows, as they could draw fire away from themselves. However, with more people came greater unpredictability. Mr. One, are you willing to continue this perilous venture with me? I shall obey your command, boss. Very well. Crocodile and Mr. One intended to traverse through the castle to avoid engaging with either faction. Logically, Blackbeard should be within the castle, as he had not been sighted outside. Hence, Whitebeard was likely also inside. Thus, Crocodile utilized his ability to erode the bricks, successfully infiltrating the castle. Admiral Carp, look over there. A Navy soldier handed Carp a telescope, allowing him to glimpse Sabo and Ace, which stirred a pang of emotion within him. Ace has indeed arrived. Carp sighed, then promptly ordered an increase in speed. He had also observed that the two were engaged in combat with Abelo Pizarro. Carp was evidently familiar with Abelo Pizarro, and his countenance grew serious. Born into a royal family in the North Sea, Abelo Pizarro had enjoyed a life of luxury. However, he seemed to yearn for the world of pirates, and at the age of 18, he allied with external pirates to invade his own country. At that time, many believed he had lost his mind. For most individuals turned to piracy out of necessity, while he willingly abandoned his privileged upbringing, sacrificing the lives of his subjects for his aspirations. Yet, it was not long before he betrayed his pirate allies, defecting to a more powerful crew. The Navy had been perplexed by his motives. Eventually, after seizing control of a nation, his ambitions became manifest. He sought to establish a realm belonging solely to pirates. When the news first emerged, everyone thought he had lost his mind. It was inconceivable for a pirate to lead a peaceful life. However, he soon demonstrated his ruthlessness through his cunning methods. He summoned the pirate crews to join his nation. But how could pirates ever agree to such a proposition? Consequently, a fierce battle erupted, and Abero Pizarro single-handedly annihilated numerous pirate crew members. The few remaining crews had no choice but to submit to him. Thus, Abero Pizarro's infamous title of King of Tyranny began to circulate widely. At the tender age of just over 20, he founded his own pirate nation. Little did he anticipate that within 6 months of its establishment, the Navy would obliterate it. The Navy had expended considerable resources to apprehend this madman, leading to his confinement in the 6th level underground. The clash of swords rang out as Guang Yueyudian and Rain's Hilliu engaged in a fierce duel. The rising flames behind them did not deter their focus, for their attack speeds escalated to a point where distraction was not an option. After exchanging tentative strikes, they both retreated, gaining a better understanding of each other's techniques. Not bad, Hilliu remarked, unusually expressing praise, having underestimated him previously. You are not too shabby yourself, but you will soon find defeat, Guang Yudian smiled, taking a moment to catch his breath. The supreme great blade in his hand proved its worth. Hilliu stared, entranced by the golden blade. Is this the supreme great blade? Guang Yueyudian nodded, raising it high. This is the reason I will defeat you. With a cold smirk, Hilliu crouched low and lunged forward, unleashing an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. Anyone who approached could distinctly sense a chilling presence emanating from the underworld. It was spine-chilling. Guang Yudian focused on the blade, thunderstorm, and pondered how much blood it had absorbed. The aura it exuded felt as though it had been steeped in blood for eternity. Such a fine weapon, yet Hilliu struggled to wield it fully. Guang Yueyudian could distinctly feel that Thunderstorm had the capacity to manipulate Hilliu's psyche. This posed a grave danger to the wielder. A blade lacks consciousness. It only serves one purpose: to kill. If a blade gains control over a person, that individual ceases to be human and becomes a puppet. Interestingly, Thunderstorm bore a resemblance to Yinma. Both blades possessed a strong consciousness, requiring their wielders to have immense power to suppress and utilize them. Hilyu's pupils gradually turned crimson. It was alarming. His consciousness had already succumbed to the blade's control. Guan Yuiyin realized too late that Hilyu had succumbed to Thunderstorm's influence much sooner than anticipated. He could not fathom why Hilyu, despite his formidable strength, would allow this to happen. Yet, a terrifying realization struck him. Hilyu had willingly relinquished his consciousness to Thunderstorm. Was he mad? Guan Yuiyin was taken aback by his own conjecture. Why would he do this? Was it merely to defeat him? Did he not fear being eternally dominated by Thunderstorm? This was the first time Guan Yuiyin encountered such a swordsman, and it left him utterly perplexed. A blade, no matter how powerful, should serve its wielder. Since Hilyu's understanding of the blade was flawed, it was the duty of a samurai like himself to enlighten him anew. Two-sword style, Peach Blossom, 10 fists. The dual blades, dark as lightning, crossed in front with ferocity. Demon's bloodthirsty blade. Hilyu swiftly drew his sword and stepped forward, closing the distance to Guan Yuiyin with astounding speed. At that moment, his blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Guan Yuiyin's face. Guan Yuiyin matched his speed, moving like a shooting star. The crisp sounds of their blades clashing echoed, the jarring metallic noises disrupting the air, before Guan Yuiyin could unleash a full offensive. His attack met Hilyu's. Initially, neither side exerted their full strength, but as they became locked in combat, Guan Yuiyin's power began to manifest, gradually pushing Hilyu back. Hilyu was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion crossing his face. He could not comprehend why he was being suppressed by the opponent's offense, especially since he had made the first move. But before he could dwell on it further, Guan Yuiyin struck, leaving a gash across his torso. Blood cascaded down the blade's edge. Hilyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his own weapon. Having allowed Thunderstorm to take control, why was he still unable to best his foe? He had even been wounded. This was a disgrace. The surrounding pirates were equally astonished. Who is this guy? How could he injure Rain's Hilyu? Someone exclaimed. Isn't this Blackbeard's territory? Why haven't we seen any of his crew members intervening? They must be over at the Flames, given that there appears to be a battle there as well. Have they lost their minds, causing a ruckus in Blackbeard's domain? One pirate speculated. You might be onto something. After all, they resurrected Whitebeard and Ace. But Blackbeard just defeated red-haired Shanks. How dare they? This is going to be exciting. The surrounding pirates, eager to witness the unfolding drama, retreated to their ships at the port, using telescopes to observe. After all, they had no desire to become casualties in the clash. Guan Yuiyin refrained from continuing his assault, instead focusing on Hilyu, who appeared lost in thought. It seemed he was communicating with his cursed blade. If the blade controlled the person, that individual was rendered useless. However, if the person controlled the blade, boundless possibilities would arise. Hilyu touched the blood seeping from his chest, his expression growing increasingly ferocious, teeth grinding audibly. His aura surged once more, even more intense than before. An unparalleled bloodlust filled the air, instilling a sense of despair. Guan Yuiyin observed coldly and slowly spoke. Are you still unwilling to concede? You cannot defeat me. His simple yet resonant words ignited Hilyu's fury. Where do you get the confidence to say such things? You have yet to witness my strongest strike. Guan Yuiyin replied calmly. From our understanding of the blade, the outcome has already been determined. Hilyu scoffed. Ridiculous. Strength is everything. Guan Yuiyin gazed at his dual blades, revealing his thoughts. The prowess of a sword technique does not depend on the blade or the wielder, but rather on how the wielder employs the blade. If a person cannot even control their own sword, they are unworthy of being human. With these succinct words, Hilyu's anger flared once more. Hilyu sneered. Then take your understanding with you to hell. Guan Yuiyin sighed, realizing that Hilyu had descended too deeply into madness to be saved. Thus, the only way to reason with him was to defeat him. However, to achieve victory, Guan Yuiyin would need to abandon his previous techniques and devise countermeasures specifically tailored for this moment. In such a brief span of time, it was uncertain whether such a strategy would succeed. A crimson light radiated from Hilyu. This was not conqueror's hockey, but the essence of blood. It requires the sacrifice of tens of thousands of lives to achieve this. Guan Odin licked his lips, contemplating the formidable opponent before him. He had resolved to cease any attempts at persuasion. Destruction was imminent. Blood dripped from Shirlyo's mouth, a testament to the internal injury inflicted by Odin's recent strike. Demon King's soul slash. Odin braced himself against the tempestuous force unleashed by the thunderstorm, his expression grave. Odin's dual sword style, demon slaughtering soul strike. Jinlin also summoned the supreme spirit of his great blade. A towering Kirin apparition, several meters high, materialized behind Guan Odin. In that moment, Odin's focus remained entirely on Shirley, oblivious to the ethereal figure looming behind him. Yet Shirley stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that such prowess could be wielded by a mortal. The surrounding pirates were equally awestruck by Odin's blade spirit. What is that? You ask me, but who can I ask? This is my first time witnessing such a sight. Goodness, who is that person? Does anyone have a recording snail? Hurry and capture this. The pirates hurriedly scrambled about. Enraged and manipulated by the storm, Shirley soared into the air. The ground beneath him was ravaged by his bloodlust. The Grim Reaper had arrived. The clash between Shirley and Guan Odin resonated with a force comparable to the fiery columns produced by Ace and Sabo. The pirates watching from the shore recoiled, sensing that exposing even a fraction of their heads would result in injury from the sword energy. They had no desire to unwittingly journey to the afterlife. Without further hesitation, the two warriors charged at one another, propelled by an inexhaustible momentum. Shirley unleashed a torrent of thousands of strikes, swift and chaotic. Any ordinary swordsman would have been reduced to mere chunks of flesh. No, under such a relentless barrage of sword energy, they would more accurately be described as mere shreds of meat. Guan Odin did not respond with a multitude of strikes. Instead, he wielded a single blade, directing the golden Kirin behind him toward Shirley. The magnificent golden force surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing Shirley's myriad sword energies. Thus, the Kirin advanced upon Shirley, launching its final assault. Upon contact, an earth-shattering shockwave erupted. The very ground of the battlefield was reduced to powder. Those unaware would have believed they were witnessing a battle upon a black sand beach. The thunderous cacophony compelled countless onlookers to cover their ears, fearing their eardrums might rupture from the sound. Some pirates had indeed made the right call, retreating indoors rather than remaining on deck to observe. For those who dared to watch from the deck were now hurled into the sea by the terrifying shockwave. They would likely never comprehend why they suffered collateral damage from such a distance. A few stubborn souls had clung to the idea of watching the spectacle, but now they had vanished without a trace, either reduced to pulp or flung into the ocean. The explosive sound reverberated across the island. As Mihawk, the Hawkeye, approached, he swiftly drew his black blade, Yoru, to shield himself from the oncoming shockwave. His keen gaze quickly discerned the two combatants in the distance. Mihawk felt a jolt of surprise. Both warriors wielded exceptional swordsmanship, rivaling even his own strength. He realized he could not guarantee victory over either of them. However, recalling his own obligations, he chose not to linger and proceeded toward the castle. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the castle, Gecko Moria was being pursued by Jozu and Bista. He could not comprehend why they were intent on attacking him. Was their target not Blackbeard? At that moment, all three heard the tremendous noise and turned their heads to investigate. Yet, due to the castle obstructing their view, they could not ascertain what transpired. Nevertheless, Jozu and Bista quickly deduced that the source of the commotion originated from Guan Odin's position. Clearly, it was the result of a clash between Odin and Shirley. They had not anticipated that their confrontation would generate such an uproar. At another port, three others turned their attention to the sound. Kizaru scratched his head, pondering the situation. What is happening over there? A nearby pirate, equally perplexed, replied, I have no idea. Kizaru responded with a swift kick, cursing, if you don't know, then go find out. The frightened pirate fled hastily. Nothing was more perilous than remaining in place. Kazan furrowed his brow, uncertain of the events unfolding. However, The expression on Zefa's face suggested that perhaps it was the work of the legendary resurrected pirate crew. After all, Zefa had been dead for quite some time. If he were to stand before Kuzan now, it would indicate that Dragon had successfully resurrected him. Kuzan found himself at a loss on how to confront his former teacher. His gaze fixed on the distant warship. Zefa, too, was unsure of how to speak, merely observing Kuzan's silhouette. Rather than engage him in combat, it would be wiser to subdue him. Yet he maintained a smile, astonished that such a warrior could produce such a powerful presence from such a distance. In the air, Lafitte hovered, pausing in front of Sean's warship amidst the azure sky. The Navy attempted to down him with cannon fire, but Sean intervened. Noticing the Navy's intent to communicate, Lafitte descended before the warship and inquired, "What brings you here, Navy? Are you unaware that this is our captain's territory?" Sean smiled, standing tall. "I apologize. We did not intend to intrude." Lafitte frowned, pointing at the destroyed turret. "Did you say you didn't? How do you explain the destruction of our turret?" Sean maintained his cheerful demeanor. "That was a response to your initial attack. We were compelled to retaliate. Of course, if you don't believe me, I have it recorded on my Den-Den-Mushi." Sean's response caught Lafitte off guard. He had not anticipated that the opposing side would present such a logical argument. Realizing it was merely a misunderstanding, Lafitte urged, "Then please leave. I won't see you out." Observing the activity on the island, he wished for them to depart quickly. Should they delay any longer, they would lose everything. However, Sean simply waved his hand. "I'm sorry, but I cannot leave just yet." Lafitte questioned, "Why not?" Sean smiled again. "Because we are in pursuit of the former Shichibukai, my hawk. It is an order from the world government, and we must fulfill it." Lafitte then recognized that this naval vice admiral was not to be trifled with. His words contained no flaws. Yet, with my hawk already on the island, would he allow this band of Navy to enter? Impossible. If they were permitted to land, Marshal D. Teach would surely kill him. Lafitte gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry, but you cannot set foot on the island." Sean smiled lightly. "Are you suggesting we go to war?" Lafitte was momentarily stunned, wondering how this Navy could speak so calmly. Where did his confidence stem from? Did he not fear the loss of his entire crew? Was he truly willing to risk their lives to capture my hawk? Moreover, even if they landed, what made him think he could apprehend the Hawkeye? Without time for further contemplation, Sean ordered his sailors to proceed. The soldiers dared not question his command and continued onward. Seeing this, Lafitte quickly flew back to the port, preparing for battle. He was the most outrageous rear admiral he had ever encountered, bordering on the incomprehensible. "Lafitte, what is the situation?" Jose Sabages gazed at the approaching warship. "That man is a lunatic." It was the first time Lafitte had given such an assessment of the Navy. "This fellow is determined to fight us." Rather than feeling anger, Jose Sabages was elated. "Excellent. Let him come to me. You just prevented me from striking earlier, but now it seems permissible." Lafitte glanced at Jose Sabages, sensing a hint of unease. However, with the enemy nearly upon them, was it appropriate to raise a hand in greeting? "Fine. Be cautious. I shall report the situation to the captain." The circumstances had escalated beyond Lafitte's capacity for resolution. "Kazan, stop dawdling." Lafitte's fury surged, nearly causing him to spew blood. The enemy had already invaded the island, wreaking havoc, and Kazan remained lost in thought. Were it not for Kazan's formidable strength and the necessity of his assistance, Lafitte would have likely dismissed him long ago. Unmoved, Kazan slowly turned his head towards Lafitte. However, due to the sunglasses, Lafitte could not discern the expression in Kazan's eyes, remaining oblivious to his current thoughts. Lafitte possessed a keen ability to read minds, typically grasping another's intentions with a mere glance. Unfortunately, this skill proved ineffective against Kazan. Nevertheless, based on Kazan's earlier performance, Lafitte chose not to elaborate further and took flight. Previously, when confronting the red-haired pirates, Kazan had frozen the entire sea surrounding their vessel, rendering them unable to escape. It was evident that he would lend assistance in critical moments. Jose Sabages disregarded Kazan and leaped into action, his fists raised as he charged towards the warship. The Marine soldiers, upon noticing this, immediately reported the situation. "Admiral Sean, an enemy approaches." Admiral Sean glanced over and, recognizing the identity of the intruder, chuckled softly. Has Blackbeard run out of men? Is he sending this fool to confront me? Just as Zaita's was about to close the distance to the warship, Sean's arm transformed into solid rock, swinging it with tremendous force towards Zaita's. Boom! Zaita's barely had time to react before being sent flying onto the island by the massive boulder. As he rose from the rubble, his eyes widened in disbelief. That fellow was a Logia-type user. How infuriating! Are today's rear admirals so powerful? Unyielding, Zaita's charged at Sean once more, refusing to believe he could not handle a mere rear admiral. At that moment, however, Kazan erected an ice wall before him, unable to contain his anger any longer. Zaita's bellowed at Kazan, "What do you mean by this?" He showed no deference to Kazan's former rank as an admiral, for in his eyes, this was the territory of Captain Blackbeard. No matter how strong Kazan was, he would find it difficult to turn the tide here. Ignoring Zaita's dissatisfaction, Kazan coldly fixed his gaze on the warship. "You cannot handle this fellow. Allow me to take care of it." Kazan's expression grew serious as he sensed the entire sea with his observation hockey. The feedback he received was astonishing. Were rear admirals now this formidable? Shakuro Kutter and Mr. One were also drawn to the commotion in the south. "Boss, such a loud noise. Could it be that Carp has made a move?" Mr. One expressed his apprehension. If he were stronger, he might not have been so frightened. Rather, he would feel invigorated for battle. However, when the disparity in strength was too great, fear would take hold. Being captured by Carp was one thing, but if he were to be killed on the spot, it would be disastrous. Hiro Kudar paused momentarily, then reconsidered, sensing something was amiss. When they landed, Carp had still been some distance away from the island. Now, only a minute or two had passed. It was impossible for him to have arrived so quickly. "Forget them. Let us hasten to find Whitebeard." "Yes, boss." Hiro Kudar continued to ascend. Ace and Sabo's towering flames ensnared Abelo Pizarro, yet such overwhelming destruction had drained their strength. Abelo Pizarro regretted underestimating these two. The inferno, reminiscent of hell, relentlessly scorched his fur. The searing heat was unbearable. If this continued, he would surely perish. Driven by an instinct for survival, he summoned all his strength. Abelo Pizarro transformed into his hybrid form, the pinnacle of his power. The azure horns were even larger than in his beast form, and his muscular arms signified the impending clash. Totem of the fierce bull, Abelo Pizarro minimized his massive form, his formidable leg muscles creating a solid foothold. He aimed to break through the wall of flames. Hot air billowed from his nostrils as his eyes fixated on the front. "Charge!" With Abelo Pizarro's roar, the ground trembled. Boom! The ground beneath him caved in under his monstrous strength. He lunged forward like a released arrow. Ace and Sabo heard the resounding crash, but were unaware of what transpired within the flames. However, the next moment, the fire pillar they had struggled to maintain was shattered by an overwhelming force from within. Bang! The flames erupted violently from the base, their dazzling brilliance extinguished. Abelo Pizarro had succeeded. He had dismantled the structure of the fire pillar. The terrifying onslaught continued as he surged towards the revolutionary army. Sabo and Ace were stunned. They had not anticipated that their opponent would still possess the strength to resist after such prolonged exposure to the flames. As the fire pillar disintegrated, both collapsed, exhausted. To sustain the flames, they had depleted their energy, yet they had still failed. This was exceedingly disheartening for them. Fortunately, the revolutionary army had already retreated, so Abelo Pizarro's assault ultimately went awry. Yamato was also not idle, having pinpointed Katarina Devon's location and joined forces with Buggy to encircle her. "Katarina Devon, perplexed, exclaimed. How did you discover my presence?" Yamato smirked, "Because I too am an Inu no Mi user." With a flourish of his wolf-shaped weapon, Yamato spun in the air and positioned himself behind Katarina Devon. Buggy, in front, split his body in two, launching simultaneous attacks. Katarina Devon was taken aback. She had not expected Yamato's ability to mirror her own. While she often relied on her disguise to evade detection, today she had underestimated her opponent. Nevertheless, she swiftly drew her sword to counterattack. Disguise was merely one of her tactics. Her greatest asset lay in the fruit's 9 lives. Buggy's blade was intercepted by Katarina Devon, but she could only absorb the blow from behind with her body. The intense pain caused her to gasp in surprise. This girl possesses quite a bit of strength. Leveraging Yamato's force, Katarina Devon soared towards an adjacent open space. Now, facing 2 opponents alone, it is somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, a Balarpisa Luo has breached the defenses, allowing the two to unite. However, before anyone could react, the commotion from the south captured everyone's attention. What is happening over there? I have no idea. Should we go lend a hand? With such a ruckus, do you really think your presence would be of any use? A portion of the pirates at this moment found themselves a loss. Such a battle at the cadre level was beyond their capability to participate in. Even the residual force from a casual strike was beyond their endurance. Fan Aoka and Ma Gu Nand could be considered the most unfortunate of the bunch. Even amidst the flurry of sword energy nearby, they dared not act recklessly. They were not only on guard against their comrades' sword energy, but also wary of potential ambushes from their adversaries. Both were professional snipers, fully aware that this moment hinged solely on their resolve. The one who made the first move would expose their life to peril. Even if sword energy whirled above their heads, they could not afford to move chaotically. Fan Aoka was likely cursing internally. Wasn't sure Lu aware of his presence here? His attention could not afford to stray towards the opponent, as he feared being mistakenly harmed by his allies. A glance back revealed that their clash had raised a cloud of dust from the ground. Suddenly, he recalled the appearance of his adversary, a mere child, seemingly inexperienced. This was the perfect opportunity to relocate. He doubted that, amidst such uproar, the opponent would have the focus to aim at him. They would have likely hidden away. After all, this was a true test of willpower. He could not believe that Ma Gu-nin could maintain his composure in such an environment. Yet, Fan Aoka indeed underestimated his opponent's resolve. As he subtly shifted his legs back, a bullet from the other side whizzed towards him with a resounding bang. The deafening sound made Fan Aoka retract his leg instantly. What was happening? Could the opponent still aim at him under such circumstances? Did he not fear the potential collateral damage from the sword energy? Was he dealing with a madman? Fan Aoka was frantic. He had to change his position. At this rate, he had no chance of survival. His location was firmly under the opponent's control, and if this continued, he would inevitably fall to their gunfire. He scooped a handful of dirt from the ground and quickly tossed it into the air while propelling himself backward with both legs. Magu then noticed the object thrown by his opponent. However, drawing from prior experience, he refrained from hastily firing and instead opted to wait patiently. As expected, a massive figure emerged. Maganan's heart raced. What an opportunity! But he suddenly ducked down. In the next moment, a wave of sword energy sliced through his location, sending mud splattering several meters high. Damn it! Magunin brushed the sand off his head, lamenting the loss of such a prime opportunity. If he had fired just then, perhaps he could have taken Fan Aoka down. Yet, doing so could have cost him his life. He dare not, seemingly unwilling to let his life end here. The thought of his crew made him long to accompany them for a while longer. Gathering his resolve, Magunin mimicked Fan Aoka's earlier actions and hurled a handful of dirt upward. Bang! In an instant, the airborne dirt was shattered by a distant bullet. Magunin cursed inwardly. Now his position was exposed. He needed to swiftly relocate. Otherwise, he would lose control of the situation. Magunin had to redirect Fan Aoka's attention entirely, ensuring he could not seize the opportunity to ambush his comrades. With this in mind, he dashed down towards the small hill. At this moment, Fan Aoka also noticed the diminutive figure moving rapidly in the distance. Although he was uncertain of the latter's intentions, it was evident that this individual posed the greatest threat to his life. Thus, Fan Aoka had no choice but to focus all his attention on Ma Gunan. Now that it was his turn to aim at Ma Gunan, he could not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. The two raced toward a location closer to the coastline, cautiously probing each other anew. Their energies had been significantly drained in the recent confrontation. Even without firing, their focus was entirely consumed by the other, leaving no time for rest. In the distance, the game pirates, Demon observed the island situation through binoculars, a smile gracing his lips. Those fellows were truly engaged in a fierce battle. Captain, what shall we do? Shall we simply watch? Demon chuckled. No, no, no. It is our turn to take the stage. Curious, his subordinate inquired. Are we preparing to conduct an experiment? Demon handed over the binoculars. Yes, we are ready to support Blackbeard and his crew. After all, if they perish, our experiment will be thwarted. What? Are they going to lose? The members of the game pirates could hardly believe it. After all, their opponent was one of the Four Emperors Blackbeard. Today's events were indeed unexpected. Who would have anticipated the involvement of the Revolutionary Army and the Navy alongside the resurrected pirate crew? What? How did they both arrive here? We received no news. Demon replied nonchalantly. This was also unforeseen by me. However, it does not impede our testing. Prepare the brothers to come ashore. Demon retrieved an ancient token from his pocket, adorned with strange patterns. A golden floral border framed a half-open door at its center. Transcend. In the next moment, everyone aboard the ship vanished. The shockwaves emanating from Guang Yu Tian and Shi Lu gradually diminished, signaling that their battle was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, Shi Lu's complexion had turned pale, seemingly suffering from oxygen deprivation. In contrast, Guang Yu Tian's face bore no signs of distress, but rather an unusual excitement. This battle had been exhilarating. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a formidable swordsman. It was unfortunate that the opponent's understanding of the sword was flawed. Had he been able to control the storm rather than being controlled by it, Guang Yu Tian would not have found victory so easily. They could have easily battled for days and nights without issue. Shi Lu continued to resist, unleashing all his might, but it proved futile. Every attack he launched was effortlessly subdued by the Kirin summoned by Guang Yu Tian. The outcome was already evident. In the final explosion, Shi Lu was violently thrust from the smoke, crashing to the ground. As he fell, his eyes rolled back, seemingly devoid of consciousness. Blood streamed from various parts of his body, indicating he had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet still emerged defeated. Though Guang Yu Tian had emerged victorious, he too had expended most of his energy and could no longer contend with the cadre. He placed his dual blades before him and sat down, his hands reverently clasped together. I am eternally grateful for the assistance of the two divine swords. Tian Yu Zhan and Jinlin San emitted a faint glow, seemingly responding to Guang Yu Tian's gratitude. The pirates, upon hearing the commotion, retreated cautiously, peering out to discern the outcome of the fierce battle. They were exceedingly curious about who had emerged victorious. Initially, everyone believed that Shiryu would claim an effortless victory. However, they were astonished that his opponent could withstand him for such an extended period. This exceeded all expectations. They began to speculate about the identity of this remarkable figure. For in this world, few could exchange blows with the ranged Shiryu. Some even pondered whether Shiryu was merely feigning defeat. Yet, upon witnessing Shiryu lying on the ground and Guang Yu Tian seated nearby, they were profoundly shocked. Incredulous expressions spread across their faces. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Some pirates rubbed their eyes repeatedly in disbelief. Only when they observed Shiryu's blood steadily spreading did they reluctantly accept the truth. The battle had indeed been won by the man with the cylindrical hairstyle. Who could he possibly be? Could he be Mihawk? Yet, Mihawk does not wield dual blades. Does he? I don't know, but I believe we should withdraw. If Blackbeard sees this, he may very well explode with rage. Yes. Let's hurry and leave to avoid disaster. Numerous pirates hastily set sail from the harbor, watching from a distance. After all, with a cadre of the Blackbeard pirates injured, their captain would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Almost everyone believed that this individual was doomed, offending a formidable foe while attempting to escape. Having just battled Shiryu, he could not possibly have the strength to confront Blackbeard. However, the onlookers waited several minutes without seeing Blackbeard's figure. At this moment, Guang Yu Tian, on the island, felt discomfort from his cylindrical hair and the outer garment he wore. Thus, he removed the ties binding his hair and the coat. Having triumphed over his opponent, there was no need for pretense. In an instant, his hair reverted to its mushroom-like shape. When the pirates at sea beheld Guanyue Yutian's hairstyle, some elderly figures seemed to recognize him. They incredulously pointed, exclaiming, "That is a warrior from Wano." The younger pirates were momentarily stunned, then curiously inquired, "Is he the recently renowned Wano general, Momonosuke?" "No way. Isn't he still in Wano? How could he be here?" The elder hastily refuted, "No, he is not Momonosuke. He is his father." It was as if everyone's minds were struck by lightning, their faces displaying horror as they asked, "Could that be the legendary Guanyue Yutian?" The crew member, the Pirate King. "Roger. Goodness. Has the crew of the resurrected pirates returned?" "Impossible. I haven't seen their ship." Everyone began to look around, trying to confirm their suspicions. If this truly was the resurrected pirate crew, they needed to leave at once. After all, battles among the Four Emperors are not for just anyone to witness. Does this imply that Whitebeard and the others have also arrived? Who knows? I'm not concerned about that right now. Let us get the ship ready. Everyone prepared to retreat. Some pirates who had intended to join Blackbeard's crew were now reconsidering. They had just witnessed the defeat of Blackbeard's cadre. To seek to join him now would be tantamount to courting death. They had come seeking refuge, not to become cannon fodder. Just as they were all fleeing, a figure suddenly appeared on the island. Guanyue Yutian had intended to rest and recover some stamina, but suddenly sensed something. He grabbed his dual blades and swiftly retreated. In the next moment, the space before him warped unexpectedly. A moment later, a door without a frame appeared. Following that, several figures gradually emerged from within. There were 4 individuals, perhaps not even human, as they all wore masks, making it impossible to discern their features. Guanyue Yutian furrowed his brow, his hands resting on the hilt of his blades. The presence of the 4 was immensely powerful, rivaling that of Shiryu. Who could they be? The leader, a man clad in a white suit, donned a white magician's hat and white gloves, presenting an entirely white aesthetic. His accessories were lavish, adorned with brilliant diamond ornaments on his chest, wrists, and neck. Were he not to have appeared out of thin air, one might mistake him for a wealthy scion, lacking any semblance of threat. The other 3 were dressed quite ordinarily, cloaked in capes, rendering their appearances indistinguishable. However, their masks were distinctive, though their intricate designs were too complex to identify. It was clear that one was red, another blue, and the last pink. The 3 conversed briefly. "What did the boss say?" Demon glanced at the unconscious Shiryu behind him, stating, "Take him with us." "Understood." Swiftly, the individual in the red mask hoisted Shiryu onto his shoulders. Flames ignited beneath their feet as they traversed. Just as Guanyue Yutian grew curious about their intentions, they returned to the door from which they had emerged, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. The entire sequence transpired in less than 5 seconds. Guanyue Yutian stood there, stunned, using his Kinbunchika haki to sense their departure, only to find they had headed west. Not only he, but the retreating pirates were equally bewildered. They had merely seen a figure carry Shiryu away before disappearing. They could hardly believe that a living person had simply vanished. The pirates felt an increasing sense of unease. Hastening their escape, Sabo exchanged glances with Ace. "Do you still have strength left?" Ace inquired mockingly, gazing at Sabo. Sabo thumped his chest. Even if he lacked strength, he would never admit it. "Plenty." The 2 observed the panting Abelo Pizarro. Having endured their relentless assault, he was now on the brink of exhaustion. If Ace and Sabo were fatigued, Abelo Pizarro was far beyond that, nearing complete physical collapse. As time wore on, his charges became increasingly feeble, both in accuracy and speed. He understood that if this continued, he would inevitably be worn down by these 2 youngsters. A glance at Katarina Devon revealed she was in even worse condition. Surrounded by blades from all sides, she was being relentlessly pressured by a formidable girl. In just 2 minutes, Katarina had already lost 2 lives. 2 of her tails were also gone. She glared furiously at the 2, one of whom possessed the power of the split fruit. Without utilizing Busashoka haki, she could not harm him. Yet, using it would severely deplete her stamina. She must also guard her back to prevent a surprise attack from the Wolf Fawn Club. This implies that her observation haki must be constantly in use. Most pirates cannot withstand the simultaneous depletion of both forms of haki. Furthermore, Caitlina Diping's martial arts skills are not particularly advanced. She has always focused her attention on her devil fruit abilities, making it exceedingly difficult for her to respond. She never anticipated that her disguise would have no effect on Yamato. Moreover, this girl's attacks are utterly frenzied, relentless in their assault. Each time she is repelled, within moments, she launches another ambush from behind. This is also the reason she is unable to direct her armament haki-imbued blade at Buggy. She is constantly interrupted. Caitlina Diping places her hopes on Abelo Pizarro, wishing he could help share the burden. However, he too seems rapidly exhausted. They exchange glances, seemingly deciding to retreat for the time being. But how could the clown Buggy let such an opportunity slip away? He disperses his body once again, encircling Caitlina Diping, intent on eliminating her beneath his blade, avenging his crew member, Aurita. Just when everyone believed victory was within grasp, that void door suddenly reappeared. Emerging from within were the members of the game pirates. The surrounding onlookers were filled with confusion, unsure of who these oddly dressed individuals were. Demon wasted no time, directly pointing at Caitlina Diping and Abelo Pizarro, commanding, "Take those two away." Two mysterious figures, one in a blue mask and the other in a pink mask, suddenly appeared before them. The Black Brigade cadres attempted to resist, unaware of the intentions of their adversaries. However, it was clear to the opposition that their motives were far from benevolent. Their struggles appeared to the other side as futile as a child's reluctance to attend school. Without further ado, the two swiftly delivered chop, rendering the two unconscious. This astonishing display left all nearby in shock. Even Ace and Sabo were left dumbfounded. Their opponents, whom they had fought against for so long, had been dispatched with such ease. This left them feeling somewhat unsettled. Sabo approached, "Hey, isn't it a bit inappropriate to steal our glory like this?" The figure in the red mask, carrying Shiryu, emerged with a mocking expression. "It took you so long to deal with a few rookies. How pathetic." The Revolutionary Army members were initially incensed, but upon seeing the person in his grasp, they were all struck with awe. That was Shiryu of the Rain. Ace and Yamato were also taken aback. Was Shiryu engaged in battle with Kazuki Oden? How could he possibly appear here, and in such a state? The Black Brigade pirates were equally astonished, wondering when their cadre Shiryu had been defeated. Just then, Kazuki Oden sprinted over, shouting, "Watch out for those guys." Ace furrowed his brow. Although uncertain of their intentions, one thing was clear. They were undoubtedly enemies. The adversaries whom they could have eliminated were now rescued by them. If they weren't foes, then what were they? Sabo was enraged by the words of his opponents, and without hesitation unleashed a barrage of fire punches. He had assumed they would dodge upon witnessing his attack. To his surprise, they stood motionless, seemingly unaffected by the raging flames. As everyone believed the opponents were intimidated by Sabo's assault, the fiery fist was about to make contact when the man in the white suit, Demon, mysteriously produced a card between his fingers, muttering "Void." In the next moment, the roaring flames pierced through their bodies, hurtling toward the castle behind them. Boom! 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 Sabo's fire punch did not strike them, but instead obliterated the castle behind. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a method of evasion. The figure in the red mask seemed intrigued. "Oh, you think you can play with fire? You're still a novice." Saying this, he lowered Shiryu with one hand while conjuring black flames with the other. Mimicking Sabo's stance, he unleashed a punch. Black Flame Fist. The temperature of this fire punch was evidently much higher than Sabo's. The most alarming aspect was that his flames splattered everywhere, appearing to be eternal once they touched the ground. Such terrifying flames stunned Sabo, who had never before encountered flames more potent than his own. In an instant, the fire within him dimmed, as if it feared the black flames of his opponent. At this moment, Kila and Haku arrived at his side, ready for battle. Seeing his comrade's arrival filled Sabo with warmth. Yes, he still had friends to protect. He could not concede defeat. He reignited his fighting spirit. Yet, that fleeting second felt interminable to Sabo. The red-masked figure smiled slightly. So far, no one has dared to clash directly with my black flames, as all who have tried have turned to ash. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of everyone turned grave. They sensed he was not boasting. They could feel the terror of his attack. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a colossal figure suddenly appeared. With incomprehensible speed, it stood before Sabo. The snow-white naval coat soared into the sky, his body enveloped in black armament haki. Sabo was taken aback. This figure felt both unfamiliar and familiar. Ace was equally stunned, clearly not expecting him to appear here. His mouth trembled open, the words caught in his throat. The strength of manhood crumbled in that moment. Tears brimmed in his eyes. Buggy, on the other hand, appeared as if he had seen a ghost, terrified to the point of falling apart. Trembling, he shouted his name. Admiral Carp. His underlings all cowered behind him. Yamato wore a look of joy, as upon learning of Carp's relationship with Ace, she believed he had come to assist them. Kazuki Odin stood in shock beside Ace. He had encountered Carp before, back when he was on Roger's ship, frequently facing him in dire situations. He never expected to meet him again here. Carp said nothing more, merely casting a somber gaze at the flames from hell. His expression revealed no hint of fear. In the next instant, the veins on his body bulged. A terrifying power exploded from his fist. After the smoke cleared, the scene was left in ruins, a complete disaster. Silence enveloped the crowd, none daring to breathe deeply. They were left speechless by the spectacle they had just witnessed. No one could believe that someone had the audacity to confront the flames of hell with their fists. Even the figure in the red mask was rendered speechless, his expression betraying his shock. His previous arrogant confidence that no one could withstand his black flames vanished in an instant as one man, with a single punch, directly dispersed his flames. Demon's brow twitched slightly. He had never anticipated that the 70-year-old naval hero Carp possessed such terrifying strength. He possesses a profound understanding of the strength of his crew. Previously, he had asserted that no one dared to confront his flames head-on. It was not mere bravado, but an undeniable truth. Yet, he did not anticipate the swift arrival of a slap in the face. Carp's punch seemed to strike at the very hearts of all present, causing a momentary cessation of breath. This marked yet another display of his formidable prowess following the Marineford War. Ace's tear ducts appeared to be pressed down, as torrents of hot tears cascaded down the young boy's cheeks. He never imagined Carp would show up here, let alone that he would shield Sabo from such an attack. Sabo stood frozen, still reeling from shock. Haku and Kila seized the opportunity to escort Sabo away. After all, Sabo was the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, and any mishap was unacceptable. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Carp shook his hand, his countenance exceptionally grave, his heart a tumult of emotions. The opponent's assault was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Although he successfully blocked the strike, it did not signify that he could defeat his adversary. Carp had never encountered the opponent's techniques, nor did he know who they were. When he witnessed Sabo on the brink of being struck by the black flames, instinct took over, and he leaped to Sabo's side without a moment's thought. The back of his hand still bore a faint sting reminiscent of being scorched by fierce fire. Fortunately, his fist was sufficiently strong. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he could have withstood the blow, at least based on Sabo's current abilities. He would not have been able to endure it. Carp coldly inquired, "Who are you exactly?" The figure in the red mask stepped forward first, taunting, "You have no right to ask. Don't think that blocking one of my attacks is enough. Let me tell you, I haven't even used my trump card yet. If I do, your old bones would have turned to ash by now." The arrogance in his words was vividly apparent. Carp refrained from retorting. Instead, he focused on the most distinctive figure among them, the man in the white suit. He was undoubtedly the leader of the trio. Demon regarded the impassive Carp, and surprisingly, the person behind the mask burst into laughter. "Ha! The legendary Marine hero Carp truly lives up to the reputation." It was unclear whether his words were laced with sarcasm or genuine praise. The expressions of all present were grim, both Marines and pirates alike. They were profoundly shaken by the strength of their adversaries. Even though their hearts brimmed with indignation, their mouths dared not utter a sound, for they lacked the power of Carp and did not possess a grandfather like Sabo. Once Demon had his fill of laughter, he declared, "We are the game pirates. Our game is called slaughter. Demon gestured towards the three black-clad cadres, and a mysterious door emerged in the air as his fingers traced through the void. Without saying another word, they stepped through this portal. In the next moment, the door vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Was this a manifestation of a devil fruit ability or divine power? Originally, Sabo and Ace intended to stop them, but upon seeing Carp remain motionless, they abandoned their pursuit. Carp remained silent for a long time before sighing, murmuring, "I am getting old." He felt a sense of having survived a calamity. It was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. The figure in the red mask. He-Fei C2AC possessed semi-divine strength, an aberration born from the fusion of ancient divine blood with the nature type, wielding a power even more fearsome than that of the nature type. The full display of this strength would only be revealed after the Blackbeard arc concludes. The strength of his adversaries had exceeded his wildest imagination. They claimed to be members of the game pirates, yet Carp could find no clues regarding them in the bounty notices stored in his memory. Clearly, he would need to inquire with Sengoku upon his return to see if there was any information about them. Carp shifted his gaze to Ace and Sabo. The once imposing marine hero now found himself at a loss as to how to approach the two youths. His mind frantically searched for justifications. But due to the disparity in their identities, no matter how many excuses he concocted, they were riddled with holes. Sabo and Ace shared a similar turmoil. They yearned to embrace him, but found themselves unable to do so. The embrace among the Marines, pirates, and Revolutionary Army would draw unwelcome scrutiny from outsiders. Sabo and Ace were concerned about how Carp would face the Marines after the embrace. The Marineford War had been overlooked because Carp had deliberately held back, and no one had criticized him. However, now that Carp had actively shielded the Revolutionary Army from harm, the implications were entirely different. If this reached Akainu's ears, it was likely to spark urgent discussions on how to eliminate Carp. Just as all three parties harbored feelings of regret, the captain of the Marine soldiers shouted in unison. Everyone turned back. In a split second, all the Marines turned to face the sea, their backs to Carp. Buggy also reacted, instructing, "Kids, turn around and close your eyes. Anyone who dares to open their eyes will find themselves tossed into the sea to feed the fish." The Revolutionary Army complied without hesitation, having already turned and closed their eyes. Kazuki Odin and Yamato also understood the situation. At that moment, on the western side of Hive Island, which should have been a battlefield, everyone had closed their eyes. Carp glanced at them, exasperated and amused by their antics. These little rascals. Ace and Sabo wiped away their tears, their teeth clenched tightly, refusing to make a sound. They did not wish to shed tears in front of this Marine. Carp slowly stepped forward, moving towards Ace and Sabo. The two could not help but approach Carp as well. When the three stood together, the two children gazed at the silver-haired Carp, their hearts swelling with emotion, and they could no longer contain themselves. A wave of poignancy surged within them. Silent tears fell. Carp displayed a reassuring smile, crouching down, opening his arms wide, and tightly embracing Sabo and Ace. Their tears soaked his collar, yet the old man harbored no complaints. Thoroughly relishing this moment of tranquility, Ace and Sabo finally shed their last facade, embracing Carp with all their might, for they knew that after the battle, such an opportunity might never arise again. On the eastern side of Hive Island, Lafitte was soaring towards the castle when he spotted the Moonlight Moria being pursued. Just as he was about to inquire what the other was doing, he noticed the two figures chasing behind Moria. A thunderbolt of realization struck him. Lafitte recognized the pursuers as the former captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division, Diamond Jozu, and the Swordmaster Vista. What were they doing here? Could it be that they had come to revive the crew? If so, then the commotion in the south must have been orchestrated by them. Lafitte's face flushed with anger, and even the thick coat of white powder could not conceal his rage. It seemed these rogues were in a hurry, upon witnessing the destruction of the red-haired pirates. They were eager to eliminate us. Lafitte sneered. Unfortunately, their calculations were flawed. The Blackbeard pirates were currently at their peak strength, having gained numerous allies in recent days. They were marching towards their own doom. As the pursued Moonlight, Maliya caught sight of Lafitte in the distance. It was as though a glimmer of hope illuminated his path, prompting him to quicken his pace. Behind him, Jiao Zi and Bisita also noticed. Exchanging a glance before Bisita took it upon himself to confront Lafitte, as previously agreed. He had recently perfected a technique specifically designed to counter Lafitte. The commotion caused by Maliya's frantic cries drew the attention of nearby pirates, who, witnessing their new captain in peril, hastily surrounded him to thwart Jiao Zi and Bisita's pursuit. This diversion provided Maliya with a chance to escape. He frantically pointed at the two, exclaiming, "If you dare, come after me. Brothers, heed my call. The captain has decreed that whoever claims the head of the remnants of the white group shall be duly promoted and rewarded. Kill them." Maliya's words acted as a potent stimulant, urging the pirates to surge forward. Observing the throngs of pirates around him, Maliya could hardly fathom that such a multitude would fail to deal with just two adversaries. Lafitte swiftly approached Maliya and inquired, "What transpired? Were you not in the castle?" Maliya dismissed the question with a wave of his hand. "Don't even mention it. I was basking in the sun when they suddenly barged in." One of them made a beeline for the third floor without uttering a word. Lafitte's expression shifted to one of concern as he grasped Maliya's hand and asked, "Who was it?" After a moment of contemplation, Maliya replied, "It must have been the captain of the resurrection pirates, Long Zaitian." Lafitte's eyes widened in shock. "Long Zaitian? Are you certain it wasn't Whitebeard?" Maliya rolled his eyes. "Rest assured, my vision is not so blurred. The height difference is too significant for me to misidentify." Lafitte concurred, but then pressed on, "Have you seen Whitebeard? Their motivation for challenging us likely hinges on his presence. If we can ascertain his whereabouts and launch a collective assault, eliminating him should not pose a problem. The outcome of this battle hinges on Whitebeard." However, Maliya's response was disheartening. "I have not seen him." "Are you suggesting that Whitebeard is not in the castle?" "I cannot say for certain, at least not from the floor I was on." Maliya was hesitant to make definitive claims, as his life was at stake, and he could not afford to speak recklessly. This left Lafitte perplexed. According to their pirate crew's configuration, it should have been Whitebeard confronting their captain. So how could it be Long Zaitian? Could it be that Long Zaitian surpassed Whitebeard in skill? This seemed implausible. As they pondered this, Bisita unleashed a powerful whirlwind, toppling all the pirates standing in their way. Their weapons were effortlessly shattered by the force of the gale. Maliya stared in disbelief as thousands of pirates fell in an instant. How could Bisita possess such terrifying strength? Jiao Zi casually tossed one pirate into the sea, muttering, "Bisita, could you refrain from finishing them off so quickly next time?" "I was hoping for a more entertaining encounter." Bisita chuckled. "Apologies, I had a sudden urge to wield my blade a bit too forcefully. Besides, you could always take on Maliya. He should be much easier to batter than this lot." With that, the gaze of Jingjiu Jiao Zi turned predatory as he fixed his stare on Maliya, sending chills down the latter's spine. Maliya could hardly believe that thousands of his crew had fallen so swiftly. These were the pirates he had painstakingly gathered over time. Lafitte was equally awestruck by Bisita's prowess. He had previously dismissed the bounty on his head, but witnessing his skills firsthand dispelled any underestimation. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates had grown stronger, yet their own crew had not remained stagnant. They too had improved. The moment of truth had arrived. Lafitte soared towards Jingjiu Jiao Zi, intending to harness his devil fruit abilities to control his opponent. His fruit, the Hypno fruit, possessed the power to manipulate consciousness, rendering foes unable to distinguish friend from foe, even leading them to self-harm. However, just as he prepared to hypnotize Jiao Zi, a blade of light shot forth, interrupting his incantation. Lafitte swiftly dodged to the side, but the speed of the blade was such that a few feathers from his wings were severed. This infuriated him, for he held his feathers in high regard. No one was entitled to touch them. Drawing forth his staff, which concealed a remarkably sharp blade, Lafitte seethed. "It seems you are eager to meet your demise." Abandoning his plan to hypnotize Jiao Zi, he turned his focus to Bisita, believing him to be the easier target. Even if his swordsmanship surpassed Lafitte's, it would not matter. If he could ensnare Bisita, he would have the opportunity to execute his hypnotic technique. This strategy had proven effective time and again, even against the likes of Shiliu, though the latter's murderous intent had quickly shattered the spell. Bisita, lacking such lethal intent, should be easier to control. Yet, unbeknownst to Lafitte, Bisita had already forged a bond with his dual blades, awakening a spirit that could dispel any negative effects on its master. This was precisely why Bisita was so eager to confront Lafitte. With a smile, Bisita leaped towards Lafitte. Lafitte felt a surge of excitement. A battle in midair? How absurd. Initially, he believed he could engage Bisita in a duel and then proceed with his hypnotic control. Everything seemed to unfold according to his plan, but unexpectedly, upon their initial contact, he found himself propelled backward. What the devil? Lafitte flapped his wings desperately to slow his flight, struggling to stabilize himself in midair. His mind was spinning. What was happening? How had Bisita grown so powerful? Bisita frowned, surveying the airborne Lafitte. What was this? Was it part of his strategy? Why did it seem as if Lafitte had not exerted himself? Did he possess other techniques? Bisita scrutinized his opponent, for he was among the 3 most astute individuals in the Black group. It was implausible that Lafitte possessed only such limited abilities. Consequently, Bisita suspected that Lafitte was setting a trap, luring him to leap into danger. After all, Lafitte was no mere decoration. He would not be easily dispatched with a single strike. He thus abandoned close combat, opting to test the waters with his sword technique, Dragon Slayer's aerial dance. Lafitte felt the air shift violently towards Bisita, causing alarm to surge within him. This was bad. Bisita formed a cross with his hands, his blades imbued with haki. The surrounding air swirled chaotically around him. A palpable aura of death emanated from him, radiating outward in a frenzy. Jingju Jiao, Z furrowed his brow. Do not think to steal my thunder. With a resounding bang, brilliance erupted. The resplendent figure dazzled many pirates under the sun. Moonlight Moria gazed at the 2 madmen, his throat dry with swallowed saliva. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he caught the gaze of Lafitte in the air. Instantly, he turned away, feeling utterly cursed. How foolish he had been to seek out Blackbeard. Now, even if he wished to evade confrontation, he had no choice but to engage. Shadow attack. Diamond charge. Moonlight Moria pressed his palm against the ground, producing a thunderous roar. In the next moment, proportional shadows of Moria emerged from the earth. Diamond Jozu remained undeterred, charging forward as always. His charge was unwavering. Once a target was set, he would advance relentlessly. Bang! The sunlight struck the diamond, emitting a blinding glare, creating holes in some shadows. Moonlight Moria cursed the wretched sunlight. At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of escape. He would flee even if pursued by the Blackbeard pirates. After all, it appeared that the Blackbeard crew was struggling for survival. Whether they could endure was uncertain. They certainly lacked the time to trouble him. With this in mind, Moonlight Moria summoned a few shadows to shield himself, planning to feign defeat and slip away when they relaxed. With so many ships in the harbor, he could simply choose one to escape on. Lafitte was the only one nearby, and he was preoccupied, leaving Moria free from detection. Boom! As expected, a thick cloud of smoke rose, and a shadow crashed to the ground, remaining unresponsive for a long while. Diamond Jozu was taken aback. Although this move was not particularly powerful, it was unlikely to have eliminated a former Shichibukai so swiftly. As he approached, seeing Moonlight Moria foaming at the mouth, he realized that indeed he had been defeated. Confused, he looked to Bista. The battle on Bista's side was also nearing its conclusion. The fierce red and blue rings, infused with an unstoppable aura, surged towards Lafitte. Having gauged his opponent's strength through a brief test, Lafitte knew it would be futile to confront them head-on. Yet, as he attempted to flee the attack's trajectory, he was astonished to discover he could not move. Lafitte struggled desperately to escape, but he was firmly ensnared by Bista's assault. All he could do was resist with all his might. However, Lafitte's efforts were futile against Bista's relentless onslaught. Accompanied by a resounding crack, a white figure plummeted rapidly. His feathers were instantly scattered in a chaotic flurry. He had never imagined being struck. Hypnosis had always been his trump card. He believed that controlling his opponent's consciousness would guarantee victory. Yet, he had underestimated his adversary today, dismissing them and losing his precious first opportunity for control. In the moment he was knocked down, he did not perceive his defeat. were he granted another chance. He was certain he could vanquish Bista. Hearing the commotion, Moonlight Moria cautiously opened one eye. Upon witnessing Lafitte's fall, joy surged within him. This battle had essentially determined the outcome, barring unforeseen events. The resurrection of the pirate crew would lead to their victory. If that were the case, now was the optimal moment to flee. The entire Hive Island was in chaos, providing the perfect opportunity for escape. Meanwhile, on the sea, Sean looked at Kazan in the harbor and mocked. Isn't that the former Marine Admiral Akiji? Here to guard Blackbeard's door? Kazan's displeasure was evident, yet he refrained from retaliating, suppressing his anger. The chilling aura he emanated served as a warning for Sean to tread carefully with his words. However, Sean chose to disregard this, continuing his ridicule. Oh, playing the role of a cripple, Blackbeard truly is something, letting a disabled man stand guard. Boom! A surge of cold rushed towards Sean like a tidal wave, freezing the ground in its wake. Sean smirked, thinking, since you initiated the attack, do not blame me for being unjust. This was part of Sean's plan. Due to Kazan's unique status, if Sean struck first, he would inevitably face scrutiny upon returning to the Marines. But if Kazan attacked first, everything would be viewed differently. With a light stomp, the ground beneath Sean cracked, and a hefty rock slowly rose. Just as the cold was about to freeze Sean, the boulder blocked the incoming assault. Sean was undeterred. He raised his hand, and the boulder instantaneously shattered into countless small stones, hurtling towards Kazan. The myriad of tiny stones flew through the air like a Gatling gun, striking some unfortunate pirates behind him. Kazan paid no heed to their plight, opting instead to elementalize and evade. Watching from the sidelines, Jigsaw Baez could not help but take a step back. Kazan's earlier words rang true. This was indeed an opponent he could not handle. The power displayed was worthy of an admiral. Although Jigsaw Baez dared not confront Sean, he could command his subordinates to act. Scanning the area, he noticed several pirates still standing and loudly ordered them to obstruct Sean. Yet, the pirates hesitated, each one acutely aware that this was a death trap. Charging him would surely lead to their demise. Seeing no one willing to engage, Jigsaw Baez seized a pirate by the head and crushed it with ease. This act galvanized all the pirates, who, in terror, lunged at Sean. With no other option left, they recklessly charged forward. However, with their meager strength, they barely grazed Sean before being obliterated by the flying stones. A mist of blood erupted in the air, and in an instant, those pirates were left in tatters. The current situation was a clash between admirals. Kazan gradually recognized that Sean's strength was not that of a mere vice admiral. No vice admiral could wield such terrifying power. Yet, the significance of this revelation seemed diminished. Sean appeared resolute in his intent to kill him. Reflecting on the past, Kazan realized he did not know this individual. He likely joined the Marines after Kazan's departure. After all, his own absence had not been long, and advancing to the rank of vice admiral in such a brief time was improbable. Unless Kazan's gaze shifted. Unless someone had promoted him, it would be impossible to rise so swiftly. He had walked a similar path, and the youthfulness of his opponent only validated his thoughts. If this individual harbored such hatred towards him, there could only be one reason. He had followed orders from superiors to eliminate him. Yet, during Kazan's tenure in the Marines, his strength was well recognized. Did this adversary not comprehend that? What gave him the audacity to challenge Kazan? Filled with questions, Kazan swiftly adapted to the unfolding conflict. As a new round of exchanges concluded, Sean suddenly commanded the sailors, "Everyone, charge." As soon as his words fell, all the pirates stood behind him, none daring to advance. Although Kazan did not recognize Sean, he could identify the group of Marines behind him. He had encountered them a few times during his previous wanderings. They, too, recognized Kazan and refrained from attacking. However, under Sean's threat of military law, they were compelled to raise their swords and charge at Kazan. Observing this, Kazan could only sigh helplessly. At that moment, Sean plunged his hands into the ground, summoning two massive stone fists that soared toward Kazan with great force. Kazan furrowed his brow. If he evaded, those fists would surely crush the Marines before him. Surely, Sean would not strike his own men. Clinging to this thought, Kazan attempted to dodge, yet the fist did not slow. In the next instant, Kazan's pupils dilated in shock. The fists obliterated the charging Marines into a gruesome pulp. The terrified eyes of the dying soldiers seemed to question Kazan's retreat. Kazan stared incredulously at Sean, demanding to know if this was intentional. Both he and Sean were Logia-type devil fruit users, and Kazan knew that the recent attack could have been easily averted. Yet Sean had chosen not to, accelerating the demise of his own men instead. This familiar maneuver reminded him of Sakazuki from years past. The difference was that Sakazuki targeted innocent civilians, while Sean was annihilating his own comrades. This reckless act ignited a profound dissatisfaction within Kazan. He could not fathom Sean's actions. What did he consider the Marines to be? Did he not fear repercussions from his superiors? Before Kazan could ponder further, Sean melted the stone beneath his feet, swiftly ensnaring him. Kazan was taken aback, not expecting Sean to continue his assault without answering. He immediately conjured an ice spear to shatter his bindings. Yet Sean was even more ruthless, closing in with a punch imbued with haki that struck Kazan's chest. Caught off guard, blood erupted from Kazan's mouth. Sean's assault did not relent, as he rapidly materialized a massive stone on his arm. Seizing the opportunity while Kazan was injured, Sean's ferocious attack descended upon him once more. A flicker of unease crossed Kazan's eyes. This man was intent on taking his life. He could no longer afford to hold back, for it would be more than just a broken leg at stake. Just as Kazan intended to elementalize, he noticed an abyss of darkness beneath the looming stone above. That was haki. Damn it! Kazan cursed, unleashing his ice age. Instantly, a frigid torrent spread like tidal waves, turning everything around him into exquisite ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. However, Sean still had one hand free, enclosing Kazan within a sphere of rock. As Kazan finally broke free, the colossal stone loomed before him. Panic seized him. There was no time for another attack. He was doomed. He gazed in despair as memories flickered before him like a fleeting panorama. Suddenly, a figure with purple hair appeared in front of him. A deep voice emanated from the figure. "You little brat, still so merciful, and do not rely on your fruit." Kazan's pupils trembled, the chill emanating from his mouth escaping unwittingly. Zefa, having spoken, did not wait for Kazan's reaction before unleashing a punch skyward. The dark arm, sharp as a blade, sliced through the stone. Even Sean above was left bewildered. Who was this person? His previously confident smile vanished in an instant as the stone shattered. How infuriating! Who was this individual, daring to thwart his plans? Witnessing his massive stone obliterated with a mere touch, Sean, unwilling to concede, transformed his hands into stone hammers and swung down again. Yet Zefa remained unfazed, continuing to rise. A proud smile crept across Zefa's lips. But no one knew the fury ignited within him at the sight of the Marines being slaughtered. He could not comprehend that, perhaps, the rear admiral before him did not even count as a Marine. Sean's stone crashed down upon Zefa's fist, expecting this strike to bring his opponent down. He was instead met with a harsh reality. Zefa's attack resembled a sharp needle, small, yet immensely durable. In mere moments, stones several times Zefa's size exploded upon impact. The confidence Sean once held was utterly shattered. How could this man's haki be so formidable? After dealing with Kaido and claiming Big Mom's stone tablet, he intended to master the new haki and confront the world government, thinking it would all culminate perfectly. As Zefa continued to ascend, Sean had no choice but to elementalize into rock and plummet downward. Observing this, Zefa did not pursue but landed steadily. Kazan, astonished, exclaimed, "Zefa-sensei!" He had not anticipated Zefa would intervene on his behalf. Initially, Kazan had thought Zefa arrived to confront him, as the outside world believed he had joined the Blackbeard pirates. Zefa, likely resurrected by Long Zaitian, would naturally seek revenge against Blackbeard for Whitebeard's death. Thus, Kazan assumed Zefa's target was himself. Hearing Kazan's voice, Zefa turned to him. "Did you see my punch just now?" Kazan blinked, unsure of Zefa's intent. "I saw it. You understand how things should progress from here, right?" Kazan nodded. Zefa paused before adding, "I am not saving you. I merely cannot stand by while he harms his own." Kazan felt a mix of amusement and gratitude. Zefa's stubbornness remained unchanged from his youth. Yet he was deeply moved. Zefa had not meant to intervene, but had intended to wait until Kazan was in dire straits before stepping in. However, Kazan's indifference had left him feeling awkward. Watching his former disciple being beaten was simply unacceptable. After landing, Sean fixed his gaze on Zefa, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you obstructing the Marines?" Sean did not recognize Zefa. Zefa glanced back. Is it so wrong to be bored? The provocative nature of this statement immediately flushed Sean's face with anger. It was the first time someone had been so audacious in his presence. Born into a pirate family, Sean despised a life of plunder and violence. Thus, he secretly communicated with the Marines, revealing the locations of pirate ships. Utilizing his family ties, he secured a position within the Navy. This maneuver garnered Sakazuki's attention, who began to cultivate Sean in secret. Having witnessed the power of the Demon Slayer Order, Sean became enamored with such explosive force. From that moment on, he embarked on a quest for power, intent on wielding the Demon Slayer Order at will. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, even if it meant sacrificing the lives of his subordinates. Shaolin glared fiercely at Zefa, asserting, "Do you truly believe that your haki makes you invincible? Step aside, or I shall eliminate you both." As he spoke, the rocks behind him gradually ascended into the sky, coalescing into a massive boulder intended to intimidate. Zefa smirked disdainfully and retorted, "Little brat, can you still fight?" Kazan nodded, rising from the ground. Although pain still coursed through his body, he could endure it. He thought to himself that if he didn't get up, he would surely be mocked by this old man. However, Zefa appeared younger than him, with a face devoid of wrinkles. Observing their standoff, Sean seized the opportunity to mock them. "Oh? One couldn't handle me, so you bring two?" Zefa chuckled. "We are pirates. Is that not permissible?" This left Sean at a loss for words. He transformed the rocks at his feet into armor, enveloping himself in it, the process resembling a change of attire. Zefa crossed his arms and glanced at Kazan, asking, "Can you manage?" Kazan couldn't help but respond, "Teacher, do you underestimate me so much?" With that, he began to conjure frost armor in the air. The icy gauntlets, knee guards, and armor adorned him, making him resemble an ancient general. Zefa observed with interest, noticing a marked enhancement in Kazan's defensive and offensive capabilities. Why hadn't he done this from the beginning? Kazan seemed to sense Zefa's confusion and explained, "I just learned it." HostRevives watched the exchange between Zefa and Kazan in astonishment. He never anticipated that the purple-haired man possessed such formidable strength capable of shattering Sean's ultimate move with his bare hands. The thought of escape crossed his mind as he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Watching HostRevives retreat step by step, Zefa merely gestured. Kazan signaled and promptly froze HostRevives in place. Zefa had not anticipated engaging with the Marines. He had initially come to stop Kazan, yet now they found themselves uniting to thwart a Marine. Nevertheless, it was for the best, for the adversary posed a significant threat to their captain. The outcome remained uncertain, and they needed to halt him. To prevent further disruptions, Sean erected a towering wall of stone around the three of them. Zefa took the lead, dashing forward, gliding close to the ground while mocking, "You little brat, are you just going to stand there waiting to be beaten?" Kazan sighed in resignation. This old man truly lacks martial ethics. While others prepare, you launch a sneak attack. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, Kazan followed suit. The opponent's strength was not to be underestimated, so gaining an advantage was crucial. Moreover, Sean had not shown any mercy to Kazan earlier. He would not hold back against such an enemy. Upon witnessing this, Sean sneered. "You think you can deal with me through a sneak attack? You are far too naive." He commanded the rocks beneath the ground, causing them to surge upward like vines, ensnaring their targets. Kazan quickly noticed the impending danger and conjured numerous ice arrows in midair, unleashing a barrage towards them. Zefa executed a powerful kick against the ground, elevating himself to avoid being struck by the elemental assault. The clash of ice arrows and boulders erupted in a cacophony of dust and debris, enveloping the entire stone wall in a shroud of smoke. However, this did not deter their assault. The three engaged in combat, using their observation haki, battling in areas invisible to the naked eye. Seizing the geographical advantage, Sean plunged his hands into the ground, causing the earth to ripple like ocean waves. Under his control, stone pillars erupted from the ground, thrusting towards the two combatants. Kuzan utilized his freezing ability to encase the oncoming rocks, halting their advance. He intended to assist Zefa, but was astonished to see him nimbly maneuvering through the dense forest of stone pillars, as if he were a monkey. Several times, the pillars narrowly missed him, yet Zefa adeptly navigated, twisting and turning in midair to evade. Kazan was utterly dumbfounded. The youthful Zefa was indeed remarkably skilled. He had severely underestimated him. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and St. Janon Wolf leisurely danced on the island. Perhaps only he and Shacklock Doll remained the most at ease amidst the chaos. Observing the continuous explosions and plumes of smoke, Whitebeard realized he was in the most comfortable position. He wished to join the fray, but it appeared the opposing party held no intention of fighting, leaving him in a quandary. Surely, he could not simply assault them. Although they were also members of the Blackbeard pirates, they seemed devoid of combat spirit, as if they were mere spectators. Whitebeard felt somewhat out of place, suspecting his allies were engaged in exhilarating battles. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss with St. Janon Wolf. The latter was roaring, crying out, and behaving strangely, his hands flailing as he stood up, appearing almost deranged. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Was he preparing to fight? Yet, his behavior suggested a loss of control rather than readiness for battle. Shaking his head, Whitebeard decided to incapacitate his opponent first, enabling him to assist his comrades. With that, he sprang into action, propelling himself high into the air. A seasoned warrior, Whitebeard knew how to subdue his opponent. Seizing the moment while St. Janon Wolf was caught off guard, he executed a twisting landing, planting his foot firmly on the back of St. Janon Wolf's head. Sensing danger, St. Janon Wolf began to struggle, thrashing his hands behind him. However, his short arms proved ineffective. To avoid injuring his opponent's brain, Whitebeard refrained from using haki and opted for a blunt strike to the back of the head. Just as his fist was about to make contact, St. Janon Wolf suddenly turned his head. Oh no! Whitebeard's punch had already descended, leaving him with little chance to retract it. The dull thud resonated from St. Janon Wolf's head. Whitebeard was startled, fearing he might have caused serious harm. However, contrary to his fears, St. Janon Wolf exhibited no abnormal reaction and instead fell silent, as if lost in thought. Whitebeard cautiously descended from his perch, holding the Tsongyun Chia, and approached him warily. Hey, are you all right? St. Janon Wolf replied. Where is this? Whitebeard's heart raced. He had truly knocked him senseless. St. Janon Wolf lowered his gaze to Whitebeard and gradually crouched down. Sensing the potential for an attack, Whitebeard instinctively raised his weapon in defense. Are you going to attack? Yet St. Janon Wolf merely crouched to observe Whitebeard. May I ask who you are? Edward Newgate. Oh, St. Janon Wolf pondered. Are you the legendary Whitebeard? He nodded in contemplation. Bai Huizhi could distinctly sense a significant change in the demeanor of Sheng Huan Yilang compared to before. Could it be that his previous assault had unsettled the opponent's nerves? By the way, do you know how to reach Zhu Rindao? Bai Huizhi was taken aback and responded. Zhu Rindao. He was not unfamiliar with the name, having visited it once before, where he encountered a colossal vine. Indeed, Sheng Huan Yilang's eyes sparkled with delight as he inquired. Might you escort me there? Upon examining the sincerity etched on the other's face, devoid of any pretense, Bai Huizhi curiously asked, Are you not affiliated with He Huzi? Why do you not attempt to attack me? Then, Sheng Huan Yilang recounted the tale of his life, rendering Bai Huizhi momentarily speechless. It turned out that Sheng Huan Yilang was not originally a pirate, but rather an ordinary giant. Born a century ago, his circumstances were rather unique. Upon his arrival into the world, he was significantly smaller than other members of the giant race, leading to explosive news among his kin, who deemed him the spawn of a demon, destined to face divine retribution for his existence. With the entirety of the giant race casting disdain upon him, Sheng Huan Yilang's mother sought various remedies to augment his size. Despite his diminutive stature, his intellect was unparalleled among the giants. From a young age, he grasped complex concepts, which only solidified his mother's resolve in her quest for a solution. However, the physicians they consulted attributed his condition to genetic issues, claiming salvation was unattainable and urging her to abandon hope. Yet, she persisted. Eventually, they learned of a renowned geneticist, and thus they ventured to the abode of Ka-Rayleigh. Elated at the prospect of an experimental subject, Ka-Rayleigh injected a serum into Sheng Huan Yilang. To his astonishment, the young giant's genes absorbed the substance instantaneously, causing him to swell in size, ultimately bursting the laboratory as he exceeded his mother's stature. In the midst of their celebration, however, Sheng Huan Yilang inexplicably descended into a frenzy, wreaking havoc. His mother endeavored to restore his sanity, but tragically lost her life in the process. In her final moments, she managed to rouse him, albeit he had already succumbed to unconsciousness, rapidly shrinking until he resembled an ordinary human. Ka-Rayleigh lamented yet another failed experiment. Fearing that Sheng Huan Yilang might awaken and cause further destruction, he discarded him onto a passing pirate ship. A few months later, news articles reached him, detailing the rampages of the uncontrollable giant as he wreaked havoc upon islands, mumbling incoherently. Ka-Rayleigh speculated that these outbursts were side effects of a serum. The Navy, seeking to restrain him, employed the Demon Slayer order, yet this creature's hide proved resilient, impervious to their efforts. Ultimately, in an attempt to conceal his failure, Ka-Rayleigh concocted a seemingly useless devil fruit, which possessed no significant abilities but could bind the consumer with sea stone. Thus, the Navy forcibly administered the fruit to Sheng Huan Yilang while restraining him with sea stone handcuffs. For many years, he endured this ordeal. Gradually, his genes blended with the serum, allowing him better control over his size, though the effects of the sea stone rendered him incapable of exerting strength. It was not until the arrival of Hahaha that he inquired if he could be returned to Ju Run Dao. Hahaha appeared uninterested in escorting him home, instead desiring to exploit his abilities to dominate the seas. Consequently, Sheng Huan Yilang remained on Feng Chao Dao, awaiting other passing pirates to take him back. His intellect remained intact, and he was aware of his homeland. As long as he could return, he would once again meet his mother. This singular purpose sustained his will to live, though unbeknownst to him, his mother had already passed away. Upon hearing Sheng Huan Yilang's tale, Bahuju oscillated between skepticism and contemplation as he scrutinized him. How could one feign such sincerity? Bahuju was evidently not so easily swayed, yet he could find no chink in the other's facade. Given the current demeanor presented, it mirrored his description perfectly. Moreover, the absence of hostility from the other aligned with Bahuju's own thoughts. By the way, you mentioned consuming a devil fruit. You should lack strength. How did you manage to ascend? I lack strength. I climbed up with my hands, Sheng Huan Yilang replied, demonstrating once more. Indeed, the seawater only reached his waist, leaving his upper body exposed. Can you now control your size? Yes, my size is determined by the serum injected by that doctor, he affirmed. Bai Huzi nodded thoughtfully. If Long Zaitian truly aspired to become the Pirate King, then Ju Ren Dao was undoubtedly a necessary passage. Additionally, if the other spoke truthfully, he could indeed consider granting him passage, as it would not occupy much space. Nevertheless, the final decision lay with the captain. Bai Hujik turned to Sheng Huan Yilang and stipulated, whether or not you can board the ship rests solely on the captain's word. If you remain patient here, once we defeat Hahaha, I shall return for you. I am a first mate, and I will certainly advocate for you. Whitebeard reassured him. After all, during the previous ambush by the Blackbeard pirates, he had refrained from retaliating, which led him to trust Sheng Huan Yilang. Had it been another member of the Blackbeard crew, Bahuju would have delivered a punch without hesitation. Sheng Huan Yilang nodded obediently, reclining on the beach to relish this rare solitude. He believed they would surely triumph over the Blackbeard pirates, and once aboard the ship, such leisurely days would be a luxury of the past. Previously, due to the inadequate fusion of the serum with his genes, he often exhibited eccentric behaviors, leading others to perceive him as foolish and relegating him to menial tasks. In order to successfully return to Ju Ren Dao, he had acquiesced to a series of demands. Yet, each time he was met with disappointment, he gradually ceased to make requests. Drifting with the currents, he held on to the belief that as long as pirates continued to exist in this world, someone would eventually venture to his homeland. Observing Sheng Huan Elan's genuine compliance, Bai Huju proceeded towards the castle. However, he remained vigilant. Upon nearing the castle, he glanced back to find the others still obediently stationary, confirming the depth of his longing for home. Yet the silhouette that soon emerged surprised him. With a gentle smile, Bai Huzu exclaimed, "Gulalala in Yimi Hauka. I did not expect to find you here." Chaolakar Mihuokura narrowed his eyes, cautiously halting his steps. "Is there something you need?" Bai Huzu chuckled, "Nothing urgent. Merely curious as to what brings a lone wolf like you to this place." Chaolakar Mihuokura replied directly, "I seek Xiangkasi." Bai Huzu nodded in affirmation of his reasoning. Just as he turned to depart, he cautioned, "A madman approaches." Before he could finish his warning, Chaolakar Mihuokura unsheathed his sword, striking out behind him, unleashing a dazzling arc of light from his blade. In the distance, a figure resembling a cannonball charged forward, forcefully dispersing the awe-inspiring attack. The pirates preparing to evacuate the port were left astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Upon seeing Ing Yen, they were already rendered speechless, hastily departing the port as if fleeing from a divine demon. Yet, they were taken aback when his assault was unexpectedly disrupted by another formidable entity. The immense figure continued its flight, moving at a speed too swift for the naked eye to follow. Although Kyla Kermahake wished to strike again, he was halted by Bai Hu. "Do not engage. He is a battle maniac. The more you attack, the more exhilarated he becomes. Are you not seeking Xianx?" Ing Yen scrutinized Daejalasai Baylite with suspicion. They had crossed paths before, though whether the latter recognized him remained uncertain. Daejalasai Baylite was rapidly approaching Ing Yen. The latter contemplated attacking, but restrained himself, recalling Bai Hu's warning. With Bai Hu nearby, if the other party showed no intention to strike, it would be unnecessary for him to intervene. Thus, the two awaited Daejalasai Baylite's descent in silence. With a thunderous crash, Daejalasai Baylite impacted the island with the force of a meteor, causing the entire landmass to shift slightly. The combatants engaged in a struggle above were left bewildered. As Daejalasai Baylite emerged from the smoke, he stood in a deep crater spanning several meters. Approaching Ing Yen, he muttered, boring. Ing Yen's brow furrowed, irritation evident upon his countenance. Had he not deemed the prospect of battling this individual too cumbersome, he would have already taken action. Bai Hu inquired curiously, "What brings you here?" Daejalasai Baylite stretched, as if just awakening from slumber. "That brat, Long Zaitian, sent me to accomplish a task." "Oh, what did the captain request?" "He asked me to rescue the members of the red-haired pirates, claiming I couldn't defeat them." What a laugh. "Ah, well, you two are on the same path. I have matters to attend to first." With that, Bai Hu ascended the nearby staircase. Daejalasai Baylite and Ing Yen exchanged glances, both acutely aware of the palpable killing intent radiating from one another. Daejalasai Baylite, unusually silent, seemed focused on the significance of his mission, perhaps eager to witness what Long Zaitian had described. Alternatively, it might be that Ing Yen's perceived weakness did not pique his interest. Ing Yen, maintaining his stoic demeanor, descended the staircase, with Daejalasai Baylite trailing behind. They soon arrived at the basement, housing numerous cramped cells, seemingly extending the size of the entire island. Observing the endless expanse, Daejalasai Baylite unleashed his conqueror's haki, obliterating the cells in a sweeping arc. A cacophony of explosions resonated from below. Ing Yen's expression turned increasingly frigid, as he felt the oppressive force of Daejalasai Baylite's haki, which simultaneously gnawed at his mental fortitude. Reluctantly, he released his own conqueror's haki to counter the onslaught. Though Ing Yen was reluctant to wield his haki, he realized that without it, he could only rely on his swordsmanship to disrupt his opponent. Daejalasai Baylite, surprised by Ing Yen's display of haki, considered it reasonable, recognizing him as the world's premier swordsman. It would indeed be absurd if he lacked such an ability. The fire of ambition ignited within Daejalasai Baylite, fueling his desire to engage in battle once the task was completed. Yin, sensing the ill intentions of his adversary, remained poised to draw his sword. Suddenly, Dejilasai Baelite ceased unleashing his haki, his gaze sharpening as he directed his focus toward a particular location. Yin followed suit, and they soon discovered the cells holding the members of the red-haired pirates on the second floor of the castle. Meanwhile, the battle between Duque and Mark had just ignited. Mark darted toward Duque with remarkable speed. Based on the latter's previous actions, he seemed devoid of any combat prowess. Thus, if Mark could incapacitate him, the formidable steed before him would pose no threat. However, the enhanced creature, having consumed a potion, was not easily dismissed. Its hooves carved deep impressions into the ground as it swiftly shielded Duque. Mark pressed on, intent on overwhelming them all at once. He summoned his azure flames, capable of both healing and assaulting. The temperature within the room soared, causing beads of sweat to form on the brows of those present. Yet, for the enhanced creature, this heat was still insufficient. Unfazed, it charged toward Mark. Mark narrowly evaded, executing a graceful spin mid-air. The creature, undeterred, propelled itself against the opposing wall, using the rebound to launch another assault on Mark. The latter, caught off guard by the animal's intelligence, suffered a powerful blow from its headbutt. Only upon hearing the crack of his own bones did Mark fully acknowledge the formidable adversary before him. Having consumed Duque's potion, the creature had transcended its equine nature. It was no ordinary horse, possessing extraordinary force. Mark resolved to hold nothing back, executing a spinning maneuver with his wings, unleashing 2 arcs of fire toward Duque. With no intention of sparing his strength, he soared directly at Duque, knowing the creature would likely intervene. First, he would subdue the beast before confronting Duque. Witnessing this, Duque poured a vial of red potion into the creature's mouth. "Drink this, and you shall fear no flames." The creature seemed to comprehend, letting out a triumphant cry after consuming the potion. It stood steadfast before the arcs of fire. Mark was taken aback, pondering what Duque had given the creature to instill such confidence. When the arcs of fire struck the creature, they ignited upon contact. Mark felt a surge of delight. Surely, the burning sensation would be unbearable. Yet, the creature exhibited no reaction, its expression unchanged. Duque mocked, "Mark, I have already administered a fire-resistant potion to it." Upon hearing this, Mark's expression darkened considerably. If his flames were ineffective, he would have to resort to physical combat. Instantly, he transformed into his hybrid form. Although he rarely employed his physical prowess, he believed he could surely best a mere horse. With that thought, Mark launched a powerful kick at the creature. In response, the creature reared back, blocking the blow with its hooves. Mark was astonished, marveling at the creature's extraordinary strength, which seemed entirely different from the previous impact. Devoid of any build-up. Moreover, the force of his strike was undeniably an ambush, clearly advantageous. Yet, in the end, his strength began to wane. Marco gritted his teeth in determination. At that moment, Duque laughed mockingly from behind Juan. "This steed was meticulously selected by me. Do you think it is merely ordinary?" Marco's expression darkened considerably. He had to concede that he had underestimated this fellow. Just as he thought he was about to be kicked off by Juan, a figure suddenly appeared behind Duque. "Marco, I am here to assist you." Liu Yin swiftly positioned himself behind Duque. Duque and Juan were momentarily stunned. Hadn't this fellow been dealing with Ba Ku Si Chiaote before? How would he find time to confront him? They glanced at Ba Ku Si Chiaote, who was still engrossed in his drink and oblivious to the unfolding situation. At that moment, Duque recalled that among the cadres of the Blackbeard pirates, apart from the older members who trusted each other, the newer cadres only obeyed Blackbeard's orders, largely disregarding the voices of the seasoned members. With a resounding bang, Liu Yin unleashed the Sea Emperor fist, delivering a powerful blow to Duque's face. Having never experienced such a fierce attack, Duque's nose gushed blood instantaneously. Witnessing this, Juan ceased his entanglement with Marco and turned to rescue his master. However, Marco swiftly blocked Juan with his wings. "Liu Yin, give him a thorough beating." "Understood, Marco." Du Q's physical resilience was indeed, as Marco had assessed, virtually non-existent. Under Liu Yan's relentless assault, Du Q's face was already unrecognizable. At that moment, Zhuan managed to break free from Marco. Yet, his master had already undergone a transformation akin to plastic surgery, utterly disfigured. Enraged at seeing Du Q unconscious, Zhuan glared furiously at the two. Marco and Liu Yan exchanged a glance, quickly formulating a plan. They would attack simultaneously, aiming for Du Q, while Zhuan would surely intercept them. When that moment arrived, they would unleash all their assaults upon Zhuan. Soon, amidst cries of agony, Zhuan swiftly exhausted his strength and fell into a disadvantageous position. Just as Du Q, who had initially been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes, he threw a key upon witnessing the nearly defeated Zhuan. Ba Ku Si Chiao Te, if you eliminate these two, the entire wine cellar will be yours. Ba Ku Si Chiao Te instantly halted his drinking, glancing at the key at his feet. He quickly picked it up. Initially, Blackbeard had constructed an enormous wine cellar to persuade Ba Ku Si Chiao Te to join him and assist him. The key was entrusted to his most trusted cadres. He had believed he and Zhuan could handle the situation, but did not anticipate a surprise attack. If Ba Ku Si Chiao Te continued to spectate, both he and Zhuan would surely be defeated. Ba Ku Si Chiao Te concealed the key in his pocket and staggered towards the two. This author is truly tedious. After securing the key, Ba Ku Si Chiao Te's demeanor shifted entirely. A chilling aura pervaded the castle. "Hey, your opponent is me," Whitebeard cheerfully approached. All eyes in the vicinity suddenly focused on him. Ba Ku Si Chiao Te turned to see Marco and Liu Yan. "Hurry up and finish so you can support the captain. I will hold this place." After Whitebeard spoke, he swung Song Yun Xie towards Ba Ku Si Chiao Te. Ba Ku Si Chiao Te quickly employed haki to defend himself. However, his strength paled in comparison to Whitebeard's, and he was launched against the wall, nearly getting stuck. Whitebeard showed no signs of hesitation. After his attack, he leapt before Ba Ku Si Chiao Te, delivering another punch, relentlessly battering him until his body was bruised and swollen. Marco stood by, astonished. This was the first time since his resurrection that his father had exhibited such fury. Typically reluctant to use haki, Whitebeard's rare application of it illustrated his intense hatred for Blackbeard's cadres. Witnessing this, Du Q's spirit plummeted. Compared to Whitebeard's furious onslaught, the attacks from Marco and Liu Yan were far more tolerable. In mere seconds, Ba Ku Si Chiao Te was rendered disoriented, lacking even the strength to rise. Thus, one cadre of Blackbeard was eliminated. Just when they thought it was over, the portal to the void opened once more. Demon pulled Du Q and Ba Ku Si Chiao Te toward him. Observing this, Whitebeard stepped forward to block his teammates. "Who are you?" Demon replied, truthfully. "We're the game pirates. Release them. I am afraid I must decline. Then you shall remain here as well." Whitebeard recognized the danger posed by the individuals before him. But had he ever been afraid? "I am Whitebeard." Gripping Song Yun Chia once more, Whitebeard dashed towards the four and slashed downwards. A figure in a pink mask swiftly raised a golden shield on their arm. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted as Whitebeard's blade was halted by the opponent's shield. Whitebeard gazed in astonishment at the individual before him. Their height was ordinary, yet they possessed such extraordinary strength, a rarity indeed. This strike was not something an average person could endure. They were genuinely perilous. The battle at the northeast port was also nearing its conclusion. At this moment, Sean was overwhelmed by two opponents, blood streaming from his head. That accursed purple-haired man. Sean's rock-based attacks inflicted no damage upon Zefa, as each time he seemed poised to strike, his opponent nimbly evaded. Once or twice was manageable, but as the instances accumulated, Sean realized that his opponent was not relying on luck, but rather on observation haki. The speed of their attacks was less than a second. How could he evade them? Sean possessed observation haki himself, but if asked whether he could reach such a level, he would vehemently shake his head in denial. One Zefa was already enough to trouble him, let alone the assistance of Ku Zhan beside him. Whenever Zefa aimed to strike, Sean would attempt to elementalize to evade. However, Midway through the transformation, he would be frozen by Kujan's ice and subsequently beaten mercilessly by the empowered strikes. Although Zefa's punches were not as exaggerated as Carp's, they were still unbearable after several blows. Gradually, accompanied by the sound of Douglas bullet landing, Sean was sent crashing back onto the warship. It was easy to beat him to the ground, but killing him proved challenging. He could meld with the earth at any moment to escape. At this point, Sean had lost his previous arrogance, trembling at the sight of his darkened arm. The world could tolerate one monstrous figure like Carp, but now another had appeared. You all wait. After uttering this threat, Sean piloted the warship away alone. Kujan and Zefa sat down, laughing heartily. Hahaha. Sean is indeed a swift individual. The tender moment in the east was abruptly interrupted by Bullet's descent. Carp quickly separated from Ace and Sabo. He pretended to cough. Are you here to hunt Blackbeard? For a moment, Carp was unsure how to alleviate the awkwardness. So he posed a question. Indeed, Sabo and Ace replied in unison, momentarily taken aback before responding. Kapu nodded. This Blackbeard has been rather arrogant lately. I shall assess the situation. After speaking, he made his way towards the castle. The Marines stood in astonishment, as they had initially come to the island to capture Bucky. Yet now their mission had shifted to apprehending Blackbeard. Ace turned to Yamato and Kazuki Oden, inquiring, have you finished your battle? Kazuki Oden smiled. Have I ever let you down? Ace gave a thumbs up. Great. Let us hasten to support the captain. All right. Subsequently, Ace conjured a whirlwind, swiftly transporting the three into the castle. As for Sabo, he mentioned that he needed to investigate further and could not accompany them. Meanwhile, the Bucky pirates found themselves entirely surrounded by the Navy at the port, forced to move with the main force towards the castle. Though they could attempt to break through the defenses, the potential repercussions from Carp were uncertain. It was evident that if Carp succeeded in capturing Blackbeard, he would likely turn a blind eye to Bucky's escape. After all, Shanks was still present, and face-saving was necessary. Crocodile and Mr. One had also reached the second floor, where they observed Whitebeard and the members of the game pirates from a corner. Mr. One looked grave. Boss, their strength is formidable. Crocodile responded coldly. Where do these guys come from? Don't steal my kills. On the first floor, with a loud crash, the iron gate was torn apart by an unseen force, and two imposing figures stood at the entrance. How pathetic, Douglas Bullet scoffed as he surveyed the interior. Did they truly believe they could defeat him? Dracul Mihawk, his expression devoid of emotion, stared intently at the figure on the ground. The red hair lay tangled like seaweed, the frail body a shadow of its former imperial aura, now all but diminished within the dim confines of the cell. With a few coughs, it seemed to announce to the world that he still clung to life. The emaciated form and feeble breaths resembled that of a centenarian. Mihawk's gaze was complex, devoid of joy or sorrow, filled only with confusion. Was this truly the man he once knew? In that moment, he could see only him, dismissing all other figures. After a considerable time, Shanks seemed to sense a visitor and painfully turn around. Upon recognizing the two before him, a faint smile graced his face. What brings you here? Mihawk could no longer contain his frustration and unsheathed his black sword, Yuru, swiftly severing the handcuffs binding everyone in an instant. The precision was remarkable. No one was harmed. Mihawk sheathed his sword and knelt before Shanks, one hand gripping his neck, coldly stating, "Do not address me with that pitiful demeanor. You are my lifelong adversary." Shanks, in his weakened state, felt as though he were a branch swaying wildly in a tempest, on the verge of breaking. Douglas Bullet, reveling in the drama, remarked, "So this is the Yonko Shanks, truly disgraceful." Yet, despite his mocking tone, Bullet held a certain admiration for the few remaining members. Even in such a weakened state, their eyes still bore a deadly glint, as if they had never acknowledged their defeat. This piqued his interest. Slowly, Douglas Bullet retrieved a vial of serum from his pocket, a gift left by Dragon. Alongside it was a note detailing its usage. Dragon had surmised that this serum was intended to treat the red-haired pirates. If Blackbeard possessed a stockpile of such secret weapons, he would have sought them out long ago, rather than gathering forces in this manner. However, Dragon could not guarantee that Blackbeard indeed held such resources, hence he was gambling. If the serum was not meant for the red-haired pirates, They could simply defeat Blackbeard and interrogate him. The outcome would remain unchanged. Shanks coughed again. You traveled all this way just to relish my misfortune? My hawk gradually released Shanks. What else would it be? Do you truly believe I would come to save you? Do you think you still hold any right to ask for my assistance? Shanks remained silent, merely smiling. Ever since Blackbeard unleashed the virus upon them, their condition had deteriorated. It was likely that within days, they would lack even the strength to speak. Mihawk looked at his old friend with disdain and turned away. What transpired that day? Shanks was about to respond, but found himself devoid of any strength, ultimately unable to even open his eyelids. Douglas Bullet, witnessing this pitiful sight, lost interest and violently threw the serum to the ground. Suddenly, the cell filled with orange smoke. As the mist enveloped the members of the red-haired pirates, they were astonished to find that the virus ravaging their bodies had vanished without a trace, as if the immense burden they bore had been lifted. Mihawk was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Douglas Bullet possessed such a thing. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted within the previously ordinary cell. The strength of the red-haired pirates was restored. However, due to their prolonged lack of sustenance, although their vigor returned, they remained frail and required nourishment to regain their former peak. Mihawk noticed Shanks' breathing gradually steadying. Suddenly, it seemed he understood something, leaning against the wall and wait. Dragon and Blackbeard were both caked in dust, having battled for over 10 minutes. Blackbeard's tremor fruit abilities yielded no advantages against Dragon. Each time he attempted to unleash his power, it was effortlessly pierced by Dragon's swordsmanship. In truth, Dragon's sword skills were not entirely adequate, but the supreme quality of his weapon compensated for this shortcoming. Furthermore, he possessed a universal medicine, allowing him to fight with abandon, unencumbered by concerns of injury. Trading one universal medicine for the life of a Yonko was certainly a bargain. Moreover, he did not necessarily face defeat. The more Dragon fought, the more exhilarated he became, while Blackbeard's expression grew increasingly grim. Both combatants were fully aware of the tumult outside the castle, the roars of pirates, the resounding calls of the navy, the unified cries of the revolutionary army, and the arrogance of the mysterious figures, all reached their ears. Dragon smiled. Blackbeard, you have lost. Marshal D. Teach sneered. Haha, little brat, do you truly think I fear you just because of Whitebeard? I can kill him once, and I can do it again. If you have the ability, bring him back to life. Dragon scratched his head. If I defeat you, perhaps I could indeed revive him. After all, my bounty might just reach 4 billion. Dark Dragon roar. Quake. Blackbeard conjured a sphere of light in one hand and a sphere of darkness in the other, striking fiercely towards Dragon. The two terrifying forces intertwined, resembling a tightly woven electric net as they surged towards Dragon. Long Zaitian took a deep breath, the scorching currents of electricity coiling around his blade. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Jianju Fei Yu Jiu Shi Jiu Lianzhan, lightly touching the ground. He soared into the air in an instant, utilizing his own inertia to commence a rapid spin. Simultaneously, his arms were not idle. Amidst the whirlwind, he frantically unleashed waves of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, a dense barrage of sword energy surged towards the direction of Blackbeard. In an instant, the attacks from both sides collided, erupting into a thunderous explosion. The castle of Fengshao Island evidently could not withstand such overwhelming force, shaking precariously as if it might collapse at any moment. Cracks in the walls sprouted like rapidly growing plants, continuously ascending. The ground beneath their feet also revealed conspicuous fissures. A moment's inattention could lead to a direct fall below. Simultaneously, the skies above the entire island manifested extraordinary phenomena. It was not merely the sky breaking apart. It was an utter ruin. Above the island, no creatures could be seen. All beings that passed by this island fled in fear, seeking to avoid calamity. Not only them, but even the few inhabitants on the island struggled to withstand the energy storm. All the weaker souls seemed to have their spirits drained in an instant, collapsing to the ground. Centuries-old structures finally succumbed, torn asunder by this terrifying power. Whitebeard, Marco, Sulphur, and the members of the game pirates looked upward. Demon murmured, as expected of a failed experiment. Is this the extent of power from three hearts? Zefa and Kazan were equally disturbed by the commotion. Is this the work of your captain? Kazan squinted, inquiring. Zefa replied directly, as it stands, there appears to be no one else. Does there? Zefa gazed towards the south. The massive silhouette remained, indicating that Whitebeard was still locked in battle. Strangely, that figure seemed stationary. Kazuki, Odin, Yamato, and Ace had finally reached the second floor, only to be driven back down by the tumult. Were it not for Ace's timely redirection of the hurricane, they might have been struck by falling debris from the castle. Ace stared in shock at the descending stones, momentarily uncertain of his course of action. The castle clearly could not hold out much longer. If they recklessly entered, it might become their tomb. However, not assisting would seem unjustifiable. Kazuki, Odin, perceiving Ace's thoughts, smiled and said, "Do not worry. Other members are with the captain." "Are they not?" Yamato also encouraged, "Ace, we must trust the captain. He will surely defeat Blackbeard." Ace glanced back with concern, but ultimately chose to heed their advice and wait below. Should they rashly enter, they might inadvertently complicate matters for the captain and the others. At the harbor, Sean was seething with rage. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he let out a sinister laugh. Since you are all so lively, why not bring some friends along? He quickly dialed a number. Bling bling. "Hello." The voice of Sakazuki emerged. Sean adopted a previously indifferent demeanor and replied coolly, "Admiral. While pursuing Hawkeye, I discovered he has arrived at Fengchao Island." Sakazuki frowned. "What is he doing there?" Sean reclined in his chair, uncertain. "Blackbeard and his crew have not attacked him." Sakazuki questioned, perplexed. Hawkeye would never bow his head and collaborate with others. Sean promptly returned to the matter at hand. "Admiral, later I engaged on the island with Kazan, initially confident of victory, yet I was interrupted by an unexpected individual. Subsequently, they teamed up against me, and I had no choice but to retreat." Sakazuki, upon hearing this, was somewhat surprised. "Oh? Who did Kazan join forces with against you?" Sean shook his head, aware that Sakazuki could not see him. "I do not know. The opposing force is remarkably strong." "What do they look like?" Sakazuki inquired, flipping through the latest pirate bounty notices. "Wearing sunglasses, I could not see his eyes, but he has purple hair. Moreover, his Busashoku and Kenbunchaku are exceptionally formidable. My attacks were utterly ineffective against him." As Sakazuki pondered, a silhouette suddenly emerged in his mind. His heart skipped a beat, and the fist resting on the table trembled slightly. The three words echoed in his mind. Impossible. He could not have joined the pirates. He Long Zaitian. Sakazuki quickly connected the dots to Long Zaitian, thus providing clarity to Sean's account. If it were Zefa, given Sean's experience, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. Ever since Long Zaitian appeared, nothing seemed impossible. Noticing Sakazuki's silence, Sean continued, "Admiral, moreover, it seems there is significant unrest on Fengchao Island. Explosions can be heard everywhere, likely indicating the arrival of other pirate crews to attack them." Sakazuki suddenly recalled that not long ago, Sengoku had just informed him of Carp's presence near Fengchao Island. Could it be his doing? Or had Whitebeard's crew also arrived? In the current world, the only crew capable of clashing with Blackbeard's pirates would be the resurrected pirate crew. "Admiral, if we dispatch a vice admiral now, perhaps." Sean finally articulated his thoughts. Sakazuki quickly grasped Sean's intention, instructing him to return for further deliberation. The last time 2 vice admirals were sent and failed to complete their mission, they were met with disdain from the Gorosei. After hanging up, Sakazuki could not resist lighting another cigar, murmuring softly, "Fengchao Island must be in chaos now. If we send troops by the time they arrive, they may have already inflicted severe damage upon each other. Yet, if we do not act, we risk missing an opportunity to eliminate one of the 4 emperors. However, who should we send? An actor? A mistake? A slacker?" Although Carp had already reached Fengchao Island, given his character, it was improbable that he would engage Blackbeard directly. He was not foolish enough to that extent. Let those 2 go and assess the situation. Subsequently, Sakazuki dialed 2 separate numbers. As the shock waves within the castle dissipated, the entire space became enveloped in dust and smoke. Long Zaitian wielded his sword energy, dispersing the surrounding haze. Blackbeard clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Not bad, kid. But I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it? Long Zaitian raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued. What suggestion? Blackbeard replied earnestly. Let us form an alliance. Long Zaitian's eyes narrowed. What was he up to? Seeing Long Zaitian's lack of immediate response, Blackbeard assumed he was contemplating and quickly presented the temptation. If we joined forces, we would be virtually invincible. Even if Big Mom and Kaido allied, they would not stand a chance against us. Once we drag them down to the depths, we can settle our scores afterward. What do you say? Blackbeard presumed Long Zaitian was the captain of the resurrected pirate crew. Thus, he believed his words would resonate with their crew. Once Long Zaitian gave the order, he was convinced Whitebeard would not defy the captain's command to slay him. Long Zaitian suddenly had a thought and inquired, That might be feasible, but I have a question for you. Blackbeard believed that the other party had agreed, and in his excitement, he promptly inquired, What is the problem? Speak freely. Long Zaitian chuckled. Do you know where the fourth redstone tablet is? Blackbeard's eyes widened, but he quickly relaxed. He felt that, as they were forming an alliance, he must first demonstrate his sincerity. Therefore, he responded earnestly, I know. It is on the Island of Giants. Originally, we planned to rest for a few more days before searching for the redstone tablet, but unexpectedly, you arrived. What a coincidence? Long Zaitian nodded. Indeed, quite a coincidence. He slowly raised his sword. Have you ever seen an arrow with two kings? The sword energy shot forth, catching Blackbeard completely off guard. Blackbeard probably did not expect that the jovial Long Zaitian from a moment ago would suddenly turn hostile. You bastard. Do you not wish for an alliance anymore? Not at all. Are you not afraid of Big Mom and Kaido allying against you? Long Zaitian smirked. Once I am done with you, I shall have no fear. Bastard. The two sides re-entered fierce combat. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the castle, Whitebeard continued to confront the members of the Game Pirates. They had intended to enter the third floor through the Void Gate, but were interrupted by Whitebeard's strike. His attack was powerful enough to affect the very fabric of space. Demon could not help but praise, as expected of the world's strongest man. Can his attacks truly affect space? However, the praise did not lighten Whitebeard's demeanor. Instead, it grew more serious. Although his attacks could influence space, the extent was minimal. If the opposition was determined to flee, even this slight disturbance would not pose a threat. Demon had not used his full strength, seemingly waiting for something. Finally, upon hearing another loud crash from the third floor, they swiftly crossed into the Void Gate and vanished. Without hesitation, Whitebeard and his comrades rushed towards the third floor. The Game Pirates took all of Blackbeard's subordinates away, clearly with ill intentions. Moreover, Whitebeard and his crew were unaware of when they had boarded the island. Crocodile, observing from the shadows, was astonished. The enemy's strength far surpassed his expectations, able to contend with Whitebeard. This was not good news for him. Moreover, Whitebeard's current power was truly terrifying. How could he claim his head? The battle on the third floor was nearing its conclusion. A blood hole appeared in Blackbeard's chest, evidently from a hasty follow-up strike after Long Zaitian executed a move. His expression was one of agony, considering the nature of the Yami Yami no Mi. He was likely suffering immensely. At this moment, one could not help but wonder if he regretted killing Sachi to seize the dark fruit. Would Whitebeard have spared him had he knelt and confessed his wrongs? Long Zaitian observed him expressionlessly. The battle with Blackbeard was far easier than he had initially anticipated, largely due to the assistance of his companions. Most importantly, he was grateful for the support of the system and the readers, or else Long Zaitian would have long since met his demise. Blackbeard glared at the smoke and dust, perplexed as to why the other party rejected such enticing alliance terms. Was it too much chicken soup for the soul? Long Zaitian scoffed. Do you have any last words? Struggling to rise, Blackbeard uttered, I. Long Zaitian swiftly slashed again. Any last words? Speak them in hell. He clearly remembered that villains often fell due to their verbosity. Blackbeard was taken aback. This was the first time he encountered such an opponent who would not even allow him to speak his final words. Regret filled his heart as he thought that if he had moved to eliminate Long Zaitian and his crew at the first opportunity, perhaps he would not be in this dire situation now. Gasping heavily, Blackbeard felt blood trickling down from his forehead to the ground. The dazzling diamond adornments he once wore had been shattered during the battle with Long Zaitian. He was unwilling to accept that his ambitions would cease here. Where had his useless subordinates gone? As he pondered, the sword energy surged towards him. Blackbeard had abandoned all thoughts, dragging his severed arm as he stared in horror. Roger's awaited one was certainly not you, Teach. It was unequivocally not you. Marshal D. Teach glared resentfully at Long Zaitian, asking himself why. Why was it not him? Blackbeard could never comprehend why Whitebeard was so certain of this statement. Did he lack the qualifications to be king? He had climbed step by step from a four-man crew to the Shichibukai, and now to one of the Four Emperors. He was merely one step away. Why was it not him? If he was not the Pirate King, then who was? Suddenly, Blackbeard erupted in laughter, shedding all previous despondency. I am the Pirate King, he roared. The next moment, the void gate before him opened, and a figure in a pink mask used a golden shield to block Long Zaitian's sword energy with remarkable composure. Long Zaitian's eyes narrowed as he took a large step back. The long-lost system reappeared. Ding! A semi-divine presence has been detected near the host. Please exercise caution. Long Zaitian exclaimed, what? Just as the battle was nearing its end. How could a semi-divine being suddenly appear? He was bewildered. Although he had maintained an advantage over Blackbeard throughout the battle, he had also expended considerable energy. Now, he was left with only a third of his strength, rendering him incapable of confronting the four newly appeared foes. Demon observed the disheveled Blackbeard with a slight smirk. The trash doctor's failed experiment is indeed troublesome. Blackbeard, witnessing the ease with which the enemy deflected Long Zaitian's attack, suddenly felt a flicker of hope for survival. My lord, if you save me, I will do anything you ask. Blackbeard longed to cling to Demon's leg, but was kicked away by the figure in the red mask. At this moment, survival was all that mattered. Dignity could be cast aside. The three figures discarded the Blackbeard subordinates they had captured, leaving Blackbeard utterly bewildered. What had happened to them? All of his subordinates had sustained significant injuries, some even missing limbs. Except for Moria and Kazan, everyone else was present. Blackbeard anxiously asked, what is this? Demon smiled wickedly and softly replied, I have come to help you grow stronger. With that, Demon shot a mysterious liquid onto each member of the Blackbeard crew. The gods shall bestow upon you strength. Immediately afterward, the four individuals stepped into the void gate, leaving Long Zaitian in a state of shock. Whitebeard and his crew had only just arrived and were completely unaware of what had transpired. Captain, are you all right? Sulphur Flame rushed over excitedly. Marco quickly approached to check on Long Zaitian's condition. Whitebeard remained cautious, scanning their surroundings. Captain, did anyone come this way? Long Zaitian nodded. It just left. It seems they injected themselves with something. He gestured toward Blackbeard and his crew. Whitebeard shielded everyone behind him, his gaze fixed on them. The strength of those four was formidable. Even I sensed danger. Long Zaitian was perplexed, pondering the identities of the four individuals. If they were members of the Black Troop, why did they leave on their own instead of taking them along? Whitebeard shook his head, equally baffled by the question. However, their immediate concern was how to eliminate Blackbeard, who had risen once more. At that moment, Blackbeard resembled the deranged leader of an asylum, his hair obscuring his face, his physique inexplicably bulked up, and his skin gradually darkening, with violet pupils gleaming ominously. Long Zaitian, momentarily stunned, bellowed, everyone retreat. He then sprinted towards the staircase behind him, followed closely by Whitebeard, Sulphur Flame, and the others. An inexplicable urgency gripped Long Zaitian's heart, as if a mere second's delay could lead to his utter doom. Blackbeard, witnessing the exodus, let a final, chilling roar. Everyone must die. A sudden tremor shook the precarious castle, ultimately bringing it crashing down. Clockter had intended to sneak a glance, but was met with the sight of several individuals fleeing like the wind. Long Zaitian and his companions caught sight of Clockter, but in their frantic escape, they had no time for pleasantries. All that remained were the astonished gazes of two onlookers. Mr. One, momentarily stunned, queried, Boss, what now? Clockter glanced around the room, then back at their retreating figures. Before he could respond, the ceiling began to violently tremble. Retreat. Clockter had barely reached the third floor when he turned and dashed downwards. He felt utterly manipulated, having trailed behind others in their flight, which left him feeling quite vexed. No, he resolved that once outside, he would seize the initiative and launch a surprise attack on Whitebeard. If that failed, he would retreat without hesitation. Remaining any longer would surely jeopardize his life. At the staircase entrance on the first floor, Long Zaitian encountered Carp. For a fleeting moment, his mind went blank. What was happening? It was not just him. Even Whitebeard beside him looked bewildered. They never anticipated Carp's presence here. Had they not trusted their crew, they would have suspected an undercover agent had leaked information. After all, the Navy's appearance on Hive Island was exceedingly peculiar. Who would believe they had come to confront the Four Emperors? If the Navy deployed forces against the Four Emperors, would their own homeland remain unscathed? What would happen to the protection of the Celestial Dragons? While they were astonished, Carp wore a look of confusion. Was the battle over? Long Zaitian wasted no time, shouting in regard to Carp being Ace's grandfather. Carp, hurry, the castle is collapsing. Without hesitation, Carp followed their lead downwards. Clockter, trailing behind, deliberately maintained his distance to avoid a potential surprise attack from Carp. They were uncertain of their next steps, simply following Long Zaitian in their frantic escape. Below, Mihawk and Douglas Bullet felt the ground tremble and exchanged glances. At this moment, Shanks had regained his ability to speak, saying, "Someone is fighting Blackbeard. The castle is likely to collapse." Mihawk cast a sidelong glance, swiftly drawing his sword and unleashing a tornado that blew the ceiling away. Given the underground prison's spaciousness, which was far larger than the castle, there were no structures above them. With the ceiling cleared, they found themselves near the northeastern port, where Mihawk had previously ascended the island. Zefa and Kuzan, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly felt the ground shake violently. In the next instant, a fierce wind surged from below. They reacted swiftly, taking a significant step back to avoid being thrown skyward. Nearby Buggy, who was waiting for the battle to conclude to claim credit, was startled by the commotion. Yarlita scoffed, "You have such a weak constitution." Buggy collected himself, promptly retorting, "No, I merely jumped a bit." Yarlita rolled her eyes, continuing to crawl along the southern beach. The bewildered subordinates behind them were at a loss, as Buggy's grand plans were notoriously unpredictable. The Straw Hat Pirates were still 50 nautical miles from Hive Island. Polyusolino and Yisio had completed their rendezvous and were heading toward Hive Island. Upon receiving the assignment, Kizaru had taken a sick leave. What? Isn't this tantamount to courting death? The Resurrection Pirates against the Blackbeard Pirates. If I arrive too early, wouldn't I be beaten by both Four Emperors? And then the Admiral will tear me apart. This time, Akainu was personally overseeing the two's departure. Had he delayed even a second, the office would have nearly erupted into a volcanic hot spring. Fujitora had no objections, as there were no civilians in the vicinity, allowing for an unrestricted showdown. At the heart of Hive Island, the castle had collapsed. Dust and debris surged in all directions. Many formidable warriors stood resolute, fixated on the epicenter. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from within. Kazuki Odin and others joined Long Zaitian's side. "Captain, what transpired?" Long Zaitian whispered, "I will explain later." He was at a loss for how to elucidate the bizarre events. Kazuki Odin nodded, awaiting the dissipating smoke. Mihawk and Douglas Bullet emerged from the underground, staring at the ruins. Such immense power. Douglas Bullet appeared exhilarated. Shanks and the others helped each other ascend. As the dust finally settled, the remnants revealed all members of the Blackbeard Pirates standing amidst the debris. Of course, Lafitte, Van Augur, and Jesus Burgess were absent. Moonlight Moria had stealthily slipped away to the port, while Joes and Bista searched for their captain. Marshal D. Teach had transformed into something unrecognizable, resembling a black behemoth. The other cadres were in a similar state, their clothes shredded and eyes vacant, yet emanating a formidable presence akin to pure killing machines. Marshal D. Teach seemed to harbor deep resentment towards Long Zaitian, fixating his gaze upon him. Just as Long Zaitian intended to confront and eliminate him, a massive hand intercepted him. Whitebeard, with a smile, said, "Captain, you've had your turn. Now it's my turn. I senti it? Long Zaitian glanced at Whitebeard, perplexed. Was he engaged in battle with Saint Juan Wolf? How was he completely unscathed? Did he defeat him in a single blow? Very well, he thought, be careful. After speaking, Long Zaitian sat down to recuperate. He needed to regain his strength quickly. For as long as Blackbeard remained alive, the battle would not conclude. Before Whitebeard could react, Blackbeard charged forward. Everyone was taken aback by his astonishing speed. He propelled himself forward, covering a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Whitebeard swung his blade. Blackbeard countered with his haki. Meanwhile, Long Zaitian had retreated from the battlefield, observing from a distance. The transformation in Blackbeard and his crew was undoubtedly a result of that mysterious substance. However, such a powerful enhancement could not possibly come without its drawbacks. As the thoughts coalesced, other officers rushed forward. However, they appeared to be in a daze, striking at anyone in sight. Yuji Shilu unexpectedly swung at Kuzan. With the castle's protection removed, Zefa's silhouette was directly cast into Carp's view. Without a moment's hesitation, Carp soared towards Zefa, uncertain whether to reminisce or engage in combat. Yet, he was promptly intercepted by the darkened Aba Luo Paisa Luo. Guang Yu Tian faced off against Ka Te Lin Na Daipeng. Du Q and Zhuang lunged at Zefa. Crocodile emerged from the debris, having been the last to escape. In the instant the castle collapsed, he had pushed Mr. One out. Now, having finally crawled out, he barely had time to catch his breath before a figure plummeted from above. Long time no see was left unspoken as a drunken figure descended. Gaku si kiaote. Crocodile hurriedly conjured a shield of sand. Bang! Crocodile's face reflected shock. Why was this madman attacking him? He wasn't a member of the Resurrection Pirates. Baku Si Chiao T's palm struck fiercely against the sand shield. Two immense forces clashed, stirring chaos in the surrounding air. Yet, before Crocodile could react, the shield he had formed shattered with a resounding crack. In that moment, he was taken aback. He knew how sturdy his protective barrier was. How could it possibly break in less than 2 seconds? However, in the third second, it exploded. Boom! Crocodile retracted the sand, transforming into an element to evade Baku Si Chiao T's assault. Was this fellow drunk? How could he possess such strength? He fell into a deep self-doubt. Not only him, but all the combatants also became aware of the terrifying power of the darkened officers. Abalu Pisalu, now shrouded in darkness, could withstand Carp's punches. He charged at Carp like a mad bull, his horns clashing violently with Carp's fists, unleashing waves of sand across the beach. Although he could endure Carp's iron fists, he was vastly outmatched in combat skills. Carp dominated the exchange, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. It was unclear if he had lost consciousness due to the darkness or if there were other reasons, but his movements were somewhat sluggish, resembling those of a robot. After delivering a series of attacks, Carp paused to examine his fists. Despite landing numerous blows, each punch felt as though it struck cotton, offering no feedback whatsoever. Had his opponent lost sensation? Carp began to doubt. If the opponent was devoid of feeling, combined with such thick defenses, this approach would not suffice. Zefa, faced with the combined assault of Du Q and Zhuang, handled the situation with remarkable composure. His goal was not to defeat them, but rather to restrain them. Their purpose in this place was to vanquish the Blackbeard pirates. Thus, defeating Blackbeard was paramount, and the other officers would naturally follow. He had already gleaned some insight from the skirmishes. Their attacks bore little impact on the darkened officers. Clinging to the notion of defeating them would likely waste considerable energy. Hope now rested on the collaboration between Long Zaitian and Baihu Zi to swiftly eliminate Blackbeard. Gvang Tien Bikal Kate Lin Na Daiping. Although Ka Te Lin Na Daipeng had drawn her sword, her attacks were utterly erratic, devoid of any technique, providing Guang Yu Tian ample opportunities. However, when the overconfident Guang Yu Tian's blade grazed Ka Te Lin Na Daipeng, she continued her assault as if unscathed. This left Guang Yu Tian stunned. How could she act normally despite bleeding? No, was that even blood? Upon closer inspection, he realized the fluid oozing from her wounds was not crimson, but a dark, indeterminate liquid. His mind went blank in an instant. Yet undeterred, he relentlessly swung his sword. A myriad of wounds adorned Ka Te Lin Na Dai Peng's body. Still, this did not deter her chaotic attacks. Ah, what a monster! Guang Yu Tian was bewildered. It was his first encounter with such an aberration. Immortal to injury? She was not a Logia type, and even if she were, it would be futile. He had used his full power. The damage was evident. So why did she not exhibit the slightest pain? Moreover, they had been battling for over 10 minutes, while Guang Yu Tian was slightly fatigued. He had taken only a few heavy breaths, whereas she appeared unaffected, her throat showing no sign of movement. She bore knife wounds on her neck. Had this been a normal person, could they have survived? Sabo and the others initially intended to investigate the basement, but the tremendous noise compelled them to return to the surface. The entire basement lay in ruins, rendering any investigation impossible. Upon their ascent, they beheld the current scene. Dahi, witnessing Guang Yu Tian's ineffective attacks, approached with her Wolf Fawn Club for support. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Scarlet lightning coiled around the club, an overwhelming force manifesting in an instant. Boom! A resounding crack of breaking bones echoed. Dahi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Had she succeeded? Yet, Guang Yu Tian swiftly deflected Ka Te Lin Na Dai Peng's sneak attack with his blade. What? Dahi froze, incredulity washing over her as she beheld the blade mere millimeters from her. Even with broken bones, she could still attempt to stab? What sort of madness was this? Far off on the beach, watching the spectacle, Buggy felt goosebumps rise. He exclaimed in astonishment. When did the Blackbeard pirates acquire such formidable power? Rayleigh slapped Buggy. Aren't you going to help, Buggy Deshin? Buggy retorted irritably. What should I do? Go to my death? Rayleigh laughed. Do you think Ka Te Lin Na Dai Peng's attacks will be effective against you? Buggy swallowed nervously, uncertain. Not sure. But given that she has yet to use Haki, it should be ineffective against me. Rayleigh suddenly had an idea. Buggy, you should lend a hand. If they don't defeat Blackbeard, it seems we won't be able to leave either. Without waiting for Buggy to respond, she loudly addressed her subordinates. Little ones, do you want to see Buggy Deshin show off? Yes. Buggy hastily covered Rayleigh Ta's mouth, glaring fiercely. What are you trying to pull? Rayleigh pouted. Just ignore me for now. Look at the reactions of the little ones behind. Buggy, filled with dread, turned to observe, finding his subordinates rising one by one. Buggy Deshin, when will you go? Yes, it's been a long time since we saw you display your great power. Buggy Deshin, they seem to be in trouble. Shall we assist? Faced with the eager gazes of his crew, Buggy hesitated, finally managing to utter 2 words. Wait. He then silently turned away, tears streaming down his face. Subsequently, the body split apart and lunged towards Catalina Diping. Ingyin remained as a mere spectator, neither leaving nor engaging in battle, simply sitting in place and watching. Zaitankasi chuckled from the side, remarking on Ingyin's leisurely demeanor. Ingyin retorted, urging him to quickly return to his prime and interrupt his tranquility. Zaitankasi merely smiled, offering no response. The other cadres of the Hongfa Haizai Tuan wore expressions akin to those ready to devour, fixated on the Heihu Haizai Tuan. Heihu unleashed a flurry of chaotic punches against Kanjiunki. The clamor echoed. Baihu remained composed, biding his time. Seizing a moment of vulnerability from Heihu, he retaliated with a swift upward slash, leaving a scar on his abdomen. Heihu, impervious to pain, roared in fury and relentlessly attacked Baihu. Their fierce clash rendered others helpless to intervene. Many chose to retreat from the battlefield, as such a divine-level confrontation was beyond the capacity of mere mortals to witness. A moment's inattention could result in being swept away by their shockwaves. In stark contrast to the others' restraint, Keluokita found himself in a rather precarious position. While others managed to inflict some damage on the cadres of the Heihu, Keluokita's attempts were as ineffective as a mere scrape. Even his desert greatsword, once wielded against the Red Dog during the Battle of Marineford, was effortlessly shattered by Bakinsi Chiauta. Most critically, he could neither overpower Heihu nor escape, as Bakinsi Chiauta obstructed his path, nearly provoking a curse from him. After a protracted battle lasting 400 seconds, the health bars displayed as follows: Baihu 40, Heihu 23, Kapu 50, Abaluo Pasaluo 15, Guanyue Yuqian 34, Catalina Diping 18, Zefa 60, Duqiu 30, Zhuangzhuang 17, Kazan 45, Yuji Shilio 24, Kelikator 10. Bakinsi Chowda 27, Day 60, AC 40, Mark 45, Chaozi 65, Baisita 35, Sabo 60. Kaya Lake 99, Deogilisi Baylite 99, Bake 80. Long Zaitian observed for 4 hours and analyzed for an equal duration, discovering that their darkened forms exhibited no fear of freezing or burning. They were utterly impervious to physical damage. Although the crew held an advantage in battle, their stamina dwindled in comparison to the boundless endurance of the Heihu. If the battle dragged on, the scales of victory would slowly tip against them. Long Zaitian sought to assist multiple times, but each attempt was met with Baihu's firm refusal. He understood Baihu's intentions, yet as captain, he had to contemplate the future. Continuing in this manner, they might achieve a narrow victory, but they would undoubtedly lack the strength for subsequent confrontations. Long Zaitian pondered whether the Navy was aware of their predicament. If they were informed, they would not let such a prime opportunity slip by. Given the uncertainty, he resolved to anticipate the worst-case scenario. For it is better to be prepared. The Marine headquarters lay some distance away, yet with so many hours elapsed, if the delay continued, they might defeat the Heihu but simultaneously fall prey to the Navy. In such a case, their triumph would hold little significance. As the crew pressed on, they realized their opponents could not be vanquished. Thus, they adjusted their pace, conserving energy while restraining the enemy. Yet, this prolonged the conflict considerably. Moreover, Maginen's whereabouts remained unknown, and all hoped for no unforeseen complications. Newgate, if Heihu is not defeated within 5 minutes, I shall take matters into my own hands, Long Zaitian declared, initiating plans for the crew's retreat without awaiting Baihu's response. Heihu's defeat had become glaringly evident. There was little of value left here, and Zyankasi and his allies had been rescued, with Sabo and AC reuniting. This operation could be deemed a resounding success, and if all could exit safely, it would be a truly grand conclusion. Upon hearing Long Zaitian's words, Baihu refrained from replying but accelerated his assaults. With each chop, thrust, and sweep of Kanjiunki, he forced Heihu to retreat. Heihu, undeterred, exchanged injuries for injuries. The actions of the others quickened in tandem. For minutes elapsed, despite Baihu exerting all his strength. Heihu's condition mirrored that of a few hours prior. Though his body was marred with wounds, he remained agile. If he were human, surely hundreds of lives could not suffice to withstand his tenacity. Long Zaitian began gathering energy. Jinjue Wujin Minmi, Yunxingui Yuan. This formidable skill necessitated a minute of channeling. As he focused, the air around him surged violently. The aura enveloping him, paired with the supreme great blade in hand, weighed heavily on all present, leaving even the mightiest feeling breathless. A crimson electrical current entwined around the obsidian blade. Ingyin narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at Long Zaitian, his expression grave, as if faced with a formidable adversary. A tempest of emotions surged within him. This individual, having only sparred with him a few months prior, had undergone such a remarkable transformation. Ingyin recalled earlier when Baisita and Baihu praised the captain's remarkable talent. At that time, he assumed their words were mere flattery. Now, however, it seemed they were well aware of the captain's prowess, hence their certainty. He realized he had underestimated the situation. The power of this attack was something he would not dare to intercept lightly. Deogilisi Baylite grew increasingly intrigued. Such an overwhelming sense of pressure was indeed rare. Originally, this attack lacked such formidable force, but with Long Zaitian now wielding the supreme great blade, its potency had undoubtedly escalated. All eyes converged upon him. Regrettably, this technique required a lengthy charge. Thus, in this tense atmosphere, they watched intently for over 50 seconds while remaining vigilant against the attacks of the Heihu cadres. Every breath was held, and the air was thick with tension. Guanyue Yuqian, witnessing the captain's formidable presence for the first time, resolved to challenge him to a duel after this day. Why had the captain not displayed such strength before? Was it a deliberate facade? Except for Guan Yue Yutian. The others regarded Long Zaitian with less than favorable eyes. Zyankasi and Ben Beekmon exchanged glances, while Kapu furrowed his brow. Such a powerful swordsman was exceedingly rare among these skilled individuals. It could take decades to encounter someone of this caliber. Now that they had finally met, how could they possibly let this opportunity slip away? Long Zaitian paid no heed to their gazes, interpreting them as admiration. After all, it was his first time experiencing such formidable power. Finally, upon completing his charge, he shouted, "Step back." Bai Hu, realizing the impending force, swiftly moved aside. He had no doubt that a moment's delay could result in being consumed by this overwhelming power. As the sword energy was unleashed, it erupted with a thunderous roar. It seemed as though the entire island had been cleaved in two by his strike. The majestic sword light, akin to a shooting star, streaked across the night sky, absorbing the very souls of all who beheld it. With incredible speed and formidable power, it pierced through the body of Blackbeard. The adversary ceased to emit any cries or responses, merely falling in two halves, tumbling in opposite directions. Long Zaitian observed with an impassive expression, his heart undisturbed. Thus, it was to conclude. Others appeared as though they had encountered a ghost. Long Zaitian's assault had not yet waned, continuing to surge forth into the distance. Upon witnessing the sword light advancing towards him, Hawkeye hastily evaded to the side, questioning whether Long Zaitian had intended this. He could not afford to confront such a blow. Douglas Barrett stepped back with a smile, narrowly avoiding the sword energy. The existence of Blackbeard had not mitigated its terrifying force. The sword energy remained formidable, carving a path through the ruins. While others anxiously awaited the cessation of this sword energy, only Whitebeard pondered the lifeless form of Blackbeard. He had contemplated this matter even before Blackbeard's demise, questioning whether he should have abandoned the pursuit. Now, with Blackbeard dead, he reflected on whether everything might have been averted had he not brought him aboard. Whitebeard's mind was in turmoil, reminiscent of his words to Squor during the Summit War. "Foolish child, even so, I love you all dearly." No one could ascertain whether Whitebeard felt joy at this moment. Long Zaitian sensed Whitebeard's emotions but refrained from approaching, allowing him to grapple with it alone. Moreover, the exertion from his recent strike had taken a significant toll on his stamina. However, witnessing the astonished expressions of those around him made it worthwhile. At least those present would hesitate to provoke them again. The once dismissive Buggy now stared at Long Zaitian in terror, fearful of receiving a similar blow. Such an attack would likely rend him to pieces, even evading the powers of his own fruit. The strikes of an ordinary person might seem as thin as paper. Yet Long Zaitian's were different. His sword energy carried a whirlwind effect, capable of drawing in surrounding objects, thus clearing a path. However, the situation had become somewhat awkward. With the captain of the Blackbeard pirates dead, his officers remained alive. The island's power dynamics were complex, comprising the Navy, pirates, and the Revolutionary Army, with pirates divided between the Four Emperors and the former 7 warlords. Now that their greatest foe, Blackbeard, was no more, their adversaries would inevitably shift. The gazes of all around were peculiar, as if wary of one another. Long Zaitian recognized that in this charged atmosphere, chaos would soon ensue, so he proposed, "Everyone, shall we first gather and subdue Blackbeard's officers before devising our next steps?" Carp nodded in agreement. As the sole Navy representative on the island, he stood to lose the most if conflict erupted. Kazan and Zefa were evidently no longer part of the Navy, yet as friends, they might assist Carp if anyone sought to confront him. Others remained silent, but did not oppose the suggestion. As for the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates, they had long vanished when the castle collapsed. Only Crocodile was heard shouting, "Damn it, someone come help. I'm about to be killed by this guy." His coat lay on the ground, covered in dust. If measured by blood percentage, he was likely below 5. Mr. One had no capacity to defend against Buck's assault and could not assist his superior. After considerable effort, Blackbeard's remaining officers were first immobilized by Crocodile's sand, then encased in ice by Kazan. Long Zaitian surveyed the surroundings and called for Marco. "What is it, Captain?" "Marco Guidi, Basil." Long Zaitian whispered, "Please find Magellan. I haven't seen him since the battle began. He must be injured. Upon hearing this, Marco took flight. They had not been affected by the sniper during combat, so it was likely Magellan had defeated Van Oka. Now everyone had gathered, except for Magellan. Logically, he should not have been absent, especially since Long Zaitian had provided him with the hockey potion beforehand. He should possess the means for self-protection. With no time for further contemplation, everyone gathered aside, hesitant to leave first after experiencing such a fierce battle. There were many matters to discuss. At this moment, they shed their previous identities. Carp was the first to break the facade, delivering a punch to Zefa's chest. "Ha! Old man, you're getting younger by the day." Zefa retaliated with a punch. "You, with your white hair, still can't sit still." After exchanging pleasantries, Carp turned to Shanks. "Hey, red-haired, can we finally discuss how you were defeated by Blackbeard?" Carp regarded this matter with great seriousness. As the day's events had seemed surreal, clarity was essential before departing. Otherwise, the Navy might repeat the same mistakes. Hawkeye had surmised part of the truth, but still looked to Shanks for clarification. Douglas Barrett lay back in the rear, waiting for their discourse to conclude before challenging the revived pirate crew. Buggy's ship remained surrounded by the Navy, forcing them to stay and boast. Mockingly, he approached Shanks from behind. "Oh, you didn't join my crew, and now look at you, injured." Shanks merely smiled in response. Crocodile's gaze remained fixed on Whitebeard's head, yet he hesitated to speak up, deterred by the crowd and Long Zaitian's earlier display of power, which had instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Sabo and Ace sat together, reminiscing about their experiences since their separation. Yamato sat beside Ace, listening curiously. Kazuki Odin examined Raiden closely. The morning was enveloped in an eerie yet harmonious atmosphere. Shanks glanced at Ben Beckman, who nodded, slowly stating, "Blackbeard did not defeat us through strength, but rather with a strange mist that drained all our energy." Shanks meticulously recounted the details of his battle with Blackbeard. No one consciously listened, yet their ears betrayed their interest. After all, none could guarantee they wouldn't be the next Shanks. Upon learning of such a terrifying mist, a chill ran through the crowd. It appeared that Blackbeard possessed only this singular form of smoke. If there were a few more, the outcome of today would be uncertain. Kapu glanced at Shiankasi and asked, "What about you now?" Shiankasi replied with a smile, "I have already recovered. Do not think you can imprison us in a grand prison." Kapu whistled, "Not a chance. Well, since there is nothing wrong, we, the Resurrection Pirates, shall take our leave." Everyone present was taken aback momentarily. They did not expect their departure to be so swift. However, upon reflection, it made sense if they did not leave now. When would they? Would they wait until the Navy arrived? They certainly did not believe that Kapu had come alone. Long Tian observed the gazes of those around him and sensed something was amiss. Why was everyone staring at him so intently? Could it be that the author was too handsome? How shameless! Wait, why is this author padding the word count? Never mind, I concede. Although the expressions of the crowd were somewhat unfriendly, the members of the Resurrection Pirates had nearly gathered, and they were currently the strongest force on the island. Surely, a conflict was improbable. Long Tian gazed at the formidable individuals present and suddenly had an idea. Given the rare opportunity to encounter such powerful beings, why not attempt to recruit them? If successful, it would greatly benefit future developments. He first turned his attention to Kazan, considering his amicable relationship with the crew member Zefa. "Kazan," Long Tian called out enthusiastically. Kazan, gazing toward the sea, turned his head in confusion and asked, "What is it?" Long Tian continued, "Would you be interested in coming aboard my ship? You could stay for a day or two." Kazan was about to decline, but Long Tian interjected, "We have a bed worth several million berries on our ship. Would you like to try it?" Upon hearing this, Kazan could not help but contemplate. He enjoyed sleeping, yet usually slept on the ground without a proper bed. Now, faced with the prospect of a million-berry bed, why not give it a try? To the astonishment of those around him, Kazan nodded. They must have been filled with confusion, wondering how this was even possible. At this moment, Long Tian could only think to himself, "Sorry, money truly is omnipotent." Having successfully lured one individual, he decided to continue his persuasion. "Kapu, how about you abandon the dark side and join us? Get lost. I would never become a pirate." Kapu retorted without hesitation. Long Tian was unfazed. If Kapu truly boarded their ship, they could set sail for Marineford the following day. Hawkeye. Long Tian smiled. What is it? Hawkeye inquired, narrowing his eyes. His curiosity about Long Tian had grown, wanting to understand how he had become so powerful in such a short time. Perhaps not just him. Every swordsman in the world was eager to discover this secret. Would you be interested in coming aboard my ship for a visit? Long Tian asked with a cheerful demeanor. Hawkeye scrutinized Long Tian's expression, then glanced at his crew's reactions. He neither declined nor accepted, instead asking, "What can I do on your ship?" Realizing there was potential for persuasion, Long Tian responded immediately, "There are many activities to engage in. We possess the finest wines from around the world. There are numerous swordsmen aboard, ready to spar with you. The likes of Kazuki Odin, Bista, myself, Whitebeard, and Zefa are all eager to welcome your challenge. Our ship is also stocked with an array of delectable foods for you to savor. How could you resist?" Yorakae and Mihawk observed coldly, remaining silent for a long time. Just as Long Tian thought he had failed to attract Hawkeye's interest, he noticed the latter swallowing hard. Was this a sign of interest? What captivated him? The wine, the food, or the sparring? Regardless, as long as Hawkeye joined their crew, the next island would be a treasure trove of resources. "Then I shall stay for a few days," Hawkeye declared, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him as he slowly approached Long Tian. It seemed like a trivial act, yet others knew that Hawkeye, who had always been a lone wolf, would board someone else's pirate ship. Truly remarkable, a feat that even Shanks had never achieved. This was splendid. Long Tian felt increasingly confident. Douglas Barrett glared fiercely at Long Tian, seemingly awaiting the fulfillment of a promise. Long Tian sighed. "Douglas Barrett, as long as you remain on the ship, we shall accompany you at any time." "All right." Douglas Barrett leaped forward, landing directly beside Long Tian. At that moment, Kapu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Unable to believe that Long Tian had summoned so many powerful individuals in an instant. Although these formidable beings merely spoke of staying for a few days, no one knew when they would disembark. This posed a grave danger for the Navy. Should these individuals decide to assault the Navy headquarters tomorrow, it could spell doom for the entire organization. The last time such a terrifying pirate crew was witnessed was with Roger and his crew, and prior to them, it was Rox. With such formidable power now, they likely surpassed even Rox and his crew. Long Tian turned his gaze to the final few individuals. "Buggy, care to board?" Long Tian inquired, noting Buggy's less than stellar strength, but recognizing his potential luck as a user of Haoshiku. Bringing him along might lead to extraordinary fortunes in future lotteries. Buggy swallowed hard, his mind racing with disbelief. Was this truly a ship he could board? Did he even deserve it? He promptly declined, fearing that if he joined, his future would consist of menial tasks like mopping floors. Long Tian then turned to Crocodile. "Old Sand, what do you say?" "Decline. What if I offer you Whitebeard's head?" "Deal." Crocodile immediately agreed. Whitebeard's eye twitched in surprise as he stared at Long Tian. Long Tian chuckled lightly. Just kidding, just kidding. "Shanks, what about you all? What do you think? How will you depart?" The members of the red-haired pirates fell silent. They currently lacked a ship, and it was likely that all vessels on the island had been destroyed in the recent battle. "How about you all come aboard my ship first? I can take you to the nearest island." Shanks glanced at Ben Beckman, who then surveyed the crew, and eventually they all voted in favor. As for Sabo, this was likely not something he could negotiate. "Sabo, let us exchange contact information. Perhaps I can assist Long in the future." Sabo readily agreed, having previously contemplated how to maintain contact. With most of the island's forces now under his control, as everyone prepared to depart, a voice rang out. "Marshal Ditich, come out. I am here to challenge you." Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, many displaying expressions of astonishment. How'd that kid arrive here? Sabo and Ace were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. When they arrived, they had not informed Luffy, fearing he would worry. "Luffy, be quiet. Be careful not to be overheard by their officers," Nami urged frantically, trailing behind. However, his concern for Zanks rendered him oblivious to her warnings as he continued to shout. "Blackbeard, come out. Don't hide like a coward." Yet, when a Straw Hat crew arrived at the ruins of the castle, they were all taken aback. Zoro looked in astonishment at Hawkeye's, thinking, Master, what brings you here? Luffy, stunned, gazed at Xianx beside Long Zaitian. The others looked around the rubble at their feet. Wasn't there supposed to be a castle on Hive Island? Where was it? Chopper's face was one of confusion. Usopp, filled with dread, stared at Douglas Bullet, who had left an indelible impression on him. They all stood frozen, gazing at the familiar figures. Luffy had intended to rush over and embrace Xianx, but Robin's Hannah Nomi stopped him. Luffy, perplexed, asked Robin, "What are you doing?" Without a word, Robin extended a hand, pointing in a direction. Luffy turned to look and was taken aback. "Grandpa!" The others were equally bewildered. It was one thing to encounter pirates, but now there were Marines? Long Zaitian scratched his head in exasperation, wondering why they had arrived at such a time. "Ace, go!" Long Zaitian called out, before Luffy could fully register his surprise. He turned to Long Zaitian upon hearing his voice. Although the two brothers had met on Onigashima, there was still much they wished to discuss. Long Zaitian was no longer afraid of the Marines. With so many powerful allies on the island, if the Marines had good eyesight, they would likely refrain from interrupting them. Just as Luffy was about to embrace Ace and Sabo, he was struck by Garp's iron fist. "What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave." Garp barked angrily. "Grandpa, stop bothering me," Luffy retorted, immediately shifting into his Gear 4th form and launching himself forward. Garp, knowing how rare it was for the three brothers to meet, walked towards the port with a stern expression. Nami and the others gazed in shock at the figures behind Long Zaitian. Zefa, hadn't he already? They turned to Long Zaitian and suddenly understood. This man was terrifyingly powerful, capable of gathering so many strong individuals. He would undoubtedly become Luffy's greatest rival in the future. "Luffy, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to be here," Sabo exclaimed joyfully. "Sabo, when I read the newspaper, I thought you were in trouble." Luffy hugged him tightly. "What are you doing here?" Ace asked curiously. "What do you think?" "I'm here to defeat Blackbeard. By the way, where is he?" Luffy glanced around, not spotting Blackbeard. "Over there. He's already dead." Ace pointed nearby. "Dead? Who killed him?" Luffy exclaimed, surprised, while the others shared his astonishment. They understood how difficult it was to take down an emperor. "Of course, it was my captain," Ace said proudly, "and my old man's help." Upon hearing this, Luffy waved cheerfully, greeting Whitebeard and Long Zaitian. "Luffy," Long Zaitian called out. Luffy, somewhat surprised, asked, "What's wrong?" Long Zaitian pondered before inquiring, "Do you have a copy of Big Mom's redstone tablet?" Luffy instantly became alert. "What's the matter? I want to see it, after all. I aspire to be the Pirate King." The members of the Straw Hat crew grew wary. Despite his previous assistance in Wano, they were exceptionally cautious regarding anything related to Luffy's dreams. Even Nami rushed to Luffy's side, urging him not to comply. Luffy glanced at Ace, then at Xianx, and said, "All right, Frankie, show him the copy." "Luffy," Nami exclaimed urgently, immediately blocking the way. Luffy merely smiled, reassuring her. Once the captain had spoken, they ceased their protests. "Yamato, please translate this and remember it well." "Kazuki Oden." Only then did the crowd realize the identity of the man before them, styled in the fashion of Wano. Having never seen Kazuki Oden's appearance, they didn't recognize him immediately. Luffy was also taken aback. "Your Momonosuke's father?" Kazuki Oden had heard from Long Zaitian about the founding of Wano and the assistance they provided, leading him to smile and say, "I am Kazuki Oden, grateful for everyone's help in establishing Wano." "Not all," he added. Ultimately, it was Long Zaitian's brilliance that managed to outwit those two emperors. Kazuki Oden quickly translated. But the Straw Hats were not overly concerned, as they had Robin and trusted their own abilities to understand. Zoro and Hawkeye's were in a corner, testing their swords against each other, as if the master were assessing the progress of his disciple over the months. Zoro's performance did not disappoint Hawkeye's, and after a prolonged exchange, they sheathed their swords. Zoro sighed. There's still a long way to go. Hawkeye's, with an expressionless face, nodded, revealing a barely perceptible smile as he turned away from Zoro. Just as the three were conversing, a cannonball whizzed through the air. Whoosh! Frankie, seeing this, immediately fired a missile, obliterating it. Boom! The tremendous noise caused everyone to turn towards the port. A multitude of warships appeared densely in the distance. Nami shouted, "This is bad. The Marines are coming." Long Zaitian sighed. Realizing his earlier thoughts were correct, the Marines would not miss this opportunity. At that moment, Marco returned with the injured Magnum. What happened to him? Long Zaitian quickly inquired. He was shot in the abdomen and has lost too much blood. He needs immediate medical attention. Understood. Hurry and take him back to the stray ship for treatment. Marco was taken aback. Stray ship? Isn't that docked far away? Long Zaitian chuckled, and not far off, Vista came running, drenched. Captain, I brought the ship back. It's docked at the port. You promised to give me a new suit. You can't go back on that. Long Zaitian replied with a nod. Brothers, prepare to leave. In the distance, a significant number of Marines had gathered, forming a blockade. The retreat of Long Zaitian and his crew proceeded smoothly, without being hindered by the Marine hero garb. Luffy and Sabo exchanged a few brief words before bidding farewell. Given the current situation, it was not an opportune time for reminiscing. As long as they were at sea, they would surely meet again. Buggy and Crocodile, however, remained silent, slipping away quietly. Long Zaitian initially believed he could break through the Marine blockade. However, to his surprise, a yellow figure soared high into the air. Jata no Kagami. With rough fingers pinched together, countless golden lights coalesced into bullets, raining down upon Long Zaitian. Long Zaitian glanced at the formidable figures aboard the ship. We'll take this on. However, this group of esteemed individuals merely glanced up before returning to their respective endeavors. Long Zaitian, feeling helpless, remarked, Marco, it's up to you in this advanced stage. Understood, Captain. Marco immediately transformed into his phoenix form, soaring into the sky. He left a trail of blue flames in his wake, colliding with light projectiles and using his body as a shield to block all of Huang Yuan's attacks. Huang Yuan, noticing Marco, exclaimed, Oh my, how come you're everywhere, Marco? Marco promptly retorted, Shouldn't I be the one asking that? Are you certain you wish to obstruct our departure? Huang Yuan offered no response, merely casting a glance at the figures aboard the Saturkey ship, his sunglasses askew. He was utterly bewildered. What's going on? Shanks, Barrett, Mihawk, Kazan are all aboard? What is happening here? Sakazuki never mentioned that there would be so many pirates. He has deceived me. Huang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Had Marco not blocked his previous attack, and it had struck this group of pirates instead, the consequences would be terrifying to contemplate. Despite being a Logia-type user with the speed of light, he was no match for such a multitude of elite fighters. Most crucially, how did Barrett and Mihawk end up on his ship? Before he could finish his thoughts, a man with purple hair leaped into the air, his dark wrist charging towards him. Here we go again. Borsalino swiftly drew his sword, Tian Song Yunjian, to counter. Yet, the familiar technique momentarily stunned him. Bang! The two powerful auras clashed in the air. Before Borsalino could fully comprehend the situation, his body instinctively continued to slash. Zefa, smiling, faced him with no signs of fatigue. The two seemed to be following a prearranged script, exchanging blows with neither yielding an inch. Carp, observing the aerial duel from the harbor, couldn't help but sigh. After all these years, their techniques remained unchanged. He then summoned his Marines to bring Blackbeard's remaining crew aboard the warship, waiting for the Admiral's orders. Zefa-sensei, is this the power you possessed in your youth? Borsalino fought with great enthusiasm. The battle that had been left unfinished in the past could finally be resumed. Zefa, equally smiling, remarked, Indeed, it seems you practiced martial arts after returning. Zefa was pleasantly surprised that his words before his demise had been heeded. The manner in which Borsalino wielded Tian Song Yunjian revealed evident signs of training. Borsalino responded, What can I say? After all, you pointed out my flaws. If I don't correct them, how could I possibly compete with you, Zefa-sensei? Zefa laughed heartily. Well said, but regrettably, I must accompany our captain on this adventure today. We shall continue our duel another time. Zefa chuckled as he returned to the ship, while Huang Yuan refrained from attacking, merely observing them from the air. At that moment, Fujitora flew over. Borsalino, why aren't you pursuing? Huang Yuan shot him a glance. One cannot become an admiral with poor eyesight. With that, he transformed into a beam of light and returned to his warship, issuing orders to dock. Fujitora, puzzled, gazed at the pirate ship. Upon sensing the formidable auras aboard, he was taken aback. familiar yet strange presences, all exceedingly powerful. They must be the Four Emperors. He recalled Sakazuki's words, concluding that it must indeed be the revived pirate crew. Why isn't Huang Yuan stopping them? Fujitora disregarded everything and used Moonwalk to approach. However, upon sensing the auras of everyone on the deck, he too froze, much like Huang Yuan. Long Zaitian greeted him with a smile. Fujitora, are you looking to join us? Fujitora inquired. No. Has the Hive Island concluded? It has. Who was defeated? Blackbeard. Ah, until next time. Fujitora exchanged a few words before summoning a meteorite to act on their behalf. Long Zaitian was taken aback, wondering what Fujitora was up to. Hey, everyone, look above. Are you really not going to do anything? A few strong individuals glanced up, then returned to their tasks, as if the meteorite posed no threat to them. Ultimately, in exasperation, he called for Odin. Reduce it to powder, let them see. Certainly, Kazuki Odin swiftly drew his sword, taking a stance. Dracul Mihawk caught a glimpse and immediately halted, his gaze fixed upon the golden blade in Odin's hand. The supreme great blade. Mihawk's brow furrowed. The thrill of challenging a formidable opponent ignited within him. As Kazuki Odin made his move against the meteorite, Mihawk also sprang into action. Despite the enormous size of the blade, it was wielded with such finesse. Various colored sword energies shattered the meteorite overhead. Kazan raised a hand, forming an ice shield atop the ship, effectively blocking the small debris. Seeing this, Kazuki Odin, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "Damn it. Just now, the captain urged you to join, and you didn't. Now you're trying to steal my glory." Mihawk raised an eyebrow. "Beast, do you wish to fight?" Kazuki Odin, filled with exhilaration, replied, "Sure, but you're more suited for the title of Beast." Long Zaitian interjected, positioning himself between the two. "We'll find an island for you two to battle on later. Not right now. This ship can't withstand the chaos caused by both of you." Kazuki Odin relented. "All right, I'll heed the captain's advice. However, I have a request." Long Zaitian pondered and asked, "Do you wish to return to Wano?" Kazuki Odin nodded. "Indeed, I wish to go home for a visit." Long Zaitian made no objections. "Fine, we need to head to Wano to procure some supplies anyway. Ace, let us return to Wano." At that moment, Marco approached. "Captain, Magellan has awakened." "All right, I'll be there shortly." With that, Long Zaitian accompanied Marco to the infirmary. Upon entering, they found Magellan staring blankly at the ceiling. Hearing the noise, he slightly turned his head. "Captain." His voice was hoarse, likely a result of dehydration. Long Zaitian promptly grabbed a nearby wooden cup and filled it with water for him. Just as everyone was escaping the Navy's blockade, an unexpected figure emerged from the warehouse. A miniature version of Saint Juan Wolf. Long Zaitian and the others immediately became alert. At that moment, Whitebeard positioned himself between them, slightly apologetic. "Captain, I'm sorry. I intended to discuss something with you, but the Navy arrived unexpectedly, so I hastily brought him up." Long Zaitian assured the crew to remain calm, referring to his own people, as the formidable fighters ignored them. Whitebeard was still someone they could trust. "What's going on? Please explain." Saint Juan Wolf remained silent, merely hiding behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard recounted what Saint Juan Wolf had said earlier, suddenly recalling Blackbeard's mention of the last historical marker being on Elbaf. Combining this with Saint Juan's current demeanor, Long Zaitian readily agreed. Although Xinghuan Yilang is a member of the Blackbeard pirates, he has not taken any hostile actions against them. Thus he cannot be deemed an enemy. Moreover, we have gleaned numerous secrets from him, such as the identity of the individual who injected him with a mysterious liquid, which likely relates to previous research facilities. Bringing him along poses no detriment, and, in fact, he is quite endearing. That evening, the dining hall aboard the Streck was unusually boisterous. "Ding! Let's drink. Whoever falls first must pledge allegiance to our captain." "Well said, I concur." Zefa and Kazuki Odin, disregarding the opinions of others, provocatively challenged the entire room with their tipsy expressions. The other formidable figures merely cast a glance and remained silent. Mihawk coldly remarked, "Boring." Having said that, he picked up a bottle of red wine from the table and drank straight from it. The crowd observed as Mihawk consumed half a bottle, sensing something amiss. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there an issue?" Long Zaitian cheerfully replied, "No worries. Drink as much as you desire." After that, he turned to the side where Lu Yin was, who, being quite astute, opened the kitchen door and brought out 2 more boxes of wine. Shanks laughed heartily. "All right, brothers. Whoever cannot outdrink these 2 must remain aboard this ship." The members of the red-haired pirates looked at Shanks, teasingly saying, "Captain, just don't be left here alone." "Ha! Does our captain not care for his dignity? Keep it down. No matter how much liquor you have, once you encounter the red-haired pirates, it all must be replenished." Shanks boisterously declared, "Odin, when I was younger, I could not outdrink you, but now things are different." Kazuki Odin laughed and tossed a bottle of liquor to him. "Let me see the former little brat." Without hesitation, Shanks poured the liquor in his hand, and the one Odin tossed him straight into his mouth. Gulp, gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed continuously. His mouth seemed like a bottomless pit as he consumed both bottles without spilling a single drop. His previously pale face, after being imprisoned, now flushed slightly under the influence of alcohol. Kazuki Odin's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but clap his hands. "Well done, you have some skills. But you're still far from my level." Odin mimicked Shanks' drinking method, downing 2 bottles at once. Whitebeard, watching from the side, scoffed, "Gulalala, you brat. Liquor should be savored slowly. Drinking so fast ruins the good wine." After saying this, Whitebeard picked up a plate of sake and began to savor it. Douglas Bullet disdainfully embraced a barrel of wine and poured it into his mouth, seemingly venting his frustration about not being able to fight. Oddly enough, ever since Douglas returned from Hive Island, he had ceased to isolate himself in his room, appearing as if he had emerged from his shell. Kazan remained in the corner, observing the scene, blowing a breath that turned the beer in his hand into ice. Beside him, Shenghuan Yilang stared longingly, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, without permission from others, he dared not drink, fearing to displease Long Zaitian and be tossed overboard. After all, their giant race could endure long periods without food. Kazan glanced at him and shook the fruit wine with ice beads. "Would you like some?" Shenghuan Yilang immediately nodded, nervously turning in circles with his hands behind his back. Kazan smiled catch when Shenghuan Yilang saw the fruit wine flying towards him. He caught it firmly with both hands. Thank you." Shenghuan Yilang displayed a delighted smile and bowed in gratitude. Kazan, unconcerned, fetched another bottle from the bar, as if treating it like his own home. Bang, bang, bang. Ace pounded on the table, swaying as he approached the dining table. "Bista, is your barbecue ready?" "I am starving." Bista feigned anger. "Why the rush? All my stoves are running, but they are cooking slower than you lot eat." At that moment, Mihawk entered the room. Bista's tone softened slightly. "What is this? Are you hungry too?" Grabbing a cooking pot, he used the small knife hanging from his neck to cut the meat into small pieces. "I'll help you." Bista was somewhat astonished. "You can cook?" Mihawk shot him a glance. "Otherwise, who do you think feeds me?" Bista chuckled awkwardly. "True enough, you don't seem to enjoy being around others." Mihawk glanced outside and murmured, "That depends on who one is with." Yamato, seeing several prominent figures engaged in drinking, volunteered, "Whoever cannot outdrink me shall be my little brother." After saying this, she boldly chugged a bottle. The others dismissed her bravado, yet inexplicably quickened their drinking pace. What a joke. If they couldn't outdrink a woman, their reputations would be utterly ruined. However, Yamato seemed to have inherited Kaido's capacity for alcohol. After downing 3 bottles of white liquor, she showed no signs of change. This piqued the interest of many. Initially, they thought she could only handle 1 or 2 bottles, but they were astonished by her capacity. Their competitive spirits flared up. Damn, if we really can outdrink a girl, that would be embarrassing beyond measure. They began to mimic her drinking style. With the collaboration of Mihawk and Bista, the barbecue was soon served at the table. Douglas Bullet wasted no time and swiftly grabbed the freshly served barbecue, shoving it into his mouth. Ace at the same table was left dumbfounded. "Damn, that's mine." Douglas Bullet glanced over and laughed maniacally. "First come, first served." "You." Long Zaitian sighed, realizing they would need to expand the dining hall in preparation for the future integration of the Navy into their ranks. Magnum, still nursing injuries, could only consume food that aided his recovery. He initially intended to leave and wander alone, but was persuaded to return by Long Zaitian as heartfelt words, emphasizing that their crew needed a good sniper and could not afford to lose him. He understood that Long Zaitian had no shortage of snipers, as he possessed the ability to resurrect, rendering any sniper expendable. Yet, for his own sake, he chose to lower his pride. This deeply touched Magnum, who resolved to assist Long Zaitian in becoming the Pirate King. The crew of the game Pirates, having witnessed Blackbeard's demise, swiftly set sail towards Shichibukai Island on Tuesday. They needed to report their experimental findings to Catalius, the individual who had previously experimented on Blackbeard's body. This time, Demon S' presence was entirely at his request. "Captain, surely the doctor won't assign us any tasks this time, right?" A crew member cautiously inquired. Demon clicked his tongue. "Even if they're tasks, we won't do them. All day long dealing with trivial matters and cleaning up the mess." Hearing this, the crew members beamed with delight. "Captain, let us discuss where to have fun next." Indeed, we were enjoying our vacation on Sky Island, only to be summoned back by the doctor. "Captain, I heard there's a super large restaurant in East Blue that has a big eater challenge. If you succeed, you can feast to your heart's content." Demon rubbed his nose with a finger. "Fine. Later you all tell me the places you want to go. I'll give the experiment report to the old man, and we'll be off." The crew erupted in cheers. "Hooray for the captain. I want to take on the big eater challenge. I want to see mermaids at Fishman Island. I am determined to visit Maligieo and capture a celestial dragon as a slave." It is difficult to fathom that this group of playful individuals possesses demigod-like strength. At the Navy headquarters, Sakazuki stands vigil at the port, awaiting the return of Kizaru and Fujitora. Upon Kizaru's arrival, he reports that by the time they reach the scene, the members of the revived pirate crew had already departed, leaving only the cadres of the Blackbeard pirates behind. To his astonishment, he learns that Blackbeard has perished. This news is undoubtedly capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. What transpired remains a mystery, known only to Vice Admiral Garp, who has been stationed on the island. Although Vice Admiral Sean was also present, he was prevented from entering and remains oblivious to the events that unfolded inside. However, from a distance, it was evident that the battle was exceedingly fierce, causing the castle on the island to collapse instantaneously. The entire island seemed to tremble, on the brink of splitting apart. Soon, Sakazuki observed a fleet of warships returning triumphantly. While they were unable to eradicate both of the Yonko in one fell swoop, the death of one is still a noteworthy piece of news. Blackbeard's influence has been expanding rapidly over the years, and his demise restores a semblance of peace to the world. Yet, in his stead arises a more formidable Yonko, Long Zaitian, whose ascent to power has been remarkably swift, catching the Navy entirely unprepared. To eliminate the revived pirate crew, at least 3 admirals are now required. Unbeknownst to Sakazuki, the strength of the revived pirate crew is far more terrifying than he can imagine. Whether it be new combatants or seasoned veterans, any of them could instill fear throughout the Grand Line. The welcoming committee at the port includes not only Sakazuki, but also Admiral Tsuru and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. When they learn that Garp is still alive, their frantic efforts finally cease. All vice admirals gather at the port, and upon hearing the news of Blackbeard's death, disbelief washes over the Navy. Everything has transpired far too swiftly. Shortly thereafter, Kizaru and Fujitora arrive at the port, while Garp is aboard another vessel. Kizaru, perceiving Sakazuki's intent to inquire, promptly responds, "I am unaware of what transpired on the island. By the time we arrived, Blackbeard was already dead, and his subordinates were all ensnared by sand and ice. We brought them back together." After speaking, Sakazuki glances back to see a mound-like formation encapsulating all the cadres of the Blackbeard pirates. The reasons for their current state elude him. He suggests that Garp be questioned about it. Kizaru then circles around Sakazuki, his ire simmering. It infuriates him that this fleet admiral has failed to inform him of the presence of Kazuki Odin and Zefa within the revived pirate crew, nearly costing him his life. As the fleet admiral, he cannot possibly be ignorant of such crucial intelligence. Fujitora casts a glance at Sakazuki, adding, "The revived pirate crew possesses formidable strength, even capable of contending with the Navy. His proclamation is undoubtedly not an exaggeration. After uttering this, Fujitora distances himself from Sakazuki, leaving the fleet admiral in a state of confusion. What is happening? Why are these two admirals treating him in such a manner? Where is the dignity of a fleet admiral to be found? Initially, he contemplated reprimanding them, but upon witnessing the bizarre condition of the Blackbeard cadres, his curiosity compelled him to investigate. He touches the ice imprisoning them, muttering, "Isn't Kazan one of their own? Why has he sealed them away? And this sand, could Crocodile also be involved? Their appearances have drastically changed. It seems like they have been afflicted by some virus." After musing aloud, he instructs a nearby vice admiral, "Contact Vegapunk and have someone sent here." Sakazuki senses an ominous connection between their condition and Vegapunk. Soon, Garp descends from his ship. Before Sakazuki can speak, Sengoku delivers a powerful punch. Bang! Garp, unprepared, is knocked down by Sengoku's blow. The surrounding Navy personnel instinctively step back, having noted Sengoku's grim demeanor since their arrival at the port. At last, he erupts. "Garp, do you even realize the gravity of your actions? You ventured into the territory of a Yonko without permission. If something had happened to you, what would have become of the Navy?" Sengoku's barrage of questions leaves Garp speechless. On the way back, he had contemplated how to face Sengoku and Tsuru, while he could brush off others. He understood that his actions today jeopardized the bond between the three of them. The oath they took to face adversity together has been shattered by Garp's recklessness. Tsuru, seeing Sengoku's fury, steps in front of Garp. "Enough, Sengoku. If you have grievances, let us discuss them elsewhere. Do you not see the multitude of juniors present? Do you wish to make a spectacle of this?" She then admonishes Garp, "Come with me. You will not escape easily from today's reckoning." With that, Tsuru leads both men away, leaving Sakazuki bewildered. He had further inquiries for Garp, but now he must wait until the matter is resolved. Soon, he spots Vice Admiral Sean returning. However, he is alone aboard the ship, raising Sakazuki's suspicions. Where are the other sailors? Before Sakazuki can voice his concern, Sean hastily explains. "Fleet Admiral." Sakazuki furrows his brow. "What about the other sailors?" Sean's eyes glisten with tears as he chokes out. "They were eliminated by Blackbeard's men." Fearing that Sakazuki might not believe him, he adds, "I was engaged in a duel with Kazan and the purple-haired man when the Blackbeard cadres seized the opportunity to annihilate our sailors. Had I been a moment slower, I too would have perished." Sakazuki gazes at him for a moment. Despite the many inconsistencies, Sean is someone he personally promoted. If he cannot trust him, then why cultivate him at all? Thus, he pats Sean on the shoulder. "You've done well. Take some time to recuperate." "Thank you, Fleet Admiral." Sean bows gratefully. But as his head bows, a subtle smile appears at the corner of his mouth, unnoticed by all. At that moment, a Vice Admiral rushes over. "Fleet Admiral, we have grave news from Wano." "What?" Wano has always been a strategic stronghold for Sakazuki, and he has dispatched numerous undercover agents there. Recently, however, those agents have fallen silent, raising his concerns. What has happened? He demands urgently. Wano has fallen under Kaido's dominion. What? Many sailors at the port cast curious glances in their direction. Wano is now a prime target, a lucrative prize coveted by all factions. Even the Navy is no exception. However, they must maintain their dignity and cannot simply seize it through pirate means. Yet, they have been keeping a watchful eye. Who could have anticipated that this prime target would suddenly fall into Kaido's grasp? Although Sakazuki was eager, he glanced around and realized that this was not a suitable place to discuss significant matters, so he led the general to his office. As soon as the door was closed, Sakazuki urgently sought information. What is the situation? How could there be no news about how Kaido had reclaimed Wano? Were the samurai of Wano merely idle? The general trembled, waiting for Sakazuki to finish his complaints before responding. "Marshal, it's not just Kaido's side. There's also CP0. The air in the room suddenly became tense, as if a pin dropping on the floor could be distinctly heard. CP0? Sakazuki's lips twitched. The world government was aiding Kaido? His worldview shattered in that moment. It was already remarkable that the two sides had not clashed. How could they possibly extend assistance? He glared at the general. "Explain this to me clearly. If you are speaking nonsense, you will face military discipline." Deep down, he could not fathom that the world government would assist Kaido, a pirate. Under immense pressure, the general replied with clarity, "Marshal, this is what my informant told me." At first, I didn't believe it either. The newcomer said he witnessed CP0 destroy all the communication facilities on the island. Moreover, they engaged in battle with the Red Scabbards. The cross-shaped wrinkle on Sakazuki's forehead deepened, as though he were on the brink of unleashing a volcanic eruption within his office. "Stay at the door. I will call the Gorosei," he concluded, hastily typing away on the phone. At Mary Geos, the Gorosei had just finished receiving a report from their subordinate regarding the situation on Hive Island when Sakazuki's call came through. The eldest among them disdainfully answered. "What is it?" Sakazuki suppressed his fury. "Did you send CP0 to assist Kaido in reclaiming Wano?" "TSK, I didn't expect you to find out about it. Speak quickly. Is there any truth to this?" Sakazuki's demeanor shifted, becoming unusually assertive. This matter had crossed his bottom line. Whenever he encountered pirates, the fact that he didn't immediately engulf them in magma was already a significant act of mercy, let alone cooperating with pirates. Yet, his superiors were now aiding them, concealing it from him. How could he bear such an affront? It was akin to old Russia fiercely resisting the United States, only to have its own elder ally assisting them. Were they on the brink of war between the world government and the Navy? The Gorosei, displeased with Sakazuki's tone, retorted, "Sakazuki, who do you think you're to speak to us like that? Understand your position and who granted you this authority. If you wish to resign as marshal, just say it. No one is begging you for the role. What we do is none of your concern. What do you think you can accomplish? Which of the tasks we assigned you have you completed? And now you have the audacity to question why we didn't inform you? What would it change? Could you reclaim Wano?" Sakazuki listened, teeth clenched, his body on the verge of transforming into magma, melting the floor beneath him. Despite his fury, he recognized his needs. He could not afford to lose his position as marshal, or he would relinquish command over the Navy. He could confidently assert that had he not been the marshal, the number of pirates would have undoubtedly increased, plunging the world into chaos. In fact, Sakazuki could rightfully make such claims, as the number of pirates eliminated during his tenure was indeed greater than under previous commanders. However, this also exacerbated civilian casualties. Typically, pirates would take hostages to negotiate with the Navy, but Sakazuki firmly declared that he would not negotiate with pirates. If they were released, more innocent lives would be endangered. Hence, they were dealt with decisively. Under his extreme stance, aside from pirate crews backed by formidable forces, ordinary pirate crews would conceal their flags while sailing. They could neither fight back nor negotiate, forced to operate in a subservient manner. This was a state of profound frustration. Sakazuki's extreme methods garnered substantial support from the populace, with only a minority of sacrificed civilians opposing him. However, such dissenting voices were quickly drowned out by the supporters. Sakazuki could only suppress his anger, apologizing, "I am sorry. I will be more cautious in the future." If it were not for his unwavering resolve to eradicate pirates completely, he would never have acted in such a manner. The Gorosei were momentarily taken aback, surprised by Sakazuki's concession. They had anticipated he would abruptly hang up, refusing to engage in dialogue. "Fine, as long as you understand. By the way, what is the current situation on Hive Island?" Sakazuki was also uncertain, thus replied, "I'm not sure. I will inquire with Vice Admiral Garp, as he is the only one on the island." "All right, I must inform you of one more thing. Momonosuke is dead. Do not concern yourselves with the affairs of Wano. CP0 will handle it." "Understood." The Gorosei hung up, narrowing their eyes in contemplation of their next move. Meanwhile, Garp remained silent, while Sengoku continued to complain, resembling an aggrieved spouse. Advisor Tsuru closely followed, acutely sensing Garp's unusual emotions. If it were merely Blackbeard's demise, Garp would not appear so troubled. Clearly, other matters had transpired, and the severity of the situation had surpassed even Blackbeard's death. While Sengoku continued to grumble, Garp abruptly halted, his expression resolute as he declared, "Sengoku, summon all vice admirals and above to the conference room. Inform them that there is an important matter to discuss." Without waiting for Sengoku to react, he added, "including the Navy personnel stationed at Mary Geos." Hearing Garp's tone, Sengoku said nothing further and directly sought out Sakazuki. Their half-century of collaboration had equipped him with an intuitive understanding of Garp's emotions. Even when Whitebeard came to rescue Ace, Garp did not display such tension. Clearly, something significant was afoot, serious enough that Garp dared not conceal it. "Tsuru, let us proceed to the conference room." Tsuru glanced at Garp and nodded slightly. Thus, Sakazuki, who had just finished his call, received Sengoku's notification. He slammed his hand on the table. What does Garp mean by this? Such meetings can only be convened by the admirals. Sengoku replied gravely. Hurry and summon everyone. Garp rarely calls meetings. After saying this, Sengoku left the office. Heading toward the conference room, Sakazuki glared at Sengoku's retreating figure before dialing the phone to summon everyone. Just as Sengoku had mentioned, Garp indeed rarely called meetings. As for summoning Admiral Green Bull, stationed at Mary Geos, he had not notified him. Should the Gorosei discover that he had called away the Admiral guarding Mary Geos, another scolding would be inevitable. Soon, at Garp's behest, all Vice Admirals and Admirals arrived. It was evident how significant Garp's position was within the Navy. Upon their arrival, there was a palpable sense of surprise. This was likely the first time Vice Admiral Garp had convened a meeting. Was it to discuss the situation on Hive Island? That matter had already been resolved. The officers of the Black Brigade had been imprisoned. However, it seemed far more complicated than that. Everyone gathered in the conference room. Kapu was discovered standing beside the projection worm, having commanded a Marine to capture footage of the events transpiring on Fengxiao Island. At his summons, everyone promptly gathered, except for the Navy from Mary Geos, as they were simply unreachable. Once a sufficient number of individuals had arrived, Kapu began the playback. The situation on Fengxiao Island was far more complex than anyone had anticipated, with many other factions involved, not merely the clashes between the Blackbeard pirates and the revived pirates. Notably, figures such as the former Shichibukai Mihawk, Buggy, Crocodile, the Revolutionary Army, and the Game Pirates were also participants. As soon as this was mentioned, murmurs of speculation arose. What was the Revolutionary Army doing here? Were they seeking vengeance? If that were the case, Dragon must have come as well, right? Mihawk certainly had a penchant for stirring up trouble. Kapu overheard their discourse. Dragon was not present, but his second-in-command, Sabo, had arrived. Sabo? Was he said to be injured by an admiral from Mary Geos and in need of recuperation? This seemed rather swift. At that moment, Akainu, uninterested in the chatter, directly asked Kapu, recount the events on the island. Very well, Kapu replied after a brief pause, and he recounted. Initially, I was pursuing the Buggy pirates, unaware they were fleeing to Fengxiao Island. Upon our arrival, we witnessed members of the revived pirates engaged in combat with the Blackbeard pirates. The battle was evenly matched, yet it was evident that the Blackbeard pirates were slightly disadvantaged. Furthermore, the revived pirates had resurrected two formidable forces, Kazuki Odin and Zefa. Upon hearing these names, the assembly gasped in astonishment, their attention riveted on the screen displaying the two figures. Zefa-sensei, exclaimed several admirals, unable to restrain themselves, but quickly silenced upon realizing the weight of their words. Zefa was now a pirate. Referring to him as their teacher felt utterly inappropriate. Sakazuki muttered, "That dragon is quite the nuisance. We must devise a plan to eliminate him swiftly." Kizaru, overhearing Sakazuki's murmurs, could not suppress a chuckle. Sakazuki, frowning, demanded, "Kizaru, what do you mean by that?" Kizaru, twirling his fingers, explained, "Sakazuki, the current strength of the revived pirates far exceeds your imagination." Sakazuki questioned, "Is it just Odin, Zefa, and Whitebeard who pose a threat? Are there others?" Kizaru, with a playful smile, replied, "Not only them. Mihawk, Kazan, Barrett, and the red-haired pirates are also aboard their vessel." Oh, the Marine admirals were left bewildered, momentarily unable to discern the reality of this revelation. Sakazuki stood astonished, then queried, "Impossible. How could Mihawk and the others possibly join them? Surely, you must understand their nature." The other admirals were too frightened to voice their thoughts. What was happening? Were they attempting to recreate the legendary rocks incident? Kizaru turned to Fujitora, smiling. "You must also feel the gravity of this situation." All eyes were drawn to Fujitora, who nodded, stating, The individuals aboard that ship possessed the power to obliterate the world. This is no longer a matter that can be resolved with just a couple of admirals. At that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room, as everyone sensed the imminent peril of these unforeseen developments. Clearly, the Navy's primary objective was now the game pirates and the revived pirates, one shrouded in mystery, the other boasting numerous powerful individuals. However, as Kapu noted, those formidable figures were merely hitching a ride and would not genuinely align with them, which offered a glimmer of relief to all present. After Kapu concluded, a heavy silence fell over the room. No one knew how to respond. Even the admirals refrained from rashly expressing opinions, as a misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Navy. The current strength of the revived pirates had severely threatened global stability. Engaging them in combat would undoubtedly result in casualties far exceeding those of the Marineford War, and victory remained uncertain. Yet, if left unchecked, the power of the revived pirates would escalate alarmingly. The disparity between the two sides would grow insurmountable, and should they resurrect Roger, the ramifications would be dire. Everyone found themselves in a precarious predicament. Suddenly, Sakazuki recalled Kapu's mention of Kazuki Odin's resurrection, and, in an instant, an idea struck him. "Everyone, I have just received news." Sakazuki's sudden interjection drew the attention of all. Curiosity piqued. They wondered what strategy the fleet admiral might propose. Kizaru, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, fearing that Sakazuki might assign him a perilous task. Sakazuki slowly began. "Just now, I receive intelligence that Wano has fallen under Kaido's control." This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Everyone was stunned. When had this occurred? And why had they received no prior information? How had Kaido breached the heavily fortified Wano? Was there assistance from others? The first ally that came to mind was Big Mom. Given Kaido's strength alone, it would have been a challenge to conquer Wano again, especially after his departure, as the nation had developed a formidable defense. Coupled with Wano's unique nature, many had greedily eyed it. If an attack were initiated, the opposing side would surely seek to undermine any such efforts, rather than allowing a quiet conclusion. Sakazuki unveiled his plan. "I shall announce the latest bounty of the resurrection pirates, while concealing certain details regarding the resurrection of some individuals, subsequently revealing the news of Kazuki Momonosuke's demise. Following this, I will arrange for personnel to guard the vicinity of Wano Kuni." As soon as Sakazuki's voice fell, everyone was once again struck with astonishment. What? Kazuki Momonosuke is dead? It is astonishing how ruthless Kaido has been this time. What of his father, Kazuki Odin? A palpable sense of an impending storm enveloped everyone, sending shivers deep within their souls. Another royal battle is on the horizon. While there remain many uncertainties surrounding Kaido's rule over Wano Kuni, Sakazuki clearly preferred not to elaborate, and thus, they refrained from inquiring further. As the meeting adjourned, all began to bustle with anxious energy. The Navy personnel at sea were summoned back, and even the pursuit of the 7 warlords was momentarily set aside. Should the news of Momonosuke's death spread, the resurrection pirates would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Kaido. However, slaying Kaido is no simple feat. His defenses are formidable, and even the Navy finds themselves at a loss against him, especially given his close ties with another emperor of the seas, Big Mom. Should Kaido learn of the resurrection pirates' intent to attack, he would surely ally with Big Mom. At that juncture, it would either spell the downfall of the resurrection pirates or the obliteration of the beast pirates. The Navy could then seize the opportunity to reap the benefits. Nonetheless, the risks for the Navy are not negligible. Should they be detected by either party beforehand, they would undoubtedly face a triad of Emperor's wrath. Yet, delaying is equally perilous. Should one side regain their strength, they would miss a golden opportunity to eliminate an emperor. In the shadows, the Navy began to mobilize discreetly, hoarding strategic resources. Upon returning to his office, Sean's eyes glimmered with cold determination. This would be his chance to establish his reputation. If he could slay an emperor's vice, or even an emperor himself, his strength would gain the recognition of the entire Navy. Although he currently possesses formidable power, he lacks any notable achievements to boast of. Fujitora promptly informed Raikkoju of the news, who, after a moment of surprise, resumed his nonchalant demeanor. The world is growing increasingly chaotic. Fujitora concurred. Has it not always been so? Haha, that Zaitian is indeed becoming more formidable. It has only been a few weeks since we last met, and he has already attracted such terrifying allies. Ryakuju could not help but marvel at the other's strength. Fujitora inquired curiously, I have heard you have clashed with Zaitian. How formidable is he? Ryakuju paused for a moment, recalling, before responding, mediocre. However, his progress has been astonishingly rapid. I heard that when he first appeared on the bounty list, he was but a weakling. Fujitora nodded slightly. Indeed, if he merely possessed resurrection abilities, he would struggle to manage such a multitude of strong individuals. Moreover, according to Carp, he cleaved Blackbeard's body in two with a single strike. What? Ryakuju sprang up from his recliner, staring at the Den Mushi, questioning whether Vice Admiral Carp had truly witnessed such a feat. Could he really sever Blackbeard in half? Ryakuju recalled the last time he encountered Zaitian. The latter had barely managed to slice through his vines. However, killing an emperor's body is a daunting task. This was a statement made directly by Carp. The implications of such rapid advancement are somewhat terrifying, even shocking. Fujitora then conveyed Sakazuki's subsequent plans to Ryakuju, who fell into silence. After a while, he responded, How many admirals will be dispatched to Wano Kuni? Fujitora scratched his head. I do not know, but I suspect only one admiral will remain behind to guard the base. The others will need to go. Ryakuju did not refuse. Although he was reluctant to participate in such endeavors, failing to eliminate the resurrection pirates could render them increasingly difficult to contend with in the future. At that point, even if the entire navy mobilized, they might struggle to prevail against them. Fujitora concluded, Very well, I will inform you of any developments. No, I suspect there will be significant events unfolding soon. I must remain prepared for immediate action, Fujitora replied. A few days later, the resurrection pirates passed through Eagle Eye Island, where he took several bottles of red wine from the ship before disembarking. The red-hair pirates followed suit, exchanging contact via Den Mushi. Should anything arise, they could reach out, thus acknowledging a debt of gratitude. Over these past few days, the red-haired pirates had managed to restore their strength to approximately 70 to 80% of its former glory. Yet, this was still insufficient to catch the eye of Douglas Bullet, who remarked that the red-haired pirates could not contend with him unless they were at their peak. Therefore, they agreed to duel once their strength was fully restored. Shanks and his crew readily accepted. Kazan, having lost his target with the disappearance of the Blackbeard pirates, decided to remain aboard their ship until he found a new objective. After all, there was food and drink, and he need not worry about sleeping on the streets. Recently, Douglas Bullet had been frequently engaging in duels with several crew members, seemingly venting his excess energy. He would often battle for an entire day, forgoing 2 meals. His chosen opponents were quite helpless, facing him every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in single combat against Whitebeard, and on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday against Zefa and Kazuki Oden, reserving Sunday for sparring with the captain. One must acknowledge the sheer terror of Douglas Bullet's strength. To challenge so many powerful foes within a week without showing fatigue is an unparalleled feat. Even Whitebeard had to marvel at his innate talent for battle. It is no wonder he is considered someone infinitely close to the title of Pirate King. Zaitian could trade blows with him for a while, but his stamina was clearly inferior. After a few hours, he found himself utterly exhausted. Thus, by afternoon, Bullet would typically seek out other crew members to practice with. Under his relentless onslaught, the strength of the resurrection pirates soared. Ace's hurricane now covered an area spanning an astonishing 14 islands. The 3-colored hockey of sulfur flame rivaled that of Zaitian. Just as everyone began to relax, a fresh newspaper fluttered down. Captain, there is another newspaper. Yamato excitedly called for everyone. All gathered on the deck, eagerly anticipating news of their bounties. Before they could focus on the bounties, their attention was drawn to a headline on the newspaper. The general of Wano Kuni is dead, and Kaido reigns once more. As the title registered, everyone fell silent. The previously joyous atmosphere shattered abruptly. All members aboard turned their gazes toward Kazuki Oden. Odin, visibly tense, picked up the newspaper and began to read. After finishing, his arm trembled uncontrollably, and his expression twisted into a grimace. Others exchanged glances at the news, their hearts igniting like a bomb, filled with shock. Marco immediately sought to comfort Kazuki Odin. Odin, do not panic. This may well be false news. Vista also approached. Indeed, Odin, look, this newspaper contains no photographs. Perhaps that Birdman editor fabricated this sensational story for attention. Seeing the concern in their eyes, Kazuki Odin gradually calmed down. Yet, his heartbeat remained erratic. This matter pertains to his son. If it is false news, that would be for the best. But if it is true, he would certainly take it upon himself to kill Kaido. Long Zaitian was somewhat perplexed. After their departure, the land of Wano had experienced rapid development. How could it possibly withstand Kaido's invasion? Moreover, Kaido's intent to invade was likely not a simple matter. Currently, there were too many factions interested in Wano, and if he took action, other forces would undoubtedly respond. At the very least, the Navy would never allow Kaido to dominate Wano once more. Upon hearing Long Zaitian's doubts, everyone began to ponder. The captain was correct. At present, it seemed the Navy desired Wano more than Kaido did. Afterwards, they glanced at the news behind them, which reported on the revival of the pirate crew battling against the Blackbeard pirates. The coverage was sparse, suggesting they were unaware of the events occurring on the island. The only person privy to the truth, Carp, was unlikely to disclose anything to the press. After all, if the events on the island were revealed, it could incite panic throughout the world. The subsequent bounty notices failed to capture their interest, as their attention remained firmly fixed on Wano. Long Zaitian, 3, 9 billion berries. Edward Newgate, 5, 6 billion berries. Pork Asti, Ace, 1, for billion berries. Vista 1, 6 billion berries. Marco, 1, 7 billion berries. Yamato, 1, 2 billion berries. Magellan, 800 million berries. Duja Lu Yen, 900 million berries. Jozu 1, for billion berries. Upon noting the absence of Kazuki Odin, Zephyr, and Barrett's bounties, it became clear to everyone the Navy's intentions. Clearly, they were providing cover for the pirates, aiming to catch Kaido off guard. However, Long Zaitian and his companions were curious about the Navy's motives for assisting them. After much contemplation, they could only surmise that the Navy's actions were intended for a calculated strike. They pressed forward at full speed towards Wano. Excellent. Regardless of what had transpired in Wano, they felt compelled to witness it firsthand. Yet, they had not sailed far when a massive shadow suddenly emerged on the water's surface. Everyone quickly looked up. What is that? Yamato exclaimed. Long Zaitian was equally taken aback. They beheld several enormous pirate ships floating in the sky, with a man standing atop a lion's head, surveying the scene below. Whitebeard smiled. Garara, I didn't expect him to descend. Marco appeared confused. What is he here for? Zephyr smiled. The golden lion. I nearly forgot he was still alive. Kazan lowered his eye patch to glance at the sky, then lifted it back up. Douglas Barrett stepped out through the door. Long Zaitian chuckled. Barrett, a formidable opponent has arrived. Will you confront him? Douglas Barrett glanced at the sky, tauntingly replied, I have no interest in battling an old man half buried in the ground. It seemed that the Golden Lion Shiki had heard this remark. Without hesitation, he descended. Upon landing, he immediately shouted, Which bastard just called me half buried? Come out. When Barrett made this comment, the Golden Lion ship had already passed by the stretcher, so he did not see who had spoken. However, once he focused, he found himself speechless. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, where renowned figures stood before him, mocking him. Shiki was still in shock, struggling to comprehend the situation, and hastily rubbed his eyes. Long Zaitian spoke first. Golden Lion, who are you searching for? He had not anticipated the Golden Lion's appearance at this moment. Golden Lion Shiki shifted his gaze from the crew to the captain, scrutinizing him from head to toe, slowly stating, Are these all your crew? His expression was vacant, his thoughts disordered. Long Zaitian nodded. Seeing the affirmation, Golden Lion was momentarily at a loss for words. Truth be told, Shiki found it hard to believe, yet none of the strong figures disputed Long Zaitian's assertion. He was somewhat familiar with these powerful individuals and understood their nature. They were not the kind to settle comfortably in someone else's territory. Whitebeard, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and laughed. Shiki, you wouldn't want to fight us, would you? Shiki looked at Whitebeard and coldly replied, Whitebeard, I never expected you to be living under someone else's roof. This is quite uncharacteristic of you. Observing Whitebeard's appearance, Shiki was taken aback. He had not anticipated him to look so youthful. It seemed Long Zaition's resurrection abilities were indeed remarkable. Whitebeard chuckled lightly. Whether it is characteristic of me is not for you to decide. You have yet to state your purpose for coming here. Shiki dared not reveal that he had come to kidnap Long Zaition to force him into resurrecting Captain Rox, especially with so many powerful figures present. A slight misstep could cost him his life. At that moment, the Golden Lion's pirate ship blocked the stretcher's path, and his crew surged forth. Ace, to avoid damage, decisively dropped anchor to halt the ship, narrowly preventing a collision. However, this left them surrounded by the Golden Lion's subordinates, plunging them into a dire predicament. Captain, we've come to assist you. The Golden Lion's crew excitedly boarded the stretcher. Yet, upon seeing their captain Shiki encircled by a group of individuals, they disregarded the situation and shouted, Revival pirates, surrender now? Yes. Don't force us to place a knife to your throat. Hand over your food and money. En face de conséquences. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion Shiki's face paled instantly when he recognized the people on the ship. The once formidable lion had transformed into a meek pet. Shiki dared not utter such words in front of these individuals, but his reckless subordinates had spoken first. Ignoring their gazes, he cursed, Fools, shut up. His subordinates, who had been laughing moments earlier, attempting to intimidate the opposition to gain their captain's favor, were now bewildered by his outburst. Captain, what's wrong? Captain, didn't you say we should act with bravado when boarding? Shiki shook his head in exasperation, growling, I told you to be quiet. A bunch of idiots. Realizing the atmosphere was amiss, his subordinates fell silent. Zefa turned with a smile, his expression calm. Who just said to surrender? These loyal pirates were among the first recruited by the Golden Lion, having experienced the fear of being pursued by Zefa. As their figures overlapped with the memories of the past, each person trembled and collapsed to the ground. Zefa, you are not dead. Captain, we must leave. Shiki thought to himself. In this situation, does he have the final say? Simultaneously, he resented. If they had been more discreet upon boarding, perhaps they could have escaped safely. But now that they have spoken such harsh words, if they ran now, it would ruin their reputation. If the Revival pirates were displeased, Golden Lion Shiki could very well perish on the spot, and everyone else would follow suit. At that moment, a nearby swordsman caught his attention, and upon recognizing the newcomer, his pupils widened in shock. Kazuki Odin, how are you still alive? I thought Kaido had killed you. A quick glance at Long Zaition made Golden Lion Shiki realize the truth. Could it be that you have also become Long Zaition's crew member? Kazuki Odin's lips curled into a smile as he drew his twin swords. Captain, do you need me to take action? Jin Shuji felt a chill run down his spine. Were he in his youth, he would have unsheathed his sword without hesitation to engage in battle. However, now his strength had diminished too rapidly, rendering him no match for Guan Yue Yutian. He feared that he would be defeated in just 3 or 4 exchanges. Long Zaition glanced at Jin Shitsi and whispered, Shiki, what brings you here? After a moment of contemplation, Jin Shitsi resolved to speak the truth, for the current circumstances left no room for concealment. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of a one-sided beating. All right, I will speak, he began. Jin Shitsi had never anticipated that he would find himself in such a humiliating position. I have come to seek you out, he confessed. Long Zaition was taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Seek me? For what purpose? I wish to request your assistance in resurrecting Captain Rox, Jin Shitsi stated plainly. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Zaition firmly refused. I'm afraid that is impossible. His demeanor was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Jin Shitsi had foreseen this response and sighed, Very well, I shall take my leave. Each moment spent in this place intensified his anxiety, fearing an ambush from others. Yet, before he could take a single step, Whitebeard's blade was already resting against his neck. You can't leave just yet. Our captain has yet to speak, Whitebeard explained with a grin. A pirate ship was not a place where unfamiliar faces could come and go as they pleased without losing their dignity. Jin Shitsi looked at his subordinates, only to find them under the control of the resurrected pirate crew. He could not help but bitterly smile to himself, realizing that the news agency's reports were grossly exaggerated. Had he known Long Zaitian had such formidable allies, he would have never sought him out, now truly caught in a predicament. He could only hope that Long Zaitian would not be too unreasonable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Long Zaitian spoke coolly. Jin Shitsi, I require your assistance. This unexpected statement left Jin Shitsi and his crew in stunned silence. Jin Shitsi was perplexed by the implication of his words, surrounded by so many powerful individuals. What could Long Zaitian possibly need him for? Whitebeard and the others shared a similar surprise, not expecting their captain to utter such words. Jin Shitsi, hesitant, inquired, What assistance do you seek? He dared not agree too hastily, fearing a request to attack the Marine headquarters, which would be difficult to refuse. However, Long Zaitian's request astonished him. Please expedite our journey to Wano country. Long Zaitian implored sincerely. Jin Shitsi pondered. Wano country was indeed some distance away, yet with his abilities, he could likely reach it within a day. His subordinates, now fully aware of their surroundings, were left speechless at the audacity of threatening such powerful figures. They trembled in fear. After a moment of reflection, Jin Shitsi relented, realizing he had no alternative. If given the chance to start over, he would choose to remain at home. Jin Shitsi never expected to become a mere pawn in his attempts to achieve his goals. However, he could only swallow his grievances. Long Zaitian was overjoyed, having feared that Jin Shitsi might refuse. After all, individuals of such strength often carried an immense pride, and it was rare for them to concede to requests for assistance. Even if they did help, it was usually for reasons of vengeance. Whitebeard erupted in laughter. Shiki, who would have thought you traveled all this way just to aid our captain? We truly thank you. Jin Shitsi's lips twitched, casting a glare at Whitebeard. What do you mean, traveling far to help? If it weren't for your overwhelming numbers, we might already be in a brawl. Faced with Whitebeard's mockery, Shiki opened his mouth, but fell silent, caught between words. Zefa, familiar with Jin Shitsi, placed a hand on his shoulder. Ha. Shiki, you best get moving. We are in a hurry. Observing Zefa's smug expression, Jin Shitsi's countenance darkened. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Unfortunately, the strength of his opponents was too formidable, and his own power had waned, leaving him with no chance of a direct confrontation. Jin Shitsi took another drag from his cigarette, resignedly touching the Strigi ship. He then raised his hand, an inexplicable force lifting the Strigi ship into the air. The crew, filled with excitement, rushed to the ship's edge to admire the view below. Yamato exclaimed, Wow, Captain, look! The islands we encountered before now appear like ants. Ace, lounging by the bed, remarked, Excellent. Now I need not steer the vessel. Whitebeard, keenly observant, noted Jin Shitsi's diminishing capacity. Shiki, why does it seem that your strength has waned once more? In the past, you could reach this altitude in no time. Why does it take so long now? Jin Shitsi gritted his teeth, retorting, You know full well. With a sweeping gesture, he propelled both his original pirate ship and the Strigi forward at tremendous speed, far surpassing that of sailing the seas. Guan Yueyutian watched in excitement. This is wonderful. At this rate, we shall reach Wano country in less than a day. The others offered their reassurances to Guan Yueyutian. Only then did Jin Shitsi remember to inquire about their purpose in Wano country. Long Zaitian and the others, not wishing to conceal the truth, revealed. Kaido has killed Guan Yueyutian's son. We aim to confront him. Jin Shitsi was taken aback, astonished at Kaido's audacity to provoke such figures. He voiced his concern. I hope I'm not included among those going after Kaido. Jin Shitsi was candid. He had no desire to engage in such a conflict, as it would yield him no benefits. His current strength was no match for Kaido's, and a direct confrontation would only exacerbate his injuries. Moreover, even if he assisted the resurrected pirate crew in defeating Kaido, he would gain nothing in return. The governance of Wano country would undoubtedly remain in Guan Yueyutian's hands, and he had no interest in it. Long Zaitian nodded slightly, affirming, That is acceptable. Just get us to Wano country, and we shall handle the rest. This was a contest between him and Kaido. Previously, he had outmaneuvered Kaido. This time, he would rely on his strength to defeat him while avenging his crew. Regrettably, after this battle, Guanyu would part ways with his crew, as Wano country could not be without its general. Jin Shitsi was somewhat surprised at Long Zaitian's willingness to negotiate. He had anticipated that, given their numerical superiority, they would force him into servitude. Yet, to his astonishment, Long Zaitian effortlessly agreed. Members of the Jin Shitsi pirate crew had already retreated to the corners of the ship, too frightened to do anything but observe stealthily. It must be said that Jin Shitsi's powers were indeed remarkable. The Strigi ship soared across the sea like an aircraft. The wind whipped against their faces, and the clouds raced behind them. However, Jin Shitsi's face glistened with perspiration, clearly indicating that maintaining such a large object at this speed was immensely taxing. Long Zaitian had sensed from the outset the weakness of Jin Shitsi's aura. He could hardly fathom the decline of one of the former three titans, which had now diminished to such a state. This was no longer the Golden Lion, but rather the Golden Kitty. At that moment, Long Zaitian recalled the universal remedy he had previously drawn, pondering with his head bowed. Although he understood that even if this potion were offered to the Golden Lion, the latter might still refuse to board, it would at least create a debt of gratitude. If it were to restore the Golden Lion to his former glory, it would not be in vain. At the very least, it could secure his assistance in future confrontations with the world government. After all, the mightiest of warriors are often the most reluctant to owe favors to others. Having made up his mind, Long Zaitian planned to present the universal remedy to the Golden Lion once he had been ferried to Wano. After all, keeping it with himself served little purpose. He had previously stealthily approached the red-haired Shanks, but the latter had outright declined, showing no desire to mend his severed hand. Shanks sought only to maintain peace in the seas and had no aspirations for greater power. He was satisfied with his current state. He instructed Long Zaitian to reserve the remedy for someone in greater need. Long Zaitian understood Shanks' character and chose to keep it. As for Kazan, he had even less use for such a remedy. Would a user of a natural type ability truly need something like a universal remedy? At the very moment the resurrected pirate crew sped toward Wano, Kaido chanced upon a newspaper. When he read that one of the Four Emperors Blackbeard had been defeated by Long Zaitian, he was rendered utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. He remained unsettled for a long time. Despite his disdain for Blackbeard's physical prowess, he could not help but admire his cunning. Kaido himself held great respect for him, especially since even red-haired Shanks had fallen before him, confirming his suspicions. The three calamities received the news and rushed back immediately. Long Zaitian had now secured a place on Kaido's most wanted list, and any intelligence regarding him was of utmost importance. Eliminating Long Zaitian had now become Kaido's primary objective, more pressing than any other matter. To their astonishment, while they had failed to find Long Zaitian, he had come seeking them instead, in such a remarkable manner. Jin could hardly believe that the one who had once deceived Kaido into leaving Wano could now vanquish the Four Emperors Blackbeard. He questioned Kaido, "Boss Kaido, is this news accurate?" Kaido, too, was skeptical. Who knows what tricks the Navy is up to? How could such a little brat possibly defeat Blackbeard? As Kaido continued to peruse the newspaper, he felt a jolt in his eyes, and in a fit of rage, he shredded the paper into confetti. So, the world government dares to play me for a fool. Kaido noted that the world government had reported on his dominion over Wano, clearly disrupting his plans. After all, everyone had their eyes set on the lucrative prize that was Wano. Any hint of disturbance would immediately draw all attention. He had hoped to leverage the world government's influence to conceal matters a little longer, allowing him to quietly amass power. But unexpectedly, within just a few days, the world government had divulged everything. This was undoubtedly a betrayal. Now that Kaido's forces were weak, he had hoped to develop further, only to find the world government stabbing him in the back. The previously agreed collaboration had evaporated, inciting his fury. While it was true that few dared to provoke the formidable Kaido, the seas were rife with madmen and desperate rogues. If they were to unite against Kaido, defeat would be inevitable. Kaido had once held disbelief in such a notion, but after the Straw Hat Crew's raucous escapade on Onigashima, his perspective had radically shifted. One must never be overly confident in oneself. Now he comprehended the concerns of Kaido, as they were aware that if news of this leaked, Wano would face a grave crisis once more. They could contend with 1, 10, or even 100, but should the numbers swell, they would be helpless. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. The group fell silent, each contemplating their next strategy. Jean was the first to propose. "Boss Kaido, let us summon Big Mom." Upon hearing Big Mom's name, Queen looked at Jean in astonishment. In his eyes, Jean would never call for external aid, much less seek assistance from Big Mom. For such an act would be a considerable loss of face. However, at this juncture, pride was of little significance. Preserving Wano and rebuilding their strength was paramount, and honor would naturally follow. But if Wano were to suffer another defeat, the Beast Pirates would disband on the spot. Kaido grimaced, recalling his boastful claims on Cake Island about how he had seized Wano. To think he would now have to seek her help. How could he bear such humiliation? Yet, he refrained from chastising Jean, recognizing that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Jean was also thinking of the future of the Beast Pirates. Kaido fell into deep contemplation, and after some time, he finally said, "Jean, go seek out Big Mom." Jean nodded, having anticipated Kaido's response. At that moment, Jack stepped forward, eager to redeem himself after his repeated failures on Onigashima, seeking an opportunity to atone. Now that a task was finally within his grasp, he was determined not to let it slip by. "Boss Kaido, allow me to handle this." Jack stepped forth, his gaze resolute as it met Kaido's. Kaido was taken aback, not expecting Jack to volunteer at this moment. He had initially intended for Jean to undertake this task, as Jean was shrewd, and if he were to approach Big Mom, there was a high chance she would comply. However, sending Queen would be problematic, given their previous altercation. As for Jack, should he encounter the Navy on his way, a confrontation could ensue, potentially delaying their plans. Yet, if Jean were to handle it, the overall defenses of Onigashima would significantly weaken during this period. Should enemies attack at this time, breaching Wano would be alarmingly easy, especially with the world government lurking like a ticking time bomb, poised to strike. Previously, it had been agreed that Kaido would oversee Wano while the world government would manage the delay of news. Once Kaido had stabilized his hold on Wano, the world government would release their information. However, as part of the arrangement, Kaido was required to supply the world government with considerable amounts of weaponry and sea stone each month. Kaido had readily consented, as he was in dire need of a stronghold to realize his grand ambitions. Yet, he had not anticipated such betrayal at a critical juncture, having to guard against outsiders while also being wary of potential treachery from within. With Jack now volunteering, Kaido had to weigh his options carefully. Ultimately, he resolved then Jack, go to Cake Island and summon Big Mom. The sooner, the better. Kaido chose to place his trust in Jack, while keeping Jean close at hand to oversee all defensive measures moving forward. On the other side, Big Mom also received this news. Much like Kaido, upon seeing the report, she tore the newspaper to shreds and, while gripping her bounty poster, bellowed, "That wretched little brat. After playing us, he dares to be so arrogant." Her subordinates rushed forward to comfort her. "Mama, don't worry. If that scoundrel dares to come here, we'll ensure he never returns." Indeed, Mother, how could he possibly defeat Hahaha at such a young age? This news may very well be false. It seems implausible that the Navy would disseminate such misleading information. Indeed, just a while ago, the news was praising the Hahaha pirate crew. How could they now be declared defeated? The children expressed their confusion, clearly struggling to accept that someone so obscure could have vanquished Hahaha. Although they were not well acquainted with him, his notorious infamy, particularly for the injury he inflicted upon Shanks and his acquisition of Whitebeard's fruit, suggested he was no ordinary adversary. Both of the Sea Emperors had suffered at his hands, so to now claim he fell to a mere child was hard to fathom. If it were stated that he was slain by Whitebeard, that might be believable. However, to suggest he was defeated by Long Zaitian, this child, is simply unfathomable. What strength could this individual possess to defeat Hahaha? Charlotte Kakuri narrowed his eyes, suddenly sensing something. He picked up the torn newspaper that Big Mom had shredded and used his abilities to reassemble it. Upon rereading, he was astonished and handed the paper to Big Mom. With a look of intrigue, she took it, and upon seeing the news regarding Kaido's dominion over Wano, she was taken aback. Previously, Kaido had shared with her how he reclaimed Wano, yet now the information had spread far and wide. She was astonished that the Navy would release such a report, considering the world government's involvement. However, after some contemplation, the reasoning became clear. It was likely a conspiracy orchestrated by the world government. Yet now was not the time for such considerations. Surely Kaido had also received the news and was urgently seeking a solution. After all, she was well aware of Kaido's current predicament. Long Zaitian, being forthright, tossed a miraculous healing potion to the Golden Lion, stating that it was a reward for their arrival in Wano. Though it seemed like a loss on the surface, it concealed Long Zaitian's ulterior motives. The greater the individual, the more they valued relationships. In this world, reputation is paramount. The Golden Lion's pupils glimmered as he instinctively gripped the vial tightly. He examined the miraculous potion, noting the transparent glass bottle sealed with a cork, filled with a dark green liquid. After scrutinizing the potion, he glanced at Long Zaitian, then returned his focus to the liquid in his palm. Based on his past experiences, it appeared that Long Zaitian bore no signs of deceit. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Long Zaitian would bestow such a precious vial upon him, although he claimed it was a reward for their journey to Wano. Any sensible person would recognize the absurdity of such a generous gift. If this potion truly could heal his affliction, then Long Zaitian must have been foolish. It was akin to helping someone carry their luggage for 10 minutes only to receive a handful of cash in return. Who would believe such a fortuitous occurrence? Conversely, if Long Zaitian had given him a vial of poison, that too would be nonsensical. Surely, Long Zaitian and his crew could easily end his life without resorting to such wastefulness. Previously, he had mentioned coming to Wano to settle scores with Kaido. Therefore, using poison to ambush Kaido would be far more fitting. The only explanation would be that he possessed numerous vials of such poison. Contemplating this possibility provided some clarity. Within mere seconds, the Golden Lion had pondered a multitude of implications. Ultimately, he concluded that Long Zaitian remained an enigma, as his actions were utterly perplexing. Perhaps his depth of character rendered it difficult to discern his true intentions, whether he sought to take a life or to enlist aid. Nevertheless, the Golden Lion preferred to believe it was the miraculous potion Long Zaitian claimed it to be, for he yearned to return to his former glory. For someone as ambitious as he, being overshadowed by the younger generation was a bitter pill to swallow. Although this particular goal had not been achieved, he had still garnered a small gain. Observing his subordinates, the Golden Lion noted their concerned glances urging him not to drink. They lacked the reservations he harbored. Their only concern was their leader's survival. For them, as long as their leader lived, they were safe. Should he perish, they would be left vulnerable. After all, how could such a ferocious pirate crew afford to harbor the weak? The Golden Lion understood his subordinate sentiments, yet he was willing to take a gamble. This gamble hinged on the reputation of the other party. Long Zaitian, you assert this potion is miraculous, correct? Without hesitation, Long Zaitian affirmed, indeed. He further added that it could cure any ailment. The Golden Lion narrowed his eyes and inquired, including my head injury? Long Zaitian smiled slightly, seemingly anticipating his intent, yet confidently replied, yes. At this, the Golden Lion erupted in laughter, uncorked the vial, and before the astonished eyes of all, drank it down in one swift motion. His subordinates were momentarily dumbfounded, unable to believe their leader would act so recklessly. Once they regained their composure, they cried out in dismay, "Boss, don't leave us!" Wailing, they lamented, "Shurji, how could you be so foolish? We're done for." The Golden Lion's crew wore expressions of despair. Their spirits dampened. Sulfur, curious, whispered, "Boss, you wouldn't really poison yourself, would you?" Long Zaitian shot him a glare and smacked his forehead. "What are you thinking? Do you really see me in such a light?" Long Zaitian was not naive. He had considered the possibility that the Golden Lion would drink the potion publicly. If it were indeed poison, what would his crew think of him? Trust is a fragile thing. Once fractured, it is difficult to mend. Though he had contemplated the potential hindrance the Golden Lion's resurgence might pose to his ambitions of becoming the Pirate King, such concerns were trivial. The Golden Lion's prime had already passed. Even if he regained his former strength, he could not impede the rise of the next generation. Just like the resurrected Whitebeard, whose strength had returned, yet could not enhance further. Only his bounty continued to rise. His zenith had been reached. No amount of effort could elevate him beyond that point. This could be seen as a flaw of the resurrection fruit. If one could continuously revive, grow stronger, and surpass their limits, it would indeed be akin to a bug in the system. Yet, Long Zaitian was different. He had yet to reach his peak, and the future still held boundless possibilities. After being chastised by the captain, Sulphur cheerfully remarked, "Indeed, our captain is not the sort to resort to such despicable tactics." With a relaxed demeanor, Whitebeard asked, "Captain, do you not think it a waste to use such a precious potion on him? He is not easily subdued." Long Zaitian nodded, smiling. "I understand, but I have no intention of subjugating him. A person as ambitious as he, should he choose to ally with me, would only make me uneasy." Bavudu nodded with a hint of satisfaction, realizing that his captain had indeed matured significantly. Reflecting on their first encounter, he recalled how this individual had been utterly clueless about nautical charts and the helm. He had not even understood the responsibilities of captain, merely bellowing, "I am the captain," without any further substance. Had it not been for his own confusion after being resurrected, he would never have followed his orders so obediently. If it had been a matter of trading his crew for the revival of Long Zaitian's past child, Whitebeard would have readily agreed without hesitation. A captain is merely a title, and he would much rather be with his actual family. However, at that time, Whitebeard did not ponder deeply. He merely wished to see how far this young man could go, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he once knew, whose fleeting brilliance ultimately led to naught. Yet, Long Zaitian's performance had astounded Whitebeard from the very beginning. He had boldly confronted the Celestial Dragons right off the bat. Although Whitebeard had been the one to exert effort in the end, the audacity displayed was commendable. The subsequent developments soared to unprecedented heights. Emerging from Wano, he swiftly mastered Haki and awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, his swordsmanship advanced at an astonishing pace. In just a few months, he was already competing with Hawkeye, undoubtedly one of the few in the world capable of such feats. The ensuing developments entered a legendary phase. A series of formidable beings capable of wreaking havoc joined their ranks, each wielding extraordinary artifacts. Typically, a pirate crew must endure countless tribulations to gain notoriety. Yet Long Zaitian had ascended to the status of an Emperor of the Sea in less than half a year. Truly, as I have said, even Jesus himself could not impede such momentum, although the crew members were somewhat perplexed by their captain's actions, questioning the rationale behind his choices and why he would provide such precious medicine to the Golden Lion instead of keeping it for his own crew. They remained resolute in their trust for their captain's decision. Naturally, the subordinates of the Golden Lion overheard their discussions. They remained skeptical of their claims, yet were powerless to alter their fate. In the world of pirates, victors dictate the narrative. All they could do was await the outcome. After consuming the concoction, the Golden Lion convulsed as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in agony. To the unknowing observer, it might have appeared as though he had ingested poison. The Golden Lion's followers, upon witnessing this, were left pale and wide-eyed, seemingly foreseeing their grim destiny. The situation was so dire that they might have preferred seppuku, although they had anticipated the outcome, aware of the pirate adage that no pirate ever keeps their word. They had held onto a fleeting flicker of hope. Alas, it seemed they had misjudged. Long Zaitian, too, was left bewildered. Could this miraculous medicine have such severe side effects? It was indeed a shocking revelation. Should the uninformed bystanders have witnessed this, they would likely have assumed the Golden Lion was undergoing a transformation. Nevertheless, Long Zaitian remained confident in the efficacy of the concoction, for it was bestowed upon him by the system. Surely, the system would not harm him. He was not the protagonist of another author's narrative, destined for such treachery. To outsiders, the Golden Lion appeared to be experiencing immense pain, and indeed he was. He felt as though his head might explode. His blood surged through his veins at an alarming rate, surpassing the limits of his body. What kind of poison was this? So ruthless. Yet, amidst the agony, he seemed to acclimate to the sensation, his furrowed brows gradually relaxing. Slowly, he began to sense something amiss. His body felt as though it were heating up dramatically. Additionally, there was an itch at the back of his head, as if the helm affixed to it was beginning to detach. Could it be that Long Zaitian had not deceived him after all? Was this truly a miraculous remedy? Due to the pronounced sensations at the crown of his head, he overlooked the changes occurring in his legs. Although the golden lion's exterior showed no signs of alteration, his convulsions merely diminishing until he lay still, the members of the resurrected pirate crew gasped in awe, silently giving a thumbs up. "Captain, you truly are incredible." Effortlessly, he had vanquished one of the legendary 3 great pirates. Their captain was indeed remarkable, even managing to nearly fool them. How impressive his acting skills had become. In response to the crew's praises, Long Zaitian found himself at a loss for words. This was all so absurd. Observing that their captain had become motionless, his subordinates ceased their pretense and began wailing. "Captain, what a tragic demise. We, the dark-haired ones, shall send you a blonde. Shiki, how could you be so foolish as to trust a pirate so readily? Indeed, you proclaimed your intent to battle the navy to the bitter end, yet now you are poisoned by your foes." Although the Golden Lion's expression remained unchanged, internally he was acutely aware of their words. "Well done, my loyal subordinate. You have not betrayed me even now." Just as he finished speaking, a subordinate exclaimed, "Long Zaitian, I can wash clothes, cook, clean, and maintain a ship. Just spare my life, and I shall serve you until my last breath." Another subordinate quickly shifted the conversation, directing his plea at Long Zaitian. The others, upon hearing this, wasted no time and knelt before Long Zaitian, begging for mercy. Such a proclamation jolted the Golden Lion from his stupor. His eyes widened as he soared into the air, delivering a swift kick to the first subordinate who had spoken. The suddenness of the event left everyone stunned, and the one kicked flew through the air, tears streaming down his face as he landed on the deck. "Damn it, I'm not dead yet." The Golden Lion furiously shook his fist, seething at his unworthy subordinate. "Boss." After a few moments of realization, his subordinates finally recognized their leader, their excitement rendering them speechless. In his emotional fervor, the Golden Lion had not yet noticed that the helm, which had been firmly lodged in his head, had fallen away. "You lot, usually so loyal, what were you doing at such a critical moment? What were you all up to just now?" Shiki, a subordinate, trembling, pointed at the direction of the Golden Lion's head. "Don't you dare point at me." The Golden Lion's ire flared as he could not restrain himself from cursing again, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The members of the resurrected pirate crew found themselves in an exceedingly awkward position. They were witnessing their captain reprimanding his subordinates, yet intervening felt inappropriate. But this was their ship. Ultimately, Long Zaitian spoke up, anxious to seek vengeance against Kaido. "Shiki, your injuries have healed. It is time to depart. We must confront Kaido." Only then did the Golden Lion turn to assess his surroundings, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. However, upon reflecting on Long Zaitian's words, he quickly touched the top of his head. My helm." The Golden Lion's hands frantically patted his now smooth head, suddenly realizing that the familiar weight had vanished. He swiftly turned to search for it. Spotting a broken helm on the ground, his spirits soared. "Ha! That cursed helm has finally come off my head. I shall reclaim my former glory. Navy Luffy, you had better brace yourselves. I shall allow you to experience the legendary Golden Lion." At that moment, Long Zaitian spotted 2 Golden Lion's swords on the ground and quietly approached them. Whitebeard, noticing this, instantly understood the captain's intention and swiftly moved forward to shield the other's view. Seizing the opportunity, Long Zaitian stepped on the 2 swords and kicked them backward, while Zefa, understanding the silent cue, discreetly concealed the Golden Lion's prized blades within his sleeve. The Golden Lion, in a state of bliss, remained oblivious to the disappearance of his swords. He was excitedly stroking his head and began to unleash his fruit abilities. After a display of control, he exuberantly shouted, "It's back! It's back. My power is gradually returning. Long Zaitian, I thank you. At this moment, the golden lion bore no semblance of an enemy and jovially embraced Long Zaitian, exclaiming, "From today onwards, you are my brother, Golden Lion. Anyone who dares to provoke, you need only make a sound." Long Zaitian, however, was preoccupied with the thought of the golden lion departing swiftly, fearing that he might eventually realize his swords were missing. All right, I understand. I must now confront Kaido, so I shall take my leave. Wait. The golden lion suddenly raised his hand. Long Zaitian was taken aback, fearing he had been discovered. However, the golden lion's gesture was not aimed at confronting Long Zaitian and his crew, but rather to toss all his crew members onto the pirate ship he had brought along. He then laughed heartily. "Ha, brother Long, I shall not disturb you further. Wishing you success in your endeavor." The golden lion, in high spirits, could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in a grand venture. Yet, his primary concern was gathering his former subordinates. With his newfound strength, compliance was not a matter of choice for them. Most importantly, he was familiar with their habits, eliminating the need for retraining, thus saving a great deal of effort. Moreover, as Long Zaitian sought to confront Kaido, the golden lion had no intention of lingering. Fearing entanglement with Kaido might lead to misunderstandings. However, this concern was somewhat unfounded. Kaido was currently preoccupied with his own survival, especially since Long Zaitian had brought numerous formidable warriors. If Kaido managed to escape alive, it would indeed be a miracle. "Let me escort you one last time." The golden lion laughed boisterously, raising his hand to set the stretchy ship in motion. Then, with a sweeping gesture, it soared rapidly towards the heart of Wano. "Take care." Following this simple exchange, the golden lion returned to his own pirate ship, leaving the confines of Wano. Meanwhile, Long Zaitian and his crew realized this was merely a little joke from the golden lion, and everyone hurriedly grasped the ship's body, preparing for an emergency landing. Golden lion, you scoundrel." Long Zaitian cursed under his breath, then called out, "Ace, it's your turn to perform." As soon as he finished, Ace leaped into the air, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Captain, leave it to me." "Windrise," the young man shouted, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Instantly, countless air currents began to swirl upward, effectively slowing the previously rapid descent of the stretchy ship. "Partners, let us begin to devise our strategy." Everyone straightened in their seats, attentively listening to the captain's instructions. The strategy was simple. I will face Kaido alone, while the others maintain vigilance around us. Long Zaitian succinctly outlined the plan without excessive elaboration. Upon hearing this, the crew was puzzled. Yamato questioned, "Captain, can you handle Kaido by yourself?" Yamato did not doubt the captain's strength, but in such a situation with so many people present, a more conservative approach should be adopted. For instance, sending Whitebeard and Kazuki Oden to assist the captain would nearly guarantee Kaido's defeat. Allowing the captain to confront him alone could introduce unpredictable factors. Kazuki Oden immediately objected. "Captain, let me handle Kaido. If I cannot slay this wicked dragon with my own hands, I shall never forgive myself." With reddened eyes, every word erupted from his clenched teeth, his fury evident on his face. Long Zaitian understood Kazuki Oden's rage and sympathized with him. Yet, he wished to conclude the matter he had initiated with Kaido. This time, he aimed to either drive Kaido from Wano or slay him. "Kazuki Oden, listen to me. Kaido will fall by my hand, and whether he lives or dies will be for you to decide. Once we engage Kaido in battle, the greatest victims will be the citizens of Wano. Oden, Zefa, Whitebeard, you three shall hold off the calamities, while the others focus on protecting the populace." Unbeknownst to Long Zaitian, he had assigned 3 to handle the absence of Jack. Kazuki Oden contemplated countering, but upon realizing the citizens of Wano would be affected, he lowered his head in thought. After a long pause, he finally raised his head in agreement. "Captain, I hope you'll not go back on your word." "Rest assured," Ace then reminded. "Brothers, prepare for landing." Onigashima had vanished, so Kaido was temporarily residing in the flower capital, while the new Onigashima was still under construction. Jin had been diligently by Kaido's side, meticulously relaying his orders to every corner. At this moment, he felt weary, having not rested in quite some time. Wano was now turbulent, facing troubles both domestically and abroad. This was indeed the most challenging time for Wano. Only by enduring this period and stabilizing the nation would the burdens on his shoulders lighten considerably. Yet, even in such exhaustion, he sensed something amiss and hurriedly looked up. Kaido, seated on his throne, also lifted his eyelids, his expression shifting dramatically. This familiar sensation could not be mistaken. That scoundrel had returned. With Ace's precise control, the stretchy ship landed squarely on the residence of the shogun in the flower capital, directly collapsing the century-old structure. This was a demand from Kazuki Oden. It was indeed time for this shogun to vanish. This nation did not require a shogun of his ilk. Long Zaitian wasted no breath, bellowing, "Kaido, I have come to slay you." Having spent time with the Golden Lion, Long Zaitian had adopted a hint of his counterpart's mannerisms. Dust and debris instantly enveloped the area, as countless flying stones hurled towards the surrounding districts. However, under Kuzan's abilities, these projectiles were halted by a frigid barrier and ricocheted back. "I have but one request. Protect the citizens," Long Zaitian reiterated. The sudden cacophony startled the nearby citizens, who peered out in alarm, eager to discern what was amiss, unsure of what calamity had struck. Fearing Kaido might once again unleash his fury, spewing flames everywhere. During this time, Kaido's mood had been consistently poor. Whenever he needed to vent, he would casually find a hilltop to unleash his dragon breath. While trivial to him, it was a catastrophe for the citizens residing nearby. In their desperate bid to flee the oppressive shogunate, they sought refuge in the mountains, only to encounter their worst nightmare. Kazuki Oden gazed upon the transformed Wano, filled with grief and anger. He felt he had betrayed this nation and its people. He feels an immense guilt towards his son. However, at this moment, his only duty is to safeguard the people and thwart one of the three calamities. As the billowing smoke dissipates, a formidable dragon emerges from the haze, soaring towards the heavens. With a tempest of wrath and thunder, it bellows, "Dragon in the sky, who dares to converse with me so audaciously? Do you think I am deterred by the backing of the old man with the white beard? Today, I shall settle both old and new grievances with you." Kaido's eyes bulge with fury, an unquenchable rage radiating from his dragon-like gaze. Almost immediately, a sound of air being sliced fills the atmosphere. The dragon in the sky remains steadfast, regardless of the imminent threat directed at him. With a resounding thud, a sword known as Kanji-Unki embeds itself beside the dragon in the sky with uncanny speed, startling the assailant, Jin, into altering his trajectory. Upon witnessing Kanji-Unki, Jin is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. They had indeed received word, but how could they have arrived so swiftly? This perplexity tormented Jin's mind, given that they were last seen on the newspaper at Blackbeard's Hive Island. Yet mere days later, they find themselves in Wano country. Such terrifying speed is beyond the capacity of any pirate vessel. Whitebeard leisurely approaches the dragon in the sky, stating, "Jin, this is a battle between captains. You must not interfere." Jin momentarily stands in shock, unable to process the implication, before incredulously glancing at the dragon in the sky. "Are you suggesting that the dragon in the sky is to engage in a duel with our boss Kaido?" Doubt clouds Jin's mind. How could this individual dare challenge Kaido? Surely, it should be Whitebeard facing Kaido instead. "Boss Kaido, are you all right?" A yellow figure speeds towards them. This amusing voice captures the attention of many, who look up in anticipation. "Wonderful. Is Boss Queen, who has arrived? The invaders are doomed now. Quickly, secure all ports and prevent their escape." The previously panicked members of the Beast Pirates begin to regain their composure upon witnessing this turn of events. With Kaido and the two calamities present, there is no longer any cause for fear. Yamato, silence these noisy individuals. The dragon in the sky casts an impatient glance at them, waving his hand dismissively. Though these ruffians may lack combat prowess, they still pose a threat to the people. So it is prudent to lull them into slumber for the time being. "Yamato." Jin quickly shifts his gaze to another direction, spotting a tall samurai glaring fiercely at Kaido in the sky. Isn't he dead? How can he still be alive? Jin's mind struggles to comprehend this revelation. Meanwhile, The dragon overhead becomes aware of Kazuki Yamato's presence, twisting its form in a mix of emotions, amplifying its terror. Kaido, furious, turns his attention to the dragon in the sky, his countenance darkening. I should have shown no mercy. I should have killed you without hesitation. The dragon in the sky retorts with a smile. It is not too late now. Following the command of the dragon in the sky, Kazuki Yamato unleashes a conqueror's haki, materializing the powerful aura and striking it upon their foes. The previously boastful members of the Beast Pirates find themselves collapsing to the ground, their eyes rolling back in an instant. Their nerves seem severed by a sharp blade, their bodies collapsing as if deflated. The surrounding citizens, however, remain unharmed and oblivious to the chaos, perceiving the events as mere magic. Yet, Kazuki Yamato does not halt his assault. He dashes towards Queen, who is one of the masterminds behind the suffering of Wano's people and cannot be allowed to escape easily. Notoryu, Dragon Slash. Two divine blades are drawn. Kaido, realizing the imminent danger, attempts to warn Queen, but he is too late. Kazuki Yamato's speed exceeds Kaido's expectations. In a flash, the Conqueror's haki envelopes the twin swords, and with a swift twist of his ankle, he utilizes his powerful momentum to hurl the sword energy forth, the dust beneath swirling in the wake. Such terrifying velocity leaves the citizens momentarily bewildered, barely registering the flash before a scream pierces the air. Queen, consumed by thoughts of Kaido, fails to react in time to Yamato's strike. By the moment he senses the peril, the crimson light is already unavoidable, and his expression contorts with dread, his body instinctively sensing the lethal intent. However, the fleeting moments offer no time for even a modified being like him to respond, and he takes the full brunt of the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Though he possesses armor for protection, how could Kazuki Yamato's furious strike be feeble? The dreadful sword energy compresses and deforms his armor with invisible force in less than a second. The catastrophic damage penetrates Queen's body, shattering his sunglasses and revealing a face of sheer terror. The rapidity of events leaves little room for contemplation. As the dust settles, the citizens can only witness the lifeless form of a fallen foe. Kaido, unable to contain his wrath, bellows, "Queen." His voice reverberates like thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. Many citizens flee in panic. Jean stands frozen, incapable of processing the torrent of information. Queen is dead? The entire sequence transpired in under 10 seconds. Fortunately, the members of the Beast Pirates had already fainted. Otherwise, witnessing such a scene would have terrified them to their core. Queen, their captain, did not withstand even a single blow. The other members of the Beast Pirates are left bewildered, questioning their own reality, unsure if they are caught in a dream. Yet time does not pause for their astonishment. Seizing the moment while Kaido is momentarily distracted, the dragon in the sky commands Ace to elevate him into the air. Upon witnessing the dragon ascend, Kaido descends into a frenzied state, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "You bastards must die here today." Accompanied by an overwhelming fury, Kaido's dragon form reveals its fangs, as torrents of fire elements converge in his throat. The terrifying pressure blankets the land of Wano. Queen's demise has ignited Kaido's fury to its zenith. His subordinate has been slain before the eyes of many. If he allows the assailants to depart unscathed, he may as well abandon his dreams of becoming Pirate King. The searing heat threatens to melt the very skies. Whitebeard, taken aback, glances at the brilliantly flaming dragon, murmuring softly, "This strike will not be easy to counter." Kazuki Yamato also casts a glance skyward, but swiftly redirects his focus to the surrounding citizens. Since the captain previously instructed him to handle the situation, he sees no need to intervene. He firmly believes that the captain can vanquish Kaido. Dragon in the sky, prepare to deliver your final words. The terrifying breath of Kaido continues to expand, seemingly awaiting the moment when Long Zaitian arrives to deliver a heavy blow, sending him straight to the afterlife. Since Quinn was effortlessly defeated by Kazuki Oden in a single strike, he too desires to reciprocate by dispatching the opposing captain in one blow. Long Zaitian is aware of Kaido's intentions, yet his expression reveals no fear. Instead, He bursts into laughter, declaring that it is more fitting for Kaido to utter his last words. Meanwhile, Long Zaitian's movements do not cease. With the aid of the hurricane, he ascends into the sky. To everyone's astonishment, Luffy is revealed to possess a Zoan-type devil fruit. Chopper exclaims in disbelief, realizing he has consumed the most ordinary fruit. Enel comments on the beauty of the moon, while the author finds it hard to accept the unfolding events. At this moment, Kaido's dragon breath has fully charged. Sword intent, flying you 99 slashes. Long Zaitian softly murmurs, and simultaneously, the concept of Nyen Gui Ji materializes in his hand. The moment the blade appears, Kaido's expression momentarily falters, a hint of imperceptible shock glimmering in his dragon eyes. The source of his fear is precisely this blade that has unexpectedly manifested in Long Zaitian's grasp. Even from such a distance, the cold blood surges within him. There is no mistaking this aura. It unmistakably belongs to the supreme Great Blade. Kaido, why are you dazed? Prepare yourself. Long Zaitian smirks, urging his opponent. He has no desire for such a trivial victory. If one is a man, one must engage in a true contest of strength. A ferocious aura swiftly generates ripples around Long Zaitian. The surrounding space begins to warp involuntarily. Kaido is taken aback. The impact of this phenomenon is beyond what any ordinary person can fathom. What on earth has he done? He merely stood there. Yet his opponent has grown to such an extent. This is more astonishing than Luffy's abilities. Suddenly, he regrets transforming into his dragon form. For Kaido understands that no matter how formidable his dragon form may be, it pales in comparison to a mere fraction of his opponent's momentum. However, it is too late to revert. Long Zaitian's killing move is about to be unleashed. Kill. Kaido admits that his opponent's momentum is formidable, yet he places greater faith in his own physical prowess. Countless powerful figures have left scars upon him, but have failed to take his life. This is his utmost confidence. The blade in Long Zaitian's hand crackles with black and red currents, signifying that he has infused both forms of haki into his weapon. Kill. Long Zaitian steps into the void, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, and without further contemplation, he spins mid-air. Sword energy swiftly surges forth from his blade. What? Jin, who also wields a sword, is left dumbfounded at this sight. While many have relied on rotation to unleash sword energy, few can achieve it with such flamboyance as Long Zaitian. No matter how fast others spin, they can typically only produce 2 or 3 slashes, whereas that madman in the sky has unleashed dozens. Both martial techniques and swordsmanship necessitate immense strength to accomplish such feats. Even if Jin were to mimic his actions, he would likely be incapable of generating so many sword strikes. This level of skill places Long Zaitian at the pinnacle of the swordsman realm. How has he achieved this? Kaido quickly expels the dragon breath from his mouth, immediately transforming into his hybrid form. Long Zaitian has instilled a sense of caution within him. His dragon breath could easily be severed by his opponent's sword energy. If he does not change forms, he may very well follow in Blackbeard's footsteps. He begins to understand why Blackbeard was eradicated by the revived pirate crew. With such a terrifying prodigy present, it is a miracle anyone survives. Long Zaitian's swift move has already left Kaido in shock. He never imagined Long Zaitian would progress to such a terrifying degree. The last time they met, Long Zaitian certainly did not possess this level of strength. If he had such power, why would he have attempted to trick him into leaving Wano? This astonishing growth has surely surpassed that of any individual in the world. Before Kaido can ponder further, the sharp sword energy indeed slices through his dragon breath as easily as cutting a cake. The searing flames fail to hinder this sword energy in the slightest. Long Zaitian pauses his actions, exhausted from the effort. He has executed over 20 slashes. While uncertain of the outcome, he firmly believes his opponent cannot easily intercept this. The moment the sword energy is released, he feels a twinge of fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air is filled with the sound of slicing through the void. A sound that alone can send chills down one's spine. This terrifying assault has transcended human capability. Rumble 8 trigrams. Kaido roars, unleashing his monstrous strength with the 8 trigrams. The air reverberates with ominous thunder. Kaido is exerting every ounce of his power, for without full exertion, he has no confidence in withstanding Long Zaitian's sword energy. This is a primal instinct born from fear. The speed of the sword energy is nearly instantaneous, reaching Kaido's 8 trigrams in the blink of an eye. Boom! A horrifying explosion instantly engulfs the sky in thick smoke. Yet this is not the end. Behind it follows Long Zaitian's numerous additional sword energies. A series of chilling explosions ensue. The mere sound of this cacophony terrifies the citizens below, causing them to curl up and cover their ears. Their emotions are a tumultuous blend of fear and excitement, wondering if this nightmare in Wano can finally come to an end. After a while, the sky returns to its previous tranquility. Everyone waits in hushed anticipation for the outcome, though they understand that matters are far from concluded. Within the dense smoke, no signs of life are visible. However, those with a hint of observation haki can discern that a terrifying creature still survives within the haze. Long Zaitian's smile gradually fades, and he self-deprecatingly remarks that he may still be too weak. While he knew Kaido's skin was tough, he never anticipated it to be this resilient. Jin sits weakly on the ground, devoid of any will to fight. He now only hopes Kaido can survive. For him, victory is simply unattainable. His adversaries include Kazuki Oden, Zefa, and Kuzan. This is beyond what the beast pirates can endure. Cough, cough. Suddenly, 2 coughs emerge from the smoke, followed by countless droplets of crimson liquid falling from the haze. Jin becomes excited, sensing that Kaido seems to be relatively unharmed. Long Zaitian calmly observes the scene ahead, employing moonwalk beneath his feet. It appears he must resolve this swiftly. Having watched numerous television shows, Long Zaitian understands that failure to act now could lead to his own downfall later. He once again brandishes the supreme great blade and soars toward the smoke. If one strike is insufficient, then he shall deliver another. At this moment, Kaido's aura has completely unraveled. The weapon he once took pride in is now cracked, and his body bears countless wounds. He has underestimated the terrifying nature of his opponent's sword energy. At this level, even legendary swordsmen would likely hesitate to claim superiority. Even with the long-unused armament haki, he finds himself lacking any means of resistance. The terrifying sword aura effortlessly pierced through his haki. Even his kin Bunshiku failed to detect the formidable presence of his opponent. However, just as he intended to catch his breath amidst the thick smoke and continue the fight, a fearsome figure charged toward him with great speed. Kaido, you must die today. Accompanied by the roar of the dragon in the sky, another incredibly sharp slash emerged. Brothers, how about we finish off Kaido and eradicate the world government? The dragon in the sky once again appeared before Kaido with extraordinary speed. After experiencing the recent calamity, without hesitation, Kaido maximized his kin Bunshiku. He propelled himself backward with a powerful push of his legs. At that moment, he disregarded his own disheveled state, solely wishing to evade this life-threatening strike. In an instant, the air reverberated once more. Although the horizontal slash from the dragon in the sky possessed immense power, it unfortunately failed to strike its target. After executing that previous move, he lacked the strength to unleash any other techniques in quick succession, forcing him to resort to this mundane slash. Had Kaido been in his prime, he would have undoubtedly faced it head-on. However, having misjudged the situation and endured so many sword auras, if he were to take this blow, he would surely meet his demise. Regrettably, his opponent was not reckless. The dragon in the sky saw the massive figure before him suddenly vanish and paused in surprise, not anticipating such judgment from an adversary who had just sustained grave injuries. If it were anyone else, they would likely be solely focused on their own wounds. Yet this also signaled to the dragon in the sky that Kaido could no longer withstand his assault. It seemed he had indeed caused Kaido considerable trouble. The dragon in the sky felt a wave of relief. The advantage was now his. After narrowly escaping this harrowing attack, Kaido quickly turned to survey the ground. He discovered his crew members were either down or injured, with only one of the all-stars, Jin, remaining. Yet, the adversaries were entangled with Whitebeard and could not provide any support. It appeared that being in the air was the safest option for him at present. As his gaze swept over the prominent figures, Kaido's fury erupted. Why is that old man Zefa here? And Kazan, has he also joined the Revival Pirates? Kaido's expression darkened. The members of the Revival Pirates were not what the newspapers had portrayed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Damn the world government. They must have deliberately concealed this. Kaido quickly realized that this was a scheme orchestrated by the world government. Their goal was to instigate a fierce battle between the Revival Pirates and the Beast Pirates, only to swoop in and reap the benefits once one side fell. What baffled Kaido was the audacity of the world government in believing they could pit him and the Beast Pirates against so many powerful foes in a life-or-death struggle. Even without the dragon in the sky, he was not a match for such a multitude of strong adversaries. Did the world government not want them to fight to the death, but rather for themselves to perish? Kaido suddenly grasped the reality. The world government was indeed dismantling the bridge after crossing it. Wano country presented two significant threats to the world government. One was Wano itself, and the other was Kaido. The former concealed numerous secrets that instilled fear in the world government. The latter, if the dealings between him and the world government were exposed, would inflict a tremendous blow to their credibility. This would be akin to collusion between officials and bandits. Who could fathom that the world government would ally with one of the four emperors against a single nation? Their objectives were to conceal secrets and acquire resources. If such matters were to come to light, it would surely prompt numerous allied nations to withdraw. The Navy below would also descend into chaos. The recent news released by the Navy served to accomplish one of two tasks. If Wano were eliminated, there would be one less secret concerning the world government. If Kaido were gone, one less unstable factor would remain. In either case, the world government would emerge unscathed. Kaido's fury intensified. Those scoundrels in the world government were indeed untrustworthy. Initially, their assistance in Kaido's acquisition of Wano had been a surefire investment for the world government. As the losses were borne solely by Kaido and his crew, Kaido's mind raced. If this continued, his demise was inevitable, and he needed to devise a means of escape. As long as he could survive and leave this place, he could seek out Big Mom and make a resurgence. However, if he were to perish here, his dreams of becoming the Pirate King would be extinguished forever. Jin, witnessing Kaido's continued survival, felt an urge to soar into the skies. Whoosh! Yet, a beam of white light swept past him. Jin turned, his face darkening as he beheld Whitebeard, brandishing his weapon, the Tontata, toward him, a smile gracing his features. Jin, have you considered the consequences? If you engage, we all must fight. Upon finishing, Zefa and Kazuki Oden emerged from behind him. The other crew members were busy evacuating the nearby civilians. Douglas Bullet had chosen to find a tavern and drink. Jin's expression darkened as he glanced at Kaido, ultimately suppressing his anxiety and taking a seat. He could not assist now. If he intervened for Kaido, Whitebeard's crew would then assist the dragon in the sky, leaving Kaido with no hope whatsoever. Damn it, what to do? Jin could only pray that Jack would quickly summon Big Mom. Perhaps their involvement would provide a glimmer of hope. The dragon in the sky understood Kaido's thoughts, yet concerned about unforeseen circumstances, he did not cease his assault. Kaido, how did you escape? Come and meet your end. The dragon in the sky closed in once more, but Kaido evaded him, seemingly resolute in his decision not to retaliate. Even unto death. Buzz! The dragon in the sky swung again, but undeterred, he lightly tapped the air with his toes, soaring toward Kaido like an unleashed arrow. Kaido, is this all you have as an emperor? Huh! The dragon in the sky continued to provoke him, doubting whether Kaido would fall for the bait. Today, Kaido must sacrifice either his dignity or his life. Hearing the taunts, Kaido's countenance darkened, glaring at the dragon in the sky as if he were a sworn enemy. If you have the ability, come and kill me. As soon as Kaido's voice fell, he shot back into the air. All right, I shall indulge you. The dragon in the sky laughed boisterously as he ascended. The two gradually distanced themselves from the ground. The dragon in the sky knew Kaido was stalling for time, but he could not fathom why. Was he waiting for reinforcements? He suddenly recalled that throughout the battle, he had yet to see Jack's figure. Logically, Jack should have appeared by now. After all, with the captain under assault, how could one of the All-Stars remain idle? Yet, even if Jack was off seeking help, the dragon in the sky remained unperturbed. Kaido's body could not endure much longer. Prolonging the standoff with Kaido would also lead to his exhaustion. Countless sword auras erupted from his hand once more. Even if these attacks failed to strike Kaido, it sufficed to let him know that the onslaught was relentless, thus heightening his anxiety until he faltered. Although not worried about the arrival of reinforcements, it was best to conclude this battle swiftly. Captain, I am here to assist you. Wind Chain Prison. Aisu abruptly appeared before Kaido and then snapped his fingers, beseeching them to allow him a chance to battle in the water chapter. Chains formed from a whirlwind ensnared Kaido's body tightly. Startled, Kaido's muscles swelled, and he shattered the newly formed chains. You little brat, do you think you can trap me? Kaido sneered, looking down at Ace with disdain. He then attempted to flee, never anticipating that someone would be so reckless as to approach him in such a moment. Yet Ace remained unfazed, instead smiling and saying, Captain, don't miss this chance. As soon as Ace's words fell, Kaido suddenly looked up, noticing a figure suspended in midair. When did this happen? Kaido's pupils contracted with shock as he swiftly brandished his Hachi Zaijia. A fierce gust of wind surged upward. Kaido, this time, let's see where you can run. Long Zaitian executed a mid-air maneuver, skillfully evading Kaido's assault, leaving the latter dumbfounded. What? You actually dodged. Kaido, now disoriented with rage, had expected a direct confrontation, only to find his opponent evading instead. Previously, Long Zaitian had consistently provoked Kaido, leading to a misunderstanding. It was akin to two cars racing. The first accelerates, overtaking the second, which mistakenly assumes a challenge and accelerates in response. However, upon reaching an intersection, the first car turns, while the second runs a red light. Sometimes, being overly zealous can cloud one's judgment. Kaido now had no opportunity for regret. Due to inertia, his arm continued to rise, exposing his vulnerable abdomen to his adversary. A cry of alarm echoed in his mind. In the next moment, Long Zaitian, having completed his aerial rotation, faced Kaido's abdomen directly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must not be squandered. Sword Denique Bahuan Sihai. He chanted the incantation, and his arm erupted with boundless power, veins bulging across his body. The Conqueror's haki and armament haki swirled around the sword, creating a tangible lightning that enveloped both combatants. Long Zaitian's gaze narrowed. Devoid of emotion, the blade rushed towards Kaido with incredible speed. At this moment, Kaido's abdomen also coalesced with a pitch-black armament haki. This was not a conscious release, but a primal reaction triggered by the sensation of imminent danger. Yet, even in the face of such seemingly indestructible defense, when it met the notion of tranquility, it was easily cleaved as if it were mere black tofu. Excruciating pain surged to Kaido's brain. The blade did not halt. Instead, it penetrated deeper, as if encountering no resistance at all. Long Zaitian's emotions remained remarkably stable. There was joy, but it was not overwhelming. It was rare to defeat a being of emperor level with such serene composure. Blood began to spurt from the wound, and Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined his armament haki could be so fragile. No, it was the blade that was too terrifying. The more stable the user's emotions in wielding Inian Giji, the more devastating its power became. It was an unparalleled, limitless blade. At last, Long Zaitian's crescent slash emerged from Kaido's opposing side, and dragon blood gushed forth like a fountain. Kaido clutched his abdomen with his left hand, sweat pouring down his face, while his right hand steadied his kanabo to maintain balance. The pain from his wound incessantly reminded him of his adversary's terror. Such a massive form trembled uncontrollably, illustrating the magnitude of the damage inflicted by that single strike. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, the citizens below might never have believed that the nightmarish dragon could bleed and scream in agony. The previously panicked citizens halted in their tracks, gazing upward. Their expressions froze, some in shock, others in fear, and some in joy. Their belongings fell to the ground. At that moment, they had no desire to flee. They merely wished to witness the conclusion of the dragon-slaying tale. They had awaited this day for so long. If they could witness Kaido's demise, the people of Wano could finally sleep soundly. "Ah, you bastard!" Kaido, still suspended in the sky, continued to gasp for breath. Even in his youthful arrogance, he had never felt so cornered. Even if he managed to escape this time, he knew he would no longer hold the title of emperor. His past arrogance, hubris, and defiance were all shattered by Long Zaition's blade. Kaido had descended into madness, akin to a child deprived of cake. Even if he were to perish today, he intended to take his opponent down with him. The pain in his arm fueled an even greater surge of strength, and he swung the Hachi Zai Jia with thunderous speed. The sudden attack stunned everyone. They never expected Kaido, having sustained such grievous injuries, would still have the presence of mind to strike back. Those below could feel the terror of this blow. This was not something one could endure with mere flesh and blood. "Damn it! Kaido intends to take the captain down with him," Whitebeard bellowed. No one anticipated Kaido would continue to attack, not even Whitebeard. In this state, any further combat would only exacerbate his wounds, causing him to bleed even faster. A normal person would never act this way. Yet Kaido had gone mad. He knew he was destined to die today, and he wanted to drag the captain down with him. All the crew members were stunned. They realized it was too late to help. The distance was far too great to cover in mere seconds. Thunderous death Bagua. Kaido's crimson dragon eyes glared menacingly at Long Zaition. A sinister smile gracing his lips. The weapon in his hand emitted ominous sounds. The foreboding noise of the impending attack resonated, instilling a chilling dread deep in their bones. If struck directly, even if one survived, they would be rendered paralyzed from the waist down. Kaido, observing Long Zaition's expressionless face, assumed his foe was paralyzed with fear from his attack. He could almost envision Long Zaition collapsing after receiving the blow, a smirk already forming on his lips. "Let's see how you block this." However, Long Zaition was not intimidated. He coldly regarded Kaido. This was not his first encounter with an emperor. He was well aware of their ruthlessness. Those who had reached this stage would never engage in fair combat. If strengths were equal, victory lay in being forthright. Underhanded tactics were irrelevant. Long Zaition observed the curve of Kaido's lips and coldly retorted, "Have you won?" In the face of Kaido's desperate gambit, Long Zaition merely exécutait a simple technique, soit QE shield. This is the first skill he mastered. Although it is not frequently utilized, it remains the most practical of abilities. Whether employed for long-range attacks or close-quarter ambushes, this technique minimizes damage inflicted upon the opponent. Moreover, it is remarkably simple to execute, akin to an instant skill. Initially, when Long Zaition wielded this ability, it did not shine, primarily due to his weakness and the inferiority of his weapon. Thus, the sword and shield he wielded could hardly mitigate much damage. However, this time is different. His strength now rivals that of the Four Emperors, coupled with the acquisition of the unparalleled Dakwai Dao, making the sword and shield he conjures remarkably resilient. Gripping the hilt tightly, he strikes downward with great force. The colored sword aura acts as a wall, shielding him. Bang! Kaido's lethal strike collided with the shield, producing a deep, resonant sound as thick smoke billowed once more. The monstrous strength of the dragon continued to push against him, causing the young man's shield to tremble and, soon after, shatter. This strike, emanating from the brink of life itself, was indeed not something easily withstood. Nonetheless, this maneuver proved effective, absorbing a considerable amount of damage. What followed was a pure clash of might. Long Zaition exerted every ounce of strength, gripping Inyen Gueji, and struck at Kaido's Bizeiji. The moment the two weapons collided, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to a battle between dragons and tigers, shaking the heavens and reverberating through the skies. The ominous clouds, originally poised to drift over Wano, were obliterated by the force of the impact. Under the influence of this terrifying energy, not only did the sky tremble, but even the island beneath their feet experienced tremors. Beasts in the distant forest fled in panic, while onlookers beneath the island scrambled for safety. The red scabbards, hiding 9 miles away, along with Hiyori, were startled awake by the earth-shaking noise. Kinemon hurriedly pushed open the false door above, peering through a narrow gap. Below, the serpent, trembling with fear, inquired, "What is happening? Is Kaido approaching?" Since the death of Momonosuke, they have been deemed significant targets by Kaido. To protect the last relative of Lord Odin, they resolved to avoid confrontation. Hiyori could not afford to be harmed again. Even if it meant sacrificing the dignity of a samurai, she must be safeguarded. The others anxiously gazed upward, fearful that their clandestine base might be discovered. After surveying the area, Kinemon reported softly, "They are not here. The commotion seems to be coming from the flower capital." The flower capital? At that moment, everyone was left in confusion. Wasn't that Kaido's territory? What could possibly cause such a ruckus there? Could it be that someone was challenging Kaido? Hiyori speculated. Though she was not entirely sure, yet she hoped it to be true. Is that really the case? Kinemon asked excitedly. After some contemplation, Rayleigh volunteered. "Let me go out and see what is happening." Kinemon quickly interjected, "No. We cannot afford to lose another comrade." He felt immense guilt for failing to protect Momonosuke and did not wish for another sacrifice. Rayleigh glanced at Kinemon and the others, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. "Do not worry, Kinemon. I am a ninja. Even if I am discovered, I can escape through stealth. If they are indeed attacking Kaido while we hide here, would that not make us the laughingstock of outsiders, showing that Wano has no samurai?" Kinemon's expression fell as he looked up at the false door, then dejectedly lowered his head. Who would dare challenge Kaido now? Perhaps this noise is a ploy of Kaido himself, forcing us samurai to reveal ourselves. As his words settled, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Indeed, who would dare confront Kaido? Moreover, whether news of Kaido's dominion over Wano had spread remained uncertain. They had been hiding in the basement for too long, completely oblivious to the outside world. Yet, after a fierce internal struggle, Rayleigh resolved to venture out. What if it is Straw Hat Luffy or Long Zaitian? Did they not mention returning to Wano? His words ignited a spark of hope among the group. Exactly. Inuyarashi lifted his head. Ultimately, after much urging from everyone, they agreed to allow Rayleigh to investigate the situation. "Rayleigh, you must return safely. Rest assured, everyone." Thus, Rayleigh stealthily transformed into the foliage, inching toward the flower capital. Meanwhile, the battle raged on, with shockwaves continuing to batter the earth. The stars twinkled in the night sky, unshrouded by clouds, making the evening exceptionally beautiful. Bathed in moonlight, the dual silhouettes of Long Zaitian and Kaido loomed over the flower capital, resembling a grand shadow play. Below, the remnants were utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe that Long Zaitian, once merely a braggart, could now hold his own against his idol. What kind of monster is this? In contrast to the reactions of Whitebeard and others, it was evident they were inexperienced. Whitebeard squinted to observe the unfolding events, and after a moment, he sighed in wonder. The captain is truly a prodigy. If only I could be his father. How magnificent I would be. Kazuki Odin rubbed his hands in excitement. "Captain, you must win." Yamato paid no attention to the battle above, as her focus remained on the common folk. She held no deep emotions for Kaido, her father, as he had never taught her the meaning of love. Thus, even if Kaido were to perish, she would not be particularly saddened. After all, what kind of father would hand his daughter real handcuffs and bombs? In the sky, Kaido and Long Zaitian had been clashing for a full minute. The shockwaves generated were gradually waning, and the outcome was imminent. As beads of sweat formed on Long Zaitian's forehead, Kaido was already panting heavily, bloodied from head to toe. Had he not sustained such severe injuries at the outset, perhaps their circumstances would be more comparable now. Alas, time could not be reversed. Kaido was acutely aware of his diminishing strength. Even though this was his final strike, he had exerted every ounce of his combat power. He sensed the impending conclusion, but remained deeply unwilling to accept it. Though he gritted his teeth in determination, the wounds covering his body continued to tear open, adding to his hardships. For an ordinary person, enduring even a few seconds in such a state would be miraculous. Yet Kaido persevered for a full minute, a testament to the formidable nature of his opponent. With Long Zaitian's final roar, The nightmares of the old era would ultimately be dispelled by the dawn of a new brilliance. As the tempest generated by the battle subsided, all the citizens of Wano turned their gaze skyward, fervently yearning for their answers. Even those still in slumber rose to their feet, as this battle would determine the future of Wano, igniting their rebellious spirit. The deep-rooted memories of the samurai compelled them to emerge, confronting the imperial might of the Four Emperors. Upon witnessing Kaido bleeding, the eyes of all the citizens turned red with emotion. The tyrant who once ruled this land finally received his just punishment. Among the colossal shadows cast by the moonlight, one of the figures was rapidly diminishing. Beneath the starry sky, a cerulean monstrosity plummeted swiftly from the heavens. Kaido, once one of the formidable Yonko, possessed astonishing defensive capabilities and vitality. He was the nightmare of Wano Kuni, a significant nuisance to the Marines and the harbinger of a new era's demise. At this moment, he was descending in a most undignified manner. With a whoosh, Kaido fell rapidly, his body motionless as if deprived of life. Yet, the dragon in the sky knew that he still clung to a breath of life. This breath would be determined by Kazuki Oden, by this nation, by the citizens whose families have been ravaged by Kaido. They were the true masters of this land. As Kaido felt the wind rushing past his ears, his vision began to blur, and he reminisced about his past. In his youthful arrogance, he had joined the notorious Rocks Pirates, where he acquired formidable combat skills and forged a bond with a confidant, Charlotte Linlin. Following the crew's dissolution, he soared like a fledgling eagle released from its cage, embarking on adventures across the vast ocean. He reveled in what he believed to be a wild dance upon the waves. The disbandment of Rocks enlightened him to the reality that individual strength is inherently limited. Thus, one must cultivate loyal subordinates, for they are essential to becoming the Pirate King. Approaching 30, he had carved a fearsome reputation upon the seas, engaging in fierce battles with countless formidable foes, vanquishing numerous pirates of his own age. There were victories, defeats, and reckless escapades. Harnessing the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit alongside his unique lineage, he established his own legion upon the seas, earning the title of the strongest creature. Though his forces were modest, they constituted a considerable power not to be overlooked. Countless souls trembled and wept beneath the weight of his jagged kanabo. He stormed research facilities, invaded marine bases, and slaughtered islands, narrating his legend through sheer brutality. The title of Warlord of the Sea, coveted by many, was of no interest to him. He sought even more tyrannical accolades. Ultimately, through his cunning and cruelty, he ascended to this throne, acquiring the nation he so fervently desired. Thus, Kaido's momentum became an unstoppable force. He commenced trade, assembled an army, and amassed strength. However, amidst this flourishing progress, his hubris led to the loss of it all in the future. Kazuki Momonosuke, bearing the bloodline of Kazuki Oden and inheriting the will of the Kazuki clan, spared him merely because the sight of him nearly caused him to soil himself. This would become Kaido's most egregious strategic blunder. Cutting the grass without uprooting it allows it to grow again. Kaido slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the rapidly ascending scenery, feeling his strength ebb away step by step. He no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance. With a thunderous crash, Kaido plunged into the Shogun's mansion. The once opulent structure of Wano Kuni vanished with his descent. The citizens, astonished yet overjoyed, gathered in the corners of their homes to observe the unfolding spectacle. They did not know whether this dragon, which had haunted their sleep, still drew breath. As their eyes swept over the unfamiliar figure outside, one person exclaimed in astonishment at the unforgettable silhouette that appeared before them. "It's Lord Kazuki Oden." As this proclamation resonated, many turned to look. A man with mushroom-shaped hair, wielding dual swords, approached Kaido step by step, his gaze flickering with a glimmer of cold light. Lord Oden. Upon recognizing his identity, the citizens of Wano erupted in cheers. This general, who had once salvaged their nation, was now recognized for his deeds only after his passing, leaving them filled with regret. He now stood before them, and all knelt before him as if praying to a deity, beseeching him to slay the malevolent dragon and restore peace to Wano Kuni. The dragon in the sky, an ace descended from above, witnessing Kazuki Odin's darkened expression directed at himself. The dragon in the sky smiled faintly. General Odin, welcome back. All members of the revived pirate crew emerged, granting Kazuki Odin ample space. Marco approached, concern etched upon his face. Captain, are you all right? The dragon in the sky waved him off. Rest assured, I'm not dead yet. Marco rolled his eyes, meticulously assessing the situation. Fortunately, there were no serious issues, merely muscle fatigue that required ample rest. Simultaneously, he was astounded to realize that the captain had managed to defeat Kaido unscathed, a feat that seemed utterly unfathomable. Not only Marco, but the gathered citizens also curiously inquired, who is that man? How could he possibly defeat Kaido? I don't know. The distance is too great. I can't see his features clearly. Perhaps he belongs to the revived pirate crew, especially since Kazuki Odin has returned. Yes, it must be them. I even saw Whitebeard just now. As the heroes were confirmed, the people of Wano emerged from their homes, gathering behind the revived pirate crew to celebrate. Those who had fled the scene returned along the same path. Meanwhile, Jin, who had been under Whitebeard's watchful eye, found his faith shattered, lingering in a state of shock. He could scarcely believe that the man who once boasted of changing the world had been defeated. He too was engulfed in uncertainty. Should he continue to follow or abandon his path? Lying amidst the ruins, Kaido listened to the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, devoid of any emotional response, quietly awaiting their conclusion. Would they kill him? He did not know. From the emotions of the citizens, he discerned their profound loathing for him. As more voices called out the name of Kazuki Odin, the streets of Hanano Kuni became thronged with citizens. The subordinates of the beast pirates were swiftly dealt with by the members of the revived pirate crew. Lord Odin, please slay him. One brave soul shouted amidst the throng. He feared that the dying Kaido might suddenly rise to strike him. Yet the crowd behind him stood as his unwavering support. As his voice echoed, the entirety of Hanano Kuni resounded. Kill Kaido. The Black Night's sky, which should have been a time for slumber, found the citizens of Hanano Kuni wide awake and devoid of weariness. The two-sword style of Kazuki Odin was reignited. Amidst the cries of the populace, Kazuki Odin ignited his dual blades in blazing flames. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. The air was thick with an oppressive heat. This was the wrath of the citizens, his own fury, and the collective anger of all Wano Kuni. In the next moment, Kazuki Odin materialized before Kaido, his famed blade poised to strike. Depart with the scars of this nation. Without superfluous words or poignant speeches, he delivered a swift and decisive blow. Flames streaked across the night sky, igniting the land while extinguishing the dragon's breath. The Tsumuji and Kinemon stood resolutely above the heart of the malevolent beast. As a vanquished foe, Kaido offered no dying words, no arrogant bravado. He merely stared at them in silence until the last flicker of life faded, his eyes never closing. All the citizens remained frozen in awe at Kazuki Odin's action. They could scarcely believe that the demon who had tormented them had perished thus. The once boisterous streets of Hanano Kuni fell into an eerie silence, the stillness palpable. Everyone remained in shock, unable to comprehend the gravity of what had just transpired. Has the nightmare belonging to Wano finally come to an end? Tears welled in the elderly man's eyes as he struggled to hold back his emotions. The young samurai's sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Children, hand in hand with their guardians, were now free to release their burdens, for no threat loomed over them any longer. In this moment, their future lives were poised to undergo a profound transformation. Long Zaitian and Baihuzi observed the scene with an icy demeanor, remaining silent. Ace gently covered Yamato's eyes with his palm, whispering softly, "It is over. The people can begin anew." Yamato pressed her lips together and nodded gravely, ready to bid farewell to the past. Zefa, filled with emotion, reflected. Yet another ruler has exited the stage. For someone who had already tasted death, the departure of a powerful figure inevitably evokes a sense of solitude. While Zefa harbored no admiration for Kaido on a personal level, he could not help but feel a pang of regret for such a formidable presence. All were born upon these turbulent seas, acutely aware of the challenges faced in carving out a name amidst its vastness. Thus, each passing of a life stirs a multitude of memories. With Kaido's demise, the citizens of Wano could finally find solace. The members of the Beast Pirates, once under the control of the resurrected crew, were now despondent, their spirits crushed. Jean, lost in confusion, pondered his next course of action. Should he seek another world-altering individual? Long Zaitian? With a bitter smile, Jean shook his head, his thoughts a chaotic tangle in need of clarity. Even if he wished to join, who would accept him? Who would dare to employ an enemy subordinate? The citizens of the Flower Capital, now coming to their senses, embraced one another in tears, needing to express the pain accumulated over the years. They had nearly reached their breaking point, just days prior. Some had been driven to take their own lives by Kaido's relentless oppression. If only they could endure a little longer. As the last general of this nation, Kazuki Oden did not exhibit joy at Kaido's fall. Instead, he knelt in anguish, murmuring, "I am so sorry for being late. I am sorry, Wano." Meanwhile, far away, the figure of the Elephant Master seemed to sense his master's sorrow, and his once dry eyes began to glisten. The direction shifted, now moving toward Wano. Long Zaitian and the others observed Kazuki Oden, and Marco wanted to offer comfort, was halted by Baihuzi. Let Oden handle this himself. No one can assist him. They all shared a profound understanding of their brother's pain. Kazuki Oden had suppressed too many of his emotions for the sake of this nation. Now, with Kaido's demise, he could finally release them. The decline of the country, the wails of its people, the loss of loved ones, all the burdens weighed heavily upon his shoulders. A common man might have crumbled under such pressure, but Kazuki Oden persevered, though not without significant strain. Long Zaitian glanced around, pondering. Let us search for the Akazaya 9 and Kazuki Hayori. Upon hearing their names mentioned by the captain, everyone finally realized their absence. Yes, Captain. They dispersed in various directions to search. As the members of the resurrected crew departed, the citizens gathered around, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for saving Wano. Thank you. Heroes, allow us to build statues in your honor. Rest assured, my craftsmanship will not disgrace you. Brother, have some candy. Facing the fervent admiration of the people, Long Zaitian graciously accepted their thanks. Yet he solemnly stated, "You should be thanking Kazuki Oden the most. I merely defeated Kaido. He dedicated his entire life to this nation. His feigned ignorance was solely for the sake of the citizens of Wano." Hearing Long Zaitian's words, the crowd surged toward Kazuki Oden. As one person knelt, the rest followed suit, tears brimming in their eyes as they cried out, "General Oden, welcome home." Kazuki Oden's body visibly trembled. After a moment he turned, tears cascading down his cheeks. "Yes, I have returned." Long Zaitian observed this heartwarming scene, quietly withdrawing from view. Baihuzi turned to Long Zaitian with a smile. "Captain, are you worried?" Long Zaitian inquired curiously. "Worried about what?" Baihuzi gazed toward the distant mountains, sighing. "I worry that Kazuki Oden will remain in this country and will not accompany us on further adventures." Long Zaitian paused, having not considered this aspect. Upon reflection, it became apparent that Kazuki Oden would likely not depart again. This country needed him, and he needed it in return. Long Zaitian feigned indifference, saying, "It matters not. If necessary, I can always revive another to join our ranks." Yet the soft tone betrayed the captain's reluctance to part with him. In truth, Kazuki Oden was the kind of crewmate that Long Zaitian cherished deeply. Not only did he possess the ability to enliven the atmosphere, but he was also an exceptional cook. Combined with extraordinary combat prowess and proficiency in ancient texts, rendering him nearly invincible. Such a person would be coveted by anyone. During their time together, Long Zaitian finally understood why Roger insisted on recruiting him, even to the point of kneeling. Proficiency in ancient texts was one aspect, but more importantly, he transformed the monotonous voyage into an exhilarating adventure. Baihuzi regarded Long Zaitian's bravado with a knowing smile, remaining silent on the matter. He wondered if the captain could grasp the feelings he experienced when Kazuki Oden departed the ship. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he last saw Reizo. Perhaps it was time to pay him a visit. The news of Kaido's death spread throughout Wano with viral swiftness. quickly reaching every corner. Reizo, who had ventured out for information, was taken aback upon hearing of Kaido's demise. He could hardly believe that Kaido had perished. His first instinct was to suspect that someone was disseminating false information to lure them out. However, as he approached the flower capital, the phenomenon became increasingly peculiar. More and more people were rejoicing at the news of Kaido's death, as if it were reality. Yet, knowing Kaido's strength, Reizo remained skeptical, resolutely hiding in the underbrush to avoid detection. He dared not reveal himself, believing he would only accept the truth upon witnessing Kaido's corpse with his own eyes. Just then, a snippet of conversation caught his attention. "I heard that Lord Odin has returned. He is the one who killed Kaido. I don't know if it's true, but many are heading toward the flower capital. We should go too. Could it be true? It must be. Otherwise, so many wouldn't be making their way to the flower capital at this late hour." Upon hearing this, Reizo was momentarily stunned. Lord Odin. There is only one Odin in this country, and that was Kazuki Odin. They claim Kazuki Odin has returned? How could that be? He had already Reizo suddenly recalled a certain individual. If it were that man, then perhaps it was indeed possible. Looking around, he noticed numerous citizens moving toward the flower capital, intensifying his anxiety. Could it be true? Lord Odin, have you really returned? As more and more citizens appeared, Reizo's heart raced with urgency. He could no longer remain hidden, for such a pace was too slow. He hastily changed his attire and swiftly made his way towards the City of Flowers. At this moment, he was utterly unconcerned, solely eager to ascertain the veracity of the news. A mere glance would suffice. If it were false, he would depart immediately. Upon entering the City of Flowers, he was taken aback to discover that the streets were now teeming with people. This scene had never been witnessed even during the New Year festivities. Could it be that the rumors were true? Had Lord Odin truly returned? With a heart full of apprehension, Lei Zong scanned his surroundings, searching for a shortcut. The throngs of people made each step forward an arduous task, and at this pace, by the time he reached the shogun's residence, dawn would have already broken. As he caught sight of a particular spot, he was astonished to find that someone had already climbed onto the rooftops ahead of him. Could the news be genuine? If it were Kaido's doing, it would be impossible for him to gather such a multitude of citizens from Wano to stage a performance. Furthermore, even if it were a ruse, the sincerity on everyone's faces was unmistakable, with not a hint of deception to be found. In that moment, Lei Zhang's heart began to firmly believe that the rumors of Lord Odin's return were indeed true. Even if a sliver of doubt lingered, it no longer mattered. His limbs acted with greater honesty than his heart, and before he knew it, he had scaled the rooftops. Lei Zhang paid no heed to concealment, utilizing his ninjutsu to dart swiftly across the rooftops. Remarkably, his peculiar antics drew no attention from the citizens of Wano below, for all eyes were fixed upon the shogun's residence, oblivious to the rooftops. Long Zaitian sat leisurely at a nearby elevation, observing the bustling crowd with a bemused scratch of his head. Had he known, he would have preferred to defeat Kaido during the day. Now, in the dead of night, everyone was restless. Moreover, the traffic below had come to a standstill. Moving inward was effortless, yet exiting proved to be a challenge. It appeared that the construction of a grand thoroughfare in the City of Flowers was imperative. Suddenly, a swiftly moving figure caught his attention. Have the citizens of the City of Flowers become so frenzied that they treat rooftops as pathways? Wait, that spiky hairstyle seems familiar. Oh, is that not Lei Zong? Whitebeard, who had brought up a bowl of sake from below, happened to witness the scene. Hey, Whitebeard, you actually know Lei Zong? Long Zaitian inquired, somewhat surprised. Whitebeard, unfazed, took a sip of his drink and replied, of course, the Akainu 9 are the pride of Kazuki Odin. He often speaks of them, and over time, it's only natural to remember. Long Zaitian nodded thoughtfully and asked, so, does this mean the Akainu 9 are still alive? Perhaps, Whitebeard replied uncertainly, not daring to speculate on Kaido's recent actions. As Lei Zong approached the shogun's residence, he sensed something was amiss. The once towering structure had vanished, leaving only a heap of rubble in its stead. Lei Zhang's excitement surged. He was convinced that Kazuki Odin had returned. After all, Kaido had previously occupied the shogun's residence. If it were now gone, it could only signify Odin's return. Surely, Kaido would not demolish his own home. When Lei Zong spotted the familiar mushroom-shaped hairstyle amidst the crowd, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, prompting him to leap into the air. With reddened eyes, he cried out, "Lord Odin!" Hearing the call, Kazuki Odin, who was soothing the citizens of Wano, turned towards him and exclaimed, "Lei Zong." Upon hearing his name being called, Lei Zong could no longer contain his tears, weeping openly in midair. Ever since Kazuki Odin had departed, they had all missed him dearly every single day. Even in dreams, they reminisced about the times they had governed Kuri together. Kazuki Odin embraced Lei Zong with precision, and he too was moved by Lei Zhang's emotions. Unable to hold back his own tears, "I have caused you all so much hardship during my absence." Lei Zong sobbed in response. "It was no trouble at all. Protecting Wano is our duty." His heart raced with exhilaration, rendering him nearly incoherent. Kazuki Odin glanced around, noticing the absence of others, and inquired, "What are the others?" "Well, Hiyori." It was then that Lei Zong remembered his task. If he did not return swiftly, he might cause Kanjuro and the others unnecessary worry. He answered immediately, "They are hiding in a basement. Lord Odin, please follow me. If they see you, they will likely cry harder than I do." Kazuki Odin readily agreed and called out to the citizens of Wano, "Everyone, let us conclude for today. I have matters to attend to. Please return here at noon." Amidst the reluctant farewells from the crowd, Kazuki Odin and Lei Zong hastily descended from the rooftops. After witnessing the unfolding events, Long Zaitian pondered and asked Whitebeard, "Should we quietly depart?" Whitebeard glanced out the window at the departing figures of Kazuki Odin and Lei Zong, unusually withholding his opinion. Truth be told, no one desired to leave so abruptly. Yet, they were even less inclined to see Kazuki Odin vacillate between resurrecting the pirate crew and interacting with Wano, knowing that choosing one would inevitably harm the other, which would be distressing for him. Thus, the most merciful course of action was to announce Kazuki Odin's departure in the most brutal manner possible. This way, he would bear no psychological burden. Of course, these were merely the thoughts of Long Zaitian, for he had never experienced the departure of a crew member. Following Lei Zhang's pace, Kazuki Odin soon arrived at Kuri. Along the way, citizens were continuously shouting Odin's name. It was evident that he held immense significance in their hearts. As they traversed the path, Lei Zong recounted the subsequent events in Wano, including the death of Momonosuke. Odin did not shed tears. He had already learned of it during his journey. Although disbelief lingered, he ultimately had to accept the harsh reality, for this was an undeniable fact. Moreover, his retainers had confirmed it, eliminating any doubts about its authenticity. Kazuki Odin did not blame Lei Zong or the other Akazaya 9, for he understood that they had done their utmost. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest upon himself. Had he been more resolute, mature, and powerful back then, perhaps all of this could have been averted. It was absurd to think he had once believed their farcical words. Reflecting upon it now, he felt a wave of self-mockery. All of this was the bitter fruit of his own actions. Yet regrettably, the ones who bore the cost were the citizens of this nation and his own son. In this moment, compared to the loss of Momonosuke, Kazuki Odin was far more concerned about his retainers. He had failed to fulfill his role as a father. Much of Momonosuke's time had been spent in the company of his retainers. Kazuki Odin owed both children far too much. Before long, Lei Zong led Kazuki Odin into a dense forest. Beside an ancient tree, he parted the underbrush, revealing a concealed door. With a heart full of excitement, Lei Zong called down to the hidden space below, "Everyone, Kaido is dead, and Lord Odin has returned." However, his voice echoed in the enclosed space, reverberating back to him. Yet there was no response, as if silence reigned within. Lei Zong was momentarily stunned, then worried that they might not have truly come out to search for him. If that were the case, it would be troublesome. He would have to locate each one individually. However, the situation was not as Lei Zong had imagined. The others were hiding below, utterly stunned by his words. They could hardly believe the echoing voice around them. When they heard the news of Kaido's death, all thoughts ceased, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Kaido is dead? What a ludicrous joke. How could such a monstrous being possibly perish? Although initially taken aback, everyone below was unanimous in their skepticism. The person who uttered such nonsense must have regarded them as fools. Even a child of 3 would not believe such a tale. However, upon closer reflection, the voice did seem to belong to Lei Zong. How could he possibly utter such words? Doubt arose among all. Was something amiss with Lei Zong? Surely, the one who had come was not Lei Zong, but rather Kaido's subordinates. Yet, before they could fully digest the first part of the sentence, the latter half detonated like a bomb underground. Everyone's eardrums buzzed with disbelief. What did he just say? Yuqian has returned. Are we dreaming? Or is he? Everyone froze in place, their thoughts drifting back to a time long past. Until at last, Kazuki Yuqian spoke, uttering the words, "I am sorry for the trouble you have endured." Those long-awaited words flowed like crystal-clear water, soothing the hearts of all below. The hearts that had become sluggish and lifeless were now brimming with vitality. In perfect unison, everyone looked upwards. When the familiar visage came into view, they could no longer contain their pent-up emotions and scrambled upwards. This was the longed-for Lord Yuqian. If there was any chance that Lei Zhang's voice was a fabrication, the current presence of Lord Yuqian was irrefutable and could not be mimicked. As the memory of Yuqian merged with the reality of his presence, an unprecedented outburst of astonishment erupted from everyone. They embraced the robust man tightly. All the grievances they had endured transformed into tears, cascading down onto his garments. Hiyori clung closely to Kazuki Yuqian, sobbing softly, her emotions overwhelming her, causing her teeth to chatter as she stammered, "Father." The others channeled their myriad words into strength. Holding Kazuki Yuqian tightly, Yuqian gazed at them, relieved to see they were unharmed, and softly apologized. "I am sorry. You have truly endured much." Kinemon immediately raised his head, sincerity in his eyes, and replied, "Lord Yuqian, this is our duty." The others echoed his sentiment. "Lord Yuqian, do not say such things. It is our responsibility. Protecting Wano is our mission. You need not apologize." "Are you all right, Lord Yuqian?" A few of them recalled Lei Zhang's earlier words. "Kaido is dead, and Lord Yuqian has returned." If Kaido is indeed dead, then the most likely scenario is that Lord Yuqian was the one who killed him. Everyone stared at Kazuki Yuqian, concerned for his well-being. After all, it was unimaginable for anyone to defeat a monster like Kaido without sustaining serious injuries. Kazuki Yuqian smiled, and then released his embrace, explaining, "I killed Kaido, but I merely delivered the final blow. Without the prior exhaustion inflicted by the captain, I likely would not have been able to do it." Upon hearing Lord Yuqian's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. "Captain?" They were all curious about the identity of the captain to whom Lord Yuqian referred. A smile crept upon Kazuki Yuqian's lips. "You should know him. After all, he had previously visited Wano and is said to have lured Kaido away, correct?" A familiar figure gradually emerged in everyone's minds. Long Zaitian. Is he the captain of the resurrected pirate crew? If so, does that mean Lord Yuqian was also resurrected by him? To think it was they who had come to their aid. It seems they owe them another debt of gratitude. Just as everyone was excited to express their thanks, Kazuki Yuqian stopped them, smiling. "Look at the time. They have likely fallen asleep. Let us not disturb them." Kazuki Yuqian had been aboard the stretcher this entire time, so he understood how hurried their journey had been, and that they had hardly slept at all. He wished for them to rest properly in Wano. After all, they were not deities, but ordinary people with limited stamina, especially the captain, who must have exerted tremendous energy in the fierce battle with Kaido. Thus, any important discussions could wait until they had rested. There was no need to rush their departure. Upon hearing this, the others looked up and realized the crescent moon hung high in the sky, signaling it was time to sleep. They had been hiding in the basement and were unaware of the time outside. This basement had been hastily constructed and had not yet been properly decorated. As it had been thrust into action, none had anticipated Kaido's swift return, let alone his equally rapid demise. Kinemon and the others agreed with Lord Yuqian's words. Lord Yuqian is right. We should allow our benefactors to rest well. We can discuss matters later. Thus, the Akainu 9 and Kazuki Yuqian returned to the home they had initially established. Throughout the night, Kazuki Yuqian recounted the events of their journey, while the Akainu 9 explained the previous conditions in Wano and began to discuss its future development. The members of the resurrected pirate crew also spend the night ensuring that all remnants of the beast pirates on Wano were dealt with thoroughly. Of course, not all were killed. Otherwise, the island would be engulfed in a stench of blood. Long Zaitian instructed Jean to take all these individuals away, ensuring they would never again pose a threat to Wano. However, Long Zaitian did not expect them to adhere to this, for what pirate would honor their word? Wano was a treasure trove, unprotected by the world government, and anyone could stake a claim. What incentive did they have to comply? Yet, the situation had changed. The general of Wano had returned. If anyone still harbored ill intentions toward Wano, they ought to consider Kaido's fate. After all, even a Yonko had perished in Wano. So what could those beneath him expect? Ultimately, one's life is far more precious than any treasure. Following this battle, the resurrected pirate crew had gained notoriety, and Wano could now develop in peace, free from the fear of outside invasion. Overall, this battle was executed flawlessly, although the people of Wano endured much suffering throughout. Long Zaitian began to reflect on whether his decision to lure Kaido away from Wano had been the right choice. It was evident that Kaido's second invasion was far more vicious than the first. The beach below was littered with the corpses of warriors. How many innocent families had been shattered? Although Long Zaitian was a pirate, he had originally come from a peaceful nation and had never experienced such a life-or-death ordeal. Recalling the heart-pounding anxiety he felt during his first kill in Wano surpassed all limits. He had never felt such fear even while taking his driving test. After months of honing his skills, he had become somewhat desensitized to killing, but witnessing innocent civilians perish still brought him sorrow. Jean heeded Long Zaitian's advice, promising never to return to Wano, but he had one request. May I have Kaido's body? I wish to bury him myself. Jean, somewhat humble, expressed uncertainty about whether the other party would acquiesce. The crew members turned their gazes towards Long Zaitian, for he alone possessed the authority to speak. They anticipated that Long Zaitian would consent, particularly since Kaido had perished. None of them wished to bear the burden of handling the situation, let alone the citizens of Wano Kuni, who would be fortunate just to avoid being pelted with rotten eggs, much less to secure a proper burial for him. After contemplating for a few moments, Long Zaitian fixed his gaze on Jean and, without granting any opportunity for negotiation, declared firmly, no. His tone brooked no dissent. Although Jean was taken aback, he ultimately refrained from further protest and departed with the remnants of the beast pirates in a dejected manner. Upon seeing Long Zaitian's resolute expression, he understood that there was no hope for compromise. As they watched the beast pirates sail away from Wano Kuni, Zefa inquired curiously, "What shall we do with the corpse? We cannot simply leave it here." Marco stepped forward, suggesting, "Captain, shall I incinerate it with flames?" Long Zaitian shook his head and spoke slowly, "Let us cast him into the sea." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the captain's intentions. Sensing their confusion, Long Zaitian elucidated, "This is a scar of Wano Kuni. They must neither forget it nor dwell upon it incessantly. By casting Kaido into the waters of Wano Kuni, we ensure that they recognize the origins of their newfound prosperity. One must always tread upon the past and move forward, mustn't one?" His words, seemingly at odds with his youth, evoked a subtle dissonance among the crew. Whitebeard, though astonished, applauded with a smile. "Indeed, our captain's rapid growth is truly formidable." He had witnessed Long Zaitian's performance firsthand. Had he shared it with others, they might have struggled to believe that such progress could occur within a mere 6 months. Zefa, too, was slightly taken aback, jesting, "Captain, have you perhaps utilized a resurrection ability? You seem to have aged alongside us." Amidst the chatter, Long Zaitian noticed Yamato, standing aside. Though she remained silent, the captain could still sense her unease. "Yamato, how do you propose we handle Kaido's corpse?" Although Long Zaitian held the ultimate authority, he considered the unique circumstances and sought a method that would reflect the feelings of his crew, refusing to act solely out of self-interest. Despite possessing strength rivaling that of the Four Emperors, if not exceeding it, he recalled the age-old adage, "Pride precedes a fall." Reflecting on the two among the Four Emperors, Blackbeard and Kaido, he remembered that both had approached their encounters with him with disdain, scarcely acknowledging him. Yet, Once the confrontation commenced, their attitudes underwent a complete transformation, leading to a frantic reassessment of their approach. By that juncture, they had already suffered significant losses. Long Zaitian had unleashed a mere 80% of his strength, reserving the remaining for unforeseen contingencies. Under the weight of his formidable prowess, both dismissive emperors had been left bloodied and reeling, and by the time they sought to unleash their full might, it was far too late. Moreover, during these two monumental battles, his crew had alleviated numerous burdens from him. In his conflict with Blackbeard, his subordinates had proven themselves capable. If they had collectively targeted Long Zaitian, the outcome could have been uncertain. The same held true in his battle against Kaido. Had Kaido commanded his crew to threaten the lives of innocents to compel Long Zaitian to relent, it is likely that the captain would have complied. Though he had traversed through time and embraced the pirate's life, he remained a person of principle. If his victories were contingent upon the lives of others, he would shun such triumph, for that would be a source of shame. Shaped by his previous environment, he possessed a unique understanding of heroism. Those who attain victory through the sacrifice of others are not heroes, but rather villains. While true heroes are those who sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. Long Zaitian sought neither to be a hero nor a villain, but merely to fulfill his own aspirations. Yamato regarded the captain, her eyes a whirlpool of conflicting emotions, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. As all eyes turned to her, she appeared anxious and restless, grappling with the gravity of the decision before her. In her moment of indecision, Ace gently placed a hand on her shoulder, encouraging her to voice her true feelings. The others joined in support, urging her to cast aside any burdens. Ultimately, after a tumultuous internal struggle, she aligned with Long Zaitian's plan, opting to consign Kaido's corpse to the depths of Wano Kuni's sea. Just as Long Zaitian intended to return for some rest, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his ears, stirring excitement within him. This long-absent voice from the system elicited both surprise and joy. The system had been rather negligent, providing only a broad objective and subsequently remaining largely silent, akin to a disengaged overseer. After such a long hiatus, Long Zaitian had almost forgotten about the remaining opportunities for a lottery draw. He resolved that this time, he would seize the chance to exploit the system. Ding! Detection confirms that the host has defeated the Four Emperor Kaido. Reward: 10 consecutive lottery draws. Just as Long Zaitian was preparing to take full advantage of this windfall, he found himself momentarily stunned by the announcement. He then exclaimed in disbelief, "Wow! System, are you truly this generous?" Long Zaitian struggled to comprehend that the system would grant him 10 consecutive draws. In his understanding, a 10-draw guarantee promised at least one assured reward, thus ensuring he would not incur a loss. However, before he could fully process this fortune, the system dropped another bombshell. Detection indicates that the host has attained significant advancement in the pirate world, thus the limitations of the resurrection fruit will be lifted. Long Zaitian was taken aback, wondering what this meant. Would his fruit's powers be stripped away? That would be utterly disastrous, as he was on the brink of reaching 40 billion to resurrect another individual. Should they take away his abilities now, all his efforts against Kaido would have been in vain, though it wouldn't be entirely without merit, as he still had 10 lottery opportunities. The resurrection ability will no longer be bound by bounty, but will be determined by the host's will. Long Zaitian was left dumbfounded, pondering how one's will could dictate resurrection. The system seemed to anticipate his confusion and promptly clarified: when the host's desire to resurrect someone is sufficiently strong, that individual will automatically return to life. Was there truly no limit? No cooldown period or cap on the number of resurrections? None. What about restrictions based on gender or race? Long Zaitian's inquiry appeared to momentarily stump the system, as it fell silent for an extended period, causing him to wonder if it had malfunctioned. Fortunately, the system eventually responded, stating no restrictions on gender, but perhaps on race. This vague response left Long Zaitian perplexed. What did it mean that there might be restrictions based on race? Were there certain races that even the system could not allow him to resurrect? The newly amended rules caught him off guard, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Previously, the limitations tied to his abilities and bounty had provided him with a clear directive to aggressively increase his bounty. However, now that things have changed, he finds himself at a loss for how to respond. The system's explanation of will is somewhat abstract, leaving him uncertain as to how to articulate it. System, what exactly is this will? Could you provide some clarification? It is when the host possesses a particularly strong desire to resurrect a person that the body generates a unique energy, which can then be transmitted to the resurrection vessel. When this vessel is filled with such energy, the resurrection deity, a Xiang Xiushi, will sense the host's intention and proceed to bring that individual back to life. Upon hearing this, Long Zaitian, filled with confusion, inquired, God, is there truly a deity in this world? The system, unusually caught off guard by the question, found itself unable to provide a straightforward yes or no answer, remaining silent for an extended period. This silence alerted Long Zaitian to the gravity of the situation. Matters seemed far more complex than they initially appeared. System, speak the truth. Long Zaitian insisted earnestly. Previously, he had encountered several peculiar individuals on Fengchao Island, who seemed inextricably linked to this matter, for their strength rivaled his own extraordinary abilities. This posed a significant problem. Well, I had not intended to disclose this to you, as your current abilities are insufficient to grasp such knowledge. However, since your curiosity is piqued, I shall enlighten you, but be prepared for what is to come. This was not originally a world of pirates, but rather a realm of gods. The first statement left Long Zaitian utterly bewildered, his face a canvas of confusion. Was he being mocked, as if his limited reading had left him ill-equipped for such revelations? How could this not be a world of pirates? Nevertheless, the system paid no heed to Long Zaitian's bewilderment and continued its monologue. The gods, initially living in this world, found existence rather tedious. One day, however, a god inadvertently created a few diminutive beings and bestowed upon them wisdom, intending merely to pass the time by observing them. Yet, after several centuries, the god lost interest in these lowly creatures and departed, leaving humanity to develop unfettered. Thousands of years later, upon returning to inspect his creation, the god was astonished to find a transformed landscape. The once barren desert now teemed with lush greenery, rivers, and castles. And the few humans he had created had proliferated into a full-fledged nation. Intrigued by humanity's achievements, the god, driven by curiosity, assumed a human form and began living among them. Perhaps his initial actions were spurred by boredom, but he genuinely grew fond of this existence. He discovered that humanity's intellect had reached heights comparable to that of the gods, and their creativity and imagination were boundless, revealing to him many wonders he had never encountered. Long Zaitian, now utterly perplexed, could not fathom how to express his current emotions. Was the system narrating a fable? Yet, the system continued its soliloquy. However, humanity, despite its achievements, ultimately found itself at odds with the laws of this world. When chaos ensued within the world's energies, it wreaked havoc on human existence, a phenomenon known as natural disasters. After several centuries, the god could no longer bear witness to the suffering of his friends in this world, who were being driven away by such calamities. As a solution, he infused his divine essence into an ancient tree, which could disseminate his power into any fruit borne by its branches. The god sought to avoid direct confrontation with the laws of nature, which would deplete his divine energy, thus devising this method. Is this the origin of the devil fruit? Long Zaitian pondered. No, at that time, the fruit did not possess the peculiar powers we see today. It was originally a simple fruit that enhanced vitality, known as the fruit of the gods. Huh? Long Zaitian was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated that the devil fruit had not always been thus. The god's intention was to ensure humanity's survival rather than to confront the natural order, as he recognized the futility of such actions. Indeed, as he had foreseen, the emergence of the fruit of the gods allowed an increasing number of people to endure the natural disasters. Ultimately, the usage rate of the fruit of the gods soared to 80%. Long Zaitian's pupils dilated in astonishment. Goodness, does that mean 4 out of every 5 individuals possess abilities? Indeed, that is the case. Then why does it seem that so few possess abilities now? Long Zaitian queried, perplexed. The system sighed and posed an intriguing question. In your opinion, which is more terrifying, the human heart or natural disasters? Long Zaitian was taken aback, unable to provide an answer. Yet, the system continued its narrative. After a lengthy period, the god finally realized his time was drawing to a close. Concerned about humanity's fate without his protection, he expended his final vestige of strength to create 3 children resembling humans. These 3 deities embodied different emotions and possessed varied abilities, representing the sky, the earth, and the ocean. The god instructed them to care for the humans under their guardianship. The 3 deities agreed and departed to their respective domains. But the god lingered by the earth until his last moments, embodying the thoughts he had held during his human existence. Following the god's passing, what was meant to be a continuation of peace devolved into chaos and warfare. The ocean's ward regarded the divine tree as a nightmare, for it was the fruit it bore that birthed the formidable beasts now terrorizing the land. Thus, among them, this fruit became known as the devil fruit. Upon the maturation of the fruit of the gods, it was consumed not only by humans, but also by various animals. The consequence was that these creatures grew increasingly powerful, and as they absorbed divine energy, they developed intelligence. The sentient beasts refrained from assaulting fortified cities, directing their aggression instead toward the vulnerable mountain villages, where the populace was largely defenseless. Gradually, as these towns were decimated, their hatred intensified. They loathed the divine tree, as it had birthed their existence while annihilating their kin. At that time, the fruit of the gods was abundant, and the people, unaware of its true capabilities, mistook it for a mere ordinary fruit. Did the god not perceive the situation? Long Zaitian inquired curiously. The god at that time did not acknowledge the divine tree as his creation, for he wished to avoid excessive scrutiny and simply sought a tranquil existence, remaining oblivious to the events in remote areas. Originally, the god would sit beneath the sunset for scarcely a minute before departing, unable to comprehend why the villagers would waste their time on such pursuits. Eventually, he forced himself to integrate into their lives, sitting there daily until the sun set. Initially, the god created humanity merely to fill time, but he grew astonished by their progress, eventually immersing himself in their world, until he subconsciously considered himself one of them. Oh, pardon me, I seem to have digressed. Long Zaitian's confusion deepened. The system felt decidedly peculiar. How could it possess such extensive knowledge? The ocean's interactions with the god were infrequent, rather than a father-son relationship. It was more akin to a master-subordinate dynamic. The ocean deity, adhering to the god's wishes, aimed to protect humanity by destroying the divine tree, believing it to be the source of all calamity, and thus resolved to eradicate it. In truth, the gods are not particularly wise beings. They merely possess powers that ordinary individuals lack. Their intelligence does not surpass that of humanity. Before departing, the ocean harbored concerns that, in his absence, his subjects might fall victim to the beasts. Thus, he evolved them with the ability to thrive in the ocean and selected a robust man from the populace to inherit a portion of his divine power, ensuring the safety of his people even in his absence. However, the ocean's desire to destroy the divine tree faced its greatest obstacle in the earth. For this tree was regarded by the earth as the final relic of its father, deserving protection even unto death. Consequently, a fierce battle ensued, casting the world into chaos and leaving the populace in despair. But what of the sky? What was he doing? The system sheepishly inquired. The sky at that time wielded the most potent divine power, yet like the ocean, had not spent much time with the gods, thus felt no emotional attachment. He simply took his people to the heavens, crafting wings for them to prevent their fall and reinforce the clouds, who emerged victorious between the ocean and the earth. Undoubtedly, it was the earth, for he had spent the longest time with the gods, developing the richest emotional bonds and understanding fraternal feelings, which led him to refrain from delivering a fatal blow. The ocean, conversely, was driven by a desire to obey divine commands and protect his subjects, leading to a cataclysmic confrontation with the earth. Ultimately, the ocean was defeated, and though the earth was considerably weakened, the ocean transformed his last remnants of strength into the vast sea. enveloping the world and infusing his subjects' resentment into a curse that would sap the strength of anyone who had consumed the divine fruit upon contact with his form. The earth could have dispelled this curse, but out of compassion, he chose to retain everything of the ocean. This decision stemmed from the god's final words to the earth, urging the three brothers to coexist harmoniously and safeguard humanity. Thus, the divine tree survived under the earth as protection. Yet the war between the two races erupted in full force from that moment onward. As for the subsequent events, let's not dwell on them. Suffice it to say that you must understand this world is inhabited by gods. Very well, yet I have one final question. Long Zaitian felt overwhelmed, his mind nearing a breaking point, unable to contemplate any further inquiries. What? Long Zaitian narrowed his eyes, questioning. So who exactly are you? What are you talking about? The system feigned ignorance, avoiding a direct response. How could you possibly know such things? If you're not a first-hand witness, it is entirely inexplicable. After a moment of stalemate, the system finally revealed the truth. Do you remember when I mentioned that the sky god is the mightiest of all deities? Indeed. So, you are not merely a system? Long Zaitian exclaimed. How to put it? In your terms, it could be deemed a system, but in our vernacular, it is referred to as a guide. Now that you are well acquainted with the matters of the gods, your next task is to seek out the fourth form of dominance. Once you master all four forms, you shall possess power rivaling that of a demigod. Oh, where can I find the final divine flame of dominance? Long Zaitian inquired with curiosity, eager to know its precise location. I do not know. Are you not a prophet? Long Zaitian expressed skepticism, pondering whether the system was deliberately withholding information. Alas, with the passage of time, my divine power has been gradually waning. Dominance, divine power, is essentially the embodiment of will. When willpower is sufficiently robust, strength shall increase. My role is merely to guide suitable individuals toward the appropriate actions. Thus, a lack of formidable will naturally result in diminished power. Once strength diminishes, what divine power remains to foresee the future? Long Zaitian cast a disdainful glance, retorting, why not just admit you are merely biding your time? Hahaha. Now, proceed to do what you believe is right. What do I consider to be the right course of action? Long Zaitian pondered, recalling a few matters he wished to accomplish. What then is my ultimate objective? To lift the curse of the sea, restore the divine tree, and liberate the world. In truth, you need not rush into these tasks, for your current strength is insufficient to reach such heights. Take your time. Oh, so I'm presently stuck on the main quest, pursuing romantic interests. Long Zaitian exclaimed with excitement. He had long desired to find a companion in this pirate world to soothe his lonely soul. Previously, he had been too consumed by the urgency of his tasks to contemplate matters of love. Now, he finally felt liberated. Whitebeard. Long Zaitian called out to the crew member preparing to return to Huajidu. Captain, what is it? Whitebeard turned, seeing the captain's face alight with excitement, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Let us set sail for adventure immediately. Long Zaitian suppressed the rapid beating of his heart, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Captain, you seem quite elated. Marco quickly discerned the captain's unusual demeanor. Not at all. Long Zaitian could no longer contain his joyful expression, covering his face with his hands to conceal his overwhelming delight. At that moment, everyone fell silent, exchanging glances before collectively exclaiming, clearly, you are. Yamato, unperturbed by Long Zaitian's peculiar behavior, inquired with concern, Captain, what about Odin? Long Zaitian understood her unspoken question. What would become of Odin? Would he return or remain in Wano? The thought of Odin departing caused Long Zaitian's countenance to darken, his smile fading gradually. A letter will suffice. We shall all pen our thoughts, and then we must depart. Should we delay, we may never leave. Long Zaitian gazed at the rising sun, reflecting on the fervor of the populace, ever difficult to resist. Moreover, with so many tasks he wished to undertake, swift action was imperative to avert unforeseen complications. Thus, as the group inscribed their messages for Odin on the beach, they quietly urged Ace to use his hurricane ability to transport everyone below. To evade detection, they tread carefully, as though they were not the heroes who had saved Wano but rather thieves sneaking away. Fortunately, the attention of the citizens was fixated on Huajidu, leaving them unaware of the group slipping away at the cliff's edge. "Captain, we're at quite a loss this time, aren't we?" Ace murmured in dissatisfaction. "How so?" Long Zaitian glanced back, continuing to stealthily advance. "Look, during our first encounter with Kaido, we left openly surrounded by the populace, and even received a bounty of sea prism stone weapons. Now, after defeating Kaido, we have gained nothing, instead resembling thieves." Long Zaitian chuckled, playfully patting Ace's head. "You simply do not understand. This is called being like Lei Foam." Lei Fing? Ace repeated the name for the first time, pondering who he might be. A new supernova? After a brief explanation from Long Zaitian, Ace clapped in admiration. It was astonishing to learn that such individuals existed in the world. With a thud, Ace carefully utilized his hurricane ability to set the Strake ship upon the surface of the sea, and soon everyone boarded. "Captain, where are we headed next?" Ace excitedly grasped the helm, showing no signs of fatigue. "To Wangwa," Long Zaitian stated calmly as he settled into a chair, savoring a sip of the tea brewed before departure, exclaiming, "It has cooled a bit." The crew had already vanquished the Blackbeard pirates and Kaido's beast pirates, so hearing Long Zaitian mention confronting Charlotte Linlin had left them somewhat numb, as if they had grown accustomed to such madness. Only Lu Yen, a relative newcomer among the pirates, inquired, "Captain, are we really going to challenge the Four Emperors again?" They had already dispatched 2 of the 4 Emperors within a month. If they were to eliminate another, it would truly become a nightmare for the Navy. The strength of pirates was undoubtedly a dire concern for the Navy, particularly when one faction dominated, heralding a storm on the horizon. Upon hearing Lu Yen's question, Long Zaitian stood up, somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean by confronting the 4 Emperors?" After a moment's reflection, he realized they had misunderstood his intentions and clarified, "No. Our visit to Wangwa is merely to inform the Big Mom pirates not to meddle with Wano country in the future. If she possesses any wisdom, she will refrain from seeking trouble." Long Zaitian aimed to eliminate any lingering threats to Wano while he could. He had no desire for Wano to be compromised again during his adventures. I see." The others realized their misinterpretation. They had thought the captain had gone mad, planning to eliminate all the 4 emperors. In retrospect, it was evident that Long Zaitian had considered the matter thoroughly. Thus, the resurrection pirates set sail without any farewells from onlookers. As breakfast approached, the crew gathered on the deck, preparing to ignite some fireworks when a pink-furred fox was pulled from the storeroom by Zefa. "Captain, I found this in the warehouse," he announced, placing it on the deck. Upon seeing such a charming creature, everyone's hearts softened, and they crouched down in awe. "Is this a fox?" "It should be." "Who raised it?" They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Clearly, it was not a pet of any crew member, but rather a wild animal. Just as they deliberated on how to address the pink-furred fox, it astonishingly transformed into a human form. Zefa, taken aback, quickly withdrew his hand, feeling a tinge of fear towards such unusual creatures. Yet, this was merely his secret, unknown to others. The sudden metamorphosis caught everyone off guard. It was indeed a person, a young girl. Long Zaitian examined her curiously. She had soft pink hair, donned a red and white shrine maiden outfit, and a bell was tied around her left ankle. Appearing to be merely a child, perhaps only a few decades old, her expression was inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor sorrow, yet one could sense her nervousness. To avoid startling the child, Long Zaitian crouched down and gently asked, "May I inquire who you are and what you are doing aboard our ship?" The girl instinctively stepped back, retreating until she hit a wall with no escape. Finally, she spoke timidly. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Miko. I am a user of the Inuyanoin fruit, mythical beast, fox form. I meant no harm, truly." After her nervous introduction, she awaited their judgment. Yamato, sensing a peculiar affinity, stepped forward and embraced the shivering Miko, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. We will not harm you." The others displayed gentle smiles, careful to maintain distance so as not to frighten her, and gradually, Miko's trembling ceased. Yamato stroked Miko's hair, discovering its unusual softness, exclaiming, "Everyone, Her hair is incredibly soft. It feels delightful. The crew, unable to contain their curiosity, began to touch her hair. Indeed, it felt even more pleasant than a pillow. They found it irresistible. "Captain, why don't we keep her?" Everyone who had touched her sang her praises. Even the elder Zefa, with a gentle demeanor, suggested, "Captain, let us bring her along." Miko was bewildered, still trying to grasp the situation, only aware that her hair had become a nest. The recent contact had convinced her that they meant her no harm, and she gradually relaxed. Although Long Zaitian was inclined to agree, he was still cautious and had many questions to ask. "Well, let us consider this, but first, I need her to answer a few questions." "Miko, how did you end up here?" Miko, her hair tousled from their playful touches, replied softly, "I was hungry and went inside to eat a little." Before Long Zaitian could express his confusion, Zefa interjected, "That doesn't add up. When I checked, the storeroom door was locked. How did you get in?" Miko fidgeted with her sleeves, her gaze downcast, and murmured, "I can walk through walls." Upon hearing this, Yamato's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, Miko, you have such an amazing ability." She turned to Long Zaitian, "Captain, let us take her with us. She might be of help in the future." Long Zaitian pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and soon agreed, "Actually, it wouldn't be out of the question to let her join. However, I believe Haven T asked if she wishes to join us." Upon hearing the first statement, everyone leaped with excitement, only to fall into silence afterward. Indeed, after all that, Miko hadn't expressed any desire to join them, yet they had been discussing it amongst themselves. To everyone's surprise, Miko immediately nodded. "I want to join you." "What?" The crew was taken aback. She agreed so readily. Sensing their astonishment, Miko explained, "I am alone. My adoptive family was killed by Kaido. I have been wandering ever since, and you have food, so I wish to join you." After uttering her last words, Miko looked up, her gaze resolute as she met Long Zaitian's eyes. There was an abundance of food on the ship, and if they refused her, she would be forced back to a life of wandering and hunger, something she wished to avoid. "Captain," Yamato gently nudged Long Zaitian, her eyes brimming with hope. "All right." Long Zaitian reminisced about the delightful sensation from earlier, a smile gracing his lips. Compared to his previous standards for recruits, he no longer demanded exceptional combat prowess. As long as one could bring joy to the crew, that sufficed. Their combat strength, in the system's terms, was still insufficient to confront gods. However, dealing with other factions posed little difficulty. Upon learning of the new member joining, the crew beamed with joy and eagerly fetched barrels of wine from the storeroom to celebrate. With so few women aboard, the addition of even one was worthy of a grand celebration. Having heard Miko mention her life of wandering, it was evident she had not enjoyed proper meals, so the crew busily filled her plate with food. As Miko felt the warmth of their hospitality, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. After a moment of choked emotion, she seemed to resolve herself, and stood up, saying, Thank you all." Yamato smiled and gently squeezed her small hand, saying, "No need for thanks. We are all friends." Yaiwa Shinziko was profoundly moved by the actions of her companions. From an unknown pocket, she produced a singular fruit, declaring, "This is the only food I possess. I had intended to consume it when hunger became unbearable. However, I wish to present it to all of you, for you are my dear friends." The group erupted in applause, their excitement palpable. Whitebeard cast a jovial glance, but his expression quickly turned serious, halting his drinking mid-motion. The others, however, remained oblivious to any oddity, eagerly exclaiming, "Oh, this fruit appears quite extraordinary. It looks delicious. It is covered in cracks, and I've never seen anything like it before. I am truly excited." "Enough chatter. Fetch a knife." Yaiwa Shinziko's fruit was about the size of 2 fists, adorned with peculiar patterns. Given her prior assertion that it was food, no one considered it to be a devil fruit. Moreover, considering how rare devil fruits were, it seemed implausible that she would have stumbled upon one. Just as Bista prepared to slice it open, Whitebeard's voice boomed to stop him. "This is a devil fruit." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "What? This is a devil fruit?" All eyes turned to Yaiwa Shinziko, who was equally bewildered and took a moment to process the revelation. She herself had no knowledge of the fruit's true nature, having merely picked it up off the ground. Nervously, she stammered, "I didn't know," fearing that her newly forged friendships might misunderstand her and cast her aside. She desperately attempted to explain. Whitebeard regarded her with a penetrating gaze before chuckling. It's all right. The first time I encountered one, I too was unaware it was a devil fruit, which is why I consumed it." First time? A devil fruit? Could it be? The crowd rose in unison, their eyes filled with awe. Could it truly be the Gura Gura no Mi? Upon witnessing Whitebeard's subtle nod, a tempest of excitement surged within them. This was one of the most formidable devil fruits in existence, harboring the power to obliterate the very fabric of the world. At that moment, the collective thought echoed. The former sea overlord was returning, although Long Zaitian had no knowledge of Whitebeard's prime. The fierce battle at Marineford illustrated that he had once been a nightmare of all navies. If he were to consume the fruit again, peace would reign over the seas, for none would dare to act recklessly before the former king. Eyes fixated on Whitebeard, the group unanimously recognized that such a precious fruit could only be wielded by this man. Anyone else would surely waste its extraordinary potential. Faced with their fervent anticipation, Whitebeard hesitated, attempting to decline. "Gurara, you all should eat this fruit. I have no need for it, and I do not wish to become a sitting duck. Zefa, why don't you take it?" Whitebeard offered the Gura no Mi to Zefa, but Zefa was no fool. He refused the fruit, sensing that there must be an unspeakable secret behind such a prodigious item, and he too was unwilling to partake. Thus, he glanced at Bista and pushed the fruit toward him. Bista, this fruit is your father's renowned masterpiece. You must inherit it." Zefa promptly lifted his cup to drink, disregarding Bista's protests. Bista stared at the fruit before him, bemused. "But I am a swordsman." He turned to Long Zaitian and, with a pained expression, complained, "Captain, look at this." Long Zaitian, perceptive as ever, noticed the group's reluctance and inquired of Whitebeard, "Whitebeard, is there something wrong with this fruit?" Whitebeard leaned closer, ensuring no one else could hear, and whispered into Long Zaitian's ear, "No, it's just that this fruit is exceedingly foul-tasting. Even a single bite would leave one retching for hours." Long Zaitian was taken aback, having journeyed far and wide. Whitebeard had surely encountered countless foods, but to find one so repulsive that he would avoid it was unprecedented. Long Zaitian had tasted a devil fruit before, and while the flavor was far from pleasant, had he known it possessed such remarkable power, he would have consumed it without hesitation. No matter how unpleasant, survival outweighed all else. Long Zaitian quietly urged, "Just take a bite." Before he could finish, Whitebeard grimaced, "Captain, you cannot begin to fathom the taste of the Gura no Mi. To put it bluntly, I would rather eat a celestial dragon than this fruit." Long Zaitian was dumbfounded. Was the Gura no Mi truly that dreadful? In a moment of impulsiveness, he blurted, "Whitebeard, you've got something stuck in your teeth." Whitebeard, not thinking twice, opened his mouth to dislodge whatever was bothering him. In that instant, Long Zaitian swiftly snatched the Gura no Mi from in front of Bista and, before anyone could react, hurled it into Whitebeard's mouth. As Whitebeard looked up while attempting to dislodge the food from his teeth, he failed to notice the fruit flying at an alarming speed. By the time he realized something had entered his mouth, it was already too late. He had involuntarily swallowed it. Whitebeard turned to Long Zaitian, panic-stricken. "Captain, what did you just make me eat?" Long Zaitian scratched his head nonchalantly. "I intended to feed you an apple, but I slipped and ended up with the Gura no Mi." The others were stunned. Was this merely a slip of the hand? The apples were right in front of Ace, while only the Gura no Mi lay before Bista. It was impossible to confuse the two. Yet, witnessing Long Zaitian's calm demeanor while explaining, they couldn't help but admire his audacity. He would make an excellent undercover agent. After his proclamation, Long Zaitian vacated his seat and headed toward the kitchen. "It seems we are low on alcohol. I will fetch more." Long Zaitian sensed Whitebeard's rising ire and made a hasty retreat. Whitebeard, realizing he had been duped by the captain, bellowed, "You scoundrel! Stop right there." However, before he could take more than a few steps, he doubled over, clutching his mouth, and rushed to the ship's railing. where he began to violently retch over the side. The sound was chilling. The scene left onlookers horrified and unsettled. I can't believe this is the Gura no Mi. Those unaware might think it was some abominable dish. Zefa squirmed in discomfort, his hairs standing on end. Whitebeard was attempting to deceive him. Fortuitously, he had refrained from consuming it in a moment of impulse. Vista breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his father in such a state, he feared for his own life had he eaten it. Realizing he had made a grave mistake, Long Zaitian turned back, muttering that he was tired and needed to rest, retreating into his quarters. He could already envision Whitebeard confronting him, sword poised at his throat, demanding answers. "Captain, I have been loyal to you, and yet you sought to end my life. That is unjust. I was merely curious." Fortunately, Whitebeard had consumed little before this incident, mainly indulging in alcohol, so after a while of retching, he fell silent. He returned, his face twisted in discomfort, his towering figure trembling. One could only imagine the terrifying potency of the Gura no Mi. Whitebeard's complexion darkened as he surveyed his crew, fury radiating from him. Where is that scoundrel? He was so incensed that he no longer wished to address him as captain. The crew exchanged glances, each reluctant to betray Long Zaitian. Only Saewon Wolf spoke up. The captain said he was tired and went to rest, allowing us to enjoy ourselves. Whitebeard's eyes blazed with rage as he seized the Tsongyun Xie and stormed toward the captain's quarters, prompting several crew members to intervene. "Old man, hold on. Don't do anything rash. Calm down. There is no need for such anger." As the divine child closed his eyes, the crowd clung to Baihuzi, fearing he might unleash his wrath. It became evident to all that the Jinjin fruit was indeed exceptionally distasteful. Otherwise, Baihuzi would not have been driven to such a murderous intent. Amidst the commotion, a colossal pirate ship emerged on the distant sea. Magnum swiftly raised his telescope. It was the Queen Mama's song, the vessel of the Yonko Big Mom. Additionally, the drought-stricken Jack was aboard. The revelry abruptly ceased, and Long Zaitian stepped out from his quarters. Baihuzi shot him a fierce glare before bellowing, "Ace, charge forth. I am brimming with rage. And now they dare to come to us?" The presence of the Big Mom pirates signified their intent towards Wano, and with Jack in tow, trouble was surely brewing for the land. Having finally reunited with an old friend in Wano, Baihuzi would not permit their disturbance. Under Baihuzi's command, the Strake sailed towards the Queen Mama's song. The adversaries, having also taken notice, saw Charlotte Linlin soar through the air on a storm cloud. She still had a score to settle with Long Zaitian. As she approached, Baihuzi limbered up. "Captain, have you witnessed my prime?" His words momentarily stunned the audience. Long Zaitian observed the approaching Big Mom pirates and the descending Charlotte Linlin, questioning, "You cannot possibly mean." However, before he could finish, Baihuzi leaped to the bow of the ship, a crescent-shaped smile gracing his face, his eyes sparkling with a long-lost excitement. This expression had not been seen even during the moment of his resurrection. Marco, having spent the most time by his side, was the first to react, shouting, "Everyone retreat." In an instant, Yamato grasped the slender waist of Hachiyu Shinko and leaped backward, prompting others to follow suit. They understood that this man was about to unleash his fury. Even the elder Zefa aboard the ship wore a grave expression, fixated on the unfolding scene. In contrast, the younger crew members appeared considerably more exhilarated. Their memories of the display during the Marineford incident were still vivid, largely thanks to Buggy's live broadcast. That single punch had shattered Marineford, leaving a profound visual impact. Merely witnessing the transmission from the Den Den Mushi had been enough to ignite their spirits. To experience it up close would surely send their hearts racing. Amidst the others' excitement, Long Zaitian caressed the Strake with concern, muttering, "Baigu, please do not destroy the ship. We may not be sturdier than Marineford." Yet, it seemed Baihuzi was oblivious to the captain's worries. He took a deep breath, feeling the long-awaited power coursing through his renewed body, eager to prove himself once more. No longer a relic of the old era, Baihuzi was now in his 40s, at the peak of his strength. As Charlotte Linlin drew nearer, the tension in the air thickened. The Big Mom pirates accelerated their advance, and a monumental clash loomed on the horizon. Charlotte Linlin finally hovered above the strake, her fury palpable. Long Zaitian, you little brat, prepare to meet your end. Ignoring Baihuzi, she launched an assault on their captain. Today, Long Zaitian would pay for his transgressions, and she intended to ensure that Baihuzi could not shield him. With a swift motion, she raised Napoleon and unleashed a devastating wave of sword energy toward Long Zaitian's vitals. The terrifying sword aura left a phantom in its wake, aimed directly at him. Catching a glimpse of Baihuzi's readiness, Long Zaitian felt a sense of relief wash over him. At the very moment Charlotte Linlin struck, Baihuzi retaliated. Huang hai zhen tiang. He refrained from preemptively attacking, fearing he might inadvertently overpower Charlotte Linlin, only to be accused of bullying an elder. Thus, he allowed her the first strike, ensuring her compliance. Moreover, her assault on the captain served as a means to avenge the torment inflicted upon him by the Jinjin fruit. The mere thought of its taste made him nauseous. Captain, just you wait. With personal emotions fueling him, Baihuzi delivered a powerful punch into the air before him. In the blink of an eye, the air before him erupted in a violent explosion, accompanied by a terrifying cracking sound. It was as if an ominous energy had detonated. The horrifying spectacle left the crew members aghast. In that fleeting moment, a vast web of fissures appeared in the sky. This bizarre phenomenon emerged abruptly. Yet, it was not the end. As the air shattered, slight distortions rippled outward, reminiscent of flames. Charlotte Linlin was momentarily stunned, fear flashing in her eyes. But it was too late. Two colossal forces collided, easily dispersing her sword energy without resistance, and the overwhelming power surged toward her form. Baihuzi's unleashed strength was unparalleled and swift. None could react in time. Even the crew members behind him were momentarily taken aback. If they had found themselves on the opposing side, they would have been reduced to mere dust. The moment the explosion resonated, many aboard experienced a ringing in their ears. It felt akin to witnessing a cannon being fired while standing unprotected nearby, caught off guard. In that instant of ear-piercing sound, they were enveloped in confusion, unable to hear even the loudest of external noises. Long Zaitian, too, was affected. He had never anticipated such a tremendous sound accompanying the activation of the Jinjin fruit. He was left dumbfounded. This was not merely a nightmare for the Navy. Even he felt a twinge of fear. He had never been as terrified as he was when confronting Blackbeard. The disparity between Baihuzi and Blackbeard was stark. The former was a paragon of might, while the latter had utterly squandered the potential of the Jinjin fruit. Long Zaitian stood there, captivated by the spectacle, his heart brimming with joy. Such formidable power belonged to them. It was undoubtedly a boon for their cause. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Let us not forget they were still atop the sea. As the energy from the Jinjin fruit continued to expand, the fissures in the air spread into the ocean. The surrounding waters revealed astonishing disruptions. The vast sea appeared as though it had been sliced like a cake, manipulated into peculiar shapes. The adjacent waters even rose several meters. Given the energy Baihuzi had unleashed, every fissure bore witness to the cutting force. At that moment, all eyes shifted from Charlotte Linlin to the bizarre surface of the sea, except for the waters directly beneath their ship, which remained level. The surrounding sea tilted at a sharp angle of 45 degrees. Breathless, they gaped in astonishment at the transformation. The crew, experiencing this phenomenon firsthand, were left speechless, while those accompanying Baihuzi were equally bewildered. Uncertain if it was due to a prolonged absence from sensation, their performance mirrored that of novices. Meanwhile, the Dama pirates, situated several miles away, were utterly oblivious to the events unfolding, finding themselves thrust into chaos. The abrupt cacophony and the unsettling tilt beneath their feet led them to question their own sanity. However, when a heavy object crashed down upon them, they finally regained their senses, realizing the gravity of their situation. They cried out in unison, "Mama!" Yet, the whereabouts of Charlotte Linlin remained unknown, as she had been struck by the tremor of the Jinjin fruit, resulting in a thick cloud of black smoke, leaving her fate uncertain amidst the towering waves that completely obscured their view. In the midst of this confusion, They had momentarily forgotten the presence of their noses. Mouths agape as they gasped for air, their nails digging painfully into their palms to rekindle their nerves and remind themselves to remain composed. The scene before them resembled the catastrophic imagery typically reserved for disaster films, a scenario that left everyone within 100 miles profoundly shaken. This was a presence more terrifying than a tsunami. The currents cascaded down like waterfalls from great heights, rendering the entire ocean uneven, save for the area where the sovereign resided, which remained unscathed. Whitebeard had relished the moment, venting his emotions before reluctantly restraining his power. The multitude of fissures in the sky gradually receded towards the epicenter, and the mournful cries of the sea grew subdued. After several seconds, the towering waves returned to their original state. The contrast between the furious tempest moments ago and the current calm was too brief for anyone to process. Yet the instigator, Whitebeard, appeared like a child who had just finished playing, exuberantly exclaiming, "Gulala, what a nostalgic power! Exhilarating!" The destruction wrought by Whitebeard previously seemed like the work of two different beings, and coupled with the stark contrast between the anime and reality, the sheer disparity left Long Zaitian in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly the scene faced by the Navy at that time? There was no semblance of resistance. Had it not been for Kazan, even the might of the magu-magu fruit, no matter how formidable, could not have evaporated such an expanse of seawater. Moreover, this was merely the residual impact of the Jinjin fruit. The true horror lay in its capacity to obliterate all. Even the invisible air could be distorted by its might. Should the current Whitebeard venture to Marineford, one could not guarantee that all Navy personnel would meet their end. It could assuredly plunge the entire Marineford into the depths of the sea. Of course, such an endeavor might lead to another fierce battle. After a considerable time, the crowd finally emerged from their earlier terror. The venerable Admiral Zefa was moved, clapping his hands vigorously. "Whitebeard, you are truly formidable. No wonder Sengoku insisted I abandon my mission to hold the fort." At that time, I pondered why, with 3 admirals plus him and Garp stationed, alongside so many Navy troops, Bartholomew Kuma, and the 7 warlords, I was summoned from afar. Now I understand, even if it were just you alone at Marineford, Sengoku would have prepared in the same manner. Upon hearing such praise from the former admiral, Whitebeard wore a contented smile, saying, "Had I been a few years younger, I might have fought the Navy for days." Although this statement bore an air of arrogance, it was not an exaggeration. If Whitebeard so desired, he could indeed have prolonged the struggle for several days. Had the Navy witnessed the recent spectacle and reported back, one could only imagine how many more white hairs would sprout on Akainu's head. As the group reminisced, a faint cry for help suddenly echoed across the sea. Rushing to the bow of the ship, they discovered that Charlotte Lingling was using her last vestiges of strength to call for aid. The Dama pirates had been pushed back several miles due to the recent upheaval caused by Whitebeard. By the time they arrived, their captain might already have succumbed. All eyes turned towards the captain, awaiting his command. This was the opportune moment to eliminate Charlotte Lingling. She lacked the strength to even deploy her haki, making her defeat a trivial task. Should they miss this chance, it would require considerable effort to rectify the situation later. Charlotte Lingling was sinking slowly. Should they eliminate her now, Long Zaitian's bounty could rival that of legendary pirates. Within a month, he would have vanquished 3 of the 4 emperors, with 1 saved and turned into an ally. Such a feat, if spoken of, would deter any pirate from obstructing their path, while even the Navy would think twice before engaging them, and the world government would surely refrain from disturbing their lives. After all, the revived pirate crew, with their current strength, was no longer something a few admirals could easily handle. To confront them without a meticulous plan would only result in needless casualties. Long Zaitian gazed at Charlotte Lingling, who was not far from them, remaining still as if lost in thought. Yet, the flicker in his eyes betrayed his contemplation. The fall of a 4 emperor would undoubtedly incite chaos in the region. Although Long Zaitian cared not for the peace of the islands governed by the Dama pirates, he did not wish to become the catalyst for war. Should the pirates, previously daunted by Lingling's reputation, learn of her demise at his hands, The peaceful citizens under her protection would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him, blaming him for the loss of their guardian. Such repercussions would not bode well for him. Furthermore, with the current balance of power among the four emperors, her absence could disrupt the equilibrium of the world. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. While Charlotte Lingling was not their source of power, she could still divert some of the world government's attention, alleviating pressure on themselves. Moreover, saving her might earn him a favor, which could prove beneficial when he sought to overthrow the world government in the future. The pirate world had never been one where solitary survival was feasible. Even a proud and aloof Mihawk maintained peculiar relations with Shanks. It was conceivable that Mihawk had connections with other factions as well. Thus, after careful deliberation, Long Zaitian chose to rescue Charlotte Lingling. He turned and took a seat, his tone unassuming. Bista and Zefa, go retrieve her. The others appeared unfazed, having anticipated their captain's intentions. The two leapt into action with remarkable speed, fearful that they might be a moment too late and find her lifeless. Fortunately, Charlotte Lingling had not ingested much seawater and began regurgitating some before regaining consciousness. Upon waking, she wore an incredulous expression, exclaiming, "Newgate, your Jinjin fruit has returned? It cannot be." Charlotte Lingling was utterly convinced that the recent display before her was indeed the result of Whitebeard's power. However, the magnitude of the commotion was far more terrifying than she had ever remembered. Her focus was entirely on the Jinjin fruit, for this was a revelation that could alter the entire world order. Whitebeard did not deny it, candidly admitting, "Indeed, it has returned," though it was consumed by some scoundrel through treachery. In concluding his statement, Whitebeard clenched his teeth and shot Long Zaitian a sudden glare, as if harboring a wealth of grievances within. Long Zaitian now truly believed that the Jinjin fruit was not merely difficult to digest. Otherwise, it would not be reasonable for Baihuzi to harbor resentment for so long. Hence, it is evident how much Huzi has sacrificed for his own ambitions. Upon receiving this intelligence, Xia Luo Te Ling Ling's expression gradually turned grave, seemingly contemplating whether to engage in battle with the resurrection pirates. When she turned to survey her surroundings, she was utterly bewildered. Zefa, Kuzan, Douglas Bullet, and a host of other subordinates from the white crew were present. What on earth was happening? Xia Luo Te Ling Ling was in a state of confusion. Had she allied with Kaido and traveled across vast distances with her crew only to confront this group of individuals? The question arises, why does the author update so slowly? The answer, grinding for Genshin Impact upgrade materials. I need Linghua. No more grinding after this. I shall focus on writing diligently. Long Zaitian observed Xia Luo Te Ling Ling in a state of existential bewilderment, and without further ado, he stated plainly, "Kaido is dead, and Wano is now under the governance of Kazuki Oden. If you still harbor any intentions regarding Wano, then let us commence battle." After delivering a few harsh words, Long Zaitian returned to his own affairs, needing to meticulously plan his future endeavors. He was no longer merely a pirate captain, but had ascended to the status of a formidable ruler. Every action he took would wield significant consequences, necessitating careful deliberation rather than impulsive decisions. At this juncture, Long Zaitian's understanding of the gods was still inferior to that of the world government, which had existed for centuries. Perhaps the terrifying beings encountered on Honeycomb Island were manifestations of powers extracted from the gods by the world government. However, this remains speculation, given the multitude of clandestine dealings the world government engaged in. Yet, it was unwise to provoke them hastily, who knew what hidden trump cards they possessed. Thus, as captain, he entrusted the crucial task of recruitment to Baihuzi. It had been a while since he had taken in a son, and it was likely he was eager to indulge in that role, while also gauging whether Baihuzi still harbored resentment towards him. It seems that in the future, all newly acquired devil fruits must first be soaked in syrup. Observing the captain sidelining Xia Luo Te Ling Ling, the others resumed their revelry, continuing to eat and drink without a hint of awkwardness. With so many people aboard, they were not particularly concerned about Xia Luo Te Ling Ling launching a surprise attack. Long Zaitian had conveyed so much information to her that it would likely take her a considerable amount of time to process it all. After all, the news of Kaido's demise was enough to astonish the entire world. Indeed, Xiaoluo Te Ling Ling reacted as Long Zaitian anticipated. Upon hearing the news, she was in utter disbelief. Kaido was dead? Her former subordinate had met his end, just like that? What a ludicrous notion. This was impossible. She immediately dashed to Long Zaitian's side, still dripping wet, and shouted, "You little brat, clarify this for me. How could Kaido possibly be dead? That drunken fool may be dim-witted, but his hide is thick. He wouldn't die so easily." Long Zaitian merely tilted his ear slightly. For Xiaoluo, Te Ling Ling's voice was anything but subtle. With a steady gaze, he enunciated each word clearly. "I killed Kaido. If you do not believe me, you may return and await the news. I suspect the Navy will disseminate this information shortly. By the way, you should have Kaido's life card, right? Just check to see if it still exists." Noticing Xiaoluo Te Ling Ling's anxious demeanor, Long Zaitian speculated that their relationship was more complex than mere alliance, likely entangled with undisclosed secrets. However, he had no inclination to pry into such matters. He merely conjectured, for their close bond suggested they must possess each other's life cards. Long Zaitian had made his own life card, generally distributing them to friends encountered at sea, as the process was not particularly arduous. After hearing Long Zaitian's words, Xiaoluo Te Ling Ling swiftly produced a blank piece of paper from her pocket. Long Zaitian discreetly observed her expression, trying to glean some information. Noticing her furrowed brow, filled with worry, and her rapidly beating heart, he pondered the nature of their relationship, wary of overstepping. Suddenly, he felt an odd gaze upon him. A glance revealed it to be Baihuzi, whose eyes were wide open, fixated on him. It seemed he was still not placated. Long Zaitian was aware of his misstep and contemplated how to appease Baihuzi. Baihuzi, despite his formidable strength, had not taken action, merely glaring at him, as if silently demanding reassurance. After deliberation, Long Zaitian decided to approach the matter from Baihuzi's most cherished interests. He disregarded Xiaoluo Te Ling Ling, who had opened her palm only to find the paper gone. "Brother Bai," Long Zaitian gently approached. This being the first time he had addressed Baihuzi in such a manner, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. "What is it?" Baihuzi retorted, turning away to drink, entirely disregarding Long Zaitian's presence. Sensing an opportunity, Long Zaitian leaned on Baihuzi's shoulder and provocatively stated, "Recently, I have been pondering whether to resurrect Sachi or Little Oars." This statement caused Baihuzi to whirl around abruptly, his pupils quivering. However, recalling the captain's previous actions towards him, he begrudgingly replied, "Do as you wish." Yet, Long Zaitian observed that Baihuzi's gaze remained fixed on him, seemingly very much invested in his decision, with fingers clenched into fists and facial muscles taut. As their conversation was hushed, the others remained oblivious to the unfolding dialogue. In truth, Long Zaitian had already made his decision. Both individuals would be revived. Their significance to Baihuzi was self-evident. His jest about allowing Baihuzi to choose was merely a playful ruse. Witnessing Baihuzi's conflicted expression, he understood it was time to cease the teasing. Before Baihuzi could voice his choice, Long Zaitian chuckled. "What are you thinking? Rest assured, I shall resurrect both of them. Moreover, should you wish to revive anyone else, merely inform me, provided I have the capability." Baihuzi recognized the jest behind Long Zaitian's suggestion. Although he had been played, he felt joy, for he would have the chance to reunite with both of his departed sons. The vendetta surrounding the Gura no Mi could now be resolved. Returning to his seat, Long Zaitian found Xiaoluo Te Ling Ling seated on the ground, appearing utterly lost. He wondered if he had inadvertently driven a Yonko to madness. Surely, her mental fortitude could not be so fragile. While contemplating how to handle her, the Big Mom pirates arrived. Upon witnessing the legendary figures aboard the ship, their planned boarding declaration was swallowed in silence. Even their steadfast leader, Xiaoluo Te Ling Ling, merely sat on the deck, indicating that the situation was far from normal and they dared not speak. Ultimately, a few of her sons pushed Xiaoluo Te Ling Ling forward to negotiate with the resurrection pirates. Long Zaitian wasted no time, stating directly, "If you are headed to Wano, then turn back. Kaido, is dead. Before long Zaitian could finish his sentence, a figure emerged from the crowd. Roaring, "You lie. Kaido would never die." All eyes on the ship turned towards him. My goodness, daring to utter such words in front of so many. I would call you a man of courage. Hand-Eyes High Jack pushed through the crowd, chest held high, striding with flamboyance. He is known in the underworld as Little Kaido, the Calamity Jack. With a confident gait, he emerged from the throng. Jack's understanding of the resurrected pirate crew was still rooted in the previous battle in Wano, mistakenly believing that the revived crew consisted only of those few individuals. The beast pirates had to retreat from Wano due to various factors, but the current situation is different. This is not Onigashima. They lack the assistance of samurai and are free from the chaos of the supernovas. Their adversary is merely a small revived pirate crew, while they possess the formidable might of both the beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Moreover, they're not far from Wano. With a single phone call, Kaido could swiftly arrive with reinforcements. The thought of such overwhelming numbers thrilled Jack, who felt no fear but rather immense excitement. If he could capture even one of the enemy's crew members, perhaps Kaido would reward him handsomely upon learning of his feat, however. This delightful fantasy shattered as he laid eyes on the opposing crew. This eerily familiar scene felt like a recollection from a stormy night at sea. His pupils dilated in shock, his body trembled, and his expression shifted to one of growing terror. Kazan. He was utterly bewildered. This was not at all how he had envisioned the encounter. Where had this person emerged from? And why did that burly figure, Barrett, and the elderly man with purple hair, Zefa, regard him with such ferocity? Just a single glance conveyed the specter of death. Turning to glance behind him, he noticed that the members of the Big Mom pirates had all taken a significant step back, creating distance as if they wished to dissociate from him. For a moment, he stood awkwardly at the forefront, recalling the harsh words he had spoken mere seconds ago. Now, rendered speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, as he remembered that he represented the dignity of the beast pirates, he straightened his back. His final defiance was a testament to the might of the two emperors. Jack paused briefly before bellowing, "Dragon the sky. Let me tell you, we are not far from Wano. If you leave promptly, I'll 1T summon Kaido to teach you a lesson, now that we have formed an alliance. If you refuse to depart, you shall have no favorable outcome." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at the group behind him, who were cowering in fear. How could so many be intimidated by just a few? The members of the Big Mom pirates were left dumbfounded. Each wanted to chastise this fool, but too afraid to speak up. After all, the opposing side represented Kaido. Should they insult him, they might find themselves caught in a relentless pursuit. This reckless fool was embarking on a path to destruction, and they wished he would not drag them along with him. Anyone with eyes could see the precariousness of the situation. What bravado was he attempting to display? Their captain sat silently on the ground. And how could he, a mere calamity, dare to act so boldly? Kaido truly accepted anyone into his ranks. At that moment, the atmosphere turned somewhat delicate. The members of the Big Mom pirates dared not utter a word, while their captain, Charlotte Lin, sat deep in thought. The resurrected pirate crew was preoccupied with their meal, ignoring the commotion, leaving only Jack standing defiantly, showing no signs of fear. However, as time passed, Jack began to sense something awry. Why was Charlotte Lin sitting motionless on the ground? "Charlotte Lin, if you do not depart, we shall take action." A simpleton stood idly by observing, which left Dragon in the sky utterly devoid of appetite. Furthermore, he had words to share with his crew, and these outsiders standing there made it impossible for him to speak. Hearing that, Charlotte Lin reluctantly rose, her voice low as she turned to her crew, issuing orders, "Return to Whole Cake Island." She understood the situation clearly now. Regardless of her unwillingness, she had to accept the truth. After all, the life cards were infallible. Coupled with the reports about the resurrected pirate crew in previous newspapers, Charlotte Lin felt compelled to refrain from rash actions. The Navy's reports were utterly incongruent. All she could do was await the unfolding of events. Moreover, her life had been saved by these individuals, which put her in a particularly awkward position. Jack was taken aback when he saw Charlotte Lin retreating. What was happening? Were their allies fleeing before a fight even commenced? Just as Jack was about to voice his confusion, he was struck by the icy gaze of Charlotte Linlin. Within half a minute, she had deftly maneuvered the pirate ship back home, leaving Jack on the stretcher ship, questioning his existence. Ace, bring it down. Dragon in the Sky elegantly sliced a piece of steak, spearing it with a fork before examining it closely. The meat was succulent, pink and vibrant, fragrant, and of top-notch quality. Good. Ace set down the piece of meat in his hand, then raised his hand to summon a gust of wind, which erupted from his palm. Jack intended to continue threatening them with Kaido to halt their actions, but his words came too slowly. Boom! A massive figure was sent soaring into the sky by the gale, before crashing straight into the sea. Splash! Zeph chuckled at the antics of the fool. Captain, aren't we going to eliminate him? After all, he is a subordinate of Kaido. This fellow had a thick skin. There was no need to waste effort on him, as he posed no threat to their development. The environment finally settled down, and the party resumed. They had been dining for half an hour, yet the table remained laden with dishes. Yae Miko, the girl, was quite the eater. Perhaps due to prolonged hunger, she continued to feast without pause. Had it been an ordinary child, they would have long since burst from overeating. However, she was a capable individual, and her substantial appetite was understandable. Captain, where are we headed next? They had already warned Charlotte Linlin, and it seemed unlikely that anyone from Wano would pursue them further. Therefore, Ace needed to inquire about the captain's next actions to plan their course accordingly. Just as Dragon in the Sky was about to spear another piece of steak, his hand hung in the air. He gently set down the fork and solemnly declared, "Leveling up the city." The air momentarily froze. The crew members stood in stunned silence for a few seconds. Huh? Upon hearing those 3 words, all members laid down their tasks and turned to face the captain. A few smiled, hoping to glean from the captain's eyes that he was joking. However, after much observation, they found no such indication. It seemed that Dragon in the Sky was quite serious. Ace hesitated for a moment before raising his hand. Captain, are you serious? Leveling up the city held profound significance for Ace. Dragon in the Sky nodded slightly, his expression betraying no tension or fear. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably composed, as if leveling up the city was not a daunting prospect at all. Was this the result of careful contemplation? Zeph suspected that Dragon in the Sky was unaware of what it entailed, and thus explained, Captain, that is the world's foremost prison. Dragon in the Sky understood the crew's confusion and continued, I am aware. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. He knew yet still wished to go. Was he courting death? Although such doubts lingered, no one dared to voice them. Only Baihuzi speculated on Long Zaitian's intentions. As he followed the captain throughout their journey, there must be a reason for his actions. However, after much contemplation, Baihuzi could not discern why the captain intended to go there, and thus posed the collective inquiry. Captain, what purpose do we have in going there? Surely it cannot be to surrender. Upon uttering this, he made a jest. The others, intrigued, turned their gazes toward him, eager to uncover the captain's ulterior motives. That place was no amusement park, but rather an authentic den of pirates. Not a single one of their crew had ever been captured by the Navy, nor had any been imprisoned in the Impel Down. What could their purpose be? Surely they were not going to share tea with the guards there. Pirates would rather avoid it at all costs, preferring to keep their distance, even to the extent of wishing not to catch a glimpse of it. Long Zaitian was aware of their curiosity and thus did not conceal his thoughts. He aspired to realize an ending not witnessed in the world of pirates through his own hands. To save a person, Long Zaitian responded with a smile. Who? Everyone perked up, their ears attentive. They were particularly curious about what individual warranted such a significant undertaking by the captain. Funkale. Oh, not familiar. Upon hearing the name, all crew members shook their heads in disappointment, unfamiliar with it. He had another alias, Mr. Two. Oh, Baihuzi recalled something, raising an eyebrow and leaning slightly, resting his elbow on the railing. This must be one of Crocodile's subordinates, right? Baihuzi was not entirely certain, as information regarding Crocodile was scarce. Long Zaitian nodded and proceeded to recount Funkale's story. After listening, IC was particularly stirred, for he realized that this man had saved his brother, not once but twice. The first instance was when Lu Fei was rendered unconscious by poison. and the second was when the gates of Impel Down were shut. Had it not been for him, his brother might have been trapped in Impel Down, and the events that could have unfolded were unimaginable. The other members of Baihuzi's crew also expressed admiration for this man, as he had indirectly aided them. Had he not risked his life to save others, allowing them to escape Impel Down, the ensuing Marineford War would have been significantly more arduous for them. The likes of Lao Sha had repeatedly thwarted Lu Fei's pursuers. The fishman Jinbei had risked his life for Lu Fei, and Baji had, without a doubt, created a live-streaming platform that propelled the pirate frenzy to unprecedented heights. Anyone who opposed the Navy during the Marineford War had alleviated their pressures to a considerable extent. It could be said that all of this was built upon Feng Kelei's sacrifice. In just a few brief phrases, all crew members developed a profound interest in this previously unknown individual. When Long Zaitian revealed that he was a transgender person, the crew's reaction was one of indifference. Such matters held little significance for them, as seasoned pirates who had confronted life and death. After all, in this chaotic era of power, those willing to sacrifice their lives for others were undoubtedly deserving of their admiration. Moreover, having previously endured betrayal, they held Feng Kelei in even greater esteem. Baihuzi was overjoyed. This fellow must be adopted as his son. It was an excellent opportunity to redeem his previous failure in taking Blackbeard as a son. Long Zaitian had initially worried that embarking on a mission to Impel Down for the sake of Feng Kelei might be perceived as folly by his crew, but seeing their enthusiasm eased his concerns. Of course, the venture to Impel Down was not merely to save one person. That would be a waste of such an opportunity. Long Zaitian harbored additional motives. The lower levels of Impel Down housed some of the world's most notorious criminals. They possessed formidable strength. Yet Long Zaitian's aim was not to subdue them, but rather to acquire an alternative resource they possessed: information. After all, they had once roamed the seas as pirates and surely held undisclosed intelligence. Among this might also lie information regarding the gods, which was of utmost importance for Long Zaitian's development. Thus, while rescuing individuals, he intended to gather intelligence from the depths, ensuring a lucrative endeavor. The lower levels also contained the former celestial dragon, Doflamingo. Perhaps he possessed inside knowledge. If he could divulge such information, it would be ideal. If not, they would have to resort to pirate methods to extract it from him. At last, the grand welcome ceremony and the Wano Country event concluded as the party drew to a close amidst the rising sun. Though none had yet rested, they returned to their quarters after the conclusion. Just as the crowd began to disperse, Long Zaitian called out to Baihuzi. "Baihuzi, I have something to discuss with you." Baihuzi glanced around before following the captain to the lookout point. "What is it?" Baihuzi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Long Zaitian briefly organized his thoughts. "What do you think of the current development of our pirate crew?" Long Zaitian reveled in the gentle caress of the sea breeze, savoring the sound of the waves lapping against the ship's hull, his gaze gradually losing focus. Baihuzi was taken aback, then turned to the captain, noticing he was admiring the slowly rising sun. "Quite well indeed. We are progressing much faster than in the days of my own crew. I dare say, even the legendary Roger did not develop this swiftly." Baihuzi's heartfelt praise elicited a subtle smile from Long Zaitian, though it quickly transformed into a straight line. "However, if we were to engage in battle with the world government now, what do you think our chances would be?" Baihuzi's expression shifted dramatically. He stared incredulously at the calm Long Zaitian, thinking to himself, surely this fellow cannot be contemplating such an audacious act. He considered himself to be the one who understood the captain best, yet it appeared he knew little of this madman. Waging war against the world government? Those words were something even ordinary individuals might hesitate to utter, let alone entertain such thoughts. Baihuzi occasionally questioned whether Long Zaitian truly comprehended the implications of his words. If it were merely the celestial dragons, Baihuzi could accept that notion. But to declare war on the world government was something even he, the world's strongest man, had never contemplated. Baihuzi instinctively grasped Long Zaitian's hand, fearing he might impulsively issue orders to attack the world government. "Captain, are you serious?" Baihuzi was aware of the world government's terrifying nature. While his knowledge was not comprehensive, just a glimpse was enough to drive the entire world into madness. The darkness and power of the world government were far beyond Long Zaitian's current understanding. Long Zaitian, observing Baihuzi's anxious demeanor, realized the misunderstanding and chuckled softly. Baihuzi, what are you thinking? I merely wish to gauge the disparity between our two sides. Long Zaitian had not become so arrogant as to believe that his current strength could shake the ancient powers that had prevailed for millennia. His understanding of the world government was not necessarily less than Baihuzi's. On the contrary, he had likely considered even more aspects. Tamei wrote all, but it cannot extinguish their fear of the D lineage. The void of 100 years serves as the best evidence. Why do the aristocrats who dominate the world fear the unearthing of history? When the dawn breaks, can even those divine beings not manipulate the world as order? Long Zaitian is uncertain whether he embodies that light, yet before he can truly become the dawn, he must possess formidable strength as a foundation to withstand the direct onslaught of the world government. Perhaps beneath the guise of their righteousness lurks a pair of bloodthirsty claws. When righteousness ceases to serve as justification, they may well abandon all pretense to rend that brilliance. Upon hearing Long Zaitian's reasoning, Whitebeard felt his tense heart begin to relax. He had genuinely feared that this hot-headed youth might confront the world government. The odds, however, were likely less than 1%. Whitebeard delicately articulated his understanding. Numerous organizations operate under the world government, yet the most renowned among them are the Marines, CP, and Vegapunk. Undoubtedly, there exist several lesser-known organizations in the shadows. Long Zaitian nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Whitebeard had stated, throughout the annals of time, the world government, as the preeminent ruler, has established innumerable organizations, constructed countless experimental bases, and recruited innumerable talents, all of which could potentially obstruct Long Zaitian's progress. Whitebeard, how many talents do you think I would require to oppose the world government? Long Zaitian posed another question to Whitebeard, prompting the latter to ponder deeply. He was aware that there wasn't a definitive answer. His inquiry was merely a quest for an initial direction, one that could ignite their ambition and provide motivation. While having more personnel is undoubtedly advantageous, a baseline must exist. Without even a base number, subsequent management and a series of related issues would become problematic. Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that this young man truly intended to confront the world government. He had spoken at length, yet it seemed futile. What should be done? Observing the captain's expression, it appeared he was resolute in his determination to challenge the world government. What role would pirates play in usurping the Revolutionary Army's endeavors? It seemed necessary to inflate the numbers to dissuade the captain from his ambitious aspirations. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Whitebeard finally uttered a figure, 100,000. Long Zaitian, upon hearing this number, gazed incredulously at Whitebeard. Could 100,000 pirates truly bring down the world government? Do not deceive me. Though Long Zaitian had not read extensively, he was aware that during the Marineford War alone, there were 100,000 Marines. Whitebeard, observing Long Zaitian's astonishment and confusion, burst into laughter. Garara, when I say 100,000, I mean 100,000 pirates, each worth over $1 billion. The world government cannot be defeated solely by numbers. One must possess formidable strength as well. Such world-class battles are not for just anyone. They wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Upon hearing Whitebeard's clarification, Long Zaitian's breath nearly halted. 100,000 pirates worth over $1 billion? He could scarcely recall even 1,000 such pirates. The sheer magnitude of 100,000 was daunting. Fortunately, this was not a concern he needed to tackle. A mischievous smile crept across Long Zaitian's lips, Brother White. At the sound of this address, Whitebeard immediately froze. Typically, when a captain referred to him in such a manner, it was rarely for anything benign. A sudden wave of unease washed over him as he recalled Long Zaitian's earlier inquiries. Currently, they barely had 100 members, let alone 100,000. While they might not be actively fighting the world government, they couldn't guarantee the world government would refrain from attacking them. Hence, he would need to rely on his vice captain for this arduous task of recruiting 100,000 pirates worth over $1 billion. With that, Long Zaitian swiftly slid down the ship's rail and dashed into his room, locking the door with seamless agility, leaving no room for refusal from Whitebeard. When Whitebeard attempted to protest, the figure before him had already vanished, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Recruiting 100,000 pirates worth over 1 billion seemed an insurmountable task. He himself had likely never encountered so many, let alone persuade them to join. However, it was too late for regret. He had unwittingly dug his own grave by discussing such large numbers. Now he found himself at a loss as to where to recruit so many individuals, and he worried whether those who learned they were following the captain to confront the world government might abandon ship prematurely. Yet, one certainty emerged in Whitebeard's mind. Long Zaitian was genuinely preparing to challenge the world government. Was he fortunate or unfortunate to follow this captain? Few would dare to entertain such thoughts. However, reflecting on the captain's past actions, Whitebeard couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps this fellow truly could topple the world government's reign. After all, he possessed an almost monstrous presence. Unfortunately, the burden he had placed upon himself was indeed a daunting one. Though he had experience managing large pirate crews, the prospect of skyrocketing to 100,000 pirates was daunting, reminiscent of the colossal fall of rocks. This required careful deliberation. Mismanagement could lead to catastrophic consequences. With a heavy head, Whitebeard returned to bed, collapsing into slumber. It was indeed a taxing endeavor. Since they had only rested close to dawn when they awakened, it was already the hottest part of the day. Over the course of their time together, Douglas Bullet and Kazan had seamlessly integrated into pirate life, spending their days fighting and drinking, seemingly content to remain aboard. Long Zaitian harbored no objections to their behavior. Rather, he found it quite delightful, as it would deter the Marines who sought to capture them. In the evening, after dinner, Whitebeard called for everyone's attention. The captain assigned me a task yesterday, and after contemplating it all day, I have reached a decision. As the crew exchanged puzzled glances, Whitebeard continued, "After we depart from Impel Down, I may have to part ways with you for a time." Ace immediately rushed over, anxious. "Old man, what are you doing? You're not planning to abandon us again, are you?" Other members swiftly surrounded him, blocking Whitebeard's escape route. Even the usually aloof Douglas Bullet rose to his feet. If Whitebeard left, half of his enjoyment in life would vanish. While all were in an uproar, only the captain, Long Zaitian, instantly grasped Whitebeard's intention. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Whitebeard chuckled heartily. "Gurara, what expressions are these? I'm not off to do anything foolish. The captain has tasked me with recruiting some powerful crew members to strengthen our pirate crew." As he spoke, Whitebeard affectionately ruffled Ace's hair, his tone softening besides. "After our arduous reunion, how could I possibly abandon you?" The separation during the Marineford War had deepened Whitebeard's appreciation for the happiness they shared. Ace, feeling the warmth from above, disregarded the gazes of those present and embraced Whitebeard wholeheartedly. Upon hearing the reasons, Ma'urka and the others sighed in relief, their faces adorned with expressions of contentment. "Old man, why not let me accompany you?" Zhuangshi Qiaozi volunteered, concerned for the safety of Baihuzi alone in the outside world. However, before Baihuzi could respond, Baisida interjected, "Qiaozi, do you doubt the old man's strength? After such a commotion, surely you weren't asleep. Besides, what can you do as a capable person? If the old man were to fall into the water, you could only stand there helplessly. Therefore, if anyone should accompany him, it should be me." Baisida firmly nudged Qiaozi behind him with his shoulder. Yet, Qiaozi was not one to accept such treatment quietly, and he forcefully pushed back against Baisida's shoulder, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Observing the scene, Baihuzi waved his hand dismissively. Hey, I already said I will go alone. Do you not trust me?" Ideally, Baihuzi wished to remain with the group, but he understood that their collective presence would attract unwanted attention. Thus, it was prudent for him to recruit members alone while the captain attended to his own matters. He had regained his peak strength and was confident, even against Kapu. There was no reason to fear capture by the Navy or to burden the captain and the others. Long Zaitian added his support. "We have become thorns in the side of the world government. If we do not strengthen our pirate crew, we may soon find ourselves caught off guard by them. Now is the opportune moment for development. They cannot ascertain the extent of our strength, so they are unlikely to send forces to trouble us. However, should our limits be exposed, they will unleash all their might to eliminate us. By then, it'll be too late for us to expand our crew. Listening to the captain's words, everyone lowered their heads. Indeed, the captain was right. If they did not bolster their crew, they would certainly be unable to withstand the world government's wrath with their current numbers. The power of the world government was undeniably formidable. Just the war machines devised by BeatCelestial would be sufficient to cause them considerable trouble, not to mention any hidden weapons yet to be revealed. I see also let his arms fall, recognizing that now was not the time for his whims. He merely desired a peaceful life with Baihuzi and his family. Yet, if they did not deal with the world government, they would inevitably invade and disrupt this tranquility. For the self-righteous celestial dragons and the indifferent Wu Lao Xing, the resurgence of their pirate crew had become a top priority for elimination. They would stop at nothing to hunt them down. With his head bowed, I see seemed lost in thought. After a long while, he approached Long Zaitian. Captain, I wish to recruit members myself so that the old man can return sooner. This decision was not made impulsively, but rather the result of careful contemplation. He may not be able to contend with the Navy, but he at least possessed the strength to escape. Unless faced with someone as fast as Huang Yuan, no one could capture him. In the office, Huang Yuan suddenly sneezed, then resumed his contemplation. On his desk lay the bounty notice for the resurrected pirate crew. Old man, what's wrong? Did you not rest well? Jean Taomao, seated on the opposite sofa, expressed concern for Bo Lu Sa Li Nua's condition. Ever since they exited the meeting room, the entire high command of the Navy seemed transformed, perpetually gloomy. Even the old man, typically fond of slacking off, had been working overtime frequently. An unspoken battle of attrition appeared to be underway. Lu Sa Li Nua lifted his gaze, somewhat dejected. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm simply unaccustomed to being so proactive after such a long period without overtime. He rubbed his brow, noting the increasing demands from the Marshal regarding the Navy's scientific division. He needed to quickly deliver a satisfactory report. On one hand, there was pressure from above, and on the other, the threat posed by the resurrected pirate crew. If this continued, the Navy would eventually be destroyed by those ruffians. How could he then uphold his salary? No, his sense of justice. Moreover, concerning the matter of the island of Funale Sea, which was established by the world government, there was no information available in the Navy's archives, as if it had been deliberately concealed. This only deepened his suspicions regarding the world government. Glancing out the window to find the weather pleasant, he decided to step outside to clear his mind, hoping for new insights upon his return. Jean Taomao, let us go. Huang Yuan donned his coat and headed towards the door. Where are you going, old man? Jean Taomao inquired with curiosity, rising from his seat. Just going out for a stroll. All right. Ice's proposal was swiftly dismissed by Baihuzi. No, Ice. You cannot go alone. Baihuzi understood Ice's intentions, but was resolute in his refusal. Ice absolutely must not encounter any more trouble. Baihuzi's tone was unusually firm, devoid of his usual gentleness. Seeing Baihuzi on the verge of anger, Ice could only weakly acquiesce, understood. They were all concerned for one another while trying not to burden each other with worry. Sensing the tension in the air, Long Zaitian smiled and said, I see. You can't leave. If you do, who will guide us through the comm belt? Understanding the captain's implication, Ice managed a reluctant smile and replied, All right, Captain. I won't go. After several days of monotonous sailing, they finally approached the vicinity of Push City. The imposing walls loomed in the distance, evoking a sense of foreboding. Is this Push City? How terrifying, Liu Yin remarked, having never witnessed the legendary prison before and feeling somewhat intimidated. The fearsome reputation of Push City was known to all. Whether pirate or not, it was deemed the world's foremost prison, often referred to as the nightmarish zone for pirates. Historically, it was a source of pride for the Navy, which claimed that no pirate had ever left its confines alive. However, upon joining the resurrected pirate crew, Liu Yin learned that this was merely the Navy's narrative. The number of those who had escaped was far from negligible. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the terror of Push City. To escape, one needed not only immense strength, but also considerable luck. and, at times, it required the decisive sacrifice of certain things. Although they were aware that many had successfully fled from Push City, the crew dared not underestimate it. During the previous conflicts, all attention had been focused on Marineford War, and aside from a few high-ranking officials, Push City had almost no military advantage. This time, however, it was different. Should any disturbance arise in Push City, they could swiftly alert the Navy headquarters, which would promptly dispatch a general to suppress the situation. The upcoming prison break would undoubtedly be more challenging than ever before. Zaitian had but one demand for this operation. It must be swift and decisive, with no room for delay. Once reinforcements arrived, their escape plan would become exceedingly arduous. Zaitian gathered everyone for a meeting, reiterating, I see we'll be responsible for launching the Streg ship into the air. We will enter from above and proceed to our designated tasks. Kazan and Zefa, I am aware of your reluctance to intervene in this matter, so I merely request that you safeguard the ship. Zaitian understands the sentiments of these two individuals. After all, they have not forgotten their former duties as members of the Navy. It is evidently impossible for them to take action against the guards, and releasing the prisoners is even less feasible. Therefore, as a compromise, allowing them to see their families will suffice. Furthermore, Zaitian assured both of them that no guard would be harmed. They would only be rendered unconscious. Upon hearing this, the two men nodded silently, recognizing this as the captain's final act of mercy. After all, they are pirates now, and the notion of pirates sparing the Navy is inherently perplexing. Unless both parties possess comparable strength and have engaged in prolonged combat, it is improbable for them to sit down calmly and communicate. This operation is expected to last no more than half an hour. Should time permit, I may venture to the 6th level with Whitebeard to gather some intelligence. At that point, you need not accompany us. Simply ensure the lift remains operational. Captain, please exercise caution, the crew members urged. Though they were aware of the captain's formidable abilities, this mission was unlike any other, particularly since it involved impelled down. After partaking in their final meal before the operation, everyone donned their respective gear, and the Straich slowly advanced under the cover of night. Although this mission was of an aggressive nature, it was prudent to conserve energy until they approached the target. The sea sparkled under the moonlight, while beneath the surface, currents swirled ominously. Observing this serene scene, Zaitian couldn't help but exclaim, "The sea stone from Wano is indeed remarkable. Henceforth, every pirate ship we possess must be equipped with such provisions." Upon hearing this, Zefa appeared troubled, responding, "Captain, do you have any idea how exorbitant it is to outfit a pirate ship with a sea stone package? Even with Wano offering us a discount, it still entails significant sacrifice." Zefa lamented the cost, noting that a standard sailboat would require a sum of 600,000 to 700,000. There was no room for negotiation, as only Wano possessed such resources globally. If one refrained from purchasing, others would gladly do so, given the quality and output. The sea stone package typically includes a sea stone hull, body, and railings. The advantage of such arrangement is that it fortifies the ship's resilience and enables stealth attacks against intruding users of devil fruits. If they were taken by surprise, ordinary individuals could catch them off guard. Zaitian pondered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively, declaring, "No matter, when funds run low. We shall kidnap the Celestial Dragons and demand a ransom." Upon hearing this, Zefa's mouth twitched. He was taken aback to realize that, in the captain's eyes, the Celestial Dragons were merely ATMs. The night sky was illuminated by moving lights on the surface of the sea, while searchlights atop the tower worked diligently. The patrolling guards had just completed a round and smiled at their leader, commenting, "Another peaceful day." The leader replied with a grin, "Indeed. Once we finish our work this month, I shall request 3 days off." "Oh, to spend time with your daughter?" the leader inquired, blushing as he nodded. Proudly, he spoke of his exceptional daughter, who had recently achieved first place in her grade. "She has been nagging me to take her to the amusement park since last month. I shouldn't have made that bet with her," he lamented, feigning a pained expression, though his lips betrayed an involuntary smile. The guard shared in his joy, playfully thumping his chest. "Captain, stop gloating. It's been a week. Aren't you tired of it yet? Ha ha. But enough about me. When are you getting married?" The leader shifted the conversation, probing his subordinate. Well, I just haven't had the time. I suppose it will be before the new year. Wow, you're getting married in just a year, the captain exclaimed, surprised, as memories of his own courtship flooded back. He had pursued his wife for a full 3 years. Just as they were amusing themselves with idle chatter, the alarm on the wall suddenly blared. Woo woo woo. Red lights flashed ominously within the dim watchtower. The two men promptly sprang to their feet, instinctively rushing to the window, where they beheld a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. A colossal tsunami surged towards them, appearing even more terrifying against the backdrop of night. They stood frozen, their expressions momentarily blank, their minds clouded, as they stammered, "Quick! Alert everyone about the tsunami!" One colleague dashed off to notify everyone while the captain continued to observe. Suddenly, he noticed what appeared to be a ship atop the tsunami. Yet the waves were so immense that he could not be certain. After all, in his understanding, such an absurd occurrence seemed impossible. However, when the pirate ship soared into the air, he realized that everything was indeed real. The vessel ascended in an extraordinarily unscientific manner, while the tsunami began to subside. Nevertheless, when it collided with the watchtower, it emitted a deep, resonant roar akin to a wild beast. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the cold prison. It must be said that the tumult caused by Whitebeard's tsunami was immense, triggering all the alarms within impelled down. However, at this point, it mattered little, for they had reached the skies above impelled down. Under Ace's control of the hurricane, the straits gradually descended toward the center. Meanwhile, the guard within the prison realized that enemies were intruding. Armed with firearms, they emerged to confront the threat. In this era, anyone daring to invade Impel Down was either a fool or a madman. Long Zaitian gazed down at the raging flames below and could not help but complain, "Whitebeard, you have caused quite the ruckus. I merely intended for you to stir up some waves to hasten our vessel's progress. You nearly submerged Impel Down." Whitebeard, hearing Long Zaitian's grievances, apologized helplessly. "Captain, I was wrong. I'll be more restrained next time." The resurgence of his strength had left Whitebeard in an exhilarated state, inevitably leading him to exert excessive force. Long Zaitian surveyed the situation below and noted that the noise was growing louder with an apparent increase in guards. Liu Yin felt a mix of tension and excitement. It was his first time in a prison, and it was a prison break. With the desire to distinguish himself, he turned to Long Zaitian and said, "Captain, allow me to descend first and use my Haoshiku to incapacitate them." Observing Liu Yan's eagerness, Long Zaitian chuckled. "As per our plan, we all descend together and utilize our Haoshiku." As they drew nearer to the ground, Long Zaitian issued a decisive command. "Charge!" The first wave, led by those possessing Haoshiku, leaped down. The silhouettes of Long Zaitian, Whitebeard, Yamato, and Liu Yin cast enormous shadows upon the ground, enveloping the guards below. Ace remained aboard to steer the ship, thus being the last to descend. The guards on the ground gazed upward at the rapidly descending figures, astonished, wondering if they were committing suicide. At this height, it would be a miracle if a normal person survived the fall. However, despite their astonishment, their actions were resolute. They aimed their weapons upward without hesitation. At that very moment, the four figures plummeting from above unleashed their Haoshiku, releasing a terrifying wave of energy that radiated outward from their bodies. In an instant, the guards below were rendered bewildered by the phenomenon. Feeling as though their bodies were filled with lead, their neural pathways snapping one by one, until they ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. In but a fleeting moment, the flames below were extinguished, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. The Conqueror's haki of several individuals formed delicate fissures in the air. Upon landing, the four swiftly descended the stairs, racing to eliminate the armed forces in the vicinity before the jailers could signal for help. They unleashed their 3 types of haki, an endeavor that undoubtedly drained their stamina. Yet, in this moment, a swift resolution was imperative. Guided by their observation haki, they navigated their path unimpeded. Meanwhile, Ace had safely landed the Strax ship, and the others had joined the fray. Marco was tasked with severing all communication lines, including those at the lookout tower, while Magellan ascended to the highest point to maintain vigilance. Should any disturbance arise, he would promptly alert the members below. The four who had landed earlier advanced at a remarkable pace, unreservedly unleashing their conqueror's haki, rendering all enemies along their path unconscious, including the criminals within their cages. However, the exertion was considerable. Liu Yin and He were already panting, their running speed significantly reduced. As they descended the staircase in 4 distinct directions, they ensured the safety of each level for those who followed, alleviating their concerns about potential dangers. Upon reaching the 3rd sublevel, the infernal heat of the hunger hell caught Long Zaitian off guard. "It is unbearably hot," he exclaimed, conjuring a spherical shield of haki to protect himself. This barrier provided considerable relief, albeit at the cost of his haki reserves. Ahead lay the office of the Warden of Impelled Down, and for them, Hannibal posed little threat. Rather, the true peril lay in the existence of the hellish figure known as Magellan, the user of the Doku no Mi. In this confined space, it was his domain of tyranny, even rendering the divine powerless. One could only wonder which unfortunate soul would cross paths with him. Long Zaitian had previously issued an order. Should they encounter Magellan without Marco present, they were to flee at the first opportunity, without looking back. Even he dared not confront Magellan directly. No one knew the full extent of his venom's potency, so evasion was the wisest course. As Long Zaitian assessed his surroundings, he realized that just around the corner lay the entrance to the 4th level. Suddenly, an object resembling a palanquin appeared before him. "No way," he gasped, halting in his tracks, his eyes wide with disbelief as the jailer immediately recognized his presence and exclaimed, "Who are you?" Before he could finish, a colossal hand tore aside the palanquin's curtain, revealing a massive figure, akin to a demon, standing before him. Long Zaitian swallowed hard, feeling momentarily dazed. It turned out he was the unfortunate soul to encounter the nightmarish warden, Magellan. Magellan seemed to recognize Long Zaitian, immediately calling out his name. "Long Zaitian, what brings you here?" he asked weakly, likely having just exited the restroom. Long Zaitian saw no need for subterfuge, regardless of his words. The other would undoubtedly take action. "I wish to take someone out. In your dreams." Magellan roared in anger, his body secreting venom as he declared, "This is my kingdom. You shall not leave." Sensing Magellan's intense battle intent, Long Zaitian glanced at the corner behind him. There was no possibility of changing his route now. Who knew how much time that would waste, and whether he could even escape was uncertain. With that thought, he enveloped himself in pitch-black armor, wielding the formidable Wushang de Kuai Dao. He was a force to be reckoned with, akin to Kaido or Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had successfully breached the 4th level, incapacitating the loquacious Hannibal in the office. The others had been coerced into voluntarily surrendering the keys to the entire prison. Liu Yin and he had also defeated Domino and Little Suddy along the way, but they were utterly exhausted. The simultaneous release of 3 types of haki had proven too taxing for them. Even if they could utilize it, they could not maintain it for long. However, the situation was now in the hands of Whitebeard and Long Zaitian, who would continue to delve deeper, tasked with controlling the surveillance room and disseminating information. At the Marine headquarters in the Marshal's office, Sakazuki had just concluded his duties when the alarm snail for Impelled Down emitted an unusual sound. The previously lethargic nerves became taut with tension. This alarm was only triggered during moments of chaos. Under normal circumstances, there would be a telephone snail's call. So why was it only the alarm snail that sounded? Could it be malfunctioning? Yet, the subtle twitching of his eyelids hinted at something amiss. To be prudent, he instructed Borsellino to investigate the situation. It would be best if nothing was wrong, but if there was, he and Magellan could certainly handle it. As the sea breeze tousled his hair, Borsellino hung up the phone and called for Sabaody. "Change course. Head to Impel Down." Sabaody, bewildered, asked, "Old man, what's the matter?" Sakazuki replied that there seemed to be a problem at Impel Down and requested his presence. Borsellino, eyes closed, reclined on the sofa and murmured, "What could possibly go wrong at Impel Down?" Sabaody was equally perplexed. With Magellan there, what could we possibly do? Neither of them relished the thought of visiting that dark place, as it would surely assault their senses. However, despite their complaints, they adhered to their superiors' orders. It was their duty, even if it turned out to be a false alarm. They had to ensure that if something truly went awry at Impel Down, they would be ready for the ensuing chaos, reviewing, rectifying, and handling the inevitable mess. The Conqueror's haki surged forth, stirring up dust and enveloping all the jailers surrounding Magellan. Moments later, only he remained standing, the rest unconscious. I do not appreciate interruptions during my battles, Long Zaitian remarked coolly, observing the murderous intent radiating from Magellan. Indeed, but you have overlooked one individual, Magellan retorted, exuding a dreadful aura that cast an even darker shadow over the prison. His presence was so ominous that one might mistake him for a pirate. Who is that? Long Zaitian inquired with a curious smile, his grip on the sword beginning to sweat slightly. It must be said, Magellan's appearance was truly fearsome. He likely restricted his presence to avoid frightening the citizens. You, Magellan hissed. Should you faint, you will be spared the torment of my venom, for it is an agony you shall never forget. With a sinister grin, Magellan exuded confidence in his toxins. Just a single drop could render an ordinary pirate desperate to become a law-abiding citizen. Oh, I find that quite intriguing. Long Zaitian feigned indifference, as if Magellan's venom was inconsequential. Yet, only he knew that as he spoke, his legs trembled slightly. Enough of this chatter. Magellan, uninterested in dialogue, began to dissolve, his purple ooze dripping onto the ground, instantly emitting hissing steam. Long Zaitian's gaze was fixed intently on his opponent, a peculiar dryness settling in his throat, while his Kenbunchika haki enveloped the entire arena. Magellan struck first, unhesitatingly launching an initial assault with the technique known as Poison Dragon. 3 massive, purplish-red dragons of immense size erupted behind him, writhing with an intoxicating aura of venom. A bitter expression crossed Long Zaitian's face. It was evident that Magellan harbored lethal intent. The 3 venomous dragons were nearly high enough to breach the ceiling. If they ensnared him, he would surely be mummified. To quell his mounting anxiety, Long Zaitian inhaled deeply, then sealed his mouth and nose. Until the battle reached its conclusion, he could not afford to breathe in any air, lest he succumb to his adversary's toxic fumes. His blade was already imbued with Busashoka haki, fortified further by the presence of Haushika haki. Although the quality of the Supreme Great Blade was unparalleled, even without Busashoku, damaging it would be an arduous task. Yet, one could never be too careful. After all, this was the Supreme Great Blade, and losing even one would be a significant setback. With a thunderous roar, Magellan bellowed, "Die!" The 3 poison dragons surged forth with terrifying speed, creating a piercing sound that shattered the air. In your dreams, Long Zaitian retorted defiantly, adopting a horse stance. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, executing a diagonal slash that unleashed a wave of sword energy from below, and then, with a swift twist of his arms and a taut waist, he delivered a second strike. The first 2 attacks yielded satisfactory results. One dragon was cleaved in half, while another was severed cleanly, its venom erupting in a violent display, yet sparing Long Zaitian from harm. However, he did not prepare for a third strike. Time was simply too short. The last dragon was now less than 50 meters away. At such a proximity, even a sword slash would expose him to the poisonous fallout of the dragon's explosion. Thus, in that fleeting moment, Long Zaitian made a decisive choice. He unleashed a sword shield while leaning back, his legs erupting with unprecedented force, akin to a newly unleashed beast. The blood within him surged and evaporated, reminiscent of a CPU operating at a scorching 99 degrees, running at maximum capacity. In that instant, all of Long Zaitian's senses were heightened to their utmost potential. He could even perceive the ripples in the air with clarity. The deadly poison splashed violently against the ground, emitting a chilling purple gas that enveloped the surroundings. At the periphery of this toxic deluge, a youthful figure stood in horror, witnessing the chaos unfold. My goodness, he gasped. Merely this initial attack had left him in disarray. If Magellan were to unleash his ultimate technique, how would he ever contend? Though arrogant, he was also decisive, offering no mercy to his opponent. Unlike Kaido and Blackbeard, who would test the waters with minor attacks before escalating to their full power. Through this initial exchange, Long Zaitian grasped the chasm separating them. Against such a monstrous foe, he would need to exert every ounce of his strength. If his sword energy could sever the poison dragons, then surely it could inflict harm upon Magellan as well. Moreover, given Magellan's evident distress, he could potentially exploit the situation to buy himself some time. Yet he was acutely aware that time was his most pressing scarcity. Resolutely, Long Zaitian cast aside all distractions and charged toward Magellan. With Magellan occupying this position, the other three paths would surely be safe. His allies must have reached the office of the warden on the 4th floor. If he could injure Magellan, he could seize the opportunity to ascend to the 4th floor and join forces with Whitebeard, significantly expediting their efforts against Magellan. He had faith that together they could overcome him. While Long Zaitian marveled at Magellan's techniques, the latter was equally astonished. This young man's swordsmanship was extraordinary. Magellan had witnessed a myriad of swordsmen in this prison, some bloodthirsty, others exuding an overwhelming presence, yet all were mere storms within this world. However, the man before him radiated a force surpassing even the tempest, akin to an impending apocalypse. Although Magellan had perused the newspapers detailing the swift rise of this newcomer to the seas, it was only upon their actual confrontation that he truly recognized the depth of Long Zaitian's might. No words could adequately encapsulate the aura he now projected. It was as if he were the very demon lord of this prison. To allow such a youthful menace to return to the ocean would spell the end of the world as they knew it. With a resonant voice, Magellan proclaimed, "The giant of poison, judgment of hell." As he spoke, a colossal skeletal monster began to rise behind him, exuding an overwhelming amount of toxins. Instantly, the entire 4th floor became suffused with a purple mist, rendering the prisoners within their cages gasping for breath, their struggles giving way to unconsciousness as they collapsed. Frothing at the mouth, the giant of poison size effectively sealed off the entire corridor, leaving even the smallest creatures unable to escape. It seemed to sever Long Zaitian's last potential avenue of retreat. The terrifying behemoth, emanating a sinister aroma, moved with a grotesque grace, intensifying its menacing appearance. "Whoa!" Long Zaitian exclaimed. The whirlwind obliterated the parking lot. As the environment shifted dramatically, Long Zaitian let out a roar, the veins on his face swelling like serpents. He understood that he could no longer afford to hesitate. Prolonging the battle would not favor his side. Spinning like a top at high velocity, he became the eye of the storm, generating a formidable airflow that swept the surrounding toxins upward. The other prisoners, aided by Long Zaitian's intervention, found their poisoning symptoms gradually subsiding. Yet, this was not his true intention. Seizing the moment while the whirlwind still raged, he launched himself skyward. His next move would involve creating an escape route through the giant of poison. Magellan was momentarily taken aback. This lad was quite clever, recognizing the need to alter the environment before engaging in combat, a testament to his experience. Yet, all of it would ultimately prove futile. Magellan raised his hands, and the giant of poison mirrored his actions, lifting its enormous limbs as if to shatter the very walls of the prison. "Whirlwind poison dragon," Long Zaitian bellowed once more. The gargantuan venomous entity lunged toward him, but he remained undaunted, fully aware that the key lay in maintaining his composure. To penetrate the impenetrable wall of poison, his mind had to remain clear. Any moment of hesitation would lead to being consumed by the toxic tide. The creation of the giant of poison required a substantial amount of venom, a liquid that, due to gravity, would inevitably descend from above. Thus, to breach it, he needed to identify its weak point. The minuscule gaps formed as the liquid began to fall. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he would incur the least amount of damage. And if his speed were sufficient, he might emerge unscathed. Furthermore, upon breaching, releasing his haki might even allow him to destroy the entire giant of poison. After all, it was fundamentally a humanoid monster. Should it lose its balance, its immense form would collapse under its own weight. As he soared through the air, Long Zaitian closed his eyes and employed his Kinbunchika haki to calmly perceive the flow of everything around him. including the direction of the air. Each nuance was registered in his mind, and he engaged in a superhuman cognitive simulation, applying his knowledge of fluid dynamics and viscosity learned in his second year to calculate the weakest point of his opponent in 3 seconds. This was it, the groin. Although the situation was somewhat awkward, Long Zaitian had no choice but to slightly tilt his shoulder and adjust his direction to fly towards his intended destination. Seeking your own doom, Magellan sneered as he watched Long Zaitian hurtling towards him with closed eyes, remarking, "Heaven has a path you refuse to take. Yet you come to hell without invitation." The toxic giant, he commanded, surged forth like a tidal wave, rolling directly towards Long Zaitian. However, it was too late to command it to strike Long Zaitian. Relying on his precise calculations, Long Zaitian successfully enveloped himself in a toxic substance, as his armed and conqueror's haki were sufficiently robust to thwart the corrosive effects of the poison. With a decisive move, Long Zaitian unleashed all his protective haki, generating a powerful wave of energy that radiated outward, causing the lower part of the toxic giant to shatter, leading to the gradual descent of the poison from his upper body. A cloud of dust erupted from the ground. Yet Long Zaitian did not pause to admire this splendid scene. Instead, he seized the opportunity to swiftly take flight, his steps light upon the ground. Magellan was left momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief at the retreating figure. His toxic giant lay sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, completely covered in lethal poison. How had this fellow managed to pass through unscathed? Before encountering Long Zaitian, Magellan had never doubted his own strength. Even the sea demons from 6 levels below dared not act recklessly before him, for he knew that they all feared his abilities. A mere touch of his poison could induce excruciating agony, incapacitating them on the spot. Yet, in the recent battle, he had been thoroughly defeated without any leniency shown. How absurd! Nevertheless, Magellan did not succumb to despair. He resolutely reformed the toxic giant, vowing to ensure that these intruders met their demise here. Gulu. As the toxic giant dissipated, Magellan clutched his stomach and returned to the restroom. He decided to find those ruffians after taking care of his business. On the other side, Long Zaitian, as if liberated, reached the office door in a few swift steps. Apologizing to the 3 individuals who had been waiting, he said, "I'm sorry for the delay. I was held up by Magellan. Let us hurry to rescue the others." "Yes, Captain, rest assured, we will handle things here." Yamato tossed a set of keys to the captain, and after a moment's thought, Long Zaitian accepted them. Although they had come to rescue Fong Keelii, he considered it worthwhile to rescue any other intriguing pirates he might encounter, as he was still in need of recruits. After Long Zaitian departed, Yamato and Luyen sealed the 3rd-level passage to buy time for the captain and his crew. Meanwhile, Long Zaitian and Whitebeard successfully made their way to the 55th level. Their success was attributed to Whitebeard's casual capture of a prisoner along the way, from whom they extracted the necessary information. As soon as they entered the New World Paradise, they were met with a cacophony of noise and flashing lights. The overwhelming sounds caused Long Zaitian's eardrums to thrum, prompting Whitebeard to swing his weapon, the Tontata, and smash the disco lights above. With a resounding bang, all illumination was extinguished, and the raucous environment fell silent. In the dimly lit banquet hall, everyone exchanged glances, unable to see anything beyond the outlines of those around them. Silence enveloped the room, as everyone feared that guards had discovered them. Who did this? A sharp voice questioned from above, causing Long Zaitian to smile faintly upon recognizing the familiar tone. It seemed this individual was faring well. "Me!" Without hesitation, Whitebeard bellowed, sending everyone around them fleeing in terror. "Turn on the lights. I'll kill him." The authoritative figure commanded his subordinates, snapping his fingers to summon them and encircle the area. Fong Keelii was eager to see who dared disrupt his affairs. With a crisp sound, the banquet hall was illuminated once more. As all eyes turned towards the source of the noise, many recoiled in shock. Despite their prolonged confinement in the dark prison, they were well aware of some prominent figures in the outside world, especially the infamous Whitebeard. Yet, their gazes were fixated on the towering figure, completely overlooking Long Zaitian beside him. At that moment, Foam Keelii was left speechless, realizing that the person who had crashed his venue was none other than the legendary Whitebeard. No, how could Whitebeard be here? He never imagined he would dare to threaten a Yonko. Foam Keelii's expression shifted from anger to sheer terror, as he paled, trembling, and became flustered. However, Whitebeard showed no intention of sparing him, curiously asking, "Which little brat just claimed they would kill me?" The soul-piercing inquiry directed all eyes towards their leader, Foam Keelii. Yet, no one dared to raise a hand to expose him, for they had followed their leader long enough to understand loyalty and brotherhood. In such a moment, betrayal was out of the question. Foam Keelii understood that he alone must bear the consequences of his actions. Although he feared Whitebeard, suspecting he might be struck down with a single blow, he did not wish for his subordinates to be unjustly implicated. He approached Whitebeard, saying, "Yes, it was I who said that. Do with me as you will, but please spare the innocent." Upon hearing this, the surrounding pirates were moved to tears. Their captain was honorable, willing to take the fall for them. Voices arose. "It was me. It has nothing to do with our captain. No, it was I alone who said it." In that moment, they cast aside their lives, driven solely by their sense of camaraderie. Foam Keelii was taken aback by the bravery of his subordinates. Under normal circumstances, they would not have had the courage to even speak to a Yonko. Stop. Whitebeard, please don't frighten him any further. Let us take him away quickly." Long Zaitian interjected, unable to bear the delay any longer, knowing that the Marines would soon arrive. "Gulalala, very well, Captain." Whitebeard chuckled and moved forward, leaving the surrounding pirates in stunned silence. They could hardly believe their ears. Whitebeard was addressing someone else as captain. Just then, a pirate exclaimed, "No way. It can't be. Whitebeard is supposed to be dead. Who are you really?" The newly entered pirates were utterly bewildered, having remained in a state of confusion since Whitebeard's appearance. In their memories, he had perished during the war on the summit. How could he be alive now? However, Long Zaitian had no time to explain. He directly addressed Foam Keelii. "Little Foam, we are here to rescue you. You have two options. Either come with us, or we will take you by force." "Very well, I choose option one." Long Zaitian promptly seized Foam Keelii, who was too stunned to process the information, remaining in a state of complete shock. Though the younger subordinates surrounding them yearned to rush forward and rescue their elder brother, they were immediately deterred by the menacing gaze of Baihuzi, causing them to retreat in fear. Observing this, Baihuzi sighed repeatedly, lamenting their weakness. He hoped to identify individuals with potential to recruit, as nurturing talent takes time and must be approached gradually. Encountering suitable candidates would allow him to gather them. Regrettably, this group fell short of the required strength. The shock induced by the two had left the crowd in disarray, especially with their leader abducted, resulting in a state of confusion and uncertainty. They contemplated a rescue, but who could possibly contend with Baihuzi? In mere minutes, the two had extracted Foam Keelii. "Baihuzi, I'll go below to gather some intelligence. You take him upstairs, and I'll join you shortly," Long Zaitian declared before dashing downstairs. Baihuzi intended to accompany him, yet before he could voice his thoughts, Long Zaitian had vanished from sight, leaving him no choice but to escort Foam Keelii back. As hurried footsteps echoed through the dim corridor, the pirates in the cell lifted their gazes. The rhythm of those steps hardly resembled that of a prison guard. Could it be another intruder? It had been merely a few years since the last breakout incident in Push City. So many still held vivid memories of it. However, some criminals shook their heads, reasoning that the Navy would not be foolish enough to repeat the same mistake thrice. As a figure gradually approached, the criminals displayed expressions of murderous intent. Since the incident at Marineford War, the number of captured criminals had dwindled, rendering their existence rather monotonous. Yet, as Long Zaitian came into view, many regarded him with scornful expressions. Several even resorted to lewd taunts. Feeling the atmosphere was still quieter than the 55th floor, Long Zaitian unleashed his conqueror's haki. The sheer force rippled through the vicinity, silencing all voices as if their vocal cords had been severed. Those who had mocked him most loudly were now drenched in cold sweat, their faces twisted in horror, reminiscent of those who had witnessed a ghost. Conversely, several hidden strong individuals recognized this familiar power, revealing a glimmer of excitement, as if they had glimpsed a potential escape route. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. Long Zaitian had no intention of liberating them. Just then, a brazen laughter echoed from within a cage. Long Zaitian's gaze sharpened as he turned to see the rebellious posture and distinctive sunglasses of Duofulaming. This prison attire suits your status quite well, Long Zaitian remarked, unabashedly mocking his current predicament. Upon hearing this, Duofulaming's laughter abruptly ceased, leaving only a cloud of gloom. The mention of status was a sensitive topic, a veritable minefield for him. Long Zaitian's words had undoubtedly trespassed into forbidden territory. Yet, it became evident that regardless of how fearsome a pirate might be, once imprisoned in Push City, they become akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. At this moment, Duofulaming dared not show any semblance of defiance, for he understood that only by currying favor with the man before him could he hope to escape this place. The foul, putrid environment was a severe humiliation for one of the celestial dragons, and the mere fact that an outsider could reach the depths of Push City indicated a level of strength capable of facilitating his escape. Although Duofulaming was reluctant to rely on another, sometimes freedom outweighs dignity. In his eyes, as long as he could break free and rise again, the current humiliation was bearable. Having reconciled these thoughts, Duofulaming donned a duplicitous smile once more. Take me away, and I shall provide you with everything you desire. I can create all the wealth you seek. Long Zaitian pondered with his hand resting on his chin. The proposition was undeniably enticing. Both were astute individuals who exchanged a wealth of information through mere words. Long Zaitian was drawn to Duofulaming's laughter, suggesting that he possessed something the latter required. However, Duofulaming had very little of value to offer aside from his identity as a celestial dragon and information. He surmised that Long Zaitian sought intelligence regarding the celestial dragons or perhaps secrets of the world government. Yet, Long Zaitian did not anticipate Duofulaming to so swiftly propose what he could provide, highlighting that dealing with clever individuals can be a double-edged sword. After all, negotiations require mental acuity, and Duofulaming's willingness to barter secrets regarding the world government indicated he had confidence in that information, potentially leading to peculiar demands. However, having navigated this world for so long, Long Zaitian was aware that such dealings were risky. He resolved to employ ruthless methods to pry open Duofulaming's lips. First, he unlocked the cage imprisoning him, and in a moment of fervor, delivered a swift kick to his face, shattering his sunglasses. The sudden attack left all present astounded. Yet, this was merely an appetizer. The tempest of Long Zaitian's fists descended like torrential rain upon Duofulaming, eliciting wretched howls from him. After 30 seconds of this therapeutic treatment, Duofulaming could no longer withstand the onslaught of affection and began to plead for mercy. Please, just ask me what you want. I'll tell you everything. I promise. At this moment, he bore no resemblance to the former king of Dressrosa. Confused, he could not fathom what this fierce youth desired. If it were the secrets of the world government, why employ such brutal methods? Surely he risked knocking him unconscious or even killing him. Yet, if it were not the secrets he sought, why this excessive display, especially when he had a blade at his waist that could easily end his life? Regardless of the intent, Duofulaming dared not negotiate further, understanding that the force behind Long Zaitian's fists was indiscriminate. He could barely perceive his features, his mind clouded, only able to respond to some of the questions posed. After a while, once Long Zaitian had gleaned all he wished to know, he simply turned and departed, showing no intention of granting Duofulaming his freedom. Even if he were dim-witted, Duofulaming understood the implications of the retreating figure. He immediately panicked, shouting, "Hey, help me! I've answered so many questions. Save me!" Yet, as the iron cell door clanged shut, Duofulaming remained ensnared, only to suffer further injuries. Long Zaitian was not foolish. He recognized the immense risk of taking Duofulaming along. The threat posed by Duofulaming was far greater than that of Fong Calais. While extracting Fong, Calais might not provoke a fierce retaliation from the world government or a barrage from the Navy. Taking Duofulaming would unequivocally signal a direct affront to them, challenging them openly. Although Long Zaitian was unafraid of their threats, He deemed it unnecessary to engage in such a confrontation. To initiate a world war over a mere Doflamingo is an act of sheer folly. Moreover, bringing Doflamingo back aboard might inadvertently activate the 20 version of Blackbeard. After all, his ambitions are insatiable, akin to flames that cannot be extinguished. Conversely, abducting Finkelai would not provoke the wrath of the Navy, and he is undoubtedly loyal. It is unlikely that the mere presence of Finkelai would incite a world war. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that Sakazuki, in a fit of rage, might command a full-scale attack. After all, those who tarnish my reputation must be punished, regardless of distance. Following a vigorous interrogation of Doflamingo, at this moment, Long Zaitian found the prisoners exceedingly cooperative, revealing all they knew and even information absent from the anime's narrative. If they could safely depart from Impel Down, this operation could be deemed flawless. After completing his inquiries, Long Zaitian disregarded their desperate cries for help and ascended the stairs. Suddenly, a towering figure obstructed his path. "Whitebeard, what brings you down here?" Long Zaitian inquired, somewhat astonished by his presence. "I couldn't leave you unmonitored," Whitebeard replied, observing Long Zaitian's retreat. "Did you not go to gather information? Why are you returning?" "I've already finished." "That quickly?" Whitebeard exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that he had obtained all the information from the 6th underground level in just a few minutes. Surely, the inhabitants of that level were not so easily persuaded. How did the captain manage to extract information from them? Perceiving Whitebeard's skepticism, Long Zaitian chuckled and raised his fist, stained with Doflamingo's blood. Understanding dawned on Whitebeard. It was indeed a matter of brute force, and he chuckled heartily, for this was characteristic of their captain. Sometimes, when provoked, even pirates would tremble in fear. "What about Xiao Feng?" Long Zaitian inquired as he hurried upward. "He appears somewhat bewildered, likely unaware of the situation, and has been escorted by Yamato and the others." "That's good. Let us hasten our pace. We must avoid an encounter with Magellan." The mere thought of Magellan's terrifying attacks sent a chill down Long Zaitian's spine. Presently, even he found it challenging to face Magellan, let alone Yamato and the others. However, Marco and the others should be arriving soon, and it was unlikely that anything disastrous would occur. Meanwhile, upstairs, Magellan had just finished his restroom visit and noticed the closed iron door. Realizing that the invaders had taken control of the 4th level, he changed direction and rushed downstairs. Magellan understood that if he did not reclaim the initiative, a riot would erupt throughout the prison. Coincidentally, the escape route of Yamato and the others intersected with Magellan's path. Upon seeing Magellan, Finkelai was immediately struck with terror and sought refuge behind the two. He was the king of this prison, a formidable presence that instilled fear in all. Finkelai was well aware of the threat he posed. Magellan recognized them as Long Zaitian's crew and, once more, transformed into his elemental form, saturating the ground with venom, leaving them with no safe footing. The group, confronted by a sea of poison, instinctively retreated. After all, the captain had instructed them to flee without hesitation if they encountered Magellan, unless Marco was present. Clearly, Marco was nowhere to be found at that moment, and avoiding confrontation was their only path to survival. Just as they had barely taken a few steps, a brilliant blue flame illuminated the eerie prison. "Apologies, comrades, I have arrived late." The ethereal blue phoenix, exuding an aura of divine beasts, shone resplendently as it circled above. Magellan's expression turned grave, revealing a hint of displeasure. Yet another complication. It was evident that Marco presented a significant challenge for him. Without hesitation, Magellan waved his hand. Launching venom from his arm into the air, Marco showed no intention of evading. The dazzling blue flames coalesced before him into a shield, prepared to confront the venom head-on. Marco was curious to discover whether his flames could suppress Magellan's poison. If successful, there would be no need for his comrades to take a detour. However, Magellan would not allow him that satisfaction and countered with a poison dragon. 3 corrosive dragons soared into the sky. The prison was on the brink of catastrophe. He needed to swiftly eliminate the enemy before descending to seal all the gates, trapping the invaders within Impel Down. The previous escape incident at Impel Down could not be allowed to repeat itself. The ferocious poison dragons did not target the airborne Marco, but instead descended upon the three terrified individuals below. Clearly, dealing with them was far simpler than confronting Marco. Just as the three poison dragons were about to strike, a figure enveloped in darkness and surrounded by a faint crimson glow shielded Yamato and Fenkali. He faced two choices: either use himself as a shield to absorb the onslaught, risking his own injury to ensure the survival of his companions, or allow all three to be harmed, or worse. Yet, it was evident that as he contemplated, his body instinctively made its choice. Almost unconsciously, the conqueror's haki enveloped him, as if it were certain of its master's resolve. When Yamato attempted to pull him back, it was already too late. The poison dragon had arrived before them. Boom! In that critical moment, the blazing fire of hope encircled them, its comforting warmth coaxing their eyes open to reveal Marco, the high-level player, standing valiantly before them. Marco rushed in at breakneck speed, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Magellan, isn't it unfair to bully a few youngsters? How about I become your opponent?" Protecting them was a direct order from Pops. He knew that losing even a single hair would lead to dire consequences. "You are indeed bothersome. I have no interest in idle chatter with you." Magellan's mood had grown increasingly irritable, and he was perplexed. What was the true purpose of this group? Typically, intruders in Impel Down sought to rescue prisoners. Yet here was a prisoner among them, albeit not one from the 6th level, merely an ordinary pirate. This raised questions in his mind. Why would they risk so much for someone of little significance? Or did they harbor ulterior motives? As Magellan pondered, a colossal skeleton of venom gradually took shape, emanating an overwhelming, oppressive aura, prompting the group to enter battle mode. It appeared that a fierce confrontation was inevitable. During the recent skirmish, Marco discovered that his flames could indeed nullify Magellan's poison. He proceeded to envelop each of his comrades in his azure flames. The gigantic, venomous creature, controlled by Magellan with precision, relentlessly swung its massive palms, leaving trails of poison imprints upon the ground. Although they were imbued with fire, the group dared not confront it directly and instead sought opportunities to launch ranged attacks. Ice Slash, Pineapple Shard, Cannon Fist Strike. As one of the poison giant's hands descended, the trio's combined attacks struck with force, causing a thick plume of poison to burst forth, cascading like fireworks in the air. This revelation surprised them. What appeared to be a solid creature was, in fact, a liquid entity. Instantly, they assumed defensive positions, protecting Fenkali in the center. Maple leaves and crows. A powerful whirlwind emerged, enveloping the impending venom in its grasp. Moon turned to gaze back, his familiar adversary reappearing before him, this time devoid of prison garb. A triumphant smile adorning his face. Beside him stood members of the resurrected, all present. The countenance of Vang darkened as he realized the impossibility of confronting such a multitude of foes alone. To make matters worse, the two most formidable individuals had yet to arrive. Misfortune compounded as Zaitian and his companions rushed onto the scene. In an instant, the situation, once under Momonosuke's control, was dramatically reversed. The enormous entity of venom crumbled under a single punch from Bahuj. Meanwhile, outside of Jincheng, a sudden beam of light pierced the dark sea, capturing the immediate attention of Vaganon. Upon recognizing the figures aboard the ship, an icy chill ran down his spine, prompting him to relay the news to the guard below. Zefa, who would then inform Dahe. Longjikan and his companions swiftly received the same information, bewildered by how one had obtained it. Hadn't all the guards been incapacitated? Was it possible that Mai Zherlun had sent a signal? However, there was no time for further contemplation. With their captain and Bai Hujuk covering their retreat, the others hastily ascended the stairs, discarding the keys as they fled. Marjin, intent on preserving peace, found himself at an impasse. Observing Mai Zherlun's frantic demeanor, Longjitan calmly remarked that he was merely taking one person away, and if one still desired to fight, they would gladly oblige. Fewer words were necessary. As long as he remained alive, would not escape unscathed. The sight of the departing pirates filled Meng with a sense of frustration. Yet, he understood that if he did not eliminate the two formidable figures before him, he would be unable to pursue the remaining pirates. He had spoken resolutely, but facing two such monstrous adversaries meant that he was continuously at a disadvantage. Especially with Behuzu having regained the Jun Gusher, his venom could not even come close. Each time he attempted to unleash his toxin, the opponent could shatter it from a distance. The poisonous gas fared no better, as the vibrations produced by the adversary could redirect the gas back towards himself. His fruit's abilities were utterly suppressed, and in close combat, he was at a loss, having no time to hone his physical skills due to chronic ailments. The two opponents before him excelled in martial prowess. Consequently, it wasn't long before Lun struggled to remain upright, propping himself against the wall for support. His warden's attire bore shocking gashes, and as a Duran Shi Nung Lidra, he had sustained such injuries. If Lun were to witness this, he would surely be filled with admiration for what true professionalism entailed. Long Zaitian and Bai Huzi were equally struck by Mai Zhilun's indomitable spirit. Despite the absence of any chance of victory, he continued to attack fiercely, relentlessly utilizing his abilities in a bid to protect his small corner of stability. To him, defeating the two intruders seemed utterly impossible. Yet, if he could exchange his life for one of theirs, it would not be in vain. Holding on to this notion, he pressed on with his assault. However, it was clear that he had overestimated himself. Once his powers ceased to function, his strength would diminish by half. After 5 minutes of struggle, Ong Jai Tan, sensing the time was right, signaled Behuzu to retreat. Understanding the cue, Bai Huzi struck Mai Zhilun one last time. Seizing the brief moment of distraction, both men dashed up the stairs, tossing the keys behind them. Marja, intent on maintaining peace, need not remain here. Leaving behind a thought-provoking statement, Long Jitan departed. In his eyes, Long Jitan held great respect for who possessed strength rivaling that of an admiral, yet willingly chose to guard this grim and isolated prison for a lifetime. Though unaware of the trial Lin had faced, his commitment was indeed singular. At that moment, on the third underground level, watching the distant figures fade, slowly slid down against the wall. Ah, the arrogance of that young fool. Walbon's view of pirates was somewhat akin to that of True Chan. Believing they must be eradicated, he differed in one crucial aspect. He was uncertain how to act when civilians were involved. Thus, he had come here, where the only captives were pirates, allowing him to act without hesitation, free from concern for the innocent. Yet, reflecting on the reports in the newspapers, it seemed that Onjikan and his crew had never harmed ordinary people, having only sought to confront the Four Emperors after striking down Adun. The members of Ihuj had been vanquished by them as well. Contemplating Long Zaitan's final words, Moon could not help but close his eyes. Was it time for him to venture out and witness the world? While pirates on the high seas grew ever stronger, he remained confined here, relying solely on the abilities granted by his fruit, stagnating in his growth. If this continued, Jin Chong would inevitably meet its end. Madeline had long desired to awaken the potential of his fruit, but in this place devoid of urgency, the opportunity would never present itself. When Nung Jikan and his crew returned to the first floor, the ship's crew had already prepared for their departure. Dao Gulasu Baletua awoke from his slumber, seemingly oblivious to the actions of Vong Jertan and his companions, sitting on the deck in a daze. Long Jitan paid him no mind, recognizing that he was accustomed to solitude. Merely being on his ship was already an honor. As for assisting, Long Jitan had no expectations. He only hoped that when the time came to battle the world government, he would lend a hand. Upon seeing the captain return, Mun slid down from the lookout tower to report, "Captain, it seems Zhongyuan and his crew will arrive in a few minutes. We must depart." Long Jitin nodded, a hearty laugh escaping him as he beheld the raised sails. Let us set sail. At last, they could leave this oppressive place. A powerful whirlwind surged from beneath the ship, gently lifting it skyward. Feng Kurlei sat in the dining area, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon stepping onto the ship and encountering such illustrious figures, he was rendered speechless. Never in his life had he imagined he would witness so many legendary individuals alive. Their warm hospitality left him somewhat flustered. Before him lay an abundance of delectable food, yet he hesitated to partake. He simply could not fathom why such notable figures would take notice of him, let alone venture to rescue individuals. However, upon hearing the cheers from outside, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Clearly, their captain had returned, and he could seek clarity. This certainly resembled a grand banquet. Long Jian, accompanied by his companions, pushed open the kitchen door to find Fei untouched by the food, prompting a curious smile from him. "What's this? Is the meal not to your taste?" Fokole leaped up in a startled manner, as if frightened. "And no, of course not. I was just waiting for you." "Don't be so formal. Perhaps we shall become comrades in the future." Long Jian chuckled, inviting everyone to sit and commence the meal. "Comrades?" Fokole appeared to be taken aback, wide-eyed as he glanced at Feng, then at Kujan and the other formidable individuals. Although he did not recognize everyone, he was not foolish. It was evident that he was the least significant person aboard this ship, even inferior to the little girl with pink hair. With exaggerated eyes, he silently questioned his worthiness. "Shak Feng, save your thoughts for later. Let us eat first." Long Jian smiled, pushing another plate of meat towards Fokole while asking, "Care for some wine?" Fokole, overwhelmed by the attention, had no time to refuse before the drink was presented to him. He had no choice but to eat, for if he were to dampen their spirits, he could only wonder what awaited him. Long Zition's kindness was not merely benevolent, it was intentional. Once Fokole had his fill, the invitation would be difficult for him to refuse. After all, having indulged in so much food and even daring to venture into the prison to rescue him, a subsequent refusal would be unreasonable. Fokole cautiously picked up a bottle of wine, stealing glances at the others, and upon seeing them devouring their meals unabashedly, he finally dared to sip the wine he had longed for. Initially, he ate with some restraint, unable to fully abandon his inhibitions. However, as he grew accustomed to the sight of others feasting heartily, he became more relaxed, disregarding any semblance of decorum and stuffing his mouth with abandon. Although he and T starved in prison, the stark contrast of the environment could indeed alter one's appetite. In the oppressive darkness of a prison, even the most delectable meal could fail to inspire appetite. Conversely, a bright and sophisticated setting could elevate one's comfort and enhance their appetite. Moreover, the ingredients here were incomparable to what one would find in prison. In mere moments, Fokole had devoured a plate of roasted meat weighing several pounds. Were it not for Long Zition witnessing the astonishing scene, he might have doubted whether Fokole had ever eaten in prison. Watching Fokole voraciously consume food like a starving wolf, Long Zition smiled and continually brought forth fresh roasted meat, leaving Fokole no time to speak. He wore a knowing smile, encouraging him to eat more, for the more he consumed, the more difficult it would be for him to decline the forthcoming invitation. This meal was in fact the one he had eaten the least at, as most of his time was spent serving Fokole dishes and pouring wine. His gaze nearly fixed upon Fokole. Just then, a knock resounded, and all present halted their actions. Among them, only Fokole remained oblivious to the situation. On the ship, apart from private quarters, there was seldom a need to knock. Thus, the person knocking at the dining room door was not from their vessel. Despite it being mealtime, everyone instantly entered a state of alertness. Only Long Zition offered a slight smile and said, "Come in." As the door creaked open, the first thing to catch the eye was a yellow-striped shirt. Due to prolonged exposure, the group recognized him by merely a glance at his cuffs. "Oh my, so many people, how terrifying," came a somewhat cheeky voice from the entrance. Yet this did not ease the tension. Rather, it intensified it. After all, when faced with a man as swift as lightning, one needed to remain fully focused. Fokole was drawn to the figure at the door. Upon turning to look, he was struck by the sight of a tall figure with black curly hair clad in a yellow and white striped suit. Cough, cough, cough. Fokole was caught off guard and choked on his own saliva, pointing at the figure with a trembling voice. "Admiral Huang Yuan." His mind went blank as he thought to himself, "I'm finished. With an admiral here, it goes without saying that he's come to capture me." He immediately ducked behind Long Zition. "Huang Yuan, what brings you here? We just finished dinner. Would you care for some?" In stark contrast to Fokole's anxiety, Long Zition appeared remarkably composed, pouring himself another glass of red wine. This left Feng Collet dumbfounded. What was happening? Was he not an admiral? Was he really so dismissive? I'll pass on the meal. I have a task at hand, Huang Yuan replied calmly after surveying the room. But I have a question. Did you just come from Impel Down? His gaze narrowed as it fixated on Feng Collet, who felt his heart leap to his throat. Fearing he'd been discovered and could no longer escape, he glanced around at the others. Uncertain of what they would do, would they engage in battle with Huang Yuan to prevent him from taking him away? It seemed unlikely. After all, they were not well acquainted enough to fight an admiral over this. Yes, we just got out. We're taking a friend with us, Long Zaitian openly admitted, even slinging an arm around Feng Collet's shoulder. A warm surge coursed through Feng Collet's heart. Oh, no one is stopping you? Huang Yuan feigned confusion. Indeed, Magellan attempted to stop us, but he couldn't withstand the onslaught of my and Whitebeard's powers, Long Zaitian explained, reclining against the chair as he resumed eating the meat on the table. The others also relaxed, returning to their own activities. Feng Collet was utterly astonished. Were they truly this brazen? They were pirates, and yet they could remain so calm in front of an admiral. If it were another pirate, they would likely stand in fear, too intimidated to eat. Noticing Feng Collet's hesitance to continue his meal, Long Zaitian raised an eyebrow. Huang Yuan, do you have any further business? Our new companion is too frightened to eat. Immediately, Feng Collet waved his hands in protest. No, that's not the case at all. He tugged at Long Zaitian's sleeve, pleading, Captain, please don't provoke him. Yes, an admiral. If he gets angry, we're all doomed. In Feng Collet's mind, admirals were formidable beings. Although he had some understanding of the Four Emperors, he was not familiar with their power, only knowing they were also strong. However, how strong, he could not say, having been imprisoned so early on. One more thing, Huang Yuan approached slowly, looking down at Long Zaitian. What exactly are you planning to do? That, I cannot divulge. I can only say it will not contradict your sense of justice. Long Zaitian replied with a smile. Oh, Huang Yuan responded, as if he understood, yet did not, his tone lingering. He then glanced at Zefa and Kujan, took a similar bottle of wine from the table, clinked it with their glasses, and downed it in one go before departing without any further exchange. Once Huang Yuan left, the others burst into laughter and promptly finished their drinks, as if that bottle of wine symbolized their unspoken communication. Those unaware were left bewildered, while those in the know recognized the significance. Ace entered slowly after Huang Yuan had departed, apologizing. Sorry, Huang Yuan arrived too quickly. I couldn't stop him. It's fine, Ace. As long as Huang Yuan isn't here to cause trouble, let him be. Although it's unlikely he will become a friend. He certainly won't become an enemy, so we can treat him as an ordinary person. It's inevitable that we will cross paths. Has the ship exited the Impel Down area? Once we're out, drop the anchor and come join us for a meal. If you don't hurry, little Feng will finish all the meat. I'll be right there, Ace exclaimed, realizing his main course was about to be consumed. Captain, what exactly are you all? Why does it seem like Huang Yuan is somewhat intimidated by you? Feng Collet could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of the captain. Oh, what did you just call me? Captain. Feng Kiskiviko ele responded, Somevo datsid. You call me captain. Does that mean you intend to join our pirate crew? Long Zaitian was filled with anticipation, yet as the captain, he needed to maintain his composure and not appear overly excited. This left Feng Collet momentarily speechless. Although he longed to join them, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and the others, leading him to worry they might not accept him. However, upon further reflection, he realized the considerable effort they had expended to rescue him. Surely they would not turn him away. Summoning his courage, he nodded and declared, I wish to join you. Excellent, it's a deal, Long Zaitian proclaimed without hesitation, prompting applause from his companions. Ha! Welcome aboard, little Feng. The comrades introduced themselves, eager for Feng Collet to remember their names. As Feng Collet became acquainted with each individual, his astonishment grew. What a remarkable assembly. Members from the Roger Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, descendants of Roger, descendants of Kaido, a prince, and a former marine admiral. In an instant, Feng Collet felt a wave of self-doubt wash over him. Suddenly regarding his previous position among the Shichibukai as rather insignificant. Yet, there were also ordinary individuals like Magyanong and Hashiju Shinko. In the depths of night, amidst the howling cold winds on the deck, a tall figure moved quietly. Ahem! Whitebeard turned abruptly to see Long Zaitian awake, watching him from the side. He approached stealthily. "Captain, why are you still awake? I guess you were planning to sneak away, which kept me from sleeping." Long Zaitian glanced at the sky, noticing that the stars had been obscured by dark clouds. "Captain, I leave them in your capable hands." Whitebeard cast a reluctant glance at the crew quarters filled with nostalgia. "I will take good care of them," Long Zaitian assured him. "Have you thought about where you will go?" "Hee. I plan to visit that old coot Neptune first to reminisce, and then I will seek out more crew members." Whitebeard chuckled, revealing his own leisurely plans. "Well, please extend my regards to the king of the Fishman tribe. I shall visit him when time permits." "Garara, indeed, they will likely be quite intrigued by your plans." Whitebeard gazed at the sky, filled with reflection. "I never imagined I would regain my youth. Neptune will surely envy me." "When shall we meet again, Captain?" Whitebeard inquired, noticing Long Zaitian's somewhat melancholic demeanor. "I do not know. Perhaps it will be during the war against the world government." Long Zaitian lacked confidence. The ancient Pluton remained shrouded in mystery, and the new Haki was uncertain. The intelligence gathered and impelled down was abundant, yet validating it would require considerable time. The captain himself felt somewhat lost. Do not be overly concerned. After all, this is merely an adventure. The future will unfold as it will. We need only focus on the present. Indeed, Long Zaitian felt a slight sense of relief, nearly forgetting his original intentions. "Take care." After their final farewell, Whitebeard boarded a small boat and departed from Streshy. The waters would soon be tumultuous once more. The following morning, upon discovering Whitebeard's abrupt departure, everyone felt a twinge of sadness, yet they quickly rallied. They understood that Whitebeard had set out to enhance the strength of the Resurrection pirate crew, and thus, they could not let his efforts go to waste. They too must strive to improve their abilities. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Long Zaitian and his crew launched an assault on Impel Down. They escaped? Magellan? Bring him to me. Early that morning, Sakazuki entered his office and learned of the previous night's events, his lips curling into a honeyed smile, exuding an enticing aroma. His subordinates shrank back, attempting to minimize their presence. As Sakazuki finally settled down, one of the rear admirals dared to speak. "Magellan, what? Speak clearly." Seeing his subordinate stammering, Sakazuki's fury ignited once more. He has submitted his resignation. The rear admiral lowered his head, afraid to meet the wrath of the imminent volcano. The temperature in the office soared, while the rear admiral felt a chilling dread seep into his bones. Sakazuki glared at a resignation letter on his desk, his rage seeking an outlet. "Damn it, these scoundrels are pushing me too far. If I allow this to continue, what will become of my position as admiral? I will not rest until I avenge this insult." As the office fell into a tense silence, a casual voice cut through. How terrifying. Kizaru strolled in with his hands in his pockets, unperturbed. The other rear admirals wished to warn Kizaru about Sakazuki's volatile state, but before they could utter a word, Sakazuki snapped. "Borsellino, weren't you supposed to capture them in Impel Down yesterday? Why didn't you succeed?" Sakazuki knew Kizaru was not their adversary, and such questioning was merely to remind him of his responsibilities as an admiral, urging him to cease his frivolous demeanor. Kizaru, aware of the tension, refrained from retaliating, explaining, "I just received news that Kaido is dead." A collective gasp swept through the room as all previously bowed heads shot up, shock etched across their faces, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. "Admiral Kizaru, this is hardly a time for jest." Sakazuki, momentarily taken aback, coldly demanded, "Borsellino, what did you just say?" "I didn't quite catch that." Kizaru nonchalantly examined his nails, reclining in his chair. "I just received information that Kaido has perished in Wano." "Wano? How could Kaido possibly die in Wano?" Questions flooded their minds as they pondered how so many monumental events had transpired overnight. Sakazuki, visibly agitated, pressed for details. "How'd he die? Speak quickly." According to the intelligence from our informants, it was the work of the Resurrection pirate crew. "And it has been some time." Kizaru paused, then added, I will send someone to verify the truth. We should receive leads shortly, but it is highly probable that it is true, as the current general of Wano is Kazuki Oden. At this revelation, the room fell into an eerie silence. Kazuki Oden, waves of shocking news left everyone stunned and speechless. Previously, during a meeting, Garp had mentioned Oden's revival. Yet no one had anticipated Long Zaitian and his crew would be so audacious as to confront Kaido within a month. No, merely calculating the distance would require considerable time. How had they traversed from Hive Island to Wano and then to Impel Down in such a short span? Sakazuki grappled with this conundrum, turning to his assembled officers for answers. As questions arose, the officers exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Each possessed various theories, yet the challenges of implementation deterred them. They feared being wrong and facing Sakazuki's wrath. At this moment, the Admiral teetered on the brink of explosion. Whoever dared to propose a fanciful idea would undoubtedly become the target of his ire. Thus, an unnatural silence enveloped the room, with each person holding their breath, awaiting the impending storm. At that moment, a sudden ring of the telephone echoed through the room. Everyone seized the opportunity to catch their breath before resuming their tense silence. Sakazuki's gaze followed the sound, landing on Huang Yuan, feeling a bit sheepish under the multitude of stares. Huang Yuan scratched his head and remarked that it must pertain to news from Wano. With that, he answered the call amidst the crowd's watchful eyes. Hello. To Huang Yuan's astonishment, the voice on the other end erupted with excitement, loud enough for Sakazuki to hear. It's true. It's really true. What is true? Huang Yuan glanced at Akainu and, despite the tumult of emotions surging within him, maintained an exterior calmness. Yes, I'll speak. A voice from the other end, slightly more composed, reported that the Yonko Kaido was indeed dead. Among the calamities, it appeared that only Queen remained alive, while the other two seemed to have survived as well. The composure of this naval officer was puzzling, especially as the vice admirals in the office were visibly unsettled, some expressing joy while others harbored fear. Kaido's demise, while diminishing the pirate faction, also signified a terrifying reality. He had been slain by another pirate. This meant that while the pirates had weakened, they had also become more formidable. The existence of a pirate king was far more daunting than that of two Yonko, not merely in terms of strength, but also influence. The allure of the Yonko's treasures paled in comparison to the grand treasure of the pirate king. The power of the revived pirate crew now approached that of the Roger pirates, positioning them as the most likely to uncover Roger's treasure. This was undoubtedly a perilous signal for the Navy. Upon receiving this affirmative report, Sakazuki allowed a fleeting smile to cross his face for half a second before it darkened once more. The revived pirate crew was a persistent thorn in his side, and as long as they existed, he would find no peace. Although he had slain the Yonko Kaido, he had simultaneously attacked Impel Down. Impel Down? Sakazuki suddenly recalled something and turned to the others. How many prisoners escaped from Impel Down this time? His expression grew grim as he braced for the worst. If all the criminals had been freed by Long Zaitian and his companions, his position as admiral would be in jeopardy, and he could potentially face severe repercussions. If all the inmates from his 6th level were to escape, tranquility would be a distant dream for the world. The thought of them joining the revived pirate crew was too alarming to contemplate. However, Poliusolino's response struck him like a thunderbolt. One? Sakazuki looked bewildered. Casting a "Do you take me for a fool?" glance at Huang Yuan. Surely, it was implausible that only a single criminal escaped amid the chaos of an invasion at Impel Down. If he were to believe that only one person remained behind, perhaps he could entertain the idea, but to assert that only one had escaped was utterly absurd. Yet, observing Huang Yuan's enigmatic expression, Sakazuki was momentarily stunned before asking again. Is it truly just one person who escaped? Huang Yuan looked at Akainu with unwavering certainty, nodding emphatically as he explained. The lone fugitive is named Funkley, a subordinate of the former warlord Crocodile. Huang Yuan seemed well prepared, presenting Funkley's dossier before Sakazuki. After rescuing this individual, Long Zaitian and his crew had also descended to the 6th level to confront Doflamingo, ultimately departing after inquiring about some ancient tidings. You're certain? Sakaski asked, skepticism lacing his tone. He could hardly fathom that pirates would go to such lengths merely for these actions. Huang Yuan, aware that no explanation would convince Sakaski, resignedly spread his hands, stating that the facts were indeed as they were. If he doubted it, he could inquire at Impel Down himself. Sakaski pondered for a moment. Huang Yuan's character seemed unlikely to conceal such a significant matter from the pirates, leading him to accept it as truth. Nevertheless, he retained a contingency plan, intending to send Sean to investigate what Long Zaitian had asked, hoping to glean insight into their next moves. Upon learning that there had been no casualties at Impel Down and that only one prisoner had escaped, Sakaski's mood improved considerably. He had braced himself for the worst, only to discover that the situation was far more favorable than anticipated. Yet, he found himself increasingly perplexed. What was Long Zaitian's true objective? Why would he risk entering Impel Down merely to rescue this one pirate? According to the information Huang Yuan provided, Funkley did not seem to know Long Zaitian or his crew, and there should have been no shortage of individuals like Funkley aboard their ship. What was the connection between them? Noticing that Sakaski's mood had lightened, a vice admiral couldn't help but raise his hand. Admiral, I have some matters to discuss. That'll be all for today. Sakaski waved his hand, dismissing them all. Soon, only Huang Yuan remained in the office. Paulicelino glanced at the contemplative Sakaski before closing his eyes to rest. He had not slept since the previous day, alternating between tracking the revived pirate crew and overseeing the Navy's scientific division. He was finally able to catch a moment's respite. After all, it was all just leisure. It mattered not where he indulged, knowing that Sakaski would not send him away. Huang Yuan lifted an eye, resting his chin on his hand, and let out a thoughtful hum. What do you think Long Zaitian's next move will be? Huang Yuan fell silent, uncertain how to respond. The possibilities were overwhelming. They had never anticipated that Long Zaitian would strike Kaido with such swiftness, nor did they foresee an invasion of Impel Down. It now appeared more likely that he would target Big Mom. After all, having recently immersed himself in Hunter x Hunter, he found himself somewhat obsessed. If they had not yet viewed it, he encouraged them to take a look. Suddenly, the din-din mushi on Sakaski's desk rang, causing him to furrow his brow upon glancing at it. The Gorosei were remarkably quick on the uptake. He answered the call, and the aged voice of the Gorosei reached his ears. As expected, they were inquiring about the situation at Impel Down. Sakaski could only report truthfully, but to his astonishment, the Gorosei miraculously refrained from reprimanding Akainu. Instead, they switched topics, asking, how goes the matter concerning the warlords? Sakaski felt a sinking sensation. He had not captured a single warlord. The voice on the other end seemed to sense his silence and raised its tone. Sakaski, you have one final week. If you fail to capture even a single warlord, I expect you to resign. Without waiting for Sakaski to retaliate, the call was abruptly terminated. After being berated by the Gorosei, Sakaski's mood plummeted to an all-time low. Did these fools not realize who the true enemy was? He lamented the Gorosei's obsession with the warlords, while the real threat lay in the revived pirate crew. After a brief moment of grievance, Sakaski dialed a number and coldly instructed, Jiwen, you have 5 days to capture Hancock. Show no mercy. Kill anyone who resists. Furthermore, I have dispatched 3 vice admirals to assist you. If you cannot manage this, you will have to deal with the consequences. The tone of Sakasaki left Tao 2 on the other end of the line somewhat astonished. She could not comprehend what had transpired with the marshal that prompted such a frantic request. Indeed, Tao 2 had shown leniency towards Hancock and the others. She had refrained from ordering bombardments on the island, intending instead to persuade Hancock to surrender voluntarily, as there were many innocent civilians on the island. Aside from the members of the 9 Snake Pirates, the rest were essentially ordinary citizens who had never engaged in piracy, thus they could not be categorized as pirates. Tao 2 believed she had no justification to act against this group of innocents. However, it appeared that remaining passive was no longer an option. The marshal had issued his directive, and if she failed to comply, other admirals would undoubtedly come to fulfill the task, and their fate would ultimately lead to death. Therefore, Tao 2 resolved to inflict some casualties to make Hancock aware that opposing the Navy would yield dire consequences. The sea shimmered under the sunlight. As sea kings lurked beneath the waves, Long Zaitian and his crew had arrived at an island along the Grand Line, and they planned to stockpile supplies before venturing into the doldrums. Upon entering a bar to gather their favorite wines, they unexpectedly overheard a conversation between two pirates at the bar. "Brother, I heard you guys are heading into the doldrums soon?" "Yes, it can save us quite a bit of time." The questioner's face suddenly registered a look of terror. "Brother, I advise you not to go into the doldrums right now." "Why? Are you worried about sea kings?" "Not a problem. Our ship is equipped with sea stone." No. The man glanced around and whispered, "The Navy has been mobilizing troops to attack Amazon Lily. If you venture there, you're likely to encounter them." How do you know this?" "We saw it. The Navy even tried to capture us, but was called back by their commander. There were about 20 or 30 warships." "What should we do?" "I'll head back and discuss it with the captain." "Goodbye, brother." Though their voices were low, they did not escape the keen ears of those with observation hockey. Their words reached Long Zaitian and his crew clearly. Is Hancock, the legendary pirate empress, involved? Ace rubbed the ends of his hair, a vague memory surfacing in his mind. Yes, she even assisted Luffy during the Marineford War. Long Zaitian helped Ace jog his memory. "Oh, I have some recollection." Yet, amidst his hazy memories, he could only recall her vaguely, as his attention had been entirely focused on Whitebeard and Luffy at the time. "She also has a fondness for your brother," Long Zaitian added casually. What?" This remark elicited astonished expressions from the crew, especially from Ace, who was thunderstruck. He could hardly believe someone would have feelings for his foolish brother. Ace grasped Long Zaitian's arm, shaking it vigorously. "Captain, are you referring to Luffy? How is that even possible?" Ace's eyes widened in shock, and his loud voice attracted the attention of other pirates. Upon locking eyes with them, the other pirates felt a chill run down their spines and immediately fled. They had recognized Long Zaitian and his crew. In an instant, the once bustling bar was devoid of patrons. "How did Luffy and Hancock meet?" Marco inquired with a grin, while the others joined in the curiosity. "Captain, how do you know? Please share." "During the Marineford War, I noticed something was off. Despite being a warlord, she fought alongside us against the Navy. I can't believe Luffy, at such a young age, encountered such a beautiful woman." Long Zaitian, unable to withstand the barrage of questions, reluctantly revealed the events that transpired on Amazon Lily. Instantly, their interest in gossip was reignited, and more questions emerged. Seeing this, Long Zaitian could only smile helplessly. "You can ask Luffy later, or perhaps inquire with Hancock." "Later?" the crew asked as they continued rummaging through supplies, while the bar owner laughed in despair, having sold out his treasured wines, leaving him with no stock for the next few days. "Indeed, it is only right to stand up against injustice. Since we have nothing to do, let's lend a hand." Long Zaitian's primary motivation for assisting them was simply to see beautiful women, such a pure intention. Upon returning to their pirate ship with their supplies, a fresh newspaper conveniently fell onto the deck. At this point, everyone had lost interest in their bounties. The initial novelty had worn off. Thus, only Fong, Keeley-Eye, and Hachiman Shinji glanced at the bounty section, while the others focused on the maritime news. Shocking. Caution advised. The world's strongest creature has met a tragic end in a foreign land, and the culprit is none other than him. Spread the word. Ignoring this will lead to lifelong regret. The doldrums will soon host a joint exercise, and the pirate participants will surprise you. It's terrifying. Don't say I didn't warn you. An eerie mist has appeared in the West Sea region, and no one has returned after entering. Coordinates. Long Zaitian's mouth twitched frequently at the familiar phrasing, feeling a sense of déjà vu. The news in the newspaper was not entirely disconnected from the revived pirate crew, but at least a significant portion was closely related to them. After a brief glance, they felt as though they were perusing their own nautical diaries. Aside from the eerie mist, the rest failed to pique Long Zaitian's interest. Meanwhile, Fong Keeley-Eye was left in shock. Upon seeing the face on the bounty notice, he felt as if struck by lightning, momentarily freezing in place. Fong Keeley-Eye's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he compared the bounty notice in his hand with Long Zaitian's face. His trembling voice escaping through clenched teeth. "Captain, you are a pirate with a bounty of 4.7 billion. I must be dreaming." Fonkilii was utterly astonished, unable to believe that such a figure would risk themselves for him. How significant must his influence be to warrant such action from another? His exclamation drew the attention of the others, but they merely glanced at the staggering bounty figure. "Captain, you are about to surpass Dad," Ace exclaimed excitedly, shifting his aspirations from Whitebeard to Long Zaitian. Marco and the others, accustomed to Long Zaition's astonishing growth rate, applauded nonchalantly. "Captain, we should throw a party to celebrate." "Absolutely. I am determined to get George drunk tonight. The combined bounties of our crew have surpassed 10 billion. Vista, it's uncertain who will get whom drunk." Noticing the calm demeanor of the others, Fonkilii felt like a country bumpkin in the city. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly flipped over the lower bounty notice, and upon seeing his own photograph, he immediately recoiled. Fonkilii, 100 million berries. He vividly remembered that he had been valued at 32 million berries before his imprisonment. This sudden increase was likely due to the fact that he had been rescued by Long Zaitian and his crew. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom why he was worth so much. Nevertheless, he felt quite pleased, as he could now boast of being a pirate worth over 100 million. If he returned to the East Sea, he could brag about it. However, upon seeing the bounty notices of the other crew members, he was unable to remain composed. With the exception of Hachiman Shinji, who had not been registered, everyone else had surpassed 1 billion. Among them, Edward Newgate astonishingly reached a staggering bounty of 5.7 billion berries. What kind of monstrous being could possibly attain such a realm? At this moment, Ace leaned over to glance at his father's bounty notice and couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha! Dad's bounty only increased by 100 million this time. It seems the later it gets, the smaller the increments. It appears that the Navy is unable to subdue Dad, hence the bounty stagnation. After all, anyone capable of defeating him would likely demand a far higher reward, rendering this amount insignificant." Finkelai, witnessing the lack of astonishment among the others, who were instead laughing and joking, was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the legendary Yonko pirate crew? He glanced at his own meager bounty notice, which seemed like mere pocket change compared to the others, and felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the sea. Is this what they call a laying win? Luyen, observing the usually vivacious Finkelai lost in thought in a corner, quietly approached to see what he was up to. "Oh, you only have a bounty of 100 million? Realizing Finkelai was tightly gripping his bounty notice, Luyen quickly understood. "Don't worry, in a few months, you'll be just like me." He comfortingly patted Finkelai on the shoulder, mindful of any discomfort he might feel. After all, when he first joined this pirate crew, he too had been overwhelmed by the monstrous bounties, retreating into himself for quite a while. However, he had since grown accustomed to it. In a few months, Finkelai curiously glanced at Liuyen's bounty of 1 billion berries. "Forget it, that's impossible." He immediately shook his head. There was no way he could reach 1 billion, a thought he dare not entertain. Even the current bounty of 100 million felt like something only achievable in his dreams. "Don't be discouraged. I have only been a pirate for less than half a year." Luyen recalled the first time he met Long Zaitian and others, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Half a year? You mean you've been a pirate for less than half a year?" Finkelai suddenly turned, his tone tinged with urgency. "Yes, the captain can attest to that." Luyen nodded with a smile, handing his bounty notice to Finkelai. "Set me as your initial goal. Surpass me first, then aim to exceed the captain and the others." This gesture was something the captain had taught him. He too had felt a moment of self-doubt, but fortunately, Long Zaitian was perceptive and quickly rectified his unease. "Mr. Chance?" Finkelai murmured, still somewhat incredulous about his potential, yet his spirits lifted significantly, banishing the earlier urge to hide away in despair. Yae Miko glanced at everyone's bounty notices, only to find her own absent, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Why don't I have one?" As a member of the pirate crew, it was a tremendous blow to her to see everyone else receiving bounties while she did not. Yamato, observing Yae Miko curled up like a fox and quietly weeping, gently approached her side, stroking her soft fur. "Miko, perhaps the Navy didn't witness your battle, so they didn't assign you a bounty. But don't worry, next time you fight, just fire a few shots at the Navy. By the way, can you shoot? Yamato suddenly realized they had treated Yae Miko like a child, failing to teach her any survival skills, which was not sustainable. Although she had consumed a devil fruit, it seemed she hadn't tapped into any of its powers. Yae Miko shook her head in response. Yamato sighed, regretting her lack of knowledge about firearms, and led her by the hand to Magnum's side. Magnum, what is it? Magnum was scanning the sea with a sniper rifle, hardly taking a break. Miko doesn't know how to shoot. Could you teach her? This way, when we're not around, she will have the ability to defend herself. Magnum paused for a moment before nodding slightly. All right. He stood up and addressed Yae Miko. Come here. Though his tone was cold, a hint of nervousness was evident in his expression. Yae Miko obediently followed behind Magnum. Ace, set sail for Amazon Lily. Long Zaitian shouted, and the crew, filled with excitement, departed the port. They were eagerly anticipating the legendary Daughter Island. After calculating, they estimated it would take them another day to reach the island. If all went well, they should arrive before the battle commenced. Upon reaching the waters near the island, Long Zaitian and his crew discovered that the Navy had already begun their operation, contradicting the reports that suggested it would take several days to mobilize. It seemed the Navy was determined to capture the Empress Hancock, even advancing their plans. However, the implications behind this move were intriguing. It was uncertain whether it was due to the Seven Warlords or the involvement of Straw Hat Luffy that prompted the capture. Regardless of the reason, Long Zaitian felt compelled to intervene. Currently, the island was besieged, surrounded by a fleet of warships relentlessly firing upon it. Even during the day, the fiery blasts from the cannons were clearly visible. The deafening cannon fire continued to bombard the island, resulting in wildfires on the mountains. Furthermore, the surrounding area was calm, allowing the Navy to monitor anyone attempting to approach. At this moment, they spotted the approaching pirate ship and issued warnings to deter them. Their primary objective was to capture the Empress Hancock, not to engage with other pirate crews, so they aimed to drive them away. The Navy held absolute confidence, believing that passing pirates would not dare to attack them. The sheer number of warships surrounding the island was formidable. If it were an ordinary pirate crew, they might truly have fled. Captain, what should we do? The Navy seems to have started boarding the island. Marco, soaring through the air, caught sight of the assault on the Daughter Island. The massive gates bearing the emblem of the Nine Snakes pirates have been destroyed by the Navy, and warships surged forward, abandoning their bombardment for a direct assault. The island's defenses were weak, and once the Navy launched a full-scale attack, it would have no capacity to resist. Moreover, given the Navy's current state, they were resolutely intent on capturing Hancock, who would not submit quietly. A fierce battle was inevitable, and the outcome would likely result in the complete annihilation of the Daughter Island. Faced with such grave consequences, Long Zaitian could not wait any longer. He promptly commanded Kazan, St. Juan Wolf, Zephyr, Ace, you four will handle extinguishing the fires. The rest of you, follow me to the island to rescue people. The fire on the island spread rapidly, billowing thick black smoke in mere moments. However, Long Zaitian and his crew were still some distance from the island, and during this time, the Navy had already taken notice of the unidentified pirate ship. No matter how they shouted, they received no response. Consequently, two warships aimed their cannons directly at the stray dog. Everyone hold on tight. Ace unleashed a whirlwind, lifting everyone up and hurling them toward the island. Bang! The Navy had opened fire on Long Zaitian and his crew. As the cannonballs soared towards them in elegant arcs, a pair of gigantic hands deflected the cannonballs mid-air. Douglas Bullet cracked his knuckles and exclaimed, "It's been too dull since Whitebeard's departure. Today, I'll have some fun with you all." With a powerful kick, he ascended directly above the surface of the sea, hurtling towards the enemy warship with a velocity that surpassed that of cannonball. Upon impact, a warship was instantly sunk, leaving the adversaries bewildered as to what had transpired. Such formidable combat prowess swiftly attracted the attention of every nearby vessel, redirecting their cannons from the Sudileki ship to this demon. Seizing this opportunity, AC cast everyone into the air. In mid-flight, Long Zaitian glanced down, observing that the entire island was engulfed in flames, with large patches of crimson water emerging in various locations. This primitive method of assault could scarcely compete with modern technology. The crew exchanged glances in the air before dispersing in different directions. Given the rapid advance of the Navy, unified action would diminish their efficiency, necessitating their separation. In the air, Long Zaitian mentally charted their positions, recalling scenes from the anime, thereby constructing a mental map. Due to distance constraints, he did not fly into Jioshichang, instead landing in a dense forest. Upon touching down, he was immediately engulfed by the stench of blood, with various jungle flora severed in half and residual flames continuing to smolder. "Marguerite, run!" A piercing female voice emanated from deep within the forest, prompting Long Zaitian to hasten towards it. The name resonated with him, though he couldn't immediately recall who it belonged to. As he navigated through the thicket, he finally beheld the source of the voice. 5 Marines were present, each armed, with 2 standing atop the head of a civilian from the Joshi clan, while the other 2 restrained a massive female warrior, seemingly a member of the Joshi pirate crew. The final Marine was firing at the ground, issuing warnings to a fleeing woman. The Navy uniforms were nearly drenched in blood, yet the wounds did not appear to be their own. The bleeding was evident only on the captured female warrior, who bore several gunshot wounds. Following the gazes of the Marines, Long Zaitian was suddenly taken aback. The fleeing woman was someone he recognized. Connecting the name Marguerite with his earlier memories, he recalled her as Luffy's first friend on this island. Her situation was dire, as she bled while attempting to escape, indicating that she too had been shot. "I warn you once more, if you dare flee again, they will die." The Marine, frustrated at his inability to hit his target, aimed his weapon at the restrained female warrior, threatening her. "Marguerite, don't worry about me, just run." Long Zaitian recognized her now, calling her Stoby, Marguerite's close friend, who had stealthily taken Luffy's straw hat while he was unconscious. Her condition was critical, and any delay could result in her bleeding out. The Marine's threat was evidently effective, as Marguerite halted her escape, casting an angry, defiant glare at the group. "Ha! Weren't you quite the runner? Keep running." The Marine, elated by the effectiveness of his threat, pressed his foot down on Stoby's head, commanding, "Come here, or I'll shoot her." In that moment, he was as ruthless as any pirate. Marguerite, filled with fury and helplessness, could only step reluctantly towards them. She had already foreseen her fate, having witnessed many companions gunned down by these Marines. The Marine was ecstatic, finally relieved of his previous frustrations. He had previously participated in the capture of the Empress Hancock, but at that time, Tautu was unwilling to harm innocents, leaving the Navy in a reactive stance. Now, with the order to unleash their full strength, they were not sparing any ammunition. However, before he could revel in his excitement, a terrifying energy struck him, rendering him disoriented and sapping his strength, causing him to collapse. Marguerite, who had resigned herself to death, suddenly felt a chilling wind sweep past her. When she looked up, she was stunned by the scene before her. The 5 previously lively Marines had all collapsed, their eyes glazed over, revealing their plight. Both Marguerite and Stoby were bewildered, entirely at a loss as to what had just occurred. Under Long Zaitian's precise control of his conqueror's haki, he had completely avoided harming them, which was why they were unaware of his involvement. Marguerite quickly rushed to Stoby's side, tearing the black and white striped trousers off her right leg to use as a makeshift bandage to staunch Stoby's bleeding. After hastily tending to her wounds, the two, still shaken, began to discuss the recent events. "You scared me, Marguerite. Next time something like this happens, don't worry about me." "How could I do that?" Marguerite retorted loudly. "We are comrades. I could never abandon you." "Oh dear." Stoby attempted to say more, but noticed a man appearing beside them. Marguerite, seeing Stoby's silence, quickly followed her gaze while warily drawing her dagger. "Who are you?" Marguerite's cold sweat poured down. The stranger's sudden appearance had caught her completely off guard. However, he was not clad in a Navy uniform, nor did he resemble a Marine, which left her puzzled. Who was he? Why was he here? Long Zaitian smiled upon being noticed. Truth be told, he had been captivated by Marguerite, although she lacked the grandeur of a princess and her skin was not alabaster. She possessed a wild beauty. With tousled golden hair, a slender figure, and long, straight legs, she donned a short skirt made from animal skin and a white cape. her simple attire rivaling that of royalty. Her well-defined calves hinted at formidable strength, and any would-be assailants would find themselves ensnared in a deadly trap. Her innocent yet alluring eyes, combined with the blood seeping from her leg, created a striking visual that would evoke a protective instinct in many men. Long Zaitian shook his head vigorously, questioning his own thoughts. Was this the first time he had encountered such a type of woman, causing such feelings to arise? Yet now was not the time for distractions. He introduced himself briefly. Upon realizing that the Marines had all been rendered unconscious by his conqueror's haki, the two, previously armed, immediately apologized. "We are sorry. We had no idea you saved us." "Thank you so much." Marguerite expressed her gratitude in the most sincere tone. Long Zaitian smiled. "By the way, is your captain all right?" At this, Marguerite disregarded her injured leg and rushed a few steps forward, exclaiming, "Oh no, Her Majesty is still inside the palace." Marguerite and Stoby had been tasked with guarding the forest, but they had never anticipated the Navy's sudden landing. Their speed had completely taken them by surprise. Just as she intended to report this matter, they were unexpectedly shot at. Ugh, Marguerite winced, testing her injured leg to see if she could still run. The sharp pain made her gasp involuntarily. Long Zaitian, feeling awkward, embraced the simple desire to save this nation. Lead the way. Marguerite's cheeks flushed instantly after many years. She once again felt the warmth of a man's body, sending her into a flurry of confusion. However, upon hearing the cold command, "Lead the way," she immediately pointed the direction. Long Zaitian glanced at Siduobi and remarked, "My companions have also arrived. You may seek their healing shortly." With that, he propelled himself forward. "Wow," Marguerite exclaimed, observing the plants that were sent flying around her. What incredible physical prowess must one possess to achieve such a feat? Moreover, this was his first visit here. Had it been anyone else, they would likely be lost. After all, this forest harbors numerous toxins, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Feeling the aura of the man beside her, Marguerite's initially tense body relaxed, though she was unaware of his true strength. The absence of tension on his stern face indicated that he was no ordinary individual. The remarkable control he had just demonstrated was not something an average person could master. Furthermore, he wielded the rare Conqueror's Haki. While Long Zaitian appeared unchanged on the surface, he distinctly sensed Marguerite's body, which had been somewhat rigid, suddenly soften. A glance revealed her gazing at him with an enamored expression. Ah, such charm is indeed a blessing. Just as Long Zaitian reveled in his success, the other members also achieved significant victories. They had effectively cleared out the outermost circle of Marines. Luyan, Bista, and Jaws had even encountered the captain. When they witnessed this scene, they were momentarily taken aback. Why was the captain holding an unfamiliar woman? However, they dared not inquire, for the moment was not opportune. Long Zaitian cast a glance back, urging them to follow. If the enemy intended to capture the Empress Hancock, then the surrounding forces were primarily combatants. Venturing alone would undoubtedly consume considerable time. As events unfolded, he was proven correct. Upon arriving at Nine Snake City, 3 vice admirals obstructed their path. Before them lay 2 enormous serpents, now collapsed on the ground, their fates uncertain. Marguerite anxiously shouted, "Sandersonia, Marigold." They were indeed Hancock's 2 sisters. The 3 Marine vice admirals recognized Long Zaitian, for he had become a favored figure under Sakazuki. Bastille, adorned with his distinctive horn mask, immediately brandished his long-handled saw, proclaiming, "Long Zaitian, you shall not pass." Long Zaitian recognized him as a defeated foe and instructed his crew to engage. They had previously encountered one another at the research facility. The other 2 vice admirals were Dalmesia, a user of the Inu no Mi, and Shaitiles, a swordsman clad in a suit. "Your opponent is me." Luyan directly blocked Bastille's attack with an armed fist, while Jaws charged at Dalmesia, and Bista engaged with his most familiar adversary. Other Marines were present, but upon recognizing Long Zaitian, they hesitated in fear. After all, rushing him would be tantamount to delivering themselves to doom. Long Zaitian soon reached his destination, securing Marguerite before dashing toward the palace. Although she felt reluctant to part from him, She prioritized treating others, as their injuries were no less severe than her own. Upon entering the palace, he was struck by the sight of shattered walls and collapsed columns, indicating that fierce battles had already commenced within. Long Zaitian enveloped the entire palace in his observation haki, noting that aside from the two engaged in combat at the top, no one else was present. He swiftly ascended the staircase and soon arrived at the door. Inside, two figures battled fiercely, oblivious to his presence. The Empress Hancock's greatest strength lay in her devil fruit ability, which could petrify those who loved her. However, this ability had its limitations. Although effective against most adversaries, today presented an unexpected variable. During the clash, Peach Rabbit's gaze remained steadfast, undeterred by Hancock's beauty, as she continued to attack in her own rhythm. Of course, Hancock's martial skills were formidable. Yet regrettably, she faced an opponent skilled in swordsmanship, whose physical prowess undoubtedly surpassed her own. It was unclear how long they had fought, but the current situation indicated that Hancock was slightly at a disadvantage. Her crimson chi pao was riddled with cuts, her entire form exuding a sense of disarray, while Peach Rabbit appeared remarkably composed, her naval cloak free of any dirt. However, a few strands of hair clung to her forehead due to perspiration. Yet this did not detract from her elegance. Oh, Long Zaitian then noticed the pet lying nearby. It was none other than Hancock's pet Salome. It appeared gravely injured, unable even to move. Long Zaitian initially considered assisting, but upon noticing two pristine legs, he halted his advance. How uncouth it would be to interrupt their battle. Thus, he concealed his presence and quietly observed from the doorway. At times, the essence of combat does not solely arise from rigorous training. It demands a heart filled with reverence for learning. Regardless of the battle type, one must possess a mind capable of discerning profound truths. Relentless practice without understanding is utterly futile. Enough said, a new round of combat has begun. The Empress Hancock was now slightly out of breath. Her exquisite visage complemented by captivating eyes, her torn form adding a touch of allure, accentuating her graceful curves and long legs. Her slender frame provided ample fodder for the dreams of many men, evoking sighs of longing. The minimal covering on her chest left little to the imagination, allowing Long Zaitian to revel in the breathtaking sight of her mountainous contours. As she moved, her chi pao separated from her thighs, revealing her fair legs, leaving Long Zaitian parched and concerned that he might be the first to succumb among the three. Long Zaitian then glanced at Peach Rabbit, a beauty who had seldom appeared in public, yet left a deep impression on him. With a delicate oval face, a smooth forehead adorned with bangs, and long, elegantly arched eyelashes framing her clear, expressive eyes, her soft pink lips bore a beauty mark, adding a touch of charm. She donned a form-fitting, playful pink skirt that was undeniably enticing. Most striking was the black spider tattoo on her supple, fair leg, likely a warning to those with inappropriate intentions. In the animal kingdom, spiders are often viewed as fearsome creatures, particularly those with potent venom, which possess an alluring beauty. She wore sleek black high heels, faintly glinting with an unusual chill, suggesting they had undergone special treatment. Compared to Hancock's attire, Peach Rabbit's was considerably more refreshing. However, when the four celestial gemstones appeared, who would still notice their clothing? Long Zaitian gripped his palms tightly to maintain his composure. While there were beautiful women like Yamato aboard the ship, they paled in comparison to the two before him, given the significant age difference and their contrasting styles. Yamato was the type one could easily regard as a brother. I truly lament that I could not arrive sooner to witness the entire spectacle. Alas, Ace, your devil fruit ability still requires further development. Long Zaitian pinched his palm to steady himself. Yet no matter how hard he tried, his body continued to radiate heat. A crisp sound echoed as the high heels struck the ground, akin to a heartbeat resonating within Long Zaitian, quickening his breath. Tao too gracefully approached Empress Hancock, her weapon, the gold Kinjiro, reflecting a chilling blade of light. From Long Zaitian's perspective, it appeared as though the strike was aimed directly at Hancock's arm. Such ferocity was astounding. Despite her beauty, her strength was undeniable. The explosive speed and the fierce aura she exuded even compelled the usually overbearing Long Zaitian to exclaim, "Impressive." Though the action unfolded before him as if played at half speed, to an ordinary observer, it might have resembled a flash of lightning, impossible to discern, rendering no difference in clarity. Conversely, Empress Hancock seemed momentarily stunned as Tao 2 initiated her attack, her reaction delayed by mere fractions of a second. This brief hesitation allowed Tao 2 to close the distance rapidly. Although Hancock managed to use Haki at the last moment, it was somewhat hasty. She blocked the attack, but was nonetheless sent flying. Long Zaitian, witnessing the scene, inadvertently caught sight of something he ought not to have seen. Clearing his mind, he quickly shut his eyes, murmuring a prayer. With another crisp sound, Tao 2 lunged once more at Hancock. Her arm and blade darkened, leaving a mere afterimage in the air. Despite being knocked back, Hancock's gaze remained fixed on Tao 2, aware of the peril that awaited should she lose sight of her adversary. Arrow of captivity, Hancock traced a delicate line across her lips, drawing a heart, then swiftly released an array of pink arrows, a technique that petrified any object, regardless of admiration. Initially hoping to stall Tao 2's onslaught, Hancock's confidence wavered when she realized her opponent was not retreating but steadfastly confronting her attack. A cold smirk curled on Hancock's lips, but it quickly vanished as her pink arrows met the dark blade, severed in an instant by Tao 2's astonishing technique. Though Hancock's plan had successfully delayed Tao 2 for a few seconds, she recognized that her current tactics were futile. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. The Navy truly spares no expense, deploying a general to deal with me, Hancock mused. General? Long Zaitian was taken aback. When had Tao 2 ascended to the rank of general? Surely, such significant news would not go unreported. However, upon reflection, he found it plausible. Tao 2's prowess had already surpassed that of an ordinary vice admiral. Well, Carp, he was merely a marshal in vice admiral's attire. I'm unaware of what you speak. I am merely a vice admiral, Tao 2 replied, her gaze icy as it bore into Hancock. Marshal Akainu had clandestinely promoted the two of them to generals, a secret known only to the three of them. Their true identities had to remain concealed until the marshal deemed it appropriate to reveal them. Yield, Hancock. You are the last remaining obstacle in this nation. Do not resist futilely. Tao 2 assumed her stance once more, her elegant, elongated legs tensing with lethal intent. Long Zaitian glanced at Hancock, concerned for her safety. If she faltered, he would intervene. This did not seem like a plea for surrender. Rather, it appeared as a prelude to a deadly strike. Such aggression was perplexing to Long Zaitian, who sensed that for Tao 2. Capturing Hancock justified the slaughter of the entire island's populace. This behavior reminded him of someone, Akainu. Surely, they could not be related as siblings? He resolved to inquire with Zefa later. Hancock, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. You think you can compel me to submit? Ridiculous. With that, Tao 2 lunged fiercely, the air vibrating with the sound of her renowned blade. Great fragrance kick. Hancock executed a swift spin, utilizing centrifugal force to launch her long leg against Tao 2's Kinjiro. The collision unleashed a burst of crimson electricity. In a moment of desperation, Hancock, having entwined her leg with Haki, found herself evenly matched against Tao 2. Though not well-versed in the use of Conqueror's Haki, Hancock unexpectedly mastered its application in that critical moment, transforming her leg into a blade that parried Tao 2's assault. Tao 2 showed no signs of surprise, her pupils merely narrowing before returning to normal. Clearly, she had anticipated Hancock's use of Conqueror's Haki. Yet even with this newfound power, Tao 2 pressed on relentlessly, delivering a barrage of intricate strikes that left Hancock drenched in sweat, her golden serpent-shaped earrings clanging with each movement. Despite her sudden mastery of Conqueror's Haki, Hancock's inexperience led to its swift disappearance, forcing her to rely on armament Haki for defense. However, she soon realized her Haki was inferior, and with the petrifying abilities of her opponent proving ineffective, she found herself cornered against the wall. The relentless barrage from Tao 2 had left her Chi-Pao adorned with numerous wounds. Long Zaitian, who had been quietly observing, stretched his neck to alleviate the stiffness. Hancock possessed such a rare and valuable conqueror's haki, yet failed to train adequately. The disparity in their strengths had become glaringly evident. Hancock's fruit abilities far surpassed her physical prowess, rendering her comfortable only when her abilities could counter her opponent. Unfortunately, the current situation showcased the opposite. Hancock's every attack was ineffectual against Tao 2, and Long Zaitian sensed that she had yet to unleash her full power. Then, in a moment of fierce determination, Tao 2 radiated an overwhelming aura of killing intent, causing her bangs to defy gravity. Her blade gleamed with golden light, seemingly responding to its master's call. Witnessing this, Hancock's expression paled, her chaotic energy betraying her desperation. With 10 delicate fingers clenching the hem of her dress, she realized there was no one around to assist her. "I have granted you ample time, yet you squander it. Do not blame me." Tao 2's voice was icy as she launched her attack, Full Moon Snow Rabbit Dance. In that instant, Tao 2 appeared to transform into a genuine rabbit, leaping into the air. Both Long Zaitian and Hancock fixed their gazes on Tao 2. Yet in the next moment, she vanished. Long Zaitian was momentarily stunned, only to witness Tao 2 materializing behind Hancock, who remained oblivious. This was utterly terrifying. If Long Zaitian were not observing from a third-person perspective, he might not have discerned the opponent's presence. Suddenly, with astounding speed, Tao 2's blade left a mark on Hancock's body. By the time Hancock sensed the attack, Tao 2 had vanished. Hancock barely registered what had occurred when she noticed an inexplicable wound on her arm. In the next moment, she felt a similar excruciating pain in her back. Just as Hancock attempted to retaliate, the adversary's trace disappeared once more. Such rapid assaults and retreats left her utterly perplexed. However, Long Zaitian observed a pattern. Before Tao 2 struck, she would take a deep breath, causing her abdomen to noticeably swell. This indicated she was preparing for a swift escape post-attack. Tao 2's technique was undeniably formidable, having stripped away a significant portion of Hancock's clothing. Yet, at that moment, Long Zaitian's focus shifted entirely. If he did not intervene, Hancock would surely be exhausted to death. Hancock was at a loss, feeling pain each time her opponent vanished, her observation haki failing to keep pace. Should she envelop herself in armament haki, it would merely delay the inevitable. Hancock sought to calm herself and analyze her opponent's techniques. But time was not on her side. Suddenly, the visage of Straw Hat Luffy flashed in her mind, though he appeared to be turning away, retreating further. Despite her desperate calls, there was no response. Was this truly what Napopo had mentioned, that in one's final moments they think of their dearest? At last, Tao 2, observing Hancock's bloodied state, ceased her onslaught. Just as Long Zaitian believed the confrontation was about to conclude, Tao 2 boldly declared. The marshal said, "If we cannot take a living person, then we shall bring back a corpse." With that, she lunged forward once more. Hancock, her expression devoid of emotion, gradually closed her eyes. Alas, the spectacle was over. With a deft maneuver, Long Zaitian positioned himself at an acute angle, swiftly appearing before Hancock, disarming her renowned blade and forcing her back. The unexpected turn of events astonished both combatants. After such prolonged engagement, neither had realized his presence. Hancock regarded the man before her, failing to recognize him, as she seldom perused newspapers. Yet, she sensed his immense strength, effortlessly neutralizing Tao 2's assault. That previous thrust, seemingly feeble, was known to those who had clashed with Tao 2 to require remarkable wrist strength to even graze her. So young, so powerful, and undeniably handsome, aside from the legendary author, no one could rival him. Hancock's mind brimmed with suspicion. Why would this man come to her aid? Meanwhile, Tao 2 was equally taken aback. She had anticipated a straightforward capture of Hancock, only to have her plans disrupted by an unexpected savior. However, upon closer inspection, her expression contorted with discomfort as she muttered, Long Zaitian. He was indeed the Navy's celebrity, with Admiral Sakazuki as his staunchest critic. She could not fathom why he was present, let alone assisting Hancock. Long Zaitian? Hancock scrutinized him, mentally searching for the name, and suddenly recalled. Was he not the pirate whom the Navy had been issuing bounties for every few weeks? It was said that Whitebeard and Ace were once his crew members. Ace, Luffy. Hancock's thoughts spiraled, and she instinctively covered her blushing face, contemplating whether her connection with Luffy had become a matter of public knowledge. Hancock conjured an elaborate narrative that even Long Zaitian could not have imagined. His intervention was purely driven by lust, unrelated to any ties with his crew or Luffy. How could one traverse this world without beholding the most beautiful woman? Long Zaitian, what is your intention? Tao Tu's visage hardened. If Long Zaitian was here, his crew must also be nearby, likely having subdued the Commodore she had brought along. The seemingly assured situation had been overturned, leaving Tao Tu filled with resentment. The only option now was to retreat. If she refused to concede, she could not believe this seemingly youthful man possessed the power to vex all admirals. I'm afraid you cannot touch her, Long Zaitian stated leisurely, his blade embedded in the ground and hands resting in his pockets. Tatu scoffed, charging forward once more. Her ferocious speed rivaled her previous strikes, and a fierce sword aura surged forth. Given that Hancock was injured behind him, Long Zaitian opted not to evade. Had his opponent been weaker, he might have considered lifting Hancock to safety, simultaneously relishing the scent of the beautiful maiden and showcasing his prowess in front of the two women. However, his adversary was Tao Tu, who had yet to reveal her full strength, and Long Zaitian dared not underestimate her. As expected, just before she reached him, Tao Tu executed a phantom-like maneuver, vanishing from sight. Hancock wished to warn Long Zaitian, but refrained from speaking, fearing she might disrupt him. This technique was a nightmare for Hancock. Had it been their first encounter, Long Zaitian might have found it challenging. However, having faced it once before, he had formulated a strategy. A swift sound sliced through the air, and Long Zaitian recognized that the opponent had arrived at his side. He responded with a palm strike enveloped in Conqueror's Haki. In truth, he had hesitated to employ this move, considering it rather humiliating. Yet, time was of the essence, leaving him no choice but to strike in this manner. The atmosphere fell silent as a crisp sound resonated, echoing in every onlooker's mind. Following that, a stunning figure was launched backward at cannonball speed, crashing violently against an opulent wall. Long Zaitian examined his palm, feeling a pleasant softness, with lingering fragrance wafting from his hand. Hancock was utterly astonished, her jaw agape, simultaneously marveling at Long Zaitian's quick reflexes and shuddering at his brutality. While she was reluctant to acknowledge Tao Tu's beauty, she could not deny it was indeed striking. Yet, this exquisite woman had been ruthlessly attacked by Long Zaitian, and if other pirates witnessed this, they would surely express their outrage. Ultimate technique, Diamond Woman's Fist. Long Zaitian glanced back, noticing Hancock's horrified expression, and, fearing she might misunderstand, raised his hands in a gesture of explanation. As you can see, she initiated the attack. I merely retaliated. From a distance, amidst the ruins, Tao Tu shattered the stones weighing her down, rising with boundless fury. Her formerly fair complexion now bore the distinct imprint of a crimson handprint. Tao Tu unleashed a series of sword auras aimed directly at Long Zaitian's face. Yet, she was not finished. She surged forward, this time brandishing her renowned blade before her. Wait a moment, Long Zaitian spoke softly, causing Hancock behind him to pause in surprise. Was he addressing her? In the next instant, Long Zaitian vanished from his position. When he reappeared, fierce sounds of combat echoed from a distance. This time, Long Zaitian had a clear objective, to leave a matching red mark on the other side of his opponent's face. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must have tied it. One hand delivers the slap, while the other provides the remedy, achieving a perfect symmetry, leaving no debts between them. Sometimes, a slap is hard to accept, but upon receiving another, the first seems insignificant. With the crisp sound of another slap resonating, everyone in the room fell silent. Hancock was left stunned. How ruthless! Fortunately, she wasn't his enemy. Otherwise, her pride in her own beauty would have been severely undermined. Long Zaitian remained still, observing every movement of the opponent as Peach Rabbit had quieted down, overwhelmed by the two slaps. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. The first slap was already unbearable, but the second one shattered her confidence completely. If word got out that a pirate had slapped a Navy officer, she would be at a loss on how to face others. Memories of countless past grievances surged within her, and her swollen eyes could no longer hold back tears, leading to an outburst of sobs. Woo-woo. Long Zaitian had anticipated many things, but not that Peach Rabbit would cry. After all, she was someone with the strength of an admiral. How could she cry in public? For a moment, Long Zaitian stood there dumbfounded. He had intended to comfort her, but realizing it was his actions that caused her tears, he hesitated, fearing that his well-meaning attempt to console her might result in being stabbed in the back. After all, she was a dangerous individual. He cast a pleading glance at Hancock. He had no experience in such matters. However, Hancock's response was clear. You handle it. Finally, with determination, Long Zaitian steeled himself and approached, enveloped in armament hockey. Hey, stop crying, he said from a distance, tentatively poking her with a shoe. The elasticity he felt made him marvel at her figure. His attempt at consolation backfired, escalating Peach Rabbit's cries even further. Each sob twisted Long Zaitian's heart, making him feel as if he had committed a heinous act. Peach Rabbit's voice was melodious, and combined with her current wailing, it stirred a protective instinct in all the men present. Fortunately, Long Zaitian hadn't brought his crew along. Otherwise, he feared there would be betrayal among them. Running his fingers through his tousled hair, Long Zaitian felt utterly frustrated. He was not adept at comforting women. He would rather face the Four Emperors than engage in such exhausting emotional labor. One might doubt a girl could drink water all day, but they would certainly believe she could cry for an entire day. And now, he was experiencing just that. Peach Rabbit cried for about 5 minutes, her volume unwavering and even growing louder. For every minute she cried, Long Zaitian scratched his head, losing hair in the process. He began to regret his actions, lamenting the need for the Navy to strengthen their psychological resilience. This couldn't continue. If his crew witnessed this scene, he would be unable to redeem himself. Long Zaitian crouched down, gently stroking Peach Rabbit's head, then raised his right hand, shaking it in front of her. Look, if you keep crying, I will unleash a punch the size of a sandbag, enhanced with both armament and conqueror's hockey. At this moment, Hancock could only think. I once believed Luffy was the most clueless, but this person surpasses him. As a fellow woman, she felt a pang of sympathy for Peach Rabbit, who had encountered Long Zaitian. Peach Rabbit was momentarily stunned. Long Zaitian was surprised to find this tactic effective. She stopped crying, but only for an instant. After taking a deep breath, she erupted into another round of wails, tears flowing freely. The sound reverberated in Long Zaitian's head, and he frantically recalled every comforting phrase he could muster. Please don't cry. I'll buy you a lollipop. Wow, wow, wow. Stop crying, or I'll record it and send it to the Navy headquarters. Wow, wow, wow. Look, a UFO. If you keep crying, I'll give you a huge bag. An officer is coming. Despite his best efforts, Peach Rabbit showed no signs of stopping. In a moment of desperation, Long Zaitian drew his knife to intimidate her. Crier, silence. Just as he was on the verge of breaking down, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. With a swift motion, he delivered a precise chop to the right side of Peach Rabbit's neck, targeting the carotid sinus. A wave of dizziness overwhelmed her, forcing her eyes shut, and her raucous cries ceased. Finally, it was over. Physical consolation proved to be the most reliable. Seeing Peach Rabbit slump to the side, Long Zaitian wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling utterly exhausted. He turned to Hancock, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me," Hancock replied, having changed into a different outfit that appeared more composed and modest than before. Long Zaitian sighed in disappointment. "As long as you're fine, I'll go check on the situation below." "Wait a moment," Hancock called after him. "What is it? What about her?" Hancock gestured to the unconscious Peach Rabbit. Although she was out cold, she possessed the strength of an admiral. If left unattended, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Long Zaitian felt a headache coming on. It truly was a significant problem. While he wished to hand Peach Rabbit over to the officers below, he feared that the sight of the red slap marks on her face would incite further conflict. The Navy could tolerate defeat, but could not accept humiliation from pirates. allowing her to return as is would be an obvious provocation against the Navy. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Long Zaitian decided to temporarily secure Peach Rabbit in place and devise a plan later. Let's bind her with sea stone handcuffs. We'll have a Navy retreat first. We need to deal with the situation on Amazon Lily before addressing this. All right, Hancock agreed, promptly producing sea stone handcuffs to secure Peach Rabbit's hands behind her back. On their way down, Hancock inquired about how Long Zaitian and his crew ended up there. Long Zaitian cleverly deflected her questions by mentioning his connection to Ace's brother. Though he claimed to have come for the beautiful women, he knew that such a response would likely upset her. By using Ace's brother as a reference, he expressed that he had stumbled upon this situation and inadvertently done a good deed, while also establishing a connection through his association with Luffy. Oh, how is Luffy doing now? Hancock, with a delicate complexion, inquired. I am uncertain. However, the Navy's newspapers have not reported anything. They must be embarking on an adventure on some secluded island. As they exited the palace, the two observed that the three vice admirals had been thoroughly bound together at the entrance. Upon seeing Long Zaitian emerge, Liu Yin expressed with pride, Captain, look, the vice admirals are already under our control. Moreover, all the Navy personnel on the island have been captured as well. Hearing this, the restrained vice admirals flushed with embarrassment. Typically, it was the Navy that apprehended pirates. This was their first experience of being captured by them. The role reversal filled them with a sense of humiliation, and they glared at Liu Yin with clenched teeth. Excellent work, everyone, Long Zaitian remarked, scanning the area and noting that numerous Navy personnel were confined within a specific zone, which greatly improved his mood. Captain, are you injured? Liu Yin asked. What nonsense? How could I possibly be hurt? Long Zaitian replied with disdain. I told you they were merely boasting. Just a moment ago, those vice admirals were bragging about how formidable Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit is. Yet here we are. The status of Peach Rabbit is undoubtedly regarded as intermediate to superior within the Navy. Her attitude towards work and her own strength are exceptionally commendable. Even legendary veterans like Carp and Sengoku hold high expectations for Peach Rabbit. Long Zaitian, what have you done to Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit? Just as Long Zaitian was pondering, one vice admiral suddenly shouted, interrupting his thoughts. Oh, I simply knocked her out, he replied nonchalantly, glancing at Hancock. Let them go. As long as we have Peach Rabbit, they won't dare to act recklessly. Long Zaitian intended to use intimidation to ensure they would not entertain any sinister thoughts. For Peach Rabbit's life would be in jeopardy otherwise. Hancock, sharing a similar disdain for the group, nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the vice admirals became infuriated and cursed. You scoundrels! If anything happens to Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, you pirates will all meet your demise. Out with you! Long Zaitian waved dismissively, and Marco transformed into his phoenix form, lifting him high before tossing him towards the warship outside the island. The other pirates, witnessing the spectacle, swallowed their words. The two other vice admirals, recognizing their disadvantage, refrained from further insults and obediently piloted their warship away at great speed. Margaret, who had previously guided them, was astonished by the scene and quietly approached Long Zaitian, asking, Benefactor, have you defeated Peach Rabbit? Having previously witnessed Peach Rabbit's prowess, she had disregarded them upon landing and advanced straight to Nine Snake Island, where no one could obstruct her. Thus, she was eager to report, but was ambushed by other naval personnel along the way, which delayed her. Yes, I defeated her, Long Zaitian did not deny. Wow, that's incredible, Margaret exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, the Empress Hancock was calmly coordinating subsequent arrangements. Had the revival pirate crew not arrived in time, it would not only have been perilous for her, but for the entire island of women as well. After all, the forces brought by Peach Rabbit were formidable enough that even Hancock would not dare to exaggerate. After making the necessary arrangements, Hancock led all members of the Nine Snake pirate crew to express their sincerest gratitude to Long Zaitian. At that moment, Ace and the others emerged from the forest. Captain, the fire in the forest has been extinguished. Do not worry. Good. Let me introduce you to Hancock. This is Ace, Luffy's brother. Long Zaitian stepped aside to present Ace. Thank you for everything you have done for Nine Snake Island. It was nothing It was merely the captain's orders, and in comparison to the war at Marineford, it is of no consequence. Hancock expressed a peculiar warmth towards Ace. Long Zaitian surmised that she likely wished to foster a good relationship with Ace to further solidify her connection with Luffy. After all, she was a woman who fantasized about marrying Luffy, and establishing rapport with Luffy's companions was of utmost importance to her. Those whom Luffy cared for were also those she needed to take into consideration, as this would cultivate Luffy's affection for her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Granny New came trudging from a distance, her pace slow, accompanied by attendants. Her residence was somewhat far from this location, thus she arrived later than the others. Long Zaitian recognized her, but could not recall her name, only remembering her as Granny New. Upon seeing that Hancock was unharmed, she felt relieved and inquired about the events that had transpired. Upon learning that Long Zaitian and his companions had rescued the nation, she immediately bowed to express her gratitude, saying thank you. It was nothing, just a small matter, Long Zaitian said dismissively. By the way, may I ask what brings you here? Granny New was skeptical of the casual excuse of passing through, as she had just received a newspaper informing her of Long Zaitian's recent defeat of the Emperor Kaido. After all, it had only been a week since the revelation of their defeat of the Emperor Blackbeard, which had shocked the entire world. Now, to learn that they had also vanquished the Emperor Kaido within such a short span of time, it seemed improbable that their appearance here was merely coincidental. Granny New dared not speculate on the worst-case scenario. Before Long Zaitian could respond, Hancock interjected with displeasure. Damn, Granny New, what are you trying to say? Granny New said nothing further, but instead produced a pristine newspaper from her snake staff and handed it to Hancock. Snake Princess, take a look. Initially, Hancock did not pay much attention, but after glancing at it, her pupils dilated in shock as she struggled to find her voice. It felt like a bolt from the blue, and she gazed at Long Zaitian with fear. Was Granny New not being clear enough? The revival pirate crew had likely come here with the intent to annihilate them. To dismantle 2 Emperor pirate crews within a week and then arrive here to assist them seemed utterly unrealistic. Noticing their unease, Long Zaitian recognized some familiarity in the back of the newspaper and recalled the previous one. Do not worry, we will not harm you, he smiled, dismissing their misunderstanding and directly placing his treasured sword into Margaret's hands, demonstrating his lack of malevolence through action. Vista and the others followed suit, willingly relinquishing their weapons, for they were not here to invade. The presence or absence of weapons was inconsequential. They simply needed to remember to take them when they departed. Upon witnessing this, Granny New realized that she might have overthought the situation. She quickly apologized, but Long Zaitian halted her, asking, forget that. Do you have any food? I'm a bit hungry after the earlier battle. Indeed, extinguishing that fire was no easy task. I want to eat fish. I heard it makes one smarter. Yae Miko perched atop Yamato's head, having transformed into her beast form during the earlier battle and yet to revert. Yamato was quite fond of her current appearance, constantly petting her, so Yae Miko remained mostly in her fox form. Very well, then please, esteemed benefactors, follow me to the banquet hall for a meal. Soon, the group made their way to the feast. The banquet hall was laden with food, and many of the islanders were already seated, with a section left vacant in the middle, where the food was notably abundant. Thank you for your hard work. Long Zaitian's eyes sparkled with a radiant glow as he surveyed the ample spread of food before them, sufficient to satisfy their hunger for several days. As long as you enjoy your meal, it is all that matters. If it's insufficient, we can always call for more. Upon hearing this, Napopo felt a surge of joy, while a flicker of thought began to stir within her. Her interactions with Long Zaitian contrasted sharply with the Navy's portrayal of him. It was not the savage pillaging they had anticipated. It seemed that the newspapers could not be fully trusted in the future. Damn it, no more claiming the first place. I can only say the author is handsome. Although there was the precedent of Luffy, men were rare in this land, and it was difficult not to arouse curiosity. Aside from the resurrected members of the pirate crew, the villagers observed them intently, hardly touching their own food. Benefactor, how long do you plan to stay on the island? Napopo inquired curiously as Long Zaitian and his companions neared the end of their meal. Perhaps a day or two, he contemplated, aware that they must continue their adventures and could not be ensnared by fleeting pleasures. Oh, I see. Napopo fell into a reverie. Long Zaitian sensed her hesitation. She seemed to have something to say, but struggled to find the right words. Napopo, if there is something on your mind, please speak freely. Whatever is within our capacity. We shall not disappoint your expectations. Ultimately, Napopo articulated her desire. I hope the Kuja pirates can join your ranks. What? Hancock, who had been observing, immediately reacted with urgency. Surely we are not at that stage yet. Sister Snake, you do not understand that the removal of the warlord title is the world government's intention. If they wish to annihilate an island, it will be a trivial task for them. When that time comes, how will you withstand their bombardment? Napopo expressed her viewpoint, gazing hopefully at Long Zaitian, wishing for his consent. This could be an opportunity for their daughter island. Once missed, it would be an irrevocable loss. Hancock, unusually silent, recognized that this time the Navy had failed, but there would surely be a next time. Would she be able to withstand it then? The resurrected pirate crew could not remain indefinitely. Once they departed, the Navy might strike back. Thus, if Daughter Island could align itself under the banner of an emperor, it would ensure peace for the coming years. After weighing the pros and cons, Hancock resolutely declared, Long Zaitian, the Kuja pirates request to join your ranks. Absolutely. Long Zaitian readily agreed, for as one of the four emperors, he currently possessed no territory. Such a revelation would surely elicit laughter. After a satisfying feast, Long Zaitian sauntered out of the banquet hall amidst a throng of beautiful figures. Hello, a timid voice called from behind, as a gentle breeze caressed his face. What is it? Do you wish to touch my body as well? During the meal, many women had curiously reached out to touch the male members of his crew, and Long Zaitian could not escape this attention. He understood their curiosity was innocent, not lecherous. Otherwise, they would not have been so respectful. But is it permissible? Came the hesitant voice again. Although Long Zaitian faced away, he could sense the nervousness in her tone. He nodded, confident that she would not overstep her bounds. Thank you, she replied, retracting her hand immediately and, after expressing her gratitude, darted away. Long Zaitian smiled as he watched her retreating figure before heading to a more secluded spot. The fleeting awareness he had experienced necessitated clarification. Leaving such an unknown factor in his mind would disrupt his peace. Finding an open area, he recalled the system's previous words. He had lifted the resurrection limit, and with sufficient will, he could bring someone back. However, the condition remained unchanged. The individual must be deceased. If they were alive, no amount of will could resurrect them. Had Enel died? He decided to test it. Long Zaitian sat cross-legged like a monk, slowly regulating his breath. Whether or not he could succeed was secondary. He had to create the right atmosphere. Resurrect Enel. Resurrect Enel. After multiple silent invocations and vocal declarations, Enel did not return, but a swarm of mosquitoes seemed to revive. Fine, I will attempt it 10 more times. If he does not appear, it will confirm he is still alive. Just as he was about to give up, a swirling vortex of space appeared before him. Long Zaitian swiftly leapt back, drawing his sword in preparation for any unexpected developments. In previous resurrections, his subjects had materialized without such phenomena. However, in the next moment, a naked man was ejected from the vortex, which then vanished. Long Zaitian approached cautiously, observing the figure whose previously closed eyes suddenly burst open, startling him. What the? The man wore a white headscarf, and his earlobes resembled noodles. With 4 thunder drums affixed to his back, Long Zaitian quickly steadied his heart. Yo, isn't this Enel? After such a long time, why do you look so haggard? Recognizing the figure, he felt a wave of relief. Enel ignored him, surveying his surroundings, before slowly rising and asking, Who are you? How'd I end up here? Long Zaitian scrutinized Enel's demeanor, and recalling the character from his memories, he suddenly questioned whether Enel had been possessed. The Enel he remembered was exceedingly arrogant, not one to exhibit such amiability. I resurrected you. Resurrect? Are you jesting? Enel's expression darkened, clearly displeased. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Enel struck his right shoulder drum, attempting to summon a powerful Thunderbird to assault Long Zaitian. However, nothing happened. Long Zaitian merely stood in place, observing Enelu's performance. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Enelu was momentarily taken aback, but soon shouted again. Yet, still nothing occurred. This left Enelu bewildered. Where was his devil fruit power? I forgot to mention, the powers of those I resurrect are mostly lost, Long Zaitian explained, as he certainly did not wish to see his counterpart foolishly shouting for an entire day and night. What did you say? Enelu exclaimed incredulously, glaring at Long Zaitian, before stepping forward to grasp his collar and demand, "Then return my powers to me." Long Zaitian casually cleared his ears, then delivered a punch to Enelu's abdomen, the excruciating pain forcing him to release his grip. "Hey, I was kind enough to bring you back to life, yet you repay me with ingratitude? Can we not converse civilly? If not, I can always give you another punch." If it weren't for the need to unravel the mystery of the strange memories in his mind, Long Zaitian would not have been so accommodating. Did I truly die? Enelu sensed the faint aura of blood emanating from Long Zaitian, and his previously heated mind began to cool. By general rationality, it should be so. Otherwise, I would not have been able to resurrect you. Damn world government. Enelu muttered under his breath, falling silent thereafter. The world government? Even though Enelu's voice was barely a whisper, Long Zaitian captured the essence of his words with clarity. It seemed Enelu was still unfamiliar with them. Clearly, the matter was far more complex than he had initially perceived. What transpired after you were defeated by Luffy? Long Zaitian inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed Enelu's despondent expression. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Enelu had perished at the hands of the world government. But how could there be such a conflict? Enelu visibly heard the question. His ears twitched, yet he remained silent, seemingly disinterested in engaging with Long Zaitian. Such pride. Long Zaitian had no choice but to produce the thunder fruit he had obtained through a lottery. It seemed that without offering something of value, he would not glean any information. "Just tell me, and this fruit will belong to you," he said, purposefully tossing it in his hand. What is this?" Enelu caught a glimpse, his gaze fixating on the fruit in Long Zaitian's hand. The thunder fruit. In an instant, Enelu took a quick step forward, attempting to snatch the fruit. However, Long Zaitian effortlessly pivoted, causing Enelu to miss entirely. "Hey, I went through great difficulty to acquire this. Surely you must pay some price to obtain it? What do you want? Just tell me." Enelu's tone was no longer calm, for he recognized the fruit's immense power. Even without rigorous training, he had once harnessed its formidable might. If he trained diligently this time, he might very well redeem himself. "All you need to do is tell me what you did after Luffy defeated you," Long Zaitian said, wearing a benevolent smile. "Is it truly that simple?" Enelu remained skeptical of the boy's smiling visage. Yet, given the disparity in their strengths, he found himself with little choice. If he possessed the thunder fruit, he would not have to endure such indignities. Seated on the ground, Enelu began recounting his journey thereafter. "Though I was defeated, I did not abandon the Infinite Land. I intended to conquer that realm before launching a counterattack, but to my dismay, it had already been ravaged by the world government." At this point, Enelu's emotions surged. Long Zaitian fell into contemplation. How could the world government have infiltrated the Infinite Land? Had their reach extended so far? After regaining his composure, Enelu continued. "You have no idea what those scoundrels have done on the Infinite Land. They transformed all the creatures there into mindless monsters. They have laid waste to the Infinite Land." Hearing this, Long Zaitian was taken aback. The world government was conducting bizarre experiments again? Reflecting on his previous experiences, it seemed they had never ceased such research. The dilapidation of the research facility did not signify the end of their plans. "How do you know that was the world government?" Long Zaitian turned to stare at Enelu, struggling to believe his claims. Enelu's complexion darkened, veins protruding. "I discovered recordings in a house there, which clearly detailed everything that transpired on the island. It explicitly stated that the world government was responsible for the destruction. In a fit of rage, I sought them out for retribution, but unexpectedly, I was intercepted by a group of masked individuals. CP0? I have no idea what strange sorcery they employed, but they turned my arm black. My lightning attacks were utterly ineffective against them, while their strikes could still reach me. Isn't that peculiar?" As he concluded, Enelu expressed his frustration over his impotence. Observing Enelu's state, Long Zaitian burst into laughter while explaining hockey. After a moment of astonishment, Enela finally grasped the nature of that sorcery. No wonder he had been unable to evade their punches even while in his elemental form. After listening to Enela's narrative, a vague memory resurfaced in Long Zaition's mind, now much clearer, resembling a map. This sparked his curiosity about Enelu's true identity, one capable of invoking such recollections. Given the context of the anime, this memory likely belonged not to him, but to the resurrection fruit. Well, I have finished my tale. Can I have the fruit now? Enela looked at him with a resentful expression, as if displeased that his sordid past was laid bare. All right, Long Zaition readily tossed the thunder fruit to him. After all, the fruit would be of no use to Enelu, for with his current mastery over it, he posed no threat. Enelu was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that Long Zaition had genuinely agreed. This was the thunder fruit, capable of wielding the power of lightning, and he was simply granted it? Enelu could not help but ponder. Was the other party foolish? Nonetheless, he did not hesitate, consuming the fruit without delay. Instantly, the familiar power surged within him once more. Enelu extended a finger, and a current of electricity danced around it under his command. The power of a god is back, he declared, casting a fierce glare at Long Zaition, seemingly intent on avenging his recent humiliation. This child truly had a short memory. Long Zaition quickly discerned Enelu's intentions and delivered a swift kick, leaving Enela dazed. With a head full of questions, Enelu wondered what sort of monster he faced. He merely harbored such thoughts, and yet the other party had already acted. You don't think merely consuming the thunder fruit will allow you to contend with me, do you? Long Zaition raised an eyebrow and chuckled, hoping Enelu would not be that foolish. I am a god. In the next moment, Enelu acted contrary to Long Zaition's hopes. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted from Enelu's right arm, transforming into a ferocious lightning beast that charged straight at Long Zaition. This is the price of underestimating a god. Enela taunted, as if he could already envision a charred figure in repentance. Though this maneuver may not represent the zenith of Anairu's power, it is nonetheless sufficient to overwhelm an ordinary individual. The ferocious thunder beast trampled upon the earth, raising a billowing cloud of white smoke in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the thunder beast descended before Long Zaition, exhibiting an arrogance akin to its master, pausing only to emit a deafening roar before resuming its assault. Alas, to engage in combat with you, one requires a pair of sunglasses. Long Zaition squinted as the sudden brilliance of white light in the pitch-black night proved difficult for the eyes to adjust to. Upon witnessing the thunder beast's arrival, Long Zaition remained unperturbed, maintaining a smile that suddenly instilled in Anairu an ominous premonition. With a simple yet powerful strike, Long Zaition effortlessly reduced Anairu's pride, the thunder beast, to mere wisps of smoke. The explosion generated a shockwave that obliterated the surrounding trees. Before Anairu could comprehend the unfolding events, an arm suddenly emerged from the smoke, firmly gripping his neck. Show me whatever prowess you possess. Anairu, filled with dread, glanced at Long Zaition, only to find him emerging from the explosion, his attire miraculously unscathed. No, this cannot be, Anairu thought in disbelief, realizing that his heart network had failed to keep pace with Long Zaition's speed. How could this be? On one hand, he was astonished by his opponent's resilience. On the other, he marveled at his swiftness. Could this be what he referred to as haki? Oh dear, how unfortunate for you. Each time you proclaim yourself a god, you encounter a true deity. First the sun god, now the god of resurrection. Before Anairu could fully process this thought, he found himself lifted high by Long Zaition and then forcefully slammed into the ground. A gasp escaped his lips as blood spewed forth. Would you like to join my pirate crew? My ambition is also to challenge the world government. Why not unite our efforts? Long Zaition extended the invitation, unwilling to see his divine fruit slip away. I, Anairu, would rather leap into the Dead Sea than join your pirate crew, although Anairu did not vocalize the sentiment. His defiant grimace revealed his unwillingness to acquiesce, and a flicker of rebellion danced in his eyes. Is that so? Long Zaition replied with a knowing smile. If you follow me, I can teach you the application of haki. At your current strength, Your only fate in these waters would be to be thoroughly beaten. Huh? Enairu sneered coldly, a glint of malice igniting in his gaze. Suddenly, Enairu's right hand transformed into lightning, unleashing a bolt aimed directly at Long Zaitian's temple. Again, bang, bang, boom, crack. The cacophony of sounds echoed. A minute later, Enairu, with a bruised and battered head, lay prostrate on the ground, clutching Long Zaitian's leg, pleading for mercy with a heart-wrenching wail. Though he was the sovereign of a natural fruit, he found himself repeatedly coughing up blood under the relentless assault of his opponent. Neither his myriad lightning strikes nor his transformation into a thunder god inflicted any significant harm. This marked the second time the proud Enairu faced such psychological blow, prompting him to reconsider Long Zaitian's earlier words. Could it be that he would indeed be outmatched in these waters? Oh, dear brother, had you stated this earlier, it would have spared me some trouble. Fortunately, you agreed quickly. Otherwise, I would have had to be a bit more forceful. Long Zaitian chuckled as he helped Enairu to his feet, knowing that his opponent could endure electricity, thus not needing to worry about minor injuries. Enairu, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Thank you for your leniency, elder brother." "Enough with the elder brother. Simply call me Captain." Long Zaitian joyfully patted Enairu's shoulder. "Yes, Captain," Enairu replied, trembling, while secretly plotting future strategies. Long Zaitian, observing Enairu's peculiar glances, suspected the latter was concocting some mischievous scheme, but chose not to confront him. After all, Long Zaitian did not expect Enairu to assimilate into their ranks swiftly. He believed that with time, Enairu would naturally find his place among them, and if not, he would resort to physical reasoning. "Let us depart. I shall introduce you to the rest of our crew." 2 days later, amidst the heartfelt farewells of the inhabitants of the daughter country, Long Zaitian and his companions set sail toward a mysterious island etched in his memory. During these 2 days, Long Zaitian learned of Enairu's origins. He was the last of the legendary Bordia tribe, known for wielding the divine flame haki. He stood on par with the Lunaria tribe of Jin. Regrettably, Enairu had grown discontent with his family's subservience, leading him to obliterate his birthplace, Baika, and embark on a quest for new territory. The young girl he encountered on Daughter Island was a survivor of that destruction. However, under Long Zaitian's forceful persuasion, Enairu had apologized to the girl, who bore no grudges. The crew offered no objections to Enairu's addition. After all, their captain had bestowed upon him a fruit. To expel him afterward would mean the captain had lost a precious resource. Moreover, Enairu's prowess seemed formidable, albeit a touch too brash. After being corrected by a few members skilled in armament haki, Enairu gradually learned to temper his demeanor. He finally came to trust Long Zaitian's assertion that without mastering haki, he would be unable to compete in these waters. Fortunately, Enairu's high aptitude and Zefa's guidance led to a substantial elevation in his heart network, granting him the ability to flee when outmatched. Consequently, Enairu's perception of this pirate crew began to shift. Perhaps forming friendships with them was not such a dreadful prospect after all. In just a few days of interaction, Enairu's worldview transformed. The self-proclaimed deity found himself developing a newfound respect for the vast ocean. A novel world unfolded before him, as delectable food revealed the existence of such happiness. Under Long Zaitian's guidance, Ace successfully navigated the ship to a dense, deserted island. From an external perspective, this island bore no distinguishing features from other forsaken lands. Its geographical location was exceedingly remote. Without Long Zaitian's memory of the map, it would have remained elusive. Upon sighting the island, the crew scratched their heads, puzzled as to why the captain had brought them to such a place. However, as it was an unexplored island, Long Zaitian resolved to observe its periphery for any anomalies. After all, the peculiar images that had surfaced in his mind could not simply be dismissed as mere coincidence. After half an hour of circling the island, Long Zaitian discerned its vastness but noted the absence of life. Even the seagulls circumvented the area, adding to its eerie and mysterious aura. "Let's disembark," Long Zaitian softly instructed, gazing at the island. "Captain, it appears there are no inhabitants on this island. What is our purpose here?" Ace voiced the collective confusion of the crew. Truth be told, I'm uncertain, yet I feel an inexplicable pull guiding me here, Long Zaitian admitted, spreading his hands in resignation. Captain, do you not find this island somewhat peculiar? Marco furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at Magnum, who had just disengaged from his sniping stance. There is something that obstructs our observation hockey, and there are not even mosquitoes on this island. This place is peculiar. Even a usually taciturn Douglas Barrett spoke up, further affirming the island's uniqueness. Let us proceed, my companions. Indeed, the unlocking of Beak Island was met with enthusiasm. Demon? Hephaestus irritably hurled black fireballs into the sea. The masked captain of the pirate ship turned to the bored crowd and inquired, "What is it?" "I crave the blood of the divine. If I do not drink soon, my divine power will soon wane," Hephaestus mumbled. They were the enigmatic masked figures that had appeared on Blackbeard Island, currently vacationing on the beach. "Spare me. You drank a year ago. How could your power diminish so rapidly?" A woman in a pink mask laughed. "Aphrodite, that lad is merely being greedy. Pay him no mind and observe how he stirs." Ares, who had buried himself in the sand, remarked dismissively. The three had consumed divine blood simultaneously. It was implausible that only he would be on the verge of losing his power. "I don't care. I want to drink. I want to drink." Hephaestus, having been exposed by his two friends, dropped the pretense and began to act like a petulant child. He knew that Demon would not ignore him. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Demon approached, resting his chin on his hand. "Hephaestus, bear with it for a while. The materials for divine blood are becoming increasingly scarce. Even the lackeys sent by the world government have only managed to find 2. One can imagine how rare it is." "What? There really is one?" Upon hearing this, Hephaestus sprang from the sand, joyfully bounding to Demon's side. "Who is it? The Lunaria tribe, the Saristan tribe, or the exceedingly rare Barodian tribe?" Before Demon could respond, Aphrodite interjected with sarcasm. "Hephaestus, are you foolish? The Barodian tribe was extinguished long ago. How could anyone remain?" "Aphrodite, cease your prattle. No one perceives you as mute," Hephaestus retorted, clearly displeased. "Foolishness is not exempt from ridicule," Ares chimed in. You all." Hephaestus, now incensed, unleashed a torrent of blazing black fire. The scorching heat warped the surrounding air. "Enough. The card of fate indicates that the Barodian tribe has not been eradicated. There are still survivors." Demon interrupted the banter between the two. "Captain, let us hasten to find them." Hephaestus was captivated by the captain's words, momentarily forgetting the earlier mockery. "What about the 2 of you?" Demon inquired, glancing at Aphrodite and Ares. "What else is there to say? Of course we shall go," Aphrodite declared. "I see Hephaestus longing for divine blood, and I shall not allow him to have even a drop." The duo scrambled up from the sand. "Let us proceed. The card of fate suggests we may uncover something on Beak Island." Demon returned the card to the deck. "Beak Island? Isn't that where Cartel Ace conducted his initial experiments?" Hephaestus questioned, perplexed. "It has been abandoned for countless years. How could there be Barodian survivors? To call you foolish is an understatement. What if they yearn for home?" Aphrodite seized the opportunity to mock Hephaestus once more. "You are the foolish one. You're the only fool in your family." Hephaestus turned away, indignant. Onward. Demon disregarded their childish bickering and marched directly toward the pirate ship. "Captain, wait for me." Hephaestus hurriedly followed behind. Upon reaching the resurrected pirate crew on the island, they discovered the vegetation was extraordinarily lush, enveloping the area like a verdant canopy. "Captain, what kind of plant is this? My blade cannot cut through it." Vista swung his weapon a few times, yet the resilient flora remained unscathed before him. "This thing cannot possibly be made of iron." Diamond Jozu cautiously touched the plant, which, instead of being soft, had turned remarkably hard, akin to an iron wall. "It seems this island harbors undisclosed secrets." Long Zaitian smiled slightly, recognizing that such a phenomenon could not occur without external intervention. But how did those individuals gain entry? Surely they did not enter and fail to emerge. "Allow me." The curious sight intrigued Douglas Barrett, who enveloped his fist in a darkened armament. With a swift 90-degree turn, he amassed formidable energy in his right fist. The next moment, boom! The resounding noise resembled 2 tanks colliding at high speed. As the dust settled, a small crater appeared before Douglas Barrett. Yet before long, fresh vegetation sprouted from the ground, filling the newly formed hole. This left even the self-assured Douglas momentarily stunned. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Not just him. All the crew members were equally taken aback. Douglas Barrett's strength had failed to breach such flora. Other crew members, contemplating their own attempts, promptly abandoned the notion. If even he could not force his way through with sheer strength, others stood no chance. Just as the group found themselves at a loss, Enel approached. In their moment of helplessness, Enel extended a hand, and miraculously, the iron-like plants that had previously obstructed their path parted to create a passage. The group stood in stunned silence, watching intently, with Douglas Barrett questioning his very existence. How had he accomplished that? Long Zaitian had not anticipated Enel possessed such an ability. "Captain, this place feels familiar," Enel remarked, his gaze penetrating as he stared ahead. "Since the entrance has opened. Let us proceed." Long Zaitian glanced at the others and entered first, with the remaining members following closely behind. The passage resembled one carved through dense thorns, surrounded by rigid vegetation that threatened to scrape their skin if they were not cautious. After a brief passage of time, they arrived in an internal space akin to a basin. They were situated at the highest point of the basin, with a downward slope ahead, revealing an array of ancient structures. However, as their gaze drifted further, they beheld a strikingly out-of-place steel castle standing in the distance. "How magnificent!" Ace expressed his genuine awe, and the other companions were similarly captivated. Despite the structures being in ruins, they still held many captivating elements. "Marco, descend and investigate," Long Zaitian commanded, eyeing a stone tablet at the bottom. Though intrigued, he retained his composure, recognizing that the outer flora indicated this place was far from simple. "Understood, Captain." Marco leaped down, diving swiftly, leaving a trail of blue flames in the air. The island had been completed. A tall man clad in a deep green coat strides purposefully through the smoke-laden battlefield. "Sabo, how goes it?" asked Monkey D. Dragon, his tone calm and steady as he observed the wounded soldiers retreating from the front lines. "Ah, Captain, what brings you here?" Sabo, intrigued by the voice, turned to see the unexpected visitor. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Give me a little more time, and I will free the slaves in this area." While coordinating with his subordinates, Sabo addressed Dragon's inquiry. "You worked hard these past few days." Monkey D. Dragon offered a rare smile, patting Sabo robustly on the shoulder. All sincere sentiments were conveyed through that gesture of strength, as he now entrusted most of the heavy responsibilities to Sabo. "Where is Keela?" Monkey D. Dragon glanced around, noting the absence of the usually chatty young girl. "Oh, she and Haku have gone to flank the fleeing nobles," Sabo replied, his face involuntarily flushing. Dragon noticed, but attributed it to the heat of the day. "By the way, Captain, in the residential area to the rear right, we discovered an elderly man who refuses to evacuate. You might want to take a look." Sabo refrained from naming the individual, but his expression revealed that this was likely a troublesome character, potentially even stronger than Sabo himself, rendering forceful methods ineffective. "All right, I shall investigate." Monkey D. Dragon transformed into a gust of wind, stirring up the surrounding sand as he sped toward the rear. In a mere moment, he arrived at the building Sabo had mentioned. It was a bar, now devoid of patrons, yet the sound of clinking glasses echoed within. As he entered, Monkey D. Dragon observed a burly old man swaying at the bar, a glass in hand. He was unmistakably elderly, with a thick mane of white hair. "I apologize, but we're closed for the day. Please leave," the old man said, not even turning his head, merely issuing a soft command for dismissal. Monkey D. Dragon remained silent, standing resolutely behind the elder. Did you not hear my words?" The old man, noticing the figure still standing there, intensified his tone. This bar was his sanctuary, and he had no intention of leaving. Not at all, my elder. That was never my intention." Monkey D. Dragon, increasingly recognizing the old man, expressed his surprise. "Oh." The elder's body shuddered, seemingly astonished that anyone would recognize him, prompting him to turn around. To his surprise, it was the renowned leader of the Revolutionary Army. Although the elder wore sunglasses, his expression betrayed his astonishment. I never anticipated to find the third-in-command of the Pirate King in such a place. Spark Jabba, once he fully turned, appeared almost unchanged aside from his white hair. What brings the leader of the Revolutionary Army to seek me? If it is to ask me to leave, then I shall decline. Aside from this bar, I possess nothing. Spark Jabba drained his glass and poured another. Monkey D. Dragon surveyed the liquor cabinet, then summoned a beautifully packaged bottle with his powers. Spark Jabba cast a glance. A subtle twitch at the corner of his eye revealing his heartache. The Revolutionary Army certainly has its wealth. You have consumed a bottle I have cherished for over 30 years. This wine bore witness to the demise of the Roger Pirates. Are you truly willing to spend the rest of your days here? Monkey D. Dragon lightly clinked his glass against Jabba's and began to drink. Well, what else is there? Spark Jabba gazed at the bounty poster of Roger on the wall, lost in thought. Are you aware that Whitebeard is currently recruiting? What concern is that of mine? Wait, he's still alive? Spark Jabba set down his glass, his brow furrowing deeply. The king, in his effort to solidify his position, had sealed the entire nation under his control, preventing any news from reaching them, leaving the populace oblivious to the outside world. Indeed, he has died once already. What do you mean? Spark Jabba was puzzled as to why Monkey D. Dragon would broach this topic. Dragon smiled faintly. It seems you are unaware that Roger has a son. What? Spark Jabba was taken aback, accidentally dropping his glass to the floor. Yet his thoughts were far removed from the mess. His mind raced. The captain has a son. Subsequently, Monkey D. Dragon relayed all the significant events occurring outside to Jabba. His intent was to persuade Jabba to join the crew of Long Zaitian. Given the current circumstances, Long Zaitian's endeavors mirrored those of the Revolutionary Army, thus offering assistance was warranted. Moreover, Dragon understood that Jabba would not join the Revolutionary Army. But the crew of Long Zaitian was a different matter altogether, considering that it included Roger's son. Tautu remains unconscious in Hancock's palace. Why are you sharing this with me? Spark Jabba scrutinized him, sensing that Monkey D. Dragon was not as straightforward as he appeared. Because I share the same objective as that captain of aces. As he spoke of Long Zaitian, Dragon's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He could hardly believe that someone else in this world was pursuing the same aim, since Long Zaitian had prompted Whitebeard to act against the Celestial Dragons. He had been closely observing the young man. Though he had not directly declared war on the world government, he had certainly diverted their attention, so much so that they dispatched several admirals in an effort to eliminate him. Such feats were not those of an ordinary pirate crew. All right, I understand. Spark Jabba glanced at the bounty poster once more, exhaling a sigh. Roger, your son seems to share your penchant for reckless behavior. As he spoke with deep emotion, his eyes welled with tears. This time, I shall wager my life to protect him. He moved behind the bar and retrieved a pair of rusted axes from beneath the counter. Are you preparing to leave? Monkey D. Dragon gazed at the myriad of fine wines lining the walls. Indeed, the legacy of Roger must not fade. His voice was resolute and firm. There are ships at the southern port. You may. Haha, do you belittle this old body of mine? Spark Jabba tied his disheveled hair back, instantly invigorated. His towering figure navigated through the gunfire with ease. Upon encountering the fleeing king, he swung his axe, cleaving the escort in two. Where the white light passed, nothing remained intact. Marco circled back above. Captain, the area below is secure. Good, let us proceed. Long Zaitian drew his sword and plunged it into the rocky wall to slow his descent, sliding down the cliffside. When the group arrived before a massive stone tablet, they were awestruck by its grandeur, a 3-meter monument steeped in the essence of time. Captain, what does it say? Ah, this. Long Zaitian glanced at it, realizing he could not decipher a single character, so he turned aside to look at Enel, hoping he could understand. Unfortunately, Enel also shook his head helplessly, indicating he was equally ignorant. Thus, Long Zaitian gently caressed the stone tablet in search of answers. Unexpectedly, as his hand made contact with the tablet, an unusual force surged into his being. Was this the herald of awakening? In an instant, a torrent of potent memories erupted from the depths of his mind. Meanwhile, outside the island, the game pirates had also arrived at the scene. Captain, there's a pirate ship over there. Ifesi Tuasi exclaimed excitedly. We are not blind, Aphrodite retorted, giving his head a light tap. Captain, she is bullying me. He faced C2C complained, approaching Captain Demon with a sense of grievance. That is the ship of the resurrection pirates. Demon recognized the ship's owner at a glance. Oh, what brings them here? He faced C2C recalled the individuals he had encountered on the island of Blackbeard. I don't know, let's go take a look. Demon drew a car to accelerate the ship. Upon reaching the island, he faced C2C was astonished to find the ship deserted. Where have they gone? They couldn't possibly have entered, could they? It is not impossible, Demon replied, using his observation hockey to sense the surroundings, discovering that their figures were nowhere to be found. How could this be? They couldn't have entered. Even my flames would take some time to burn through this vegetation. He faced C2C clearly doubted this. Enough talk. Let's go inside and check. Demon's previously calm voice took on a serious tone. All right, Captain. Black flame erosion. A mass of intensely heated black flames struck the verdant iron wall, gradually scorching a path through the extreme temperatures. Inside, Long Zaitian had just completed his awakening. It turned out that among the deities ruling the heavens, there was a resurrection deity who despised such a life of dominion. Thus, he descended to the earth with 3 clans of followers to establish a home. Later, feeling bored, he departed from the island to wander the world. However, concerned for the 3 races, he entrusted a portion of his divine power within the stone tablet for the astute descendants to comprehend, vowing to return one day to lead them in exploring this world. But unexpectedly, just as he prepared to embark on his journey, Im had already defeated Joy Boy and established the world government. Subsequently, the resurrection deity met his demise. Over the years, this island was eventually discovered. Unsurprisingly, the world government began to study this race endowed with strange powers. Although they possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, the divine flames and color of hockey were not meant for offense, and they could hardly withstand the relentless assaults from the world government. As time passed, the chieftains of the 3 races recognized that this was an unsustainable situation, leading to an order to abandon the island. The Poridea tribe, being naturally capable of flight, returned to the Sky Island alongside the Lunaria tribe, while the Celastan tribe retreated into the sea. Yet, this did not cease the world government's research into such races, and was particularly pleased to discover that the blood of these beings could enhance strength. Thus, a massacre ensued. After clarifying this powerful memory, Long Zaitian remained unsettled for a long time. He glanced at Ai Lu, pondering that such matters could wait for another time. After all, he could not allow hatred to cloud his judgment. Just as the crew was curious about their captain's condition, the game pirates successfully infiltrated the interior and descended from above. Ha, it's good to see you again. He faced C2C exclaimed with utmost excitement, spotting Ai Lu, whose earlobes were notably elongated. Oh, the Poridea tribe. He faced C2C's eyes gradually became frenzied, black flames seeping from his body. Who are you? Une expression froze. Only Long Zaitian knew of his race. So how could this stranger possibly know? Haha, that's right, it's you. Prépare-toi. He faced C2C, disregarded everything, and summoned a black magic dragon, launching it towards his opponent. Run. Long Zaitian never anticipated that the adversary would strike so directly. This took him by surprise. Could they be agents of the world government? The resurrection pirates had already amassed formidable strength, but against those wielding demigod powers, they were evidently outmatched. One strike of black flame magic dragon scattered the group. The terrifying flames, once they adhered to the surface, inflicted excruciating pain upon the body. Douglas Bullet even utilized his devil fruit ability to resist. It was known that he usually couldn't be bothered to activate hockey. The horrifying heat splashed against the rock wall, melting it instantly. Even Marco's phoenix form dared not test this power. Upon encountering the black flames, the blue flames scattered in all directions. Divine thunder descends. Ai Lu transformed into a flash of lightning, swiftly distancing himself from He Fei C2C. How dare you act recklessly before a deity? Thunder roared from the heavens, bright white light illuminating the sky, shattering the ground below. Dust and debris enveloped the ruins, completely obscuring He-Fei C2C's figure. If this were an ordinary person, they would have been reduced to ash. AI and I Lu observed his astonishing destructive capability, a triumphant smile gracing his face. If I cannot defeat Long Zaitian, can I not defeat you? However, the dust was soon cleaved apart by a flame from within. Oh dear, I did not expect an ant to dare to call itself a god. How pathetic. He-Fei C2C sneered disdainfully, then raised his hand. Countless flames surged from his being, coalescing into several fiery spears in the air. What? Not dead. AI and I Lu's face changed abruptly, as if he had encountered a monster. As He-Fei C2C's hand descended, the fire spears shot down fiercely. Boom! The dust created by this attack was even denser than AI and I Lu's. The already ravaged ground became even more barren, and the entire island trembled. Confident in his observation haki, AI and I Lu, to his astonishment, found his body pierced by the fiery spear the next moment. What? Even with elementalization and observation haki, he could not evade successfully. AI and I Lu slowly lowered his head, watching the blood oozing from the wound, his consciousness gradually fading until he collapsed. Bastard! Witnessing his comrades being injured one by one ignited Long Zaitian's fury. A rage unprecedented surged within him, igniting a fervor that scorched his very being. Oh, I almost forgot about the captain. Alas, it is my fault. Had I known, I would have eliminated you first. After all, watching my crew fall one by one is quite distressing. He-Fei C2C remarked, eyeing the delectable juices seeping from AI and I Lu, and strode toward him. Oh ha ho ho ho. He-Fei C2C remained oblivious to Long Zaitian's face, twisted in rage, as he continued to amuse himself. After all, he was quite confident in his own strength. Could mortals possibly harm him? Long Zaitian observed the adversary's demeanor, and an array of haki surged forth from his being, the overwhelming power momentarily startling his opponent. They say your flames are formidable, but can they rival a deity's? Long Zaitian not only obtained memories from the stone tablet, but also acquired the final form of haki, divine flame haki. Now, with the fusion of 3 types of haki, he wielded immense power. Regardless of whether it is offense or defense, one should not fear the black flames of the opponent. This energy, how could it be? He-Fei C2C wore a grave expression, his previous smile having vanished. He was at a loss as to how the adversary had achieved this. He-Fei C2C returned. Even the usually reticent demon could not restrain his roar. Yet, how could Long Zaitian allow those who bullied his comrades to leave unscathed? Wan Rong Yin Fei Wu Lin. The renowned blade in his hand erupted with an unprecedented aura, powerful enough to rend the very fabric of space. Aware that evasion was futile, He-Fei C2C braced himself for defense, exclaiming, "Foul play! Demon Fire Shield!" The black flames in the opponent's hand coalesced into a devilish shield, firmly protecting him from behind. With a resounding clash, the 2 formidable energies collided, dispersing the verdant foliage above. Immediately following was the sharp sound of shattering glass, as a figure flew from the smoke and crashed forcefully into the stone wall. Is this the foundation of your arrogance? Is nothing more than this? Long Zaitian narrowed his eyes, surveying the 3 individuals standing nearby, a murderous intent enveloping him. Captain, what should we do? Ares watched as a colossal dragon gradually took shape behind Long Zaitian, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. This lad had never exhibited such strength before. Captain, that fool won't be killed, will he? Aphrodite's throat bobbed nervously, goosebumps rising all over her body. After a brief silence, Demon ordered a retreat. Though the 2 members did not believe their captain could be overpowered, they complied with his command and carried the unconscious He-Fei C2C away. Watching the enemy retreat, Long Zaitian finally dropped the pretense and hurriedly sat down to recuperate. Although he had just employed the divine flame's might, which had significantly amplified his power, the consumption was equally immense. He seldom utilized it unless absolutely necessary for healing serious injuries. Captain, are you all right? The crew, seeing the adversaries depart, staggered towards their captain, their injured bodies dragging behind. I'm fine. Just check if Enelu is still alive. If he is, I will attend to him. Long Zaitian waved his hand from the ground. Although he possessed the ability to revive, he could not guarantee success in subsequent attempts. If everyone only had one chance at resurrection, it would be a grave loss for him. Thus, he opted to utilize the Divine Flame's power for healing, as it merely required additional stamina. Marco glanced at Enelu's condition and, choking back emotion, spoke, "Captain, he might be nearing death." That's of no concern. Long Zaitian struggled to rise, gathering an orb of orange light in his hand and gently applying it to Enelu's wound. "Captain, what are you doing?" Marco watched Long Zaitian's peculiar actions, wanting to kindly caution him against reckless movements, especially considering Enelu's dire state, of which even he had no certainty. Yet, the next moment left him dumbfounded. Enelu's wound ceased bleeding, and miraculously, the torn flesh began to regenerate slowly. This extraordinary occurrence astonished everyone. Yamato exaggeratedly covered her mouth, fearing her voice might disrupt Long Zaitian's healing. "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted." After uttering these words, Long Zaitian collapsed on the ground, feeling utterly numb and longing for a deep slumber. The crew, observing their captain cease his actions, grew curious about the outcome of the healing. Alas, Long Zaitian was already too fatigued to remain awake, and they refrained from disturbing him over trivial matters, opting instead to sit quietly and wait. Marco seized the opportunity to treat the injuries of other crew members. It must be said that foe's flames were genuinely terrifying. Even Kazan's ice and Zefa's hockey were not spared. What kind of monster was that? Kazan pondered, glancing at his now charred arm, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Thankfully, he hadn't been as reckless as his teacher, directly using hockey to resist. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. Kazan glanced over at Zefa, who was inhaling sharply. Zefa had also noticed Kazan's discomfort. "You brat, hurry and give me some ice. I am burning up." "It's useless. I've already tried," Kazan lamented. "Even your ice cannot alleviate the pain?" Zefa exclaimed in astonishment, wondering if that adversary's damage surpassed Akainu's magma. As the group rested, Enelu miraculously opened his eyes. I'm not dead." Enelu's fingers twitched as he realized he lacked strength, turning his head to survey his surroundings. "Enelu, how are you? Do you feel unwell?" Marco flew over, concerned. "Aside from feeling a bit weak, I'm mostly fine. By the way, did you save me?" Enelu looked gratefully at the ship's doctor. "Marco, no, it was the captain who saved you." "The captain?" Enelu's eyes widened, and he turned his neck. "What about those scoundrels? Are they still about?" "Do not worry. They have already been driven away by the captain," Marco reassured him, patting his chest. "That's good. Where's the captain?" "He fell asleep after treating you." Marco turned to gaze at Long Zaitian, his eyes filled with astonishment. He remained highly curious about Long Zaitian's healing methods, which had almost pulled Enelu back from the brink of death. Enelu turned to look at the slumbering Long Zaitian, his heart filled with mixed feelings. It seemed he would never be able to leave the ship. 3 days later, Long Zaitian's eyelids finally fluttered, igniting excitement among the surrounding crew. "Captain, you're finally awake. Hurry, get water, get water." "What water?" "Just bring me some wine." Observing his crew bustling about in a frenzy, Long Zaitian called out to them. "How long have I been asleep?" With the crew's assistance, Long Zaitian sat up straight. "Almost 3 days." "Oh, the Haven tea returned. Have they?" Long Zaitian rubbed his hair, straining to recall the events that had transpired earlier. He had underestimated the consumption of that mysterious hockey, not anticipating that it would require such an extended period of rest. Thankfully, they had repelled the enemy and safeguarded their companions. No, the crew recalled the battle from 3 days prior, still feeling a lingering trepidation. That dreadful power would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. "Let us depart. There is nothing left here, is there?" Long Zaitian surveyed the familiar homeland, a bittersweet feeling welling within him. It seemed the fruit's master was reluctant to leave. "Captain, are you all right? Perhaps you should rest a few more days?" Marco observed Long Zaitian struggle to rise. In response to Marco's concern, Long Zaitian firmly declined. "No more rest. If those fellows return to attack, we will be doomed." Moreover, we promise to escort Sheng Huan Yilang home. It is better to return quickly. Sheng Huan Yilang had been aboard the ship for some time. Although he felt some reluctance to leave, his longing for home was greater. Long Zaitian could see that the other's mood was deteriorating day by day. Although unspoken, it was evident on his face. All right, what about Hancock? Ace inquired about whether they should return to fetch Tao Tuesday. Yes, I almost forgot about her. We must hurry back, or Hancock will be furious. Long Zaitian rose hastily. Initially, he refrained from bringing Tao to aboard the vessel to prevent her from uncovering the secrets concealed within this place. After all, she was affiliated with the Navy, and should these secrets fall into their hands, the world government would undoubtedly be alarmed. The demise of this place was intricately linked to the world government. As for the reason behind returning to retrieve Tao Tu, it was because Long Zaitian intended to use her as leverage for future maneuvers. Dealing with the Navy was a conundrum that could not be resolved by mere violence or diplomacy. Instead, employing threats would prove to be far more effective. On the island, every Tuesday, Demon, accompanied by the members of the gaming pirate crew, found himself in a location he least wished to visit. Anxiously, he pressed the doorbell. As a voice resonated from within, the half-meter thick steel door gradually ascended. Esteemed guests, I thought you were off on vacation, chuckled the elder seated before multiple screens, his smugness palpable even in his tone. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us see him, Demon interjected, his complexion paling. For the heart of Heifei Sitoosi had ceased beating 2 days prior. Oh, is this how you beseech me to assist? The elder turned, revealing his signature birdbeak mask. Ka, to Elisi, restore him. If you utter another word, I shall demolish this place. Ka to Elisi, glancing at the furious demon, reluctantly rose from his seat, fearful of the lunatic before him, for the premises housed numerous experimental artifacts. If they were destroyed, he would have nowhere to lament. Very well. What seems to be the issue? Ka to Elisi donned a crimson lab coat, still stained with blood. It appeared he had been struck by Long Zaitian, who reportedly possessed the famed Conqueror's Haki. Demon recounted the encounter in detail. Oh, the captain of the resurrected pirate crew, is it? They have been making quite a stir lately. To think he could sustain injuries, how intriguing. Ka to Elisi exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. This is one of my most prized experimental subjects. You better not be deceiving me, or I want to provide assistance. Ka to Elisi muttered to himself, appearing markedly unprofessional, which caused both Afuluadita and Rue to question his reliability. After all, every encounter with this scientific madman had involved dissection. He had never been seen healing anyone. Nevertheless, as it was the captain's decree, they could only submit unconditionally. What is the status? Demon interrupted Ka to Elisi's tedious gossip, focusing solely on the injured party. Nothing grave, merely a halted heartbeat. Ka to Elisi replied with a smile hidden behind his mask. Ruesi exclaimed, what do you mean that's not a big deal? He could hardly fathom how this individual could so calmly utter such a statement. Honestly, you've never seen the world, Ka to Elisi retorted. You are all my finest creations. How could you perish so easily? Your vitality is not that of ordinary human blood, but rather divine blood, the blood of ancient gods. I have dedicated my life to researching this treasure. Its effects are beyond your comprehension. Even if the heart has ceased for 6 months, as long as divine blood remains within you, you shall not perish. After this proclamation, Ka to Elisi procured a hypernuclear electromagnetic gun from a nearby shelf. The others, Afuluadita and Ruesi, were taken aback, utterly unable to predict his next move. Click! As he gently squeezed the trigger, a beam of light shot directly into Heifei Sitoosi's body. This scene left everyone astonished. Was this an act of salvation or an execution? After a few moments, Ka to Elisi retracted the gun. All done, he is fine now. Take him away, he'll awaken in a few days. Ka to Elisi yawned and resumed his seat, as if he had merely performed a minor procedure. Is that it? Both Afuluadita and Ruesi exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears. Thank you for your efforts, Demon remarked, casting a glance at the still unconscious Heifei Sitoosi before lifting him and moving toward the exit. The other two promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, tumultuous winds swept across the sea, and news of Baihu summoning his crew spread like wildfire among pirates. Regardless of their qualifications, many rushed to join him. Being part of Baihu's pirate crew would assure them a life free from worries about sustenance. This maneuver also unsettled the navy, led by Saka CG. Not long ago, they had attacked Impel Down, and now they were enlisting new members. Would their next move involve an assault on Navy headquarters? Upon receiving the intelligence, Saka CG summoned all Navy personnel once more. You see the current situation. Who will engage in battle? With ire, Saka CG surveyed the room, and the few admirals who had previously captured Han Ku-ka hastily bowed their heads, fearful of inciting his wrath. After a moment of silence, no one responded. Are we to stand idly by as they grow stronger? Saka CG's brow furrowed, his voice rising involuntarily. Should we prioritize rescuing Tao-Tu? Kapu remarked tersely. The atmosphere in the room grew oppressive, leaving others gasping for breath. She is my subordinate. There is no need for concern. Our primary focus should be to thwart Baihu's recruiting efforts. Kapu's expression darkened as he responded slowly. I said it once. This matter is not for you to ponder. Sakashi G's face grew increasingly grim, as if he were moments away from unleashing chaos. The tension in the room became unbearable, with many nervously digging their toes into their shoes. Enough noise. Just as it seemed the table might be overturned. Vice Admiral Hayes spoke up. Both of your points hold merit. Why not split our forces? Split our forces? All the Navy personnel were taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Did the Navy still possess sufficient manpower? Having dispatched so many admirals without achieving any results, splitting their forces again would undoubtedly lead to failure. Those who had previously clashed with the resurrected pirate crew knew well that achieving victory was no simple task, even without Tao-Tu as a hostage. Annihilating the resurrected pirate crew was far from straightforward. Moreover, they had already lost track of the resurrected pirate crew's whereabouts. Who knew how much stronger they had become since then? Months ago, some had doubted their capabilities. But now, it was evident that not fully committing to confront them had been their gravest error. Just as everyone feared their plans would unravel, unexpectedly, both Kapu and Saka CG agreed. This time, I shall personally confront Baihu. I can kill him once, and I can do it again. Saka CG clenched his fists. Leave the matter of rescuing Tao-Tu to me. Kapu rose, disregarding the reactions of those present as he strode out. At this moment, the resurrected pirate crew remained oblivious to the invisible net that had begun to ensnare their actions. Captain, is it not dangerous to bring her aboard? Funkale, trembling in fear, hid behind with a face full of murderous intent directed at Tao-Tu. Fear not, Zefa will be watching over her. Long Zaitian reassured with a gentle smile, then approached Tao-Tu, stating, if you wish to conceal the mark upon your face, it would be prudent to behave. After Long Zaitian finished speaking, he hummed a little tune and departed, leaving behind the resentful Tao-Tu, enveloped in bitterness. Soon, Long Zaitian and his companions learned of the news regarding Whitebeard's vigorous recruitment of pirates. It seemed that things were progressing quite smoothly on their father's side. Ace, enjoying a drink while perusing the newspaper, wore a satisfied expression. Indeed, he had not anticipated that his actions would unfold so swiftly. Long Zaitian gazed at a photograph captured from the sky, with a dense throng of pirates below. He fervently hoped to reunite with their father soon. Marco looked up at the sky, reminiscing about his time with Whitebeard. Yet amidst the harmonious laughter, one individual appeared out of place, the captured Tao-Tu. When she saw the newspaper handed to her by Zefa, her face was a picture of shock. The Navy was undoubtedly devising strategies, while she found herself absent at such a critical juncture. Teacher Zefa, I implore you to let me go, Tao-Tu whispered in a voice filled with desperation. Sighing, Zefa looked at her with softened eyes and decided to sit down for a conversation. Teacher Zefa, are you truly willing to watch these pirates run amok? Tao-Tu could not comprehend what enchantment had been cast upon Zefa, rendering him deaf to his own students' pleas. Tao-Tu, I understand your intentions, Zefa remarked, ruffling his hair, uncertain of how to explain to his former student. Let me take over. Just as their conversation unfolded, Long Zaitian approached. Captain Yu, Zephyr turned to glance at Long Zaitian, then stood and patted his shoulder, saying, "If you can't handle it, call me." Understood. Once Zephyr departed, Long Zaitian settled down. "Shall we converse?" "Huh. What is there to discuss with a pirate? Unless you release me from the sea prism stone." Tautu turned her head, ignoring Long Zaitian entirely. "Well, it is daytime. Don't indulge in fantasies." Long Zaitian scratched his head, taken aback by her naivety. "Are you interested in learning about the blank century?" Long Zaitian suddenly shifted the topic, catching Tautu off guard. "What do you mean? Do you know something?" Tautu furrowed her brow and inquired. "I do not know, but we are close." Long Zaitian smiled as he shared his previous discoveries with Tautu, hoping to sway her to their side. Although the probability of success was slim, it was worth a try. After all, Tautu did not harbor strong animosity toward them. Moreover, her initial reluctance to unleash her full might against Amazon Lily suggested she possessed a measure of compassion. A typical person would not seek complete annihilation. In contrast, conversing with Akainu would be far more straightforward, as there would be no need for convoluted dialogue. A direct confrontation would suffice. Long Zaitian often employed verbal tactics when dealing with other admirals, aiming to avoid bloodshed whenever possible. However, when faced with Akainu, he would not bother with such subtleties. If he had the capability to persuade his opponent, who needed ancient weaponry. Upon hearing some of Long Zaitian's secrets, Tautu was taken aback. Her eyes filled with doubt. "Impossible, impossible. What is impossible?" Long Zaitian inquired. "The world government could not have committed such acts. You must be fabricating stories." Tautu the guy, struggling to accept the collapse of her worldview. If the world government had indeed perpetrated these vile deeds, then the Navy would be complicit. The pirates are, in fact, myself. Long Zaitian recognized that Tautu would not be convinced in such a short time. So he proposed a wager. "How about this? I will present evidence before you, but until then, you must refrain from causing trouble." With that, to Tautu's astonishment, Long Zaitian released her from the sea prism stone. As it fell to the ground, she stood frozen in place. Cautiously, she touched her wrist, marveling at the complete absence of the icy confinement. Tautu promptly raised her fist to her chest, assuming a combustance. A whirlwind of excitement, skepticism, and concern swirled within her. Could it be that Long Zaitian was indeed telling the truth? Otherwise, why would he release her? Did he not fear her change of heart? Tautu realized she was increasingly unable to fathom Long Zaitian's intentions, as his actions consistently defied expectations. "All right, in a few days we will reach Giant Island. Once we deliver Saint One Wolf home, I will show you the evidence." The only evidence Long Zaitian currently possessed was that laboratory. Though it might not signify much, it was sufficient to cast doubt for a time. His primary aim in doing so was to buy time. By the time Tautu and the Navy truly comprehended the situation, Whitebeard would have likely reunited with him. At which point, even if they regretted it, they would be powerless against him. Thus, under Long Zaitian's persuasive words, Tautu let go of some of her biases and took up residence in a room. This sequence of events left the other crew members utterly astounded. Such an approach, transforming an enemy into an ally, was truly unprecedented. 3 days later, the resurrected pirate crew successfully arrived at the distant giant island. In fact, they had spotted a colossal tree from a far day prior, its roots embedded in Giant Island, a testament to its staggering height. Upon landing, they were predictably surrounded by numerous giants. Upon recognizing Saint One Wolf, the giants' faces were filled with hostility. Due to his immense destructive power, he had been expelled, but they had not anticipated his return. Faced with the swords and blades of his kin, Saint One Wolf exhibited neither sorrow nor anger. He merely inquired about his mother. However, the giants showed no inclination to listen, charging forward without hesitation. "This is excessively violent," Long Zaitian mused, surprised by the current situation. The giants had taken action immediately. Yet despite his murmurs, he had to protect his crew, even if it meant they remained on the ship for just a minute. Over the course of these 3 days, he had mastered his new haki. No longer would he succumb to exhaustion after a brief exertion. Long Zaitian fused his 3 forms of haki: Armament, Conqueror, and Divine Flame, expanding their reach. He aimed to stun the giants with his haki, thus preventing casualties. "Stop!" Suddenly, An elderly voice halted all the giants in their tracks. Surprisingly, they did not fall unconscious. Rather, their expressions turned grim. The giants parted, revealing an elderly giant who appeared to be their leader. It seemed he had foresight. Thankfully, he intervened. Otherwise, bloodshed would have been inevitable. What was that just now? The giant chieftain inquired, trembling. Was that the divine flame hockey? Long Zaitian was taken aback, curious as to how the giant knew. However, since he was able to name it, the giant must have known something, so Long Zaitian nodded. Ha! The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. Upon receiving an affirmative response, the old chieftain knelt down, tears brimming in his eyes as he shouted. The surrounding giants hurried to support him. After the old chieftain muttered to himself, he reprimanded the few giants who had been prepared to attack. He then warmly welcomed the resurrected pirate crew to the village. Saint One Wolf successfully found his mother, while Long Zaitian's attention was now entirely focused on the old chieftain. Due to his intense curiosity about how the other party came to know such matters, the elder of the giant clan glanced at Long Zaitian and hesitated to ask, "Should we step aside?" Given the gravity of the situation, he felt compelled to inquire. The crew, sensing the importance of the conversation, began to turn away, but unexpectedly. Long Zaitian directly rejected the notion. "Elder, please speak freely. They are all my companions and trustworthy." At that moment, Tao Tu among the crowd appeared somewhat awkward, torn between the desire to leave and the curiosity about the discussion subject. If it pertained to the Navy, she certainly could not afford to miss it. However, staying would imply her allegiance to them. The elder looked up at the ceiling and began reminiscing. It has been a millennium. I never imagined that his prophecy would truly come to fruition. The elder recounted the events of the past. It turned out that 1,000 years ago, the world government had yet to be established, and Joy Boy and I had not yet become adversaries. At that time, the Giant Clan and the precursor of Vegapunk, the Wisdom Clan, were safeguarding the kingdom of B. The fishmen had already made arrangements with Joy Boy, promising to transport them back to land once the colossal Noah Ark was completed. However, a few days later, an unforeseen event transpired. M, leading a group of capable individuals, launched a surprise attack on the kingdom of D, managing one of the ancient weapons, the battleship known as Pluton. Her actions disrupted all of Joy Boy's plans, leading him to fail in fulfilling his promise to the fishmen. Had the Giant Clan and the Wisdom Clan united at that time, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope, but the Wisdom Clan chose to betray them. Consequently, Im's focus shifted to the Giant Clan. At that time, the Giants were not weak. They could even contend with Im's capable individuals. However, with Pluton at their side, Joy Boy faced Im's army alone to protect them. This was why they were able to escape. Unfortunately, I began to purge them, and their numbers dwindled. Eventually, they arrived at this remote location, yet they were still pursued. It was not until a deity wielding the power of divine flames appeared and annihilated their pursuers that the Giant Clan could finally find peace. Joy Boy had once foretold that someone would come to save this world. At that time, neither he nor the leader of the Wisdom Clan believed it. After all, no one could rival Joy Boy. He sought to create a world where all beings coexisted as partners, thus eliminating war. Yet, it ended in such a manner. Upon the elder's conclusion, a heavy silence enveloped the room. No one had anticipated the gravity of the past events. Long Zaitian finally comprehended the excitement displayed by the other party upon seeing him. The elder also led Long Zaitian to view the last piece of the red historical text. It turned out that the piece concerning Fishman Island was located here. Long Zaitian felt a surge of joy, as this journey had yielded unexpected findings. Now, the 4 pieces of red text were complete. What thrilled him further was that he could understand the ancient script. Long Zaitian's immediate reaction was that it was related to the stone tablet he had touched at Bake Island, as he had previously been unable to decipher it. Long Zaitian translated all the materials at hand, revealing that the 4 pieces of historical text corresponded to the histories of 4 nations. The piece from Zo Island narrated the tale of Wano country, while the text from Charlotte Linland spoke of the Giant Island. The historical text previously held by Kaido pertained to Bake Island, and now before Long Zaitian lay the text of Fishman Island. How could the history of Fishman Island be here? Long Zaitian inquired, perplexed. This was sent by King Neptune. who said a prophecy foretold that a hero would come to Giant Island to save the entire world. At that moment, everyone became exceedingly excited, as they were on the verge of uncovering the secrets of the blank century. Ace produced a map, connecting the locations of the 4 islands, revealing an intersection point. How is this possible? Could it be a mistake? When everyone beheld the intersection S location, astonished expressions adorned their faces. Why would it be Judicial Island? The intersection of the 4 islands was precisely the legendary Judicial Island. It was situated perfectly at the point, with no other structures nearby. Could there be a cavern beneath Judicial Island? Long Zaitian speculated, his imagination running wild. At that moment, silence fell over everyone. No one knew whether this answer was correct. The space beneath Judicial Island was nearly an abyss. If they were wrong, it would surely lead to their demise. However, the historical text could not lie, and Long Zaitian questioned whether his translation was flawed. Their actions came to a standstill. Brothers, let us go. If worst comes to worst, I can revive you. Long Zaitian contemplated and ultimately decided to take a risk. After all, it had been many years since Roger's death, without anyone discovering the great treasure, which certainly indicated that the location was perilous. The unique geography must have its reasons for formation. This reminded Long Zaitian of the Fire Dragon Valley from the Adventures of Lolo, where molten lava flowed on the surface, while beneath lay the energy-rich purple crystals. If that abyss were merely an ordinary whirlpool, why would the world government construct Judicial Island in such a dangerous location? The pirate world was vast, with countless islands. There was no reason to choose such a place, akin to no one building a fence on Mount Everest, as it was implausible for anyone to smuggle through there. The only explanation was that they feared someone might stumble upon this place and discover something, reminiscent of the saying, "There's no silver here, 300 tales." Captain, are you serious? At this moment, everyone questioned whether the captain had lost his mind, yet no one opposed his decision. They believed in the captain's hypothesis, though internally they were reluctant to accept such absurdity. His idea was too shocking. The existence of Laugh Tale, which the world government sought to conceal, lay beneath their feet. Even Tao, too, was affected by the madness of these individuals. At this moment, she began to understand why the Navy had been unable to deal with Long Zaitian. They had severely underestimated him. However, even with a target in sight, the implementation would not be easy. Since they were under the watchful eye of the Navy, they needed to enter stealthily, and, subsequently, they would require coding. The crew was unaware of the circumstances below, so they needed to be thoroughly prepared. Now, they were drawing closer to the truth, but this meant the world government's restraints would tighten further. They had to uncover the secret before the world government became fully aware. Thus, they politely declined the giant clan's grand invitation and set sail immediately. Every Tuesday Island. Cateless watched the footage on the screen of the revived pirate crew departing from Giant Island, gently sipping his coffee. He picked up the picture frame beside his computer, which contained a photograph of an elderly man and a child. The child bore a striking resemblance to Cateless. He gently caressed the smooth glass, gazing at the photo, and began to murmur, "Master, I will soon avenge you. They will all accompany you." Cateless stared at the photograph of Carlos, unable to extricate himself from his sorrow for a prolonged time. Rayleigh is the chief director of the Afinari's Research Institute. The diary found by Long Zaitian was authored by him, and the notebook was subsequently placed there by his apprentice Carl. Dr. Carter, as noted in the diary, was reluctant to engage in such a deranged experiment and was exiled to the Infinite Land by the world government, alongside various failed experimental subjects. The objective of the world government was to ensure his complete disappearance, for disobedient individuals are merely liabilities. Furthermore, the recording heard by Enilu was also left behind by Dr. Carter before his demise. Returning to the present, Dr. Carl opened his eyes, his gaze once again becoming frigid. He gently set down the frame and turned to the blackboard beside him. 3 names were inscribed upon it, 2 of which had been crossed out, Rox and Teach, the former and latter users of the dark fruit. The name that remained was Douglas Bullet. Initially, it seemed the plan had failed, but unexpectedly, you turned the tide. Dr. Carl took a marker and inscribed Long Zaitian's name at the bottom. "I hope you emerge alive from the abyss, for only then can my plan proceed. Master, gilded. Just a moment. An elderly man with white hair approached leisurely, holding a small white flask. The aroma of the liquor was intoxicating, causing the group to salivate from a distance. This liquor was undoubtedly priceless. Upon their meeting, Rayleigh was somewhat taken aback. For the newcomer was an acquaintance, while Zaitian and his companions grinned foolishly and lunged for Rayleigh's flask. Damn! Rayleigh found his hand empty, and by the time he reacted, the flask had already fallen into Zaitian's grasp. Zaitian merely held it to his lips, inhaling deeply, his face flushing. Not bad at all. He rejoiced inwardly, for such a small bottle would suffice to attract all the heroes of the world. He had not anticipated Rayleigh possessed such skills. You little rascal, return my liquor. Rayleigh rushed in, while Zaitian hastily dodged. Goodness, for a mere flask of liquor, he even used Conqueror's Haki. As Zaitian concealed the flask, he employed his divine flame to heal the bruises incurred from the block. This surprised Rayleigh. His recovery ability was remarkably potent. Rayleigh, isn't your treatment of our captain rather unbecoming? The crew members took the opportunity to shield Zaitian. Hey, it was Zaitian who first snatched my liquor. Rayleigh protested indignantly. After some persuasion from the others, Rayleigh ultimately decided to overlook the matter of the flask. Upon learning that Zaitian intended to venture into the abyss beneath Judicial Island, he generously gifted them a vat of liquor. I wish you success. Rayleigh watched them decipher the location, feelings of nostalgia flooding his heart. If only Roger were still alive, how he would have relished witnessing the expressions of these youngsters. After 2 days of repairs, the revival pirates set sail for their final destination. To evade detection, the stretcher was navigating underwater, with the vessel undergoing modifications to enhance its propulsion systems. One day, they finally arrived at the designated area, just beyond Lay Judicial Island. As it was deep into the night, they quickly secured their bodies and began to advance. As they progressed, the ship began to sway uncontrollably, a powerful suction pulling them into a whirlpool. The terrifying currents buffeted against the hull, a continuous howling filling the air, far more exhilarating than a roller coaster. Zaitian held his breath, scanning his surroundings. Aside from the dim glow emanating from the ship, it was pitch black, leaving them utterly disoriented. As he surveyed the area, a colossal creature's sonic wave reverberated, stirring a deep-seated fear within their souls. Are there creatures here? Zaitian unleashed his observation haki, but sensed nothing. Had he misheard? Due to the friction of the currents, the crew's voices were drowned out, leaving them with no choice but to wait, for they could all feel the ship sinking rapidly. After a prolonged wait, the cacophony of the sea subsided, replaced by an unprecedented tranquility. They felt as though they were isolated stars in the darkness, completely out of place. Is everyone all right? Zaitian shook his head, nearly dislocating his neck. The previous experience felt like a solitary leaf, mocked mercilessly by the whirlpool. Zaitian genuinely questioned whether, had the ship been constructed from ordinary wood instead of the legendary atom, it would have long since disintegrated. Is the end of the world truly here? Captain, me fine. So am I. The liquor they had consumed earlier was nearly shaken out of them. The crew exchanged remarks of relief, some dumbfounded by the fright, others exuberantly curious. Captain, where to next? Ace returned to the helm, having been flung off by the tremendous centrifugal force. Had he not clung tightly to the ship, he might have been lost. His hurricane was no match for the terrifying whirlpool, akin to a child challenging an adult feudal. Honestly, I'm not certain. Zaitian had anticipated entering another dimension upon crossing over, arriving at their destination, yet they found themselves trapped here. Although it could be deemed another realm, it was entirely devoid of substance. At that moment, an ancient voice emerged from the darkness, its deep timbre resonating like thunder overhead, sending shivers down their spines. All rose to confront the unknown entity, unaware of its nature or location, yet they would not remain idle. Strangely, Zaitian understood the peculiar voice. Who are you? Why have you come here? Zaitian glanced around, unable to locate the source of the voice, yet he replied nonetheless. He was uncertain if he was indeed experiencing auditory hallucinations, for a similar occurrence transpired at Eagle Eye's abode. We are the Revival Pirates, and we have gathered 4 pieces of the red poneglyph, hence our arrival. Long Zaitian addressed the unseen entity, leaving the crew momentarily stunned. Who was the captain conversing with? They surveyed their surroundings, met only with endless darkness. After Long Zaitian's response, the entity fell silent, as if it had never existed. This led him to question whether he had truly experienced an auditory illusion. However, in the next moment, every hair on their bodies stood on end. A gigantic ancient creature, radiating a ghostly blue luminescence, loomed closer. Even Long Zaitian felt a pang of terror. The creature resembled a whale, but was hundreds of times larger. They were still at a considerable distance, yet its sheer size dominated their field of vision. Surely, even Laboon could be swallowed whole. As it approached, a terrifying sensation amplified their primal fear of colossal beings. Long Zaitian could assert with certainty that their ship was scarcely larger than a single eye of the creature. Thoughts of fleeing began to emerge within the crew, but in this darkness, where could they escape? Are you the one awaited by, Joy Boy? The haunting voice emanated from within the creature, a pressure that felt like a soul's oppression. Long Zaitian even entertained the notion that this being might indeed be the legendary Sea King. If it were to appear in the New World, it could easily devour an island. Perhaps, Long Zaitian replied cautiously to the inquiry. Previously, a young man named Luagia had visited, and you're the second in these 8 centuries. The answer you seek lies within. Upon finishing his words, the colossal creature opened its massive jaws, and a terrifying suction began to draw in Long Zaitian's ship piece by piece. What should the captain do? Should they take action? The crew, unable to comprehend the creature's utterances, sensed an inclination toward aggression from its demeanor. They anticipated that their offensive would yield no results, yet they were unwilling to merely wait for death. No, this was their final destination. Long Zaitian stood up, unbinding the ropes that secured him, his eyes reflecting both excitement and trepidation. Before the crew could react, they were engulfed by the creature's maw, gliding directly into its belly. After an agonizingly protracted journey, they finally arrived at the legendary Raftel. What loomed before them was neither a resplendent palace nor a landscape awash with gold, but rather an island, though it was more akin to a cozy estate. In the midst of their astonishment, they slowly advanced forward. For a moment, even Long Zaitian doubted whether he had miscalculated. Perhaps this was not Raftel after all. As they reached the entrance of the estate, a profusion of flowers adorned the ground, accompanied by a crooked stone tablet inscribed with the words, Joy Boy's Dream Home. Further down, another stone tablet read, Family, Umunika, Fishmen, Giants, Wise Men, Longhands. The tablet was filled with densely packed names of races, nearly encompassing the entirety of the world. Long Zaitian painstakingly translated, leaving his companions bewildered. Yet after reading, he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. This treasure, which had instilled fear in countless notorious pirates, turned out to be nothing more than Joy Boy's aspiration. Long Zaitian's laughter grew more fervent, imagining the reactions of the 4 emperors, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Marshal D. Teach, if they were to learn that the great treasure was merely this whimsical notion. They would likely dance upon Roger's grave, having devoted their lives to the pursuit of ultimate power in hopes of unearthing the great treasure, uniting the world, and claiming the throne of supremacy. They were now confronted with the revelation that the boundless sea represented the true endpoint of freedom. Was this not a mockery of their ambitions? It was akin to a wealthy magnate believing that acquiring the great treasure would crown him king of the world, only to be told that he must use his fortune to aid the underprivileged and forge a society of equality. The magnate's immediate response would be one of outrage. Reflecting upon their myriad tribulations, the crew found themselves laughing upon hearing Long Zaitian's translation. As pirates, their purpose in venturing out to sea had been for wealth and strength. Yet the reward they received was not strength, but an inexplicable burden of responsibility. Long Zaitian laughed until he wept, having intended to defeat the world government and declare himself sovereign. Truth be told, this task appeared tailor-made for Luffy. Likely, no one else would willingly undertake it. Joy Boy had set a trap, and so had Roger. The 2 intellectuals claimed to have neglected their studies. leading the entire school to mistakenly believe the exam would be simple and thus forego preparation, only to discover the next day that these two had been guaranteed passage. No, if that were the case, Whitebeard had also set a trap. Long Zaitian passed through the gate and entered the estate, where he found a model of a kingdom. This could very well be the ancient kingdom referred to by Dr. O'Hara. He recalled a saying from Zoro, being a pirate was no child's play. Yet now, it seemed as though they were merely playing house. After all they had experienced, Long Zaitian understood how exceedingly challenging it was to realize equality and freedom upon these seas. Once the crew had finished their laughter, they too entered the estate to ensure nothing was overlooked. Inside, a row of neatly stacked stone tablets rested in the corner. The companions eagerly brought them forth for their captain to translate, and the previously crooked script gradually transformed into a more upright form. It appeared that the earlier sign had likely been penned by a young Joy Boy. The tablets chronicled lives of yore, seemingly insignificant, yet capable of stirring tumult in the contemporary world. Among them were accounts of Nika's origins, the creation of the Pluton, encounters with sea kings, and the fateful meetings with the celestial kings, including astonishing records of future events. Upon reviewing these accounts, Long Zaitian comprehended why Roger had sacrificed his life to initiate the pirate era. His aim was to enable the prophesied sun to grow and thwart the world government's schemes. Imagine if Roger had refrained from uttering that pivotal line upon the execution platform. Would the pirate era have ever commenced? Without pirates, the world would undoubtedly have been governed solely by the world government. Roger's thoughts aligned with Joy Boy's, which is why he was willing to assist this ancestor in fulfilling his long-held wish. Although Whitebeard was unaware of Joy Boy, he had faith in his old rival Roger, thus uttering those words in his dying moments. Upon discovering the void of the lost century, everyone was engulfed in confusion, facing an unprecedented emptiness. Was this the truth? In that moment, Ace finally grasped the magnitude of his father's greatness, yet he could not find it in himself to forgive. Having lost his parents at a young age, he understood the value of equality. If Joy Boy's dream were to be realized, there would be no more orphans in the world. Captain, shall we now seek out the Pluton? Now that everyone is aware of the ancient weapon's location, hidden within Alabasta, it was revealed that the Nefertari clan had been inspired by Joy Boy's dream, recognizing their past errors, and devoted their lives to safeguarding the Pluton. The war had concluded, and the kingdom of D was in disarray, rendering the Pluton obsolete. Thus, they concealed themselves, awaiting Joy Boy's prophesied successor. Let us proceed. The final battle awaits. Long Zaitian glanced at his crew, each in varying states of readiness, and sighed. There was a tinge of disappointment, yet it was within expectations. After all, when Roger's crew had arrived here, their collective laughter had indicated that this place was anything but ordinary, certainly not a repository of weapons or riches. They lacked such things, and thus would not find cause for laughter. Rather, they would feel anger. He cherished the freedom of adventure, for to him, such treasures held no significance. Conversely, the shared aspiration was far more intriguing. To think that someone had entertained such notions a century ago. Few possessed such thoughts upon the seas, akin to finding a kindred spirit. After learning all this, Peach Rabbit found it most difficult to accept. In Joy Boy's narrative, the world government played the role of destroyer of peace and freedom, starkly contradicting her initial intentions as an admiral. She had believed that after the world government had claimed dominion over the entire world, it would usher in a dawn for the common people. Yet the reality was merely an abundance of gold from the heavens. Following the annihilation of the kingdom of D, in a bid to swiftly establish their authority, they deployed their own to masquerade as ruthless pirates, wreaking havoc upon nations unwilling to submit, while those willing to believe were sent forth to stage a performance, showcasing their strength and reliability. Thus, within a mere century, they had exterminated numerous races. In fact, the pirates they dispatched outnumbered the nations of the world. Later, to prevent these events from coming to light, they obscured this chapter of history, simultaneously eradicating the pirates involved in the war. At this juncture, the entire world will exist under the dominion of the world government. However, unbeknownst to them, The flame of heritage will not extinguish with their annihilation. The ideology of Joy Boy has long since permeated the minds of his followers. Fate resembles a cyclical wheel, transitioning from peace to war, from war to monarchy, and back to peace. It is uncertain how long this colossal organism has retained its essence, but a surge of seawater has lifted the vessels of the crowd, propelling them skyward. Could it be that the currents they encountered earlier were also generated by this entity? As the blinding light drew ever closer, the group closed their eyes, and when they reopened them, they found themselves in the kingdom of the bridge. Their sudden appearance has caught the attention of the world government. Upon learning of this, the five elders' expressions shifted dramatically, and the atmosphere in the vast lounge became charged with a deadly aura. It seems that yet another party has uncovered the secret. Sakazuki is utterly inept. Had he dealt with them sooner, there would have been no such complications. After eliminating the revived pirate crew, it is time for Red Dog to roll out. How will he explain this to Lordum? The prophesied child of Joy Boy is set to emerge this year. Could it be them? Regardless of whether or not they are the ones, they must be eliminated, for they possess knowledge of the blank 100 years. This sentiment found unanimous agreement among all present. Who do you intend to eliminate? A raspy voice emanated from outside the door, belonging to an individual clad in a green cloak. Monkey D, Dragon, how did you come to be here? The five elders were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events at such a critical moment. It is not only you who has received this information. We have received it too. Monkey D, Dragon cast off his cloak, revealing his towering stature. TCH, do you genuinely believe you could defeat us alone? The five elders stood up, shedding their age-worn garments to reveal their scar-laden bodies. Amir Jr. is rather presumptuous, is he not? Upon hearing this, Monkey D, Dragon smiled faintly. He certainly could not be so reckless. During Dragon's absence, he learned that Whitebeard had been fervently recruiting pirates, leading him to realize that Dragon was preparing for a final confrontation, thus establishing contact with Whitebeard. Both parties, being astute, found discussions easier given their shared objectives. All members of the Revolutionary Army have prepared themselves for the ultimate sacrifice, paving the way for Dragon's ambitions. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had also rendezvoused with Dragon. Dragon was astonished to discover that Whitebeard had managed to gather even these individuals. The formidable crocodile, the one-armed Shanks, and the Copper King Jabba, along with countless pirates worth over 1 billion, numbering in the thousands. The advantage lies with us. Dragon even suspected that Whitebeard might have employed some coercive tactics to amass them. It had not been long since they had parted ways. On the journey, upon reaching the towering red wall, the group licked their lips, drenched in anticipation and anxiety. Should this endeavor succeed, it would alleviate their worries significantly. Naturally, such a grand assembly would attract the Navy's attention as well. This time, they were mobilizing their entire force. When Sakazuki realized he could not contact the five elders, he understood the gravity of the situation and, without reservation, dispatched the entire Navy. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Captain, leave these adversaries to us. Observing the encircling Navy, the crew stepped forward resolutely. Though they yearned to fight alongside their captain, it appeared that they must first eradicate their masters. Dragon glanced at Peach Rabbit and inquired, "What do you propose?" Peach Rabbit lowered her head, hesitating. It seemed the blank 100 years had deeply affected her. "Shizuka, what are you doing?" Sakazuki glared at Dragon and Peach Rabbit conversing, his fury igniting. He clearly noted that Peach Rabbit held no sea prism stone, indicating her potential betrayal. No pirate would trust the Navy unless secret dealings were afoot. "Shizuka, what are you still hesitating for? Attack!" Sakazuki bellowed in desperation, yet Peach Rabbit remained unmoved. What an excellent opportunity for assassination. Why was she not acting? Peach Rabbit expressed that she was not a pangolin. He could not bring himself to believe that Peach Rabbit would betray him, as he had personally elevated her to her current status. "Marshal, it is time to act." Sean the Sheep stepped forward slowly, his tone laced with indifference, as he evidently regarded Peach Rabbit as an adversary. "Understood." Sakazuki removed his cloak. For the impending battle must not be hindered. "Attack!" With Sakazuki's roar, the admirals of the Navy sprang into action. to prevent unnecessary casualties. The admirals took the lead in dealing with the lesser foes. Gravity ray, celestial destruction. The blind admiral lowered his form, drawing forth his staff blade, unleashing a spiraling beam of purple light. Boom! In the next moment, a colossal shadow enveloped the pirates below as a meteor, akin to a blazing sun, plummeted rapidly. The surrounding high-speed friction generated terrifying heat and noise. The pirates below, initially displaying solemnity, began to sweat profusely. Should this meteor strike them, it would spell near total annihilation. What a splendid opening act! Enel gazed at the enlarging meteor with a glimmer of delight upon his visage. The training of recent days was perfectly timed for him to test his meteor. 1 billion volts, cosmic thunder. Enel raised his golden lightning staff, and the sky darkened ominously. The once clear heavens now a tumult of clouds. What is this? Sakazuki squinted upward, observing the environmental manipulation. The Navy was not the only ones astonished. Even the pirates had never witnessed such a spectacle, leading them to doubt their matching capabilities. The meteor descended at an alarming velocity, yet Enel remained unperturbed, too slow. With a disdainful smile, the dark clouds began to churn, and countless thunderbolts flashed through the sky. Just as the meteor was 100 meters away, a tempest of thunder erupted. Countless purple lightning bolts cascaded down like torrential rain. In an instant, the world was enveloped in violet. The power of thunder shattered the meteor, and in the moment of disintegration, it was pierced through by the ensuing lightning. In the brief span of a tea's brewing time, the massive meteor was pulverized into dust, carried away by the wind. Yet Enel did not cease. He pointed his raised finger at the Navy. The vice admirals had long been stunned by his display, failing to comprehend what transpired before they heard the deafening roar above. Enel smiled lightly, as the purple lightning seemed to possess a will of its own. Descending upon the Navy, boom! As the purple lightning struck, the warships were cleaved in two. By the time the Navy reacted, many had already plunged into the sea. Witnessing the wails of the Navy, Dragon and his companions seized the opportunity to ascend. Giant rock chains. Sean launched an assault on Enel, aiming to interrupt his incantation. If the bombardment of lightning continued unchecked, their defeat would be imminent. Thunder summon. Enel freed a hand to retaliate. However, his lightning proved ineffective against the stone chains. If lightning were truly invincible, how could land exist? Sean took pleasure in observing Enel's dismay. Apologies, it seems you have forgotten about me. Kazan waved his hand gently, causing the sea surface to freeze rapidly, and the incoming stone chains were pierced by ice spears manipulated by Kazan. Vanquish foe. Sure, Reefenshing. Sakaski gazed at the dwindling naval forces and could no longer restrain himself, launching an attack. With the flames that scorch all evil, he tore through the sky, heading straight for the pirates. On another battlefield, Long Zaitian and Whitebeard arrived at Marineford, where the fires of war raged and countless celestial dragons fled in terror. Ignoring them, Long Zaitian soared towards the highest edifice. He felt a slight worry for Long. After all, the Gorosei were formidable as well. Rest assured, that fellow is not so easily vanquished. Whitebeard replied with confidence. Upon reaching the tallest building, they found Monkey D, Dragon, already in a state of disarray, as if he had emerged from a pool of blood. In stark contrast, the Gorosei appeared relatively unharmed. Kid, it seems your skills are still lacking. A day later, old man, 5 against 1. Let's see your bravado. Long Zaitian stood upon the heads of the Gorosei, exasperated. You little brat, I warn you, don't be too arrogant. Lordum will have you all killed. Is a young person not allowed to be arrogant? Long Zaitian kicked the chatty old man again. Damn, these old fossils are truly hard to defeat. If it weren't for my cheat and the recovery of the divine flame, I definitely couldn't handle them. How's it going on your side, Whitebeard? Whitebeard casually tossed CP0's Lucci aside. Almost cleaned up. Below, the battle unfolded rapidly. Kazan froze the naval surface and extended it to nearby islands for retreat. Naval forces, 200,000 sailors, 30 vice admirals, Akainu, Sengoku, Garb Kizaru. Pirate forces, 5. 000, Baidits, 40 captains, Enel, Zefa, Kusan, Marco, Ace, Barret. Naval victory conditions. Protect the Celestial Dragons. Eliminate pirates. Pirate victory conditions. Eliminate the Celestial Dragons. In the first round, Kizaru utilized Hakushaku Kogu, creating the character Buddha on the icy surface. Pirate Ace countered with Super Great Whirlwind, the tornado encircling the naval backlands. Executing control. Marco attempted to perform the combined move Fire Dance Whirlwind with Ace, but was deterred by Sengoku and Garp's fists. Marco, 25 HP. Akainu entered Fury, unleashing fireballs upon the pirates. Pirates, 100. Shanks entered the battlefield, attempting to mediate, stop fighting, let there be peace. Sakaski shot him a disdainful glance, and Shanks, helpless, joined the weaker side, pirate faction. Navy, 1000. Sakaski's meteor volcano awakened Douglas Bartet, who retaliated with Hell's Eye. Navy, 1000. Morale, 10. Kizaru exclaimed, "How terrifying." Enel continued his thunderous assault. Navy, 1000. In the second round, the battle intensified, and as long as they were alive, the fighting would continue. On the Navy side, Akainu and Sean achieved 5 kills, entering Berserk mode, 15 friendly hits. Sengoku and Garp entered a spectator state, remaining inactive unless something significant occurred. All attributes decreased by 50. Tsuru was led astray by the two, remaining largely in the spectator state aside from nearby pirates. Vice Admiral, 530 injured. Vice Admiral, 530 unconscious. The pirates received instructions to hold their ground below, initiating their defense. Enel entered Thunder God mode, activating Thunder Domain, punishing anyone who entered. Navy, 500. Kazan repaired the damaged ice surface, unable to engage in battle. Zefa called upon the sailors to fight, truly a return of the old days. Marco and Ace tended to the wounded. In the second round, due to Enel's Thunder Domain, they were unable to attack. Morale, 10. In the third round, following Callice's attack on the news agency, which disseminated the world's government's misdeeds in newspaper form, both sides on the battlefield became aware. The Navy, stimulated by the revelations, saw a significant drop in morale. Navy morale, 50. Sakaski utilized inspiration, boosting Navy morale by 1. Sakaski killed non-combatant Navy personnel, instilling fear in the Navy with a morale boost of 50, combat power increase of 50. A day later, Navy, 50,000, Pirates, 3,000. As everyone prepared to catch their breath and confront him, the Gorosei, defeated by Long Zaitian, suddenly burst into laughter. Long Zaitian's expression hardened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Monkey D. Dragon furrowed his brow, rising with his injured body. "What are you laughing at?" Whitebeard lifted one of the Gorosei by the collar. "I laugh at you, a group of soon-to-die beings daring to linger here." Seeing one of their companions lay bare their intentions, the other Gorosei laughed triumphantly. "Did you think these people could defeat Lordum? Haha! Did you not realize we were merely stalling for time? But now that you know, it matters not, for Lordum is about to make her appearance." In that moment, the Gorosei's demeanor transformed from that of captives to victorious ministers. Witnessing the Gorosei's tearful excitement, Monkey D. Dragon's expression darkened immediately. "What does this mean? What do you mean? Why do these fellows, who clearly lost, present themselves as victors?" "Leader, all the Celestial Dragons have been secured." Sabo approached with Keela, his face marked by soot from the battle. "You all have worked hard." Monkey D. Dragon forced a smile before looking at Long Zaitian. "What do you say? Shall we seek out him now, or wait for her to emerge?" Long Zaitian, observing the smug Gorosei, felt a surge of disdain. "No matter how confident you are in him, in my eyes, it is all in vain. You assert we cannot defeat you? Fine. Let me call upon others." Without waiting for the Gorosei to react, Long Zaitian turned and walked away. He had initially intended to resurrect those he wished after the war, but it seemed he must expedite his plans. He desired those who had perished to witness the fall of a regime. "This moment, I have awaited for so long." Long Zaitian was particularly curious about the expressions of these beings. "God di Roger, come back to life." This proclamation left everyone stunned. as they were still in shock when a beam of light descended from the heavens, radiating brilliantly. Subsequently, a blurred figure emerged as the light gradually dimmed. "What is this?" Whitebeard squinted, scarcely believing his eyes. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Upon recognizing the figure, the Gorosei's expressions shifted dramatically, frantically denying the reality. The earlier pride vanished entirely, replaced by sheer terror. The first generation has returned. Moreover, it is Roger in his peak form. This is an adversary that the Gorosei can neither underestimate nor dismiss lightly. It is his emergence that has allowed the current era of pirates to flourish. The surrounding revolutionaries were bewildered by this scene. What is happening? Are we beginning to summon deities? Some astute revolutionaries quickly reacted, hastening to distance themselves, for they understood that this was not a realm for mere mortals. "Where is this?" As the radiance dissipated, Roger opened his eyes, curiously surveying his surroundings. "Oh, Newgate, you're here too." Upon spotting a familiar face, Roger joyously dashed towards him. "Unexpectedly, you have also perished. It is quite fortuitous, as I've been feeling rather lonely here. Your company is truly delightful." The old man, Baihuzi, dismissively pushed Roger's head aside and said with a hint of pride, "Go away. This is not paradise, but rather Mariewa, and you have already been resurrected. Look, that is my captain, the one who brought you back to life." Baihuzi briefly recounted the situation to help Roger acclimate quickly. He understood that Roger was also curious about the identity of the prophesied child. "Oh, you possess such miraculous abilities and have become Baihuzi's captain," Roger exclaimed dramatically. "Newgate, are you certain you are not jesting? This young lad cannot possibly be your captain. Have you lost your wits?" However, Roger suddenly felt something peculiar. He glanced at his arm and realized that his skin had remarkably rejuvenated. "Captain Roger, let us discuss these matters later. I have uncovered the void of the last 100 years of history and am preparing to confront the final adversary. I hope to receive your assistance." Long Zaitian expressed earnestly, albeit with uncertainty about whether Roger would aid him. Roger had seemingly never engaged in the endeavor of overthrowing the world government, always opting for adventure instead. Very well. Before Long Zaitian could articulate his thoughts, Roger had already acquiesced. "I must tell you, even resurrecting Roger is futile. Lord M has ascended to godhood, a realm beyond your comprehension." The 5 elders were still making their last desperate attempts, but no one paid them any heed, instead heading straight toward the castle. "God? How fortuitous, for I am one as well." Upon entering the castle, Long Zaitian turned and remarked. His memory of the fruit had nearly returned, and he had a solid grasp of his abilities. Reviving anyone was no longer a challenge for him. "Captain, there is someone." Baihuzi glanced at the figure descending from above, cloaked in a green military cape emblazoned with the word justice. "Ah, I did not expect you to arrive." "What an honor," Green Bull sauntered down. "You are here to find him, are you not? Just continue down that staircase." He gestured, and everyone turned to look. "Aren't you a Navy officer?" Baihuzi inquired skeptically. "What purpose does your information serve us? You yourself have stated that I am a Navy officer. So what if I divulge secrets of the world government?" Green Bull's words left Baihuzi with no grounds for rebuttal. Fujitora keeps insisting on abolishing the 7 warlords. However, his vision is rather narrow. "In my opinion, we should directly abolish the world government." Green Bull's declaration stunned the crowd. He was a vice admiral. How dare he speak such words? Was this not a betrayal? Noticing the astonished expressions around him, Green Bull chuckled. "Ha. Do not look at me like that. I am different. I am a Navy officer." He then proceeded toward the exit. After a brief moment of hesitation, Long Zaitian followed Green Bull's lead. "Captain, can we trust his words?" "I cannot say for certain, but I did not perceive any deceit in his expression," Long Zaitian replied candidly. "What a peculiar fellow," Baihuzi muttered. As the group followed Green Bull's direction to the end, they indeed discovered a massive stone door. "This should be it," Long Zaitian observed, his eyes flickering. The others immediately responded, moving to either side to push. The stone door was heavy, yet it posed no significant challenge for them. Once the door was opened, they were met with an exceedingly dark ice cavern. A chilling breeze rose from the ground, rendering the ancient stone walls unrecognizable. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon several shredded bounty notices scattered across the floor. This is it, they remarked. Progressing further, they encountered a gigantic staircase, where a shadowy figure stood at the top. Upon hearing the commotion, slowly turned to reveal half of his face, his spiraled pupils gazing down with an imposing presence. The onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines, as if a colossal venomous serpent had coiled around them, poised to strike. The terrifying aura enveloped the ice cavern, intensifying the already frigid atmosphere. A faint voice emerged, prompting Long Zaitian and the others to look. Jean! Long Zaitian immediately recognized Jean, who was devoid of his dark armor and appeared gravely weakened, his heartbeat barely perceptible, as if it might cease at any moment. Recalling the events on Bake Island, he incredulously asked, "Did you drink his blood?" The individuals encountered previously on Bake Island had also sought the blood of ancient families. How do you know this? Seated upon his throne, narrowed his eyes in disbelief that anyone could possess such knowledge. The almost hoarse voice reverberated, causing discomfort to their eardrums. Your reign has come to an end. With that, Manchi D. Long surged forward like the wind. Yet, remained unfazed by Long's assault, not even raising a hand. Was it underestimating Long's strength or a manifestation of his own arrogance? Long Zaitian had witnessed Long's prowess in battle before. He had single-handedly contended with the five elders while ensuring his own safety, successfully stalling their movements for an extended period. Although Long was a Logia-type user, he faced adversaries endowed with formidable haki. When Long Zaitian arrived, seeing that his counterpart was still alive was a testament to his strength. However, the next moment, that immense power seemed fragile before him. It was only when Long confronted him that he slightly raised his hand, releasing a torrent of fierce, icy winds that engulfed him. When the frost subsided, Manchi D. Long stood encased in ice, leaving everyone astonished. What manner of ability was this? Although I am uncertain how you came to know of the blood, it matters not, for you are about to meet your demise. Raised his hand once more, and sensing imminent danger, Long Zaitian quickly sidestepped. In the next instant, a block of solid ice appeared where he had just been standing. After a moment of surprise, Long Zaitian swiftly shifted into a combat stance. Now he understood why the five elders had been so audacious. It was the answer. With Manchi D. Long as an example, the others began to comprehend. Only 4 had come here, while the remainder of the Revolutionary Army awaited outside. Thanks to Long's foresight, the rest of the Revolutionary Army would not have to pay the ultimate price. Roger, Baihuzi, let us advance. It was imperative to look up to witness M's movements, which left Long Zaitian and his companions somewhat irritable. Agreed. Baihuzi and Roger exchanged knowing smiles before proceeding upward in unison. Long Zaitian intended to launch a surprise attack from above. However, the moment their feet touched the staircase, M's expression shifted dramatically, unleashing an enraged roar. Get down. Do not desecrate my stairs with your filthy feet. You insects are unworthy to tread upon them. Even the five elders would not dare step upon them. Yet now these pirates had the audacity to do so. M's fury, accompanied by an icy chill, manifested as countless massive ice dragons coiling toward the trio. Roger. Faced with the current situation, Baihuzi roared. Logia instantly comprehended Baihuzi's intent, responding with a smile, understood. If the two continue their charge, it could result in the tragic demise of all 3. Thus, they resolved to join forces and assist Long Zaitian in carving out a path of blood, allowing him to execute the final offensive. Shinju, Jinhai. The two unleashed their newly formed ice dragon, shattering it into fragments. Witnessing their efforts on his behalf warmed Long Zaitian's heart, prompting him to unleash his most potent strike. If he could not vanquish his opponent, it would stretch the narrative for several chapters. Jinghua Shui Yu's explosive breath of the celestial star and the moonlit bloodstorm culminated in a single, earnest sword strike. The fusion of 4 formidable wills forged a terrifying momentum. Behind Long Zaitian, a golden dragon emerged, its piercing gaze fixed upon the throne. Under the radiance of its golden scales, the once frigid atmosphere transformed into warmth, and in the corner, a gigantic straw hat lay quietly. With aspirations for freedom, disdain for tyranny, and fury against the enslavement of races. This strike would shatter a century of deception. Yim, observing this simultaneously familiar and foreign technique, abruptly relinquished any resistance. As the protagonist wielded his unparalleled power, Yim recalled his brother, Xiao Ibua from long ago. Back then, he too had displayed such prowess, yet he ultimately hesitated, halting his assault, which led to his defeat and subsequent retreat. Returning to the present, Long Zaitian's sword drew ever closer, leaving Yim in a state of bewilderment. As he had anticipated a fierce confrontation with the strongest move, Yim removed his mask and dark cloak, revealing his gaunt form. You have uncovered the blank century, but has he left anything for me? One item, though I cannot ascertain its significance. Before departing, Long Zaitian had taken a stone tablet. Presenting the personnel list stone tablet to Long Zaitian, he noted that Yim's name was inscribed at the top, leading her to smile as she collapsed. Long Zaitian pondered why villains often reflect on their actions only when facing death. Perhaps it was divine retribution, a torment devised to ensure their eternal suffering posthumously. When Long Zaitian took the stone tablet, his intention was merely to fulfill Xiao Ibua's dream of locating all individuals inscribed upon it. Little did he anticipate this moment would arrive, leaving him behind. It is over. Long Zaitian glanced back at Baihuzi and Lo Jia, exhaling deeply. Mong Chi Di Long also emerged from his icy confinement. They communicated via the Den Den Mushi, ordering a retreat from the Navy, for further engagement held no purpose. Peace in this world had always been the Navy's endeavor. The world government played no significant role, existing solely to safeguard the interests of powerful nations. In their eyes, without the heavenly kingdom of gold, one lacked the qualifications for peace. Yet, in the Navy's perspective, such class divisions had never existed. Upon learning that Long Zaitian had obliterated the world government, the Navy ceased their attacks. Confusion washed over their faces as they pondered their next move. Without the world government, did the Navy still hold the authority to contend with pirates? However, it was proven that as long as Steelbone Kong remained, the Navy structure would not falter. Now, the hopes of all nations were concentrated upon the Navy, resulting in unprecedented advancement for the organization. Simultaneously, following the news of the Second Pirate King's emergence, the number of pirates had diminished significantly. The positions of the four emperors were being reshuffled. The Straw Hat Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, the Golden Line Pirates, and the Red Hair Pirates. Days later, Long Zaitian reunited with the main force. "Captain, old man," I see exclaimed excitedly, but his expression faltered upon recognizing the man behind. Not only he, but the crew aboard the stretcher was equally astonished. Goer Di Lo Jia. None could fathom that the legendary figure stood before them. "I see, are you all right?" Ma Urka, noticing I C's altered demeanor, inquired with concern. He understood that Roger was a figure I C preferred not to mention. Yet, now that he stood before them, I C would undoubtedly wish to evade the encounter. "I see." Just as I C prepared to flee, a gentle voice called out. Turning, he beheld a woman with golden waves beckoning from across the sea, her eyes brimming with affection. He instantly recognized her as his mother, Patakasi di Lugio. For I C, his mother was unforgettable. Even a single photograph was etched indelibly in his memory. With Roger at Lugio's side, I C felt a painful hesitation about whether to approach them. "I C, come here." Baihuzi's voice rang out, compelling I C to approach despite his reluctance. Upon their meeting, an air of awkwardness enveloped them. Consequently, Long Zaitian led his crew back to their ship, allowing the IC family to reminisce. Jiaba, witnessing the captain's revival, felt a surge of excitement but restrained himself, wishing for Roger to settle his family matters before indulging in nostalgic conversations. Meanwhile, several pirate crews approached from a distance. When Long Zaitian issued the retreat order, all pirate crews had dispersed rather than leaving collectively, yet now they had returned. Among them were the red-haired pirates and the Buggy Pirates. Buggy's presence was unexpected. Could he be attempting to ride on the coattails of victory yet again? "Everyone, attend to your own affairs. We will regroup at the Shambwadi Islands in a week." As Long Zaitian's voice faded, the crew bid a brief farewell to their captain before seeking out long-lost friends to boast. Douglas Ba, Leighton noticed an elder swimming toward them, his eyes glinting with excitement. Another brawl awaited. Bai Huzi also spotted Oz and Sa Chi, his stern expression softening into a warm smile. Once more, family had returned, and he gazed at Long Zaitian with profound gratitude. Exhausted from reviving numerous individuals, Long Zaitian rested upon his bed. In Wano, Kogitsu Yoda celebrated the defeat of the resurrected pirate crew with a grand feast. Shimotsuki, Kitsuki, Tetsutoki, and other prominent figures gathered before Yoda, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they marveled at Wano's flourishing state. Pedro returned to Zo Island, strolling through the familiar forest back to the village. At the Navy headquarters, chaos reigned supreme. With the world government's control severed, factions within the Navy emerged. Unexpectedly, Carp, who had previously shown no interest in promotions, began vying for the position of Fleet Admiral, infuriating Sakazuki. Meanwhile, Momonosuke, having slacked off, returned to the rank of Rear Admiral. Kizaru continued to spectate, expressing indifference. Green Bull and Fujitora sipped tea outside. Steelbone Kong found himself in a quandary. Due to Carp's unparalleled standing within the Navy and Sakazuki's lack of notable achievements over the years, the position of Fleet Admiral ultimately fell to Carp. However, while it was said that Carp held the title, the majority of the responsibilities were managed by Tsuru and Sengoku. Though they grumbled, they accepted their roles with good grace. Seizing this opportunity, Kapu stealthily sought out Zefa for a drink, indulging in some playful sparring. Kuzan, accompanied Bisa ou Eluo, set out on a quest to locate Robin. On Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger and Igia arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, gazing upon their ever-evolving homeland with immense pride. The relations between land, sea, and air were improving significantly, and it would not be long before they could truly live on solid ground or even in the Sky Islands. Upon learning that Tiger had returned to Fishman Island, Kala eagerly took Sabeo and Kaku to visit him. As the Straw Hat Pirates approached the shore, a figure in the distance left them utterly astonished, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Nami. Belmere instantly recognized Nami, who had transformed from a little girl into a formidable woman. Belmere? Nami hesitated, uncertain. Indeed, the others also recognized their deceased loved ones. Usopp, Panzina called out with a clear voice. Mom. Usopp's eyes welled up with tears, two streams cascading down his cheeks. Robin? Orbia and Dr. Kuroba waved together, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. Zoro. Kuina still appeared as a child, yet her voice resonated with authority amongst the adults. Kuina. Zoro leapt from the ship even before it docked, determined to challenge Mihawk and claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman once this adventure concluded. Chopper. Dr. Hiralik. Though Hiralik had become younger, his long hair remained unchanged. Chopper rushed over, proudly displaying a bountiful wanted poster. Master Tom. Frankie noticed a plump fishman, whose silent demeanor was filled with a comforting smile. He could hardly contain his eagerness to introduce his ship. Mother? Vinsmoke's Sora still looked frail, but her complexion had improved since her time in bed. Sanji also jumped down, embracing her tightly. Brooks spotted his former crewmates approaching him and dashed across the waves. Observing the joyous camaraderie among his crew, Luffy forced a smile. However, in the next moment, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of Monkey D, dragon before him. Captain, the Pirate King has been seized. Where do we head next? Beepo rolled around on the shore board. Don't ask me, I have no idea. Trafalgar Law felt an emptiness within, having lost his life's purpose. Hey, do you need more members? Razanani called out. Hearing the familiar voice, Law quickly turned around. A wave of emotion surged up his nose, and he hastily lowered his hat to wipe away his tears. How old are you to still be crying? Ha. Gold Country truly exists. Roland opened his eyes to find himself in the Sky Islands. Although many pirates had diminished, the number of adventurers had increased. Numerous nations, devoid of the protection of the celestial gold and the Navy, were developing rapidly. Meanwhile, the celestial dragons resided on luxurious, isolated islands, unable to tolerate sharing status with ordinary people. The Red Line had also been destroyed with the assistance of Whitebeard, Roger, and others. Now, the entire world was interconnected, In summary, Long Zaitian commenced with the acquisition of a divine resurrection fruit, commanding Whitebeard to re-enter the world. Ha. With the fruit in hand, the world is mine. It matters not whether it's the Gorsei or the world government, nor the Four Emperors or the Celestial Dragons. They're all my subordinates. Rux. Shefa. Roger. As long as my bounty is high enough, all of you can be resurrected. Battle against the Four Emperors Blackbeard. A new round of the Marineford War. Rampaging Celestial Dragons. Even dragons must allow me to take the lead. Rayleigh would flee upon seeing me. Akainu would curse at Kizaru, the punching bag. As for Momonosuke,